You clearly have the ability to slay gods with a sword, but you don't go after many epic-level bosses. Instead, you dig ant nests in the newbie village. Everyone mocks you for having a problem with your brain. Even if you have an eternal-level talent, you are still useless. But they don't know that every time you kill an ant, you can explode a piece of divine equipment because you were the strongest human in your past life, but were besieged by other races at the critical moment of becoming a god. At the last moment, the runes you carved on your body in advance reversed the rules and flowed back in time, allowing you to be reborn 2.5 hours before the arrival of the Red Moon game. Now, not only do you seek revenge, but you also aim to seize a great opportunity missed in your past life. So, you swiftly drive to the depths of Kunlun Mountain, arriving just at midnight. A vast and incomparable aura suddenly envelopes the entire blue star world, visible mist falling continuously from the red moon. Suddenly, beneath a huge rock in your line of sight, an ancient-looking treasure chest materializes. You quickly run to the chest, using both hands to forcefully open it, revealing an illusionary character before your eyes. You obtain the heart of the 0th sequence Fantasia creature. You can't help but be stunned. The treasure chest found by the lucky one in Kunlun Mountain in your past life was clearly of mythological rank. So why did you open one of eternal rank? In the Red Moon world, the ranks are in ascending order from ordinary, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, king mysterious, monarch, emperor, immortal, to mythological. According to the information you know, not to mention humans, even the entire realm of the gods has never seen a being gain power surpassing that of the gods. And now, you have obtained a Fantasia creature that surpasses the gods. You are now eager to see what kind of power this Fantasia empowerment will bestow upon you. You immediately familiarize yourself with the power of the Red Moon in your hands, and the next moment, your body disappears as if it had vaporized on the spot. Space switch. Your body appears in an endless sky temple. Welcome to the world of the Red Moon. Please name your identity in the Red Moon world. You immediately raised your hand and carved 2 characters. 10 directions. Please choose one of the following professions as your initial profession in the Red Moon world. For lifelike giant statues immediately appeared around you: warrior, mage, archer, assassin. The initial professions in the Red Moon world are not too fancy, only these 4 basic categories, but the branches of these 4 professions are extremely numerous. The reason for so many branches is that there are many players in the Red Moon game who practice both magic and martial arts. In your past life, you have seen many dual professions such as melee mages, gunfist masters, necromancer archers, elemental warriors, etc. With extremely high strength. You directly chose the warrior profession because in your past life, you were a sword immortal who reached the realm of the gods with just a sword. You are very familiar with the abilities of this profession. Most importantly, you know that in the Red Moon world, there is a great opportunity that belongs only to warriors, and other professions are not qualified to obtain it. Your profession selection is successful, and the heart of the 0th sequence Fantasia creator empowers you. You awaken the infinite talent attribute, eternal level. Feeling a burst of joy, after taking a deep breath, you immediately look at your talent panel. Infinite attributes. Rank, eternal. Effect 1. Can add attributes to all your items, with the effects of the attributes being randomly added and adapting to the initial quality of the item. The higher the quality, the more attribute slots available. Effect 2. Unlimited addition. No consumption. No cooldown. Effect 3. Added attributes cannot be dispelled or sealed in any form. Effect 4. Each level up automatically grants a level *1 perfect attribute point. When using a perfect attribute point, the lowest quality of the added attribute is perfect level. The initial perfect attribute points are 10 plus level *1 point. The qualities of the attributes, from low to high, are common, rare, perfect, epic, legendary, mythological. After reading the information on the talent panel, Zhang Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The effects of this eternal level talent were simply astounding. It completely surpassed the mythic level talents of those deities that he had seen in the realm of the gods in his previous life. Unlimited additions of words, and there is no consumption. Such an ability is ridiculously powerful. No need for expensive enchanting materials and enchanting drawings. No downside of enchanting failures. With this talent, the lower limit is equivalent to a 100% success rate enchanter. And what was countless times more powerful than an enchanter was the ability to freely edit words on everything after the advancement of this infinite word talent. This is power enough to change the nature of all things, as long as the talent is advanced. Zhang Fan was then able to edit a chicken into a singing and dancing singer, and a cat into a JK beast-eared lady, giving them the ability to take shape. It can also be edited with phrases like chimera and restrictive liberation for the innocent and uncluttered to have absolute contrast. You can even edit your attributes to positive infinity and your skill effects to words. Even being able to edit a creationist phrase directly to yourself. This completely meant that there was no upper limit to one's strength from this moment onwards. You have completed the initial empowerment. According to your information, you will be randomly transported to the Mortal Plane Galaxy Human Camp any sealed place. As the beep slowly dissipated, Zhang Fan immediately felt the sky spinning in front of his eyes, and the scene around him was undergoing a rapid switch. You have descended to Seal Land 4396. The warrior professional novice treasure chest has been given. With his sight restored, he opened his eyes and looked around, and an ancient town came into Zhang Fan's eyes. Just as he was about to raise his feet, a white light teleported to Zhang Fan's side one after another. At the same time, a cacophony of voices reached Zhang Fan's ears. My Nima, what's going on here? What profession? What red moon world? How did I end up here after enjoying a moon? I do not know. Just to accompany his girlfriend to the singing and dancing contestants concert. The result is out of the door to see the moon turned red. Eyes closed and open on the rest here. It's kind of evil. I just took in 2 homeless cherry blossom girls, and I got to this place in a blur before I could communicate in depth. How do I get out of it? I'm on fire a little bit right now. What primitive people. None of them have ever played a game, right? I've been playing virtual games for more than 10 years, and I can tell you guys very responsibly that this is definitely a reality-enhanced version of a virtual online game. Everyone, from my experience, there must be quite a lot of treasures in this village, especially those kinds of chests, cabinets, and altars. There won't be fewer treasures inside. If you can't scavenge, you guys can come to me and I'll make it up to you. I love to tell the truth. Ha ha ha. Interesting. This world is so interesting. Small town center. The players who had descended into the Red Moon world one after another were looking around with confused faces. But there were also a very few players with a keen sense of smell who had already begun rummaging through the town in search of currency, materials, props, equipment, and other such opportunities. What's more, some have left the area of the town to explore the wilderness, ignoring the clamor of the surrounding players. After adjusting his appearance a bit, Zhang Fan then took his steps and quickly walked to a slightly secluded place. The Red Moon world is connected to reality, and when a large number of players materialize their attributes and equipment into reality, the order will be completely collapsed and reshaped. At that time, the strong control life and death and make the rules, and it's better to play it safe before you've materialized your abilities into the real world. Zhang Fan had seen too much in his previous life of being targeted in the real world because of exposing his identity in a game. In the world of Red Moon, there is no such thing as a gaming device. Each player will be able to modify their appearance once every so often. So, in Red Moon, it is impossible for anyone else to know the true identity of a player except for the players themselves who pass it on to each other. After modifying his figure once again, Zhang Fan then took out the only treasure chest rewarded by newbies from his backpack. Novice chest, warrior professional, effect. After opening, you will obtain novice level warrior set *1, red do chalice *2, blue do chalice *2. Introduction, the lowest level initial treasure chest in the Red Moon world. May add entries, 1 looking at the addable words on the treasure chest information interface. Zhang Fan's mouth couldn't help but grin slightly. This eternal level talent can really add words to your items. In that case, equipment and skills should be able to add word bits as well. This means that one opens with a huge advantage over the other players. Try the talent effect with this treasure chest first. Let's see what level of advanced words this perfect word point can add. No hesitation. Zhang Fan immediately locked onto the worn-out treasure chest in his sight and unleashed his natural power on it. In a split second, an eye-catching haze of light completely covered the novice treasure chest. Entry added successfully. Newbie treasure chest obtains mythic word, soul. Word, soul, 100% gain a mythic grade soul type item /skill scroll /equipment /empowerment stone after opening the treasure chest, and 100% gain an additional skill scroll /equipment of the adapted grade. In this moment, Zhang Fan clearly felt that the worn-out novice treasure chest was emitting a steady stream of majestic power. Mythic rank. I didn't expect to get the highest rank the first time I added a word. Looking at the treasure chest that had been qualitatively transformed in his sight, Zhang Fan's heart could not help but feel a sense of relief. No hesitation. Zhang Fan immediately opened the treasure chest in his hand. You have opened the soul treasure chest. You get, novice set, warrior, *1, red do chalice *2, blue do chalice *2. You have obtained, divine grade empowerment stone, soul exorcism. You get an extra, death scythe, bronze. Just as Zhang Fan had just taken out his newly acquired items from his backpack, an announcement suddenly resounded throughout the Red Moon world. Mortal Bit Galaxy human player Ten Fong obtained a god tier item on July 7th. Red Moon 6934, becoming the first player in the Red Moon world to obtain a god tier item. Activating the Red Moon icon Legend of the Gods. Human players can freely view this icon. As the first player to obtain a god tier item, 10 square receives a reward, reputation asterisk 5000. Red moon coin asterisk 2000. The moment. It was just under an hour before the red moon descended. During this short period of time, players were confused in the sealed lands for quite some time before they began to accept and familiarize themselves with everything in the world of Red Moon. Most of them hadn't even had time to step out of the town before the alert that a player had obtained a divine item came to their ears. Shit, what's the situation? I've been playing virtual online games for so long, and I've never seen anyone get a god tier item right out of the gate. This is fucking fake. I just checked the public information of the Red Moon world, and it turns out that we humans are not the only ones who have descended to this world. There are also many other rare and strange races, which means that 10 square is the first player among all the races of living beings to obtain a god level item. It's explosive. What kind of person is this 10 square? The opening game is a peak that ordinary players can't reach in a lifetime. This guy can't be a traveler, right? Countless players were shocked at the divine items that Zhang Fan had obtained. And Zhang Fan's attention at the moment was already fully focused on the empowerment stone obtained from opening the treasure chest. Empowerment stone, soul repulsion, grade, myth, effect. After using it, you can obtain the mythic grade talent soul exorcism. Introduction, a transcendent crystal that empowers the gift. Additionally, special talent props, the red moon boundary has not been broken through, and cannot be given to the word. Chapter 4 Second talent, undead scourge of heaven. The terrifying reaping power of the death scythe. Looking at the illusory crystals in his hand, Zhang Fan could not help but move his eyes. The reason why the Red Moon world had an extremely wide variety of career branches was because some players found empowerment stones that could reawaken their talents in the mid to late stages. It's no exaggeration to say, each empowerment stone is a priceless treasure. And mythical empowerment stones, the value was countless times more than ordinary empowerment stones. Because, if one used this empowerment stone, he or she would be able to possess a mythic level second talent. It's an ability that no amount of wealth can replace. No hesitation. Zhang Fan then crushed the crystal in his hand. Next moment, the broken crystals transformed into a pure energy that surged into Zhang Fan's body within a breath. You used Empowerment Stone, Soul Exorcism. You have gained the mythic rank talent, Soul Exorcism. Before the system beep fell, Zhang Fan immediately looked at the newly acquired talent. Soul Repulsion, grade, myth, effect. After killing a target you may enslave its soul for a certain period of time, and you have absolute control over its soul. Currently in the first stage. After upgrading, you can freely read the soul memories of living beings, modify their soul will, permanently manipulate their souls, and can also turn the target of the kill into an undead that will follow them permanently. When a soul body exists near you, the soul body will take 30% of the damage instead of you, and if that damage is fatal, it will be born in full by gold level and above soul bodies. The soul body can be freely collected into the special space of a soul exorcism. The time and number of soul bodies present is currently affected by the target's rank and your level and talent liberation progress. After the talent is fully advanced it can infinitely manipulate the soul body and freely decide how long the soul body exists. Looking at the information on the talent panel, Zhang Fan's mouth couldn't help but grin. The probability of awakening a mythic level talent could be considered pitifully small. At the same time, its strength is also terribly high. Past life. Zhang Fan had encountered an inferior deity after arriving at the realm of the gods. And that deity had used this talent to kill hundreds of thousands of powerful people within the secret territory in order to sacrifice the evil god for eternal life, directly creating a living and unending undead natural disaster. He wiped out a race with the lift of his hand. It's no exaggeration to say, with this talent is the ability to incarnate a heavenly calamity. A single talent was enough to make up for Zhang Fan's lack of numbers. More importantly, the soul body controlled by soul exorcism was able to counteract the damage for Zhang Fan. And if he had a gold level and above soul body, Zhang Fan would be directly immune to death. In a way, Zhang Fan was equivalent to having an immortal body. Unless, the other party could be so powerful that they could cut down all the soul bodies in an instant. But at this stage, Zhang Fan would never encounter such an existence. Closing the talent panel with considerable satisfaction, Zhang Fan took out the bronze equipment rewarded by the system. It was a huge, terror-filled scythe. The dark inscription-covered crescent-shaped blade lingered with a chilling aura of death. Death scythe, category, weapon, grade, bronze, equipment requirement, level 1 and above warrior class professional. Attribute, physical attack power plus 60, effect, attacking a target causes it to be entangled in the power of death, reducing the target's armor and magic resistance by 4% per attack, stackable for 5 layers. Introduction, a rather sharp bronze scythe that contains a slight defense weakening effect. Addable entries, 2 holding the huge black sickle in his hand. Zhang Fan was quite satisfied. Each attack reduces the target's double resistance by 4%, which is 20% after stacking 5 layers. With such an effect, The bowler player looks at it and cries with gluttony. And what surprised Jiang Fan the most was that this bronze-grade giant scythe could add 2 whole extra words. In the world of Red Moon, the more words you equip, the stronger the effect will be. And if you add 2 words to this death scythe, then, even if he didn't form a group, he would still be a whole lot faster than others with this weapon to go solo and brush monsters. Think about it. Jiang Fan immediately released his talent power to add words to the death scythe. This time, Jiang Fan didn't use the perfect word point. After all, it won't take long for a level 1 bronze weapon to become obsolete. The perfect word point is a scarce resource, and it is used, and must be used, with care. Just as Infinite Word's natural power completely covered Death Scythe, a black energy burst out on the blade. At the same time, the dark black hilt was covered in a curved line of icy blue runes. Entry added successfully. Death Scythe gains a rare class phrase, Frost Power. Death Scythe gains the epic word, Reaper's Reaping. The moment the word was just given successfully, Jiang Fan immediately looked at its information. Death Scythe. Word, Frost Power. Attacking a target causes it to be covered in Frost Power, reducing the target's attack speed, movement speed, and spellcasting speed by 5% per attack. Stackable for 10 layers. Each layer lasting 2 seconds. Word, Reaper's Reap. Each attack has a 1% chance of summoning a projection of the Reaper's Scythe to harvest the target, ignoring any defenses and decimating 40% of the target's current blood level. Nice one. After reading the effect of the words obtained by Death Scythe, Jiang Fan directly let out a light cry. After the effect of Frost Force is paired with the Death Scythe's massive blade, it is entirely possible to do almost perfect melee kiting. And although the trigger chance of Reaper's Reaping was not high, as long as it was triggered once at a critical moment, it could directly have the target's blood bar. Such an effect can be extremely perverse. Imagine, even if it was a boss with 20 million blood strips, if a scythe went down and triggered the Reaper's Reaping, it would directly be nearly 10 million damage. This Death Scythe, aside from its basic attributes being on the low side, I'm afraid its effect is enough to override that of a golden weapon. No hesitation. Jiang Fan then equipped the Death Scythe on his body. At once, his physical attack power went straight up to a staggering 125 points. Jiang Fan believed, at this stage, there is hardly a player with an attack as high as his. This is the absolute crushing advantage of bronze gear in the early game. Slowing down his mind, Jiang Fan took out all of his newbie equipment from his backpack. After giving them new effects with random additions, Jiang Fan put on all of the sets other than the weapons. The random additions in this wave are all just normal words, which don't have a significant effect on the increase of equipment. However, Jiang Fan didn't care. After all, these level 1 newbie outfits will soon be replaced by more powerful gear. Closing the word panel, Jiang Fan swept the empty space backpack, then added the perfect word to this carry-on space. Entry added successfully. Carry-on space has gained a perfect level phrase, Capacity Expansion. Word, Capacity Expansion. The capacity of the carry-on space is expanded to 2000% of the original. Nice effect. This will cost at least hundreds of thousands of Red Moon coins if it goes to the prop store expansion in the Red Moon continent. You basically don't have to worry about your backpack being full anymore until you leave the novice village. After closing his carry-on space with considerable satisfaction, Jiang Fan immediately rushed towards the center of the sealed land. Taking quests and then brushing monsters is the fastest way to upgrade in the Red Moon game. Just as Jiang Fan had just taken a step not too far away, his body violently paused. Even carrying space can add words. Can't talents and skills add words as well? Chapter 5, 20-meter scythe understood. Skill add legend level words. Thinking of this, Jiang Fan's heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate slightly. If skills and talents could have words added to them like the carry-on space, then wouldn't one have even more powerful skill effects and talent powers even before one had transferred? No hesitation. Jiang Fan then looked at the Infinite Words and Soul Exorcism talent panels. The result was not what Jiang Fan had expected. Talent powers don't add words to the talent nesting style. I'm afraid that's one of the reasons why you couldn't add words to an empowerment stone before. But, at the bottom of the skill panel, however, was the same addable phrase text as seen before. Phantom Chop, grade, bronze, effect, swings out a weapon phantom, delivering a single chop to the area in front of you, dealing 50 plus 110% physical attack power, physical damage. Upon a chop hit, the target will fall into a crippled effect for 3 seconds. During crippled the target minus 35% movement speed, cooldown, 10 seconds, consumption of magic, 35, addable entries, 2, ghost steps, grade, bronze, effect, gain 50% movement speed for 15 seconds, cooldown time, 100 seconds, addable entries, 2 the former attacked, the latter pulled. The 2 skills that Jiang Fan had awakened were both low-level skills. Basically, most warrior professionals awakened these 2 skills. A small number of people have also awakened skills such as Sword Chi Chop, Stance Counter, and chain gun from the warrior branch of the profession. No matter what the skill is, the damage is vastly different. Because the skill grades before transferring were all just normal to bronze. At this stage of the skill, there isn't much difference in damage. Only some effects and growth potentials are not quite the same. Even the bronze level skills have 2 word positions, so I'm afraid that the skills awakened after transferring have even more word positions unlocked. That is to say, after the 9 turns my strength will be above the peak of the Red Moon world. After murmuring, Jiang Fan suppressed his inner excitement and quickly released his talent power to word bestow these 2 skills. This time, Jiang Fan did not make random additions like he did for the carry-on space before. Instead, you simply choose to use perfect word points. In the Red Moon game, before human players had freed themselves from the restriction of clan sex, the skill bar had a strict upper limit. Plus, skill books are extremely rare and unattainable. So, skill changes are far less frequent than equipment changes. The 2 skills awakened at level 1 serve as the professional's primary means of pre-professionalism, and can essentially be used until the second transfer. So, it is extremely important that the words are given. Perfect word points must be used. Right at the moment when the power of the words was successfully granted, Jiang Fan could clearly feel that he had a deeper understanding of the power of the Phantom Slash and Ghost Steps. Entry added successfully. Ghost Steps gains perfect level words, agile as the wind. Flash. Word, agility like the wind, being a warrior, but agile like the wind. Agility effect is increased by 100%. Word, flash, instantly leaps to any area within 100 meters around you. Releasable once every 90 seconds. Phantom Chop acquires perfect grade words, split, giant eyes. Word, split, adds an additional weapon phantom when releasing Phantom Slash. Word, mega transformation, the length of the phantom increases to 10 times its original length. Looking at the increased word effects of the 2 skills, Jiang Fan couldn't help but light up. The word effect added by Ghost Step directly doubles one's agility effect, and it also gives itself a space flash skill. With 2 phrases, one's mobility increased countless times, and the word effect added to Phantom Slash is simply more inappropriate. It's well known. The reason why warriors are not as popular as mages is because of the lack of wide-range AoE skills. But now, the effect of this mega transformation was directly expanded tenfold. The death sight that Jiang Fan was now equipped with was precisely that much longer, reaching 2 meters out. Under the effect of megatronization, it directly increased to an AoE range of 20 meters. And an additional phantom with equal damage can be split. Imagine that. A scythe went down and directly swept across a range of 20 meters. What a pull! Is such a range worthy of a novice fighter? Is this reasonable for a level 1 warrior who just turned? It was so effective that the other professionals were going to cry with gluttony. Feeling the power within his body, Jiang Fan couldn't help but smack his lips. With his overall comprehensive battle power today, aside from the low panel, it was basically equivalent to what he had developed for nearly half a month or even a month in his previous life. This was the absolute crushing effect brought about by an eternal grade talent. The perfect word point really wasn't used in vain. After murmuring, Jiang Fan put his attention on the last generalized skill. Detection, grade, bronze effect. You can freely view the basic information of all targets within 150 meters, and the probing range increases with your level and spiritual attributes. Addable entries, 2 generalized skills all have an initial rank of bronze, and do not become obsolete with a transfer. So, word additions are equally important. And perfect word points can increase as you level up, so you don't need to be too frugal to lose a watermelon for a sesame seed. The highest gains are made by converting them into combat power. Concentrate your mind. Jiang Fan then proceeded to lightly word bestow on the scrying technique. Word added successfully. Scrying technique acquires legendary words, Pupil of the Void, Super Sense. Word, Pupil of the Void. The scrying technique is automatically transformed into Pupil of the Void, which drastically increases the range of vision, allowing you to see the hidden information and all camouflage and stealth of all targets within your line of sight. Word, Super Sense, drastically enhances the 5 senses, can predict the target's next instantaneous movement, and after leveling up can observe a brief future. This wave of additions, surprisingly, got 2 legendary words directly. It's a blood moneymaker. With the effects of the Void Pupil and Super Sense, Jiang Fan's combat power had instantly increased by a large margin in an invisible way. After closing the skill panel with considerable satisfaction, Jiang Fan looked at his attribute panel. 10 square, race, human, occupation, warrior, level, 1, physical fitness, 16, power, 13, spirit, 8, agility, 10, life, 460, magic, 200, physical attack power, 125, magic attack power, 40, armor, 32, magic resistance, 20, talents, infinite words, eternal, soul exorcism, mythic, perfect word points, 4, skills, Phantom Slash, silver, Ghost Steps, silver. Pupils of the Void, Legend, Addable Entries, 3 Chapter 6, the flat alternate version of the Book of Life and Death. Chicken. I'm sorry. Level 1's attributes were moderate, except for the physical attack power, which was several times higher than that of an average player. The rest of the attributes were not too bad by a large margin, because the attributes of the novice set were pitifully low. Even with the addition of the words, it's basically negligible. What Zhang Fan found most unexpected was that the bottom of his attribute panel had the words addable phrase, or 3 whole word bits. Doesn't this mean that you can word power yourself? Think about it. Zhang Fan immediately gathered his talent power and attempted to perform a word empowerment for himself. The infinity phrase comes from the heart of empty creation, which is the power to directly modify the rules. So, the process of empowering words is not as tedious as enchanting. In just an instant, Zhang Fan felt 3 more imposing sources of power within his body. Word added successfully. You have gained legendary words, Mist of Sight, Sacred Power. You have gained the mythic word, Death Curse. It's done. Zhang Fan was secretly happy in his heart, and then he looked at the newly acquired power. 10 square. Word, Mist of Vision. You are wrapped in the mist of chaos. All probes, observations, and projections of you from the outside world will all be invalidated, and targets that have repeatedly made projections and observations of you will be subjected to a certain degree of divine wrath. Word, Sacred Power. All your attacks will ignore your opponent's armor and magic resistance, dealing absolute true damage to your target. Word, Death Curse. Seeds a death curse on a single target with the power of death. The target can survive for 7 days during the curse. After 7 days the target will die in a reasonable manner. You can curse once every 10 days, and the cost of each curse is 10 years of your own life, and the cost of the curse decreases as your strength advances. Strong. That was the only word that came to Zhang Fan's mind. There are not a few detection skills in the Red Moon game that are more powerful than scrying, and if some people with ulterior motives were to detect their own cards, then maybe someone would find a way to deal with them before they grew up, and with the chaos mist wrapped around it, that worry will be gone. Invariably, there are fewer chores and hassles, and in addition to this powerful effect of vision mist and true damage, of the powers obtained in this wave, the one that surprised Zhang Fan the most was that Death Curse. This ability was a complete alternate version of the Book of Life and Death. Ignoring level and class, the cursed target is 100% dead after 7 days. Is there a more terrifying ability at this stage? If he didn't have the cost of using a 10-year lifespan, Zhang Fan would be enough to be invincible in the Red Moon world with this one skill. There are 3 word bits in just the level 1 state. Wouldn't it be possible to add more words after advancing in strength? Taking off. A fully evolved talent would have such a terrifying effect. Then, what if the natural power is fully liberated? Even, what if we break through the Red Moon boundary and can freely manipulate the heart of imaginary creation which is above the infinite words? The moment. Zhang Fan had never felt so free-flowing. It was only after several minutes of slowing down that Zhang Fan's mind completely calmed down. With these abilities, the speed of my development in this life should be able to surpass the speed of the first heavenly calamity's descent. After murmuring, Zhang Fan then rushed towards the center area of the town. The words had all been added, and now the priority was to upgrade and enhance the panel attributes as soon as possible. In the Red Moon game, blindly brushing monsters in the early stages is not desirable. Taking on quests before brushing up on monsters can be a 2-for-1 deal, and you can upgrade much faster. Although he wasn't in this newbie village in his previous life, Zhang Fan could still tell which beings in the Red Moon game could issue quests. Only a short distance out, a prompt came from the town's message interface. Players Zhao Gang, Li Chang, Glory Master, and Follow Me More Than Details were killed by the level 2 wild monster Grizzly Bear killed. At once, most of the players were dumbfounded for a moment. This just landed, and someone is out of it. This world was much more difficult to survive in than they had imagined. But, just as some players were worrying if those few killed experienced babies were completely dead, several white lights suddenly shone above the altar in the central square. Immediately after that, 4 players stepped out from it. A fat man holding a staff scratched his head awkwardly before standing by the resurrection point and shouting, "Everyone, don't rush out. There are quite a few wild and ferocious beasts out there. I just tried it. The intensity is very high. Let's get ready before we go out." From my virtual game experience, the penalty for death shouldn't be low. It might cause irreversible and permanent damage to brain tissue or brain nerves or something. Don't leave town easily until you're familiar with the rules of this game. I'm a silver talented elemental mage, so if the big guy doesn't know anything, he can come and ask me. I looked at the information provided by the panel of this game, and you can leave after leveling up to 2. We have to kill monsters and upgrade, or we'll have to stay here for the rest of our lives. Team up. Everyone team up together. There's strength in numbers. Those who are willing to team up, come over to my side. We'll all disclose our talents and profession skills so we can work together. With a pep talk from the fat man, the crowd chimed in. Soon, players began to group up in 3s and 5s. That fat mage who possessed a silver-level talent naturally became the hottest target to fight for. And some players with bronze-level talent are just as sought after. Zhang Fan watched this silently and indifferently. Grouping up is, indeed, the smart thing to do. But, he doesn't need to. Glancing at the players elsewhere who were also enthusiastically shouting to form a team, Zhang Fan collected his mind and hurried towards the center area of the town on his own. With the agile as the wind phrase, Zhang Fan's actual movement speed was twice that of the panel. Within a short time, Zhang Fan avoided the players who were crowding the group and arrived at a huge dead tree. Under the 2-meter-high withered tree, a thin old man sat with his back against the trunk, his entire body motionless, as if connected to the withered tree. Zhang Fan took a big step forward and directly opened his mouth to inquire. "Old man, is there anything I can do to help you?" Hearing the voice, the old man twisted his head around to survey Zhang Fan, then opened his somewhat dry lips. "There is a flock of fiery birds roaming in the Valley of Flames to the southeast of the Sealed Land. Can you help me collect some fire feathers from their bodies? Sealed Land number 4396. Old man Deadwood entrusts you to help him find 10 fire feathers. Mission reward, unknown. Mission failure penalty, none. Accepted." Zhang Fan accepted the mission without hesitation. Without wasting any time, Zhang Fan immediately rushed towards the outside of the town after adding words to the red dew chalice and blue dew chalice in his backpack. With the agility like the wind effect boost, Zhang Fan quickly left the town and arrived at the Flame Valley in the southeast. Just as he stepped into the entrance of the valley, a blazing aura hit him. The wild monsters roaming the outskirts of the Valley of Flames were basically level 1 flame pheasants. So, the neighborhood was already full of players who were out exploring as soon as they landed. "Hiya, you pheasant demon. Eat my stick. Finished. Save me. What are you doing? How dare you hit my teammates? A small pheasant dared to show off the class. Directly take the pinch. Hey, get in position. Turn back a bit. Keep going. Pull. Master is the invincible shooter. Master is the god of pulling drops. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts, 1 more cut. Pop." The clamor of the noise was as exciting as a chicken bloodshot. These players, who obviously had experience in virtual gaming, seemed particularly agitated at the moment, beating up the flaming pheasants that were jumping around. After casually glancing at the surrounding area, Zhang Fan looked at the map of the Flame Valley. The terrain of the Valley of Flames was extremely special, and in order to enter it to hunt the flaming birds, one had to pass through the territory of these pheasants. Calling out the death scythe, Zhang Fan held it in his hands, sweeping not far from Quinn. "Ah no, the chicken." Zhang Fan directly swung up the huge death scythe and swept out with a sickle. "Chicken, I'm sorry." With a silent sentence in his heart, Zhang Fan directly released a phantom slash. The 2-meter-long death scythe, in Zhang Fan's hands, suddenly skyrocketed 10 times its length. In a matter of moments, it transformed into a giant sickle phantom about 20 meters long, sweeping across the entire flock of chickens in a sweeping gesture. Also, the moment the first giant sickle chopped out, another giant sickle shadow split out. Click, click. The death scythe chopped through one after another. The sound of bodies and bones being chopped to pieces rang out. Subsequently, dense damage numbers continued to float up one after another on the chickens' heads. -187, -187. Before they even had time to scream, the jumping pheasants lay on the ground in unison like chopped straws. With Zhang Fan's physical attack power today combined with real damage and the splitting effect of Phantom Slash, the attributes of these pheasants were simply not enough in front of Zhang Fan. "You have killed the flaming pheasant, common. You gain 10 points of experience. You get." Just moments after the tone had just sounded, a black glow slowly emerged from the bodies of those pheasants that fell motionless on the ground. Next moment, a black soul separated from the body of the flaming pheasant and walked behind Zhang Fan in a neat and orderly manner. It looked as if it were a small black man. This was the effect of soul exorcism. Although it only had a survival time of 5 minutes, at least it could take some damage for Zhang Fan and was considered a good means of defense. After glancing at the chickens that were still screaming and jumping around in front of the other left, Zhang Fan glanced at his experience bar and simply stepped forward to release a Phantom Slash once again. "You killed a flaming pheasant, common. You gain 10 experience. You gain 10 experience. Your level rises to 2. For dimensional attributes +5. Free attributes +5. You gain human plus, normal +5 to free attribute. You get perfect word points +2. Chapter 7 Reaper Reaping. Single kill boss. The 2 scythes killed all the chicken brothers on the outskirts of the Valley of Flames, and the experience from the dozens of level 1 wild monsters instantly allowed Zhang Fan to level up to level 2. The Red Moon game is the easiest to get from level 1 to level 2 though, but even for players with gold level talent, it would take at least half an hour or even an hour of continuous fighting to rise to level 2. Players with even less talent took longer. That's with the understanding of Red Moon's basic fighting style. Jiang Fan, on the other hand, holding the death scythe, was like chopping melons and cutting vegetables, and in the time it took for two scythes to raise a level, such an appalling upgrading speed and monster brushing method directly caused those players who were teaming up to brush the pheasants to freeze in shock. What's going on? Am I seeing things right? That guy did almost 200 points of damage? Are we still playing the same game? Holy cow! What kind of skill is this? Even Chicken Soul was hooked out. This is too terrifying. How are those two phantoms so similar to my awakened phantom slash? Is this still a novice warrior? Crazy. A scythe sweeping nearly 20 meters across. You call this a warrior? Ignoring the shocked players in the distance, Jiang Fan directly stepped into the Valley of Flames following the map guidelines. After distributing the 10 points of free attributes into physique, strength, agility, and spirit in the ratio of 4 to 3 to 2 to 1, Jiang Fan gripped the death scythe and stepped directly into the area where the flaming bird was located. Unlike the outskirts of the Valley of Flames, the temperature here was even hotter, and even the valley was a dark red color. With his enhanced 5 senses, Jiang Fan quickly found the flaming bird's nest. The winds of the 4 realms disperse the darkness, and the endless heavenly thunder is harnessed by the wind. Just as he stopped, a sound of wind and thunder and a magic chant suddenly came to Jiang Fan's ears. Unleashing wind and lightning magic at the same time? Awakening the gift of magical fusion? In doubt, Jiang Fan followed the source of the voice. In the distant valley, as a thunderbolt catalyzed by a wind scroll flashed by, 4 or 5 flaming birds with half a tube of bloodstains instantly died violently. Big brother Wang Tung, you're too damn hung up. After playing the virtual online game for so many years, I've never seen a thunder and lightning that can move. I'm going to go pull some more birds over for you. Worthy of being a law master who has awakened a monarch-level talent. This elemental fusion is too fierce. Ha ha ha. There's still a whole bunch of people in the novice village holding up those silver talent rookies. Brother Tang, they're just weak compared to you. I see that you have the posture of a great emperor. It's a good thing I was smart and hugged Brother Tang's thigh as soon as I entered the game. Or else when would I have to level up to level 2 on my own to leave this hellhole? Aren't you talking nonsense? Who is Boss Wang? A gifted player of multiple virtual online games. Red Moon's future no. One lawgiver. The future human emperor is for you to heckle? This is just the beginning. When the future transmutation awakens more elements, I'm afraid that Boss Wan will be even more dangly. In the line of sight, a teenager wearing a new hand robe and holding an elemental staff was receiving the bragging rights of his teammates with a receptive face. Sweeping a glance at the players who were licking furiously, Jiang Fan didn't think too much of it. The world of the Red Moon is, in fact, the weak and the strong. Having been a man for 2 lifetimes, Jiang Fan had long been accustomed to these scenes. But, that Wang Tang's talent was indeed somewhat remarkable. Logically speaking, with such a powerful talent, how could one not be a nobody in his previous life? However, Jiang Fan had never heard of Wang Tang's name at all among the strongest of the human race after he had been promoted to human king in his previous life. This guy, I guess, died halfway through. The Red Moon world is a data-driven real world, and the string moon seal on the player's hand shrinks inward with every death. When death occurs 9 times and the stringed moon in the hand turns into a waning moon, the player is truly dead. And if the strength skyrocketed and the profession advanced, the stringed moon on the hand would expand outward. When the string moon expands to a full moon, players can manifest their strength into the real world. In his previous life, because many people didn't believe this information in the Red Moon Chronicles at first, it led to many wasted resurrection opportunities in the early stages. Sweeping a glance at the still smug crowd, Jiang Fan then put the pheasant undead into the exclusive space of the soul exorcism. Chirp! Just as a few of the juniors continued to lick Wang Tung furiously, an impatient bird chirping sound suddenly rang out over the Flame Valley. Wang Tung was also quite alert and immediately raised his head. However, the scene in his sight was the one that made him suddenly tremble. High above the sky, dozens of flaming birds circled extremely neatly behind a crimson-colored giant bird that was staring viciously at their group. Crap! This is a black iron boss? Why are there so many flaming birds? We seem to be surrounded. The 2 juniors had just made a sound, when the flaming bird high in the sky suddenly flapped its wings and shot down a feather burning with flames. Shield guards hold down the fort, archers and mages aim their hits at the boss for me, and nursemates keep an eye on my blood bar. With Wang Tang's burst of command, there was another burst of agitation within the Flame Valley, and after Jiang Fan found a big tree, he simply stood directly behind it. After having the super senses, Jiang Fan's 5 senses increased by a large margin. So, even though they were far apart, he could sense the battle between Wang Tang and the others and the boss. A black iron ranked boss with the advantage of chi air. It's simply not something that an ordinary rookie team can fight against. And that boss, It should still be able to summon quite a few firebirds. Zhang Fan watched with cold eyes, with no immediate intention of making a move. Chirp! Just then, a flock of fiery red birds sped from the depths of the valley and attacked directly towards Wang Tang and the others. Seeing this scene, Wang Tang, who had been calmly directing the battle, suddenly turned white. The cooperation of his teammates coupled with his own all-out strike had only drained less than a third of the boss's blood. I was expecting to be able to pull a wave and continue bombing the boss when the skill CD ended. I didn't expect to see such a flock of firebirds flying in again. The fire feathers that covered the sky continued to shoot, and Wang Tang and the others, who had consumed all of the red and blue holy cups, simply did not have the ability to continue resisting. One could only watch as his blood bar continued to drop. Ah! With a scream, the lower-blooded milkmaid died a direct violent death. Wang Tang and his other teammates were no better, and after only a few more seconds of support, they were emptied of their last life value by the feathered blades fanned out by the firebird boss. The firebirds that had killed the incoming offenders were extraordinarily excited as they flew down and gathered on the corpses of Wang Tang and the others who had yet to be revived, a loud scream continuously emitting from their sharp mouths. It seemed to be a celebration of the victory that had just been won. It's now! A flash was released, and the first moment he called out the undead, Zhang Fan sped directly towards the flock of firebirds. Bird creatures are quick to react and must maximize their output in the shortest possible time. When he was about 20 meters away from the flock of birds, Zhang Fan quickly swung his scythe to swing a phantom slash out. Click! -231. Frost slowing, -231. Frost deceleration *2. The huge scythe phantom chopped at the flaming bird. The horrific damage directly emptied their life values. You have killed the flaming bird, common. You gain 20 experience. You get fire feather *1. The ordinary firebird was instantly killed in seconds, while the flaming bird boss that was hit by the giant scythe had a black light suddenly emerge on its head. Follows. A huge black sickle with extraordinary momentum was like a materialization, and the sharp blade that flashed with cold light cut directly above its throat. -560. Reaper's Reap, Frost Slowdown *3. Chirp. Suddenly receiving a sneak attack, the flame bird boss immediately let out an extremely sharp hiss. But, just as it had flapped its wings to take off into the air, Zhang Fan had already swept in front of it with his ghost steps on. Looking at the human in front of him, who was speeding like the wind, the flaming bird boss couldn't help but faintly stare. The attack in the flash of lightning had let the flaming bird boss know the terrifying nature of the human in front of him. Too late to launch an attack, it riveted itself directly toward high altitude. But, before it could fully fly up, the death scythe in Zhang Fan's hand had already chopped at its body. -165. Frost Slowdown *4, -165. Frost Deceleration *5. In a short moment, 5 layers of frost slow were stacked. Zhang Fan had twice the agility bonus, and with ghost steps turned on, he was even faster. Under this, even if the flaming bird had the advantage of galloping through the air, in front of Zhang Fan, it was as slow as if he had drunk fake wine. Not to mention the fact that Zhang Fan could see its next instant of movement and predict the flight trajectory in advance. Come on, it's too fast. Before he could understand what was happening, the blood bar went straight to the bottom. The flaming bird boss was scared out of his wits at the moment and could only scurry around. Pity. Under the deceleration effect and advance prediction, it simply couldn't escape Zhang Fan's attack range. Looking at the flaming bird boss whose flight speed had significantly decreased, Zhang Fan directly leapt up. The giant scythe in his hand swung out, the blade cutting directly above the throat of the flaming bird boss, instantly emptying its last 50 points of blood. -50. Flutter. The flaming bird boss slammed down heavily on the ground without any more breath. You have slain the flaming bird, Black Iron class. You gain 200 experience. You get Fire Feather *3. You get Skill Scroll Flying Feather *1. Red Dew Chalice *5. Blue Dew Chalice *3. You get Red Moon Coin *100. Chapter 8 Divine Polluters. Serial tasks. It was also the moment the kill prompt had just fallen. An area alert suddenly rang in the ears of all the players in Sealed Land 4396. Player 10 Square killed the flaming bird, Black Iron, in 4.78 seconds, becoming the first player to kill a Black Iron boss in the Sealed Land of 4396. This event has been permanently recorded by the Sealed Land, and player 10 Square has been awarded the Black Iron boss first kill reward Red Moon Coin *100. Reputation *50. 4-dimensional attribute *1. As the regional announcement rang out, the players in the entire 4396 Sealed Land instantly boiled over, and Wang Tang and the others, who had just been sent back to the resurrection point for free by the flaming bird, were directly stunned. It's really Heifer sitting on a plane. The boss that even Tang couldn't kill was actually killed solo. My nigga, this 10 Square is the guy who obtained the god tier item, right? He's in the same newbie town as us? We just died in the front foot and he secured the boss in the back foot? This guy is too strong. Right. A team of us on drugs couldn't last half a minute. And he ended the fight in 5 seconds? Impossible. So many firebirds. Players at this stage without a wide range of AoEs simply can't even hit the small monsters. How did this guy kill the boss in seconds? That. Bosses aside first, I saw in the Red Moon Chronicles that 9 deaths would result in a truly violent death. Is that true? The mark on my hand seems to have actually shrunk a bit. Ignoring the clamor of his juniors, he opened the information of Sealed Land 4396. And looking at the lone kill record on it, Wang Tang couldn't help but feel a bit incredulous. In front of that boss, with a monarch-level talent, he brought along a few teammates who were barely able to fight back. But that 10 square. Surprisingly, one person had it down in seconds. Is this still human? Subconsciously glancing at the red moon mark on his wrist that had shrunk internally by a circle, Wang Tang said in disbelief. Which is so mysterious. If you calculate it like this, you are also consuming your yang life by playing chicken normally. Come with me, change places and brush the boar first. Almost all of the players in Novice Town 4396 were discussing the announcement that Zhang Fan had killed the Black Iron boss in seconds, while Zhang Fan was unconcerned about it. After picking up the red and blue chalices popped out by Wang Tang and his party into his backpack, Zhang Fan rushed straight back to the center of the town. Old man, this is the fire feather of the flame bird you asked for. Under the withered tree, Zhang Fan handed the 10 fire feathers needed for the mission to the dry old man. Thank you for completing today's commission. This is your reward. You have completed the quest The Lost Fire Feather and received the quest reward, 10 experience. Red Dew Chalice *1. Red Moon Coin *1. Listening to the tone ringing in his ears, Zhang Fan couldn't help but frown slightly. Adventurer, thank you for your help. These fire feathers are very useful to me. Having completed my commission in such a short time, I can see that you are very brave and have great potential. Would you be willing to help me collect another 100 fire feathers from the flaming bird? The old man turned her head to gaze at Zhang Fan, and although her tone was pleading, her eyes were extremely empty and cold. Sealed Land number 4396 Old Man Deadwood entrusts you to help him find 100 fire feathers. Mission reward, unknown. Mission failure penalty, none. This quest item cannot be traded. Accepted. This old man with a dry body made a second request, which instead made Zhang Fan somewhat relieved. Obviously, it's a serialized mission. And as serial quests go, it's often the rewards at the end that are amazing. But, if this is a multi-part chain of quests, will the next one be collecting 200 or 500 fire feathers? Normally, there shouldn't be such a sick mission, right? In amazement, Zhang Fan condensed his void pupil to look at the old man leaning against the tree trunk. Elderly man with deadwood, level 1, race, human, introduction. The strange old man who is always leaning on a deadwood seems to be suffering from some kind of disease. Hidden message, the polluter, expelled from the divine race, is on the verge of dissipating under the rules of the Sealed Land. The gods? Looking at the dry old man's hidden message, Zhang Fan couldn't help but stare. This sealed place used to transition newbies had a divine being? I'm afraid no one would believe this. After sizing up the old man, who was so parched that he was almost only skin and bones, Zhang Fan then returned to the Valley of Flames to continue hunting the firebirds. Since that old man had an unimaginable identity, the final reward of this quest was bound to be no worse. With a slash that cleared the pheasants in the periphery, Zhang Fan stepped directly into the territory of the flaming bird. Calling out the firebird undead and boss undead that hadn't dissipated yet, Zhang Fan then started brushing the monsters. After the attributes were assigned, Zhang Fan's physical attack power had reached 170 points at this moment. These level 2 firebirds basically take 2 sides and have to die violently. And the undead of that flaming bird boss slaughtered quite a few firebirds in the few minutes that remained. Half an hour later, there were already barely any firebirds to be seen within the entire Flame Valley. You have killed the flaming bird, common. You gain 20 experience. Your level rises to 3. For dimensional attributes plus 5. Free attributes plus 5. You gain human plus, normal plus 5 to free attribute. You gain perfect word points plus 3. In the Red Moon world, the amount of experience required increases dramatically after each upgrade. Starting at level 2, experience goes straight up in a straight line. But even so, Zhang Fan had risen to level 3 at an extremely fast pace. This, then, was the powerful effect brought about by the eternal grade talent. Collecting his mind and counting the fire feathers in his backpack, Zhang Fan then rushed back to the town. Rolling over to the dry old man's body, Zhang Fan directly handed 100 fire feathers to the old man. Thank you for completing today's commission. This is your reward. You have completed the quest The Lost Fire Feather and received the quest reward, 100 experience. Red Dew Chalice *5. And Red Moon Coin *50. Kong Fan, 10 fire feathers gave 10 points of experience, and 100 fire feathers gave 100 points of experience. That's a reward that's not nearly as much as hunting a firebird. This quest where even the quest items could not be traded suddenly gave Jiangfan a feeling of breathlessness. Adventurer, thank you for your help. These fire feathers are very useful to me. Having completed my commission in such a short time, I can see that you are very brave and have great potential. Would you be willing to help me collect another one? 000 fire feathers from the flaming bird? Sealed land number 4396. Accepted. Without even listening to the quest prompts that were like a single word, Jiangfan silently accepted the quest. 1000 fire feathers, with Jiangfan's collection speed, could be completed in about 5 hours. This should be the last part of the mission. Otherwise, following this trend, the number of the next ring to be collected is 10,000 rods. An ordinary player's carry-on space that hadn't been expanded simply couldn't hold so many fire feathers. If this ring isn't the final task, it's almost impossible for anyone to complete it. Following the original path back to the Valley of Flames, the firebirds that had been cleared out before had been refreshed again. The firebirds that had been hunted multiple times seemed to recognize Jiangfan, who had exterminated them. Just after stepping into the entrance of the valley, a flock of firebirds fanned out their flaming feather blades towards Jiangfan with a hiss. Facing these firebirds that were no longer a threat to him to speak of, Jiangfan was no longer under any pressure at the moment. He didn't even turn on his ghost steps, wielding the death scythe in his right hand. His figure continued to weave in and out of the valley. Half an hour passed. The flocks of firebirds that had only been refreshed for a short time were once again emptied. Jiangfan sat on the edge of a dark red boulder and waited for the firebird to continue refreshing. Time, in the boring process of hunting, passed quickly. In the game world, learning to endure the boring monsters and upgrading is the way to become strong. Jiangfan had long been used to this. 4 hours, gone in a flash. You have killed the flaming bird, common. You get, fire feather *1. Your level rises to 4. 4-dimensional attributes +5. Free attributes +5. You gain human plus, normal +5 to free attribute. You gain, perfect word points +4. Finally enough, with 1,000 fire feathers collected, it was finally time to go back and submit the quest. Returning to the center of the town, Jiangfan directly turned on his ghost steps and quickly walked to the front of the withered tree, handing over all of the 1,000 fire feathers in his backpack to the dry old man. Thank you for completing today's commission. This is your reward. You have completed the quest The Lost Fire Feather and received the quest reward, 1000 experience. Red Dew Chalice *20. Red Moon Coin *200. Jiangfan, at #*, before the sound of the successful mission had completely dissipated, the dry old man began to repeat his previous words again. Adventurer, thank you for your help. These fire feathers are very useful to me. Having completed my commission in such a short time, I can see that you are very brave and have great potential. Would you be willing to help me collect another 10,000 fire feathers from the flamebird? Sealed land number 4396. The quest prompt had just come out, so Jiangfan simply closed it. 10,000 fire feathers, even with a single slash. Searching around for the firebird would take at least a day and a half or so, and that's without eating or drinking and burying your head in the brush. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a carry-on space that had expanded tenfold, plus the hidden information seen by the void pupil, how could Jiangfan not waste his time on this boring and costless task? 10,000 fire feathers. I'm afraid that in the entire sealed land, only his spatial backpack could fit. He had thought that there might be a follow-up to this serialized quest, but he hadn't expected it to be this outrageous. Accepted. After accepting the mission, Jiangfan turned his head and left. He now had no desire to look at this dry old man more than once. Chapter 9, Experience Buff. Manifestation Props, Invisibility Ring. Returning to the Flame Valley, Jiangfan continued to begin the boring hunting process. With his attributes nowadays, he didn't even need to release his skills, and a scythe went over and directly swept across the area. Time, just as Jiangfan kept on killing, passed quietly. A day and a night passed. After a phantom slash killed the last dozens of firebirds within the Valley of Flames in seconds, Jiangfan's level also saw another breakthrough. You have killed the flaming bird, common. You get, fire feather. You get, fire feather. Your level rises to 5. 4-dimensional attributes +5. Free attributes +5. You gain human plus, normal +5 to free attribute. You get, perfect word points +5. Red Moon Games. Hunting high-level wild monsters will give you extra experience and explosive rate bonuses, and hunting wild monsters of a level lower than your own will likewise reduce your experience. The larger the level difference, the more experience is added or reduced. The firebirds that Jiangfan hunted were all level 1 to 2 wild monsters. After leveling up, these firebirds provided less and less experience. But, with the accumulation of numbers, Zhang Fan's level still rose to level 5. In the Red Moon game, the difficulty of upgrading basically depends on the talents and skills that the player has awakened. If it's just regular skills and normal talents, then how can the upgrades not be efficient in the early stages? Unable to single brush, and with groups splitting experience, ordinary people could basically only invest a lot of time in upgrading by brushing low-level wild monsters like rabbit rats that didn't have much attack power. Without powerful skills and talents or a background of resources, it was almost difficult to become strong in the Red Moon world. But, although the strong are always strong and the weak are always weak, but there are some exceptions. In his previous life, there was a ruthless person with extremely ordinary talent and skills among the human race. In the previous period, after a person had violently brushed the wild monsters in the novice village for 3 years, he directly stimulated the special talent of the human race, ignited the fire of clan nature of the human race, and became a strong party. Although there was a chance to make up for the lack of talent by working hard, if there was a powerful talent similar to Wang Teng's type of magic fusion, upgrading and becoming stronger would not be so troublesome. Leveling up is extremely easy even without a group. All this time in the Valley of Flames, although the ones Zhang Fan had killed were normal level firebirds that were lower in level than his own, gaining less experience. However, with the quantity piling up, Zhang Fan's upgrade speed was still pulling away from the other players by a large margin. After glancing at the experience bar, Zhang Fan counted the number of fire feathers in his backpack. Just then, a beep suddenly sounded quietly in his ears. Player 10 square level has risen to level 5. And the 4396 sealed land leveling leaderboard has been opened. Ranking charts are updated in real time, and the top 10 players on the charts will receive different levels of rewards. The sealed places that open the level ranking will connect to the resurrection point and open the teleportation array, and players from different sealed places can travel to other sealed places through the teleportation array. After the successive town announcements fell, Zhang Fan's ears then once again heard a prompt. Your rank has been honored as the first place in the rank list of the sealed land number 4396. The experience, Red Moon coins, and reputation you gain from killing monsters within the sealed land of 4396 are all increased by 20%. If you drop in rank or leave the sealed land 4396, this effect disappears with you. The 20% experience buff is kind of a nice effect, although this was only a temporary buff that could only be possessed by the first place on the leaderboard. As long as Zhang Fan dominated the leaderboard, this buff would be equivalent to a long-term gain. Gather your mind. Zhang Fan casually glanced at the ranking chart of Sealed Land 4396. Sealed Land, 4396, leaderboard, first place, 10 square. Level 5, second place, Wolf God. Level 3, third place, Crazy Coyote. Level 3, fourth place, Red Moon Master. Level 3, fifth place, Turkey Flavored Potpourri. Level 2, sixth place, Invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex Warrior. Level 2, seventh place, Car Friendly Car Dealership. Level 2, eighth place, I Love Chow Pai. Level 2, ninth place, Death is Like the Wind. Level 2, 10th place, Wang Yu Hang. Level 2. Above the rankings, the top 10 were basically all level 2 players. Only 3 players reached level 3. As for Zhang Fan, who was in first place, is as high as level 5. The experience skyrocketed with each upgrade though. However, during the day and a half that the Red Moon had opened, Zhang Fan had spent the rest of the time hacking monsters, except for running quests at the beginning. If it wasn't for the fact that the Firebird was giving less and less experience, Zhang Fan's level would only be higher. Closing the level leaderboard, Zhang Fan exited the Red Moon game after glancing at the empty Valley of Flames. The fire feathers were still a small half short, and it would take at least half a day to collect them. Fighting continuously for more than 30 hours, Zhang Fan's tense spirit was already slightly fatigued. The stronger you are, the more your body functions, vitality, and energy will flourish. By the mid to late stages, there is essentially no need to leave the Red Moon to replenish energy through rest. But at the moment, I'm afraid no living being has ever made it this far. There's no rush anyway. Get off the line and take the car back first and take a break. Just after returning to the real world, Zhang Fan felt that something was wrong. He had previously built a fire while waiting for the treasure chest to refresh in the Kunlun Mountains, and this fire, surprisingly, was still burning now. There was also a good portion of food missing from the backpack. After vigilantly sweeping the surrounding area, Zhang Fan then picked up the military shovel that was still sitting on the side and quickly walked to the parking spot. The car was intact, but there was a line of footprints around it. Who? Come out. Years of fighting had long since allowed Zhang Fan to develop an extremely strong battle intuition. Big brother, don't be impulsive. As the voice came out from behind a nearby rock, a silhouette slowly walked out as well. Fair-skinned and slender, he wore a black coat and a sun hat on his head. There were also 2 large bags of luggage in his hands and on his back. It's just like a tourist. Seeing the other party's appearance, the vigilance in Zhang Fan's heart did not diminish just because the other party was a woman. The heavens and the earth are changing, and the hearts of men are unpredictable. Zhang Fan naturally couldn't trust people casually. I just happened to run into a red moon descending the day before yesterday when I was traveling to Kunlun Mountain, and when I got up to level 2 in there and came out, I found that the taxi apps were out of service. Big bro, this is your car, right? Can you give me a ride back to the nearest city center? How about a paid triple fare? Or I can take you to upgrade in Red Moon. Surely you've entered Red Moon? I'm an expert. After the sealed land is connected, whoever dares to bully you, you tell me and I'll slap him to death with my shield. Such a bold woman is truly rare. However, Zhang Fan didn't let his guard down. Picking up the military shovel and opening the car door, Zhang Fan said in a muffled voice, "Sorry, it's not very convenient." "Hey, big brother, don't be afraid. I'm a decent guy. How can I go back if you leave? There's been a lot more manic wolves and snow leopards around here since the Red Moon descended, and I almost lost my people when I came out yesterday. I ran Red Moon to hide for the night last night. I really couldn't carry on. If I normally would have walked down the mountain. If you can't, I'll give you a Red Moon manifestation prop. Just give me a ride. Just drop me off in a more crowded downtown area." Words. Zhang Fan couldn't help but give a slight start. A manifestation of props? That was a good thing that could directly materialize into the real world, and its value was simply not comparable to ordinary equipment. How many euros does it take to get that? It's hard to believe. Is this the lucky guy who got the embodied treasure chest in the Kunlun Mountains in his previous life? Posted a video and then went quiet? Sweeping a glance at the other party without moving, Zhang Fan felt that perhaps it was still possible. This area was sparsely populated, and if she hadn't come herself, that treasure chest might have been taken by her. Seeing that Zhang Fan had paused in his steps, the buxom woman directly took out an ancient pale blue ring from her slung backpack. "This is a stealth ring I found in a treasure chest in the wilderness area. My profession is a heavily armored warrior. It's not very suitable to use this. I was going to trade it for some warrior-type power-ups later, but if you're willing to give me a ride and help me out, this equipment is yours." Manifestation props were extremely rare, and with a stealthy type of manifestation prop, their value would only be higher. And if he used his talent to add words to it, I'm afraid that the actual effect would be upgraded by a few more notches. Anyway, there are sealed glass panels in the car, so if you are a little more vigilant yourself, there is no problem with safety. It's a deal that pays off. Get in the car. Getting Zhang Fan's promise, the woman standing at the back of the car was suddenly elated, and after throwing the ring to Zhang Fan, she carried a big bag and put it in the trunk. "Big brother, thank you so much." Chapter 10, World Changes. Infinite Stealth. Boom boom boom. Zhang Fan drove the old-fashioned extended taxi and quickly sped along the ring road on the Kunlun Mountains. Back in the city, there was enough gas in the car to last. "Big brother, I'm almost at level 3 in Red Moon. Just call me if you need anything after the newbie town connects. I'm in town 777. I'm Zhao Yanan. Here's my contact info. How about we all have a little barbecue together when we get downtown?" Looking at Zhao Yanan, who was gushing all the way, Zhang Fan, a big man, actually looked a little less comfortable. After a brief conversation, Zhang Fan slightly understood some basic information about Zhao Yannan. Zhao Yannan is the only daughter in the family and has been raised as a son by her old father who has high hopes for her since she was a child, so personality doesn't match gender at all. After chattering for a while, Zhao Yannan ate some food and drank some water in the car and began to close her eyes and gradually fall asleep. Along the way, time flew by. Night fell, the stars were shining, and the red moon was like blood. "Hey, something's not right. How come we haven't arrived in so long? How come this road sign shows that there are still more than 200 kilometers to go?" After waking up from her sleep and rubbing her eyes, Zhao Yannan couldn't help but frown as she looked at the road sign under the moonlight. When she rolled down the window and looked at the scene outside, she blushed. What the hell? How come there's an extra lake here? And that mountain? How come I've never seen it before after coming here so many times? Zhao Yannan was stunned. As a traveler, she had been to the Kunlun Mountains many times, but had never seen this lake or that mountain in the distance. After slamming on the gas, Zhang Fan blandly said, "The red moon descends and mountains and lakes suddenly appear. This is the earth expanding and changing drastically under the influence of the red moon." Hearing Zhang Fan's explanation, Zhao Yannan picked up her cell phone and looked online. Soon she found quite a few posts on some software. When the red moon came down, the whole world changed. It's not just the Kunlun Mountains that have a sudden change in terrain, it's many places around the world. I really shouldn't have gone away. God bless. Let us return home safely. Zhao Yannan had some regrets and couldn't help but pray. As a matter of fact, Jiang Fan knew that not only the mountains, rivers and lakes changed drastically after the red moon descended. Many creatures and plants would also undergo sudden changes. Underneath those large mountains and lakes that rose up abruptly, there were quite a few ferocious birds and beasts that were still dormant inhabiting the area. Jiang Fan was not surprised by the changes outside. The extra gasoline he had brought in his car was to deal with the expansion of the terrain. Silently stepping on the gas pedal to accelerate, Jiang Fan no longer paid attention to Zhao Yannan, who had been crunching on in the back row. It was not until late at night, when the car's gas level was only a small half left, that Jiang Fan drove the car into the familiar city. It's finally here. Zhao Yannan was incomparably joyful, and her hanging heart was released. Big brother, thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, I might still be on the mountain right now. Let's add a WeChat, and when we have time to invite you to dinner someday, we can be considered friends in the future. It's to each his own though, but Zhao Yannan's words had already come to this. Jiang Fan was also naturally not in a position to refuse. Adding WeChat, Jiang Fan said goodbye to Zhao Yannan. After continuing to drive for a few dozen kilometers to drive the car into the basement, Jiang Fan returned home alone. After taking a shower and casually eating something, Jiang Fan took out the manifestation prop that Zhao Yannan had dumped on him. The light blue ring faintly emitted a gentle glow, and just by holding it in his hand he could feel an unearthly aura. Dark ring, contains the power of darkness, can enter a state of invisibility for 5 seconds, cooldown time 1 minute. Nice effect, just a little shorter. 5 seconds of invisibility doesn't seem like enough to do anything in the real world, but it's a huge help in the Red Moon game. Turn on stealth and flash straight over for a scythe. A proper sunshine boy. Putting the ring on his hand, Jiang Fan then sensed the power within it. At once, his body instantly disappeared. 5 seconds later, looking at the body that suddenly appeared in the mirror, Jiang Fan smiled rather satisfied. It would be nice if the stealth lasted longer. Otherwise you can't do anything in the real world. After taking out his cell phone and casually browsing through the information from all over the world, Jiang Fan calmed his mind and then directly collapsed into sleep. The next day, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning when Jiang Fan woke up. After gulping down some food, Jiang Fan directly entered the Red Moon game. Space switching in progress. Jiang Fan's body appeared in the Valley of Flames where he had gone offline earlier. Sweeping a glance at some players and firebirds in the distance, Jiang Fan then looked at the embodied ring on his hand. Dark ring, contains the power of darkness, can enter a state of invisibility for 5 seconds, cooldown time 1 minute. Addable entries, 3. Glancing at his remaining perfect word points, Jiang Fan immediately released his talent power to add words to it. Rings, as a special trinket type of equipment, are replaced very infrequently. It is not always replaced once in a few years. So, words need to be added with equal care. Perfect word points must be used. Under the release of the talent power, the surface of the light blue ring suddenly shone with 3 clusters of red, white, and black light of different colors. Word added successfully. Phantom ring acquires perfect grade words, toughness, spirit wind. Phantom ring acquires the legendary word, phantom. Word, toughness, restores 10% of max life per second while stealthy. Word, spirit wind, plus 100% movement speed while stealthy. Word, phantom, consumes 50 magic points per second during stealth. Automatically reveals itself when magic runs out or after an active attack. Removes the stealth time and cooldown limitations of the phantom ring. What's going on? Infinite invisibility with blue consumption? After seeing the information of the words added to the stealth ring, Jiang Fan's scalp immediately tingled. He immediately scanned his current magic value, 320 points. Each second of invisibility consumed 50 points of magic, and one could be invisible for a total of 6 seconds now. And that's just the level 5 effect. The invisibility time will be further enhanced by leveling up later and increasing the magic cap. Even more outrageous. Jiang Fan was perfectly capable of drinking the blue dew chalice at any time during his stealth, continuously returning his blue and remaining invisible. As long as the speed of drinking medicine kept up with the speed of stealth consumption, Jiang Fan would be able to achieve bug-like infinite stealth. Gee, a warrior who can be infinitely stealthy. How can this make assassin players live? After smiling rather comfortably, Jiang Fan then began to continue hunting the firebirds. Half a day passed in a flash. 9,980, 9,990, 10,000. Finally enough. Taking stock of the densely piled fire feathers in his carry-on space, Jiang Fan couldn't help but let out a long breath of relief. After enduring dozens of hours of continuous torture, the remaining fire feathers were finally collected. In the Red Moon game, players are given a bonus to the experience they gain when they kill monsters at a higher level, and after the player level suppresses the level of the wild monster, the experience gained will likewise be relatively lower. Although Jiang Fan's level suppressed the firebird by a full 3 levels, the experience gain was already extremely low. But with the accumulation of numbers, Zhang Fan still rose to level 6. Looking at the corpses of the firebirds all over the ground, Zhang Fan wanted to spit them out no matter how he looked at them. Without wasting any time, Zhang Fan turned on his ghost steps and rushed directly out of the flame valley, arriving at the center of the town next to the withered tree as fast as he could. Old man, the 10,000 fire feathers you asked for have already been collected. This time, Zhang Fan noticed that the old man, who was so dried up that he was almost only skin and bones, seemed to have something vibrating in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 11, The Star God Bestows Blessings. Attributes skyrocket as all 10,000 fire feathers were taken out by Zhang Fan and piled up in front of the dry old man. A tone that made Zhang Fan's ears extremely sore rang in his ears. You have completed the quest The Lost Fire Feather 4 and have been rewarded with 10,000 experience. Red Dew Chalice * 30, Blue Dew Chalice * 30, and Red Moon Coin * 3000. Congratulations on completing all parts of the chain quest The Lost Fire Feather. Additional rewards, 10,000 experience. Red Moon Coin * 5000. Reputation * 5000. Your level rises to 7. 4-dimensional attributes +5. Free attributes +5. You gain human bonus, normal +5 to freedom attribute. You gain perfect word points +7. Just as a series of beeps had just fallen, an extremely hot aura instantly spread out in all directions from the dry old man's body. One of the fire feathers piled on the ground, like kindling, instantly burst into flames. The air flared to a crimson color. The fire feathers moved without wind and slowly floated up, circling continuously beside the dry old man. In the midst of the blazing fire, the dry old man, who had been leaning against a dead tree, floated his entire body up from the ground. Eternal fire, rekindle the divine wings. As the dry old man let out a low chant, those fire feathers floating in the air instantly transformed into a pair of flaming wings that directly integrated into his body. In a split second, a majestic power scattered out in all directions, shaking the entire space to the point of vaguely trembling. The sudden change caused Zhang Fan to be a bit surprised. Gazing up the pupil of the void, through the firelight, Zhang Fan could clearly see the dry old man's white hair, which was scattered to the extent that there was very little left, metamorphose into crystalline black silk, and that parched body continued to plump and remodel as the flames burned. Even the ragged clothes that could only barely cover his body were replaced by a flaming robe. In Zhang Fan's astonishment, the silhouette wrapped in firelight opened its eyes, and as far as it could see, it was firmly locked onto Zhang Fan. I never thought I'd be able to manipulate this power again in my lifetime. Adventurer, thank you for helping me get rid of the seal. The body floated down and the figure slowly walked up to Zhang Fan, his tone rather surprised. Entrusting you to collect such a huge number of fire feathers, I have no hope at all. In the sealed land, even if you adventurers have the patience and perseverance, with your carry-on space, you simply won't be able to fit it all in. Collecting 10,000 fire feathers is a commission that adventurers at your stage of life are almost unwilling and unable to fulfill. But, how could I have not expected that you would actually fulfill this commission, or in such a short period of time? You've shocked me, and more than that, I don't know how to thank you. The being covered in fire suddenly raised its right hand, and instantly, a piece of blood-red crystal flew out from its chest and floated straight to Zhang Fan's body. Reaching out to receive it, a sense of warmth and familiarity instantly surged into Zhang Fan's heart and soul. Red moon shards, fragments containing the power of the red moon's origin. Fusion of all fragments will result in the power of immortality. Introduction, once part of the supreme power. Special origin props, red moon boundaries have not been broken through. Unable to add words. Looking at the fragment in his hand, Zhang Fan's pupils dilated. This is one of the sources of all root power in the Red Moon world. In his previous life, Zhang Fan had searched the realm of the gods for 2.5 years before finding one. I didn't expect to get it here in this life. This fragment was obtained when I walked the world in the place of the gods. It contains extraordinary divine power, but it is worthless to me now. Intuition tells me that your future is destined to be unusual, and perhaps you can unravel its secrets. It was a bit too generous to even give away the red moon fragment that the deities were begging for. Looking at the silhouette in front of him, Zhang Fan then condensed his void pupil and swept its information. Celluloid, rating, race, human, introduction, strange beings from the sealed land that seem to possess some divine powers. Hidden message, once a wandering star god who traveled the world in the place of the gods. His divinity dissipated after his power was contaminated by an unknown object, and he was expelled by the gods from the divine race and exiled to the sealed land after his power was confined. Cruising star god? This was a medium deity of the god race. Even such a creature could be tainted to the point where its divinity dissipated. How terrifying would that ominous thing be? Just as Zhang Fan was about to open his mouth, a rather casual and indifferent voice quietly sounded in his ears. As you can see, I was once indeed one of the gods. While traveling through the world, all the beings I met wanted to ascend to the divine throne, but at this moment, I would rather wash away all my divinity and be forgotten by all beings. Half a lifetime of drifting for the gods, only to be seen as a heretic and branded as a polluter because of the ominous curse added to the red moon beyond. Such divinity, I would rather swing it away. That's just it. Adventurer, thanks for helping me break the seal. My power is still weak today, and I am unable to return your help for the time being, except for that red moon shard. These powers and scrolls are worthless, but they are the last thing I can give you at this time. Chloe's words had just fallen, and a burst of system-mentioned beeps kept ringing in Zhang Fan's ears. You have perfectly completed the chain quest The Lost Firefeather and triggered the legendary only event The Godfaller. You get experience asterisk 5000, reputation asterisk 1000, red moon coin asterisk 2000. You have received the blessings of the star god Chloe, movement speed plus 50%, magic attack power plus 50, magic resistance plus 50, spirit plus 30, life plus 500, magic plus 500. You have received a gift from the star god Luojia, skill advancement scroll asterisk 1. Feeling the sudden surge of strength in his body, Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort. These are attributes that you have to level up at least 3 to 5 levels to have. In the Red Moon world, attribute boosts are far more practical and difficult than leveling up. And at the moment, it's so easy to get on your own. This wave, big profit, adventurer, a natural disaster is about to fall. If there is still a day to see you again, I will definitely give you a heavenly gift. Before the words fell, the figure in front of him disappeared in a spatial distortion. It's a bit unbelievable to have met the star god here. After murmuring, Zhang Fan put away the fragments in his hand. After standing in place and slowing down, Zhang Fan took out the scroll gifted by the star god and looked at its attributes. Skill advancement scrolls, upgrade any skill below gold level by 1 rank after use. Scroll disappears after use. May add entries, 1 without any hesitation. Zhang Fan then used the perfect word point to unleash his talent power on the scroll in his hand. Word added successfully. Skill advancement scroll to obtain a perfect level phrase, frozen. Word, frozen, skill effects that are advanced gain a frozen effect. Casually glancing at the scroll's word information, Zhang Fan selected the skill Phantom Slash and then directly crushed the scroll. Next moment, the broken scroll transformed into a pure energy that surged straight into Zhang Fan's body. Your skill Phantom Slash, Silver, has advanced to a gold level skill. Chapter 12 Skill Advancement. Steal the treasure chest. The moment the tone fell, Zhang Fan immediately looked at the advanced skill. Phantom Chop, grade, gold, effect, swings out a weapon phantom, delivering a single chop to the area 3 meters in front of you, dealing 320, plus 220% physical attack power, physical damage. Upon a chop hit, the target will fall into a crippled effect for 5 seconds and a frozen effect for 1 second. Cooldown, 8 seconds. Consumption of magic, 80. Addable entries, for after advancing to a gold level skill, the initial range of the Phantom Slash was expanded by 5 times, and under the original megalization entry, it would have been up to 30 meters long, a full 30 meters. Today's Zhang Fan, a scythe passed directly a large area, and what concerned Zhang Fan the most was, skills that are actively advanced with a scroll have a full 4 extra word bits. After adding the original 2 words, this novice skill has a total of 6 words. Just the initial addition of the 2 words alone had caused Zhang Fan's battle power to take a qualitative leap. After adding 4 more words, it's not going to take off. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan immediately selected Phantom Slash and used a perfect word point on it. Word added successfully. Phantom Slash acquires perfect grade words, hegemony, submission, swiftness, bloodlust. Word, hegemony, gain 1. 5 seconds of hegemony during the release of the skill. Word, submission, targets hit by the skill have a 50% chance to kneel and submit for 3 seconds. Word, swiftness, plus 35% of your own movement speed when the skill hits the target. Word 4, bloodlust, 20% of the total damage dealt by the skill will be converted into your own lifesteal. Looking at the newly acquired word effect of Phantom Slash, Zhang Fan's face couldn't help but float with a touch of joy. With this skill after the advancement, he or she could be called a perfect killer. 2 30-meter phantom attacks, plus freezing and slowing. That's a horrible enough effect. Now, not only do you get more dominance, acceleration, and blood drawing after adding the words, but you also have a chance to make your opponent kneel and submit. Who can stand that? Stealth goes over and sweeps right across the board. It's no exaggeration to say, with the Phantom Slash that was enhanced by the 6 words of the Tao, its effect far surpassed that of a Wang Xian rank skill. I wonder how many more words can be added to Phantom Slash when the profession turns 2. Only after murmuring rather expectantly did Zhang Fan collect his thoughts. Just as he was about to head out into the wilderness to brush up on his leveling, A beeping tone suddenly sounded throughout the sealed land of 4,396. 999 sealed land player Turtle's Blackhead level has risen to level 5. Players can freely travel to and from this sealed land through the teleportation anchor point. As this beep sounded, the entire players of sealed land 4396 burst into an uproar. Crap! The teleportation anchor point is open. I have to hurry over and activate it. My brother is already level 3 in the next village, so I can finally mix it up. This teleportation point opened also cannot play should not be able to fight or cannot fight. There is no father to take me. Meet. How do all these big guys upgrade? How come I still can't beat the wild monsters now? Sealed land in addition to the chicken hair no attack power. The strength of other monsters are particularly high. The same level one-on-one basically no chance of winning. No talent to upgrade alone or go to the chicken. After the small town beep fell, Zhang Fan couldn't help but be slightly lost in thought. 999 sealed land. That was the novice town where Zhang Fan had been in his previous life. Zhang Fan remembered that there was a hidden secret realm in that town, which had some props that could increase attributes in addition to hidden bosses. In his previous life, Zhang Fan only stumbled upon it when he was about to leave the sealed land at level 10. At the player's current level, no one should be able to explore that area yet. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan immediately moved towards turning on his invisibility and walked towards the teleportation anchor point. A huge statue loomed above the square on the eastern side of the neighboring town. Keeping his stealthy state, Zhang Fan directly stepped forward with a big stride and reached out to touch it. Next moment, a ray of light instantly emanated from the statue, directly enveloping Zhang Fan's body. You have lit the teleportation anchor point for sealed land 4396. You gain 10 points of experience. You are free to teleport to a sealed place that has been connected. No hesitation. Zhang Fan then opened the map of the teleportation anchor point and directly chose the 999th sealed land. At once, in a flash of white light, Zhang Fan's body disappeared into thin air. Blurred vision and spatial switching. Zhang Fan slowly appeared in a small town with beautiful mountains. You have descended into the sealed land of 999. Every newbie town in the Red Moon game has a different environment. Some are rundown and bleak. Some are opulent. Some are tech-filled. And some are magical. Although the style of the environment and the content of the quests are different, the strength of the monsters and the difficulty of the upgrades are all very different. The 999th novice town was too familiar to Zhang Fan. Ignoring the crowd around him, Zhang Fan drank a bottle of Blue Dew Holy Grail before keeping his stealthy state towards a corner of the town. After being gifted with the power of the Star God, Zhang Fan's magic value was already as high as 250 points. Can maintain stealth for a full 25 seconds. Although continuous stealth would consume magic, Zhang Fan had brushed so many firebirds, and with the rewards given by the quest, he now had upwards of 200 bottles of Blue Dew Chalice on him. It's even a bottle that tops 3 bottles when you add the words. These resources that are going to be eliminated when you leave the novice village are not used for nothing. Avoiding the players within the town along the way, Zhang Fan directly dodged past the 2 drunken men, striding into the wooden house behind them. Entering the room, a somewhat pungent stench hit the room. Zhang Fan covered his nose to catch the stench, then looked up at the beams of the room. Above the 3-meter-high beams, a very unassuming wooden sharp corner peeked out. That is the corner of the treasure chest. Silver chest, surely it hasn't been taken yet. This treasure chest, unlike the wonders of the wilderness, there is simply no way for a player to walk right through the door and pocket it. As soon as the drunken brothers at the door are alerted, the player is bound to get a beating. In the Red Moon world, most of such aborigines are protected by the power of the Red Moon, and their bloodstains are hidden from view. That means the player can only take a beating and can't fight back at all. Sure, with Red Moon's restrictions, as long as the players didn't offend them, they couldn't beat up the players at will. In his previous life, Zhang Fan had helped those 2 drunkards buy a lot of alcohol and meat and cleaned the room in the process, and finally gave a lot of Red Moon coins to obtain this treasure chest through his extremely high goodwill. In this life, it wouldn't have to be so tedious. With a 53-point agility attribute, Zhang Fan jumped directly onto the beam with a single leap. Without hesitation, he directly put the dusty treasure chest into his backpack. You get, silver treasure chest *1. Got it. Withdraw. After drinking a bottle of Blue Dew Chalice, Zhang Fan simply left the hut with a direct flash. Quickly walking to an unoccupied corner, Zhang Fan took out the treasure chest he had just stolen. Silver chest, effect when opened. You will randomly obtain a silver level item *1. Introduction, the private treasure chest of town resident Li Lu. Addable entries, 3 Chapter 13, Electroshock Therapy. Why are you showing me this? Looking at the word bits on the treasure chest, Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. As a limited resource, the silver chest is totally worth the consumption of perfect word points. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan immediately added words to it with ease. Next moment, 3 strands of light of different colors completely covered the wooden treasure chest. Word added successfully. Silver treasure chest gained perfect level words, Thunderbolt, Lightning, Skill scrolls. Word, Thunderbolt, 100% of the items obtained after opening a treasure chest contain the element of Thunderbolt. Word, Entry, Skill scrolls, 100% of the items obtained after opening the treasure chest are silver level skill scrolls. The moment the words were successfully added, Zhang Fan directly lifted the lid of the treasure chest with one hand. At once, in a flash of purple light, a prompt sounded in Zhang Fan's ears. You have opened the silver treasure chest, Thunderbolt. You get, Skill scroll, Electric blade. The cue dropped. Zhang Fan hurriedly looked at the purple scroll in his hand. Skill scroll, Electric blade. After using it, you can master the skill Electric blade, with no restrictions on occupation. Addable entries, 3. Looking at the skill scroll in his hand that was flickering with purple lightning, Zhang Fan couldn't help but look happy. Skill scrolls in the Red Moon world were extremely rare, and the burst rate was so low as to make people doubt their lives. It's no exaggeration to say, the value of this skill scroll in Zhang Fan's hand, which could be used by any profession, was enough to be comparable to top-tier gold equipment, or even Wang Xian equipment. If it's in the mid to late game, it's at least $1 million in the sky, and once the words are added, their value is even higher. No hesitation. Zhang Fan then added the perfect word to the skill scroll in his hand. Word added successfully. Skill scroll, Electric blade, acquires the perfect word, heal, heal, heal. Word, heal, Electric blade has a healing effect. Word, entry, 3. Under a pseudo-randomized word addition mechanism, the 3 words added in this wave all, extremely rarely, had the exact same healing effect. Feeling the unearthly aura coming from the scroll, Zhang Fan did not hesitate for a moment and directly crushed it with one hand. Next moment, the broken scroll transformed into a purple energy that surged straight into Zhang Fan's body. You used skill scroll, Electric blade. You have mastered the silver level skill, Electric blade. Electric blade, grade, silver, effect, movements and attacks will automatically build up energy. The first attack at the end of the buildup will deal 150, plus 110% of magic attack power, magic damage to 6 targets, and 30% of the damage dealt will be converted into your own life value. Passive effect, cannot be turned off. Addable entries, 3. Feeling the power within his body with considerable satisfaction, Zhang Fan then made a word addition to Electric blade. Word added successfully. Electricity blade gains perfect level words, Thunderfield, Devouring demon, Devouring demon. Word, Thunderfield, Electric blade effect increases by 4 targets. Word, Devouring magic, extracts 50 magic points from the target after electrocuting them. Entry, 3. The addition of 3 words raises the target of the Electric blade's attack to a full 10. Crucially, 2 words that restore blue have been added. With 2 identical words stacked, an Electric blade hitting one target extracts 100 mana from the opponent. The 10 targets, on the other hand, draw a full 1000 points. That is to say, when Zhang Fan went down with an electric slash, he was able to get his blue level back up almost straight away. The bottom line is this: there is no limit to the effects of this skill. That is to say, as long as Zhang Fan moved or attacked fast enough, then he would be able to just drain all of his opponent's magic. With an effect like that, I'm afraid the mage is going to jump over the wall in a hurry when he sees it. After materializing into the real world, I'm afraid not many people can carry the effects of this Electric blade. After murmuring rather expectantly, Zhang Fan then walked out of the town and rushed towards the location in his memory where the secret realm was located. There, at the end of the Forest of Death, it was located in the southernmost part of Novice Town 999. While maintaining his stealth, Zhang Fan kept weaving through the forest. 20 or so minutes later, just as Zhang Fan had just stepped into the center area of the Death Forest, a snowflake drifted abruptly above the tip of his nose. It's snowing? Stopping his body, Zhang Fan suddenly raised his head. A piece of crystalline snowflake sucked down and sprinkled on Zhang Fan's body. At some point, fine snow fell in the air. Click! Just as Zhang Fan was wondering, a crisp sound of space shattering rang out from afar. In the meantime, a huge frost barrier descended from the sky, completely enveloping the entire area in an instant. You have entered the frost boundary opened by General Ice Stripe. This boundary can only be cancelled by the Ice General on his own initiative, and can also be lifted by killing the Ice General. This is boss's skill not? In amazement, Zhang Fan condensed his mind and carefully sensed his surroundings. With the release of his super senses, Zhang Fan clearly sensed a creature of enormous size fighting in front of him on his left, stealthily accelerating and quietly approaching. A creature with a human pig's head, 6 or 7 meters tall, and topped with a pair of huge tusks came into Zhang Fan's eyes. General Ice, Grade 4, Grade Bronze, Life 9500. Physical attack power 280. Magic attack power 140. Armor 240. Magic resistance 180. Skills: Frost Boundary, Blizzard, Ice Piercing, Ice Ripple Triple Slash. Introduction: a boar man exiled by the orcs to the sealed land, containing a strand of pure orc blood. The information coming from the void pupil caused Zhang Fan's spirit to be shaken. Bronze boss. It's still an ice elemental bronze boss. Not only is the blood and double resistance extremely high, but the various skills are also super wide range AoE. With such attributes, with the current strength of the players, there was basically no chance of winning a single brush. Even in groups, the difficulty is equally high without huge numbers or strong talent and tacit cooperation. Maintaining his stealthy state, Zhang Fan turned his sight to scan the neighborhood. Not far, a small team was fighting the boss, and the fight was extremely hard. And in the bushes 200 to 300 meters away from Zhang Fan, several players were gathered in a circle. A female assassin with delicate features and a pretty figure was formulating tactics in a heated whisper. By the looks of it, it should be ready to take over the boss in the sly. Sweeping a glance at the boss's blood level, which was barely dropping, Zhang Fan simply found a bush that was not covered by ice and snow and hid himself. Anyway, this boundary couldn't be gotten out of for a while, so it was better to wait for the opportunity to collect a wave of vegetables. Just then, Zhang Fan suddenly saw the female assassin who was the leader in the bushes walking towards his side. While walking, he covered his belly. Her legs crumpled together and her face was scarlet. Found me? Doesn't make sense. No. This is, don't you come over here. As the female assassin approached with her breath in her stride, Zhang Fan immediately sensed that things were not good. The Red Moon game is data mined, but the players who enter it don't pass through any equipment or other apparatus. It's all about physically entering the world directly. So, the same people in the Red Moon game have 3 urges. But, Zhang Fan didn't leave. Invisibility is not the same as disappearance. Once it moved it would make a sound. And within this ice-covered boundary, to make a sound was basically the same as being exposed. In addition to these 2 teams of players within this boundary, there were quite a few old sixes lurking in the shadows. If you show up rashly, I guess the vegetable collection will be affected in no small way. It's better to do more than less. After a little while, the female assassin left with a relaxed look on her face and went back inside the bush. And Zhang Fan was relieved. Found out a little secret by the way. Boom! After the first team of players fought hard for 4 minutes against the Ice Strike General, a dull shattering sound suddenly rang out. Next moment, the fine snow in the air suddenly turned into a blizzard with extremely low temperatures. The few players who were still racking their brains to pull the Ice Ripple General were all instantly killed under this blizzard. Go! Seeing this scene, the female assassin hiding in the bushes suddenly let out a low cry. Words. Several other players in Kusari instantly swarmed towards the Ice Pattern General whose skills were still on CD. The squad consisted of 5 people, and aside from the lead assassin captain, there was a shield guard, an archer, an elemental mage, and a priest standing in the back row. Shield guards come up to the top and hand off any control. Priests keep an eye on their magic levels and be ready to drink blue dew at a moment's notice. Mages and archers speed up their output. Watch out for the boss's skill bombardment. This squad averages 3 levels. Under the methodical command of the female assassin, she steadily held off the Ice Pattern General's attacks, constantly wearing down its blood. 98. What made Zhang Fan a little surprised was, each of the female assassin's stealth attacks comes with 1 golden damage, and under a prolonged bombardment from the 5 players, the Ice Pattern General who was wielding a huge axe finally dropped his axe and fell straight to his knees. Sister Faye, your talent is too strong. Divine damage. Over leveling bosses in 1 hit. The female archer patted the sludge on her chest and said with a face of adoration to the female assassin with the game nickname Falling Rain and Snow. It's all about everyone working well together. Falling Rain put away the dagger and then began to check the status of the boss. Hey, something's not right. How come this boss hasn't exploded its equipment yet? Chapter 14 Reaper's Reaping. A slash to the aorta. Kill the silver boss. With the surprised sound of rain and snow falling, the whole earth suddenly began to tremble. Instead of disappearing, the surrounding boundary was covered with a layer of crystalline metaphysical ice in the span of a breath, and the blue runes that were wrapped around the Ice Ripple General's body, as if stimulated, instantly overflowed with ice crystals. In a blinding flash of light, General Ice Ripple's emptied blood bar began to recover continuously at an extremely astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely back to full. It even broke the original cap. Not only that, its already massive size also grew in size as the light enveloped it. In less than half a minute, it grew to a height of nearly 10 meters. A real little giant. Under such a huge size, the player's body was as small as an ant. See this scene. The group of players who were planning to split the loot raised their heads incredulously to look up at the boss. The moment a thought flashed through all of their minds at the same time, the boss had evolved. The other end of the frost boundary. A slender archer player was gazing at the mutated ice strike general with a burning gaze. Brother Uguay. A mage player stepped out from behind him, coldly glanced at the players near the ice strike general, and spoke. The boss is ours in Sunburst. These guys are too much of a nuisance. Should we drive them away? Blazing Sun Guild. This is a guild supported by Kyoto Capital and founded by Red Moon, nicknamed Turtle's Black Head. When the Red Moon descended, Capital smelled the business opportunities, quickly formed virtual online game masters in reality and entered the Red Moon to develop power. What's the rush? Although there is a period of weakness where you can't move after the boss has evolved, the blood bar is too thick, and without figuring out the boss's bottom card, I'm afraid that if we, Sunrise, rush up like this, we'll suffer a lot of casualties. Let these guys grind the boss blood first. And by the way, see if the boss still has any special hidden skills. Turtle's black head gripped the crimson longbow in his hand, a smile of control appearing at the corner of his mouth. Hearing their own boss's plan, the group of players clapped and laughed. Wonderful! These casuals grabbing the boss with us. They really don't know how to write the word death. With their group of mud legs, they are worthy to compete with us. The sun? To be able to give us a head start is also considered their honor. Ignoring the boasts of his minions, Turtle's black head gazed at the distant general ice patterns, and a touch of fervor unconsciously appeared in his eyes. After leveling up to 5, leveling up becomes more and more difficult. I hope this boss can pop an extreme scroll for me. In which case maybe I can catch up with that 10 square and be the first to level up to 10. The center area of the boundary. After seeing the boss change, Falling Snow was first slightly stunned, and then showed a happy face. Monsters activate their bloodline power in life and death situations and evolve to a stronger level. It's almost impossible to come across. The loot blown out by an evolved boss could be called absolutely luxurious. This wave is a gift from nature. After scanning the boss's information, Falling Snow didn't waste any time and directly summoned the Black Dagger to charge towards the boss. Except for the nurse, all of you come up and attack. The boss has a weakness period of almost 5 minutes. Take this time to burst it. Encouraged by falling rain and snow, the 3 players other than the nurse immediately flung their skills at the boss with fervor. The wild monsters in the Red Moon world were just like the wild monsters in some real-life games. Whoever struck the fatal blow would own the buff and economy of the wild monsters. The difference is, in a group situation, all teammates get a share of the experience, regardless of who struck the final blow. 4 minutes went by in a flash, just as the boss's blood level dropped to a large portion. In the middle of the junction, a loud voice rang out. Double resistance greatly reduced weakness period. Boss standing still for you to fight. So long even half a tube of blood did not fall. Give you the opportunity you do not use. It's better to step aside and let us. Blazing Sun, close the show. The voice came. The crowd at the scene suddenly changed their faces. It's you, Blazing Sun Guild again. What gives you the right to steal our boss? That's right, we're halfway through the boss. Why should it go to you guys? The evolution boss is right in front of you. Pop any piece of equipment and the preliminaries will just take off. Who would give it up? Your boss? Does it say yes when you call it? The words fell. Turtle's black head went straight to the bow and arrow. Snap. -102. -102. -204. Blast. The triple shot suddenly landed on that milkmaid standing in the back row, directly emptying her blood bar, which hadn't even returned to full in an instant. The group battle kills the milk first. As long as they got rid of the priest, these few players couldn't recover their blood and could only collapse. Falling rain and snow also did not expect the other party to make a sudden move. After a brief moment of thought, she quickly drank a few bottles of red and blue dew, and then turned on stealth holding a dagger as she rushed towards the Blazing Sun Guild's group. The boss can't be given to these guys, and they aren't outnumbered. So second the archers first and don't worry about the others. The 2 gangs of players who said they would fight looked at the soon-to-be fully evolved boss in disbelief. It's a little confused. Why are these enemies fighting amongst themselves? The bushes. Looking at the boss that was about to come out of its weakness, Jiang Fan couldn't help but shake his head. These guys would have wanted them to consume the boss's blood again. And by the way, in front of the path to explore to see if the boss still has any special abilities, and when the critical time to strike a fatal blow themselves on the matter of the whisker. I didn't expect one of them to be so indolent. The boss still had most of the tube of blood and started fighting over the loot that hadn't arrived yet. If this were to wait for the boss to fully evolve, wouldn't they all go into hysterics? Never mind. I'll do it myself. This evolved boss, Jiang Fan, was determined to win. Encountering a boss evolution that still happens to be in a weakened state. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they gave up, They wouldn't know how long it would take until the next time they wanted to encounter a mutated boss in its weakened stage. God gives and takes, but he will be blamed. This reasoning Zhang Fan still understood. God has given you a chance and you don't use it, then basically your luck in this life is running out. Even if the talent was strong, I'm afraid it would be hard to make any waves. Call out the death side. Zhang Fan leveled a glance at the boss's information. General Ice, Grade 4, Grade, Silver, Life, 15520/26000. Physical Attack Power, 490. Magic Attack Power, 320. Armor, 30. Magic Resistance, 10. Skills, Frost Boundary, Blizzard, Ice Piercing, Frost Triple Slash. Introduction, a boar man who activates his orc bloodline and possesses uncommon ice powers. Hidden message, currently the evolution is not completely finished, and is in a weak state, unable to move during the period of weakness, with armor and magic resistance drastically reduced. Looking at the weakness time that was reading on the boss's head, Zhang Fan no longer hesitated. Flashing forward, a phantom slash was released directly. -1134. Crippling, Freezing, Frost Slowing, -617. Electric Blade, -1134. Crippling, Freezing, Frost Slowing. Since the boss had ice powers, slowing and freezing didn't do much. But it was a good thing that the boss still had almost 10 seconds of weakness left. The lightning strike instantly caught the attention of both sets of players. Previously, Zhang Fan had been in a stealthy state, so naturally, no player had discovered his trail. But at the moment, the skillful movement brought about by the 30-meter phantom slash and the terrifying damage numbers floating up on the boss's head instantly drew everyone's jaws to the ground. The group of players who were in the middle of the battle couldn't help but back away and stop their movements. That person. This is my Blazing Sun Guild's territory. Back off immediately. After a brief moment of disorientation, a player who wasn't too far away from Zhang Fan leapt to Zhang Fan's left side and courageously shouted in a cold voice. Standing in front of the ice pattern general, Zhang Fan did not even look at the player. A backhanded attack was flung out, and the huge scythe cut directly above the player's throat. Electric Blade Trigger. The chain of lightning bolts bombarded the bodies of the 10 players, instantly emptying their already few remaining life values directly. -617. Electric Blade, -617. Electric Blade. With just a backhanded slash, he directly electrocuted 10 players, and in Zhang Fan's ears, a series of system voices rang out. You have killed player Blazing Sun Legs. You have killed player Good Bull Slider. You have killed player Milky Yuko. You killed player Falling Rain. Ignoring the remaining few lucky players, after his gaze briefly lingered on the ice pattern general's body, Zhang Fan directly turned on ghost steps and rushed at full speed towards the weakened ice pattern general. Jumping all the way to the boss's legs at a trot, Zhang Fan swung his scythe into a slashing cut. -370. -370. -370. -370. -617. Electric Blade, with the words of sacred power. Every strike that Zhang Fan dealt was absolutely true damage. 4 slashes in a row, coupled with the passive effect of the Electric Blade, directly dealt a total of over 2,000 points of damage. Click! Just as Zhang Fan swung his fifth blade, a gap suddenly opened up in the sky. A huge death scythe shadow suddenly appeared, and a morose deathly aura lingered around the entire body of the blade, constantly spreading out in all directions. Hiss! The death scythe slashed down, cutting directly at the ice pattern general's neck. -4,215. Reaper's Reaping. Under the terrifying blow of 40% of his current life value, the ice pattern general was as if his aorta had been cut open, and his blood bar instantly dropped to less than half. Taking a glance at the second reading above the ice pattern general's head, Zhang Fan once again swung the scythe in his hand as fast as he could. -370. -370. After 4 or 5 consecutive seconds of chopping fell, Zhang Fan directly leapt down from the ice pattern general. Turn back. A phantom slash was released. 2 massive scythe phantoms swept across the body of the ice pattern general. -1134. Crippling, Freezing, Frost Slowing, -617. Electric Blade, -1134. Crippling, Freezing, Frost Slowing. 3 terrifying damage numbers floated up on the ice pattern general's head. It emptied the last of its life value in an instant. Boom! The 10 or so meter tall boss fell to the ground with a thud, smashing the ground out of a large pit. You have killed General Ice Stripe, Silver. You gain 3,200 experience. You get Frost Boundary *1, Blizzard *1. You get Red Moon Coin *290, Red Dew Chalice *12, Blue Dew Chalice *15. You acquire Frost Armor, Silver. You get Clan Sex *4. As the ice pattern general completely collapsed to the ground, the entire frost boundary instantly dissipated. And those players standing around the ice ripple general all had their mouths open and their eyes wide. There was a look of horror in his eyes. Chapter 15, the boss is yours? Then I'll give it back to you. Be careful in your next life. A sucking sound was clearly audible in the dead silence. After the frosty cold air that had yet to dissipate was poured into their chests, these few players who hadn't been selected by the electric knife even heard the sound of their hearts trembling. The strongest attacker amongst them, Turtle, only managed to deal 300 to 400 damage after opening his triple shot skill. This person, however, has 2 or 3,000 in one skill. Even. There was also a hit that dealt over 4,000 damage. In less than 10 seconds, the damage broke 10,000. It was an image that made them simply unable to believe their eyes. Just as several players were confused, a beeping tone abruptly sounded throughout the warzone. Player 10 Square killed General Ice Stripe, Silver, in 9.6 seconds, becoming the first player to kill a silver boss in the Sealed Lands. This event has been permanently recorded by the Sealed Lands. Player 10 Square has been awarded the first kill reward for a silver boss, Red Moon Coin *200, Reputation *100, 4-dimensional attributes *2, Red Moon Coin *200, Reputation *100, 4-dimensional attribute *2. In the Red Moon world, the first kills of Black Iron bosses and Bronze bosses will only be announced in the player's town or main city. The first kills of Silver to Gold level bosses, on the other hand, resounded throughout the warzone. And the Weinxian level to the Monarch level resounded with racial camps. As for the Emperor to Mythic levels, there was no more limit on first kills. As long as it was killed, it would not only be recorded by the Red Moon Chronicles, but it would also be spread throughout the galaxy. When the 3 consecutive Warzone announcements rang out, the players of the entire China instantly boiled over. The last 5 players who survived next to the corpse of General Icetooth were even more frozen in place as if they had lost their minds. Crap, it's the guy from the 10 Directions? The guy who was number 1 in the rankings of the 4396 Sealed Land? No wonder it's so outrageous. Hitting over 4,000 damage with a single slash. Is this the power bestowed upon him by that god tier prop? The 5 players looked at each other with shock on their faces. Even Turtle's black head, who had been wearing confidence at the corners of his mouth before, had a shocked look on his face. His gaze was dead set on Zhang Fan. How could he not believe the scene he had just seen? Red Moon had only been open for just a few days, and even he, a player who had opened the ranking chart, was only able to deal 400 points of damage with his strongest strike of triple shot. And this 10 Square, with an idle, casual strike, did a surprisingly high 370 points of damage. He couldn't believe how it was possible for someone to have such a terrifying attack, and what shocked him even more, the casual strike from 10 Directions had directly dealt over 4,000 damage. Is this still human? And as the ice pattern general completely collapsed, 2 scrolls and a silver-white armor spilled from its body and floated straight to Zhang Fan's side. Silver-level skill scrolls, silver-level armor. At this stage of the game today, bronze gear is all still just unattainable. Silver equipment, so to speak, is something that even the big boys don't always have. It was the first time that each of them had witnessed silver equipment, and although their hearts were still beating wildly from the shocking scene they had just witnessed, their gazes were already permeated with deep desire and greed. Brother Turtle, silver equipment. It exploded with silver equipment. There are also 2 whole skill scrolls. A player from the Blazing Sun Guild said with a trembling voice, "Shut up, it's not like I don't have eyes." Turtle's black head gritted his teeth. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the 2 scrolls releasing a frosty cold aura, a hint of refined light unconsciously flowing from his gaze. An assassin player nicknamed Blazing Sun Wagwa swallowed his saliva and turned his head to Turtle and said, "Brother Turtle, this guy killed 5 of our brothers. We can't let him leave just like that." "That's right, this guy simply doesn't put us." Liang, in his eyes, ignoring the clamor of his minions, Turtle's black head slightly glanced sideways and said in a cold voice, "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" Seeing this, a few players who had just been making plans immediately trembled in fear. Sweating coldly and not saying a word, Zhang Fan simply ignored the greedy and palpitating gazes of these players, treating them as if they didn't exist, and unhurriedly collected the items floating around into his carry-on space. Also at this time, Turtle's black head slowly walked up towards Zhang Fan. 10 Square, why did you attack our Blazing Sun Guild members? Although Turtle's black head was deeply jealous of the damage dealt by Zhang Fan in his heart, as the guild leader, it was naturally impossible for him to just keep quiet when his little brother was killed. Zhang Fan took a step and looked as before. "He who deserves to die shall take his death." So much for killing. The words fell. The air was momentarily solemn. As a real-world capital young master, a character who opened the rankings in Red Moon, when had Turtle's black head ever received such contempt? Robbing my boss and being so righteous after killing someone. Do you really think I, Liang, am easy to bully? turtle's black head grimaced and bellowed stiffly. Hearing this, Jiang Fan paused in his steps. He turned his head and said carelessly, "The boss is yours." "Ha? Then I'll just give it back to you. What's the point of pulling that? Ha?" Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, Turtle's black head froze. He somewhat couldn't believe that he hadn't even reported the big man behind the Blazing Sun Guild yet, and the other party had just conceded. But yeah, ordinary mud-legged people are only ant minions no matter how strong they are. How can one person be a match for several generations if they really fight? A few minions died in this wave, but it was still a good profit to get the boss's loot. 10 square. To be able to cause so much controversy in a short period of time, I actually quite appreciate you. If you come to our Liang, I will definitely prepare a chair for you. Sweeping a glance at the fellow in front of him, Jiang Fan said in a cold voice, "Your words aren't great as begging, and they're even more of a mess as recruiting. No need for the chair. Boss, you take it." The words fell. A huge black glow completely enveloped the fallen Ice Strike General on the ground. Next moment, the entire area instantly trembled as the massive soul body stood up from the Ice Strike General's body. At once, an aura as huge as a mountain pressed down on the body of the turtle. The fully evolved Ice Strike General was a solid silver rank. Although it was only a soul body, its power was not weakened in any way. Such attributes coupled with its massive size were enough to crush a team of nearly 100 newcomers. Looking at the Ice Pattern General whose entire body was haunted with black light, Turtle's black head was suddenly shaken in his heart and soul. "It's..." Leaping to the top of the Ice Pattern General's head with a flash, Jiang Fan looked down at the turtle below and slowly said, "The boss is for you. Take it." The words fell. General Ice Strike directly raised his huge paw and stomped on Turtle's black head, who hadn't reacted yet. After dodging, a miserable and extremely tragic scream rang out. Turtle's black head and the other 3 players were instantly crushed to death by the undead extracted by the soul repellent with a single kick. Seeing this scene, the only remaining player in the field, nicknamed Blazing Sun Viagra, couldn't help but be scared to death in horror, and ran towards the left rear without a life. Bang! An ice spike protruding from the ground got in the way, and he stumbled and flopped to the ground. Looking at the boar man's soul that was as huge as a small mountain, Blazing Sun Viagra was instantly frightened and his legs went weak. The moment, he was in a cold sweat all over his body, shivering and wailing, "Big brother, I'm wrong. Don't kill me. I've died 7 times already. Don't kill me. I'll give you everything I have. Big brother, please, don't kill me. Don't ever kill me." Looking at the ruthless man in front of him who had died 7 times, Jiang Fan said indifferently, "It's fine. I forgive you. Pay attention in your next life." A huge ice crystal pierced into Blazing Sun Viagra's body, bringing up a pig-killing scream. After putting away the items popped out by the group of players, Jiang Fan took out the map and took a glance at it. Then he put away the Ice Pattern General and the souls of the players into the undead space. The undead of these guys, although they existed for only 5 minutes and were of a lower level, but at least they could carry a little bit of damage for themselves at critical moments. Make the best use of your talents. A ready-made resource, not to be wasted. After walking a distance in the opposite direction, Jiang Fan directly turned on stealth and sped towards the secret place in his memory. Chapter 16. Sleeping isn't good in the resurrection formation. The woman stuck in the whole 999 Newbie Town resurrection point. The bodies of more than a dozen players were lying in unison within the resurrection formation. The weird thing is, even though the light of the resurrection array had completely repaired their shattered bodies and emptied blood bars, they kept their eyes tightly closed and did not move a muscle. "Hey, man, what are you doing? It's not a good place to sleep. You guys are comfortable lying here, but how am I going to get back in shape? The red and blue chalices are inefficient and hard to explode. It's not easy for me to brush enough wild monsters to return to the village to hand in my quests. I was just about to come over to replenish some of my stats, but you guys are so good. You're directly blocking me here. Get up and go sleep somewhere else. Don't take up space here. Lay flat, not going to the real world. What are you doing in Red Moon? You're all pretending you can't hear me, aren't you? If you don't move away, don't blame me for hitting people with my shield." In front of the resurrection formation, a female player with a bronze-colored shield and the game nickname Autumn Wind Nan was chanting at the turtle and the others lying in the resurrection formation. This player was none other than Zhao Yannan, the heavy-armored warrior who had opened up the ranking list of Town 777. With a special talent, she entered the town of 999 after opening the leveling charts. He had just returned from the field and was preparing to replenish his status, but he didn't expect to see this scene. After she had spoken eloquently for half a day, the players in the resurrection formation remained indifferent. She couldn't figure it out. How could anyone sleep in a teleportation array in a place as wide as Newbie Town? Obviously the bloodstain status was full, so he had to lie in the resurrection formation and not come out, not even moving a bit. Isn't that disgusting? And with her flurry of voices, The surrounding players slowly leaned in. What kind of person nah? Treating the resurrection array as his own private product? Ready to charge back to status? Hurry up and get up, or I'll step on it. Holy shit. Isn't this the turtle that opened the leaderboards in our town? Yesterday, he was ready to recruit me into their Blazing Sun Guild. Not quite right According to reason, such a big movement they cannot be indifferent is not dead? Red Moon public information is not said to die 9 times will be completely karma? What could be wrong? The statuses are all full. And the people are in the resurrection formation. Even the dead should have been resurrected long ago. These guys are definitely being disgusting. After 9 deaths the player's body simply exits Red Moon in the same state it was in at the time of death. I've seen real-life experiments with eagle sauce on Tet. It's not at all the same shit, a few of them are. Players are talking all over the place. But Turtle's black head and the others didn't react at all. In everyone's perception. Even the extremely rare necromancers in Red Moon's public information were only reanimating corpses to control their actions. There is no such thing as a body on one side and a soul on the other. And what the resurrection formation involves is the highest level of Red Moon's power. Even a necromancer who could manipulate players could not control the living beings in the resurrection array. So, in the eyes of the onlooker players, how could the person lying in the resurrection formation not be dead? Seeing that the crowd was unmoved, Zhao Yannan walked straight forward. Turtle or no turtle, getting in the way just won't do. If you don't move, I'll move it for you. As the words fell, Zhao Yannan directly pulled Turtle's black head and a few other players out of the resurrection formation with one hand. After despising these players who were lying flat once again, Zhao Yannan stepped into the resurrection formation with great strides, and only after his status was completely replenished did he satisfactorily rush towards the field. 5 minutes later, undead controlled by Soul Drive's time is over. The souls of several players from the Blazing Sun Guild also returned to the resurrection array. Thinking back to the moments before his death, Turtle's black head was still in a state of shock. It was also just as he was about to leave the resurrection formation to head to the forest to retrieve the dropped experience. A series of beeps suddenly rang continuously in his ears. Resurrection anomaly. Your body and soul cannot fit together. Your body has been forcibly erased. Your level drops by 1 level. Go to the point of death within 3 minutes and you can recall the dropped experience. Your body has been transported to the resurrection array. Carapace data repair complete. You have been resurrected. The beeping tone that came to his ears directly caused Turtle's black head to shrink in his cerebellum. Yet. How can I die in a resurrection formation? Die twice in a row and the experience from the first death point simply disappears. That is to say, with this wave of deaths, the level drops 1 level for nothing. How the hell is this supposed to work? South of the Forest of the Dead. After nearly 10 or so minutes of speeding, Zhang Fan finally reached the end of the forest. The novice town of 999 was surrounded by mountains and green water on all sides. Only the end of this forest was haunted by a dead atmosphere and was in a state of depression. As the void pupil looked around, Zhang Fan could clearly see that the vegetation here was tinted with some extremely abnormal grayish-black color, and the animals that traveled through the forest exuded an extremely gloomy and furious aura. Concentrating his mind, Zhang Fan walked towards the front. The secret realm that was discovered in his previous life was at the end of this area without any surprises. Entering the depths of the forest, the light around them instantly dimmed. If he didn't have the pupil of the void, Zhang Fan was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see his surroundings clearly. Obviously, you could see quite a few animals and wild monsters going through the forest non-stop before, but at the moment there was silence all around. A glimpse of the forest was impossible to see, and surprisingly, you couldn't hear any insect chirping or birds chirping. Not even a whisper of wind. The dead silence was a little creepy, but, with his enhanced 5 senses, Zhang Fan could vaguely smell a wisp of blood in the air. Suddenly, a strangely delicate murmur came from up ahead. Following the source of the sound, Zhang Fan's sight instantly locked onto a giant tree in front of him on the right. Although the distance was extremely far, Zhang Fan was still able to vaguely see that a woman in a white dress was stuck in the hole of that giant tree. The moment, her upper body was stuck right in front of the hole in the tree, her 2 long legs wobbling on her backside, not knowing if she was dead or alive. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhang Fan always had a feeling of déjà vu, but couldn't say where I'd seen it before. Calling out the death scythe, Zhang Fan's expression did not change as he continued to walk towards the end of the forest. Less than 100 meters out, an even stronger smell of blood hit the air. Also at this time, the huge trees to the left and right suddenly shook. Next moment, a giant tree that was about 20 meters high was like revitalized, directly rising up from the ground, waving a branch to whip towards Zhang Fan. Slightly moving his wrist, Zhang Fan casually glanced at the information of these monsters. Tree Man, Grade, 7, Grade, Ordinary, Life, 2200. Physical attack power, 180. Magic attack power, 90. Armor, 200. Magic resistance, 260. Skills, Stampede. Tree Thorn, Introduction, a mutated tree man infested with the breath of death. Looking at the tree thorns that kept approaching towards him, Zhang Fan could not help but smile. For other players at this stage, such a number of level 7 Traians was tantamount to an almost fatal disaster. But, for Zhang Fan, these were experienced babies that had been delivered to him by himself. After disdainfully glancing at the location of these tree people, Zhang Fan leapt his body and directly swept his scythe across. At once, two 30-meter giant sickle phantoms instantly erupted. The huge blade chopped at the tree man's body, and terrifying damage numbers floated up continuously above its head. Minus 1156. Maiming, freezing, frost slowing, -1156. Disabling, freezing, frost slowing *2. With Zhang Fan's current attributes, a phantom chop would basically not be able to carry an ordinary monster over. You have killed the tree man, common. You have killed the tree man, common. You gain 70 experience. You gain 70 experience. You get Blue Dew Chalice *9. Chapter 17, Killing a Tree Lord in Seconds. Walking blood fountain. Just as Zhang Fan had just put the Blue Dew Holy Grail floating in front of him into his backpack, a fierce wind suddenly came whistling through the woods. Lifting his eyes and looking around, Zhang Fan could not help but be slightly stunned. In sight, countless giant trees, flowers and bushes rose up. The densely packed branches and trunks continued to entwine and merge. No wonder the end of the Forest of the Dead is so spooky. As it turns out, there are no woods here at all. These plants and trees, all of them are monsters and beasts. Fizzle. The constantly revitalizing plants didn't rush towards Zhang Fan at first. Instead, they quickly entwine. A few breaths passed. These densely packed plants and trees then fused into a huge tree man of about 20 meters. Unlike the ordinary tree man from before, the one in front of him was much more massive. The branches on his body were also well organized to form extremely thick limbs, and on its textured head, two huge eyes constantly emitted green light. Their sight firmly locked onto Zhang Fan's body. Tree Lords, Grade 7, Grade, Bronze, Life, 18,000. Physical attack power, 320. Magic attack power, 780. Armor, 965. Magic resistance, 1125. Skills, Tree Thorn Strike, Poisonous Wood Hammer, Tree Man Summoning, Ironwood Cage, Introduction, Chief of the Tree People Tribe. The information coming from the Void Pupil caused Zhang Fan's complexion to slightly condense. This creature, which was even more massive than the Ice Strike General, was actually a level 7 bronze boss. Its attributes were nearly 10 times higher than those ordinary tree people before. Looking at the tree man boss that was staring at him menacingly, Zhang Fan directly summoned the still dissipating Ice Ripple General from the undead space. Since you came to me of your own accord, I'll take your experience under my wing. After a cold laugh, Zhang Fan leaped onto the top of the Ice Pattern General's head, then directly turned on Ghost Steps and maneuvered the Ice Pattern General to actively attack towards the Tree Man boss. The Ice Pattern General's size was considerably smaller than the Tree Man boss though, and his level was also 3 levels lower, but it was a solid silver boss. The attributes were a small cut above the bronze level Tree Man boss. The moment the ice skill was released, General Ice Ripple immediately wielded a giant axe condensed with ice power towards the tree man's body. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, jumped to the top of the tree man's head with a flash and directly slashed at its head. Minus 1156. Maiming, freezing, frost slowing, -1156. Disabling, freezing, frost slowing *2, -216. General Ice Patterns, -179. General Ice Pattern, -390. General Ice Pattern. Under the two-sided attack, the tree man boss couldn't take care of itself. The size advantage is gone. Under the stacking of the frost slowdown, the already slow-moving tree man boss, after being controlled by General Ice Ripple's flurry of controls, was almost always in a state of slowdown and freeze to take a beating. It basically didn't even move its body a couple of times after it appeared imposingly. It's over. Bronze boss. Nothing more. As a phantom slash was unleashed, the last remaining bits of the tree man boss's bloodline were directly emptied. Boom! The tree man boss's huge body fell to the ground, instantly causing dust and debris to fly. You have slain the tree lord, Bronze. You gain 1420 experience. You get Red Moon Coin *64, Red Dew Chalice *7, Blue Dew Chalice *11. You acquire Ironwood Armor, Bronze, a level 7 bronze boss. In this sealed land where player levels were basically maintained at around level 3, represented invincibility. But, once it was killed, the experience gained was not comparable to that of a normal level 7 wild monster. It was also at the same time that Zhang Fan was putting away the loot around him into his carry-on space. An area alert suddenly rang in the ears of all the players in the 999th sealed land. Player 10 square killed the Tree Lord, bronze, in 12.9 seconds, becoming the first player to kill a bronze boss in the sealed land of 999. This event has been permanently recorded by the sealed land, and player 10 square has been awarded the bronze boss first kill reward red moon coin *150, reputation *80, 4-dimensional attribute *1. As this regional announcement rang out, the players throughout the 999th sealed land instantly burst into a frenzy. Another solo boss hunt, or by the second. This 10 square is a bit too strong. Quickly look at the monster icon. This boss Nima 18,000 blood, 1000 double resistance. This attribute standing still for me to scrape. I cannot scrape a hair off. Geez, I'm struggling to fight a 300 blood draconic wolf right now. And Big Brother 10 is directly killing a 20,000 blood bronze boss in seconds here? Got into the game without turning it off, didn't you? Basically all the players were talking about Zhang Fan in their spare time. But Zhang Fan was unconcerned about it, putting away the undead of the Tree Man boss. Zhang Fan then counted the loot that the Ice Pattern General and the Tree Man boss had popped. Frost Boundary and Blizzard were both elemental skills that could only be learned by limited mage professions, and Zhang Fan threw them into his backpack after adding words to them. A silver level skill scroll, or a skill scroll with added words, was so valuable that I'm afraid not a single player could afford it at this stage. And although the Ironwood armor was a bit higher, its bronze level attributes and added words were just a bit underwhelming. Taking out the frost armor that the Ice Pattern General had exploded, Zhang Fan then glanced at its attributes. Frost armor, category, armor, grade, silver, equipment requirement, level 4, attributes, life plus 500, armor plus 30, magic resistance plus 50, effect, ice elemental resistance plus 3%, description, light armor that contains some frost power and has decent defense. Addable entries, 3. The properties of frost armor are pretty good, with a silver level of pints, which don't change very often. This wave of word additions necessitates the use of perfect word points. It's all about converting resources into war power as quickly as possible. Releasing his talent power, Zhang Fan immediately word empowered the frost armor. Word added successfully. Frost armor acquires perfect level words, life source, life source, life source. Phrase, when out of combat. Restores 5% of maximum life value per second. Word. Entry, 3. This wave of pseudo-randomization adds to 3 identical words again. But, its effect is extremely practical. The word stack to restore 15% of your maximum life per second. It takes less than 7 seconds to get your life right back up. And after combining it with Zhang Fan's stealthy blood return word effect, the recovery speed was even faster. It's comparable to a moving fountain of blood. Removing the novice armor from his body and throwing it aside, Zhang Fan then put this ice blue light armor on his body. At once, his life value instantly skyrocketed to 120 points. Armor and magic resistance are even closer to 200 points. With his attributes today, most normal players would only be able to deal single-digit damage on him, even those experts on the rank list, unless they had a talent or skill similar to true damage. The attacks falling on Zhang Fan's body were like scraping. Closing the attribute panel and kicking away the dead tree in front of him, Zhang Fan continued to walk towards the front. Just as Zhang Fan had just reached the end and was just about to look for the entrance to the secret realm, a sudden low chant caused him to immediately pause. Follow the sound. In the middle of 2 bushes, a huge tree that had not yet completely dried up was covered in a dark black color, and the center of the tree trunk off the lower position. Just like there is a not too big and not too small tree hole. The moment. In the middle of the hole in the tree, there was a young girl in a long white mage's dress stuck in the middle of the hole. Help me. The woman stuck in the hole in the tree turned her head with considerable difficulty. That helpless and pitiful look was instantly reflected in Zhang Fan's eyes. At the same time, a woman's fragrance scent poured in through Zhang Fan's nose, constantly hitting his nerves. Chapter 18 Mage Nemesis. Mythic level is 100% caught empty-handed. Brother, my sister is a newly transformed water mage. She accidentally got stuck in a tree hole while picking magic elemental fruits here. Come over and get me out, okay? I'll repay you. Well, a dainty voice to go with the charmingly turned back sideways glance. I'm afraid that an ordinary person would have already had his heart in turmoil. But, this scene did not stir any ripples in Zhang Fan's heart. Concentrate your mind. Zhang Fan gripped the death scythe and slowly approached the long-skirted woman who was stuck. Looking around her upper body, a light black fruit was indeed growing above the not yet dry hole in the tree. And as we get closer, the woman's diminutive figure, wrapped in a long mage skirt, was reflected more and more clearly in Zhang Fan's line of sight. Underneath the pale white mage dress, a pair of white calves curved beautifully, perhaps due to the woman's struggles. A pair of new handmade master cloth shoes had fallen to the ground. A pair of small, delicate jade feet were exposed, with elegant arches and slender toes. The slightly taut skin on the bottom of the foot is soft and supple, and the woman's eyes, which turned her head and drooped, were filled with powerlessness and tenderness in their fear. Exquisite and elegant features with a delicate and pitiful look. With such scenes and actions, it was able to bring an extremely powerful visual impact to anyone's heart and soul. But, under the gaze of the pupil of the void that could see through all disguises, Jung Fan suddenly found that the woman's long skirt in some cannot use ordinary probing art to see the plush things are hidden trembling. While there's no shortage of people with a wide range of interests in the real world, there's no way this stuff can materialize into a Red Moon game. This was not at all a player seeking excitement to pick spirit fruits in the wild. Without the slightest hesitation, Jung Fan swept a scythe directly towards the woman's stuck body. Boom! The sharp blade chopped solidly into the woman. The giant tree that hadn't yet dried up was instantly in pieces. But, the woman stuck in the hole in the tree, however, disappeared under a silver-white covering of light. Ha 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 ha. Funny, I didn't think that there would be anyone who could stay awake to see through my disguise in such a scene. There's something different about these eyes of yours from those guys I swallowed into my belly. I'm starting to look forward to your flavor a little bit. Ha 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 ha. G. A gentle, sweet, girlish voice. It instantly turned into a horrifying laugh as if it was eating countless evil demon elders alive. At the end of this dimly lit forest, it was as frightening and hideous as an evil spirit. The camouflage charm didn't work, but this neighborhood is full of giant trees and poisonous plants that I can manipulate at will. Human, you won't be able to escape. Let me enjoy your body. Pointless resistance will only turn me on more. Before the gloomy and terrifying voice dissipated, the woman in the white dress broke out of the ground in front of her. Next moment, a huge snow-white long tail suddenly flung out from underneath the pale white long skirt. Subsequently, a layer of crystalline snow-white fluff covered her body completely. Her originally tight gown was instantly held all the way apart. It's a fox, snow-white in color. His entire body emitted a regal odor from top to bottom. Gazing up the void pupil, Jung Fan then looked at its attributes. Sacrificial Spirit Fox, Level 8, Grade, Bronze, Life, 19,000. Physical Attack Power, 220. Magic Attack Power, 1, 200. Armor, 365. Magic Resistance, 625. Skills, Transformation. Charm, Underworld Foxfire. Space Leap, Ritual Evil Power Introduction, a spirit fox with quite an impressive magical attack. Extremely strong seduction power, and control of a wisp of spatial power that can be disguised in human form. Humans, be a good boy and bind your hands. Arrogant maniacal laughter followed. The sacrificial spirit demon fox directly lunged towards Jung Fan. With just this little attribute, it's really a bit inadequate. A thought. The two boss undead in undead space instantly surfaced on Jung Fan's left and right sides, though there was not much time left for General Ice Stripe to survive. But, by teaming up with the Tree Lord, it was more than enough to deal with this level 8 bronze boss. As Jung Fan's command was given, the two huge undead instantly attacked towards the demon fox. The undead all have the experience and skill of fighting in life, and don't just rampage and fight when they're alone. Under the dual control of Freeze and Tree Cage, the sacrificial spirit demon fox was instantly controlled in place. Minus 245. Ice General, -370. Tree Lords, -650. Tree Lords. Ignoring the battle of the undead, Jung Fan directly leapt to the withered tree that had been split open earlier. The moment. Above the broken dead tree, a light black fruit was hanging. After the void pupil swept it, Jung Fan quickly took it off with one hand. Just a moment after touching it, a cool sensation entered Jung Fan's heart and soul. Magic Fruit permanently increases agility attribute by 15 points and spirit attribute by 10 points after consumption. Introduction, a fruit containing magical elements with a somewhat bitter flavor. Addable entries, 2 surveying the pale black fruit in his hand. Jung Fan couldn't help but look happy. In the Red Moon game, props that can directly and permanently increase attributes are extremely rare even in the later stages. This fruit, if taken to trade, would be worth hundreds of thousands at least. But, Jung Fan had no intention of selling it. At this stage today, improving your strength is the most important thing. Think about it. Jung Fan immediately added perfect words to it. As the two 7-colored rays of light flashed up, Jung Fan only felt that the fruit in his hand suddenly became much lighter. Word added successfully. Fruit of the demon element obtains the epic word, Shadow of Demon Destruction. Magic Yuan Fruit gained a mythic level phrase, 100% being caught with an empty hand. Word, Shadow of Exterminating Magic. The Magic Yuan Fruit has the additional power of exterminating magic. And each attack after consuming the Magic Yuan Fruit extracts 5% of the target's maximum magic value limit. Entry, 100% catch White Blade with empty hands. The Magic Yuan Fruit has the additional power of Karma. After consuming the magic yuan fruit, the attack swung with any weapon will force a single target to kneel down and catch the blade with both hands folded. If it is impossible to kneel down or fold both hands, the target immediately triggers immediate death. This effect can grow. Looking at the words added to the devil yuan fruit, Zhang Fan was instantly somewhat unable to remain calm any longer. Each attack extracts 5% of the target's maximum magic cap. In other words, after 20 slashes, the opponent directly ran out of mana. With such a horrible effect, it could be called a mage nemesis. The other mythic level phrase, on the other hand, caused Zhang Fan to suck in a breath of cool air the moment he saw it. After sight locking on a target and swinging a weapon, the opponent will 100% kneel to catch their weapon. If you are unable to kneel or have no hands, then there is no qualification to even fight yourself. Directly triggers instant death. Such an ability had already transcended the power of the gods in the Red Moon world, completely twisted the rules. It's no exaggeration to say, this power was the strongest attack ability that Zhang Fan could currently comprehend. In a way, it completely surpassed the forbidden spells that could only be controlled by late-stage mages. At a single thought, all beings must kneel and submit. If you don't submit on your knees, you can only die a violent death. Such an effect was enough to make monsters that couldn't transform and all players flee. But this ability can currently only select one target. If you are facing a large war, it will be more difficult. But with this ability, Zhang Fan's combat power had already skyrocketed geometrically in an invisible way. Holding the fruit in his hand, Zhang Fan didn't hesitate for a second and directly ate it in a few large bites. At once, a stream of warmth surged into his body, continuously converging towards his limbs and bones. You have consumed the magic yuan fruit. You gain agility plus 15, spirit plus 10. You have obtained Shadow of Demon Destruction. You get 100% being caught empty-handed. Chapter 19, this sacred altar of yours, why is it smoking black? Once again, a wave of strength has been raised. Zhang Fan only felt a wave of relief throughout his body. After letting out a cozy breath, Zhang Fan looked towards the battle not far away. Under the control of Freeze and Tree Cage, the sacrificial spirit demon fox was basically always in a beatdown rhythm. Its life value, which was as high as 19,000, had been worn down to only about 3,000 points under the combined bombardment of the Ice Ripple General and the Tree Lord. But, with a spatial power similar to Flash, it still dodged a few waves of attacks extremely nimbly, depleting a large portion of the Ice Pattern General's blood bar. Looking at the sacrificial spirit demon fox that had already fallen into a disadvantage, Zhang Fan no longer wasted any more time and immediately turned on stealth to charge directly towards it. Having just used the power of space to dodge the control effect of the Ice Ripple General, the sacrificial spirit demon fox hadn't even had time to catch its breath when it saw that the human holding the scythe was like a ghost suddenly attacking directly towards it. It's okay to summon undead to bully the small, but now you're doing stealth sneak attacks? The sacrificial spirit demon fox, who was horrified in his heart, was already too late to be shocked as to why this human was able to summon the undead as well as stealthily flash. It gathered the strength of its entire body and directly took advantage of the gap where the two undead skills had not yet cooled down and swept towards the ground not far away. Its IQ is not inferior to humans. It already understands that if it doesn't run back to the bottom of the altar, I'm afraid that its career as a bronze boss will be completely accounted for here. And looking at the sacrificial spirit demon fox that was riveted to run away, Zhang Fan could not help but let out a cold laugh. Run for what? Don't you love to disguise yourself as prey? Conjuring up his void pupil, Zhang Fan then predicted the course of action of the sacrificial spirit demon fox. The hunting game, it's over. Locking his line of sight, he swung his right hand, and the phantom slash was released. At once, the two massive scythe phantoms blasted straight at the sacrificial spirit demon fox's body. Minus 1156. Phantom chop, -711. Minus 1156. Phantom chop, the three attacks chopped down one after another, instantly emptying the remaining blood bar of the sacrificial spirit demon fox. Boom! The sound of the sacrificial spirit demon fox collapsing to the ground was heard in his ears. The entire area had once again regained its previous calm. You have killed the sacrificial spirit demon fox, bronze. You gain 1620 experience. You get red moon coin *43, blue dew chalice *5. You acquire sacrificial spirit staff, bronze. The series of prompts had just fallen, when a burst of upgrade prompts once again came to Zhang Fan's ears. Your level rises to 8. For dimensional attributes +5. Free attributes +5. You gain human plus, normal +5 to free attribute. You get perfect word points +8. The energy from the upgrade directly swept away the fatigue from Zhang Fan's body. After taking out the sacrificial spirit staff to add words to it, Zhang Fan put it away in his carry-on space. A mage's weapon of bronze should be in high demand at this stage. Gotta find some time to digest the gear on my body. After murmuring, Zhang Fan leapt next to the corpse of the sacrificial spirit demon fox, conjuring up his void pupils. Zhang Fan carefully scanned his surroundings. Since entering the forest of the dead, Zhang Fan hadn't seen any place on the road that could grow energy fruits like the demon yuan fruit. And since the end of this weird forest could produce such a rare treasure as the demon yuan fruit, then there may be other fruits here as well. And if it can be found, then one's strength will be able to receive another wave of enhancement. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan then expanded his sweeping range, constantly probing in all directions. Pity. 5 whole minutes had passed, and Zhang Fan had not found any other energy fruits in the neighborhood. Just as Zhang Fan had just withdrawn his gaze and was about to inspect the body of the sacrificial spirit demon fox, a highly unusual voice entered his ears. Under his body's instinctive reaction, Zhang Fan directly flashed away from the corpse of the sacrificial spirit demon fox and retreated to the area where the ice ripple general that had just dissipated was standing. Also at this time, a low rumble came out of the ground. 16 2-meter-high black stone pillars rose up out of the ground, and a huge runestone burning with black flames broke through the ground and continuously floated upwards, and finally set straight in the middle of the pillars, and the sacrificial spirit demon fox lying on the runestone was instantly incinerated into ashes by the burning black flames. You have killed the sacrificial spirit demon fox, triggering the opening condition of the sacred altar. Listening to the voice that rang out in front of him, Zhang Fan could not help but be slightly puzzled. Sacred altar? This sacred altar? Why is there black smoke coming out of it? Even the stone pillars exuded an evil aura. Just as Zhang Fan was surprised, a colorless circle of light suddenly flickered above the altar. Next moment, the aperture expanded and a crimson figure stepped out from it. This figure, which was made up like a flame, had a body that was comparable to that of a human. No organs could be seen on its face except for a pair of eyes. Conjuring up the void pupil, Zhang Fan immediately scanned its information. Altar Guardian, Introduction, the guardian of the sacred altar, who is responsible for finding the man of destiny, possesses the powerful power to bestow blessings. After a lucky spirit opens the sacred altar, the guardian of the altar will consume the original power of the altar to bestow blessings on the spirit who opens the altar. Hidden message, the evil soul of Akira, level, 10, grade, silver, life, 36,000. Physical attack power, 520. Magic attack power, 990. Armor, 455. Magic resistance, 625. Skills, evil transformation, Akira split, disguise, power of sacrifice. Akira's fire, introduction, the evil soul of fire has strong camouflage ability, usually inhabits the altar of the evil soul, manipulates the surrounding demons to hunt and kill the sacrifices, and after sacrificing its flesh and blood, its power grows continuously. Just as Zhang Fan had just gotten a good look at the information about the being on the altar, a rather ancient sigh entered Zhang Fan's ears. Ugh! I don't know how many years I've been guarding the altar, but I didn't expect to meet the man of heaven's destiny that the altar had summoned just today. Young man, although your power is still weak, your destiny is so strong that even I cannot see through it. To behead a demon fox with such a weak power, and to manipulate the souls of the undead, I recognize you. The red velvet evil soul drifted towards Zhang Fan, his eyes showing all the depth and mystery. You are the first being to receive my recognition, and even more so, the man of heaven's destiny summoned by the altar. In that case, it's time for my destiny to end once and for all. Above the altar are 2 blessing vortices that contain the sacred power of the altar. One is a sacred King Xian's artifact with no limitations on its use, and the other is a permanent sacred elixir that enhances its attributes. Go ahead, whichever one you choose, you'll get one reward 100% of the time. However, as a guardian, I suggest you enter the sacred vortex on the left, where there are additional rewards you won't expect. The red velvet evil soul floated in front of Zhang Fan, and his words were filled with appreciation. Go on, child. The sacred vortex will be closing soon. Chapter 20. Sir, please spare me. My knees are almost broken. Looking at the red velvet evil soul that was spouting nonsense in a serious manner, Zhang Fan couldn't help but want to laugh. This miscreant old cunt is still pretending. Sacred vortex? Where is the sacred vortex that keeps smoking black? 2 types of rewards underneath the vortex? That was clearly a sacrificial evil altar that blocked magical values and vocational skills. Once you step into it, you will be in a state of forbidden magic. At that point, it can only be reduced to a blood sacrifice in the altar. If he didn't have the pupil of the void that could see through all information about everything, he might have really been undermined by this old six. After all, the information that could be probed by an ordinary player's scrying technique would then only be guardian of the sacred altar. Perfectly camouflaged basic information, plus a well-spoken reward for a strange encounter. It's hard not to be impressed. The old cunt, and quite kindly, lets himself jump into the left vortex. That's hot damn. Young man, start your choices as soon as possible. Don't lament because you can't get the full reward. Trust me, there are unexpected extra rewards under the sacred vortex on the left, enough to make you invincible in this area. If you believe in your choices, you may as well choose the sacred vortex on the right, which is also quite rich in rewards. Looking at the human in front of him who was not moved in the slightest, the red velvet evil soul could not help but feel a little panicked in his heart. After sensing at the bottom of the altar that the tree lord and sacrificial spirit demon fox that he had manipulated had been decimated, the red velvet evil soul simply couldn't entertain the idea of fighting this human head-on. Even beauty can be indifferent. This guy is simply flawless, hiding his identity, modifying his message, initiating a prompt, disguising himself as an altar keeper, and luring the damned human into the bottom of the altar with his power resources was the safest way to go. But this human seemed to be able to refuse even the power given for nothing. Had this guy already seen through his disguise? That's impossible. His own power of disguise was so powerful that he could even modify his information. So how could a human possibly recognize it? It must have been this greedy human who wanted all the rewards and was struggling with which vortex to pick. That must be it. Thinking of this, the red velvet evil soul resumed the appearance of a wise man from the very beginning. It turned around and said in a calm manner, "Young man, there's no need to get entangled. Whichever of the sacred altar's rewards are extremely generous. And if you can get guidance from the altar after choosing a vortex, you can also enter another vortex. The sacred power is almost gone. Begin your choice if." The words had not yet fallen. The red velvet evil soul then saw the human in front of him suddenly disappear into thin air. "I choose you." Jiang Fan, who had moved behind the red velvet evil soul, directly chopped down with a sickle. At once, the two scythe phantoms directly smashed into the red velvet evil soul's body. -1211. Freezing, frost slowing, crippling, -739. Electric blade, -1211. Freezing, frost slowdown *2. Crippled, 3 attacks chopped down one after another. And the red velvet evil soul that hadn't reacted yet was instantly frozen in place. With the freezing effect of the two scythe phantoms stacked on top of each other, the red velvet evil soul would be frozen for a full 2 seconds. With Jiang Fan's current agility attribute, these 2 seconds of control were enough for him to swing 4 attacks. The sharp blade kept waving, and a damage number suddenly floated up on the red velvet evil soul's head. -405. Frost slowdown *3-405. Frost slowdown *4-405. Frost slowdown *5-405. Frost slowdown *6-739. Electric blade, -237. Tree lords, the freeze is over. The red velvet evil soul also regained its free state. Without waiting for the red velvet evil soul to open its mouth, an ironwood cage released by the tree man boss instantly put it under control again. After another slash, the frost slow stacked completely. After the 50% movement speed and spell casting speed debuffs were hooked up, the movements of the red velvet evil soul slowed down at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! After being attacked one after another, the red velvet evil soul erupted with the power of evilization and directly broke through the cage to unleash an evilization attack towards Jiang Fan. "Humans, you deserve to die. Go to hell. Go to hell." A flash dodged the flying flame attack, and looking at the red velvet evil soul whose strength had increased by a lot, Jiang Fan raised his right hand and casually waved the scythe in his hand. At once, the red velvet evil soul that was chanting evil power magic instantly stopped moving. It suddenly felt something was wrong. It was as if the will of the soul had been forcibly modified in this instant. The exclamation of shock in his mouth had not yet fallen. The entire body of the red velvet evil soul suddenly flew towards Jiang Fan uncontrollably. Bang! A dumbfounded red velvet evil soul fell to his knees. Directly, his hands joined together to catch the scythe blade in Jiang Fan's hand. Also at this time, the tree lord blasted its body with attack after attack. -237, -379, -445. Although the tree lord's attack wasn't bad, it was somewhat inadequate when it hit the extremely strong defensive red velvet evil soul. "My lord, spare my life. I'm willing to become your slave and find sacrifices for you." The body inexplicably kneeling How cannot break free of the red velvet evil soul. Trembling raised his head. The illusion of the eyes are full of fear. Ignoring the red velvet evil soul's pleas for mercy, Jiang Fan immediately drew back the scythe in his hand after glancing at the skill status. The red velvet evil soul hadn't returned to his senses. 2 massive scythe phantoms then instantly chopped at its body. After being hooked up to the freeze control again, Jiang Fan immediately held the death scythe and took a swing. -405. Frost deceleration *10-405. Frost deceleration *10. After the 2 seconds of control ended, The horrified red velvet evil soul was just about to prepare to explode its evilizing power and run away. The thought of kneeling down and catching the blade with folded hands then took over its entire will once again. At once, it once again fell on its knees in front of Jiang Fan and tremblingly caught the blade of the death scythe. Boom! Another blast from the tree lords. You're pretty beatable. The words fell. Jiang Fan withdrew the death scythe. After the loss of suppression, the face of the red velvet evil soul that had regained its freedom turned cold, and it directly lunged its body forward ready to tear the human in front of it into pieces. Instead of being humiliated, we should fight back to the death. However, before it could leap to its feet, the strange thought took hold of its mind and soul once again. Snap! Falling to his knees once more, the red velvet evil soul caught the blade of the death scythe with both hands raised. At once, the tree lord blasted it with another burst of hammers. The screams from his mouth had not yet been uttered. Jiang Fan once again put away his scythe and instantly swung out a phantom slash. -739. Electric blade, -1211. Freezing, frost slowdown *10. Crippled. After dozens of cycles, the red velvet evil soul kneeling on the ground completely collapsed. My lord, spare me. My knees are killing me. I really can't. So please give me a pain in the ass. Looking at the red velvet evil soul's lifeless appearance, Jiang Fan was unmoved. Keep repeating what you just did. 2 minutes later, the red velvet evil soul, who had been in a kneeling state to receive a beating, completely collapsed to the ground. You have slain the red velvet evil soul, Silver. You gain 9,112 experience. You get red moon coin *350, blue dew chalice *20. You have obtained spirit wind boots, Silver. You have obtained the beacon of the altar of evil souls. Chapter 21, Succubus Secret Realm. Zhao Yennan's divine art of prophecy. A level 10 silver boss represented invincibility, but if you kill it, what will accompany it will be a magnificent explosion. A normal level 10 wild monster can only provide 100 experience points. The experience provided by bosses increases by about 4 to 5 times with each level up. Although wild monsters killed in Town 999 cannot trigger the experience buff on the Town 4396 level leaderboard. However, this wave of experience still caused Jiang Fan's experience bar, which had only just been upgraded, to instantly skyrocket to around 90%. Such a huge amount of experience was almost equivalent to hunting nearly 100 normal wild monsters. This was the reason why countless players had grabbed their heads for the boss. After casually glancing at the boots that the boss had popped out, Jiang Fan put them away in his backpack. Level 10 silver equipment with decent attributes, just enough to replace the newbie cloth shoes on his feet. However, Jiang Fan was only level 8 today, so he couldn't wear it for the time being. After I wait until level 10 to update the equipment on my body, my strength can instantly skyrocket by a wave. After murmuring, Jiang Fan took out the other item that the red velvet evil soul had exploded. Beacon at the altar of evil souls, props leading to the bottom of the altar of evil souls. Level of use, 10. May add entries, 1 looking at the crimson beacon in his hand. Jiang Fan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This prop, when used, surprisingly allows access to the bottom of the altar, the lair of a level 10 silver boss. Although it was said that there might not necessarily be the rewards that old Inbi, the red velvet evil soul, had snubbed, there should have to be some props of one kind or another anyways. It seems that we have to level up to level 10 as soon as possible, so that we can not only enter the bottom of this altar to find out what's going on, but also teleport to the Red Moon continent, and arriving there will be considered as truly kicking off the Red Moon game. Jiang Fan was secretly calculating in his mind. Also at this time, the massive tree man undead began to slowly dissipate. Looking at the undead fighters that turned into nothingness, Jiang Fan didn't care too much. Calling out the undead spirit of the red velvet evil soul, Jiang Fan then put the beacon away. The evil soul altar could not be entered for the time being, and it was imperative to find the secret realm discovered in his previous life as soon as possible. After distributing all the stored free attribute points, Jiang Fan then leapt to a cliff in front of his left and began to explore the surrounding area. The entrance to that secret realm from his previous life was, unsurprisingly, in this neighborhood. Gathering his void pupils, Jiang Fan carefully scanned every inch of the area. Half a minute later, under the gaze of the void pupil, Jiang Fan discovered a special energy fluctuation on the cliff. Found it. Between the turning of his eyes, an extremely difficult to detect energy fluctuation was faintly dispersed from the ground near the cliff. No hesitation. Jiang Fan directly slashed down with a phantom slash vertically. Boom! As the massive scythe phantom chopped down, the ground, which was already somewhat tattered, cracked open. And in the midst of that gaping hole, a white ringed passageway emanating a faint light appeared. Conjuring up his void pupil, Jiang Fan then looked at its message. The Secret World, Dreamland Phantom's Cave, rating, 1 to 10. Number, 1. In the Red Moon World, Only high-level secret realms were independent mini-worlds. This kind of low-level and limited number of secret realms are just the kind of special spaces where different players won't meet each other at all even if they enter them. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan then stepped into it with large strides. At once, his body completely disappeared, completely disappearing into the white channel. And as he entered, the aura that was originally emitting energy fluctuations disappeared completely. The end of the dead forest. Zhao Yannan, who was holding a shield in his left hand and dragging a heavy sword in his right, walked slowly, looking at the traces of battle around her and the boss lying motionless on the ground. She couldn't help but stare. Who's so outrageous that they even slaughtered a level 10 silver boss? It doesn't make sense. According to the current level of the players, they wouldn't even dare to enter this forest. I have the gift of prophetic divine magic. I was able to avoid monsters and traps to get here unharmed. Who was so fierce as to kill through the entire forest? Could it be that 10 square again from the announcement just now? Those two bosses mentioned in the announcement just now seem to be in this forest. Aside from the ridiculously strong 10 square in the announcement, Zhao Yannan really couldn't think of anyone else at this stage who could decimate a level 10 silver boss. No good. Even the prophesied hidden boss was killed. That fruit won't be gone, right? An uneasy feeling quickly grew, and Zhao Yannan instantly jogged all the way towards the left front. After searching for a while and still finding nothing, Zhao Yannan stood the shield on the ground. This fellow, to have intercepted what I prophesied. Let me see what you're really capable of. The words fell. Zhao Yannan immediately activated the accessory ability of the talent, Wish of the Apocalypse. Prophecy Divine Magic. Prophecy, full information about the being who took the fruit of the devil's element. Next moment, Zhao Yannan's black hair moved without wind, and a burst of haze radiated around her. The piercing halo of light continued to waver, and a row of words gradually coalesced in front of her. Target information cannot be predicted. Looking at the results displayed by the prophecy divine art, Zhao Yannan couldn't help but be dismayed for a moment. You can't even observe an emperor-level prophecy spell that can grow and advance? Is that guy's power prioritized at the immortal spirit level or even the mythic level? A wasted trip and 2 wasted prophecy times. Why does it always feel like someone is stealing my resources? After muttering rather dissatisfiedly, Zhao Yannan once again unleashed her natural power. Prophecy, location of resource type props available in Novice Town number 999. Forest of Death. Next moment, a ray of light surfaced in front of her body, and in the blink of an eye, it coalesced into a single word. Prophecy, there is a masterless secret realm 620 meters ahead on the left. The entrance to the realm can be surfaced after blasting the ground, and resources can be rewarded after the first time you clear it. Prophecy, 60 meters to the right there is an evil soul altar. The altar contains masterless resources. Level 10 players can enter it after using the evil soul beacon. Killing the red velvet evil soul can obtain its beacon. The secret realm of the masterless? Seeing the message from the prophecy technique, Zhao Yannan was instantly overjoyed. Compared to the evil soul altar of the second prophecy, the way to enter that masterless secret realm was obviously simpler. She had wanted to re-prophecy to see if it was 10 square who had killed the boss here and obtained the evil soul beacon, but the sense of unease that had just fed back from her gift made her mind reel a bit. She had a feeling that if the prophecy continued, there was a good chance that something terrible would happen. After agonizing over it, Zhao Yannan gave up the idea of observing the fellow who had obtained the evil soul beacon. Picking up the shield on the ground, Zhao Yannan immediately rushed towards the prophesied location. The night was long and dreamy, so he must hurry forward to attack the secret realm. And at the moment, the body had just come out of the spatial channel when a beat sounded in Zhang Fan's ears. You've entered the secret world, the cave of the dreaming phantom. As the first player to enter the secret realm, you gain prestige *10. If you die within the secret area, you cannot teleport to the resurrection point, and you will be granted the permission to leave after clearing the secret area. Chapter 22 Unprudent Phantom Gear. The egg of the tunable Phantom King. The moment the tone just dropped, a rather dark and cold aura instantly swept over Zhang Fan's entire body, calling out the undead of the red velvet evil soul. Zhang Fan then condensed his void pupil to scan the nearby area. Here, a cave with dim sight lines. The cave is nothing but the occasional skeleton that peeks out of the ground. There was no view of the entire space. But, under the sweep of the void pupil, the moment, those creatures hibernating on the ground and hidden in the shadows were exposed in Zhang Fan's eyes. Glancing at a dark cave wall to his right, Zhang Fan directly leapt away with a flash. Click! Just as Zhang Fan's body had just stabilized, a wall-breaking sound rang out steeply. Follows. A floating creature with a pair of wings on its back and a slender tail wagging at its end lunged towards Zhang Fan. Each of these creatures was very good looking and extremely cool and revealingly dressed. A pair of pointed animal ears grew on his head, in the form of an animal-eared lady. But these creatures are just too small. At a height of 2 or 3 feet, standing on the ground was only as high as Zhang Fan's waist. Gazing up the void pupil, Zhang Fan glanced at its information. Phantom, level 3, grade, ordinary, life, 520. Physical attack power, 40. Magic attack power, 70. Armor, 20. Magic resistance, 35. Skills, charm. Scourge introduction, sexy and seductive. Charming and bewitching. With growable intelligence and low defense. Hidden message, skill has a chance to deal 50% extra damage to male beings. Just finished browsing through the information on this little group of chimeras. A leather whip then came towards Zhang Fan. Look at the barbs attached to that whip. Zhang Fan's expression did not change. After all these years of living, what haven't you experienced? Gripping the death scythe, he swept directly toward the front. Minus 430. Slowing down, dash 766. Electric blade, dash 766. Electric blade. You have slain the phantom, common. You gain 30 experience. You get leather whip asterisk 2. The electricity blade was instantly triggered, directly electrocuting all of the small phantom demons that surrounded Zhang Fan's body. Ah! Yikes! The little phantom demon whose bloodline was cleared in an instant fell straight downwards, a painful murmur coming from its mouth. This burst of seductive voice filled the air, and if a player with an unstable mind heard it, they might even raise their flag in salute. But what hasn't Zhang Fan seen before? The sound alone did not tempt him in the slightest. The void pupil rotated, and Zhang Fan then rushed towards the path on the right. The requirements to pass the secret realm were to kill 60 small chimera or survive for 1 hour inside the secret realm. But what Zhang Fan was thinking about wasn't just getting through. The small chimera within this secret area were all on the low side, basically between level 2 and level 5. The experience they provided didn't help Zhang Fan's leveling up much at the moment. Wasting time in a place like this doesn't pay off. What Zhang Fan was interested in was the hidden boss in the depths of the secret realm. Ah! After traveling forward for only a few dozen meters, a seductive whisper once again came from his ears. Without paying too much attention, Zhang Fan directly threw out a phantom slash without looking back. Boom! 2 huge scythe phantoms chopped through, and the phantoms that failed to seduce were all directly killed in an instant. You have slain the phantom, common. You gain 50 experience. You get leather whip asterisk 1. Although the small chimera were extremely numerous, but with Zhang Fan's attributes today, the battle power of these phantom demons was simply so weak to Zhang Fan that it was negligible. Despite the seductive and demonic looks of these phantom demons, Zhang Fan had long been in body. His heart was as hard as iron and would not be affected at all. After killing dozens of small phantom devils along the way, Zhang Fan directly turned on his ghost steps to rush towards the depths of the secret realm. Inside the parallel mysteries, facing the temptation of 6 or 7 chimeras, Zhao Yannan was not afraid, but she was also made to blush by those cries. After raising his shield with his left hand to block a wave of attacks, Zhao Yannan gripped his heavy sword in a sweeping motion, directly taking away a bunch of small phantoms in front of him. Why did you also give me a burst of leather whip and chimera inner armor? This equipment is quite effective, but unfortunately it doesn't look too decent. It's better to hurry up and pass through this secret realm and use the prophecy technique to find other resources. With the prophecy technique, with my attributes, passing through this secret realm shouldn't be too much of a problem. Passing through the secret realm alone, Zhao Yannan was confident, though this emperor-level talent didn't have any offensive or defensive power. However, with this perspective-like divination ability, she was able to raid the resources of Novice Town number 777 and Novice Town number 999 almost completely. With such an ability, clearing this secret realm wasn't that difficult. After nearly half an hour of speeding, 4 or 5 switchbacks appeared at the intersection. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan walked directly towards the rightmost entrance. Stepping into it, a route crisscrossed like a maze. According to the experience of his previous life and the ultra-long range observation of his void pupil, Zhang Fan kept flickering his figure. 10 or so minutes later, Zhang Fan entered a huge underground space. This is the end of the secret world. It was a different environment than the one in which he had initially entered the secret realm. It is full of many plants and full of life. And near the front of the mountain wall, there was a modest altar. On top of the stone, there were many patterns carved, as mysterious as a phalanx, although far apart. However, Zhang Fan could still see a burst of red light flickering above the stone platform. No hesitation. The ghost steps were turned on again, and Zhang Fan's figure quickly moved to the front of the altar. On top of the altar, tattooed with the phantom devil pattern, an egg that was half a meter in size caught Zhang Fan's eye. The patterns on its surface were somewhat similar to those on the altar. However, it was a light reddish glow that shimmered on the surface of this egg. Could this be a chimera's egg? Zhang Fan was a bit curious, and after touching it, he found it to be ice cold. Subsequently, Zhang Fan condensed his void pupil to look at its message. The egg of the Phantom King, level 1, life, 900. This egg, it's actually the Phantom Demon King's egg? After reading the information about this black egg, Jung Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. In his previous life, he hadn't found this kind of good stuff at all. Perhaps, it's because it was already hatched when it came in its previous life. Jung Fan thought like this. Looking at the Phantom King's egg on the altar, Jung Fan's mouth couldn't help but grin slightly. Having a royal bloodline is different. It has 900 life points before it is even born. If this grows after hatching, wouldn't it be a gold level boss? It's like stepping on the iron shoes and delivering a pillow when you doze off. This kind of unhatched beast egg is the best to train. As long as he waited for the hatching to be completed, he would be equivalent to having a good helper. But, before that, the master-servant contract has to be found. Otherwise the odds are that this wild chimera will betray and escape after hatching. If heaven and I do not take it, I will be blamed for it, and if the time is not right, I will suffer a disaster. A tunable chimera delivered to the door must be taken in. Immediately, Jung Fan quickly put this Phantom Demon King's egg into his carry-on space. You have obtained the egg of the Phantom King. Chapter 23, Full Blood is the chopping line. Kill Gold Boss in seconds. Just as Jung Fan was immersed in the joy brought about by the charmed Demon King's egg, a ground-shaking kept coming under his feet. The shaking became more and more powerful, and even the figure was somewhat unable to stabilize itself. Turning on the ghost steps, Jung Fan, whose agility had instantly skyrocketed by a large margin, simply leapt directly out of the altar and stood on top of an open space in the distance. Click, click, with the sound of a ground cracking, the altar that held the Phantom King's egg rose up in the shaking. In the meantime, an extremely chilly and cold aura spread throughout Jung Fan's body. A human creature? Such a humble power dares to refer to this king's treasure. Truly damned. A huffy, hoarse voice just sounded. The floating altar then flashed a red light. Next moment, a pair of blood-red pupils flickered out above the altar, their gazes deadpan on Jung Fan's body. The strange sensation coming from his soul caused Jung Fan's brows to furrow slightly. Monsters in the Red Moon games that can spit. Basically, they have great strength and talent. Or it's just that the bloodline is extremely uncommon. Congealing his void pupil, Jung Fan looked at the huge altar revitalized in front of him. Altar Ancestor Stone, level 10, grade, gold, life, 126, 000. Physical attack power, 1120. Magic attack power, 2990. Armor, 1455. Magic resistance, 2010. Skills, magic burning, magic essence, magic source fusion. Armor gain introduction, fell into the ancient altar of the Phantom's Cave, possessing a hint of ominous power, and after refining living beings can hatch their essence blood into new life forms, and each time they hatch they themselves enter a period of inability to activate the state. Hidden message, can refine the flesh and blood of different living beings, possessing a portion of that being's characteristics. The information coming from the void pupil caused Jung Fan's gaze to move slightly. No wonder it was the Phantom Demon King that he encountered in his previous life and not this altar ancestral stone. How could Jung Fan not have thought of it? The hidden boss that he had encountered in his previous life was actually the charmed Demon King's egg hatched by this altar. The real boss at the end of this Phantom's secret realm turned out to be this altar. Although the difference in levels between the 8th and the 10th of May seemed small, but with the addition of the gold level rank, the attributes of the altar ancestral stone were far greater than Jung Fan's current panel. It took me countless amounts of source power to refine the Phantom's essence blood into a king's egg. I didn't expect to be stolen by you. Hand over the king's egg, or I will turn you into essence blood. The hoarse voice coming from his ears caused Jung Fan's eardrums to tremble. Looking at the exasperated altar ancestral stone, Jung Fan couldn't help but smile contemptuously. Refine me? What are you? A punk who doesn't even have a hand dares to scream in front of me? Looking at the altar ancestral stone that was in the process of putting up the formation, Jung Fan then gently waved the death scythe in his hand. This limbless being, no matter how strong, no matter what the grade, in Jung Fan's eyes, full blood is the decimation line. Just as the altar ancestor stone had just sacrificed a spell formation, preparing to refine this human in front of him who didn't know how to die, it violently sensed that its soul's will was as if it had been forcibly modified. The cohesive power instantly collapsed. The thought of attacking vanished without a trace. The moment, an extremely absurd thought actually arose in its consciousness. Kneeling at the human's feet, he caught the curved blade in both hands, feeling the strange sensations coming from his body. The altar ancestor stone could not help but be shocked. How could a human whose attributes were not even a tenth of his own modify his will? How is this possible? What's going on? You. In less than a few short breaths, the tone of the altar ancestral stone shifted from its previous disdain to deep fear. It felt as if its body was about to split apart. The body, it seemed, was kneeling uncontrollably. Consciousness, enforcing himself forward to catch the blade. But, You don't have any hands or feet yourself. How the hell do you go to your knees to catch a blade? Under the soul's ultimate pressure, the aura emanating from the altar ancestral stone grew fainter and fainter. The massive life force that only a gold boss could possess instantly disappeared almost without a trace. A few breaths later, with the growing sense of oppression in his will, a black death figure suddenly floated up above the eyes of the altar's ancestral stone. -126,000. Boom! In an ear-splitting cracking sound, the altar ancestor stone instantly exploded into a field of rubble. Until the moment before his death, all the altar Zushi thought about was the strange thought of why don't I have legs and feet? You have killed the altar ancestor stone, gold. You gain 41,000 experience. You get red moon coin *1050, blue dew chalice *30, red dew chalice *30. You have obtained red cloud black robe, gold, sacrificial staff, gold. You have cleared the secret realm Dreamland Phantom's cave, and the teleportation array has been opened. As the first player to capture the Dreamland Phantom's grotto, you have gained +10 dimension attributes and +10 freedom attributes. You have become the secret lord of the Dreamland Phantom's cave, and you have gained the right to withdraw the secret realm token. Your level rises to 9. Your level rises to 10. For dimensional attributes +5. Free attributes +5. You gain human plus, normal +5 to free attribute. You get perfect word points +10. Although the effect of 100% being caught with an empty hand had long been recognized quite clearly, but when it came to seeing a level 10 gold boss just instantly die a violent death, Jiang Fan's heart still couldn't help but feel a little shocked. This wave of decimation. Directly, he got a huge experience value of over 40,000 points, though the experience required for upgrading increases as you level up. However, the full experience gained from killing alone instantly allowed Jiang Fan to directly ascend 2 levels in a row. It was also just when Jiang Fan had just picked up the loot around him. An announcement that resounded throughout all the regions of the human race suddenly rang out. Player 10 Square has captured the secret realm Dreamland Phantom's cave for the first time and has become the lord of the secret realm, possessing all the permissions of this secret realm. Player 10 Square killed the altar ancestral stone, gold, in 1.6 seconds, becoming the first player in the human camp to kill a gold boss. This event has been permanently recorded by the Human Chronicles, and Player 10 Square has been awarded with the gold boss first kill reward, red moon coin *1000, reputation *1000, for dimensional attributes *10. After this burst of announcements that resounded throughout the human region rang out, all players were directly plunged into a state of stagnation and shock. After almost half a minute of complete silence, the Red Moon world instantly roared to life. Chapter 24 10 Square Awakened Treasure Hunting Talent? Epic counter-injury. Also, just as the players were talking, 2 beeps sounded again. Player 10 Square has leveled up to level 10, and the level rankings for each warzone have been opened. Ranking charts are updated in real time, and the top 10 ranked players will receive different rewards based on their rankings. The sealed places of all races have closed their boundaries, and the Red Moon continent has more opportunities and challenges, where power and longevity are within reach. Players who have completed the novice trial can be transported to the Red Moon continent through the trial voucher. After the successive ringing beeps fell, both the Red Moon world and the real world erupted in a great sensation. I'll be damned. Big Brother 10 messed up again? How long has it been since we attacked the secret realm? How long has it been? Crooked Sun. Look at the monster icon. 1.6 seconds to slaughter a 120,000 blood boss. I can't even come this fast even if I come around. I haven't even encountered a black iron boss yet? 10 Square is starting to kill gold bosses in seconds here? Off the charts. Even if it's stronger, it's not that strong, right? In less than 2 seconds, old me hasn't even finished taking off my pants. It's too exaggerated. Killing bosses in seconds to raid the secret realm. You can be clothed and fed for the rest of your life by relying on this secret realm alone, right? That said, Big Brother 10's luck is also a little too good. Opening mythic props, then killing bosses one after another, and now attacking the secret realm. I'm a little skeptical. Does he possess some kind of treasure hunting type of talent? I heard that the resources of quite a few novice towns have been swept away. I suspect that it was 10 Square who did it. No wonder he's so strong. It turns out that he ate the resources of several towns all by himself. Once this speculation was made, there was no stopping it. After all, mythical level items, senior bosses, secret caves, these 3 only account for one of them is considered to be a pie in the sky. Walking a dog luck. Accounting for 2 of them can also be considered a stroke of luck. But the game opened only a few days on the 3 all occupy. If this does not have a little mystery, can be a bit to say. And the only difference between all players when the game opens and descends into the sealed lands is the difference in talent. So, after this speculation appeared, The Red Moon game and the real world were basically like a tidal wave of various articles and posts that kept appearing. A rational analysis of the mythical treasure hunting talent of the Red Moon's first person, 10 Square, Chicken Brothers Soul Hook. In addition to the treasure hunting talent, it's highly likely that 10 Square possesses an undead type talent above the Imperial level. 10 basis for guessing the 10 directions as a traveler when the opening chakra is all over. The mission treasure chests and resource props of several novice towns have been swept away, severely condemning the treasure-seeking behavior of the 10 parties. Along with argumentative analysis of various articles, it was basically true that 10 Square possessed a treasure hunting talent of Emperor level or higher. The real world, Kyoto. More than a dozen officials gathered. While some of them play the Red Moon games as well, the real world can't be left in a mess. That's why the vast majority of people run on both the Red Moon and reality. The Red Moon games have essentially been proven to be special spaces with extraordinary greatness, and the real world has changed dramatically as a result of the Red Moon's descent. According to the information made public in the Red Moon, the power awakened in the increased lifespan in the Red Moon can materialize into the real world. It's just that the time and manner of embodiment is unknown for the time being. But if it comes to that, I'm afraid the globe will be plunged into unprecedented chaos. It is imperative that we explore the Red Moon as much as possible, in addition to maintaining social stability. Major General Xiao Feng, how is your exploration progressing? What do you think of that infamous 10 directions? Upon hearing the inquiry, a resolute-faced Major General pondered for a moment and then spoke. Aside from a small number of people with stronger talent and skills, most of our warriors have a rather difficult time upgrading. Weak monsters don't have enough points, and powerful monsters can't be beaten. As for that 10 Square, in terms of the universality theory, what he has awakened is most likely a talent such as treasure hunting. And as for the folk discussion of a traveler, objectively speaking, I can't comment on it. However, if it's just a treasure hunting talent, it shouldn't be possible for him to be so ridiculously strong. I would suggest trying to establish a cooperative relationship with him and the Red Moon world. If we can purchase that secret realm he occupied as soon as possible, our upgrade progress can go a whole lot faster. Hearing Xiao Feng's report, the group of officials also nodded frequently. The price is not an issue with the secret realm. Major General Xiao Feng, you are in charge of this matter. The moment. Almost all the players were talking about Zhang Fan. However, these situations were not very clear to Zhang Fan, who had not browsed the major forums. Just as he had just picked up the equipment that the boss had popped out, he suddenly realized that his friend add panel was bursting at the seams. Chicken request to add you as a friend, brother. Add me. I'm still new. Wolf God requests to add you as a friend, big brother. I'm a mage with a monarch level talent. Let's team up to crunch and slay. God of War 123 requests to add you as a friend, father. I'm your long lost son. Can you send me a secret realm teleportation token? After casually glancing at the messages, Zhang Fan simply turned on the reject friend add function directly, taking out the gold equipment that had exploded from the altar ancestral stone. Zhang Fan then looked at its information. Red cloud and black robe, category, armor, grade, gold, equipment requirement, level 10, attributes, life plus 1200, armor plus 90, magic resistance plus 60, effect, when attacked, life recovery effect is increased by 150%, duration, 5 seconds, description, a black robe that contains a hint of the power of sacrifice, with great vitality, addable entries, for sacrificing the ancestral stone exploded 2 weapons of gold. Only this armor Zhang Fan could use. Running his talent power, Zhang Fan directly empowered it with words. Word added successfully. Red cloud and black robe gains perfect level words, chi, blood, blood. Red cloud and black robe gains epic words, scorn, thorns, word, chi blood, life plus 100%. Word, scorn, target's movement speed is reduced by 50% when attacked. Word 4, thorns, automatically rebounds 30% of damage to the attacker when attacked. After adding the 4 words, the red cloud black robe attached a whole 3,600 life points. With this equipment, today's Zhang Fan could be considered a true blood bull. And this wave of words also added counter damage for Kong Fan. With these 2 effects, those assassins and archers sneaking around in the shadows were not going to have a good time. Removing the frost armor, Zhang Fan immediately put the red cloud black robe on his body. At once, his life force directly broke through 6,000 points. The entire person also added a bit of mystery and coldness under the red clouds and black robes, closing the attribute panel with considerable satisfaction. Zhang Fan then stepped into the secret realm teleportation formation and directly left this phantom demon's secret realm, taking out the strange beacon that the red velvet evil soul had exploded. Zhang Fan quickly stealthily sped towards the evil soul altar from before. Chapter 25, Statue of the Polluter. Evil God projection inside the parallel dimension of the Dream Phantom's cave. Zhao Yannan finally managed to kill 60 small chimera after a lot of fighting, completing the conditions for clearing the level. Just as she was full of joy and preparing to receive the reward for her first pass through the secret realm, a burst of beeps kept ringing in her ears. This guy, how come he's always one step ahead of me? After complaining in a low voice, Zhao Yannan seemed to have thought of something. According to reason, this secret realm shouldn't have been discovered so easily. Could it be that this guy also possesses the same talent as me in divination and treasure hunting or something like that? My wish of the apocalypse is an imperial rank talent that can grow, but I can't see through his information, which means his power is prioritized higher. Perhaps, this fellow controls a mythic level talent. Think of what the words mythical class symbolize. Although Zhao Yannan was a little lost in her heart, feeling like a basket of water for nothing, she slowly accepted this fact. After all, a mythic rank talent. That was a talent that Red Moon's message said was almost impossible to awaken. It's good to change the treasure hunt. This guy is level 10. There's no way he can continue to stay in the novice village. The end of the dead forest. After the red velvet evil soul died, the altar in the clearing sank into the ground. But, with the void pupil, Zhang Fan quickly found this hidden altar. Picking up the evil soul beacon, Zhang Fan then added words to it. Even though it was just a prop voucher to enter the alien space, Zhang Fan still used the perfect word point on it. After all, this extremely special and rare item is in a way more valuable than ordinary equipment. Besides, the level cap of the Red Moon world was extremely high, and after ascending to the divine position one could break through the level cap again. That is to say, even at a later stage, Zhang Fan's perfect word points would not be scarce at all. So, as long as the equipment and props are not too bad, there is a need to use perfect word points. As a red light flashed up, Zhang Fan clearly felt that the evil soul beacon in his hand suddenly possessed a majestic energy. Word added successfully. Evil soul beacon acquires mythic level phrase, Zell counterstab. Word, Sifu counterstrike, in the evil soul altar. You are in the counterstrike state and Sifu state, during which you are immune to all damage and counterstrike 100% of any damage dealt to the attacker. Looking at the mythic word obtained by the evil soul beacon, Zhang Fan could not help but shrink his pupils. Absolute invincibility and 100% anti-injury. This infinite word talent is really ridiculously strong. It's a pity that these two effects can't be permanently added to my body, or else I'd be directly invincible. After murmuring rather regretfully, Zhang Fan then picked up the beacon and stepped into the open space above where the altar was located. Just then, a red spell instantly floated up from the empty ground. Subsequently, wrapped in the light, Zhang Fan's body disappeared in place. You have entered the altar of evil souls. You gain the Swordum counterstab effect enchantment. The cue dropped. Zhang Fan raised his eyes to look at the scene around him. The altar summoned by the red velvet evil soul wasn't that big, but the space at the bottom of the altar was surprisingly large. Surrounded by broken walls, it looked like an old ruined temple, and the location where Zhang Fan was standing was the entrance to this hall. Although the light here was extremely dim, under the gaze of the void pupil dryad, Zhang Fan could still clearly see an intact statue standing at the very front of the great hall. The warrior who holds a staff in his hand and carries a long sword at his waist, the assassin who opens his bow and draws arrows in an impenetrable manner, and the mage who gathers elements in his left hand and drags a big sword in his right hand. Dense and varied statues occupied most of the palace. These statues were listed on both sides of the hall, while right in front of the hall stood a statue that emitted a reddish light unable to see its face. Behind the statue, two vortexes were continuously emitting a strange light. Gazing up the pupil of the void, Zhang Fan suddenly realized that these were exactly the two spell formations that the red velvet evil soul had offered earlier. Step up. Zhang Fan walked towards the front. The premonition coming from the void pupil told Zhang Fan that there was clearly an extremely strong life fluctuation within this ruined hall. Just as Zhang Fan had just stepped into the great hall, an obscure and unknown but extremely penetrating voice resounded throughout the hall, pouring into Zhang Fan's ears from all directions. To be able to enter this place with a mere flesh and blood body, human, you have the qualifications to become a devotee of this god. Come forward and spill your blood on top of the statue of this god, and supply this god with the power of faith and the contract of an unbetrayable life and soul. This god will grant you supreme divine power and guide you to become the emperor of the human race. Listening to this obscure sound that could almost interfere with the choice of will, Zhang Fan sneered before directly stepping on top of the statue that was constantly emitting red light. A broken statue is worthy of making me sacrifice my soul and blood. Get lost. The voice had just fallen. The statue under Zhang Fan's feet was suddenly enveloped by an even more dazzling blood-red glow. In a split second, the dilapidated hall was illuminated in blood red by this glow, which looked extremely creepy. In just 2 or 3 short breaths of time, the statue under Zhang Fan's feet instantly dissipated all its light. Next moment, a projection covered in red runes surfaced in front of Zhang Fan. This projection didn't have any facial features, and even the top of its head was covered with dense and obscure runes. Conjuring up his void pupil, Zhang Fan then looked at its message. Statue of Evil Will, level 10, grade, gold, life, 152,000. Physical attack power, 3520. Magic attack power, 6990. Armor, 3455. Magic resistance, 5625. Skills, Evil God Whisper. Evil Soul Phalanx. Evil Power Shaping Body. Faith Strike. Introduction. Originally a statue of an ordinary professional located in a movable subdimensional space. It was tainted with a trace of evil power and then absorbed a large amount of life force and soul force through a sacrificial spell. Possessing self-awareness. Hidden message, a statue of the polluter discarded by the realm of the gods. Granted a ray of faith by a projection of the evil gods while after it was moved to the sealed lands. Looking at the blood-red figure in front of him, Zhang Fan couldn't help but want to laugh. A statue tainted with some evil power dared to call itself a god. And you want to make yourself a sacrifice of flesh and blood and soul. It's just ridiculous. Ignorant mole cricket. Even the strength of an ant is delusional enough to shake the sky. After the imposing voice fell, the evil god statue then raised its right hand. At once, a crimson thunderbolt descended from the sky, illuminating the entire space with a red light. Chapter 26 Evil God, I'm tired. Destroy it. The majestic lightning blossomed with supreme thunder might, like a thunder god descending straight towards Zhang Fan's body as it kept falling. Looking at the evil god statue that struck with the strongest blow, instead of dodging, Zhang Fan directly charged toward the nuisance lightning with a flash, and the evil god statue saw the scene before him. Straight away, he froze and stopped the second spell that had yet to coalesce in his hand. Nice guy. Flash to catch a big one? I'm afraid this is not a fake drink. Boom! After a booming explosion that resounded throughout space, Zhang Fan's body was completely flooded by crimson lightning. Lightning flew and lightning was deafening. Just as the evil god statue was preparing to disperse the minefield, it was surprised to find that the human in the red minefield had not suffered any damage. How? This strike contained the power of faith of the evil god's will, and could kill even a silver-ranked being of the same rank in seconds. How could a human with such a weak attribute carry it off unharmed? The moment. The evil god statue's consciousness was already horrified beyond words. Simian counterstab effect triggered. You have been immunized from all damage. Siren backstab effect triggered. Has forced a backstab of 100% damage to the attacker. Red cloud and black robe thorn effect triggered. Has forced a 30% rebound of damage to the attacker. Under the trigger of the anti-injury effect, 2 red rays of light, one in front of the other, instantly bombarded the evil god statue's body like streams of light. Minus 72,510. Slowing down, -21753. Slowing down, the strike containing the power of faith was frighteningly strong. In an instant, the evil god statue was emptied of a large portion of its blood bar by the attack it unleashed on itself. Looking at the statue of the evil god frozen in the air, Zhang Fan directly summoned the death scythe. Your attack just now tickled me pretty well, but alas, you don't seem to have the courage to unleash it a second time. In the face of such a provocation, although the evil god statue was furious to the core, it was somewhat helpless. This human in front of him not only possessed a terrifyingly invincible posture, there's even an anticlimactic effect that goes against the grain. Such an ability had already surpassed the limits of mortal realm beings. With this meager amount of faith power in it, it was simply unable to fight against it. Humans, God is not to be dishonored. This God carries the power of the evil God Lord, and everything he does represents the evil God Lord. Are you bullying the evil God Lord's true body for not being able to descend here? Words. Zhang Fan directly waved the scythe in his hand impatiently. What kind of bullshit, evil God? You can call it all you want to try. Get your ass down here if you're already scared out of your wits. At once, the evil god statue floating in the air flew straight towards Zhang Fan's body in an uncontrolled manner. You! Before the unbelievable exclamation of shock could be uttered, the evil god statue fell to its knees and raised its hands to catch the blade in Zhang Fan's hand. Sweeping a glance at the statue of the evil god kneeling in front of him, Zhang Fan directly drew back his death scythe slowly. The whole time there was no worry or defense at all. The evil god statue that had lost control was like a brain that had gone down. Invulnerability, anti-injury, modified will. It really doesn't know how to deal with such a situation. You can't fight. You can't run. What else can we do? Looking at the evil god statue that just froze and didn't move, Zhang Fan couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. You're not even going to sneak in a wave here? You've been given a chance and you don't want to use it. The words fell. A phantom slash was released. Minus 1,541. Freezing, slowing, -904. Electric blade, -1541. Freezing, slowing. Gazing up the void pupil and scanning the remaining tens of thousands of bloodstains of the evil god statue, Zhang Fan then wielded his death scythe and continuously unleashed his attacks. Minus 555. Slowing down, dash 555. Slowing down, dash 904. Electric blade. Letting countless attacks fall on him, the evil god statue never dared to return the favor. A little later, as if he had already predicted his end, the evil god statue couldn't help but let out a sigh. Just, predestination makes it so. And the words fell. A crimson light coalesced in the evil god statue's hand and blasted straight at Zhang Fan's chest. Simian counterstab effect triggered. You have been immunized from all damage. Siren backstab effect triggered. Has forced a backstab of 100% damage to the attacker. Red cloud and black robe thorn effect triggered. Has forced a 30% rebound of damage to the attacker. Minus 72,510. Slowing down. Boom. A deafening roar, as if a meteorite had fallen, exploded throughout the ruined space. The majestic destructive power emptied all the remaining blood bars of the evil god statue in a matter of moments. You have killed the level 10 gold boss statue of evil god's will. You gain 42,600 experience. You get red moon coin asterisk 2900, blue dew chalice asterisk 20, red dew chalice asterisk 45. You have acquired red thunder dagger, gold. You have obtained evil soul seal. Your level rises to 11. For dimensional attributes plus 5. Free attributes plus 5. You gain human plus, normal plus 5 to free attribute. You get perfect word points plus 11. Sweeping a glance at the projection of the evil god statue that had turned into dots of red light, Zhang Fan could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. The last few sighs of this broken statue were clearly a sign that it was disliking its attacks for being too low and not hitting it enough to hurt. It seems like we still need to find a way to boost our means of attack. Otherwise it's still a bit of a struggle to encounter a high blood boss. After murmuring, Zhang Fan glanced at his experience bar. With the tens of thousands of experience points provided by the gold boss, Zhang Fan directly rose to level 11 this wave. It's also only a fraction of an experience away from level 12. And in this wave, the evil god statue not only provided a large amount of experience value, but also exploded a crimson dagger, a gold level dagger. If it was taken out to be traded at this stage, I'm afraid that it would instantly cause quite a stir. After casually scanning its attributes, Zhang Fan put it away in his carry-on space, taking out the other prop that the evil god statue had exploded. Zhang Fan then looked at its information. Evil soul seal, attributes, physique plus 100%, spirit plus 100%, charisma plus 5, luck plus 1, a special seal containing a wisp of the evil god's power. Effect unknown. The red moon boundary has not been breached, and no words can be added at this time. Looking at the crimson seal in his hand, Zhang Fan could not help but move his eyes slightly. In addition to increasing physique and spirit, this seal surprisingly increased the charm attribute by 5 points and the luck attribute by 1 point. Red Moon Games. Charisma, like luck, is a hidden attribute that is extremely difficult to improve. It's no exaggeration to say, the value of this seal was high enough to be comparable to a high-level King Xian's artifact. And what surprised Zhang Fan was that this one seal was actually unable to add words just like the empowerment stone. I'm afraid that this indicates that the true grade of this seal is at least mythic grade. No hesitation. Zhang Fan immediately embedded the evil soul seal into the jewelry position on his chest. At once, his physical attribute and spiritual attribute instantly broke through 200 points. Magic attack is even higher at 355 points. Looking at his attribute panel, Zhang Fan believed that with this kind of magic attack power, even mage players were afraid that it would take quite a bit of time to catch up. After allocating his free attribute points to strength and agility, which were missing by a large margin, Zhang Fan then took a step towards the statue directly in front of him. The projection of the life force embodiment was decimated, and the two vortices near the statue of the evil god completely lost all vitality. And the ground where the vortex was originally located was currently lying quietly with a bottle of crimson potion and a crimson scroll, although far apart. However, Zhang Fan was still able to sense the majestic power emanating from the potion and the scroll. Gazing up the pupil of the void, Zhang Fan then looked at its message. Faith Potion, Duplicate Scroll, Chapter 27, Harvesting 100 Years of Life. Talent Duplication Scroll. With a flash leaping forward, Zhang Fan directly grabbed the potions and scrolls on the ground. You get, Faith Potion *1. You get, Copy Scroll *1. The moment the tone just dropped, Zhang Fan then immediately looked at the potion in his hand. Faith Potion, Life plus 500. Armor plus 100. Magic Resistance plus 100. 4-dimensional attributes plus 10. And a small increase in soul power after drinking. Hidden message, a special potion refined by the evil gods will with his own evil power, containing the law of devouring. The instant you take the potion your life source power will be devoured to a certain extent. Addable entries, 3. Looking at the red potion in his hand, Zhang Fan couldn't help but move the corner of his eyes. The additional attributes of this potion exceeded the total of a level up of 1 level. The key thing is that it also improves some soul power. As for the side effect of the life force being devoured, it couldn't play any role at all for Zhang Fan. With the absolute invincibility of the Sifu counterstab, no damage could possibly have an effect on Zhang Fan's body. No hesitation. Zhang Fan immediately condensed his talent power to add perfect words to the potion in his hand. Word added successfully. Potion of Faith gains a perfect level word, life force. Potion of Faith gains epic words, soul power. Charisma. Word, life power. The life effect contained in the potion is increased by 100%. Word, soul power, small increase in soul power. Word, charm. There is a small chance of triggering absolute charm against the opposite sex. Looking at the new effects obtained by the potion, Zhang Fan was quite satisfied. Soul power was boosted, not to mention the additional charm effect. Once triggered, one will directly transform into a human bulldozer. There was no hesitation. Uncorking the bottle, Zhang Fan immediately drank the red potion in his hand. You took the Potion of Faith. You gain, life plus 1000, armor plus 100, magic resistance plus 100, 4-dimensional attributes plus 10, a small increase in soul strength, and a large increase in charming effect. It was also the moment the beep sounded. A red vortex that emitted a terrifying devouring power rose up under Zhang Fan's feet. The bizarre blood-red light completely enveloped Zhang Fan's body in a matter of breaths. Next moment, a palm stretched out from the vortex and with an extremely terrifying might, it directly pulled out towards Zhang Fan's heart. Simian counterstab effect triggered. You have been immunized from all damage effects. Siren backstab effect triggered. Has forced a backstab of 100% damage to the attacker. Red cloud and black robe thorn effect triggered. Has forced a 30% rebound of damage to the attacker. The devouring laws contained in the faith potion did not have any effect on Zhang Fan's body. Instead, the moment that palm touched Zhang Fan, a red light flashed violently on Zhang Fan's body. Between breaths, this light then coalesced into a blood-red palm clawing through the void. Distant unknown space. An unnameable thing covered in blood awnings was floating on top of a huge altar, and in front of it, a blood-red star map was listed. Among that star map, it is showing the 10,000 things observed by the will of this being projected into all space. Suddenly, a star map suddenly broke. The entire space was dead silent for a few seconds after that. An obscure voice that distorted space sounded out of nowhere. Oh, was that statue in the mortal bit galaxy destroyed? The obscure voice drifted down. The entire space kept collapsing. Also at this time, a vortex floated beneath the feet of this being. The moment it had just appeared, it completely covered its body. At the same time, a red palm that came from nowhere was directly on top of the chest of this indescribable thing. In a split second, a blood-red light was grabbed out of the creature's body by this palm. Next moment, the entire palm instantly disappeared. Also at this time, the countless blood-red lines on the surface of this creature dimmed by a wisp in silence. Noticing his life force being inexplicably devoured, the creature was suddenly slightly surprised, because it was clearly perceived. The palm that devoured its life was the very same devouring law that it drew from all beings. Interesting, the flesh and blood creatures of the mortal plane galaxy can actually turn against my life. This power really makes me yearn for something. The moment, the bottom of the evil soul altar, Zhang Fan had just taken out the copying scroll in his backpack when his entire body suddenly lurched, because he felt a huge amount of life force was surging into his body crazily. Your special abilities Thorns and Simian counterstab trigger, and the opponent receives an equal damage rebound. Under the special rules of the law of devouring, you gained a trace amount of your opponent's life force. You gain life expectancy * 10 years. 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 After a series of beeps fell, Zhang Fan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Yourself. It doesn't seem to be doing anything, does it? Gained 130 years of life by standing still? That's a little too cool. With the anti-damage buff added by Infinity Word, the law is really sick. But 130 years of life is just a trace amount of life force on the other side. Doesn't this mean that so-called evil gods will has a lifespan of tens of thousands of years or even more? After standing in place and thinking for a little while, Zhang Fan didn't think about the answer to this unavailable question for the time being. After harvesting 130 years of lifespan, Zhang Fan's soul and body, as well as his cognition, were changing. Having more than 100 years of life force as capital meant that the alternate version of the Book of Life and Death under Zhang Fan's control could also come in handy in the future. After a cozy sigh of relief, only then did Zhang Fan take out the red scroll in his backpack. Duplicate scroll, copy one effect of any equipment onto another equipment after use. The scroll disappears after use. Addable entries, 3 looking at the effects of this copying scroll. Zhang Fan couldn't help but move his eyes. With this scroll, when he searched for a new weapon in the future, he would be able to copy the harvesting effect of the Death Scythe onto his new equipment. After all, the Death Scythe was only a level 1 equipment, and its panel attributes couldn't keep up with Zhang Fan's pace nowadays. If the new weapon could also have the effect of the Reaper's Reaping, then Zhang Fan's battle power would be able to receive a considerable boost. No hesitation. Zhang Fan then released his talent power to add perfect words to the scroll in his hand. Word added successfully. Duplicate scroll acquires a perfect level phrase, turn it to your own use. Duplicate scroll acquires the legendary word, perfect duplication. Duplicate scroll acquires mythic level phrase, gifted duplication. Word, turn into your own, you can copy the effect to yourself. Word, perfect copy, the copied effect will automatically advance to the perfect form. Entry, talent copying, can copy one of the target's initial talents. When copying, the target needs to be within the field of vision. Spiritual attributes and soul power is lower than the opponent will have a high probability of being detected by them. Chapter 28, Stepping on Water and Racing Through the Air. Digesting equipment props. Looking at the new effect obtained from the copying scroll, Zhang Fan's breathing couldn't help but slightly intensify. Copy another target's talent to yourself and automatically advance the talent's effect to its perfect form. Such a counterintuitive ability is ridiculously powerful. It's a pity that you can't replicate your own ability. Otherwise, if you were to replicate the effect of this simian counterstab afterward, you'd be directly invincible. After murmuring rather expectantly, Zhang Fan then put away the duplicate scroll into his carry-on space. With the addition of the words, the potential of this reel is extremely great. Only when you come across a truly appropriate talent can you maximize its effect. After carefully scanning the surroundings once again to make sure there weren't any missing items, Zhang Fan then took out the spirit wind boots that the red velvet evil soul had popped out earlier. Above the black and red boots, a pattern of light white clouds constantly emitted a faint glow. Despite looking rather sturdy, it was light as a feather in the hand. Rincewind boots, category, shoes, grade, silver. Equipment requirement, level 10. Attributes, agility plus 35. Magic resistance plus 25. Movement speed plus 30%. Effect, increases movement speed by 100% when out of combat. Introduction, woven from flowing cloud yarn with wind-scented black silk. It has some wind power and magic resistance. Addable entries, 3. The attributes of the spirit wind boots were quite good. Add a full 35 points of agility. It's an even more explosive doubling of movement speed when out of combat. Such an effect is already considered a minor extreme in the same class. Running his talent power, Zhang Fan then added words to it. At once, under the power bestowed by infinite words, the originally black and red boots were covered with 3 stripes of different colors at a speed visible to the naked eye. Word added successfully. Spirit wind boots gained a perfect level phrase, wind spirit. Spirit wind boots gained epic words, tread water, gallop through the air. Word, wind spirit, plus 55% movement speed. Word, treading water, you can walk freely on any water surface, as if you were walking on a flat surface. Word, Chikon, can fly at low altitude below 50 meters, with a flight speed equal to the movement speed. Looking at the new effect obtained by the spirit wind boots, Zhang Fan's eyes instantly twinkled. This wave of word additions adds more than just extra movement speed. Also gained the ability to tread water and gallop through the air. It's no exaggeration to say, with these 2 abilities, there were basically no scenarios that could restrict Zhang Fan's movements anymore. Throwing the novice cloth shoes on his feet aside, Zhang Fan immediately put on the black and red spirit wind boots. At once, Zhang Fan's agility attribute had skyrocketed by a small amount, and his movement speed had even increased by about double, with the speed he has today. After opening ghost steps, other players couldn't even touch his shadow. Closing the attribute panel with considerable satisfaction, Zhang Fan directly exited the bottom space of the evil soul altar. The evil god's will statue was a soulless lifeform just like the altar ancestral stone. So, soul manipulation cannot extract their souls. But, Zhang Fan didn't care about that. After all, with his current strength, the gold boss's undead could only survive for an hour and a half. You can't do much with that amount of time. Besides, undead don't have the true damage buff and do extremely limited damage when summoned to fight bosses. At this stage, he could basically only carry damage and play control for Zhang Fan. The role is not particularly obvious. Collecting his mind, Zhang Fan then quickly left the Death Forest to return to the Sealed Land. When you reach level 10, you will be able to enter the Novice Assessment Secret. Players who completed the secret trials were qualified to travel to the Red Moon continent, and humans weren't the only civilization in the Red Moon continent. The Red Moon descends on an extremely large number of universes, of which humanity is but one. Upon leaving the Sealed Land, humanity is then confronted with the various races of the universe and even the multiverse. There were many races that were weaker than humans, and there were also many races that were stronger than humans. dragons, elves, immortals, titans. Countless races were entrenched on the Red Moon continent, constantly exploring in search of a chance to become a deity. So, although the Red Moon continent was richer in resources, it was likewise full of crises. So, before traveling to the Red Moon continent, some preparations had to be made. Jiang Fan remembered that there were quite a few mysterious merchants in the Red Moon continent, but commodities in their hands were high-grade equipment, props, drawings, empowerment stones, and other scarce resources. And to get these resources from them, Red Moon coins are essential. At this stage, the fastest way to get Red Moon coins is basically only through trading. Glancing at the items in his backpack, Jiang Fan then returned to Novice Town 4396. The first batch of players heading to the Red Moon continent shouldn't be many. It's better to realize the unused resources in your hands here first so that it can be quite convenient when you arrive at the Red Moon continent. For Jiang Fan, those silver-level staffs and skill books were useless to him. But for players at this stage of the game, these are great things that instantly boost combat power. For example, the Frost Boundary and Blizzard popped out by the Ice Strike General. Once these two skills are learned, it's straight up a wide range of freezing control and freezing damage. A proper swiping tool. The Secret Realm token that can be transported to the Phantom Cave is a mecca of monster hunting that players are begging for at this stage. Any one of these things, taken out at random, could cause quite a stir. Sealed Land 4396. Many of the players who were skulking around the town had a worried look on their faces. Since the sealed lands had been continuously connected, most of the areas had been chartered by guilds. There are fewer and fewer monsters that normal players can paint, and the leveling gets slower and slower. The days can be extremely miserable. When Jiang Fan took a big step to the vicinity of the resurrection point where the players were most densely packed, his outfit instantly caught the attention of the surrounding players. Crap! This dress, these shoes, the pain suit? Hiss, what's going on? How come I felt a little pain just looking at it? Sorry bro, I wasn't paying attention when I stepped on your foot earlier. This side is a bit familiar. Isn't this the 10 square big brother who was ranked number 1 in our village? Shit, it seems like it's really Big Brother 10. Big brother, take me to upgrade no. I opened the ancient style foot massage parlor. Take me to level 5 free to give you a lifetime membership. One time, countless players surrounded towards Jiang Fan. The mouth was talking in sevens and sevens. Some female players even said something cryptic like going to a cave to fight monsters to physically lower the fire in public. For these, Jiang Fan directly chose to ignore them. Scattered people, it was basically impossible to afford the items in Jiang Fan's backpack. At this stage, other than those players who could collect funds in a short period of time, there shouldn't be many players who had as much Red Moon coins as Jiang Fan. Walking to the front of the resurrection array, Jiang Fan directly listed the items in his backpack, and posted a message on the public screen. Equipment, skill scrolls, and Phantom Secret Realm teleportation scrolls are on sale, so hurry up if you want to buy them. You need to show your own talent information for the transaction, and those with high-level talent will be given the right to prioritize the purchase. Chapter 29, Auctioning Off the Living in the Resurrection Formation. If you don't, I'll do it. With this message from Jiang Fan, almost all of the players in the sealed lands were stunned. Subsequently, the entire public screen was instantly in an uproar. What? Did I read that right? The big man of the 10 directions personally showed up to sell off the Secret Realm token? Why do you have to display talent information for trading? Isn't that pants on fire? You're a black iron talent, what do you have to worry about? Big Brother 10 is probably trying to use this deal to pull in some players with high talent, and it has nothing to do with scum like us. Hurry up and rush. If you're late, you'll probably be gone. Get a few tokens for the Phantom Secret Realm. I haven't fought a phantom yet. My talent is okay, but I don't know what the price is. I'd like to get some teleportation tokens if it's cheap. My current state is really good for fighting phantoms. Is this fight you guys are talking about proper? As the news of 10 Squares selling equipment props spread, the entire sealed land 4396 was instantly flooded with a large number of players, and Jiang Fan's surroundings were surrounded by countless people. Crap, so many goodies. Even silver level scrolls and gold artifacts are being brought for sale. Has Ten Fong really awakened a treasure hunting type of talent? The bullseye is huge. All this stuff is enough to raise an elite squad. The Blazing Sun Guild is buying Red Moon coins at a high price. Come quickly if you can trade immediately. My Nima. Something's wrong. These equipments seem to be still enchanted. This effect. It's unbelievable. Any brothers with more advanced talents to help me buy something? For a fee. I have a bold idea. And I wonder if any of my good buddies would like to come over and hear it? What are you thinking about a leather ruler? Are you thinking that your bloodstain is higher than a 100,000 plus gold boss? If you have to go and pass away, you go ahead and just give me what you have on you before you go. It's just a matter of 2 or 3 minutes. The resurrection point near the sealed land of 4396 was then crowded with people, and after posting the information, Zhang Fan stood aside rather lazily, waiting for a yuan to come and deliver the money. Half a minute later, a figure dressed in assassin's tight outfit slowly emerged in front of Zhang Fan. The moment the stealth was completely lifted, this player's gaze was then fixed dead center on the red thunder dagger in front of Zhang Fan. This dagger. How much? The words fell. This assassin player immediately shared his talent information with Zhang Fan. Hearing this voice in his ears that seemed somewhat familiar, Zhang Fan raised his eyes and casually scanned the information of this assassin in front of him. Rain and Snow Falling, Assassin, Level 6, Talent, Sacred Stabbing Power, Wang Xian, Nice Guy. Wasn't this the player whose little secret he had discovered last time within General Ice Ripple's boundary? Thinking of the previous image, Zhang Fan couldn't help but tactically dry cough twice. 500,000 red moon coins. Hearing this burst of unhurried voices, Falling Rain and Snow instantly averted her eyes from the red thunder dagger, and she couldn't help but frown after scanning her backpack. 500,000? That's too expensive. I'm afraid no one at this stage can come up with that many red moon coins. Where are the weapons of gold now? I'm still too cheap if you're too expensive. After responding in a cold voice, Zhang Fan was too lazy to bother with the player in front of him. The price of 500,000 red moon coins for a weapon of gold with a word attached was barely on par with expensive. If you can't afford it even when it's this cheap, you can only blame it on not trying hard enough. I don't have that many red moon coins for now. Why don't you give me a card number and I'll buy it from you with twice the cash? Zhang Fan shook his head. I only want red moon coins. A red moon descends and the world changes. Now while the economic order hasn't collapsed yet, it won't be long before real-world currencies inflate and devalue. At that point, currency is no different than scrap paper. It's too late to exchange red moon coins. How can you take real currency? The bottom line is this. What Zhang Fan needed was red moon coins that could buy powerful equipment from the mystic merchant. Real money is basically useless to him. Seeing that Zhang Fan was unmoved, Falling Rain and Snow opened her mouth after a pause and inquired, "Can you keep the items for me first? I'll go and collect the guild's red moon coins right away." The words fell. Without waiting for Zhang Fan to reply, Falling Rain and Snow immediately stepped aside and opened the call that came with Red Moon before disappearing into the crowd. 2 minutes later, the body of Falling Rain and Snow was resketched out in front of Zhang Fan's body. "Here's 500,000 red moon coins. Trade. Can you send me some secret realm tokens on the way?" If it wasn't for the fact that the effects of the artifact of gold were too tantalizing, there was no way that Falling Rain and Snow would be able to empty out the entire guild before even leaving the novice village. But, if he could take this red thunder dagger, everything would be worth it. It would be even more profitable if he could get a few tokens along the way. Tapping instant trade to trade the red thunder dagger over. Zhang Fan shook his head. "I can't give it away. I'll have to add money." You traded red thunder dagger, gold, to Fey Rain and Snow. You get, red moon coin asterisk 50W. With the weapon of gold in hand, Falling Rain and Snow didn't care about those so-called tokens, and directly turned on stealth and disappeared in place. Also at this time, dozens of players roughly pushed through the crowd and walked up to Zhang Fan. At the head of the group, it was clearly the black head of the turtle that had been crushed to death by Zhang Fan's manipulation of the Ice Ripple General with a single kick earlier. 10 square. I'll let go of what happened last time. Turtle's black head turned his sight to scan Zhang Fan, his eyes brimming with confidence and calmness. "If you sell me these equipment and the secret realm tokens as a package, I'll give you 1 million red moon coins right away, and I'll give you an additional 30 million when we return to reality, so you can add more if you think it's too little. Money, I have plenty." When these words came out, the surrounding players were in an uproar. 1 million red moon coins plus 30 million in real money, just for some equipment and props. This is simply something that ordinary people can't even think about. $30 million? If it's true, this is too cool. Is this sure it's not 30 million joy beans? That's the rich second generation of Wu's group. Others have to spend hundreds of millions to play a retro online game. A real big shot who feeds a server by himself. What's $30 million to him? It's normal for him to open 100 million. It's true that poverty still limits my imagination. I haven't even charged the first $6. Just as all the players were variously envious and jealous. Zhang Fan, however, was a bit confused. This guy, as soon as he came up, he put on his "I forgive you and you can do whatever you want with money" capitalist look. "Who gave you face?" Gripping the death scythe, Zhang Fan said with a calm face, "Making a deal. Originally I came to the table, but the tone of your voice, I don't like it. Go away and I'll spare your life." Zhang Fan's attitude directly caused Turtle's black head and all the players to freeze in place. It seemed that he was not expecting that the other party had nonetheless once again ignored the offer he had made, and to say such things in public. From childhood to adulthood. From fighting landlords to playing shabak. When had Turtle's black head ever been treated like this? 10. as strong as you are, you need to realize that this is a game, and I'm going to give you one more time. Without waiting for the other party to finish, Zhang Fan directly waved his right hand. At once, the blade of the death scythe cut directly into the neck of Turtle's black head. -1613. Electric blade, -555. -1613. Electric blade, you have killed player Turtle's black head. You have gained 10 points of red fame. You have killed player Blazing Sun Leg's brother. You have gained 10 points of red fame. Ignoring the red name prompts ringing in his ears, and without extracting the souls of this group of players, Zhang Fan directly gripped the death scythe and walked into the resurrection formation. I told you to leave and you didn't listen. Stirring up my business. Now you can't leave even if you want to. With his eyes sweeping diagonally at the crowd below the resurrection array, Zhang Fan condescendingly said, equipment props are not for sale for the time being. There's one here for the big living. What Blazing Sun Guild Bright Moon organization? You guys watch how many red moon coins you can offer. Let's make a good deal. If no one wants it in half a minute, then I'm going to do it. Chapter 30, in business. We must convince people with virtue. Standing in the center of the resurrection spell formation, Zhang Fan looked down on the surrounding area with a calm demeanor. And around the resurrection point, countless players would have been shocked to see Zhang Fan's decisive strike. The moment. After hearing his words, all of them were confused. What the hell is going on here? This is selling? Countless players marveled. Many people were even outright dumbfounded, stuck in a resurrection formation auctioning off the living. This absurdity was happening in front of him. This 10 square. It's too ferocious. Before the freshly revived turtle could react, he saw a huge scythe come up above his neck. See this scene. The 9 players who were resurrected at the same time were instantly shocked and furious. A player with the game nickname Blazing Sun Leg Brother directly took out his own weapon and aimed it at Zhang Fan. 10 square. Let go of Big Brother Uguay. In everything you have to leave yourself a way out. Do you really not know what kind of people you are offending right now? Slightly moving his wrist, Zhang Fan smiled faintly. What he is has nothing to do with me. All I know is that if no one has offered red moon coins after 10 seconds, then this person who stirred up my business will be turned into a corpse waiting to be resurrected again. It seems that you are bent on making an enemy of our Blazing Sun. Don't you dare regret the decision you made. Brother Blazing Sun Legs grimaced, trying his best to control his emotions. As Turtle's #1 lapdog, Brother Blazing Sun Legs could be said to be under 1 person and above 10,000. Usually, no matter what game he is in, he is a bully, and everywhere he goes, he is honored with the title Brother Legs. When has it ever been as coy and fearful as it is now? Click! Just as he was about to open his mouth, Brother Blazing Sun Legs suddenly saw that the turtle that had only just been revived was instantly slit by a knife, and was directly killed in seconds within the revival formation. Making enemies with the Blazing Sun? Do you guys have the strength? You've wasted a lot of my time, but I've always been a man of reason and my word. If we wait another 10 seconds and still no one trades, I'm going to move on. Hear that? The recently revived turtle's black head directly wanted to curse. Is there any justice in this? Is there any law? Holding a knife to your neck and saying you're convinced by reason? In just under a minute, 2 direct violent deaths, together with the 3 previous deaths, Turtle's black head had died a full 5 times. Although it hadn't been completely spread, the vast majority of people already knew the fact that after 9 deaths in the Red Moon game, they would die completely. Death will always be a topic that people avoid, no matter what world they live in. And as the heir to a large consortium, Turtle's black head feared death more than anyone else. Looking at the shiny blade on his neck, Turtle's black head could no longer maintain his previous subdued tone. 10 Fong, I admit it. Red Moon coin for you. I'll make a note of this deal. The Red Moon game has only just begun. There will be plenty of trading opportunities later. The words fell. Turtle's black head immediately called up the trading panel and made an instant trade directly to Zhang Fan. Turtle's black head traded Red Moon coins to you. You get Red Moon coin *102W. The huge $1 million arrived, and Zhang Fan then put away the death scythe in his hand. Zhang Fan did not care about the turtle's unwillingness and the resentment he was trying to hide. If you still want to trade in the future, let's do business and convince people with virtue. Turtle's black head had just picked up the second drop of experience when he heard these words and immediately turned black. Forcibly suppressing the fire in his body, he directly led his little brother into the crowd and then disappeared. Sweeping a glance at one of the gazes probing towards him, Zhang Fan did not have any color fluctuations. With the gift of unlimited words, it's common to resell equipment later on. If we don't establish some authority, any cat or dog is going to come stomping in. Having majesty invariably cuts down on a lot of trouble. Taking out the previous items, Zhang Fan continued to start selling equipment. To him, what just happened was a blip, and after this auction, Zhang Fan noticed that the players around him were looking at themselves with some fear and nervousness. But Zhang Fan didn't care. 20 or so minutes later, on Zhang Fan's side, he basically sold everything very quickly. A gold-ranked staff, 2 silver-ranked skill scrolls, a silver armor, a bronze armor and bronze staff. The 5 equipment props were directly sold for 2.8 million red moon coins. Compared to equipment and skill books, Secret Realm tokens were considerably cheaper as one-time consumables. A token with a word effect attached to it was sold by Zhang Fan for only 100 red moon coins. And as the Lord of the Secret Realm, as long as it was not destructively exploited, Zhang Fan was able to refine 3,000 Secret Realm tokens every month. In this wave, Zhang Fan earned 300,000 red moon coins just from the Secret Realm token. After all the items were digested, Zhang Fan's red moon coins today were up to about 4.7 million. Nice haul. You should be able to buy quite a few good things after entering the Red Moon continent. It's a pity that we didn't find any good talents, and it's almost impossible for anyone to come up with this many red moon coins in a short period of time, so I'm afraid we'll have to wait quite a bit of time for the next trade. Closing the information panel of his carry-on space, Zhang Fan directly turned on stealth to rush towards the teleportation anchor point of the Sealed Land. The Sealed Land was nothing more than an area isolated from the Red Moon continent, with extremely limited resources in all aspects. With Zhang Fan's strength today, continuing to stay here would only be a waste of time. Only by completing the novice examination to enter the Red Moon continent could Zhang Fan's strength be maximized. A huge statue loomed above the square on the eastern side of the neighboring town. Zhang Fan maintained his invisibility and then stepped forward to reach out and touch it. Opening the map of the teleportation anchor point, Zhang Fan directly chose the secret realm of trials. At once, in a flash of white light, a transparent teleportation array slowly rose up under Zhang Fan's feet. Also at this time, a player carrying a shield walked up to the front of the statue, and after looking around for a while began to chant non-stop under his breath. Why is this village so poor? After searching for half a day I couldn't even find a treasure chest. Destiny. The light of prophecy. Prophecy, a way to increase longevity. Prophecy, the fastest way to level 10. Prophecy, sealed places containing resource chests. See this scene. Zhang Fan couldn't help but move his eyes slightly. Nice guy. What are you doing here? Hiding from the camera? Just as he was about to carefully explore the player's talent information and skill panel, the spatial glow of the teleportation array completely covered Zhang Fan's body. Blurred vision and spatial switching, Zhang Fan slowly appeared in an extremely empty scene. Thinking of the talent that the player had just displayed, Zhang Fan could not help but feel his heart warm. The Fate Sequence's talents grow up to be mythic. Although this talent didn't have any means of attack, it was ridiculously strong. It could be said that with this talent, one could become a strong person while lying down. If I replicate this talent, after perfect evolution, my strength increase can be directly several times faster. Collecting his mind, Zhang Fan did not go overboard with this issue for the time being. Also at this time, a beep sounded quietly in his ears. You have entered the secret world of trials. The moment the tone had just dropped, 5 illusory light doors then emerged in front of Zhang Fan. The colors of the light doors vary, as does the information presented on them. Ordinary trial, normal number of monsters. Boss has black iron grade. Red Moon Continent teleportation voucher can be obtained after completing the trial. Number of people, 1 to 10. Trial of the Brave, normal number of monsters. Boss has bronze grade. After completing the trial, you can get all the rewards of normal trial, and extra 10 points of 4-dimensional attributes. Number of people, 1 to 10. King Trial, the number of monsters is extremely high. The boss has silver grade. After completing the trial, you can get all the rewards of the normal trial, and get 25 extra points of 4-dimensional attributes. The number of people, 1 to 7. Monarch Trial, number of monsters is unknown. Boss has silver and gold rank. After completing the trial, you can get all the rewards of normal trial, extra 50 points of 4-dimensional attributes and a random silver weapon. Number of people, 1 to 5. Imperial Trial, content unknown. Upon completion of the trial you will receive all rewards from the Monarch Trial, an additional 10,000 points of prestige. 1 unknown reward. Number 1. Looking at the information on the 5 light doors, Zhang Fan didn't think too much about it. Taking a step, Zhang Fan stepped into the Emperor's Gate without hesitation. With dozens of words added to his body and the effect of absolute true damage, Zhang Fan had no reason to choose another difficulty. With a burst of golden yellow light flickering up, Zhang Fan's body appeared within an extremely dimly lit area. You have entered the Emperor's Trial. The secret realm test has been opened, and you cannot leave this space before completing the trial. Hint, if you die more than 5 times within 24 hours or fail to complete the final trial task of the test, you will fail this test. Hint, if you fail the Emperor trial test, Your reputation will drop by 500 points. Chapter 31 Ancient King's Tomb. Seconds to kill 10 sword slaves. The rewards of the Emperor-level trials were extremely generous. But again, the difficulty of the trial is completely drawn out. Not only can you only enter them solo, but there are no quest guidelines. Within the secret territory, everything can only be figured out by oneself. Calling out the death scythe, Zhang Fan walked unhurriedly while checking out the neighborhood. The surroundings were dim and gloomy, and when Zhang Fan had just appeared here, the cold and rotting odor that came from the surroundings caused him to frown. Looking up, the sky above was pitch black. Zhang Fan instantly understood that this place was clearly within a huge tomb, located below the ground, and that means there will be no light infused here, a truly dark space. For the average player, just overcoming such an environment is an immense headache, but for Zhang Fan, who had the void pupil, it's not even a question. Taking dozens of steps forward, Zhang Fan realized that the location he was in seemed to be on the periphery of the tomb. As far as the eye could see, a broken stone monument stood above the already somewhat slack ground. The oppressive atmosphere coupled with the pungent odor, the only thing that could be felt was the infinite aura of death. It was so silent that not even a single sound could be heard, and the silence was a little creepy. The sound of footsteps on the dank ground was invariably amplified several times over as he followed the passage ahead. Enclosed and absolutely silent, Zhang Fan could even feel his footsteps pounding against his mind. The environment here was even more palpitating than the deadly forest that he had entered in the first place. 3 minutes later, Zhang Fan walked out of this narrow passage. An extremely spacious hall came into his eyes. Rotate your eyes. Zhang Fan could clearly see a black coffin lid faintly revealed above the uneven ground. And on top of those coffin lids, a broken limb looked extremely horrible and hideous. The 10 or so coffin lids were all pitch black in color, except for the one in the middle, which was not only slightly larger, but also strikingly golden in color. Gripping the death scythe, Zhang Fan walked towards the coffin lid in front of him. The smell of decay grew stronger in the air the further we went. It was also when Zhang Fan had just walked to the center area of this hall that a creepy voice suddenly sounded. Ow! As this terrifying hiss sounded, the golden coffin was slowly pushed open, and 2 white arms stretched out from within. Boom! Also at this time, 10 coffin lids were roughly pushed open at the same time, and a figure kept crawling out of the coffin. These living beings that crawled out were tall and majestic, and their eyes that were fixed on Zhang Fan released a blood-red coal light. Black boots, black armor, a long red and black crown, and a long silver sword. It was like an ancient swordsman, conjuring up his void pupil. Zhang Fan then looked at its message. Sword slave hidden, level, 10, grade, black iron, life, 6400. Physical attack power, 460. Magic attack power, 160. Armor, 290. Magic resistance, 90. Skills, sword soul. Broken moon. Hidden shape introduction, a sword slave who guards the king of the ancients. With exceptional sword skills and strong close combat ability, he died with his will intact, and his mutilated body carries a small portion of his abilities from his life. Hidden information, once a sword cane among the 10 sword slaves, he possesses the ability to conceal his form. Sword slave Miku, sword slave stabbing, sword slave killing. Looking at these 11 undead swordsmen with sharp blades in front of him, Zhang Fan realized why the rewards of the Emperor-level trial were so generous. Generally speaking, the bosses all appear as the final wiles of the trial. But, this Emperor-level trial, surprisingly, started with 11 black iron bosses. Even the most powerful one, the sword-slaying slave, had basically reached the category of a bronze boss in terms of attributes: stealth, defense, stabbing, response, perception, pulling. The luxurious lineup formed by these 11 sword slaves with different abilities. Even a squad formed by 10 players could not see any hope of defeating them at all. But, for Zhang Fan, these undead swordsmen with black iron level strength seem to be just that. Whoever enters this place, dies. With an obscure murmur from the slaying sword slave, the remaining 10 sword slaves immediately stabbed towards Zhang Fan with their swords from different directions with extreme skill. Conjuring up his void pupil, Zhang Fan directly unleashed a phantom slash towards the sword slave who was hiding behind him. -1651. Freezing, slowing, -1640. Electric blade, -1640. Electric blade, -1651. Freezing, slowing. With nearly 400 points of magic attack, Zhang Fan's one power blade directly exploded with damage comparable to Phantom Slash. The 2 phantom attacks combined with the chain damage from the electric blade instantly emptied the sword slave's blood bar by 2/3. Ghost steps opened, and Zhang Fan, whose speed surged, leaped directly behind the 2 frozen sword slaves. The death scythe was swiftly swung, directly taking away 2 sword slaves with the ability to recover. Click. The duration of the freeze control ends. the remaining 9 sword slaves instantly resumed their actions. They spread out and directly released their respective skills to blast towards Jiang Fan. As undead bosses, they not only had great strength, but also a more mature sense of combat. Looking at the approaching sword chi, Jiang Fan directly released a flash. Turning on stealth, Jiang Fan just waited for the phantom slash to cool down. The 9 sword slaves, on the other hand, kept waving their sword chi, releasing sword techniques continuously towards the surroundings. The range of these skills was not large, but if they hit Jiang Fan, the trouble would not be small. It was good that under the stealthy state, Jiang Fan's movement speed had a great increase. 5 seconds later, the sword slaves who couldn't find their targets began to gather together, with a few sword slaves with higher defense topping the perimeter. Suddenly, 230 or so meter phantoms of sides hit them straight on. -1651. Freezing, slowing, -1640. Electric blade, -1640. Electric blade, -1651. Freezing, slowing. With Jiang Fan's attributes nowadays, together with the increase in skills, a phantom chop was able to deal more than 4,000 points of damage. These black iron bosses with a life value of just 6 or 7,000, all died violently after taking just 2 skills. You have slain the sword slave, black iron. You gain 500 experience. You gain 500 experience. You get red moon coin *365, red dew holy bottle *7, blue dew holy bottle *5. You get necromantic sword *10, black iron. You acquire necromantic greatsword, bronze. Soul exorcism has taken effect, and you have gained all control rights over sword slave. Chapter 32, Observing the 10 Directions Information and Having to Take a Life? Human King's Buried Bone Land. Just as Jiang Fan finished off the sword slave, the unclaimed ruins of the sealed land of 999, nearly 100 players gathered together, all with a cautious look on their faces. Boss, good news. Brother Blazing Sun Leg squeezed through the crowd and walked to the end of the ruins with a face full of joy, and said to Turtle's black head, "Say, after the news was released, a brother from our chapter contacted me, and he has a gold level observation talent that can probe all players." Brother Blazing Sun Leg said quickly. Words. Turtle's black head face sank with a brush. "Don't hurry and bring it here." The broken door of the ruins pushed open, and a mage player dressed in black, with a thin body and a panicked face walked in. "You can detect information about the 10 directions?" The turtle's voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Thinking of that 10 square who had repeatedly made him extremely upset, Turtle couldn't help but feel angry. After playing the game for so many years, no matter which virtual online game he was in, everyone treated him with respect. Only this 10 square had caused him to suffer arguably the 2 greatest humiliations ever, and had also lost a large amount of red moon coins. During this time, he attempted to view information about the 10 directions in order to find a way to target them, but there was nothing. In a hurry, that's when he started heavily searching for players with special scrying talents. Big brother. Boss. Oh no. Chairman. What I've awakened is the stargazing talent, which allows me to observe beings whose level is no higher than my 10th level. This player was originally just an ordinary person, and had only joined the Blazing Sun Guild's chapter to earn more money, though it had been a great effort to restrain himself and keep his composure. However, the first time he came into contact with a big shot like Turtle, he still couldn't help but be a little nervous. Turtle's black head was already accustomed to such scenes. He waved his hand and said rather impatiently, "Get started. Detecting useful information. There will be no shortage of benefits for you." Receiving the promise of such a big shot, this player with the talent of stargazing was instantly beaming with joy. "I've heard that the chairman and that 10 square don't have a small beam. If I can observe useful information, I might just fly straight to the sky. The strongest observation must be used. This wave must see through that 10's pants." After making some calculations in his mind, this player instantly unleashed his natural power. Stargazing detection was different from ordinary scrying techniques. It also belonged to one of the gifts of the fate sequence. It was just of a lower grade. Observe the stars, detect calamities, and ask the god of destiny. Show. This stargazer began to summon the 10 destinies. Under the manipulation of his power, the 2 stars had just surfaced, and before they could connect, they shattered in a twist. Horror was instantly written all over this player's face, because his natural power unexpectedly became chaotic directly after the star was shattered, and his entire body nearly fainted. What's going on? 10 squares level didn't exceed mine by 10 levels, and it's still in the sealed land. And what I'm detecting isn't information about the future. I shouldn't have suffered a backlash. I'm being punished by the heavens? The player was shocked and muttered. Resigned, he pushed on once more. This time, it's more serious. The star had just appeared and instantly turned into flying dust. His life cap was even directly reduced by 30%. and his talent origin was even directly reduced to the silver level. Looking at the observer whose brows were furrowed with panic, Turtle's black head thought that the other party was nervous. Taking large strides to this player's side, Turtle's black head said with some impatient displeasure, "Does it take so long to detect a piece of information? It's not like I'm asking you to write a report." Under the pressure of the turtle, this observer simply pushed hard again. As a result, before the stars could even be summoned, his entire body fell to the ground on its back in fear. Minus 99,999. Turtle's black head and the group of players from the Blazing Sun Guild directly stared in disbelief upon seeing this bizarre scene. Many players were even covered in cold sweat, their faces full of disbelief. This, observe a message and directly view yourself to death? Fake it. Does Red Moon Games still have this kind of ability? This 10 square is also too heaven-defying. Even reading a message takes a life. No wonder this guy is so crazy. This is really inappropriate. I had a bit of a palpitating sensation when I probed Ten Fong with my scrying technique earlier. I thought it was because the Sakura girl who was taken in had hollowed out her body, but it turned out to be that Ten Fong had an unimaginable ability prop in her body. Listening to his minions talking and discussing non-stop, Turtle's black head suddenly got distracted and droned. "Shut up all of you. Which virtual online game doesn't have props for shielding information? And if you can't use the gold level probing technique, go find a higher level observation talent. No matter what method you use, you must find out information about this 10 square for me." Although this request was too much of an imposition, the group of minions nodded coyly and complied. For these, Zhang Fan was naturally unaware of this. The moment he was checking out the general information of the 11 sword slave undead, as black iron bosses, the attributes of these sword slaves weren't outstanding. However, when it came to combat skills and combat experience, these sword slaves were far above ordinary players. Although the survival time of the black iron undead was relatively short, it was already considered an absolutely powerful aid within the secret territory of this tomb. Manipulating the sword slaves to protect around himself, Zhang Fan was just about to run his void pupil to check out the nearby passages. An eerie aura suddenly hit his face. Crunch! The crisp sound of boulders rubbing together suddenly rang out. Follows. A slightly ancient tomb door slowly opened behind the golden coffin lid. After condensing the pupil of the void and letting the sword slave with higher life value and defense go ahead to explore the path, Zhang Fan slowly stepped into it right after him. Stepping into the door of the tomb, the front of the site was a large area of unseen white bones. These white bones were either horizontal or vertical. Some are intact, some are in shreds and disarray. They are cluttered and crisscrossed above the ground. At a glance, there was no end in sight. Every corner of the place is white and ghastly. Although it was much brighter than the previous sword slave coffin room, it made one's insides cringe. The confined space blew from time to time an eerie, icy cool wind, which was mixed with a putrid odor, making every moment here extremely uncomfortable for the senses. Turning on his invisibility, Zhang Fan then paused in place, directly allowing the sword slave to step towards the front. Also at this time, an eerie cold wind suddenly came. The cackling sound came out of nowhere. Subsequently, the surrounding skeletons moved without wind, and a bit of ghostly green light was suddenly released from those empty eye sockets. A section of hand bones on the ground directly grabbed the sword slave that was moving forward. Follows. The skulls all floated up in flashes of green light. Along with them floated piles of white bones scattered and disorganized on the ground. They quickly mingled together in the midst of flying, assembling into a complete skeleton in the blink of an eye. Chapter 33, Time Pearl. The resurrected human king. See this scene. Zhang Fan then condensed his void pupil to look at its message. Skeleton guard, level, 10, grade, ordinary, life, 2900. Physical attack power, 230. Magic attack power, 60. Armor, 140. Magic resistance, 40. Skills, Bone Spike. Bite. Introduction. The personal guard of the ancient king, with strong recovery ability. Attacks will ignore part of the target's armor and resistance, and will endlessly attack all living beings close to the tomb of the King of Men. Just as Zhang Fan had just finished reading the information about these skeletons, 60 or 70 skeletons had been assembled. 11 sword slaves were surrounded, sealing off all paths of retreat. Surrounded by so many skeletons at once, if a full squad was here, even escaping would be extremely difficult. But these level 10 normal monsters, even if they had some real damage effects added to them, Zhang Fan didn't put them in his eyes. Glancing at these skeletal guards who were fighting with the sword slaves, Zhang Fan shifted his body sideways and directly swept a phantom slash across to the 20 or so skeleton guards closest to him. Boom! Minus 1651. Freezing, slowing, -1640. Electric blade, -1640. Electric blade, -1651. Freezing, slowing. The scythe phantom bombarded the body of the skeleton guard as if it were striking on top of a rock. bringing up a low sonic boom. With the two phantoms combined with the terrifying damage of the electric knife, the outermost dozen or so skeleton guards were instantly killed in seconds. But Zhang Fan's ears were not alerted to any kills. Just as Zhang Fan was puzzled, the skeletons that had been dispersed floated up from the ground once again as if they had a consciousness. A complete skeleton was reconstituted in the space of a breath. Seeing the situation, Zhang Fan then entered a state of stealth. The skeleton guard, who had lost his target, transferred his anger to the sword slave. They raised their white, skeletal sharp claws and continuously attacked towards the sword slaves. Although there were more skeleton guards, the sword slaves' combat experience and teamwork was clearly superior. Even with fewer fighting more, they were still not at all outmatched. The skeleton's body could instantly regain itself after being dispersed, which was tantamount to an immortal killing machine. It's impossible for a normal grade monster to have an undead body. There may be other monsters around here. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan immediately concealed himself to the side and condensed his void pupil to carefully survey this land of buried bones. Under the gaze of the pupil of the void that could see through hidden space and the camouflage of everything, Zhang Fan's eyes landed on the left rear of the buried bone land. Amidst the white bones, a scythe formed from white bones was emitting imperceptible energy fluctuations. No hesitation. With his phantom steps on, Zhang Fan directly avoided the skeleton guard who was fighting the sword slave and leapt to the side of the white bone scythe with a big stride. And a phantom slash was directly unleashed. Boom! Violent clashing sounds suddenly rang out, and countless skeletons scattered under the attack of the scythe phantom. Also at this time, a strange feeling suddenly came from under Zhang Fan's feet. Without thinking, his feet slanted and his body jumped sideways and away. Chomp! The ground underneath broke open, piercing out a bone spur that was more than half a meter long. Chatter! A hideous laugh suddenly rang out. A huge skeletal figure floated above Zhang Fan, clad in a morose white cloak, the entire head showing only a skull. In his hand, he was clearly holding the white bone scythe. Gazing up the pupil of the void, Zhang Fan then looked at its message. Underworld Guard, level, 10, grade, silver, life, 72,000. Physical attack power, 2520. Magic attack power, 990. Armor, 985. Magic resistance, 625. Skills, Bone Spike, Time Domain, Skeleton Summoning, Death Scythe Sacrifice, Introduction, a skeleton being with some undead power and time power that can freely summon skeleton guards. Hidden message, Lord of the Skeleton Guards. After the time domain is opened, the skeleton guards will be blocked into an undead and indestructible state. Chatter. An eerie and terrifying laughter emanated from the mouth of the underworld guard, continuously hovering and encircling the entire sky above the land of buried bones. Hollow eyes locking onto Zhang Fan's body, the spectral guard directly swung down the swing of the scythe in his hand. At once, dozens of bone spikes surfaced around Zhang Fan, instantly stabbing his body from different directions. With the pupil of the void that could see through the target's next instant, Zhang Fan dodged this attack with extreme ease. A shot lands to the body, but Spectral Guardian doesn't float to the downside. Fighting at high altitude is where it excels. Looking at the spectral guard that was floating in the air and continuously releasing bone spikes towards him, Zhang Fan directly swung the scythe out of his hand. At once, the body of the underworld guard who was making a teasing sound trembled. Before it could understand what was happening, its entire body involuntarily knelt at Zhang Fan's feet, trembling as he raised his skeletal arm to catch the scythe in Zhang Fan's hand. The spectral guard's mouth couldn't help but let out an unintelligible and strange cry. No hesitation. The moment his body leapt backward away, Zhang Fan directly unleashed a phantom slash. At once, two huge scythe phantoms slammed towards the underworld skeleton. -1651. Freezing, slowing, -1640. Electric blade, -1651. Freezing, slowing. The body had only just regained its free state, and the spectral skeleton was instantly hooked up to the frozen control effect. Folding back and gripping the scythe of death, Zhang Fan directly swung out an attack that chopped down on the body of the underworld guard. -605. Slowing down, -605. Slowing down. The moment the fourth attack fell, a huge scythe abruptly appeared behind the spectral guard. Hiss! The death scythe that flashed with terrifying black light chopped down, directly cutting at the neck of the underworld guard. -26,400. Reaper's Reaping. The terrifying harvesting power of 40% of his current life value directly took away more than 20,000 blood of the spectral guard. Without any hesitation, Zhang Fan directly slashed down with a sickle again. At once, the spectral guard, who had just released his freeze control, fell to his knees once again, unable to move. The spectral guard was greatly puzzled. It thought that flying through the air and flinging its bone spikes was already considered an extremely obscene way to fight. I didn't think it was possible to meet a human who fights while controlling. It was about to summon the skeleton to come and attack. but it found itself with only the thought of kneeling to receive the white blade in its will. No other thoughts could be born at all. 5 seconds passed. The phantom slash that had finished cooling down once again slashed at the body of the spectral guard. -1651. Freezing, slowing, -1640. Electric blade, -1651. Freezing, slowing, submitting. The phantom slash's submission effect triggered, and the spectral guard immediately prostrated itself in freezing. Gripping his death scythe, Zhang Fan once again swung out towards the underworld guard. 3 seconds later, Zhang Fan directly disappeared in stealth. It's good to use an empty hand to catch a white blade, but the opponent may have a momentary counterattack when they have their defenses up. Surprise is king. It's more prudent to stealthily wait for Phantom Slash to finish its cooldown. And with Zhang Fan's stealth, the spectral guard who had lost his target kept swinging his scythe towards the surroundings like a madman. It kept releasing bone spikes, and its body quickly floated into the air. Pity. Being hooked up to full deceleration, its movements are no longer fluid. Just as its body had just flown high into the air, Zhang Fan, who was in a stealthy state, directly flew up. A phantom slash was released as the scythe was waved in his hand. Ugh! 2 huge scythe phantoms bombarded the body of the spectral guard, instantly hanging a layer of crystalline frost over the entire surface of its skeleton. Bang! With another swing of the scythe, the spectral guard's blood level began to drop at a rate visible to the naked eye. 2 minutes later, under Zhang Fan's extremely high agility, the underworld guard was pulled alive and died. Its skeleton-filled body collapsed to the ground, no longer breathing. The skeleton guards who were still fighting the sword slaves also instantly lost all vitality and turned into a field of white bones. You have killed the spectral guard, Silver. You gain 10,935 experience. You get Red Moon Coin *410, Blue Dew Holy Bottle *3, Time Pearl *1. You acquire Spectral Long Sword, Bronze, Spectral Armor, Silver. You get Lifespan *5 days. Soul Exorcism has taken effect, and you have gained all control of the spectral guard. The moment the tone fell, a long sword, a black armor, and a precious pearl slowly floated in front of Zhang Fan. After casually glancing at the information about the long sword and the black armor, Zhang Fan then looked at the silver-white treasure pearl in front of him. Time Pearl Erase Time, crushed to accelerate the time field around the target, blocking its ability to recover and causing it to be eroded by time. Duration, 30 minutes. Introduction, a precious pearl condensed from the power of time within the body of the underworld guard, possessing a weak strand of time power that disappears after use. Addable entries, 3 grasping this thumb-sized silver-white orb in his hand. Zhang Fan then added words to it. Word added successfully. Time Pearl Erase Time acquires legendary words, Time Acceleration, Time Acceleration, Time Acceleration. Word, Time Acceleration, Time Field Acceleration increases by 100 times. Word. Entry, 3. This wave of additions once again pseudo-randomized to 3 identical words. Although the word effect was single, it was extremely terrifying when stacked. It was also just when Zhang Fan had just finished reading the information on the words that the entire tomb began to tremble violently. Click! The ground cracked and white bones shattered. A huge 4-square copper coffin rose from the crack and hovered vertically in the air. Bang! The lid of the coffin shook open, and a silhouette slowly stepped out of the coffin, clad in an ancient patterned black robe. An imposing ancient sword was slung around his left waist. In his demeanor, he exuded an air of disdain. His right hand was behind his back, and his left hand rested on top of the sword at his waist. The moment the footsteps were taken, the skeletons in the entire space were faintly trembling. I am the King of Men. Chapter 34 Death Curse. Level Explosion Boost. Just 4 extremely simple words contained an unrivaled aura. He who disturbs my long sleep is guilty as charged. With this voice mixed with huffing and puffing, the skeletons in the entire space began to slowly float up. The moment the ghost steps were opened, Zhang Fan quickly glanced at the silhouette in the air as he flashed his figure. King of the Ancients, Level 10, Grade, Wang Shen, Life, 320,000. Physical Attack Power, 31020. Magic Attack Power, 42090. Armor, 21985. Magic Resistance, 15,625. Skills, Undead Manipulation, Judgment of the Human King, Elemental Repulsion, 9 Heavenly Sword Chi. Introduction, the Ancient King of Men, possessing the power of the undead, fused the 7 elements, and after death, his soul transformed into an undead spirit, opening up the undead realm. Hidden message, a wisp of wool left by the ancient king in the land of buried bones. Looking at the boss in front of him, Zhang Fan couldn't help but stare. This secret realm of the Emperor's trial even had a King Xian level boss. The full attributes were over 10,000, and the blood quantity was upwards of 300,000. With such attributes, it was simply impossible for a player to overcome. With such a horrible panel, the kite flow playstyle no longer applies. Because, with a huge life value, the amount of blood that the ancient king recovered every second was hundreds or even thousands of points. Against such a being, any method other than a single strike would be useless. Without giving it too much thought, with his sight locked on the target, Zhang Fan directly opened the Book of Life and Death ability of the Death Curse. After entering the Red Moon continent, killing monsters has a chance of dropping lifespans. After igniting the fire of clan sex, it was even possible to increase one's lifespan by quite a bit. And, with an extra 100 years of life for himself, these 10 years were nothing. One thought to this, Zhang Fan directly released the Death Curse's natural power. At once, two black chains floated out of the void, one locking Zhang Fan and one locking the Ancient King. Curse of Death, target King of the Ancients. The Death Curse cannot be purified, counteracted, or removed. The Death Curse is in effect. The Ancient King can survive 7 days. The very moment the Death Curse took effect, an illusory timetable floated up above the Ancient King's head. Almost at the same time, Zhang Fan directly crushed the time treasure pearl that he had only just acquired. At once, the time field throughout the catacombs became fast. The hour meter above the Ancient King's head instantly increased its rotation speed by hundreds of times, and the cooldown of Death Curse was rapidly decreasing. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Fan directly turned on stealth, followed by a flash leap to the farthest point. With the acceleration of the time field, the Ancient King's ability to recover was all but blocked, and the time field he was in even flowed at an unfathomable speed. Blocking time, the power of death that even the will of the undead cannot resist. The moment, the Ancient King was already astonished, because, controlling the extreme power of the undead, he was unexpectedly unable to resist that bizarre Death Curse, and every second of the accelerating time field around them was passing at hundreds of times the rate. Offenders, be executed. Buzz. The moment the words fell, the entire land of buried bones suddenly exploded, and after, in a spatial explosion, a huge meteorite fell from the sky and smashed straight into the entire land of buried bones. Terrifyingly strong winds blew from the sky, and the huge meteorite fell in a freefall manner, with a power as powerful as that of a meteorite descending from the sky. Looking at the Ancient King's terrifying AoE skill that did not distinguish between enemy and self, Zhang Fan directly moved away from this buried land at the fastest speed possible while maintaining stealth. Boom! There was a violent crash. A terrifying damage number floated above the Ancient King's head. As for Zhang Fan, although he moved away from the buried bones in time, he was also affected by the aftermath of the explosion. But fortunately, the sword slave and the underworld guard took most of the damage for him. After slightly scanning the surroundings with a sideways glance, the Ancient King immediately raised his hands. At once, the long sword at his waist automatically flew out and shot violently straight toward the direction where Zhang Fan was. The silver-white longsword haunted 7 different colors of light as it sped along. The burst of sword chi ripped the entire space vaguely apart. See this scene. Zhang Fan's expression did not change. Taking out the bronze longsword in his backpack, Zhang Fan swung his sword directly towards the Ancient King. At once, the Ancient King's body instantly shook, and after, he uncontrollably released his spatial skill to flash in front of Zhang Fan. The body had just knelt down to catch the blade. The longsword that was mixed with the 7 elemental powers then stabbed directly above his back. -75. 000. 100% were caught empty-handed. As long as the target is locked, the opponent will definitely do whatever it takes to come to his knees and receive the sword in the fastest way possible. This wave, it's a law unto itself. The Ancient King who was forced to kneel down to receive the sword was in a state of confusion at the moment. After a brief moment of disorientation, he attempted to stand up, but no matter what, not a single other desire could be bred into his will. All he could think about now was kneeling down to receive the sword. As for any death curse, passage of time, or beheading of incoming offenders, it had nothing to do with him at all. Ignoring the Ancient King's astonishment, Zhang Fan simply held up his longsword after scanning the hour meter above his head. This Ancient King's attributes were too powerful and his skills were too amazing. If he didn't directly strong control it, it was expected that he would have to unleash a wide range of AoE skills. The time field was flowing extremely fast anyway, so it was better to just control him. Time passes quickly. 20 minutes or so later, just when there were less than 3 minutes left for the effects of time erasure, the death timer above the Ancient King's head came to its final end. Right at the moment when the second hand quickly completed its last turn, a terrifying damage number instantly floated above the Ancient King's head. -999,999. Also at this time, the Ancient King who knelt down to receive the sword instantly emptied all of his life values, and his entire body collapsed lifelessly. You have killed the level 10 King Xian boss, King of the Ancients. You gain 186,000 experience. You get Red Moon Coin *5800. Blue do holy bottle asterisk 49. Red do holy bottle asterisk 59. You have obtained, questioning God sword, Wang Xian. Black dragon crown, Wang Xian. Your level rises to 12. Your level rises to 13. Your level rises to 15. For dimensional attributes plus 5. Free attributes plus 5. You gain human plus, normal plus 5 to free attribute. You gain, perfect word points plus 15. Chapter 35, The 10,000 Races Shake. Emperor's Soldier Polar Shadow. The successive beeps had just fallen on Zhang Fan's ears. A racial cue then suddenly rang in the ears of all the players in the entire human camp. Player 10 Square killed the ancient king, Wang Xian, in 26 minutes and 37 seconds, becoming the first player from the human camp to kill the Wang Xian boss. This event has been permanently recorded by the Red Moon Human Chronicles. Player 10 Square has been awarded the first kill reward for the Wang Xian boss, Red Moon Coin asterisk 3000, Reputation asterisk 5000, for Dimensional Attribute asterisk 15. Hearing this burst of prompting, countless players were shocked by this. They were just about to check the Chronicles records when an announcement instantly resounded throughout the Red Moon game. Mortal Bit Galaxy human player 10 Fong perfectly passed the Novice Test Emperor trial on July 12, 6934 of the Red Moon, obtaining an SSS rating and becoming the first player in the Red Moon world to pass the Emperor trial. Player 10 Fong activated the Red Moon icon Emperor of Ancient. Human players can freely view this icon. As the first player to perfectly pass the Emperor's trial, 10 Square receives the following rewards: Red Moon Continent Teleportation Voucher asterisk 1. For Dimensional Attributes asterisk 50. Weapon of Gold asterisk 1. Reputation asterisk 10,000. Emperor's Soldier Extreme Shadow asterisk 1. The moment the announcement that resounded through the 10,000 worlds fell, the entire Red Moon world was suddenly abuzz with excitement. Level 11 directly rising to level 15. This is a bit too outrageous. Even the King Xian boss was killed solo. 10 Square is simply inappropriate. Sour. This attribute reward is enough to ascend more than 10 levels. And you also got an Imperial Soldier. Big Brother 10 is going to heaven. I don't know if the big man likes massages, but I run an old-fashioned foot spa that takes in a bunch of unemployed stars and homeless cherry blossom girls. So if the big man is willing to take advantage of that, maybe I can get a little bit of a relationship with the big man. Pull back. People with this kind of strength still need to go out for massage? Casually say a star will fall up. But then again, where is this massage parlor of yours? If it's not Gufeng, don't blame me for organizing it for you. 999 Sealed Land. Turtle's black head had finally regained level 5 with the team's sustenance. When he heard the announcement and subconsciously glanced at the rankings, he was dumbfounded. 15 levels. The Blazing Sun Leg's brother who followed behind Turtle was filled with disbelief. This 10 Square can't really be a traveler, right? I've seen quite a few posts on the internet analyzing it quite reasonably. Even if you get a mythic level item in the opening game, it wouldn't be so fierce. Big brother, why don't we just stop checking him? We can't find out anyway. This 10 Square is too decisive. If we offend him again we might. Before the words even fell, Turtle twisted his head and squinted at Blazing Sun Leg brother. When did it become your turn to teach me how to do things? Turtle was on fire now. 10 Square's appearance had disrupted his deployment and plans after entering the Red Moon. Forget it, don't startle him in Red Moon for the time being. Find a way to find out who he is in the real world. In addition, recruit more experts in virtual online games, and don't take in talents below the silver level for the time being. You can't spend money on knives. As for how the contract is written, you should know very well. The human players were shocked by this. The alien players were equally astonished. The human race had given birth to strong people who had perfectly passed the Emperor trial in just a few days. This puts players of other races on pins and needles. After all, the truth of if it's not my kind, its heart must be different was extremely clear to every living being. So, the wave of announcements triggered by Zhang Fan instantly caused a violent stir in the Red Moon world. The Wizards. Unknown Sealed Land. A humanoid-shaped machine was gathered around and was deducing the data of the Emperor's secret realm. It's unbelievable that a flesh and blood race can do this. I deduced more than 2 million results. It's simply impossible for a player to be able to pass through the Emperor's secret realm. How on earth did this human manage to do that? A being covered in black mecha manipulated the panel in front of him. A hint of disbelief mixed into his icy voice. For the flesh and blood race to give birth to such a strong person in such a short period of time, the growth trend has already exceeded our racial model. It's not very friendly to us. In the Red Moon continent, the territory of our Smartarms clan is close to the territory of the human clan. If this human grows up early, the likelihood of us being enslaved by it and becoming its mechs is as high as 45.6% according to the trend of the data. I deduced tens of thousands of times that there is a 0% chance of defeating that human with the strongest combat power we have now. Strange. The heavenly worker deduction that is unique to our wisdom armament race was unable to observe that human. And even, every time I deduce it I suffer a certain degree of backlash. What's going on? The Jichi body covered in black mecha waved its hand, and the Jichi bodies that were expressing their own opinions were suddenly quiet. The trend of that human's development is far beyond the range of the celestial engineer's deduction. According to the current deduction, the threat rate of the human race to us after entering the Red Moon continent is as high as 78%, which is indeed unfavorable to our wisdom armament race, since there is no possibility of defeating that human. Communicate with the other humanoids through the signal first, through the data of the human creatures, spy on that human and find a chance to join forces with the other races to obliterate that human ahead of time. Elves, first getting a divine item, and now passing the Emperor's trial. Are the creatures of the human race already this strong? Alas, the gap is so great. I wonder if we elves will be enslaved by humans in the future. Dragons. Just a creature that got lucky with a mythic class item. In terms of body strength, which race compares to our dragon race? It seems like there are decapitation targets after entering the Red Moon continent. Killing foreign races can get you a lot of clan nature. The Red Moon descended upon countless racial civilizations, although each race has completely different growth attributes and racial bonuses. However, the strength of the bosses within each racial camp varies based on race. A powerful race in the early stages with high initial and growth attributes. However, the wild monsters refreshed by their camp did not have low attributes. The weaker races, on the other hand, have low panel and growth attributes, even though the wilds don't have high attributes. So, no matter which race it was impossible to pass the Emperor trial alone. And because of that, the sensation caused by Zhang Fan passing the Emperor's trial was even more drastic than the sensation caused by obtaining a mythic grade prop. The moment. Players of all races discussed Zhang Fan in shock. Instead, all of Zhang Fan's attention was focused on the blood-red Imperial soldier that he had obtained through the Emperor trial. The body was dark red, with a strange and imposing appearance. The moment he had just reached out and touched it, a blood-red light flashed up behind Zhang Fan, and after, a blood moon rose above Zhang Fan's head, and 10 divine weapons were projected, slowly unfolding in front of him. Chapter 36, The True Scythe of Death. An Elemental Mage's Nightmare. Giant Sword, Meteorite Iron, Long Sword, Blade of Heavenly Punishment, Bow of the Falling Sun, Shield, Midori, Cannon, Shattered Star, Scythe, Reaper's Scythe, Dagger, Soul Killing, Scepter, Scepter of Order, Crossbow, Golden Crow Burning, Knife, Draconic Meteor Fall. 10 divine weapons were projected, each of them emitting an incomparably regal aura. Conjuring up his void pupil, Zhang Fan then looked at the information about this Imperial soldier. Emperor's Soldier, Polar Shadow, Category, Weapon. Grade, Gold, to be promoted. Equipment requirement, exclusive 10 square. Level, 10. Attributes, physical attack power plus 460. Strength plus 30. Effect, after integrating a weapon into an Imperial soldier, you can project an eternal divine soldier of the same type. Select the divine soldier to materialize it, and only hold one divine soldier at the same time. Switching cooldown, 0.5 seconds. Every 10 levels automatically unlocks a divine soldier bit. The weapon incorporated can be freely replaced. Introduction, containing supreme source power. It can infinite the changes of the heavenly Tao. It is one of the supreme artifacts to destroy the stars, and can only be obtained by the player who defeats the Emperor of Ancient for the first time. Addable entries, for looking at the information on the Emperor's Polar Shadow. Zhang Fan couldn't help but be mildly surprised. In the Red Moon game, high-grade and high-attribute equipment is certainly extremely valuable, but it's still a lot worse than equipment with growth potential. The Emperor's Soldier Extreme Shadow, in its initial state, had the projections of 10 entire weapons. Not only do projected weapons increase with level, but even the rank of the equipment can be constantly promoted. The existence of this weapon perfectly solved Zhang Fan's diversity when fighting. It is no exaggeration to say that this is a true divine weapon that all players beg for. After entering the Red Moon continent, most players are able to awaken new talents through empowerment stones. In the previous life, the Red Moon game then appeared countless elemental assassin, heavy sword mage, shadow archer. With this Imperial soldier, the differences between a player's profession and talent will be perfectly matched. And what surprised Zhang Fan the most was, this Imperial soldier can enhance the attributes and effects of the projected divine soldier by incorporating it into the weapon. That is to say, after incorporating the Scythe of Death into an Imperial soldier, the manifested divine soldier Giant Scythe will not only have the basic attributes of an Imperial soldier, but will also gain the additional harvesting effect of the Scythe of Death. And if words were added to it, then the effect of this Emperor's soldier would be directly elevated by several levels. No hesitation. Zhang Fan immediately operated his talent power to perform the perfection word addition for the Imperial soldier in his hand. Next moment, the originally dark red Imperial soldier suddenly shone with 4 differently colored lights. Word added successfully. Emperor's Soldier Polar Shadow acquires epic words, attack stance, defense stance. Emperor's Soldier Polar Shadow acquires legendary words, elemental destruction, scattered demons. Word, attack stance, plus 20% damage, plus 20% speed, plus 20% toughness. Word, defensive stance, minus 20% of damage taken. And for each damage taken, gain 5% resistance to its damage type for 15 seconds, stacking up to a maximum of 10 layers. Word, elemental destruction, open a forbidden magic field within 100 meters of yourself, completely isolating all living beings from elemental communication. All living beings cannot release elemental magic and elemental skills within this field. This field will cause destructive damage to elemental beings. Consume 2,000 magic per second after opening. The scope of the field is dependent on your own spiritual attributes. Word 4, scatter magic, ignore any defense of the target. Permanently dispel 20% of the target's magic cap and 20% of the target's magic attack power and magic resistance. The effect can be freely turned off, cannot be stacked on a single target, and has a cooldown of 3 minutes per use. Looking at the effects of the 4 words, Zhang Fan was instantly somewhat unable to remain calm. In the Red Moon game, there are 10,000 clans. Not only were there flesh and blood races and mechanical races, but there were also a number of elemental races. The existence of elemental destruction and a scattered demon was not only the nemesis of mage players, but also the nightmare of elemental beings. Close the word panel with considerable satisfaction. Zhang Fan directly unbound the death scythe from the weapon and equipped the Emperor's Soldier Extreme Shadow. At once, his physical attack power saw a qualitative breakthrough. Feeling the soaring power, Zhang Fan then attempted to integrate the death scythe into the Imperial Soldier. Just as the death scythe was just approaching the Imperial Soldier, the pitch-black blade instantly transformed into a black stream of light that surged straight into the Imperial Soldier. Also at this time, the divine weapon projection in front of Zhang Fan, the giant sickle, was completely lit up. The right hand reached out and gripped the giant sickle. Subsequently, the giant sickle projection materialized. Reaper's Scythe, category, weapon, grade, gold, to be promoted. Equipment requirement, exclusive 10 square, level, 10. Attributes, physical attack power plus 490, strength plus 30 effects, target hit by death scythe 100% triggers bleeding status for 5 seconds, during which it loses 100 life points per second, and can be triggered once every 30 seconds for a single target. Players killed by the Scythe of Death have their life value permanently decreased by 5% and their resurrection time increased by 30 minutes. Death Force, Frost Power, Reaper's Reaping. Introduction, a divine projection of the Scythe of Death. With the additional power of the Scythe of Death, the moment he held the divine weapon Death Scythe in his hand, a majestic power of death suddenly and continuously rose up in Zhang Fan's body. At the same time, an exclusive Death Scythe effect surfaced on Zhang Fan's panel. Reaper, attacks have a 1% chance of triggering instant death. It's just a gold grade projection has such power. If it were to advance to the immortal spirit grade or even the mythic grade, wouldn't it be able to manifest a full-bodied death god scythe? After murmuring rather expectantly, Zhang Fan then switched between different weapons, and in the switching, Zhang Fan also discovered some hidden effects of the Imperial Soldier. After every divine soldier switch, Zhang Fan would gain an additional status attached to himself. At the same time, each weapon has a unique weapon effect. It's no exaggeration to say, the utility of this Imperial Soldier was far above that of an ordinary monarch's artifact. Put away the divine soldier and slow down your mind. Just as Zhang Fan was about to take out the questioning godsword dropped by the ancient king and integrate it into the Imperial Soldier, the copper coffin that was originally standing on the ground suddenly trembled. Click! A crisp sound of space shattering slowly drifted into Zhang Fan's ears. Rotate your eyes. Zhang Fan was shocked to see that the ancient king, who had originally fallen to the ground, had actually begun to crack continuously. Between breaths, his body then separated into grains of white dust. Subsequently, those dusts kept rising and finally outlined a human figure. The dust cleared and the light disappeared. The humanoid figure also fully revealed its true form. Head wearing a crown, wearing a black robe. Although the body is illusory, but it is like swallowing mountains and rivers. A mortal's body can actually decimate the remnants of this king's Wang Xian. This power is no less than this king's back then. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. The look and tone of voice was full of cloudiness. Not only does it control the power of the soul that can manipulate the undead, but it also possesses an origin thing that even this king can't detect. You, surely not simple. Chapter 37, Old Ancestor invites me to die? The universal attack comes with infinite sword chi. Turning his eyes to scan the figure on his left, Zhang Fan could not help but be slightly stunned, because the silhouette in front of him was clearly the ancient king who had already been decapitated. It had obviously been cool for almost 7 or 8 minutes. Even the equipment weapons were exploded by themselves. How come it's not completely gone? Just as Zhang Fan was wondering, the ancient king floating in the air slowly spoke. I never thought that the wisp of will that this king left in the land of buried bones would dissipate in such a way. Taking up his footsteps and stepping into the air, the ancient king's face became slightly grave. In life, this king sat on 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, and after death, he opened up the undead realm, with heaven and earth in the palm of his hand. Even if what exists in the bronze coffin is only a wisp of this king's will, it still contains supreme greatness. Even the god of death is just a slave of this king, and the mere death curse could not hurt this king's undead body as early as 2,000 years ago. But the sequence of powers you control is clearly more above this king. If not for the fact that this king is located in the undead plane, I'm afraid that even the true body of my soul would have to be driven by you. Hearing this burst of ethereal words, although Zhang Fan's expression did not change, his heart nourished some surprise. Opened up the realm of the dead, even the Grim Reaper is just its slave. Could it be that this king of the ancients was a dimensional lord above the undead emperor? After this king unified the chaotic world, he cut off his own flesh and soul and transformed into an undead spirit, just to get a glimpse of the power of origin. I didn't expect that the thing I've been seeking all my life would appear in front of this king in such a way. The words were not yet spoken. The ancient king stepped on the void and instantly flashed to Zhang Fan's body. You control the power of the soul sequence and the death sequence. And even more so, you possess the object of the origin of all things. One day you may be the master of the human race, but your potential should be far from stopping there. The flesh body of a mere mortal spirit is nothing more than a thing of shackles. It would be better to die immediately. And this king will help you enter the undead plane and rule over the 8 dead rulers, so that he can succeed this king as the master of the plane in the future. Hearing the words of the ancient king, Zhang Fan couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth quiver. Nice guy. This is a cross-dimensional invitation to die? He himself hadn't even lived long enough, so how could he go to the undead plane as a junior now? Sorry, I don't want to die just yet. As for ruling over the dead king or whatever, let's wait until I don't want to live. It seemed as if he had already predicted Zhang Fan's answer. The ancient king turned around, his faint words once again reaching Zhang Fan's ears. There is no harm in it. You will willingly enter the undead realm on the day of the heavenly tribulation. The remnants of this king's body have been dispersed, so this bronze coffin and sword slave will be gifted to you. And in the future, if you behead yourself, you can also place your body in this coffin. With a gentle wave of the ancient king's right hand, the bronze coffin that had been erected on the ground instantly floated to Zhang Fan's body. In the meantime, a grey glow suddenly flickered above the bodies of the 11 sword slaves. In a split second, Zhang Fan clearly felt that these sword slaves had created some sort of soul connection with himself. You get, Ancient Emperor Bronze Coffin *1. You are granted permanent control of sword slave. The tone had just dropped. Zhang Fan then realized that the figure of the ancient king had become illusory. Your future is destined to be extraordinary, but the king hopes that the next time he sees you will be in the undead realm. The words fell. The figure of the ancient king abruptly disappeared, and the entire space returned to its initial dead silence. After standing in place and slowing down, Zhang Fan surveyed the bronze coffin in front of him. Ancient imperial bronze coffin, effect, inside the coffin is a world of its own, and you can go back and forth freely. Introduction, a supreme artifact refined by the ancient emperor with countless transcendent objects, indestructible and unexplorable. The red moon boundary has not been breached, and no words can be added at this time. Looking at the bronze coffin in front of him, Zhang Fan could not help but take a deep breath. He hadn't thought of that either. This bronze coffin was actually a world-class space prop. In his previous life, when the natural disaster descended, Zhang Fan had relied on the small world props of a powerful member of the human race to avoid the natural disaster. That prop, when the natural disaster struck, did a great service for the human race, but compared to this copper coffin, that small world prop was simply negligibly weak. In addition to being able to go back and forth, the effect of being a self-contained world alone is enough to make all players go crazy. And if after materializing it into the real world, as long as one enters the world of the coffin, no one can find oneself at all. Putting the bronze coffin away, Zhang Fan's heart couldn't contain his joy. In this wave, not only did he get the ancient emperor's bronze coffin that was a world of its own, also gained permanent control of the sword slave. 11 black iron boss level undead beaters. Under the perfect coordination of different talent skills, their combat power was no less than bronze bosses of the same level. The bottom line is this: with permanent control access, these sword slaves can be slowly resurrected in the space of soul exorcism even if they are killed. That means, the damage taken by Zhang Fan basically managed to be permanently reduced by 30%. Even on the occasional occasion when you are short on blue, you can also extract some blue on these sword slaves through the effect of the electric knife. Quite satisfied with calling the sword slave to his side, Zhang Fan then took out the questioning god sword that the ancient king had exploded. Excalibur, category, weapon. Grade, Wang Xian. Equipment requirement, level 10. Attributes, physical attack power plus 1025. Immediate death plus 1%. Damage plus 5%. Effect, each attack comes with 200, plus 35% physical attack power, physical damage. And the damage will splash a surrounding area. Introduction, crafted with red moon meteorite iron. The sword's lattice is embedded with spirit treasure pearls, which contain extremely powerful destructive power. Addable entries, 5 caressing the crimson sword in his hand. Zhang Fan immediately added the perfect word to it. At once, under the infusion of gifted power, the body of the questioning god sword was instantly covered with 5 obscure runes. Word added successfully. Inquiring god sword acquires a perfect level word, suppression. Ask the divine sword gains epic words, storm barrier. Thunder. Sword of the questioning god acquires legendary words, soul destruction. Sword transformation dividing light. Word, suppression, when equipped with the questioning god sword. The full attributes of weapons below Wang Xian rank within 100 meters of the surrounding area are reduced by 20%. Word, storm barrier, releases the wind element in the questioning god sword, forming a wind wall to defend against upcoming attacks. The wind wall lasts for 3 seconds and can be released once every 5 minutes. Word, thunder, attacks come with a 0.5-second paralyzing effect that can be triggered once every 20 seconds by a single target. Word 4, soul destruction, attacks come with soul damage, and targets killed cannot be resurrected for 7 days. Word, sword transformation splitting light, normal attack comes with 3 meters of sword energy, which comes with a tearing effect. Incredulously looking at the added power of the questioning god sword, Zhang Fan's eyes couldn't help but move slightly. The words added to this wave add more than just defense and control, also gained the powerful ability to kill a target, making it impossible to revive for a short period of time. And the effect of the last phrase, sword transformation splitting light, even more so. Zhang Fan couldn't help but lose some of his concentration. Normal attacks come with 3 meters of sword energy. This was almost equivalent to the length of the warrior professional's awakened phantom slash. Unlimited sword energy with a ripping effect. That means, Zhang Fan's casual strikes were directly equivalent to the limits of other players. Chapter 38, Destructive Development of the Secret World. Traveling to the Red Moon continent. No hesitation. Zhang Fan quickly summoned the Emperor's polar shadow. Gripping the questioning god sword, Zhang Fan directly integrated it into the Imperial soldier. In a split second, the long sword blade of heaven's punishment, in the divine warrior projection was fully illuminated. Just moments after Zhang Fan had just held it in his hands, a buzzing sound that was countless times clearer than a dragon's roar came from the body of the heaven's punishment blade, and that piercing sword aura also reached its extreme at this moment. Everything around them was dimmed by the reflection. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a sonic boom that cut through the air instantly came. Blade of Divine Punishment, category, weapon. Grade, Wang Xian, to be promoted. Equipment requirement, exclusive 10 square. Level, 10. Attributes, physical attack power plus 1485. Imminent death plus 1%. Damage plus 5%. Strength plus 30, effect, when actively blocking, there is a 20% chance to completely block all damage. For every second of storing power, the damage of the next attack will be increased by 5%. The upper limit of storing power, 30 seconds. If you are attacked or move your position while storing power, you will fail to store power. And the damage of storing power and the limit of storing power depends on the weapon level. 3. When an attack hits a target, it cuts away 5% of the target's wisdom limit, and can take effect once every 5 minutes for a single target. Ask the power of God. Introduction, a divine projection of the blade of heavenly punishment, with the extra power of the sword of questioning. The moment he gripped the blade of heavenly punishment in his hand, an exclusive weapon status also appeared on Zhang Fan's body. Celestial punishment, a being that kills you will be punished by the heavens, their level drops by 1, and their full attributes drop by 10%. Wielding the heavenly punishment blade in his hand, Zhang Fan couldn't help but have a smirk rise on his face. Although it was only a projection of a divine weapon, its effect was still ridiculously powerful. With the heaven's punishment blade in his hand, Zhang Fan could completely hack his opponent into a retard as long as he wanted to, and if the target is killed, the opponent will not only drop in level, but also in attributes. Such an effect was enough to make all living beings scared. Putting the blade of heavenly punishment away, Zhang Fan then looked at the last piece of equipment that the ancient king had exploded. Black Dragon Crown, category, helmet. Grade, Wang Xian. Equipment requirement, level 10. Attributes, life plus 2980. Spirit plus 15. Physique plus 20 effect, automatically restores 8% of maximum life value per second. Expires when struck. Introduction, cast in soft jade and black dragon pearl. Light but not overbearing. Addable entries, 5 gripping the black dragon crown in his hand. Zhang Fan immediately ran his talent power to add perfect words to it. Next moment, the black dragon crown, which was originally flickering with black light, suddenly flared up with 5 clusters of light of different colors. Word added successfully. Black dragon's crown gains perfect level words, charm, charisma, and dragon's breath. Black dragon's crown acquires epic words, chakra lock, light of refuge. Word, charisma, charisma value plus 10. Word, dragon's breath, plus 20% armor, plus 20% magic resistance. Word, air blood lock, when your life value drops below 10%, it will instantly restore 50% of your maximum life value, which can be effective once every 24 hours. Word, light of shelter, plus 50% immunity to instant death effects. This wave of added words not only gain the extremely rare charisma attribute, also get the blood lock effect. No hesitation. Zhang Fan immediately removed the new hand head armor from his head and replaced it with this mighty and domineering black dragon crown. At once, Zhang Fan's life value and defense instantly received a huge wave of boosts. After distributing the free attributes gained from upgrading and completing trials, Zhang Fan then condensed his void pupil to carefully scan the tomb. 5 minutes later, Zhang Fan, who hadn't scoped out the hidden props and loot, then exited the secret space. With the Red Moon Continent teleportation voucher, one is able to travel to the Red Moon Continent through the teleportation anchor point. Once there, not only could you hatch phantom demons, but you could also head to the mystic merchants to purchase high-level props. More so, you can hunt higher-leveled wild monsters and quickly rise to level 30 for the second transfer. The second transfer is extremely crucial in the Red Moon world, because, after a successful transfer, the Red Moon seal on the player's hand will receive its first expansion. Until then, the player can then manifest a portion of their power into the real world. The collapse of order and the re-establishment of rules also began at that time. Leave the Emperor's secret realm. Zhang Fan's body appeared at the teleportation anchor point of the sealed land. The figure had just stabilized, and Zhang Fan suddenly saw that there were already quite a few players who had come to teleport in this vicinity. The moment they saw Zhang Fan appear, the players who were preparing to use the teleportation anchors immediately tensed up. Also at this time, a man with a resolute face walked to Zhang Fan's body in large strides and directly opened the door. Brother 10 Square. Finally, I've waited for you. You shouldn't have much extra time, so I won't say any more nonsense. Do you still have the secret realm token? I can buy them at a high price. Turning around, Zhang Fan sized up the man in front of him. The stance was upright, the demeanor was measured, and the temperament was clearly not ordinary. After the last equipment dump, even the consortium shouldn't be able to consolidate the Red Moon coins in such a short period of time. To be able to take the initiative to come to himself at this stage to acquire a secret realm token, there was probably no one else besides the official who could still gather a wave of Red Moon coins. How much do you want to acquire? Zhang Fan's reply caused the man in mage robes to instantly look happy. Take as much as you can. Price is not an issue. Hearing the mage player's words, Zhang Fan couldn't help but ponder slightly. The Lord of the Secret Realm was able to extract thousands of Secret Realm tokens every month without damaging the Secret Realm. If more Secret Realm tokens were forcibly extracted, the Secret Realm copy would inevitably collapse early. With normal extraction, the Secret Realm origin could support the Secret Realm's existence for about a year. However, if it is extracted to the maximum, the Secret Realm is bound to collapse within a month. Because, this is a completely devastating development of the secret world. But, the Phantom Demon Secret Realm was no longer of any use to Zhang Fan. Instead of spending a year realizing the resources of the Secret Realm, you can cut through the gains all at once. Besides, Zhang Fan was about to leave the sealed land. If he could harvest another wave of Red Moon coins, he would also have more initiative when he arrived at the Red Moon continent. I can provide up to 20,000 Secret Realm tokens. Can you eat them? Hearing Zhang Fan's words, the mage player was shocked beyond measure. The Red Moon has descended, and the officials have sent a large number of people into the Red Moon game. And this mage player was none other than Major General Xiaofeng, who was in charge of the official personnel's exploration progress. If the 10 directions could really sell 20,000 Secret Realm tokens, then the many low-level warriors would be able to quickly level up. The strength has increased greatly and the country is better equipped to deal with future contingencies. Xiaofeng was inwardly thrilled, but he quickly calmed down. 2 million Red Moon coins, all the war zones put it together and can take it out, but keep some for backup. The Red Moon's descent was still a short time ago. After all, officials buy Red Moon coins from players, plus all fighters fight for gold. It's really only a few million Red Moon coins. Officials still need some Red Moon coins just in case. So it was definitely impossible to come up with 2 million Red Moon coins right now. 7 million Red Moon coins, plus a bottle of experience potion and a skill scroll of the space system. Is that okay? Zhang Fan pondered for a moment. In the Red Moon game, there are hardly any bosses in the sealed lands, and the monster popping rate is very low. So, skill scrolls can be extremely rare. Even if he was as strong as Zhang Fan and had killed so many bosses, only that mutated ice pattern general had popped out a skill scroll. The experience potion in the early stage is a rare prop that is almost never seen. Ordinary players want to get these props, basically only through the opening of the treasure chest this way. A space scroll that was worth more than a normal scroll plus a bottle of experience potion was basically almost around $300,000. Yes, you can just trade me the red moon coins and stuff. Hearing the other party's agreement, Xiaofeng's taut expression eased. Player Happy Peak Man made an instant trade to you. You get red moon coin *170W. Experience potion *1. Skill scroll, silver, *1. Sweeping the props and red moon coins in his backpack, Zhang Fan said indifferently, "Wait a moment." The words fell. Zhang Fan then walked to the back of the teleportation anchor point and then directly disappeared in stealth. Xiao Feng, crap? What kind of operation is this? Take the money and run? What a crime. How dare you cheat even the official money? Searching around and still not being able to see any silhouettes, Xiao Feng was in a difficult position at the moment. Zhang Fan was naturally not running away. Refining secret realm tokens was not something unseemly. However, the process of giving a token a random word addition can't be seen by other players. As the talent power continued to be unleashed, all 20,000 secret realm tokens refined by Zhang Fan were also randomly added with words. Showing his figure, he took large strides and walked over to Xiao Feng, who was holding his face. "Let's trade. Here are 20,000 secret realm tokens." Seeing Zhang Fan suddenly appear, Xiao Feng froze for a moment. "Okay, brother. The deal is done. Both parties are satisfied." Xiao Feng not only got the secret realm token that can help official players upgrade quickly, but also befriended the infamous 10 Square. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, had harvested a large wave of red moon coins while getting 2 additional powerful items. "Brother 10 Square, my name is Xiao Feng. If you need anything in the future, feel free to look for me." Nodding, Zhang Fan wasted no more time and directly opened the map of the teleportation anchor point. With the Red Moon Continent's teleportation credentials, the plate on the teleportation map at this moment had been completely lit up. No hesitation, Zhang Fan then proceeded to teleport to the Red Moon Continent. At once, an illusory light rose beneath Zhang Fan's feet. Under the watchful eyes of Xiao Feng and the crowd of players, Zhang Fan's body just disappeared. Blurred vision and spatial switching, Zhang Fan appeared in a vast continent. Welcome to the Red Moon Continent. Chapter 39, The Blessing of the Tower of Eternity. Ancient Ruins Broken Cliff. It was also at the same time that Zhang Fan left the 4,396th sealed land. Several young-looking men and women converged on Xiao Feng's side, although all the equipment on his body was no different from that of an ordinary player. But the aura emanating from these people was completely different from ordinary people. When the surrounding players saw it, they all had the good sense to make a detour. After the Red Moon descends, in just a few days, the hospitals in China were instantly full. The reason for this is that players die too many times in the Red Moon, which triggers organ failure leading to a significant decline in body functions. It's natural for officials to sit back and do nothing when this happens on a large scale, but at this stage, even officially, all that can be done is to devote more medical resources and to appeal to people to reduce the number of deaths. If the game is accessed through a device, it can still be officially and explicitly banned. But the Red Moon game is accessed through the seal and the blood moon that hangs high in the sky at night, and there's no way for officials to interfere. There was no other way for the officials to explore the Red Moon except to organize people to speed up the process. Xiao Feng's group, however, was one of the most elite squads of the officials. Every one of them is an official elite who has been to war. Not only are his hands extraordinary, but his natural skills are also quite impressive. Little Green, did you just probe the 10 directions? Xiao Feng looked at a female mage beside him. No. He seems to have a prop that blocks information on his body. Can't see a bit. Luckily, what I probed was only basic information. If I had used my talent to probe from the start, I have a feeling that I would have lost it. Xiao Feng frowned slightly. With Green's natural skill, he could even see through the scroll treasure chests hidden under the ground. But it was surprisingly useless against these 10 parties. After a slight pause, Xiao Feng traded the token to Xiao Qing beside him and said with a solemn expression, "Distribute the secret realm tokens and have the brothers seize the upgrade. From now on let's have all of our brothers pay attention to 10 Square. With such a huge advantage right now, there must be an unbelievable secret in his body. Seize the time to enter the Red Moon Continent and find a way to try to keep up with the pace of the 10 Directions exploration. This should save a lot of work." After exhorting a few words, Xiao Feng then turned around and walked towards the wilderness. The remaining few players also immediately crushed the secret realm token after getting it, and each entered the phantom secret realm to practice. Your race is human. And you have been blessed by the Tower of Eternity, your racial bonus advanced to Black Iron first rank, and your lifespan gained a small increase. Your attributes have been corrected. You get, Freedom Attribute *75. The moment the tone fell, a golden-colored light instantly enveloped Zhang Fan's body. In a split second, Zhang Fan could feel his body becoming lighter and more energized. Red Moon Games. All players will be blessed by the Tower of Eternity upon entering the Red Moon continent. The Tower of Eternity, on the other hand, was the most mysterious existence in the entire Red Moon game. It represents origin and blessing, and symbolizes authority and law. The vast and infinite Red Moon continent was also only the first layer cast by the Tower of Eternity. Even the rule that players die 9 times before they die completely is a blessing bestowed by the Tower of Eternity. If not, players are physically entering the Red Moon, so how can they die and get respawned? These were all secrets that Zhang Fan had discovered only after he had ascended to the upper levels of the Tower of Eternity in his previous life. A rather pleasant stretch. Zhang Fan assigned the free attributes to strength and agility, which were a big difference. At once, his physical attack power instantly skyrocketed to over 2,000 points. After scanning his overall attributes, Zhang Fan then turned his eyes to scan the surroundings. Countless cliffs were haunted by clouds and mists, and the remains of a building with only the top exposed were unusually spectacular under the cover of clouds and mists. The ground was covered with green grass and flowers, and a strangely shaped cow and sheep kept roaming around. Occasionally some ruined campfires can be seen near a few large trees, and at the end of the mountains amidst the boundless sea of fog, there stood a tall tower sticking straight up into the sky. That is the projection of the Tower of Eternity. As for Zhang Fan's location, it was the ancient relic cliffs of the human race's territory in the Red Moon continent. Players entering the Red Moon continent for the first time are teleported to different cliffs based on the general area where the real world is located. When you enter the Red Moon within China, you will be teleported here after leaving the Sealed Land. And if you enter the Red Moon in other areas, you will be teleported to several other relic cliffs. After briefly scanning the surroundings, Zhang Fan then flashed towards a campfire on the right. With his right hand outstretched, Zhang Fan directly touched this eternally burning blessing flame. You have lit up the ancient ruins cliff breaks blessing point. You get, Reputation *1, Experience *10. The Red Moon continent does not have the teleportation anchor points and resurrection spells of the Sealed Lands. There are only never-ending points of blessing. Each time a player dies, they are resurrected at the nearest blessing point. Beyond that, standing in the area near the blessing point also avoids attacks from wild monsters. The resources of the Red Moon world were countless times richer than the Sealed Lands, but the dangers also multiplied geometrically. It's here. Wild monsters will appear without regularity and attack all alien beings without discrimination. Now basically all the players are screaming their heads off in the Sealed Lands. It was only after they arrived at the Red Moon continent that they would realize that the Sealed Land was as safe as a greenhouse. Even though he had experience in exploring, Zhang Fan still didn't dare to be careless. Calling out the sword slave and gripping the divine soldier heavenly punishment blade, Zhang Fan then walked quickly towards the ruins in the distance. There, a place where a mysterious merchant is based. Otherworlder, you have descended to the Red Moon out of thirst for eternity. But eternity is lost, and the apocalypse is coming, and you will be buried in the tower as a dead soul. Make a sacrifice of flesh and blood and accept my guidance, and I will guide you to take control of eternal life. Just less than 100 meters out, a cloaked figure chanted at Zhang Fan, resisting the urge to slash him to death. Zhang Fan walked straight towards the ruins ahead. In his previous life, when Zhang Fan entered the Red Moon continent, he was directly crippled by this guide brother. It didn't matter which player he was talking to, he said exactly the same thing. If the player takes him up on it, what follows is a series of big puddles of lulls, various sacrifices of life, attributes, Red Moon coins, and in the end nothing. Waste of time, not to mention the loss of a lot of attributes and Red Moon coins. In his previous life, there were also quite a few players who directly hacked this guide brother as soon as they came in. Instead, he is able to keep resurrecting at the blessing point like a player, and there is no cap on the number of times he can be resurrected. In his previous life, Zhang Fan also thought that this guide brother was a bit special and might have some kind of unimaginable task on him, but as a result, he ended up being fooled and crippled. With the experience of his previous life, how could Zhang Fan still waste time falling for it? Leaping his body, Zhang Fan rushed directly towards a ruin on the broken cliff, and along the way, Sword Slave also killed some wild monsters on the way, providing Zhang Fan with some experience and potions. 2 minutes later, Zhang Fan's figure leapt into the wreckage of a dilapidated building. 3 or 2 campfires were burning nastily, while near the left campfire, a being in dark red attire was holding a redwood roast. Looking at the familiar dress and attire, Zhang Fan instantly recognized this as one of the mysterious merchants of the Red Moon continent. When Zhang Fan saw him, he also saw Zhang Fan. Otherworldly? Tearing off a piece of roasted meat and bringing it to his mouth. A dry sound escaped from this being's mouth. It seems as though you and the undead around you will not attack me. In that case, want to buy something? In case you can't tell, I'm in business. If you have enough red moon coins in your hand, I suggest you buy some holy vials. These are quite necessary to survive on this continent. It's a bit pricey, but my original intention was for you to survive. The words fell. An illusory light screen instantly surfaced in front of Jiang Fan. Longevity enhancing elixir, a rare elixir found by a mysterious merchant near the Tower of Eternity. Life expectancy increases by 5 years after consumption. Price, 400,000 red moon coins. Quantity, 10. Contract scroll, use it to sign a master-servant contract with a living creature. Price, 5,000 red moon coins. Quantity, 10. Chapter 40 Crazy $0 purchase. Gorgeous explosive harvest. Life enhancement pill. The first item on the mysterious merchant's body was unexpectedly this kind of heaven-defying prop. There's no limitations and a solid 5 full years of life added. The key thing was that the selling price was only 400,000 red moon coins. That is to say, as long as there were enough red moon coins to buy all of these life enhancement pills, then instantly it adds 50 years to your life. As for Jiang Fan, this was equivalent to directly increasing the chances of the death curse by 5 times. Past life. Countless races of players have fought to the death in the Red Moon continent, all for the sake of being able to obtain eternal life. Although this life enhancement pill did not have the effect of eternal life, it was a true life prolonging item. Increased longevity is more tangible than nebulous immortality. Although Jiang Fan was also one of the first players to enter the Red Moon continent in his previous life, but not the first player to enter. And because of that, by the time he had gathered the Red Moon coins, the life enhancement elixir had already been liquidated by players from other consortia. After all, 400,000 red moon coins gets you 5 years of life. What could be a better deal than that? Turning his eyes, Jiang Fan looked at the merchandise behind him. Dragon Map, a map jointly drawn by mysterious merchants after they traveled through the dragon territory of the Red Moon continent, covering the entire dragon territory as well as the surrounding mountain peaks and sea areas, with extremely comprehensive information. Price, 150,000 red moon coins. Quantity, 1. Shadow Swordsman Transfer Scroll, after using it, you can transfer to Shadow Swordsman. Price, 40W red moon coins. Quantity, 1. Holy Agents, Red Dew, Blue Dew, Space Pearl, 7. Looking at the props displayed by the mysterious merchant, Jiang Fan could not help but raise his eyebrows. A whole dozen of high-level props, each of which was a rare treasure for ordinary players. This is the hidden benefit available to the first player to enter the Red Moon continent. If you come late, you won't even get soup. Sweeping a glance at the sword slave undead by the bonfire, the mysterious merchant then shifted his gaze to Jiang Fan. He set the roast aside and wiped his hands on the horse's back, then narrowed his small eyes. How's it going? Stuff's not bad, right? Get it as soon as you can if you want it. It's going to be dark soon and I've got a treasure hunt outside. Although the items sold by the mystery merchants are extremely expensive for players at this stage, but sold word gear and secret tokens, plus sold a wave. Jiang Fan had almost harvested all of the red moon coins from a large portion of the Chinese players into his backpack. The moment. The red moon coins on Jiang Fan's body were already as high as 39 million. Purchasing these things is not a problem for him at all. Taking another look at the items displayed by the mysterious merchant, Jiang Fan directly spoke. I'll take all of these things you're selling. The words fell. Jiang Fan directly swept away all of the mysterious merchant's items. You made an instant transaction to Mystic Merchant. You lost red moon coins *522W. You get life enhancement elixir *10. Contract scroll *10. Dragon clan map *1. Looking at the items piled up in his carry-on space, Jiang Fan was quite satisfied. And receiving more than 5 million red moon coins at once, a smile floated up on the mysterious merchant's face. Just as Jiang Fan had just gripped the blade of heavenly punishment and was about to leave the ruins, the mysterious merchant suddenly locked his sight dead center on Jiang Fan's hand. Oh, it's Otherworlder. No wonder you were able to come to the Red Moon continent earlier than the time foretold by the Tower of Eternity. So it turns out that you have an unbelievable treasure. With his eyes staring straight at the heavenly punishment blade in Jiang Fan's hand, the mysterious merchant said with a frenzied expression, "It looks as if it's a legendary emperor's weapon, but the body of the sword contains a power countless times more powerful than that of an emperor's weapon. It's unbelievable that you can have such a treasure. How about trading this emperor's soldier to me? You name the price. Bartering is fine." Looking at the mysterious merchant's gluttonous appearance as if he had seen a pretty widow, Jiang Fan directly stepped up and whispered, "Not interested." Seeing the situation, a sinister arc appeared at the corner of the mysterious merchant's mouth. "Oh, The pipsqueak is not a pipsqueak. Since you're not willing to trade, I'll have to snatch it up at zero cost. These undead guards of yours, I'm afraid they can't guard the exotic treasure you're carrying. If you're willing to initiate a trade, I can give you some more red moon coins and props. Pausing in his steps, Zhang Fan twisted his head and glanced disdainfully at the mysterious merchant in front of him. It's a good saying that a piker is a piker, but I guess I'm the one who should be buying it for $0. I'm guessing that you still have quite a few red moon coins on you. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, the mysterious merchant froze at first, then he threw back his head and laughed directly afterward. Ha 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 ha. Even if you're holding an emperor's soldier, what can you do? In the face of an absolute strength gap, the role of equipment is minimal. The words fell. The mysterious merchant stopped talking nonsense as he directly flew up and floated in the air. Next moment, the red costume on his body instantly burst open. The gray skin was covered with red flame markings, and blazing fire flickered in his lime green pupils, conjuring up the void pupil. Zhang Fan then looked at its message. Mystery Trader, level 20, life 260,000. Physical attack power 26020. Magic attack power 50090. Armor 10985. Magic resistance 21,625. Talent, Fire Spirit Body, Skills, Alchemy, Forging, Divine Traveling, Mining, Rebirth by Fire. Introduction: a mysterious merchant in the Red Moon continent who loves to travel the continent and collect exotic treasures. Hidden information: elemental spirits born from the Tower of Eternity, with a strength comparable to that of a Wang Xian class boss, with absolute control over the fire element and absolute immunity to the effect of the collection of red moon coins as a lifelong quest to get a rare and exotic treasure by any means necessary. It was also just as Zhang Fan had just finished reading the mysterious merchant's message. The temperature within the entire ruin rose abruptly. Click! A majestic fiery flame exploded the ground and rose up from underneath Zhang Fan's feet. Looking at the constantly burning flames, Zhang Fan's mouth couldn't help but reveal a contemptuous smile. Raising the heavenly punishment blade in his hand, Zhang Fan directly and violently plunged the tip of the sword into the ground. Elemental destruction. In a split second, a ray of light of different colors spread directly towards the surroundings with the heavenly punishment blade as the center. Elemental destruction is on. You are currently unable to unleash any elemental magic/skills/forbidden spells due to the elements being completely isolated. It was also the moment when the field of elemental destruction was fully opened. The blazing flames around Zhang Fan instantly disappeared without a trace, and the mysterious businessman floating in the air was as if his soul had been drawn out of his body, and he fell from the air in a dull manner. Next moment, a terrifying damage continued to erupt on the mysterious merchant's body. Minus 99,999. Minus 99,999. Elemental destruction, if unleashed on a player, has not a single damaging effect, except for the banning of all magic on both the enemy and the player. But for such elemental beings, being isolated from the elements was extremely fatal. Looking at the mysterious merchant who had fallen to the ground, Zhang Fan then drank a holy bottle that could continuously restore his blue level. The consumption of elemental destruction was too great, and with Zhang Fan's current magic value, it could only be turned on for 2 seconds. But, with the Blue Dew Sacred bottle and the Blue Dew Sacred agent that he had just purchased, staying on for a good 10 seconds or so wasn't a problem for Zhang Fan. A mere 2 seconds. The mystic merchant's blood bar had then bottomed out. The sudden turn of events horrified him. But, after years of traveling to various races for $0 purchases, he wasn't so far gone that he lost his mind about it. Next moment, the mysterious merchant didn't even look at Zhang Fan. After drinking a bottle of potion, he directly flashed out of the range of the forbidden magic field with a spatial displacement. And after, without looking back, he swept towards the sea of fog as fast as he could. Humph, with such a terrifying domain, I'll see how long you can last. There's a limit to how much you can use of any of the recovery potions, so I'll come back and clean you up when you run out of magic. Looking at the mysterious merchant who attacked wildly, Zhang Fan laughed disdainfully before directly swinging his sword in his right hand. Still want to run? Get on your knees. Just as he was about to run out of the ruined cliff, the mysterious merchant's heart suddenly trembled. Follows. His body flew backwards uncontrollably, and he even used a displacement skill uncontrollably during his flight. What's going on? The mysterious merchant whose heart and mind were in a state of shock hadn't understood what had happened before his body involuntarily knelt down at Zhang Fan's feet. At the same time, he tremblingly stretched out his hands surrounded by flames to catch the blade of the Heaven's Punishment Blade. Also at this time, the effects of the forbidden demon domain instantly erupted on his body. Minus 99,999. Minus 99,999. 3 seconds passed. The mysterious merchant who was still in a daze was completely emptied of all his life values under the elemental destruction of the forbidden demon domain. Click! A crisp shattering sound rang out. the mysterious merchant's body directly turned into a field of fire. Wow! Red moon coins fell to the ground, piled up like a small mountain. And there are quite a few prop items in there. Walk up. Zhang Fan directly put it into the copper coffin. You get, Red Moon Coin asterisk 1210W. You get, Dragon Bone asterisk 20, Spirit Gemstone asterisk 30, Dragon Blood Crystal asterisk 54, Demigod Finger asterisk 1, Red Moon Fragment asterisk 1, Mrs. Frosty Seas Letter asterisk 1. Chapter 41. The words are crooked, but not all the way crooked. Permanent experience buff. Scanning the contents of the ancient emperor's bronze coffin, Zhang Fan could not help but feel a surge of pleasure. This wave of $0 purchases is just numbing. Mystic merchants belonged to the native beings of the Red Moon continent and could not receive any rewards for killing them. This was because not only did they have strength no less than a Wang Shen boss, but they also possessed the talent of bathing fire and countless skills and props. That's why hardly anyone dared to hit him in his previous life. Even if there are a few extra legal fanatics who want to make a fortune out of desperation, it's all been backwashed. 2. Traveling through countless racial territories all year round. These guys were called mystic merchants, to put it nicely. In fact, it's essentially no different than a material hunter who kills people. Only, they would basically only be interested in extremely uncommon and rare treasures. It's not usually easy to go out and grab it. It's still extremely friendly to the average player. And the souls of the beings born in the Tower of Eternity will be turned into energy to feed back into the tower after death. So, Zhang Fan's soul exorcism couldn't turn them into undead. But, one less time-limited undead beater. But this wave not only hoarded out more than a dozen powerful props, but also got an additional 7 million or so Red Moon coins. This trip to the ruins, even if there were no other gains, just these Red Moon coins were blood money. And what Zhang Fan didn't expect, the mystic merchant had done nothing but pop all the Red Moon coins he had on him. Heck, there are quite a few off-sale items. Among them, surprisingly, there was also a Red Moon fragment. Red Moon fragment, fragments containing the power of the Red Moon's origin. Fusing all the fragments will result in the power of immortality. Introduction, once part of the supreme power. Special origin props. Red Moon boundaries have not been broken through. Unable to add words. It was not much different from the shard gifted by the star god Chloe. Only the shape was slightly different. Trying to put the two pieces together, Zhang Fan realized with a start that it was 2/3 of a broken moon. That is to say, as long as he found the remaining fragment again, Zhang Fan would be able to fuse it into a complete power essence. After suppressing his inner joy and slightly slowing down his mind, Zhang Fan then took out the $0 purchase item. Life Enhancement Elixir, Contract Scroll, Dragon Map. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Fan immediately added perfect word points to these items. With the release of the talent power, the dark red life enhancement pill and the rest of the props flickered with a light at the same time. Life enhancing pill gained perfect grade words, durability, endurance. Word, durability. After consuming the life enhancement elixir asterisk durability gains a slight boost. Word, contract scroll gains epic words, soul contract. Homology. Word, soul contract. The master-slave contract is modified to a soul contract, and the being who signs the contract cannot betray or escape in any way. Word, homology. The contracted being cannot gain experience value, but its level is synchronized with yours. Dragon map gains epic words, information extraction, spatial teleportation. Word, information fusion, draws all information from the map and turns it into its own permanent memory. Word, spatial teleportation. In Dragon territory, you can freely teleport to all locations on the Dragon map. Just a moment after the words had just been added, the greenish-black map in front of Zhang Fan instantly turned into pieces. Subsequently, a silver-white spatial light merged straight into Zhang Fan's body. In a split second, a bunch of additional geographic information about the dragon race appeared in Zhang Fan's mind. After slowing down his mind and spending a few minutes to finish digesting the information of the map in his mind, the corner of Zhang Fan's mouth could not help but curl up into an arc. With the information of the dragon race map, the lofty dragon race beings lost that untouchable sense of mystery, and has a spatial effect capable of precisely teleporting to any location in the Dragon Clan. Zhang Fan would become a nightmare for all dragon players when he entered the Dragon Clan's territory. As long as you know the opponent's location, you can directly spot teleport over and run away immediately after stealthing a scythe. The morning will come. The night will come. After smiling quite satisfactorily, Zhang Fan picked up all of the life enhancement pills. Pills that increased longevity. If materialized into the real world, each one would be an immeasurable sky-high price. However, Zhang Fan had no intention of selling it. It's the kind of thing that's only perfect to use on yourself. No hesitation. Zhang Fan immediately swallowed the elixir in his hand in a few large gulps. At once, a stream of warmth swam through Zhang Fan's limbs and bones. You have consumed life enhancement pill *10. You gain life expectancy *50 years. your endurance increases dramatically. This. Zhang Fan was a bit dumbfounded for a moment. Although special attributes that increase staying power are also important, but more than that, Zhang Fan wanted words that would enhance his strength. It's a crooked word, but it's good that it's not all crooked. Feeling the physical strength and vigor that had been enriched countless times, Zhang Fan then took out the experience potions and skill scrolls that he had gained from selling the Secret Realm tokens earlier. Experience potion, effect, increase experience bonus by 10% after drinking, lasts for 7 days. Description, a potion made by alchemist Mona. Addable entries, 2. Space jump, effect, after using it, you can control the skill space leap, with no occupational restrictions. Introduction, a scroll that seals the power of space. Addable entries, 3. The experience bonus and the space skill are both extremely impressive effects. No hesitation. Zhang Fan immediately attached words to it. Word added successfully. Experience potion gains a perfect level phrase, effect gain. Experience potion acquires mythic word, eternity. Word, effect gain, the effective experience potions is increased to 50%. Word, eternal, potions effects are eternal. Space leap acquires perfect level words, effect increase. Effect increase. Effect increase. Word, effect increase, the effective space leap is increased by 50%. Looking at the new effects added to the experience potion, Zhang Fan's brows couldn't help but move slightly. This wave, surprisingly, adds up to a mythical level of eternal effect. That means, as long as he drank this potion, the experience that Zhang Fan would gain in the future would be permanently increased by 50%. No hesitation. Zhang Fan immediately drank the experience potion in his hand. You have consumed the experience potion. Your experience bonus has been permanently increased by 50%. The experience bonus of the human ranking chart has been assimilated with your experience bonus, and the effect of your experience bonus has been increased by 50%. Before the tone fell, Zhang Fan directly threw the empty potion bottle aside, then immediately looked at the gain status he had just obtained. Experience gain, 100% permanent increase in the value of experience gained. How could Zhang Fan not have thought of it? Under the eternal power of the mythic level words, the experience potion unexpectedly assimilated with the bonus effect of the first place in the rank list. Not only does it improve experience gain, but it also transforms the limited time gain of the leaderboards directly into a permanent buff. A whole 100% experience bonus. It's still a permanent addition. Such an effect was more practical for Zhang Fan than obtaining high-level equipment, because equipment will always be obsolete as you level and power up. This buff, however, can always provide a gain for yourself. With this experience buff, one's strength will increase even faster. Collecting his mind, Zhang Fan casually glanced at the rankings. Ranking chart, first place, 10 square. Level 15, second place, not yet available. The minimum level of the race ranking list is 10, and the same level is ranked according to the amount of experience. The entire list, except for Zhang Fan, was empty. It's only after the second transfer that some of the power can be materialized. So it seems necessary to speed up the speed of leveling, and it's only prudent to materialize the power into reality. There should be a group of players who have risen to around level 8 by now, and if I don't speed up my upgrade rate, I'm afraid they'll have the illusion that they can catch up with me after level 10. Still, don't be too cocky, just casually bring the level gap to 20 or 30 levels first. Chapter 42 The Essence of Mrs. Frostbite. Homunculus 002 closed the level leaderboards. Zhang Fan then crushed the spatial scroll in his hand. At once, the broken scroll transformed into an extremely pure energy that instantly surged into Zhang Fan's body. In this instant, Zhang Fan clearly felt a special connection with the space around him. No hesitation. Zhang Fan immediately looked at the effect of the newly acquired skill. Space jump, grade, silver, effect, unleash the power of space to make a spatial leap within 500 meters around you. The farthest distance depends on your own spiritual attributes. Cooldown time, 90 seconds. Addable entries, 3. Feeling the spatial power in his body with considerable satisfaction, Zhang Fan immediately ran his talent to add words to the skill. Word added successfully. Space leap gains epic words, space transformation, space affinity, space tier. Word, spatial transformation, swap positions with any target in your line of sight. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Word, space affinity, plus 50% space elemental affinity, plus 50% space resistance. Word, space tearing, guide the space element. Forced to tear open the space cracks free shuttle space. Can tear the space strength depends on their own spiritual attributes and the affinity of the space element. The moment the words are added, Zhang Fan clearly felt that his understanding of the element of space had risen to a new level. With this power of space, as long as the boundaries and seals weren't too powerful, Zhang Fan was basically able to directly tear through space, although this skill had no attack effect. However, it was far more practical for Zhang Fan than a normal means of attack. Close the skills panel. Zhang Fan swept a glance at the rest of the $0 purchase items. In addition to advanced recovery potions and rare props, this wave also snagged a transfer scroll. This scroll, Zhang Fan had no intention of using it. Shadow Swordsman, who had also appeared in a previous life. The strength was not bad, but it was still too much worse than the one Zhang Fan had acquired in his previous life. The most crucial thing was that this occupation was not suitable for Zhang Fan. Putting the scroll away incidentally organized the material props in the bronze coffin. Zhang Fan realized that the non-sale items dropped by the mysterious merchant. Other than that red moon fragment, the rest were all special material props. Without reaching the second turn, Zhang Fan couldn't use it either. But a magical letter was what caught Zhang Fan's attention. Letter from Mrs. Frost. Mina commissioned the mysterious merchant to send a letter to Mrs. Frostbite. May add entries, one Lady Frostsight, one of the few native beings in the ancient ruins bluff. And the reason why Zhang Fan was slightly impressed with her. Not because she is broad-minded, but because she has so much of the essence of life in her. Life essence, a special substance that flowed from within the Tower of Eternity. And its effect is to hatch life in advance. The higher the bloodline, the longer it takes for the life form to hatch. The egg of the Phantom Demon King clan in Zhang Fan's backpack would have taken at least half a year to finish hatching without the infusion of life essence. And if it was infused with life essence, then it would only take a few breaths for it to break out of its shell. A phantom demon of the royal bloodline was a good helper for Zhang Fan. Incubating them is necessary. Think about it. Zhang Fan immediately took out the letter to add random words to it. Word added successfully. Lady Frostmist's letter obtains a legendary level phrase, Seal of Charm. Word, Seal of Charm. The being who obtains the letter will trigger absolute charm. And the other party will worship you under your godlike charm. No matter what. Watch the effect of this phrase. Zhang Fan couldn't help but freeze. Nice guy. This charm effect. It's the rhythm of transforming yourself into a human bulldozer. However, Zhang Fan doesn't seem to have prime ministerial aspirations. But, with this phrase, Lady Frostmist's essence should be easy to come by. Sweeping a glance at the fog that was gradually thickening around him, Zhang Fan directly unbolted the horse beside the campfire and leapt onto the horse's back. The mysterious merchant was decapitated and his spirit horse became ownerless. For a ready-made mount, Zhang Fan naturally could not waste it. Put away the sword slaves and turn on stealth. Zhang Fan sped directly towards the ruins of the cliff where Lady Frostmist was. It was also at the same time that Zhang Fan was preparing to find Mrs. Frostmist to get some essence. In the real world, inside a skyscraper in downtown Kyoto, a man draped in a bath towel was lounging leisurely on top of the couch, and to his left and right, there were 5 white-skinned and beautiful women sitting on their knees. Among them, 3 are unemployed actresses. Another is a homeless cherry girl, and the last is a blonde with big waves. When the red moon falls, the first to lose their jobs are these star actors. In order to maintain a life of luxury, they have no choice but to turn to capital. And this man lying on the sofa was none other than the capital young master of the Wu clan group, the leader of the Blazing Sun Guild, Wu Tian. After regaining level 5 in the Red Moon game, Wu Tian went straight offline. He had died 5 times in the Red Moon, and his organs had begun to fail slightly. So, he has to return to the real world at intervals to replenish his active medication. Okay, don't get it yet. Grab a shower. I'm on fire right now. Hearing this somewhat impatient voice, the 5 coolly dressed women got up at once and headed toward the bathroom. Just as the fire faucet clattered and spewed out water, a screen full of obscure symbols suddenly appeared above the virtual projection opposite Wu Tian. Subsequently, an extremely strange projection floated into the air. This, a humanoid type of machinery. Under its feet, however, were 4 long, metal-like spider legs. The entire body was covered in mecha as far as could be seen. In the chest area, a red crystal was constantly flickering. Got a virus? What are the people in the cybersecurity division for? It's only been half a month since the last attack and this is another hack? Just as Wu Tian was about to unplug the power to notify the group's engineers, the mechanical projection floating in the air slowly opened its deep blue eyes. Skyworks testing in progress. Blue Star Human Wu Tian, Red Moon Human Black Head of the Turtle. The human being with the most intensive contact with the Red Moon Human 10 parties. I am a higher intelligence body from Universe 927, number 002. Detecting that you are in close contact with the Red Moon Human 10. I will share information with you on behalf of the thinking body. And in exchange, I will deduce your destiny and guide you to become a leader of the human race. A natural disaster is coming. Flesh and blood are bitter and weak. The probability of human civilization surviving is less than 1%. Humanity, you need salvation from a higher civilization. P.S. Thank you for reading. The small author here to ask for a wave of free gifts. No need to spend money. Watch the ads on the line. Every 100 gifts plus 1 more chapter. The top is not capped. Finally, Thank you all readers lord. Chapter 43, Madam, would you like to sleep with me tonight? The ancient ruins broken cliffs only occupied a tenth of the human race's territory though, but its territory is extremely vast. There were hundreds of those ruined cliffs alone when players first descended on the Red Moon continent. The cliff where Mrs. Frost's is located is far from the initial place. But it was a good thing that Zhang Fan had taken a spirit horse in his hand. As a mysterious merchant who has been making $0 purchases in various races for years, his mounts are far quicker than those available to the average player. The jumping height and jumping distance are even several times that of a normal mount. A stealthy ride on a spirit horse galloped by. Zhang Fan lit up dozens of blessing points. Also killed a lot of wandering wildlife in the process. Nearly an hour later, Zhang Fan arrived at the central area of the ruins bluff. Unlike the initial place of the cliffs, this place is bordered on three sides by a sea of fog, and the view is surprisingly spectacular. Gazing up his void pupil to look around, Zhang Fan's eyes gathered on top of a dilapidated palace on the right side. Although it was full of ruins and debris, the structure of this palace still did not lose its grandeur. A number of areas, and even more so, have a number of intact buildings. At a glance, above the ruined palace, a petrified dragon wrapped around its surface. Zhang Fan knew that this was actually a monarch-class dragon boss. It is only sealed by petrification, and the conditions for unsealing it have not yet been met. After storing the spirit horse in the ancient emperor's bronze coffin, Zhang Fan drank a bottle of blue dew sacred potion, then kept his stealthy state and quickly swept towards that ruined palace. Lady Frostsight, it was in that very palace that she resided. As long as we get her essence, the chimera will be able to finish hatching. With the invisibility status, Zhang Fan directly avoided the guards at the ruins of the city gate and entered the interior of the palace unhindered. Paying no attention to the native beings wandering in the ruins, Zhang Fan directly swept all the way into Mrs. Frostmist's bedroom. The moment his feet had just stepped in, Zhang Fan's line of sight landed on top of a silhouette on the bed. A long hair like a waterfall coiled bundle on top of the head, although not any gorgeous hair accessories embellishment, but exudes a natural fresh beauty. The lavender tulle dress enveloped her body, outlining her proud body to the fullest. The diminutive curves were hidden, exuding an unspeakable charm, and among her beautiful features, there was a faint trace of sadness more than that of an ordinary woman. The moment she was sitting sideways on top of the bed, her posture was elegant and generous, and a pair of white lotus feet were slowly dripping water droplets. Apparently, the lady had only just come out of her bath. Even with Zhang Fan's eyes, the lady's face value was still very capable. In the past, many players with the ambition of the Prime Minister had the audacity to take advantage of the frost to see the lady out of the time to say, "I wonder if the lady is willing to share the pillow with me this night." The lofty words, all of them ended up being dismantled by the Golden Tree Man and the palace guards. But there are also some female players who have gained some benefits through strange encounters here at Lady Frostsea. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Fan knew the information about the life essence. Just then, Zhang Fan suddenly saw Mrs. Frosty C, who was sitting sideways on the bed, turn her head and look over in her direction. "First time I've met the otherworlder of the Tower of Eternity Prophecy. I heard that the merchant Nig's spirit horse came towards here on its own, and it took me a little while to find it. If I'm not mistaken, it would be you who rode here in stealth. Your concealment ability is extremely unimpressive. Not even the scrying technique or the anti-concealment technique can see your torso. However, having lived here for many years, I know every speck of dust within this room, and even if I can't detect it, I can sense the sudden intrusion of spirit horses and otherworldly scents here." Lifting her bare feet, Lady Frostsea slowly walked towards Zhang Fan. "You killed Nig, didn't you?" Seeing the situation, Zhang Fan simply lifted his invisibility. This Mrs. Frost Mist, while seemingly simple on the surface, is actually extremely unorthodox. There wasn't much point in remaining invisible when you were going to get the essence from her anyway. Seeing the figure suddenly revealed in front of her, Mrs. Frostmist didn't seem too surprised. "Even the spirit horse, which is never far from you, is harnessed to you, and that letter on Nig must be in your possession." Taking out the magical letter from the bronze coffin, Zhang Fan slowly handed it directly to Lady Frostseeker. "Ma'am, as you said, this is the letter I got on him." Reaching out to receive the letter handed over by Zhang Fan, the look on Lady Frostsea's face obviously eased slightly. "It is fortunate that this letter was not lost." Lady Frostmist looked up at Zhang Fan, then lightly opened her cherry lips. "Otherworlder, although you have trespassed into my chambers, but thanks to you delivering the letter, I have lifted the hostility of the nearby beings towards you, so you are free to leave later." Nig gets a sum of red moon coins and exotic treasures as payment for each delivery. "So, what do you need, Otherworlder? Red moon coins? Or rare props? Here we go." Zhang Fan's heart fluttered. After all this effort to get here, waiting for this moment right now. Ma'am, I'm not interested in any of that. Words. A flash of surprise appeared in Mrs. Frostmist's eyes. Don't even want red moon coins and exotic treasure props, do you? So what do you need? Did you come here for the essence in me? This palace has long since lost its splendor, and aside from the red moon coins and some props, the only thing I can take out of my body is some life essence. The words fell. Mrs. Frosty C then took the letter into her arms. Also at this time, her entire body suddenly trembled as if she had been electrocuted. The seal of charm has taken effect. Mrs. Frostbite has triggered absolute charm. Just for a moment, Jiang Fan clearly saw Mrs. Frosty C's face flushing and her breathing accelerating. The eyes were starry, as if they were caught up in some kind of emotion. Seeing the situation, Jiang Fan was slightly stunned. Ma'am, I did come here for the essence. Reaching out to tie a loose strand of hair behind her ear, Mrs. Frosty C said with a hazy look, is that so? In addition to the essence, do you need any other payment? Jiang Fan nodded. It would be nice if you could give a few more drops. Mrs. Frostmist looked at Jiang Fan in a different way, then turned around and walked straight into the dark room. A little later, Mrs. Frostmist stepped on her bare feet and walked to Jiang Fan, pulling a transparent bottle out of her arms. This is all my essence. Give it all to you. Not a drop left. Otherworlder, thank you for coming out of your way to deliver my message. Next time, if you have leisure, feel free to come to my chambers, and I can take you on a drive to the Maple Grove not far away, and together we can enjoy the evening view of the Maple Grove as it stops. The words coming from his ears caused Jiang Fan to freeze. Nice guy. What's with all the enthusiasm when you're just delivering a letter? The effect of this seal of charm was also a little too terrifying. Reaching out to receive the wet jade bottle, Jiang Fan then smiled faintly and said, let's talk about it later. Chapter 44, Hatching an Imperial Phantom Demon. Ancient Emperor's bronze coffin that transcends deities. The next day, Jiang Fan swaggered back to the initial place of the broken cliff ruins on his spirit horse. In the area where Lady Frostmist was located, the wild monsters were quite low in level and extremely scarce in number. To upgrade quickly at this stage, only the initial land is the most suitable. Riding into a slightly messy ruin, Jiang Fan took out the jade bottle containing the life essence and then added words to it. With a flash of brilliant light, the essence within the jade bottle instantly thickened by a few points. Word added successfully. Life essence acquires the epic word, bloodline evolution. Word, bloodline evolution. The purity of the bloodline of an unhatched beast egg increases by 20% when it absorbs life essence. Looking at the new effect obtained by the life essence, Jiang Fan was quite satisfied. 10 whole drops of life essence. If all of them were poured into the Phantom King's egg, then a chimera that already had a royal bloodline would directly increase the purity of its bloodline by 2 times. Suppressing his inner joy, Jiang Fan then took out the Phantom Demon egg that was flickering with a light red light from his accompanying space. The egg of the Phantom King, level 1, life, 900 introduction, a chimera's egg nurtured by the chimera's essence blood after removing impurities. May add entries, 1 caressing the icy cold egg in his hand. Jiang Fan then proceeded to add words to it. Word added successfully. Egg of the Phantom King acquires a perfect level phrase, accelerated growth. Word, accelerated growth. Phantom's growth rate increases dramatically after hatching. Without the slightest hesitation, right at the moment the words were successfully added, Jiang Fan immediately dropped all 10 drops of life essence on top of the eggshell. In a split second, the extremely dense essence was completely absorbed by the Phantom egg. Click! With a crisp shattering sound, the light red eggshell instantly cracked open with 5 or 6 cracks. Also at this time, Jiang Fan immediately took out the contract scroll with added words and signed a contract with the chimera that had yet to show its head. You have signed a soul contract with the egg of the Phantom King. The moment the beep sounded, a hexagram formation rose up at the bottom of the Phantom egg. 2 or 3 breaths later, the light dissipated and the eggshell shattered. The chimera that broke out of its shell opened its eyes and looked around curiously. You have successfully hatched the egg of the Phantom King. Listening to the beeps in his ears, Jiang Fan only felt a rush of pleasure. After wasting so much time, it's finally time for the chimera to hatch. Ah! As a delicate whisper rang out, the newly born little chimera flapped its wings straight up and flew in front of Jiang Fan. The body was less than 2 feet long, a fraction shorter than those small phantom devils that Jiang Fan had seen in the secret territory. But this phantom demon with the bloodline of the royal family plus the life essence infused into it was even more beautiful than the phantom demons that Jiang Fan had seen. The look on her face was also more flirtatious and seductive. And perhaps because of the infusion of life essence, the curved horns and pointed ears on the little chimera seemed incredibly natural and looked extremely coordinated. When Jiang Fan returned to his senses to survey the little chimera's body, it was a bit overwhelming. After taking out the phantom demon inner armor that he had harvested in the secret realm and putting it on for the little phantom demon, Zhang Fan then turned his attention to the little phantom demon's information panel. Nickname no, race, phantom, grade, black iron, to be promoted, level, 15, life, 7400. Physical attack power, 360. Magic attack power, 360. Armor, 100. Magic resistance, 180. Talent, Ring of Charm, through the bloodline aura of the charmed Demon King. It causes all enemies within 20 meters to fall into a state of confusion for 5 seconds and inflicts 300, plus 300% of magic attack power, magic damage on all targets, taking effect once every 30 seconds. Skills, Subversion, Mind Suggestion, Seductive Voice, Invisibility, Hidden Message. The charmed Demon King hatched from the essence of eternal life has the qualifications of an imperial bloodline and evolves once every 10 levels. May add entries. 1. Looking at the little chimera's message, Zhang Fan couldn't help but have a touch of surprise rise in his eyes. It has just hatched and is at the black iron level of strength. The group confusion talent once every 30 seconds was powerful beyond Zhang Fan's expectations. Most importantly, after injecting the life essence with added words, this little chimera's bloodline directly advanced from King Xian rank to Emperor rank. That is to say, when Zhang Fan rose to level 60, this little phantom demon would grow into an emperor boss, an absolutely invincible existence under the immortal spirit. No hesitation. Zhang Fan then added words to it. With the release of the talent power, a small runic pattern immediately floated up at the little chimera's forehead. Word added successfully. Phantom acquires the epic word, space pickup. Word, spatial pickup, automatically absorbs all loot, materials, and props within 50 meters. Looking at the newly acquired word effect of the little phantom demon, Zhang Fan could not help but be slightly stunned. Automatically picks up all material props and loot within 50 meters. That means, as long as it's within range, even if it wasn't a wild monster that Zhang Fan had killed, as long as it exploded with loot and materials, it would automatically be absorbed into Zhang Fan's carry-on space. With such an amazing effect, those material hunters who often killed people to get rid of their goods were afraid that they would cry with gluttony when they knew about it. Sure is good help. Come over here and let me take a look, Zhang Fan said softly. The contract signed with the soul, which allows the pet and the player to be connected to each other by heart, is quite marvelous. When the little mimic heard Zhang Fan's call, it immediately flapped its wings vigorously and flew to Zhang Fan's shoulder. Stretching out her small pink tongue, she gently licked Zhang Fan's ear bone. Phantom Demon King. I'll call you Phantom from now on. Zhang Fan grabbed the little one's body and rubbed her head. After playing with it for a few minutes, Zhang Fan scanned his experience bar and then looked at the red moon seal on his hand. After returning from Kunlun Mountain, Zhang Fan stayed in the Red Moon world. Under several days and nights of running around and high-intensity battles, Zhang Fan already felt a bit tired physically and mentally. Granted, the player's physical fitness and mental strength would get a wave of evolution after each transfer. However, Zhang Fan had continuously fought for so many days in just his first turn state, which was already beyond the limits of an ordinary person. Anyway, with the permanent experience buff, the matter of upgrading could not be rushed for a while. Nurture your energy to build up your strength. Go offline first to rest and relax, then go straight to level 30 in one wave. Just as he was about to leave Red Moon, Zhang Fan's eyes couldn't help but glance at the invisibility ring that hid the outward effect of his equipment. After a pause, sweeping a glance at the endless sea of fog around him, Zhang Fan then put all the materials in his backpack into the ancient Emperor Copper Coffin. Subsequently, with one hand, he grabbed the babbling little chimera and placed it into the bronze coffin as well. Red Moon Game. Embodiment requires players to reach the second turn of level 30. But, if the equipment props are of a high enough grade or special enough, they can ignore this law. This ring on Zhang Fan's finger was the embodied prop that he had gotten in Kunlun Mountain before. Zhang Fan remembered that in his previous life, Eagle Sauce had a player who triggered a strange encounter event after entering the Red Moon continent and obtained an extremely special laser skill scroll. After manifesting this laser skill scroll containing transcendent greatness into the real world in advance, that player directly incarnated the ancestor man in Eagle Sauce. This ancient emperor's bronze coffin originated from the dimensional masters above the gods. Its grade, perhaps, was even above the mythic level. It might be able to materialize directly into the real world. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan immediately sensed the red moon seal on his hand. At once, in an illusory flash of light, Zhang Fan's body disappeared in place. It was not long after Zhang Fan left. The initial place of the ancient ruins' broken cliff lit up with a teleportation glow. A player holding a shield teleported over. This ruin is huge. Hurry up and look for treasure chests and props. Such a big place must have more resources than the sealed land. Hey, mine, all mine. After this player ran all the way out of the initial land, one after another, several more players descended upon the ruins of the ruins. After poking around for half an hour, These few players teamed up and rushed towards the ruined caves in the distance. 10 or so minutes later, a light flickered on the relic cliff once again. After looking around, the bow-wielding player tapped on his information panel, calling Chiroptera. Number 002, Red Moon Human Turtle's Black Head. Chapter 45 Open Perspective Eating Full Map Resources? Duplication. Mythic Power of Fate Quinlan. The top floor of an ordinary neighborhood. In the middle of the bedroom, Zhang Fan's body slowly emerged, got up and out of bed and stretched his arms. Zhang Fan then tried to summon the ancient emperor's bronze coffin as he did in the Red Moon game. At once, a bronze-colored light flashed up in front of Zhang Fan's body. A few breaths later, the light dispersed. A four-square copper coffin surfaced in front of Zhang Fan. It's done! The ancient emperor's bronze coffin was made of materials that contained extraordinary greatness. According to Zhang Fan's previous life embodied equipment props to make a comparison then, real-world heat weapons couldn't do a single bit of damage to this bronze coffin. That is to say, even at this stage without embodied abilities, as long as one entered the world inside the coffin, no means could threaten Zhang Fan. This ancient emperor bronze coffin, which was a world of its own, was definitely Zhang Fan's most powerful protective barrier in the real world. Surveying the body of the coffin with considerable satisfaction, Zhang Fan then summoned the items that had been transferred from his carry-on space to the coffin. But, after several attempts, the bronze coffin did not respond. It seems that there's no way for the real world to be able to summon items at will, and ordinary equipment props still can't be brought back to the real world through the bronze coffin. We can only hurry up and level up to 30, and wait until we complete the second turn before we consider embodiment. Just as Zhang Fan was about to put away the bronze coffin, a dark red light suddenly flickered up in the void of the coffin world. The radiant vapors continued to rise. It had been elevated until it was at eye level with Zhang Fan. Next moment, the red light dissipated. A small being in dark red inner armor turned gracefully in midair, and an exquisite and incomparable small face was reflected in Zhang Fan's line of sight. Ah, yikes! A tender and delicate voice rang out as Meyer flapped her scarlet wings and slowly flew to Zhang Fan's body. She poked her little nose forward and sucked in the flavor of Zhang Fan's body, revealing an expression of extreme cuteness and enjoyment. Gazing at the chimera's body, Zhang Fan couldn't help but give a slight start. While ordinary equipment and props can't be conjured up, contracted beings can surface on their own through mind-to-mind communication. Perhaps the prop items are still in the bronze coffin. It's just that I don't have the transcendent greatness of the Red Moon games for the time being, and I can't directly conjure up items that don't have life force. Zhang Fan silently speculated. The ancient emperor's bronze coffin formed a world of its own, and if one didn't go through the summoning, one wouldn't be able to find where the item was. Even when you enter it, you are in the dark, with no direction. Forget it, it won't take long to level up to 30 anyway. The ancient emperor bronze coffin can just materialize. At least the safety is guaranteed. Also, a black iron ranked mimic is a good helper in the real world. Rubbing Meyer's little head, Zhang Fan then put away the bronze coffin and turned around to walk into the bathroom. Lying in the bathtub, Zhang Fan's body and mind could not help but feel a sense of relief. The cool temperature of the water lowers the body's temperature and dispels the body's heat. Take a long breath and leave the distractions behind. Zhang Fan just closed his eyes and enjoyed the comfort of being soaked in cool water. Yikes! The crisp voice that suddenly rang in his ears caused Zhang Fan to have a jolt. Looking sideways, the chimera was flapping its wings and flying quickly. Under Zhang Fan's gaze, Meyer lightly flew above the bathtub. Yikes! Phantom, who had been aroused by the desire to take a bath, reached out her small hand and flicked it over her body. At once, Zhang Fan only felt a little overwhelmed. Half an hour later, Zhang Fan left the bathroom in comfort, and then took Meyer, who had her invisibility spell turned on, to a restaurant near the neighborhood to have a big meal. Though the red moon descends, but it's not like everyone in the real world can get into it. After all, not everyone is fit to fight. Some slow upgrading commoners, though also enamored with the transcendent greatness of the red moon, but in the shadow of dying 9 times and then passing away completely, still leaving most of the time in the real world, doing what I did before while I could. So, the workings of society didn't stop with the fall of the red moon, just a little slower. After casually purchasing some food that had been stored for a longer period of time, Zhang Fan returned directly to his home. He had just laid down on the bed and was ready to rest when the cell phone next to his pillow suddenly rang. Out of habit, he picked up his cell phone and glanced at it. Nailed unread messages 99 plus. All of them were messages from the company they originally worked for. The moment, personnel from the company are calling one after the other. In his previous life, Zhang Fan entered the game when the red moon descended and didn't clock in to work on time. After Zhang Fan had risen to level 2 and returned to the company from Red Moon to do his usual half-month of hard labor, directly by the personnel supervisor Wu Yu to not on time to punch the clock to work in a poor state of mind. various reasons to deduct most of the month's wages. It's also because you have to go to work every day. That's why Jiang Fan's upgrading progress in his last life was a step slower than others, and he didn't become one of the first players to enter the Red Moon continent. Not to mention the missed opportunity, the company docked his paycheck and scolded him. In the end, even his resignation was delayed again and again by Wu Yu with cumbersome procedures. Now, Jiang Fan was directly lazy. In this life, going to work is not going to work. Who the hell works when you're born again? Hanging up the phone, pulling the black address book. Jiang Fan directly uninstalled Nails, quit all group chats. I had just tossed my cell phone aside when an unfamiliar number instantly sent a message. Jiang Fan, don't you want your job? Get your ass back to work. You don't know how many people are out of work right now, do you? The boss said if you don't see anyone in an hour, you can get the hell out of here, and you won't get a paycheck. Don't bother wasting time. Without even reading the message, Jiang Fan directly took out his cell phone card and threw it into the trash. After thinking about it, I simply snapped off the cell phone battery and threw it away as well. After doing so, Jiang Fan directly fell asleep, with Phantom on guard. Safety and all that, don't worry about it at all. The next day, the sun is rising. Jiang Fan, who slept peacefully until he woke up naturally, only felt energized all over. After finding some food in the refrigerator and casually dealing with a few bites, Jiang Fan couldn't wait to take Meyer into the Red Moon world. The figure had just stabilized when a giant-eyed scarlet rat roaming the ruins of the cliff tore towards Jiang Fan. Without even summoning a weapon, Jiang Fan directly raised his right foot and swept it out. Bang! Having just pounced in front of Jiang Fan, before the giant-eyed scarlet mouse could even open its mouth, it was directly kicked out by Jiang Fan's massive force. Minus 2,672. With a no-frills limb attack, a direct kick instantly killed this level 10 normal giant rat. Sweeping his experience bar, Jiang Fan then turned on stealth and rushed towards the ruins with torches burning in front of him on the left. Red Moon World. Such places with campfires and torches are usually inhabited by large groups of monsters. With a sweeping phantom slash, this type of area was the most suitable for Jiang Fan to upgrade. After 5 or 6 minutes of forward travel, just as Jiang Fan was about to reach the area in his sight, under the wide range of sight and sound of the super senses, he was surprised to see a player leaning behind a monolith, muttering to himself, "It doesn't make sense. Aren't the prophesized rare props here? How come we couldn't find it after hours of searching? The prophecy has shown up twice near this monolith, which means it hasn't been shortchanged yet. How strange. Can it be that the prophecy results are inaccurate because the mental exertion has been too great lately? No, I have to try again. This prop has the powerful effect of being able to raise 2 levels. If I find it, I can fight the wild monsters for about 10 days less." Spy on the scene. Jiang Fan then paused. "Nice guy. You're here to eat all the map's resources with your perspective again, aren't you?" No hesitation. Jiang Fan unleashed a flash and leapt directly onto a piece of rubble to the right of that player. Conjuring up the void pupil, Jiang Fan immediately looked at its talent. Wish for the Apocalypse, grade, Emperor effect, prophecy magic. When you make the nearest expectation, you can predict its result. The closer the expectation is, the more accurate the prophecy will be, and the farther the expectation is, the more vague the prophecy will be. The closer the expectation is, the more accurate the prophecy will be. The farther away the expectation is, the more vague the prophecy will be. Prophecy can be performed up to 3 times per 24 hours, and the maximum number of times and the result of the prophecy will depend on the strength of your own soul. Effect, Light of the Apocalypse, Unawakened. Introduction, one of the most powerful talents of the Destiny sequence, with an impenetrable growth potential. Looking at the talent information coming from the void pupil, Jiang Fan couldn't help but have a smile rise on his face. No hesitation. Target the player in sight. Taking out the duplicate scroll with added words, Jiang Fan directly crushed it with one hand. You used the copy scroll. You have obtained, Wish of the Apocalypse, Imperial. Perfect copy is in effect. Wish of the Apocalypse advanced to Power of Destiny, Mythic Grade, Chapter 46, 5 levels in a row. I am the mandate of heaven. At the moment the tone fell, Jiang Fan's body trembled violently. In this instant, Jiang Fan could clearly feel his body and soul transforming. This change is not the restoration of status and enhancement of attributes that comes with upgrading. Rather, it is a real and unmistakable ascension progression. Feeling the changes in his body and soul, Jiang Fan couldn't help but comfortably let out a light breath. Subsequently, he immediately looked to the talent he had just acquired. The Power of Fate, Grade, Myth, Effect, Fate's Choice. When you make the closest expectation, you can trigger the trajectory with the true word of fate, automatically displaying Fate's Choice. The number of times you trigger and the result of Fate's Choice will depend on your own soul strength. Effect, Divine Fate. All uncertain events related to you will eventually turn in your favor. Introduction, one of the most powerful talents of the Destiny sequence, with an impenetrable growth potential. Looking at the stolen talent effect, Zhang Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. After the perfect advancement, the grade of the Wish of the Apocalypse had directly advanced from Emperor grade to Mythic grade. From now on, as long as the destiny choice was turned on, Zhang Fan would be able to obtain the guidance of his destiny's trajectory. The existence of Heaven's destiny, on the other hand, allowed Zhang Fan to directly obtain the Fate enhancement. This advanced talent was so strong that it was somewhat beyond Zhang Fan's expectations. Hey, what a strange feeling. Beneath the broken monolith, the female player holding the shield looked puzzled. After twisting his head around to take a closer look at the scene around him, not noticing anything out of the ordinary, she continued to pick up her pace and wander around the monolith. 5 minutes later, this female player still has nothing to show for it. Under depression, she directly slapped her shield on top of the stone monument, causing a dull roar. What a crap prop, wasting so much of my time. Let's stop looking and wander elsewhere. We won't be able to keep up with the development if we keep putting it off. After a few rather disgruntled mutterings, the female player rushed towards the area where the torches were lit up with an exasperated look on her face. See this scene. Zhang Fan then drank a bottle of holy potion to remain invisible. Next moment, with his ghost steps turned on, Zhang Fan sprinted directly to the front of that stone monument. The pupil of the void was condensed to carefully investigate. Zhang Fan, however, did not find anything special about this stone tablet. After a pause, Zhang Fan then chanted the true words of fate to release the power of fate he had just acquired. Poverty of heaven's way, dawn of eternity, lead the way of destiny. Prophecy, the exact location of all experience props in the vicinity of the stone monument. Destiny tracks invoked successfully. Destiny choice has been displayed. At once, an obscure text that only Zhang Fan could see floated in front of him. And just then, a beep sounded quietly in his ears. Divine order is in effect. All uncertain choices have been blocked for you. Just the moment the beep fell, the words in front of Zhang Fan began to distort. Next moment, only 3 lines of the dense and obscure text remained, and it quickly manifested into a form that Zhang Fan could understand. Fateful choices, tear through space and enter the inner area of the monolith. Wait for the space inside the monolith to collapse. Shielded, within 5 meters of the monolith. Blocked, looking at the information displayed by the power of fate. Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. Simply by making an expectation, you will have direct access to the information associated with it. Though with some of the limitations of recent expectations, but with the passive ability of divine destiny interfering, the effect of this talent can be described as absolutely powerful. That female player's talent sequence wasn't as high as Zhang Fan's. The results predicted were naturally not as comprehensively accurate as Zhang Fan had expected. But the amount of mental energy consumed to activate the power of destiny was far higher than an ordinary talent by quite a bit. Sweeping a glance at the mediocre-looking monolith, Zhang Fan directly unleashed a spatial tear. Next moment, silver-white spatial cracks slowly opened up on the surface of the stone monument. No time was wasted. Calling out Meyer and Sword Slave, Zhang Fan directly leapt in. Space switching in progress. Zhang Fan's body appeared within a foggy area. There are no creatures to be seen here. There is no ruined wreckage either. Even the ground beneath his feet was like nothingness. Out of sight. There was only a 7-colored scroll that shimmered with a faint light floating and spinning in the air about 10 meters away. No hesitation. Zhang Fan directly flew up and held the scroll in his hands. You have obtained, Void Spirit Scroll, Silver. Looking at the 7-colored scroll in his hand, Zhang Fan's brows instantly twitched slightly. Is this the prop that the female player said could raise 2 levels? Gather up the pupils of the void. Zhang Fan looked at the information on this scroll. Void Spirit Scrolls, Grade, Silver, Effect, one of the scrolls condensed by the power of the Tower of Eternity. Leveling up by 2 after use. Hidden message, originally, it had a very strong power of law, but due to the lack of the breath of the Tower of Eternity to nourish it, the power contained in the scroll has been greatly lost, and the body of the scroll has been rapidly dissipating. Addable entries, 3 This scroll, surprisingly, was able to ignore the rules and directly raise 2 levels. And that's with a significant loss of scroll power. Pity. Somewhat regrettably, this scroll is nearing dissipation. Just by holding it in his hands for a moment, Zhang Fan could clearly feel the power of the scroll spilling out and the light dimming. If this scroll can be saved properly, the later you get the greater the effect. But, in today's context, every extra second wasted, the less power that could be boosted. Without wasting any time, Zhang Fan then bestowed perfect words on it. At once, 3 clusters of faint light of the same color instantly flickered above the dark scroll. Word added successfully. Scroll of the Void Spirit acquires perfect level words, Spirit, 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 Word, Spirit. The level provided by the scroll is increased by 1 level. Looking at the words added to the scroll, Jiang Fan couldn't help but grin slightly at the corners of his mouth. With the stacking of the 3 words, the effect of this scroll was directly increased by a large margin. No time was wasted. Jiang Fan immediately crushed the scroll in his hand. In a split second, the broken scroll transformed into a 7-colored light that surged straight into Jiang Fan's body. You used the Void Spirit Scroll. Your level rises to 16. Your level rises to 17. Your level rises to 20. 4 dimensional attributes plus 5. Free attributes plus 5. You gain Human plus, Black Iron First Order plus 10 to free attribute. You get Perfect Word Points plus 20. Emperor's Soldier Polar Shadow has unlocked the Divine Weapon, Star Giant Axe. Your contracted Living Spirit Mire has been leveled up to 20. Has been promoted to bronze rank. Its attribute template has been corrected. Its talent effect has been increased by 50%, and it has awakened the skill Flame of Desire. Chapter 47, The Chilean Body. The dragon is the Ten's only nemesis. It has been 9 full days since the Red Moon descended. These 9 days, most players simply adapt to the Red Moon's laws of survival and fighting style. Then a lot of prime time for development is wasted. The moment an extremely large portion of the players were still stuck in the sealed land fighting to brush the wild monsters. Only a small number of people barely made it to level 10 with the concerted efforts of their teams and guilds to provide for them. Sure, there are also some extremely gifted people, relying on the absolute advantage of the early stage. It wandered into the Red Moon continent, regardless of the type of player. After seeing the mysterious and magnificent Red Moon continent, the first idea was to find strong people to embrace the shelter. And the only way to find a strong man at the moment, it is through the rankings charts. Almost every one of these players who entered the Red Moon continent kept trying to add the big names on the list in their spare time. Their purpose, or recognize a righteous father, or form a guild, or pull together, or sell ditches. At this stage, the vast majority of people were watching the changes in the rankings, and Jiang Fan went up to level 5 in seconds with this wave. Instantly, it caused the players who entered the Red Moon continent to directly explode after a short period of silence. Crap, am I seeing things? I just had my sister try to add Big Brother 10's friend, and suddenly I saw Big Brother's level instantly skyrocket from level 15 to level 20. What the hell? Something dirty? It's too exaggerated. The entire leaderboard is clear of all level 10s except for the 10 big faces. This level break is a bit scary. Funny, isn't it? This is a break? It's all broken generations. Big Brother be my righteous father. My little sister will be 18 in 2 years. This cliff ruin can't stay alone come and take me. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. The players in the Red Moon continent were talking, and the players far away in the novice town were as if they had seen a ghost. When he heard that the 10 parties had passed the Emperor level trial a few days ago, a lot of self-proclaimed high rollers think it's just a newbie test with little gold. But when they confidently chose to solo the easiest normal trial and get hung up on the boss, they realized why a novice assessment trial could trigger a Red Moon announcement. The longer the game is played, the clearer the perception becomes, and the more players realize the horror of being number 1 in the rankings. While countless players were using various methods to try and probe the information of the 10 directions. Human territory. Above the ruined caves in the southwest of the initial land. What do you guys mean? This boss was obviously discovered by our boss Wangfirst. Do you guys want to rob it by force? Ha! You guys found it? This boss has your names written on it? Above the ruins. The 2 teams are facing each other with swords drawn. There were 5 players on one side, and the leader was the staff-wielding Blazing Sun Leg's brother. The other team only had 3 players, and the leader was a man in mage robes. Their location was the outskirts of the ruined cave, and at the mouth of the cave, a giant-eyed scarlet rat with a huge body size and a circle of silver-white light surrounding its entire body was lazily slumbering. There are quite a few more bosses in the Red Moon continent than in the Sealed Lands though, but it doesn't stay on guard at any one location. They all wander around and almost never stay in the same place for long. So, when a silver-level boss appeared at the entrance of this ruined cave, both teams were quite excited. With a coercive look on his face, Blazing Sun Leg's brother, who was holding a staff, stared at the opposite player and said in a cold voice, "Robbing a boss from us? Are you provoking the Blazing Sun Guild?" The mage player on the opposite side clasped his hands on his chest and skimmed his mouth. Blazing Sun Guild? Is that the one that was blocked by the 10 directions to kill in the spring and had to pay money to leave? With you guys you want to steal from me? Those who were able to enter the Red Moon continent at this stage were those who were extremely talented or had many minions. If you let out boss resources because of a simple sentence from someone else, that's not an easygoing personality, and you'll only be branded as a big Red Moon wimp. What a mouthful. Fusion Mage of Sealed Land 4396. Your name is Wang Tong, right? You're a casual who dares to be arrogant to this extent. What if I want this boss today? A cold voice came from far away. Following the source of the voice, a tall man with a red longbow slowly walked towards the area. Big Brother Turtle. You're here. Seeing the appearance of Ugway, brother Blazing Sun Legs was instantly overjoyed and quickly greeted him. Hearing the other person say his name, Wang Tang's face turned cold as he pointed to the open field on his left. So what if it's a casualty? You think I'm afraid of you? What are you pretending? Going over for a one-on-one? The words fell. A huge thundercloud instantly floated above Wang Tang's head, and behind it, a 10 or so meter high wind roll was building up. Looking at this formation, the Blazing Sun Legs brother who was holding his staff unconsciously widened his eyes. As the same mage, he still needed to use his staff as a medium to release magic now, but the guy across the street, without even moving, he directly released 2 elemental magic spells at the same time. No wonder it dares to be so arrogant. After seeing Wang Tang unleash 2 elemental magic of huge form without moving, with a hint of surprise on his face, Turtle slowly turned around. Next moment, his eyes swept over an imperceptibly obscure symbol. A few breaths later, he turned sideways, gripping the longbow in his hand tightly, a touch of hostility rising in his eyes. Go! Sucked in a cold breath, Turtle directly turned around and led his minions towards the distance. Watching the turtle come in a rage and finally leave unhappy, the 2 junior brothers behind Wang Tang immediately looked adoring. Big brother Wang Tang, you are too hung. Lai Yang is an existence that I couldn't even get a word in edgewise before. I didn't expect to be scared away directly by you. You're a heifer on a plane with this monarch-level talent. With a faint smile, Wang Tang directly fused the 2 magic spells towards the giant-eyed scarlet rat and slowly moved over. Red Moon isn't like those inferior virtual online games. In this world, more people aren't always useful. What Blazing Sun Guild? It's still not being blocked by the 10 directions to kill in the spring. So what if I'm a casual? I can become a strong person on my own without the need for guild resources and shelter. After leaving the cave where the giant-eyed scarlet rat was, Turtle was extremely impatient as he drove away the minions following him. Quickly sprinting to the front of a cliff, he directly tapped on his information panel. In the meantime, his eyes flashed up with an unusual light. Calling Chiroptera. Number 002. Red Moon Human Turtle's black head. A few short breaths passed. Turtle's information panel disappeared into thin air. Follows. A projection slowly coalesced. Human. What is it? Did you get it done when I asked you to investigate the 10 directions? The intelligent device projection scanned the body of the turtle, and an icy mechanical voice slowly emanated from its mouth. Lord Wisdom, didn't you say you would guide me to become the leader of the human race? How does this intelligent armor projection show that I can't even beat a casual player? Turtle was on fire now. Originally, I thought that if I got the guidance of a higher civilization, I would be able to press others in any way. I didn't realize that even a civilian loose cannon was going to ride on his head. He just couldn't stand it. Take it easy. When the cooling of my talent is complete, I will guide you forward to find the furnace left behind by the Tower of Eternity. And at that time you will naturally obtain the most special and supreme talent among the human race. These, all of them, are the best results obtained after countless deductions by my wise armor clan. The look on the turtle's face eased a bit when he heard the reply from the intelligent device projection. Human, have you done what I commanded? Wisdom Sama, I haven't checked the information on the 10 directions yet. This guy almost rarely shows up, and it seems like he has the ability to shield information on his body. I can't check him out. He's level 20 now, and this amount of strength I have to go to him is just giving him away. It's better to wait for our players from the Blazing Sun Guild. Wait, level 20? The intelligent projection let out an extremely shocking mechanical sound. After a little silence, the light on the wisdom projector flickered a few times. This existence named 10 Square. He's growing at an extremely unusual rate. If you continue to allow him to develop savagely like this, even if you manage to obtain that talent, the chances of defeating him will be slim to none. Human, this is information on the location of the sealed dragon. Follow my guidelines and you have a 75% chance of successfully awakening the dragon. At this stage, powerful dragons are the only nemesis of the 10 parties. Chapter 48 Word Effect Advancement. Bronze level Undead Sword Slave. Zhang Fan rose 5 levels in seconds. Extremely shocking in the Red Moon world. Countless players were either envious and jealous, or plotting to target. And at the moment, all of Zhang Fan's attention was focused on Meyer. After the rank promotion, the Chimera's body grew much larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. The phantom inner armor that Zhang Fan had put on her earlier was directly burst under the expansion of her body. But, after adjusting to a grown-up body, the Chimera herself condensed a short black dress on her body. It looks extremely cute. The moment. Her soulful and dark red pupils were gazing at Zhang Fan with unblinking eyes. Even though the body is not yet fully grown, but that rather perfect body was already taking shape. The Phantom, as the name suggests, in addition to the change in body type, Phantom's attributes and skills also received a nearly twofold surge, and the word position, one was added. gathering up his talent power. Zhang Fan then added words to it. Next moment, a dark red light flickered from Meyer's body, then instantly folded back and surged straight into Zhang Fan's body. Word added successfully. Charmed gains epic word, charmed homunculus. Word, charisma homology. The contracted being grants the master a hidden charisma value equal to his own. Looking at the effect of Phantom's newly acquired words, Zhang Fan's eyes couldn't help but move. A creature like a chimera has an inherently high hidden charisma value. After giving it to your own body, your charisma value will instantly get a huge wave of boost. Quite satisfied, he rubbed the chimera's head. Zhang Fan then divided the free attribute points gained from the upgrade over the still weak strength and agility. At once, Zhang Fan's strength attribute directly reached 275 points. It was comparable to the attack power attached to the level 10 Wang Xian ranked divine weapon Blade of Heavenly Punishment. With Zhang Fan's physical attack power today, a single phantom slash with the Heaven's Punishment Blade in hand would be enough to instantly kill a level 10 Black Iron boss. After scanning his overall attributes, Zhang Fan then gathered his strength in preparation to tear open the spatial crack and exit the stone monument space. This wave went up to level 20 though, but there's still a ways to go before the second turn. The most important thing right now was to hurry up and upgrade. Only by raising his strength as soon as possible could he enter the Sea of Mist to ascend the Tower of Eternity. Only there is a chance to achieve godhood. Besides, it won't take long. By the time the highly toxic fog on the Sea of Mist had completely dissipated, many races with the advantage of flight would then cross the Sea of Mist to attack the foreign races. In the Red Moon continent, the threat of foreign races was quite great. In such a survival situation, boosting strength at the fastest rate possible is the primary goal. Just as Zhang Fan had just torn through the spatial crack, a thick fog suddenly rose throughout the space. No hesitation, Zhang Fan then subconsciously flew up and floated his body into the air. The Blade of Heavenly Punishment had just been summoned. Zhang Fan suddenly saw a somewhat transparent figure sitting up in the thick fog at some point in time. Long, icy blue hair fell straight down to her waist, a short strand covering half of her left eye. Gazing up the pupil of the void, Zhang Fan immediately looked at its information. Sona, rating, race, introduction, a special creature that inhabits the space of the monolith. Hidden message, soulmongers spawned by the Tower of Eternity. Look at the information in front of you. Zhang Fan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Souls, those were high-level beings in another continent projected by the Tower of Eternity. With the Sea of Fog and the barrier of the boundary, the beings from different continents could not communicate at all. This soul taker, how did he show up here? Just as Zhang Fan was surprised, the silhouette floating in the air slowly rose, its eyes gazing straight at Zhang Fan's body. There is no need to be nervous for an off-worlder guided by fate. I am not hostile. My name is Sona. I was born in the Tower of Eternity, traveled across the Sea of Mist in search of the lost shards of the Tower of Eternity, and inhabited this sharded space with the scent of eternity as my power was eroded by the poisonous mist. You don't have the aura of the Tower of Eternity on your body, but I can feel the majestic power of eternity. After the disappearance of that scroll that condensed from the Tower of Eternity, this space can no longer nourish my soul. Oh Otherworlder, could you let me absorb some eternal chi? I need to nourish my soul which is passing away. Don't worry. A few moments. The super senses did not detect any hostility, and Zhang Fan then waved his hand. No, I don't want that kind of service. Nourish? This is to prepare to use yourself as a medicine. Though this soul taker born in the Tower of Eternity looks a bit stunning, but Zhang Fan didn't want a shibboleth right now. Keep your energy up and upgrade as soon as possible. That's the thing. Otherworlder, are you rejecting this behavior? The beings birthed in the Tower of Eternity nourish their souls by this act, which is most sacred to beings born in eternity. Since you reject this behavior, Otherworlder, let me come closer to you. Don't worry, I just want to be near the eternal power. The words fell. The soul taker's body instantly appeared in front of Zhang Fan. Without waiting for Zhang Fan to respond, she directly stretched out her right hand and pressed her palm on top of the back of Zhang Fan's hand. The touch from his skin did not make Zhang Fan feel a hint of coldness. In that somewhat illusory palm, what Zhang Fan felt was a huge aura. Time passes. Zhang Fan could clearly see that the soul taker in front of him no longer seemed to be so transparent, and to Zhang Fan's surprise, he felt as if his soul was much stronger. Otherworlder, thank you. Try to enter the Sea of Mist and look for the Tower of Eternity. It is there that you can free your eternal power. The words fell. The soul taker, who hadn't even withdrawn his palms, slowly disappeared from Zhang Fan's sight in a burst of thick fog that suddenly rose. Your power resonates with the soul power of soul taker Sona, and your soul power gains a small boost. Just the moment the beep fell, Zhang Fan felt something inside him instantly shatter. Follows. A terrifying force constantly stimulated Zhang Fan's soul. The effect of your talent infinite words has advanced, and the lowest quality of the words you randomly add is of the perfect level. The effect of your talent soul repulsion has advanced, and sword slave has been promoted to bronze level. Your talent power of fate gains a slight increase and consumption is reduced by a small amount. Floating in the air after a short pause, Zhang Fan was still somewhat unrecovered. Feeling the soul power that was much stronger, Zhang Fan couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. Resonating with a soul taker speeds up the liberation of talent effects? Could there be a connection between the empty mind of creation and the Tower of Eternity? After thinking about it for a little while, Zhang Fan, who couldn't get an answer for the time being, stopped thinking about it. Gathering up his mind, he swept a glance at the effects of the talent after the advancement. Zhang Fan couldn't help but be a little surprised. After the soul power is enhanced, talents are also advanced with it. 11 sword slaves, promoted to bronze level bosses after the effect of a soul exorcism advanced. Definitely a strong enough guard and fighter at this stage. And the infinite words talent after the progression. It directly raises the minimum grade of the word to perfection. That means, from now on, Zhang Fan was able to add unlimited perfect level words. Yikes! Just as Zhang Fan was lost in thought, a low murmur from Meyer entered his ears. Raise your eyes. Zhang Fan suddenly realized that the dense fog in front of him had disappeared. There was no longer a gray monolithic space around them. Instead, it's the ruins of the Ruins Bluff ruins. Rotate your eyes. The monolith had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 49, Inaccessible Drifting Ruins. More than 10 undead bosses. I'm playing Nima? The pupil of the void was condensed and scanned the surroundings. Zhang Fan didn't find any trace of Sona the Soul Taker. The Red Moon continent was only the region projected by the Tower of Eternity. In a sense only equivalent to the first level of the Tower of Eternity. According to the information Zhang Fan had learned from his previous life when he ascended the Tower of Eternity, the Soulsinger, that was the first generation of beings spawned by the Tower of Eternity. It was more ancient and powerful than the mysterious merchant he had met before. If he didn't have the stolen power of fate to guide Zhang Fan into the stone tablet space, Zhang Fan simply didn't have the chance to meet a soul taker at this stage. And that soul person was afraid that he would completely disappear into the stone tablet space after the void spirit scroll dissipated. The divine art of prophecy unleashed with the true word of fate is truly marvelous. Zhang Fan was quite satisfied with this destiny talent. This talent was different from the infinite words of the eternal level, and Zhang Fan clearly felt that the consumption of his spirit was quite high when he invoked the true words of destiny. But, once turned on, it is fully equivalent to full map perspective. This won't turn off, so it doesn't count as on. After a light laugh, Zhang Fan then turned on stealth to rush towards the ruins in front of him on the left. With a permanent experience buff, upgrading and transferring as soon as possible is the priority. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Zhang Fan flew stealthily over the ruins. Surveying the scene below, Zhang Fan couldn't help but be slightly puzzled. This ruin originally had a number of spectral ghost people holding torches. It is an extremely good mecca for practicing. It stands to reason that none of the players should be too bold to venture into this place at the moment. But at the moment, on top of the large ruins, the bodies of the spectral ghost people were lying all over the place. Dozens of players were gathering near the ruined hole in the ground. All of their faces had a frenzied look on them. And perhaps it was because fewer players were currently entering the Red Moon continent. After Zhang Fan glanced at the crowd below, he suddenly discovered quite a few familiar-looking figures. These included Turtle's Lapdog, Brother Blazing Sun Legs, and Falling Rain and Snow, who had bought the golden dagger. Ha ha ha, I actually encountered a moving relic palace. It looks like I can pick up quite a few goodies. This palace seems to have floated over from the Sea of Mist, and I followed it for half an hour from the Frostbreak Cliff to get here. Just wait. It should be coming out of the ground in another 2 or 3 minutes, and I've followed it all the way. This palace sinks into the ground every time it reaches a place, and it can't stop for more than a few minutes after it comes out before it floats away again. A mobile palace? No wonder there are so many people gathered here. Not only do bosses not crouch in fixed places in Red Moon games, even the relic secrets were floating around. So, many chances are undefined. Zhang Fan was silent and gazed at the area below after drinking a bottle of Blue Dew Holy Potion. If there really is a floating palace, then it's very necessary to go in and sweep up a wave of resources. 2 minutes later, it was accompanied by a rumbling sound. The ground of the ruins suddenly became trembling. In the meantime, a huge ancient palace rose up from the ground. In the midst of the dust, the doors of the palace slowly opened. A mysterious white light overflowed from it, attracting everyone's attention. Ha ha ha. Just then, a huge wind scroll sped past, swiftly flying towards the gate of the relic palace. And above that wind scroll, a man in mage robes clasped his hands to his chest and looked down rather proudly. Guys, I'm going to go ahead. Phew. As soon as the words fell, the massive wind scroll then disappeared into the temple door. Seeing the situation, A group of players cursed and followed close behind. Just as they were just about to leap into the temple doors, Hooray saw the player who had stepped on the wind scrolls walk out extremely depressed. Dude, what's going on? Zap? Out so soon? A player walked up and asked somewhat teasingly. There's something strange about this palace. I didn't even see any wild monsters when I went in, so I don't know why I somehow walked out again. I guess there's some kind of maze or hidden teleportation array or something. Try again. The words fell. The player folded back into the temple again. Almost at the same time, the figures of the rest of the players all scrambled forward and disappeared into the palace. Jiang Fan watched silently, not moving for the moment. This kind of relic that floats around isn't that great to enter. Rushing into it might trigger a relic trap such as a poisonous mist or a cursed spell formation. It was also just about 10 seconds later. The players who had just gone and walked out with puzzled faces. What's going on? Why are they all out? When I go in, I want to come out. And when I come out, I want to go back in. Like a ghost. I'm the same way. What the hell is this? Something really dirty? This doesn't look like a ghost palace either. In amazement, these players stepped into the palace once again. Just 2 or 3 seconds. They then doubled back in even greater amazement. Surveying the relic palace and the crowd of players below, Jiang Fan pondered in silence. Going in and wanting to come out. Coming out and wanting to go in. Could. Is this a reversal suggestion that interferes with the mind's thoughts? In that case, I'm afraid that in order to enter this palace you can't think about entering it, or else you'll more than likely walk out on your own. Think about it. Jiang Fan then flew down, emptying his mind and stepping into the door of the temple like a sage after the fact. Just entered it. A large bell in the opposite direction then caught Jiang Fan's eye. Behind the big bell was a corridor that wasn't too long or too short. The walls on either side are carved with symbols and patterns in the opposite direction. Without walking out of the palace in the opposite direction, Jiang Fan then kept his release through the corridor and stepped into the hall of this palace. The entire hall was covered with a dazzling array of decorations, but most of them are rather old-looking tiles, and above the walls of the hall, a beautiful mural was carved. The content of the mural is, in the extreme, counterintuitive. The stars and rivers hang upside down, and the mountains and rivers flow in reverse. The moon brings heat and light during the day, but the scorching sun gives the world coldness and darkness at night. Chickens, dogs, cows and goats sing and dance in their costumes on a stone platform, while humans are left untainted as food on the table. Just as Jiang Fan was greatly shaken, the sword slave in the soul space and the mimic in the contract space automatically manifested. They were like children who had run away from home, and without even looking at Jiang Fan, they directly left towards the outside of the palace. Seeing this bizarre scene, Jiang Fan couldn't help but float up in astonishment. All sentient beings are not immune to the psychological reversal suggestion of this palace? With the contract of souls, the strongest thought of Sword Slave and Charmander was to follow me around, but it twisted into wanting to stay away from me under the interference of this palace. If I entertain thoughts of calling them back, I am influenced to not call them back. If I didn't want to call them back, I would more than likely reverse to wanting to call them back, but they don't have that kind of thinking, and after calling them back they still have to leave this great hall. Forget it, this palace is a bit weird. It's better to go with the flow. Otherwise, if I encounter a battle, once they generate the idea of guarding me, it's highly likely that they will be directly reversed into an explosion to kill me. Just as Jiang Fan was pondering the special features of this palace, the 11 sword slaves and Charmander had already left the main hall and appeared above the ruins. At this point, outside of this relic palace stood a number of players who wanted to enter the Great Hall but had no way of doing so. Seeing the bronze-level sword slave and charmer walking out from the hall door, all the players first looked startled, then instantly boiled over. Crap, hurry up. How did so many bosses run out of this palace? It looks like it's still a teamwork type boss. Could this be a hidden boss? What kind of token do I need to decapitate them to get into the ruins palace? Chopping 11 bronze bosses. There is 1 or 2 almost to silver level attributes. There is another do not know what grade, but at least more than 20 levels. I cannot even see the information. So many bosses. I play Nima? Damn. Undead boss. You guys still don't believe me when I tell you that this palace is haunted. Chapter 50, without even a hand. You're worthy of fighting me? The sword slave's grade was only bronze level though. However, with its rich combat experience, its combat power under mutual coordination was far superior to that of a normal silver boss. Not to mention the fact that there was also the sword slayer slave who was looking at the whole situation and directing the battle. And Phantom's attributes and talent effects got a surge after her advancement. Not only does it have group confusion, but it also has a group damage of up to about 2,000 points. And there are still a whole 5 skills. Such a combination is far above the battle power of players at this stage. The second place on the leaderboards were all only level 11, and without the effect of real damage. They took their heads to fight the battle-hardened bronze-level Sword Slave and the level 20 Phantom King? Not to mention, Sword Slave was originally an immortal spirit, and Charmander was also a living being who had signed a soul contract. Even if they die, they will only fall into a short slumber. So, Zhang Fan wasn't worried about their safety at all. But those players outside the palace were a different story. Old Wang, I found the ancient legendary underworld relic ghost temple. Don't you care if it's ancient or not? It's definitely a ghost temple anyway. With 12 hidden bosses as gatekeepers, can this be an ordinary relic? Hurry up and come. Now this place is full of people. If you're late the bosses will be gone. Big brother, there really is a drifting ruin here. More than 10 hidden bosses guarding the gate. It must be a big opportunity. The rewards from the bosses alone will be enough for our squad to spend a month or two. The ruins of the underworld ghost people were abuzz with people. Around the relic palace, more and more players were gathering. And at the moment, within the great hall of the relics, Zhang Fan walked through the hall and into the depths of the palace. In the middle of the rather empty inner sanctum, on either side stood a number of stone statues of two-headed serpents, one inverted and the other standing, and directly in front of it on the stone platform, instead, there is a coiled statue of a giant serpent hanging down. Unlike other statues, on top of this statue's head, 2 rows of white antlers grow. If it wasn't for the fact that this giant snake didn't have claws, Zhang Fan would have thought he was seeing a dragon. After turning his eyes to carefully explore his surroundings, Zhang Fan couldn't help but be slightly puzzled. It was clear that this was already the last area of the relic palace, but there were no living beings or resources to be found. Just as Zhang Fan was surprised, a huge aura suddenly spread out in all directions from above the statues on both sides. Fizzle! The inverted statue of a giant snake shattered with a sound. Next moment, dozens of two-headed giant snakes spat scarlet letters and tore towards Zhang Fan. From the moment he entered this great hall, Zhang Fan had always been like a sage after the fact, with no desires. The moment, dozens of giant snakes came tearing in, and Zhang Fan remained calm and had no thoughts of fighting. Because, from the moment Zhang Fan had entered this great hall, he had realized that the strongest thoughts and desires of any living being that entered this great hall would be implied by the mind, directly inverting the Big Dipper and operating in reverse. If once the desire to fight arises, I'm afraid I'll just disarm without even pulling out my gun. Without seeing through this essence, there is no way to remove the psychological implication here. And once that secret is discovered, then the Great Hall is no longer so mysterious. Fizzle! The giant snake instantly approached. Instead of having thoughts of defense and attack, a thought of peaceful coexistence with these giant snakes grew in Zhang Fan's mind. Fruity! Under the reversing power of this Great Hall, Zhang Fan's thoughts were instantly interfered with. Originally, Zhang Fan did not have a killing intent towards these giant snakes, but now there is. Just as the twin-headed giant snake's bloody mouth was about to bite into Zhang Fan's body, a spatial light instantly flickered in place. Zhang Fan's body directly disappeared from the spot and floated straight up in the air. Calling out the blade of heavenly punishment, Zhang Fan quickly unleashed a phantom slash. Buzz! The sword she instantly giganticized and chopped down on top of the two-headed giant snake's body with a thunderous force. Minus 6,619. Freezing, 1998. Electric blade, 6619. Freezing, with Zhang Fan's whopping 720 points of physical attack power today. A split phantom slash coupled with the effect of the electric blade could directly deal over 15,000 points of damage. Before these two-headed giant snakes could react, they were directly killed in an instant. You have killed the two-headed giant snake. You gain 200 experience. You gain 200 experience. You get lifespan * 1 day. Soul exorcism has taken effect, and you have gained all control over the two-headed giant serpent. The moment the tone fell, a black soul floated up from the corpse of the two-headed giant snake. The weird thing is, these souls are not in the likeness of giant snakes. Rather, it's a human gesture. These souls called forth by the soul drive. It didn't leave the main hall like the sword slaves did. Instead, he kept his form hanging upside down waiting for Zhang Fan's command. Looking at this bizarre scene, recalling the perversity within the Great Hall, Zhang Fan's mind instantly became clear. Without waiting for the thought to rise, Zhang Fan fell headfirst, his body hanging upside down in the air. Also in this moment, Zhang Fan felt the strange feeling in his mind instantly disappear without a trace. Ha ha ha, nice. It's rare to be able to remove the reversal cue. I was hoping to play a little longer, but I didn't realize it would be over so soon. A somewhat teasing voice floated up from all directions, shaking Zhang Fan's eardrums a bit. Follows. The giant snake statue on the stone platform violently opened its golden eyes and its gaze fell straight onto Zhang Fan's body. Humans, as a reward for removing the reversal cue, become like these mole crickets and stay here for a long time as a giant snake statue. As long as I petrify 300 more giant snake statues to absorb their snake power, I will be able to shed my snake skin and ascend into a dragon. When I transform into a dragon, you will be considered to have glory added to your body. Obscure words drifted down. The reversing giant serpent on top of the stone platform directly shot out a petrifying light from its eyes. The terror of its might was so great that wherever it went, even space was distorted for a while. Looking at the incoming attack, Zhang Fan avoided it without dodging, and the reversing giant snake on the stone platform almost laughed out loud when he saw the scene. This human couldn't even struggle. It's just weak as hell. But yeah, it was already extremely difficult to be able to float and invert your body. It was normal to be unable to dodge in such a state. Just as the reversing giant serpent was about to watch the human in front of him turn into a statue, it was shocked to realize that the human in its sight had appeared on top of its stone platform at some point. A moment of alertness underneath. The reversing giant serpent was just about to take flight when the petrifying light that shot from its eyes had already blasted into its own body. Boom! Although it had petrification immunity, the massive impact of power still sent its body flying into the stone wall. Zhang Fan, who used space transformation to swap places with the giant snake, looked at the confused giant snake and said disdainfully, "Sublimation into a dragon? That's it? Without even a hand? You're worthy of fighting me?" Raising the blade of heavenly punishment in his right hand, Zhang Fan looked at the giant snake that had deluded itself into becoming a dragon as if he were looking at a clown. "I have." Without waiting for him to open his mouth, Zhang Fan directly swung out his sword. Before the words even left his mouth, the reversing giant snake suddenly shivered as if electrocuted, feeling the abnormalities in its body and soul. Its pupils were instantly covered in unrivaled horror. "What's going on? You?" Boom! The horrified reversing giant snake faced an ordinary attack swung out by Zhang Fan and just plopped down in front of him uncontrollably and at top speed. The moment. It can't even entertain a single other thought. Some were just trying to figure out how to catch that sword. Far more terrifying than mind suggestion a million times under the intervention of the soul. Without hands, the reversing giant snake couldn't even struggle. In just 1 or 2 breaths, not even close to time, the reversing giant snake just collapsed straight to the ground. Also at this time, a terrifying damage number floated up above its head. -999,999. In a split second, a beep sounded quietly in Zhang Fan's ears. "You have slain the Wang Xian boss reverse dragon snake. You gain 249,000 experience. Your experience bonus is in effect. You gain 249,000 experience. You get Red Moon Coin *7500, Blue Dew Holy Vase *74, Red Dew Holy Vase *21. You have obtained Dragon Serpent Staff, King Gen, Broken Blade, Gold, Shadow Hand Armor, Gold, and Stone of Reversal. Your level rises to 21. Your level rises to 22. Your level rises to 24. For dimensional attributes +5. Free attributes +5. You gain Human plus, Black Iron First Order +10 to free attribute. You get Perfect Word Points +24. Soul Exorcism has taken effect, and you have gained all control over reverse dragons and serpents. Chapter 51:10 Sword Slaves, Injustice. We really are not a hidden boss, although the higher the level the more experience you need to upgrade. But Zhang Fan was under the bonus of the permanent experience buff. This wave directly harvested a huge experience value of nearly 500,000 points. His level, on the other hand, had instantly soared to level 24. At this stage today, every change in the ranked leaderboard would draw the attention of many players. However, Zhang Fan's wave of level 4 in seconds didn't make the crowd boil with horror like the previous level 5 in seconds. Because the players at this moment were all extremely nervous as they raided the hidden boss in front of the Ruins Palace. They simply didn't have any extra energy to pay attention to the changes in the rankings right now. The spectral Ghostman ruins weren't exactly an area that was too remote. After the news of the hidden boss and the drifting ruins appearing here circulated, more and more players gathered here. The huge and magnificent relic palace caught the attention of many players, but the 12 hidden bosses that appeared at the same time shocked them even more. Red Moon Game. Bosses only in the secret world or copies of the fixed squatting appear. It's all up to your luck to encounter a boss wandering around in a wild area with no place to stay. Normally speaking, it was already extremely rare to encounter a boss, and at the moment, a whole 12 bosses appeared at the same time, directly subverting these players' perceptions. So, not only did players from several cliff ruins away rush here, even players who had just completed the novice assessment trial and had only just left the sealed land hurriedly ran to prepare for a piece of the pie. As a treasure hunter, Zhao Yannan, who had the divine art of prophecy, even directly turned on her ghost steps and ran to the location of the Ghostman's ruins with a frenzied look on her face. Black and gold wrap. Just after arriving at the periphery of the main hall, Zhao Yannan happened to see a player with a blue lance attacking the sword slaves. That player clearly had a notable talent. With a swing of his one-handed spear, a black and gold thorn cut through the air and wrapped around the undead holding a giant heavy sword. Bang! Boom! The seemingly powerful energy hit the undead's huge sword, creating a violent rumble. -1. Looking at the damage numbers floating above the undead's head, the players present were instantly a bit nonplussed. This? Even Sango can't break the defense? All claymen have 3 tempers. How come these hidden bosses don't react when attacked? Maybe because they're dead? Oh, you made Master laugh with that comment. Hey, that's not right. They seem to have been entering the relic palace just like us. Moreover, this palace doesn't seem to be planning to drift. What's the situation? It can't be a trap, right? What do you care so much? Go on. They're blocking the doorway and we can't get in without taking them out. Although they were a bit surprised by the undead's defense, under the lure of the hidden boss, the players raised their arms and swarmed up. One by one, they unleashed their talents and skills. Shasta. It is the splendid scene of all the purples and reds. See this scene. Zhao Yanan frowned slightly. These undead and chimera. They don't seem to want to bother with these guys. The wild monsters of the Red Moon continent. How can they be so gentle? Also, it doesn't feel like these monsters are bosses. It always feels like there's something eerie about this great hall. Maybe this is some kind of trap. In amazement, Zhao Yannan immediately opened the last prophecy divine arc remaining for the day. Prophecy, all hidden information about the sword slaves and chimera in the ruins of the spectral ghostman. Next moment, a burst of light floated in front of her. In the blink of an eye it coalesced into rows of text. Sword slave Miku, once the sword Miku of the 10 sword slaves. He possesses extremely powerful defensive abilities, and his strength has increased significantly after being nourished by the player's soul. Phantom King, a phantom with imperial bloodline qualifications, has signed a soul contract with the player. Looking at the message of the prophecy arcana, Zhao Yannan couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Also at this time, a player who had caught wind of the situation quickly flashed past Zhao Yannan's left front. The defense of these bosses is really exaggerated. It's amazing that so many people weren't able to do any damage to them. Ha. The more powerful the hidden boss is, the more exaggerated the rewards that can be blown out. Just now I heard that the chimera seems to have upgraded. This is a mutated boss. Harry. This time it's really Harry. If I can explode these hidden bosses, I'll directly invite my brothers to go and press their feet for 3 days. Is it true, righteous father? Zhao Yannan lowered her head. Her complexion incomparably. Joker. They're all clowns. It's not a hidden boss at all. It's someone's pet. Zhao Yanan was completely bad. She had wanted to see if these undead were special relic traps through prophecy, but she didn't expect to see such explosive information. At this stage, it's probably impossible for anyone other than 10 Square to have such a pet. And if ordinary people had so many powerful companions, they would have already made a big splash in the rankings. This guy, how is he so exaggeratedly strong? Wait, the Phantom Demon King just upgraded. Is it because 10 Square upgraded around here? At once, Zhao Yannan quickly opened the ranking chart to look at its information. First place, 10 Square, level 24. Second place, Marriott, level 11. Zhao Yannan's scalp instantly went numb. It was only half an hour ago that he leveled up to level 5 in seconds, and it's only been a short time since he leveled up to level 4 again? This guy's talent, could it really be a prophetic treasure hunting talent that's even stronger than mine? The moment, the left front of the relic palace, holding the staff, Blazing Sun Leg's brother was urgently contacting his boss. Turtle. Big brother Turtle. There are big opportunities in the Ghostman ruins, more than 10 hidden bosses, and a relic palace in the back. If we can take it, the underpinnings of our Blazing Sun First Guild will basically materialize. You are in the Wind Demon Dragon ruins? Most of the people there are Red Moon native beings, nothing wild. Right. It will take at least a few hours to get back. We, Liang, have too few people entering the Red Moon continent right now. There's no way to rob them the hard way. You come back as soon as possible. We can't take these bosses by us. Boom. It was at the same time that brother Blazing Sun Legs had just finished contacting Turtle. A dull roar reached his ears. Rotate your eyes. At the entrance of the ruins hall, 3 players were directly swept away by the heavy sword-wielding undead with a single swipe. What's going on? The boss is starting to fight back? After letting out a surprised cry, Blazing Sun Leg's brother then slowly retreated towards the back while holding his staff. The situation isn't good. Let these guys go ahead and drain the boss's magic and blood bar. We'll find a chance to strike again. The moment. At the gate of the Relic Palace. After trying many times and still unable to enter the Great Hall, the Chimera with its autonomous consciousness had begun to get a little annoyed. And after being attacked endlessly by the players, the sword slaves that hadn't received orders were also automatically in combat mode. The not-so-intelligent slaying sword slave looked across the field and surveyed the many human beings with frenzied faces. A faintly puzzled look surfaced in its eyes. These guys are treating themselves and these good buddies like the hidden bosses they claim to be? Injustice. We really aren't a hidden boss. Chapter 52 Sword Slave becomes a battle detector? The twisted behemoth that pits players at this very moment. A number of players had gathered around the Ghostman ruins. At first, with the hidden boss not actively attacking, even though they could only deal less than 100 points of damage and couldn't even manage to break defense. However, they were still excited to rush up and throw a few skills, in the vain hope that they would be able to take advantage of the chaos to share a wave of experience and rewards after whichever big guy decimated the boss. But after the undead with the giant heavy sword swept away 3 players with one swipe, they began to unconsciously back up several lengths. Just kidding. 9 deaths and it's gone for good. Who else would want to take such a risk without the slightest degree of certainty? Those who hit the headlines are often cannon fodder. Nima. These hidden bosses have an integrated offense and defense, and they work together in such a way that no water can seep out. That female undead can even give other undead a second to uncontrol. This is too perverted. It doesn't look like a normal boss at all. Heavy sword defense, stealthy assassination, healing and uncontrolling, flying sword pulling, sword formation control. The most outrageous thing is that the strongest undead can still command the battle. This hidden boss, strong beyond measure. That chimera is the one that's scary. My scrying technique can't even see its information. It has to be at least level 20 or above. One skill is a big one. It feels as if we can't fight it. This kind of hidden boss is probably only killable by the 10 square big brother. Aren't you talking nonsense? Even the King's Xian bosses have been slaughtered. If Big Brother 10 was here, he would probably be able to cut down all these hidden bosses in less than 2 minutes. Zhao Yannan stood on top of a stone monument in the ruins, looking down at the group of players below with amusement. Clown wow. It's too daring. Letting 10 decapitate his own pet? Looking at the scene around the relic palace, Zhao Yannan suddenly felt that this feeling of everyone being drunk was too wonderful. Hiss. Just then, there was a gasp from the crowd. That fusion mage seems to have come out of a sealed land with Big Brother 10, and his fusion magic is causing some damage to those hidden bosses. To be able to break through these bosses nearly 1,000 points of defense to deal damage? That has to be top-notch combat power, right? The crowd looks on. A player wearing mage robes was looking at the damage floating above the hidden boss with a surprised expression. Even the silver-level giant-eyed scarlet rat I was able to pull to its death. How come these bronze-level hidden bosses are so difficult to deal with? Even if they have high defense they can also uncontrol and return blood. Nope. 2 bosses are missing. Watch out for stealthy cutthroats. Hurry up. After an exclamation of surprise, Wang Tong, who had the talent of fusion, quickly flashed his body with a few of his juniors and swept straight towards the ruins at the back. Zhang Fan could never have imagined it. Under the reverse suggestion of this palace, the sword slaves and chimeras that automatically run outside the palace will become battle detectors for the players. But it was also good that there were sword slaves and chimeras blocking the doorway all the time. Otherwise, I'm afraid that more or less a few players would mistakenly enter this hall to cause trouble for themselves. The moment. Within the relic palace, although the reversing dragon snake had been killed in seconds, Zhang Fan clearly felt that the psychological implication of this great hall didn't seem to have disappeared. Despite carefully exploring the area, Zhang Fan did not see any creatures or special props. Perhaps this palace itself has the special effect of reversing the mind. Zhang Fan silently guessed. But, presumably because of the spirit that drives the reversing dragons and serpents, even if Zhang Fan did not hang upside down, his mind was not affected, distributing the free attribute points gained from upgrading proportionally. Zhang Fan then took out the dark purple runestone that had been popped by the reversing dragon and snake. Stone of Reversal, a special runestone condensed from part of the power of the reversing dragon and serpent, containing a faint wisp of reversal power. After crushing the runestone and releasing its power, it generates a field of reversal that lasts for 30 seconds within the surrounding area of 50 meters, and beings entering the field will reverse the strongest desires of their hearts. Addable entries, 3. Looking at the dark purple crystal in his hand, Zhang Fan could not help but raise his eyebrows. This runestone had a similar ability as the reversing dragons and snakes. Once the realm opens, the beings who enter it directly invert the Big Dipper and operate in reverse. No hesitation. Gathering up his talent power, Zhang Fan then added words to it. Word added successfully. Stone of Reversal acquires perfect level words, field expansion. Field expansion. Stone of Reversal gains the epic word, deterrence. Word, field expansion, 100% expansion of the field's range. Word, intimidate, all beings below the emperor level within the domain kneel and submit under your might. Looking at the newly acquired word effect, Zhang Fan was quite satisfied. Just crush this runestone. All the living beings within the entire 150 meters kneel down and worshipped for 30 seconds. It's a spectacular scene. Just think about it. Putting the stone of reversal into the copper coffin, Zhang Fan then put the soul of the reversal dragon and serpent into the space of the soul exorcism. Subsequently, with stealth turned on, Zhang Fan walked directly towards the outside of the hall. With a Wang Xian ranked soul fighter, it was imperative to take advantage of this time to hurry up and upgrade. Just as Zhang Fan was about to step out of the door, a beep sounded quietly in his ears. Phantom automatically picks up Red Moon Coin * 2187, Red Du Chalice * 24, Blue Du Chalice * 39, Broken Warhammer, Bronze, Dark Dagger, Black Iron, Purple Spirit Necklace, Bronze. The beeping in his ear caused Zhang Fan to faintly freeze. Nice guy. You don't seem to have done anything, do you? Surprised, Zhang Fan stepped out. However, the scene in front of him caused the corners of his mouth to quiver. Countless players were treating the Sword Slave and the Phantom as the hidden boss of this relic, and were conducting battle power tests here. It's just balls to the wall. The boss of the Relic Palace had already been decimated, and it was pointless to continue staying here. No hesitation, Zhang Fan then called the Sword Slave and Mimic back to their respective contract spaces. What's the situation? How come the hidden boss is gone? It seems like a spatial blow. These bosses have hidden spatial abilities? No. Why do I feel like these bosses disappear like they've been stowed away in the contract space? I had the same blow when I summoned my spirit horse. Crazy. You're saying these hidden bosses are pets? Whose pets? 10 Squares pets? You can really think. It's probably a good thing that this relic hall triggered some condition to take the boss back. This hall should be accessible now. After a brief moment of confusion, the players present instantly and quickly rushed towards the door of the Relic Palace. However, just as they had just leapt through the temple doors, the huge stone door that had been opened suddenly closed. Ah! A miserable scream instantly came out, creepy to the extreme. In the meantime, the entire ground of the Ghostman ruins trembled. A huge aura as heavy as a mountain spread out in all directions from the entire palace, deadening the players who hadn't yet stepped through the door of the palace. Just flew up stealthily. Zhang Fan's body instantly lurched. Following the direction that the scent came from, Zhang Fan turned around and looked at the Relic Palace. The ground trembled more and more violently. It felt as if the entire ruins bluff trembled with it. Zhang Fan's gaze was fixed straight on that palace. Subsequently, he was surprised to see that the palace actually floated high into the air and stretched out little by little amidst the violent shaking. Countless pieces of debris rolled down, and the Relic Palace continued to twist and turn as it stretched, forming a body so huge that it could not be described, and finally slowly stood up. It's not a Relic Palace at all. It was a twisted behemoth with a petrified body. Chapter 53, Inviting the King into the Coffin. Strong control across the world. Above the extremely irregular head there were no other superfluous organs except a huge four-square mouth. The legs supporting its body were like two massive pillars of the sky. A pair of petrified giant arms were no less long and thick than its legs. It was certainly the 4 stone pillars in the front and back side of the previous palace. In comparison, the bodies of all the players in the Ghostman ruins combined were no bigger than the size of one of its fingers. The moment, all the players were dumbfounded, and a strong look of shock filled their faces. It was definitely the most massive creature they had ever seen in their lives, so large that it exceeded their level of imagination. Facing this massive relic giant, and let's not talk about the breath of power that comes from it. The sky-hugging pressure of its mere size was enough to make any human being completely suffocate, not having the guts to touch it. And the scariest thing of all, there was also an occasional burst of the player's mournful screams coming from its mouth. The sudden change caused the players who had previously retreated to the back to instantly look horrified. What the hell is this? Is it really a relic trap? The place I've been going back and forth into before is its mouth? It keeps wandering and then stops briefly just to attract more people to throw themselves into the net? This is too terrifying. How can a monster's IQ be so high? Those hidden bosses, are they also traps put out by this palace? No, this giant beast to attract players? The moment. A few of Wang Tang's juniors were already terrified and their legs were shaking like chaff. They couldn't figure out how a good relic palace had suddenly turned into a Mothian beast. Ignoring the panic of the 2 juniors, Wang Tang frowned and immediately retreated behind the crowd without moving. Hold on to me and don't make a sound. Grabbing the bodies of the 2 juniors, Wang Tang directly stepped on the wind scrolls and sped towards the cliff, and above a ruined stone tablet on the left. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yannan, who already had some foreboding, immediately put away her shield and greatsword, and after crushing a light blue scroll, her body instantly disappeared into the Ghostman ruins. The rest of the players who were half a beat slower in their realization only came back to their senses from the great shock after hearing the wind swirling and whistling from the rear. Run! Run! This relic eats people. Someone pull me up. My feet are too weak to run. Old Wang. Oh no. Righteous Father, wait for me. Just as a group of players scattered in panic, the ground of the Ghost Man ruins suddenly swirled up in a huge vortex. Having just run out less than 10 meters away, the vortex's powerful absorption force instantly ripped the players into the ground. Subsequently, the players caught in the ground fell in unison through the vortex above the head of the relic behemoth, plummeting straight into its mouth. Above the ruins, looking at this bizarre scene, Zhang Fan could not help but frown. Before and after entering the ruins, Zhang Fan had surveyed the palace, but no anomalies were found. Even after killing the reversing dragon snake, Zhang Fan even made a point of circling around inside, but none of them sensed any living beings. With void pupils and supersense, it was impossible for ordinary beings to avoid Zhang Fan's probing. But not only was the reversing dragon and serpent, which had been transformed into a statue, devoid of any breath of life before it appeared, even this palace was not the slightest bit different. In amazement, Zhang Fan once again condensed his void pupil and tried to look at its information. 100 phase behemoth, level 25, rank monarch, life 890, 000, physical attack power 51, 020, magic attack power 122, 090, armor 31, 985, magic resistance 69,875, talent eternal 100 phases, skills petrifying eye, earth wall vortex, heaven and earth transformation shield. Introduction. A being born in the furnace of 100 phases has the powerful power to transform into a phase, and after transforming into a phase, it will gain part of the original phase's ability. Hidden message. After dropping a fragment of the eternal reversal hall from the 100 phases furnace and absorbing some of the power of the 100 phases within the furnace, he gained the talent of evolving the 100 phases, and traveled through the sea of fog and boundary after taking the form of the eternal reversal hall. And because of the erosion of the poisonous fog, the 100 phases incarnated wandered around the Red Moon continent, devouring the life source power of the living beings, giving up its own reversal power and part of its life source power. It evolved an independent form of reversal dragon snake. Due to the massive consumption of its life source power, the 100 phases behemoth will fall into a state of silence during the revitalization of the reversal dragon snake. Looking at the boss in front of him, Zhang Fan couldn't help but stare. This relic behemoth, its main body was actually a fragment of the Tower of Eternity, and the reversing dragon snake, surprisingly, was its other form. Could it be that Sona, the soul taker she met earlier, was looking for it? No wonder he couldn't detect any information when he entered the ruins hall. Original. The relic it evolved from is the reverse grand hall of the Tower of Eternity. Roar! Just as Zhang Fan had just summoned the heavenly punishment blade, the 100-phase beast floating in the air let out a roar and then evolved into a huge whale that drifted in the direction of where Zhang Fan was rather suspiciously, looking at the 100-phase beast that slowly floated towards him. Instead of having the slightest fear, Zhang Fan couldn't help but look excited. With a permanent experience buff, if they were to be killed, the experience value gained would be a huge number. However, with such a terrifying attribute, even with the assistance of the reversing dragon serpent's soul body, Zhang Fan was afraid that there was no way to cut it down. And with the 100 phases form, the empty hand catching the white blade also couldn't have a second killing effect on it. The fat sheep that was delivered to your mouth. You can't be allowed to run away just like that. After murmuring, Zhang Fan then summoned the ancient emperor bronze coffin. After transferring the items inside the emperor's coffin to the carry-on space, Zhang Fan directly threw out his right hand and directly pushed open the lid of the coffin. It then quickly flew over the bronze coffin, faced with a target whose attributes surpassed their own by countless times. Other players might find it redundant to even run away. But, as long as Zhang Fan was willing, 10 times more attributes wouldn't be able to carry a single shot of his death curse. With the 130 years of lifespan gained from the evil soul altar, plus the 50 years raised by the life enhancement pill, the cost of these 10 years is nothing. Monarch level bosses, once they were killed, then the resources gained were unimaginable at this stage. Convert it into battle power ahead of time to gain more longevity later. Think about it. Zhang Fan directly locked onto the 100-phase giant beast that was slowly drifting away and immediately released the death curse ability. In a split second, 2 black chains floated out from the void, one locking Zhang Fan and one directly and instantly locking the 100-phase beast that had transformed into a giant whale in the air. Curse of death, target 100-phase behemoth. The death curse cannot be purified, counteracted, or removed. The death curse is in effect. 100-phase behemoth survivable time, 7 days. The very moment the death curse took effect, an illusory timetable floated up above the head of the 100-phase beast. Almost at the same time, Zhang Fan directly swung his sword down with his right hand. At once, the body of the giant whale evolved by the 100-phase giant beast instantly shook, and after, it flew towards Zhang Fan uncontrollably. And, in flight, its body evolved into a human body. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Fan directly shuttled into the Emperor's coffin. Spatial transitions in progress. Zhang Fan's body appeared in a world full of scorched earth filled with the smell of death. Also at this time, the 100-phase beast that had evolved into a human directly traveled through the world and knelt down in front of Zhang Fan, catching the sword blade with a face of fear. This wave is a strong control across the world. After unleashing the white blade with his empty hand, even if he was far away from the black hole of the void, Zhang Fan was able to pull it out. The reverse is also true. Ignoring the 100-phase beast that had evolved into human form, Zhang Fan directly retracted his sword blade and instantly left the ancient emperor bronze coffin. As for the 100-phase beast, Zhang Fan just let it slowly die a violent death in this world. The rewards were bursting in the emperor's coffin anyway, so even if it had a seizure in there it wouldn't have any effect on Zhang Fan. And if Zhang Fan just let it roam around after releasing the curse, then once this giant beast starts to have a seizure, I'm afraid that all the players in the Red Moon continent will suffer. Space shuttle in progress. Zhang Fan's body left the emperor coffin world. The figure had just condensed. Zhang Fan's message bar brightened up. Open it. It was the mage that had been added to the secret realm token purchase earlier. Xiao Feng, Brothers of the 10 Directions, beware of the Otherworlders. Chapter 54, Dragon? It's just an experience, baby. The descending strike of the Wang Xian class soul beater. What's going on? Beware of the Otherworlders? What the hell? In amazement, Zhang Fan then sent a string of question marks over. 10 or so seconds later, the message bar flashed again. We have detected an alien civilization in the real world. We just can't determine where it came from, but we can be sure that the alien civilization is in some kind of special liaison with Wu's group. In the past few days, Wu's group has been constantly buying your information at high prices on various black nets. By the way, the Wu group's person in power in Red Moon is called Turtle's Black Head, and in terms of universality theory, I think it's more likely that they're targeting you. We probably can't help much in the Red Moon world, but if you need help in the real world, feel free to greet me. Looking at the message sent by Xiao Feng, Zhang Fan's eyes lowered slightly. To be able to carry millions of Red Moon coins right in a newbie town, I'm afraid this Xiao Feng's position on the official side is not low, and a message from such a person should not be false. After some slight contemplation, Zhang Fan thanked Xiao Feng briefly. The message bar is then closed directly. An alien civilization? Let me see which race is so resistant. After laughing coldly, Zhang Fan then invoked the Proverbs of Destiny, Poverty of Heaven, Dawn of Eternity, and Leadership of the Way of Life. Prophecy, all the contents of the Red Moon people's black head of the turtle liaison with the alien race. Destiny tracks invoked successfully. Destiny choice has been displayed. At once, an obscure text that only Zhang Fan could understand floated in front of him. In the meantime, a beep sounded quietly in his ear. Divine order is in effect. All uncertain choices have been blocked for you. Just the moment the beep fell, the words in front of Zhang Fan distorted once again. Next moment, only 3 lines of the dense text remained. Fateful choices. Intelligent Body 002 exchanges all information about 10 Square by guiding Turtle's Black Head to obtain the supreme talent. Smart Body 002 guides Turtle's Black Head to the Wind Demon Dragon ruins to awaken the Sealed Dragon. Intelligent Armor Body 002 deduces the destiny and props for Turtle's Black Head. Looking at the information displayed by the power of fate, Zhang Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Another cybernetic body? Raising a traitor to cause civil unrest? These guys have a really good calculation. Wind Demon Dragon. If I remember correctly, that's a King Xian level boss, right? Trying to awaken the gargoyles early to squash me? That's really great. If this turtle can really awaken the Wind Demon Dragon, it's at least equivalent to sending me 500,000 experience. After getting a clear picture of what the thinking body is calculating, Zhang Fan didn't have a single worry. Not only that, he grew to feel some anticipation. After all, a giant dragon mount is a much more elegant ride than a spirit horse. Eliminate the message of the power of fate prophecy. Stand still and slow down. Zhang Fan then looked at the space of the soul exorcism. After surveying the information on reverse dragon snake, Zhang Fan immediately turned on stealth and sped towards the piece of relic cliff directly in front of the Ghostman ruins. With a Wang Xian ranked soul body, you should be able to go to the Misty Cliffs ahead of time to take that exclusive chance for warrior professionals. Originally, Zhang Fan had planned to search for that warrior chance from his previous life after his second turn, but now with the help of the Wang Xian ranked reversing dragon snake, that chance was no longer stressful to Zhang Fan at this moment. After riding a spirit horse all the way for half an hour, Zhang Fan followed the location in his memory and arrived at a ruined cliff filled with a blanket of fog. Look around. The entire ruin was a dense fog, making it impossible to see anything. But, with the void pupil, this fog had no effect on Zhang Fan. Drinking a bottle of blue dew and putting his spirit horse away, Zhang Fan then kept his stealth and stepped into the mist. Just as he stepped into it, a strange cry suddenly came from above his head. Zhang Fan looked up and saw a group of strange-looking wild monsters flying overhead. They have bat-like wings, but above the neck is a dog's head. It looks as if it were some sort of alienated hybridized variant. Strange cries echoed in Zhang Fan's ears, sharp and piercing, calling out the soul bodies of the reversing dragon snake and the sword slave to work here. Zhang Fan then led Meyer towards the end of the left side of the cliff. -21,108. Reversing the Dragon and the Serpent, -39909. Reversing the Dragon and the Serpent, -909. Sword Slave, Miku. The descent of the Wang Xian boss was a complete descending blow to these little caramels hidden in the mists. You have killed the demonized dog head. You gain 250 experience. You gain 250 experience. You get lifespan *5 days. Soul exorcism has taken effect, and you have gained all control rights to demonized dog head. Ignore the beeping in your ear. Zhang Fan continued to walk towards the end of the left side of the misty broken cliff. 20 minutes later, Zhang Fan arrived at a steep cliff under the guidance of the void pupil. The moment. On top of the cliff face was lying an extremely inconspicuous gray treasure chest. No hesitation. Zhang Fan then called back all his contracted partners and flew up, directly pulling the treasure chest open. This treasure chest is not a resource chest and there is no way for the player to lift it up. This is a trap treasure chest condensed by the special spell formation of the Misty Bluff. It was also the moment the treasure chest was pulled open. A dense mist erupted from it. It directly enveloped Zhang Fan's body. At once, Zhang Fan's body gradually became transparent under the mists and finally disappeared. A few breaths later, the fog lifted. Zhang Fan's body appeared in the middle of a desolate ruin. Unlike the usual cliff ruins, not only had the area here expanded dozens of times, but the entire area was emitting a thick murderous aura. Ancient battlefield ruins. This is really the place. After murmuring, Zhang Fan summoned the reversing dragon snake. Subsequently, directly and rather familiarly, he stepped towards the ruins on the left. After only a few dozen steps forward, 5 humanoid monsters in dark black armor crawled out of the ground. The arms were like swords, emanating a chilling light. Seeing this group of monsters, Zhang Fan then condensed his void pupil to casually glance at their attributes. Sword and Devil, level 30, grade, silver, life, 87,000. Physical attack power, 11120. Magic attack power, 5950. Physical defense, 2730. Magic defense, 920. Talent, Sword of Darkness. Skills, Swordsmanship Mastery. Whirlwind Slash. Introduction, a demonic swordsman who has not dissipated from the ancient battlefield, with extremely strong sword skills. It was at the same time that Zhang Fan had just finished reading these boss messages. 2 terrifying rays suddenly shot out from the eyes of the reversing dragon snake. It blasted straight above the bodies of these sword demons. -30,091. Petrified Eye, -49870. Petrified Eye. The moment the sword demon was petrified, the body of the reversing dragon snake had appeared in front of them. At once, a berserk snake tail swept straight out, and 2 clusters of highly venomous saliva spewed out of its mouth right after it. -21,564. Armor breaking, -39877. Soul corruption. With that terrifying attribute of the reversing dragon snake, not to mention that it was only 5 silver bosses. Even if gold bosses came, they would still be given away. These 5 silver level sword demons, who had just shown up and hadn't even had time to launch their attacks, instantly died violently under the reversing dragon snake's attack. Just as their bodies fell, a prompt sounded quietly in Zhang Fan's ears. You have killed the sword demon. You get red moon coin *32100. Blue Dew Holy Agent *14. Red Dew Holy Bottle *11. You get Sword of Great Destruction, silver, *3. Necromantic Armor, silver, *2. You gained 27,337 experience. You gained 27,337 experience. Experience bonus triggered. You gained 27,337 experience. You get lifespan *49 days. Your level rises to 25. For dimensional attributes +5. Free attributes +5. You gain human plus, black iron first order +10 to free attribute. You gain perfect word points +25. Soul exorcism has taken effect, and you have gained all control rights over sword demon. Chapter 55. If you don't die, where will I get the experience and free hitters? The moment the tone fell, the 5 soul bodies stood up from the sword demon and slowly walked behind Zhang Fan. Glancing at the reversing dragon snake that stood its body up, Zhang Fan was quite satisfied. A King Xian level soul body was completely a true lord in this ancient battlefield ruin. When the skill is on, it sweeps right across the board. When the 100-phase giant beast's monarch level soul body is called out in 7 days, It should be able to lie down for several days straight away. After murmuring rather expectantly, Zhang Fan then flew towards the wall in front of him on the left. About 2 minutes later, just as Zhang Fan's body had just flown to the wall, a booming sound drifted up suddenly below the gates. Subsequently, the ground began to tremble violently, and the entire wall slowly shattered and collapsed. A black dust mist seeped out from the ground, enveloping the entire area where Zhang Fan was in an instant. Gazing up the pupil of the void, Zhang Fan suddenly saw a black silhouette emanating a murderous aura slowly crawling out of the ground beneath the thick fog. They were fully clothed in clear, pitch-black armor. In his hands, he held a variety of weapons such as a long sword, a zanpakuto, a shield, and a giant sickle, and at the very back, there were dozens of bowmen. They were neatly arranged in an orderly formation, and the whole group looked like one. Just by looking at it for the first time, one could feel a morose murderous aura. In his previous life, Zhang Fan faced these grievous spirit warriors in groups of 100 alone, but it took some considerable effort. But at the moment, he had no desire to strike at all. Not waiting for Zhang Fan to give orders, the sword slaves and sword demons who sensed the lock of hatred immediately charged towards the spiteful warriors. It was also just as they had just flashed their forms. 2 persistent petrifying rays swept straight above the bodies of those spiteful warriors. The sword slave and the sword demon had just paused, and a slice of terrifying damage numbers instantly erupted on the bodies of those grievous spirit warriors. Minus 27,840. Petrifying rays, -27840. Petrifying rays, -27840. Petrifying rays, although petrifying ray doesn't do as much damage as petrifying eye. However, with the reversing dragon serpent king's shin level attributes, these little Karami's bloodstains couldn't carry them at all. You have killed the spiteful swordsman. You have killed the spiteful archer. You gain 300 experience. You gain 300 experience. You get lifespan *19 days. Nearly half a minute later, nearly 100 grievous spirits were swept away by the reversing dragon snake, and Zhang Fan had harvested over 60,000 experience points. It seems that we still need to hurry up and upgrade the transfer to improve the talent effect. Otherwise it's a bit of a pity that such a good free labor force can only exist for a short period of time. Just as Zhang Fan was secretly calculating, the corpses of the fallen spirits on the ground instantly turned into a stream of black smoke that burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Almost at the same time, with a frown on his face, Zhang Fan directly swept towards the left side with a flash. Also at this time, a huge sword chi with a sharp and ear-piercing wind-breaking sound cut across the sky at an astonishing speed. Wherever this sword chi passed through, the air was violently distorted, forming a ripple visible to the naked eye, and its target was the very wall that Zhang Fan had been standing on before. Boom! The city wall, which had already collapsed to the point where not much was left, instantly turned into countless masonry and dust flying up in front of this tremendous impact. One time, smoke and dust filled the air. A light wind whipped by. Amidst the rolling dust and smoke, a being carrying a large sword and covered in mechanical armor clasped his hands to his chest as he stared at Zhang Fan's body. In the center of his chest, a pale golden one eye was turning back and forth, emitting a faint burst of light, and behind it, a pair of slightly transparent dark red feathered wings were slowly opening up. Gazing up the pupil of the void, Zhang Fan then looked at its message. Sword Demon off fire, level 30, grade, gold, life, 227,000. Physical attack power, 31020. Magic attack power, 12780. Physical defense, 6730. Magic defense, 3920. Talent, Fire Sword Chi. Skills, Demon Destruction. Thousand Run Chop. Shadow of Berserk. Soul Stab. Introduction, a powerful swordsman from the ancient battlefield who gained more power and wisdom after absorbing the mechanical armor, showing signs of advancing to the rank of Wang Xian. This sword demon, Zhang Fan had fought before. To enter that special chance in the ruins of the ancient battlefield, it was necessary to kill this sword demon and get the golden eyeball in his chest. Weak human, meet the fear of death. I will decimate you, and your lowly pets. Ha 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 ha. After laughing openly, the departing flame sword demon drew the big light golden sword behind him and flew directly towards Zhang Fan. Also at this time, an obscure symbol flickered in the eyes of the reversing dragon snake. The moment the reversal field opens, the departing flame sword demon, who had just come flying, instantly stopped in place before he could swing his sword blade. Next moment, he fell straight down, his entire body kneeling down in the direction where Zhang Fan was. O great lord, accept my worship and listen to the most pious blessings of my heart. Under the mind reversal hint, the unself-conscious Lihua sword demon instantly inverted the 5 bodies of the Big Dipper and fell to the ground in obeisance. Not waiting for Zhang Fan to command, a mist of intense poison spewed out from the mouth of the reversing dragon serpent. In the meantime, 2 terrifying rays erupted from its eyes. It blasted straight above the body of the departing flame sword demon. Minus 37,877. Soul corruption, -27091. Petrified Eye, -45870. Petrified Eye, the sword slave who was half a beat slower quickly dashed out. A skill and sword chi continuously bombarded on top of the off-fire sword demon's body, but unfortunately did not break through its defense. Forgive my folly and accept my begging, my lord. As the embodiment of killing, the off-fire sword demon would only consider it his honor even if he died in battle. Even when facing the Wang Xian ranked reversing dragon snake, he still took the initiative to use his sword with open arrogance and pride. But, the stronger the desire to fight, the weaker it becomes after the reversal. The arrogance in his soul originally simply made it impossible for him to entertain the thought of abandoning his weapons and surrendering. But there is at the moment. But, Zhang Fan didn't pay any attention. If you don't die, where will I get the experience and the free hitter? Calling out the blade of heavenly punishment, Zhang Fan then flashed towards the departing flame sword demon. No time was wasted. A phantom slash was directly released. Minus 2108. Electric blade, -7255. Freezing, -7255. Freezing, it has a real damage effect added to it. The phantom slash that Zhang Fan wielded at the moment directly dealt nearly 15,000 damage. After glancing at the off-fire sword demon's blood bar, Zhang Fan directly projected the scythe of death, holding the scythe in his hand as he continuously swung an attack at the off-fire sword demon. Half a minute later, the reversal field of the reversed dragon and serpent disappeared without a trace. The departing flame sword demon whose mind had returned to normal was instantly furious. Vile human, I'm going to tear your body apart. 1,000 times, 10,000 times is not enough. Just at the moment when the one eye on the chest of the departing flame sword demon had just flashed up a golden light, Zhang Fan directly emptied his last sliver of life value with a scythe. Bang! The body covered in mechanical armor fell straight down without any more semblance of life. You have killed the off-fire sword demon, gold. You get, red moon coin *11500. Rage potion *10. Red dew holy bottle *11. You have obtained, fire spirit sword, gold. Wings of departing fire, gold. You get, eyeballs of the off-fire. You gain, 123,018 experience. Experience bonus is in effect. You gained, 123,018 experience. You get, life expectancy *69 days. Your level rises to 26. For dimensional attributes +5. Free attributes +5. You gain human plus, black iron first order +10 to free attribute. You get, perfect word points +26. Soul exorcism has taken effect, and you have gained access to the soul control of sword demon leaving fire. Chapter 56 The 6 Wings of Departing Fire with the 7 elements attached. The demon scythe monarch who walks in the shadows. Although the experience required to upgrade is getting higher, however, under the effect of the experience bonus, Zhang Fan still directly rose from level 25 to level 26. Glancing at the soul body of the departing flame sword demon that had just stood up, Zhang Fan then shifted his sight to the dark red wings in front of him. Wings of Fire, category, special jewelry. Grade, gold. Equipment requirement, none. Attributes, agility +99. Armor +55. Magic resistance +55. For dimensional attributes +12. Movement speed +20. Effect, can fly at low altitude below 100 meters at 120% of your own movement speed. Introduction, dark red wings condensed with the power of departing fire. With good flying power. Addable entries, for watching the effect of the wings of off-fire. Zhang Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. A whole 99 points of agility. That's almost a dozen levels up to get. And, in addition to agility, this pair of dark red wings also had dual resistance and 4-dimensional attributes. As a special accessory type of equipment, the attributes of this pair of wings can be quite impressive. To know, most wing jewelry has only cosmetic effects. Wings that can have a levitation effect are already considered extremely rare and rare equipment. Not only are the attributes excellent, this pair of wings also has a full 4-word bit. If you add the words, their effectiveness is also enhanced by a large margin. No hesitation. Zhang Fan immediately made a word addition to the wings of departing fire. Next moment, an illusory runic light came out of nowhere and surged straight into the wings in front of Zhang Fan. Word added successfully. Wings of departing fire acquires perfect level words, Stormplume. Stash. Wings of off fire gains epic words, Elemental. 6-winged. Word, Stormfeather, release 7 feathers to attack the target. Each feather deals damage equal to its own physical attack power, and can be released once every 60 seconds. Word, Stash, can freely conceal the wings of the off-fire in any state. Word, Elemental, the wing of fire has 7 elemental effects, water, fire, wind, thunder, earth, light, and darkness, and can freely switch between different elemental effects. After switching, The wing of fire will gain the attribute of that element, and the attack will be accompanied by elemental damage. Word, 6 wings. The wings of departing fire evolve into 6 wings, increasing their attributes by 200%. Watch the effect of the 4 words. Zhang Fan couldn't help but be slightly disoriented. This wave of word additions, not only did the wings of departing fire gain a powerful attack skill, also got 7 elements attached. This meant that Zhang Fan's future attacks could also have elemental damage attached to them, and after advancing to 6 wings, the effect of the wings of departing fire was directly increased by 200%. The addition of the 4-dimensional attribute alone was equivalent to a boost of about 6 levels of growth. This wave, blood money, no hesitation. Zhang Fan then equipped the pair of dark red 6 wings. At once, a dark red light flashed out from Zhang Fan's body. There was a slight shudder in his shoulders. Switching to the fire attribute, the 6 wings of departing fire violently catapulted out from Zhang Fan's back. Above the dark red feathers, a layer of fire burned, gorgeous and stunning. Quite satisfied with the outward appearance of the hidden lower 6 wings, Zhang Fan then took out the dark golden eyeball that the off-fire sword demon had exploded, despite having left the body of the off-fire sword demon. However, this eyeball was still active in general and kept turning to meet Zhang Fan's eyes, although this eyeball can also add words. However, Zhang Fan knew that after using this eyeball to open the bronze door of that great hall, this eyeball would turn into energy and dissipate directly, and finally return to the boss automatically. Adding words now is the equivalent of buffing the boss directly. It's not too late to add it after it pops from the boss again. Holding up his eyeballs and switching his wings of departing fire to the wind attribute, Zhang Fan then flew towards the city. 3 minutes later, Zhang Fan followed his memories and rushed before a dilapidated and ruined palace. The ruins were so large and devastated that only an ancient palace remained relatively intact, and above the palace's closed bronze doors was recessed a not-so-obvious circular slot. No hesitation. Zhang Fan then leapt forward to place the departing fire eyeball into it. At once, a fire flickered up. The bronze gate then slowly opened, and that eyeball also instantly turned into a stream of light and flew into the hall, finally disappearing without a trace. It was also the moment when the bronze gate opened completely. The killing aura that permeated around the entire palace instantly thickened. Concealing his figure, Zhang Fan then had the reversing dragon and serpent walk into the hall with a group of soul bodies, and he himself shielded it in front of him. Walk into the great hall. The light dimmed instantly. As far as the eye could see, it was empty and dilapidated. There aren't any extra items here. The only thing that was left was an empty king's chair placed on top of the stone platform directly in front of him, and to the right of the king's chair, leaning against it, was a huge scarlet scythe. Though no living souls could be seen, but Zhang Fan could sense it. On top of that king's chair was sitting a guy with a hidden form, conjuring up his void pupils. Zhang Fan then looked at the king's chair directly in front of him. On top of the huge dark red king's chair, a topless human was sitting reclined. The moment he looked down at the reversing dragon snake and the group of soul bodies with a disdainful expression, and slowly placed his right hand on top of the handle of the giant scythe. Shadow Monarch Nightshade, level 30, grade, Wang Xian, life, 470, 000. Physical attack power, 61020. Magic attack power, 30090. Armor, 31985. Magic resistance, 19,625. Skills, Shadow Manipulation, Night Shadow Demon Scythe, Ghost Walking, Shadow Descent Chop. Introduction, a being that walks in the shadows, with extremely powerful powers of concealment. Hidden message, once a king of a party, he gained the power of the shadow after his death. Just as Zhang Fan had just finished reading the information about the beings on the king's chair, he suddenly realized that the figure of the throne and the giant scythe had disappeared. The more useless things there are, the more souls I can absorb with this magic scythe. I am burdened with darkness and you lurk in the shadows before me. It is boring. Chapter 57, The Shadow Monarch whose magic is drained. For levels in a row, words filled with petulance kept ringing out from all directions. Subsequently, a morose killing aura instantly filled the entire hall. Shasta. The already dim space instantly darkened again. The same Wang Xian boss. The Shadow Monarch's attributes were quite a bit higher than reversing dragon snake. In his previous life, Zhang Fan had only killed this humanoid boss solo through some temporary props and gained statuses after completing the third turn. But now, it's not that much trouble. Switching the 6 wings of departing fire to a bright state, Zhang Fan then flew high into the sky. In a split second, the entire hall became bright and shiny. Under the gaze of the void pupil, Zhang Fan clearly saw that a shadow holding a giant sickle was rapidly coming towards him. So much for your so-called darkness. The words were not yet spoken. As Zhang Fan flapped his 6 wings of departing fire, he directly raised his death scythe to unleash a phantom slash. Having just emerged from the shadows in preparation for a throat-slashing strike on Zhang Fan, The Shadow Monarch's body was instantly hit by 7 feathers with light attributes and 2 giant sickle phantoms. Minus 21,315. Light, 7369. Freezing, 2124. Electric Blade, 7369. Freezing, no hesitation. Just the moment the Shadow Monarch was frozen, Zhang Fan directly flashed to his side and swung his scythe to reap a harvest. Minus 3,654. Minus 3,654. Minus 3,654. Shadow of Demon Extermination is in effect, and you have extracted 5% of the maximum magic value limit of Shadow Monarch. Ignoring the beeping in his ears, Zhang Fan then turned on the demon scattering effect of the Emperor's polar shadow. Scatter magic is in effect, and has permanently dispelled 20% of Shadow Monarch's maximum magic limit, 20% of its magic attack power, and 20% of its magic resistance. Just got back from the freeze hold. The Shadow Monarch instantly paled, because he suddenly realized that his magic limit had been reduced by nearly half in just a few seconds. Not only that, even the magic power was permanently lost by a fifth. Ah, yikes. Just as the Shadow Monarch who had returned to his senses had just raised the giant scythe in his hand, a low chant instantly entered his ears. At once, his entire being fell directly into a state of confusion. After the advancement, Phantom's power had increased drastically, although it couldn't break defense. Having this 3 seconds of confusion was enough for Zhang Fan. No hesitation. Zhang Fan then swung his death scythe and quickly kept harvesting towards the Shadow Monarch's body. Even though it had tens of thousands of defense points, it was akin to nothing in front of Zhang Fan. With the words of sacred power, every strike that Zhang Fan dealt was true damage. 4 slashes in a row, coupled with the passive effect of the electric blade, directly dealt a total of over 10,000 points of damage. Minus 3,654. Minus 3,654. Shadow of Demon Extermination is in effect, and you have extracted 5% of the maximum magic value limit of Shadow Monarch. Click. Just as Zhang Fan swung his 6th blade, the entire hall suddenly cracked open a spatial gap. Subsequently, the shadow of a scythe identical to the one in Zhang Fan's hand suddenly appeared. The morose aura of death haunted the entire blade, looking extremely appalling. Hiss. The death scythe slashed down, cutting directly at the Shadow Monarch's neck. Minus 172,000. Reaper's Reaping. Just the moment the state of confusion ended, the eyes of the reversing dragon snake flashed, and a ball of gray light enveloped the Shadow Monarch's body directly above it. Minus 6,200. Petrified Eye, without the effect of true damage. Under the Shadow Monarch's tens of thousands of points of defense, even the damage dealt by reversing dragon snake was still somewhat insufficient. But what Zhang Fan wanted was seamless control. Swinging his death scythe, Zhang Fan continued to slash furiously towards the Shadow Monarch. Minus 3,654. Minus 3,654. Shadow of Demon Extermination is in effect, and you have extracted 5% of the maximum magic value limit of Shadow Monarch. After a total of 16 attacks back and forth, the Shadow Monarch's magic value was completely drained, and this slash also triggered the effect of Reaper's Reap once again. Minus 86,000. Reaper's Reaping. With the swing of the God of Death's scythe, the Shadow Monarch's bloodstain, which was already less than half, instantly disappeared by a small amount again, and that's when the petrified state on him disappeared. Mana burnout? After mumbling incredulously, the Shadow Monarch subconsciously tried to vanish into the darkness, but, with his magic completely drained, just relying on this 1 or 2 seconds of recovery was simply not enough to unleash a powerful shadow skill. After a pause, the Shadow Monarch then flashed his body to directly sweep out a sickle towards Zhang Fan. Mana burnout is indeed a total nightmare for beings who believe in magic. Unfortunately, it is the power of the shadow that I manipulate. Looking at the huge scythe that attacked wildly, Zhang Fan avoided it, directly releasing a spatial transformation. In an instant, he swapped places with the Shadow Monarch. Almost at the same time, the reverse dragon and serpent cooling completion of the reverse domain suddenly opened. At once, the thought of killing all beings who step into the Shadow Hall instantly disappeared from the Shadow Monarch's mind's will. In its place is peaceful coexistence with those who step into it. In this instant, the Shadow Monarch who had lost his desire to fight froze in place. Also at this time, 2 huge phantoms of scythes attacked straight at his body. Minus 7,369. Freezing, 2124. Electric Blade, 7369. Freezing. The magic ran out, though not enough to be fatal for the Shadow Monarch, but it cost him the chance to unleash any skills. Creatures that only attacked in general were just normal bosses with a little higher blood bar in Zhang Fan's eyes. 10 or so seconds later, as the scythe in Zhang Fan's hand swung out, the last trace of the Shadow Monarch's bloodstain was completely emptied. You have slain the Shadow Monarch, Wang Xian. You get Red Moon Coin asterisk 21500, Red Do Holy Bottle asterisk 11, Blue Do Holy Agent asterisk 22. You have obtained Shadow Scythe, Wang Shen, Shadow Sword, Wang Shen. You get Eyeballs of the Off-Fire. You gain 425,000 experience. Experience bonus triggered. You gain 425,000 experience. You get Life Expectancy asterisk 198 days. Your level rises to 27. For dimensional attributes plus 5. Free attributes plus 5. Your level rises to 30. For dimensional attributes plus 5. Free attributes plus 5. You gain Human plus, Black Iron First Order plus 10 to free attribute. You get Perfect Word Points plus 30. Soul Exorcism has taken effect. And you have gained access to control the soul of Shadow Monarch, Night Shadow. Chapter 58 Shadow of Chopping Nothing. Whatever your heart desires, everything can be chopped. The moment the successive beeps fell, Zhang Fan clearly felt that his power had instantly increased by a large margin. And with the death of the Shadow Monarch, that king's chair in this great hall also slowly disappeared without a trace. And where the king's chair was originally located, a silver-white spatial crack was slowly opening up. The space entrance, indeed, is open. This crack was the entrance to the career opportunity that Zhang Fan had discovered in his previous life. This entrance would only appear if you beheaded the off-fire sword demon to get the eyeball on him, then used the eyeball to open the bronze door of the Shadow Hall, and finally defeated the Shadow Monarch. Sweeping the loot in his carry-on space, Zhang Fan then collected all his soul bodies and flew into the crack on the stone platform. Blurred vision. Scene switching. Zhang Fan's body appeared in an illusory space. You have entered the space of the Eternal Ancient Spring. As the first player to enter this space, you gain Prestige asterisk 2000. Standing in the void, Zhang Fan held the Scythe of Death and surveyed the surroundings. Eternal Ancient Spring, one of the most mysterious sources of power in the Red Moon world, containing an immeasurable amount of infinite greatness, the place of origin of the power of all warrior professions. Every time a living being is empowered, the Ancient Spring will undergo a random movement, and the passageway into the Ancient Spring will be rebuilt accordingly. Even though it's not the first time I've been here, however, being in this space, Zhang Fan could still feel some shock. Here, it is the place where all warrior power originates. Standing here, Zhang Fan could clearly feel that all of his understanding of professional power had become much more thorough. Your occupation is warrior. The Eternal Ancient Spring will give you your own warrior class occupation based on the characteristics of each of your abilities. Just the moment the beep fell, a glow of energy of different colors suddenly surged up in the void. Next moment, these energy clusters that shimmered with various colors gathered towards Zhang Fan like streams of light. Your warrior profession has been erased. Professional talents, skills, and attributes are retained. Your attributes, talents, skills, and additional abilities are resolved successfully. Based on your core competency information, the Eternal Ancient Spring will grant you 3 sets of career options. 3 sets of career choices? Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled. In his previous life, when he entered this place, he didn't trigger this choice at all. Instead, he directly awakened a phantom sword god of the attack speed stream. Perhaps with the addition of various words, my abilities are a bit disorganized, and that's why I triggered this career choice, Zhang Fan secretly speculated. Also at this time, 3 illusory energy rays flashed up in front of Zhang Fan's body, instantly forming 3 different career panels. Demon's Lair, Occupational Characteristics, Blade of Devouring Magic. Each attack will devour a certain amount of the target's maximum magic cap. Mana Burn, can burn all of the devoured mana, allowing the next attack to add true damage equal to that mana. To be activated, Introduction, the absolute nemesis of magicians. Based on the Shadow of Demon Destruction, Elemental Destruction, Electricity Blade, and Scattering Demons. The exclusive profession coalesced by the Death's Shadow, Occupational Characteristics, Blade of Death. Targets killed by you cannot be revived in any way, and after death, their bodies will be turned into undead to be driven by you, and all of your damage will have a 10% instant death effect. Undead Curse. Targets attacked by you will have a permanent undead curse attached to them, decreasing their max life cap by 5% per second for the duration of the curse. To be activated, Introduction, Incarnation of Death. An exclusive profession based on the coalescence of Curse of Death and Soul Exorcism. Zanmuno Shadow, Occupational Characteristics, Chop Nothing. Nothing is unchoppable. You are able to chop to all the targets you want to attack. Not activated, Introduction. Everything is chopped. Based on the exclusive profession coalesced by 100% being caught by the empty hand with a white blade and infinite words. Looking at the 3 career panels in front of him, Zhang Fan was shocked. At the same time, he's also guilty of having a hard time choosing, because all 3 professions are effective, and it's all coalesced according to its own core power. Very suitable for him. Demon's Lair. Rule it out first. Zhang Fan directly excluded the Demon Slayer profession after a slight thought. Because he has some ability to restrain mages though, but he really didn't have the idea of being the mage's enemy. He himself had no prejudice against mages. And most critically, the Demon Slayer profession. The traits were too unique and all of them were aimed at mages. If one chose this profession, he or she would not have that much of an advantage when encountering physical enemies in the future. So, excluded for the time being. Afterward, Zhang Fan's gaze wandered back and forth between the two professions, Shadow of Death and Shadow of Decimation of Nothing. Think again. He ruled out Death's shadow again. After killing a target, the opponent cannot be revived and can be turned into an undead. All of his own attacks come with a permanent curse. This profession is, indeed, somewhat vicious. But, with a soul exorcism that can grow, the effects of this profession overlap somewhat with the talent. As long as he kept transferring and evolving his talents, Zhang Fan would be able to infinitely manipulate the undead in the future as well. And, Zhang Fan wanted to enhance his own power more than relying on the outside. The Shadow of Chopping Nothing shows only one trait though, but it is extremely powerful. Everything can be chopped. This one trait alone would allow Zhang Fan to attack all the targets he wanted to attack. That means, after having this profession, even space, dreams, intelligence, time, life and death, as long as Zhang Fan wanted to chop, all he could chop. This professional ability instantly made up for some of Zhang Fan's shortcomings. Most importantly, it's a profession based on the cohesive power of infinite words and 100% being caught empty-handed. Other professions are simply not on the same level as this one. After mentally arriving at the result, Zhang Fan then chose Shadow of Chopping Nothing. And with Zhang Fan's choice confirmed, Demon Slayer and Death's Shadows panels disappear instantly. Next moment, the panel of the Shadow of Decimation of Nothing transformed into an illusory energy that surged straight into Zhang Fan's body as it twisted. You have gained the profession, Shadow of Chopping Nothing. In a split second, a huge power kept roaming around Zhang Fan's limbs and bones. An indescribable feeling grew in Zhang Fan's heart and soul. Holding the Scythe of Death, Zhang Fan had a feeling in a vague way. As long as he wanted to, even this space could be decimated. Just then, a light flickered on Zhang Fan's body. Next moment, his body disappeared into the eternal ancient spring and appeared in the Great Hall of Shadows. Gripping the Death Scythe, Zhang Fan closed his eyes. Next moment, his right hand raised, casually chopping out an attack towards the front. At once, a transparent attack cut through space. The moment, ruins of the Wind Demon Dragon, Ugui, guided by the deduction of the Wisdom Body, succeeded in awakening the Sealed Dragon. Just as he was about to follow the method given to him by the intelligent armor body to communicate with the giant dragon, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Heart tickling. Someone's thinking of me? No. Why is there a bad feeling? Didn't Wisdom-sama say that this giant dragon wouldn't actively attack when the seal was first lifted? Chapter 59, Hidden in Subspace. Percentage decimated collectors. Just as the turtle looked at the giant dragon not far away for a moment of doubt, a black scythe chopping blow landed on his body with a bang. -3,382. -2,262. Electric Blade, you have been killed by player 10 square. 5% of your maximum magic cap has been taken. Your maximum life cap has been permanently reduced by 5%. Your resurrection time is extended by 30 minutes. Still don't understand what's happening. Turtle then instantly died a violent death in place after a beep. What the hell? Didn't Lord Wisdom say that no players could come in here? Where are the 10 fangs? Can I still die standing in front of a giant dragon? Just as the turtle was just about to choose the blessing point to revive, his soul instantly lost its sense of self. Roar! Also at this time, a deafening dragon roar instantly resounded throughout the Wind Demon Dragon ruins. Next moment, bottom of the ruins, a huge dragon with a pale green body slowly opened its eyes. At the same time, a chain of electric blades slashed down on it. -2,262. Electric Blade, Wind Demon Dragon. The moment. In the middle of the Great Hall of Shadows, you have killed player Turtle's Black Head. Soul Exorcism has taken effect, and you have gained permission to control the soul of Turtle's Black Head. The moment the beep sounded, Zhang Fan couldn't help but be slightly disoriented. The effect of this Shadow of Chopping Nothing was just a bit too strong. He himself didn't even know where the other party was. He just thought about it in his mind and the attack arrived instantly. What assassins and thieves! They were all weak compared to themselves. 800 miles away, a slash explodes the target. Is there any profession that has such a terrifying power? After standing in place and slowing down, just as Zhang Fan had just taken out the Shadow Scythe, a beep sounded quietly in his ear. You have risen to level 30. Your level has reached the limit of the first turn. You can advance your career and unlock new career effects after completing the transfer quest. Emperor's Soldier, Polar Shadow has unlocked Divine Soldier, Splitting Tsunami. Your contracted living spirit Meyer has been leveled up to 30, has been promoted to silver rank, attribute template has been corrected, talent effect has been increased by 50%, and the skilled Desire Scourge has been awakened. The moment the tone fell, Jiang Fan clearly felt that Meyer's body had become a little more mature. The look on her face was even more delicate. The childish innocence of the eyes that knew nothing disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by a very deep and seductive color. After surveying Meyer's body and the effects of her newly awakened skills, Jiang Fan was extremely satisfied. As long as she rose another 40 levels, Phantom would be able to fully awaken the power of her Emperor-level bloodline. Until then, with just an Emperor-level Chimera standing beside him, Jiang Fan would be able to walk sideways in the real world. After pinching Meyer's face rather expectantly, Jiang Fan then looked at the giant scythe that the Shadow Monarch had exploded. Shadow Scythe, Category, Weapon. Grade, Wang Xian. Equipment requirement, Level 30. Attributes, Physical Attack Power plus 20-25. Attack Speed plus 35%. Damage plus 15%. Effect, when equipped with Shadow Scythe, you can freely dive into the shadows for 120 seconds, and it will be automatically lifted after launching an attack. Release Shadow Chains to bind the target for 3 seconds, followed by 4 Shadow Slashes with Shadow Scythe on the target, with each slash dealing damage equal to 120% of physical attack power. Introduction, a giant scythe with the power of the shadow, large in size but extremely light in the hand. Addable entries, 5 Surveying the Shadow Scythe, which was countless times more powerful than the Death Scythe. Jiang Fan then added words to it. At once, under the infusion of gifted power, the body of the Shadow Scythe's blade was instantly enveloped by 5 balls of light of different colors. Word added successfully. Shadow Scythe acquires the perfect level phrase, Backstab. Shadow Scythe gains epic words, Shadow Curse. Blade of Exorcism. Shadow Scythe gains legendary words, Subspace. Collector. Word, Backstab, when you are behind the target. Attacks dealt are boosted by 100%. Word, Shadow Curse, attacks unleashed with Death Scythe will inflict a permanent Shadow Curse on the target, inflicting 1% darkness damage per second of the target's maximum life cap for the duration of the curse, and can be freely removed or turned off. Word, Blade of Exorcism, each attack unleashed with Shadow Scythe will dispel 1% of the target's maximum magic cap. No cooldown. No stacking cap. Word 4, Subspace, after equipping Shadow Scythe, all of your stealth effects will be advanced to submerge in subspace, and you cannot be detected, attacked, or manifested by any effects during stealth, and will be automatically removed after releasing an attack. Word, Collector, attacks will deal a lethal blow to targets with a maximum life cap of 20% and below. Looking at the Scarlet Giant sickle in his hand, Jiang Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Nice guy. Backstab, Perpetual Curse, Perpetual Demon Scattering, Invisibility into Subspace, Collector. The effect of these 5 phrases is to make yourself a big boy in the sun. After stroking the blade with extreme satisfaction, Jiang Fan then took out the pale golden eyeball that was on the off-fire sword demon. Eyes on Fire, special item, embedded in the door of the Shadow Hall can open the Shadow Hall, and can also be automatically embedded in the weapons and equipment containing the power of the shadow. When embedded in a weapon, the weapon's attributes are increased by 50% and there is a 20% chance that it will cause a 1.5-second fear effect on beings that look directly at the weapon. May add entries, 1 No hesitation. Gathering up his talent power, Jiang Fan then injected word effects into the golden eyeball in his hand. Word added successfully. Off-fire eyeball acquires the perfect level phrase, Fear Descends. Word, Fear Descent, when embedded in a weapon, 100% of beings looking directly at the weapon will fall under a 2.5-second fear effect. The moment the word is successfully added, Jiang Fan then placed it close to the blade of the Shadow Scythe. In a split second, as if summoned, the eyeballs of the departing fire surged straight into the top of the scarlet blade. Shadow Scythe infused with new power. Attributes increased by 50%, unlocking the effect Fear Descent. Holding the scarlet handle of the blade in his hand, Jiang Fan smiled rather satisfied. Afterwards, he immediately summoned the divine weapon projection of the Emperor's Polar Shadow. Taking out the level 1 bronze Death Scythe, Jiang Fan immediately incorporated this King Xin level Shadow Scythe into it. In a split second, the Divine Soldier projection bloomed with a dazzling scarlet light. The originally pitch-black colored Death God Scythe had a touch of scarlet outlined on its blade, and where the hilt connected to the blade, a light golden eyeball was constantly turning. Reach out and hold it in your hand. An unspeakable power instantly surged into Jiang Fan's heart and soul, and after the Shadow Scythe's huge base attributes were added, Jiang Fan's physical attack power directly skyrocketed to 4,862 points, and was just 1 step away from 5,000 points. The promotion of the Emperor's Soldier Extreme Shadow, talent upgrades, and the manifestation of power into the real world all require advanced professions, so we have to complete the transfer quests as soon as possible while these two Wang Xian ranked fighters have not disappeared. As for that turtle and the dragon, let's finish the transfer first and wait for them to show their heads before we go straight to Sakan's. After a mumble, Zhang Fan then gave a soul command to the turtle that was thousands of miles away through soul control. Command, teleport the body to the nearest blessing point, drag the turtle's black head out of the blessing area, and attract the wildlife to rip its body apart. Chapter 60, Did I Kill Myself? The cursed ice ship at the bottom of the ruins. After entering the Red Moon continent, players can be resurrected each time they die by automatically selecting any of the blessing points that have been illuminated through their soul consciousness. Within the blessing point, even if the body is destroyed to the point that only a bit of flesh and blood is left, the repair can be accomplished instantly. But, if the soul is separated from the body, the resurrection cannot be completed even if the body is repaired. The moment. Ruins of the Wind Demon Dragon. The turtle that had lost its autonomous consciousness directly chose the nearest blessing-giving point to resurrect after receiving Zhang Fan's soul command. At once, a flash of white light followed. His body disappeared directly into thin air. With the soul command, the turtle didn't waste any time. The moment the body disappeared, he immediately flickered towards the blessing point of his choice. The periphery of the ruins. A cluster of eternally burning flames illuminated the surrounding area. Also at this time, a white light flashed in. The corpse of the turtle slowly condensed. Just at the moment when the fire from the blessing point had fully restored its body and state, the speeding turtle leapt straight into the blessing point. Soul state is abnormal. Unable to force a fit. Ignore the beeping in your ear. The turtle that had transformed into a soul body directly pulled up the body lying in the blessing spot and flung it directly out of the blessing area. In the Red Moon game, a player who is transformed into a soul consciousness is unable to release skills or launch attacks. But, this law is completely interfered with under the power given by the infinite words of the eternal level. After the turtle whose soul body was completely materialized scanned the surrounding area, raising his right hand directly, he flung an archer's exclusive scrying spell towards the torch skeleton that was roaming around non-stop in the distance. At once, a single torch-raising skeleton quickly ran in the direction where the turtle was. If it's normal, seeing such a number of wild monsters, Turtle had already pulled his legs out and ran away. But under soul control, instead of showing the slightest bit of fear, he directly lifted his own body as he slammed it towards the incoming ghost man. Torch skeletons and spectral ghost people are both extremely common wildlife in the ruins. They don't have much in the way of attacks other than tearing and gnawing. Bang! The body thrown out by the turtle slammed right on top of the bodies of the two torch skeletons, but it didn't do any damage. The torch skeleton without autonomous consciousness, after seeing the prey that was brought to his door, directly tore into it with excitement. And that's when the control time of the soul drive ends. The soul body of the turtle reappeared within the blessing point after slowly dissipating in place. What's the situation? Where am I? Just as Turtle twisted his head to look in surprise at the torch skeleton that was continuously gnawing on his body, a succession of beeps suddenly rang in his ears. Soul status normal. Resurrection anomaly. Your body and soul cannot fit together. Your body has been forcibly erased. Your level drops by 1 level. Go to the point of death within 3 minutes and you can recall the dropped experience. Your body has teleported to the blessing point. Carapace data repair complete. You have been resurrected. The prompt that came to his ears instantly froze Turtle in place as if his cerebellum had atrophied. And yet, the information about the blessing points was introduced, but it said that not even Imperial level wild monsters could enter them to interfere with the players. But now, can I still get my body pulled out and eaten by those beyond things in the blessing spot? Die twice in a row and the experience from the first death point simply disappears. That is to say, with this wave of inexplicable deaths, the level dropped by 1 level for nothing. And most of all, the turtle was terrified. He has died a full 7 times. If you die twice more, you're just going to die completely violently. After panting heavily for a few mouthfuls of rough air, Turtle, who clearly felt some abnormalities in his body, immediately went offline and left the Red Moon game, the Great Hall of Shadows. After putting away the group of soul bodies, Zhang Fan then turned on his stealthy state and left the ruins of the ancient battlefield. Leveling up to the first turn limit, fighting monsters was pointless. Completing the transfer as soon as possible is the priority of the moment. After riding a spirit horse all the way furiously for almost an hour, Zhang Fan followed the location in his memory and arrived at a cliff ruin that wasn't too far from the initial place. Look around. The entire ruin was covered in cold ice, and a white aura was visible within sight. Frost Ruins. This was one of the 7 awakening ruins in the Broken Cliff Ruins. Once players reach level 30, they will need to head here to unlock the transfer quest, as awaken ruins with special powers. Just the moment he stepped into it, he could already feel a magnificent icy cold aura coming over his face. This place was the complete opposite of the ancient battlefield ruins, despite being covered in ice crystals. But there was a vibrancy emanating from all around. Gather up the pupils of the void. Zhang Fan arrived at the area right in the center of the frost ruins. After surveying the surroundings, Zhang Fan then stepped into a not-so-conspicuous ice crystal stone monument with large strides. At once, the stone tablet burst with light. Next moment, an illusory panel appeared in front of Zhang Fan's eyes. The transfer quest has been unlocked. Quest description: in the southern part of the ruins of the frost ruins, there was once a blizzard that caused a floating giant ship to be completely frozen and crashed into the bottom of the ruins, due to the presence of a large number of cursed creatures in the giant ship. And over time, the giant ship was transformed into a secret realm of cursed ice ships. Quest description: enter the cursed ice ship secret realm to find and kill the cursed lords. Time limit of the mission, 48 hours. Occupational and natural powers will be further awakened upon completion of the quest. Failure of the quest will automatically generate other quests after 72 hours. Looking at the information on the mission panel, Zhang Fan didn't have much of a color fluctuation. I wonder if this cursed lord has any limbs, and if it can resist one of my empty-handed shots. Zhang Fan guessed with some mischief. The shadow of the zero requires a certain impression of the target. If not, Zhang Fan would have directly chopped out his sword, and he would have been able to make that so-called cursed lord come and kneel down to be beaten by himself just by standing in place. Closing the mission panel and collecting his mind, Zhang Fan then hid into the subdimension. Switching his 6 wings of departing fire to the wind attribute, Zhang Fan directly sped towards the southern region of the frost ruins. It was also at the same time that Zhang Fan rushed to the cursed ice ship. In the real world, inside a skyscraper, it took 2 shots at light speed from the turtle that left the red moon to slow and steady the rapidly beating heart. After drinking away the actress beside him with extreme boredom, Turtle directly took out a compact chip, calling out the intelligent apparatus, number 002, Blue Planet Human Wu Tian. A few short breaths later, an illusory projection slowly condensed in front of Wu Tian's body. Human, has the dragon been awakened? The intelligent device projection scanned Wu Tian's body, and a cold mechanical voice came out of his mouth. Lord Wisdom, the gargoyle woke up, but I was somehow struck down by the 10, and did not complete my final communication with the gargoyle. Now I've died 7 times. If I die 2 more times I'll be completely hung up. I don't dare to go in the Red Moon game until the lifespan resources materialize. I feel as if 10 Square knew we were going to deal with him. Otherwise how could he have inexplicably killed me? With his strength to kill me, there's no defense against it. Wu Tian really couldn't understand it. With the help of a higher civilization, not to mention not growing up, but instead dying so many times, is this really a high civilization? If it weren't for the fact that there was indeed something extraordinary about the mechanical projection in front of him, Wu Tian even suspected that this was a viral trick by one of his competitors. Now that he had died 7 times, if this intelligent armor body still couldn't give him some significant boost, then even if the other party was a higher civilization, Wu Tian would not be able to continue to take care of it. It's this 10 Square again that's become a variable in the plan? Human, let go of your mind and don't put up any resistance. I'm going to projectively probe your memories. Hearing the slightly heavy mechanical voice of the intelligent device projection, Wu Tian took a deep breath with an open face. Next moment, a string of obscure characters emerged from the eyes of the intelligence projector. It then floated straight into Wu Tian's brain. Also at this time, an illusory projection floated in the air. After watching his soul body drag his body out of the blessing-giving point, Wu Tian immediately felt as hard as if he had eaten it. Yet, did I kill myself? Chapter 61 to 10 Square is a traveler? Who fights monsters themselves when there are free fighters? At the same time that Wu Tian was checking out the intelligent device projection, alien civilization monitoring site in downtown Kyoto. Boss, that cluster of alien energy fluctuations lasted for 5 minutes this time, and the location where it appeared is still at the Wu Group's building. The way they communicate would be energy projections. The main body is too far away to detect where it's coming from. An official in charge of monitoring alien civilizations was surveying the monitoring instrument in front of him. After walking up and scanning the information on the virtual screen, Xiaofeng slowly spoke. Continue monitoring, arrange for a few people to go to that building, and directly arrest the scene next time. Also, have everyone speed up their exploration of the Red Moon, universality theory-wise? I think the descent of this alien civilization may have some special connection to the Red Moon game. Xiaofeng's words had just fallen. A man behind him suddenly looked incredulously at the message on his cell phone and said, Boss, our brothers in charge of exploring the Red Moon have just rotated out, and there's a record in the information they uploaded that half an hour ago 10 Square had already risen to level 30. What? Level 30? In the hall, more than a dozen official personnel instantly looked shocked when they heard these words. As the official in charge of exploring the Red Moon, Even the strongest Xiao Feng was currently only level 13. And now someone actually got to level 30. What kind of exaggeration is this? Shocked, an official in a light green uniform stood up and after a slight hesitation then said with a suspicious face, "This 10 square might really be some kind of traveler, obtaining super props in the opening game and then rising by leaps and bounds, and now he has directly widened the level gap by almost 20 levels. Such an ability can only be possessed by a traveler, right?" Xiao Feng. Inside the monitoring hall, everyone froze, then turned their heads in unison to look over. Am I wrong? The red moon that contains transcendent greatness has descended on the world. It's only natural that there are travelers, right? Xiao Feng rubbed his temples. Zhao Xiaoqing, your brain circuits are really clear. However, in terms of the universality theory, I think the probability of 10 being a traveler is pretty high as well. But it's better to be a little more decent in this kind of occasion. Personally, I'd actually prefer to believe that 10 gained his chance through his own efforts. Oh, Zhao Xiaoqing pinched the hem of her coat and stopped arguing. Tidying up his emotions, Xiao Feng slowly spoke. Those secret realm tokens that were purchased from the 10 directions last time have already allowed quite a few brothers to step into the Red Moon continent ahead of time. Therefore, Wang Mang and Zhao Xiaoqing, in the future, the two of you will assist me in befriending that 10 square in the Red Moon, and find a way to continue to build a good working relationship with him. Red Moon Continent. Frost Relic Ruins. After a full half-hour of speeding, Zhang Fan arrived at the area where the cursed ice ship was located. Just as he stealthily flew to the ground, a loud voice entered Zhang Fan's ears. Darkness shrouds all things. O Thunder Elemental. Your attendants ask for your help. Bloom with thunder. Shatter the darkness with thunder. Zhang Fan's ears twitched slightly, and he suddenly heard a dull thunder as well as elemental chants. A slight glance of the eyes. In a flash of lightning, 6 or 7 frost hairs instantly died violently. Sister Yu, how's my thunder? Fierce, isn't it? There's not much looting of wild monsters around here, and it'll take you straight to level 11 before you get off the line today. A man holding a staff respectfully handed the dropped red moon coins and a few bottles of potions to the woman beside him wearing a wind-burnt gauze dress, his face filled with a fawning expression. As soon as she took the red moon coin in front of her, Yu-san suddenly giggled. Daiki, it's still you who knows how to do things. You'll be able to benefit from it when you return to reality. Starting tomorrow you don't need to intern. Come directly to replace Zhang Fan's position, and the treatment will be increased by 50% for you. That Zhang Fan, thinking that Red Moon Descent isn't a shrimp head man anymore. Not to mention bumping into me on weekdays. He even dared to ignore my notification a few days ago. After I get into Tion's guild, I'll have to find him and make him kneel on the ground and lick my toes. This woman was none other than Zhang Fan's supervisor at his original workplace, Wu Yu. Zhang Fan had directly hacked her and ignored all notifications before, not giving her face at all. Not only did it leave her with one less leak to harvest, it also made her rather embarrassed in front of everyone. When has she not been sought after for her nepotism and beauty to get to the top? How dare an ordinary little employee with little background ignore her like that? Thinking of the famous guild that he was about to join, the corner of Wu Yu's mouth curled up with a disdainful smile on his face. The moment. It was as if she had already seen Zhang Fan kneeling in front of her. After hearing the big pie drawn by Wu Yu, Deijai burst into involuntary laughter. Sister Yu, that Zhang Fan is just a guy without any eyesight. If you know anything about him in the Red Moon world, I'll help you explode him in a minute. It's just that this toe-licking thing I also. Just as Uki was staring down at Wu Yu and laughing lightly, a topless being had placed the scythe in his hand above his neck. Minus 60,100. Before he could understand what was happening, Oki fell straight down. Wu Yu, who was on the side, instantly changed his face in fear when he saw the terrifying numbers floating up on the big log. Yellow, King Xian boss? Just as she wanted to get off the line to avoid this wave of attacks, a giant scarlet scythe instantly cut above her neck. Shadow Curse has taken effect. Jingyu maximum life value limit is reduced by 1% per second. Blade of Exorcism has taken effect. And Jingyu maximum magic value limit has been permanently dispelled by 1%. Soul Exorcism has taken effect. You have gained permission to control the souls of Uki and Kagiyu. Reveal yourself from the sublime. Zhang Fan swept a glance at the two soul bodies standing behind him with some surprise. He hadn't thought of that either. Surprisingly, he would meet the biochemical matrix that delayed his leveling and harshly paid him in his previous life here. Have to say, this biochemical matrix is just too lucky. Collecting his gaze, Zhang Fan instantly gave his soul command. Command, teleport the body to the nearest blessing point. Drag Oki Kagiyu out of the blessing area, and attract wild monsters to tear their bodies apart. Do all that. Zhang Fan no longer paid attention to these two soul bodies. The most important thing now was to complete the transfer as soon as possible. There was no need to waste time on this kind of biochemical mother. Gazing up his void pupil, Zhang Fan looked at the surrounding area. As far as the eye can see, in front of them was a huge ice crystal ruin. The most conspicuous thing was a huge crack 100 meters in front of his body. Beneath the crack, it was deep and dark. Cursed ice ship entrance, rank, 30 to 40. Recommended number of entrants, 10. Red Moon World. High-grade secret realms like this were all independent mini-worlds. Although there was no limit to the number of people who could enter it, there was a level limit. This was the reason why Wu Yu and Deijai were fighting monsters in this neighborhood but didn't enter it. With the players' current levels, it would be at least a month or more before they could enter this place. Switching the 6 wings of departing fire to the light attribute, Zhang Fan then leapt and flew into the crack. Blurred vision and spatial switching. Raising his eyes, a huge shadow of a mass stretched across Zhang Fan's face. A number of shadows could be seen weaving through the 30 to 40 meter frosty hull from time to time. You have entered the cursed ice ship, and as the first player to enter this area, you gain prestige asterisk 300. You are affected by the cursed breath. Your body is suppressed, and all of your recovery effects and attack effects are reduced by 30%. Just as he stabilized his stance, 3 prompts rang in Zhang Fan's ears. Curse suppression? Can I suppress my 100% being empty-handed and Wang Xian level soul body? Zhang Fan secretly laughed. After surveying the ice crystal giant ship for a moment, Zhang Fan did not choose to step into it. With a free hitter, why would one bother to labor? With his arms slightly raised, the still dissipated reversing dragon snake and shadow monarch flashed directly towards the cursed ice ship, and after, the gold-ranked sword demon and the bronze-ranked sword slave followed closely behind. Just a moment after these soul-body beaters entered the cursed ice ship, a furious roar continuously floated up around the entire ice ship. At the same time, a prompt came to Zhang Fan's ears. You have killed the cursed mannequin. You have killed the frost spite. You get Red Moon Coin asterisk 510. Red Dew Holy Bottle asterisk 11. Blue Dew Holy Agent asterisk 22. You get Lifespan asterisk 18 days. In the middle of the ice ship, the entrenched grudge spirits and mannequins were instantly killed by the Shadow Monarch and the reversing dragon snake as if they were chopping up vegetables. And inside a chamber deep inside the ice ship, as the source of the curse on the ice ship, the sleeping curse lords suddenly opened their eyes. At the same time, an inexplicable agitation grew in its heart and soul. Chapter 62, Curse of Changing Sheep Technique, Career Advancement, Soul Exorcism as a Mythic Level Talent. The soul bodies extracted all possess 100% of the abilities of the living soul. So, this cursed ice ship, Zhang Fan had no desire to go in at all. 2 Wang Xian ranked soul bodies plus 2 gold ranked soul bodies. If such a lineup couldn't take down a secret realm, then this transfer quest would be a bit too difficult. Just as Zhang Fan leisurely summoned Admire and prepared to teach her some common sense, a succession of beeps instantly sounded quietly in Zhang Fan's ears. You have killed the frost skeleton. You have killed the mutant ghost. You get Red Moon Coin asterisk 760. Red Dew Holy Bottle asterisk 42. Blue Dew Holy Bottle asterisk 12. You acquire Cursed Bow, Silver. You get Life Expectancy of 36 days. The moment the tone fell, Zhang Fan heuristically sensed that all the soul bodies within the ice ship had instantly lost their movement. It was as if the original soul pivot had been cut off as if it had been cut off. The abnormalities coming from his soul and the probing coming from his super senses made Zhang Fan a little surprised. This cursed lord, could it be that he could even kill 2 King Xian level soul bodies in seconds? I'm afraid that this kind of strength would have to override the monarch level above the Wang Xian level. Call out the death side. Zhang Fan then stealthily dived into the sublime, opening the 6 wings of the light attributes departing fire. Zhang Fan immediately flew up and sped towards the depths of the cursed ice ship. As he continued to go deeper and deeper into the ice ship, Zhang Fan's mind and soul became more and more somewhat surprised. The void pupils and super senses can see any hidden information, but, as far as the eye can see, there were no other living beings at all, except for the grudge monsters that were already too dead to die. Can't see any shenanigans for now though. But the strange feeling coming from the depths of his soul told Zhang Fan incomparably clearly. The moment. One pair of eyes had already locked him in the shadows. Bah! Just as Zhang Fan had just flown into the deepest cabin of the cursed ice ship, a strange cry reached his ears. Follow the source of the sound. More than a dozen sheep of various sizes slowly emerged from the cabin. What? Cursed ice ship and such creatures? Conjuring up his void pupil, Zhang Fan then looked at the information about these sheep. Shadow Monarch, reversing dragons and snakes, sword demon all fire, cursed transfiguration? Looking at these sheep that were aimlessly wandering around, Zhang Fan was greatly shocked. No wonder even a King Xian level boss had to miss. It turned out that the cursed lord in this ice ship controlled such a terrifying curse power. Just as Zhang Fan was surveying the area around him, a somewhat hoarse voice suddenly floated up continuously from all sides of the entire cabin. Sheep come! In a split second, a greenish poisonous gas quickly floated up from the bottom of the cabin. In an instant, the entire area was completely covered. But, even though he was in the middle of it, Zhang Fan still didn't perceive anything strange. After stealthily entering the subdimension, as long as he didn't initiate an attack, no power could interfere with Zhang Fan's body. In other words, as long as he remained invisible, Zhang Fan was absolutely invincible. 10 or so breaths later, the greenish poisonous gas in the cabin slowly dissipated like smoke. Also at this time, a silhouette in a loose black robe burrowed out of the ground like a ghost. After twisting its head to look at the sheep that were wandering around, a hoarse voice slowly emitted from its mouth. The number of sheep didn't increase? Strange, didn't any bugs sneak in? But what's with this feeling? Looking at the skeletal silhouette mumbling to itself in front of him on the left, Zhang Fan then glanced at its attributes. Cursed Lord, level, 30, grade, gold, life, 180, 000. Physical attack power, 21020. Magic attack power, 23780. Physical defense, 4730. Magic defense, 6920. Talent, cursed body, skills, magic curse. Morphing, sheep. Morphing, pig. Cursed spellblast introduction, ordinary beings in the floating giant ship. Absorbing the cursed things in the ship after death to turn into the source of the curse of the ice ship. Possessing powerful curse power. The information that came from the void pupil caused Zhang Fan to be slightly stunned. The cursed lord in the ice ship was actually just a gold boss. The attributes weren't even as high as the off-fire sword demon. But, although the attributes were on the low side, its abilities were described as absolutely terrifying. With the 4 curse techniques plus the curse talent, anyone who enters this place has to be turned into a sheep to be slaughtered. Closing the information panel and opening ghost steps to quickly walk behind it, Zhang Fan then raised the scythe in his hand. Next moment, a shadow chain manifested out of the scythe and bound straight onto the cursed lord's body. Also at this time, the 4 scythe phantoms instantly bombarded the cursed lord's back. Minus 2262. Electric blade, -11668. Minus 11668. Minus 11668. Minus 11668. Shadow curse has taken effect. Cursed lord maximum life value limit is reduced by 1% per second. Blade of exorcism has taken effect. And Cursed Lord maximum magic value cap has been permanently dispelled by 1%. It was also at the same time that the 4 scythe phantoms chopped down. The 6 wings of departing fire behind Zhang Fan instantly opened up. The 7 feather blades with light attributes pierced into the Cursed Lord's body like streams of light. Minus 34,034. Light burns. The attack in a flash of lightning directly cleared nearly half of the Cursed Lord's life value. Having just regained his freedom from the shackles of the shadow chains, the Cursed Lord whose face changed drastically couldn't make any thought or hesitation in time. After releasing a black shield to envelop himself, the Cursed Lord instantly dove down towards the bottom of the ship. Dirty worm, vile stalker, you think you can kill me? I am the curse of immortality. Slumber, lamb to the slaughter. Just as the Cursed Lord had just raised his hand to gather the dark curse and unleash it towards Zhang Fan, it suddenly realized that its body, which was about to sink to the bottom of the ship, had appeared in the cabin at some point. The human, on the other hand, was actually standing where he had originally been. Ah, yikes! With a murmur from the chimera, the dumbfounded Cursed Lord was instantly thrown into a state of confusion. Raising the death scythe in his hand, Zhang Fan directly unleashed a phantom slash. Minus 11,016. Freezing, -11016. Freezing, just a moment before the Cursed Lord was frozen. Zhang Fan then swung his death scythe, quickly slashing and cutting towards the Cursed Lord's body. With the words of sacred power, every strike that Zhang Fan struck was extremely unimpressive. Being able to ignore defense for real damage becomes more and more terrifying the later you get. 4 slashes in a row, combined with the double damage of the electric blade and backstab, directly dealt nearly 40,000 points of damage. Looking at the Cursed Lord's blood bar that was less than 1/5 remaining, Zhang Fan raised his death scythe, and a touch of contemptuous mockery floated up from the corner of his mouth. Can't kill you? That's it? The scarlet death scythe slashed down, and the percentage of decapitated collectors instantly emptied the Cursed Lord's last life value. Before the miserable scream could be uttered, the Cursed Lord's body fell straight backward. You have slain the Cursed Lord, gold. You get, red moon coin *10500, blue dew potion *11, red dew holy bottle *5. You acquire, cursed staff, gold. You gain, shape-shifting, sheep. You get, life expectancy *54 days. Soul exorcism has taken effect, and you have gained access to control the soul of the Cursed Lord. It was also the moment when a series of beeps had just fallen. An orange light flashed violently on Zhang Fan's body. This, the power glow of the second transfer. You have completed the transfer quest. Your career effect has advanced. Your career plus has advanced. Your talent upgrade is awakening. The attribute template has been corrected according to the current career bonus. You get 4-dimensional attributes *210, free attributes *210, with career progression. Under the correction of the career bonus, Zhang Fan's attributes instantly skyrocketed by a large margin. Each of the 4-dimensional attributes skyrocketed by more than 200 points, and after adding the free attributes, the total number of attributes gained in this wave was up to more than 1,000 points. Just as Zhang Fan was about to check his attribute panel and the effects of his profession after his advancement, his mind snapped. At once, an illusory pillar of light shot up from his body into the sky. Next moment, a giant that covered the sky stepped out in the pillar of light and stood proudly high above the sky, looking down at all the human and alien beings in the entire Red Moon continent. That huge body and vast pressure was like a god descending into the world. P.S. Sorry. I was sick and went to the hospital a few days ago, so I'll update one more chapter a day from now on. In addition, I beg the big brother who sees here to reward a favorable comment. If you have time to click a free gift is best. Thank you all. Chapter 63, Congealing the Professional Colossus. All warriors awaken giants floating in the air. The size of its body was like a grand star hanging in the sky, and like a majestic mountain standing. He just looked down on the beings of the Red Moon continent as if he was looking down on tiny ants. In a split second, all the players and wild monsters in the entire Red Moon continent were in a state of panic and shock. The human territories closest to the giants are with the Chiroptera territories. Countless players raised their heads in unison, looking up at the sky-covering giant above the firmament. What's going on? What's that? A titan? Or some alien being? How can this be a titan when it's all up in the sky? The aura seems to be faintly similar to the power of the blessing point. What the hell is going on here? The Red Moon continent even has such an existence? Is this the Emperor level? Or is it a mythic level? I feel like if he were to destroy this continent, I'm afraid it would only take a single thought. A deity descending. It must be the deity descending recorded in the Red Moon Chronicles. Hiss. Why do I feel that this giant is somewhat similar to those statues I saw when I awakened my profession? Crazy. Ha? You call this a professional statue? What professional statue has this kind of aura? The remnant bluffs of the beginning lands. Countless players were teaming up to brush the low-level wild monsters to impact their levels. The moment the giant in the air appeared, they were directly suppressed by that vastness to the point where they could hardly move. What's this? Fey creatures have invaded? But this doesn't look like a foreign race either. The staff-wielding brother Blazing Sun Legs tilted his head and looked at the giant in the air, shivering as he said. At this point, a player beside brother Blazing Sun Legs, who was carrying a shield, slowly turned in the direction of where the giant was and respectfully ambled his body to lower his head. Brother Legs, I feel like I have a special connection with that giant. I seem to have been chosen by a giant. Am I the chosen one? Hear these words. The corners of brother Blazing Sun Legs' mouth trembled as he said with a look of disdain. Zhang Wei, I think you fucking drank expired fake wine before entering Red Moon, right? A shield warrior who has died 8 times since rising to level 10 and still fantasizes about being the chosen one? If it weren't for the fact that I see that your wife is also charming, do you think I would have let you enter our Blazing Sun? Think more about your worthiness and everything. Brother Blazing Sun Legs hadn't finished his words. The Blazing Sun Viagra, who was kneeling on the ground to worship the giant's body, suddenly trembled, and a colorless light suddenly erupted around him. Next moment, the surging energy directly sent Blazing Sun Leg Brother's body flying out. Also at this time, the light on Blazing Sun Viagra intensified. Vaguely, an illusory bond could be seen connecting from his body to the giant in the air. Seeing this bizarre scene, the Blazing Sun Leg Brother who flew out backwards and landed on the ground was instantly stunned. Crap! Is there really a chosen one, as brother Uguay said? The outer blessing point of the Frost ruins. Yu Wu and Oki, dressed in wind-burned sarongs, stood by the flames with a look of trepidation on their faces. This Ten Fong is sick, isn't he? What's the point of killing us for a good reason? Wu Yu said with some exasperation after carefully looking around. Inexplicably dying twice, leveling off not to mention, had made himself much less tolerable in Red Moon. Wu Yu couldn't figure out how, for no reason at all. A big person like 10 Square could take a shot at himself. Yu-san, it's better to stop complaining or you might get killed again later. We can't afford to mess with an existence like the 10 Directions. It's fine if you drop in level. I'll bring you up later. It's just that what you said about letting Kong Fan lick his toes. I can actually. Before Oki could finish his sentence, he saw a string of black numbers rise up on Wu Yu's head. -35, -35, -35. Hey, Yu-san, why does your blood bar keep dropping? After hearing Oki's surprised voice, Wu Yu, who had a puzzled look on his face, immediately looked at his state. Shadow Curse, deducts 1% of maximum life value limit per second. Curse time limit, permanent. Look at the negative curse on the status bar. Wu Yu instantly turned pale. It was just a matter of 20 seconds or so. Her life value had been reduced by a full fifth. The scariest thing is, this withholding of blood continues all the time, with no sign of stopping at all. Permanent sustained blood loss based on one's maximum life. Having contracted this negative status, wouldn't this be a way to keep yourself continuously drinking medicine all the time? What's the difference between that and being wasted? This 10 square. He's sick. Daiki, go find Jifang and ask him to lift this blood withholding curse for me. Hearing Wu Yu's deserved words, Oki was shocked. Ha? Me? Yu-san? Are you kidding? Letting me, a level 11 ordinary mage, go to the number 1 ranked big shot to solve your curse? How can I be that capable? Isn't this asking me, a trainee, to take down the famous penguin group in Kyoto? Hearing Oki's complaint, Wu Yu was about to open his mouth when he suddenly realized that the giant above the firmament had suddenly transformed into points of light in the sky. Subsequently, those points of light surged higher into the firmament and disappeared from everyone's sight. Also at this time, an announcement that shook the heavens instantly resounded throughout Red Moon Games. Mortal Bit Galaxy human player Ten Fong completed career advancement on July 17. Red Moon 6934. All warrior professionals gained career-leading breakthroughs, career bonus plus 5%, attack speed plus 10%, movement speed plus 10%, skill range plus 10%. This effect can be lifted by player Ten Fong freely. Free to lift it. As the first player to condense a professional colossus, 10 Square receives the following rewards: 4-dimensional attributes *40, prestige *30, 000, Red Moon spiritual essence *20, and an increase of 300% in all bonus effects of leading a breakthrough. The moment the announcement that resounded through the 10,000 worlds fell, the entire Red Moon world instantly boiled over. Big Brother 10 is up to something again? That giant just now was just a professional colossus? It's really a heifer in an airplane, and the cow's coins are in the sky. Aren't professions fixed? Why do all warrior professionals get buffs after Big Brother 10 transfers? Damn, I thought I was the chosen one. But I didn't realize that it was the Big Brother's transfer that led to the warrior profession breakthrough. Comfortable. All can grow the percentage bonus buff. Who still dare to say warrior bulky? I step immediately go a big sinus. Fighting? Yeah. Sour. Why didn't Big Brother 10 choose a mage at that time? If he had chosen a mage, I guess I could have had some soup and mixed a buff. Speaking of which, Big Brother 10 just transferred? The second place is only level 14 right now. What a huge gap. The moment the entire Red Moon continent was in an uproar. All the players were appalled at the advancement of the warrior profession. Career-leading breakthroughs is just too shocking. Chapter 64 Talent Upgrade. Mythic level word for dimensional balance. Whether it's a human player or an alien player, all were talking about the 10 parties. But these circumstances were not known to Jiang Fan for the time being. Among the cursed ice ships, with the dissipation of the professional colossus, the pillar of light on Jiang Fan's body also descended. Your profession, Shadow of the Cutlass, was awakened in the ancient spring of eternity, the land of profession origins, and contains immeasurable power of eternal origins. As a leading profession breaker, you gain all the leading privileges of the warrior profession, and are free to release the leading bonuses gained by warrior players. After the tone in his ear fell, Jiang Fan couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He hadn't thought of that either. A profession united by the traits of infinite words and 100% being caught empty-handed with a white blade. Surprisingly, it has such a powerful effect. By simply advancing in his profession himself, he had directly led all the warrior players to complete a breakthrough. Attribute bonuses, attack speed, movement speed, skill range. Such an advancement directly elevates the status of a warrior to a higher level. Your career bonus has been corrected. You get 4-dimensional attributes *60, free attributes *60, talent advancement complete. Unlimited words has advanced to the second stage. You are free to erase the added words, and you cannot re-add them for a certain period of time for the time being after erasing them. Cancel the perfect word point. The minimum quality of the word you added is perfect. For every career advancement, the next phrase you add will be 100% mythic grade. Soul exorcism has advanced to the second stage. You can freely read the memories of soul bodies. The damage taken by soul bodies instead of you has been increased to 50%. Soul bodies with a level lower than yours will be synchronized to your highest level, and you can consume life essence to manifest soul bodies that have already dissipated within a short period of time. Power of Fate has advanced to the second stage. The fateful choices you invoke will be clearer and consume a small amount less. 100% caught by empty hand catching white blade effect has grown. The number of targets you can currently choose from has been raised to 5. You can choose to make the target catch the weapon phantom or the weapon itself. The target will receive 1 true damage equal to your own physical attack power after kneeling to catch the white blade. This effect can be turned off freely. The Emperor's Soldier Extreme Shadow has been upgraded to the Wang Xian level. The attribute effect has been increased by 200%, and the Divine Soldier's effect has been substantially increased. After a series of beeps fell, feeling the strength that had been enhanced by several times, Zhang Fan could not help but feel a wave of relief. This wave of progression not only gives 3 talents an upgrade, even the 100% being caught empty-handed has been enhanced. The current Zhang Fan was able to directly select 5 targets at a time, and, even if you have the hands and feet to catch the weapon on your knees, you still take 1 real damage. The effect of this is nothing short of horrifying. After standing in place and slowing down, Zhang Fan then looked at the effects of the advanced profession. Zanmo no Shadow, occupational characteristics, chop nothing. Extinguish Shadow. After releasing the skill, the target you want to attack will appear 100% before the skill path. Look at the new unlocked effects of the profession. Zhang Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Nice guy. This is a summoning technique that's so strong it's off the charts. A skill is sworn out, and as long as one's heart desires, the target will definitely appear in front of the skill's path. This effect is totally inappropriate. Suppressing the surging in his heart, Zhang Fan closed the career panel and took out the Red Moon spiritual essence that the system had rewarded him with during the career breakthrough. The body was scarlet like blood, and just by placing it in his palm he could feel a majestic vitality. Red Moon Marrow. The 100-phase furnace extracts the spirit marrow fused with the power of the Red Moon contained in the Red Moon coins, and can infuse some energy into contracted beings or equipment after use. May add entries. 1. There is no such thing as a currency exchange for Red Moon games. All Red Moon coins are condensed from Red Moon power. This is why hitting monsters can pop Red Moon coins. And after the Red Moon coin is reverse refined by some special props or special native spirits, it can be fused into the extremely rare Red Moon spiritual essence. And because of that, it is the Red Moon coins that will become the currency in circulation for the Red Moon game. Zhang Fan remembered that in another area a little farther away from the ruins of the cliff, there was a native being who could fuse the Red Moon coins. With the 10 million Red Moon coins that Zhang Fan had on him, if he refined them, he could basically advance all of the bronze level sword slaves to silver level. Putting the Red Moon spiritual marrow away, Zhang Fan did not consider putting it to use for the time being. When you later fuse the Red Moon coins on your body into spirit essence, you can add words to advance your sword slave or advance other equipment all at once. Gather your mind. Zhang Fan casually glanced at his attributes after his advancement. 10 or so seconds later, it was also just when Zhang Fan had just finished reading his message, he suddenly realized that a word bit had suddenly appeared at the bottom of his attribute panel. 10 square. May add entries. 1. After entering the Red Moon game, though Zhang Fan's level had been constantly rising, but his word position is not increasing with it. And at the moment, after the talent progression, the word bit instantly unlocks 1. That means, as long as the talent continues to advance, more word positions can be unlocked. Concentrating his mind, Zhang Fan then ran his talent power to perform a word empowerment for himself. Next moment, a runic light that only Zhang Fan himself could see quickly surged into his body. In this moment, Zhang Fan clearly felt that his body was countless times stronger. He felt that his body was qualitatively changing and his strength was growing. With this addition, you will receive 100% of the mythic level words. Word added successfully. You have gained the mythic word, 4-dimensional balance. The moment the word was successfully added, Zhang Fan immediately looked at its information. 10 square. Word 4-dimensional balance. Lock 1 4-dimensional attribute with the power of eternity and force the remaining 3 attributes to be bound to it. All 4-dimensional attributes are completely equal after binding, and attributes gained from each upgrade will be forcibly assigned to that attribute. Looking incredulously at the word information on the attribute panel, Zhang Fan's brows could not help but move slightly. After binding the 4 dimensions, all attributes gained from upgrading are directly forced to be assigned to one attribute. 2. No. Career advancement and racial bonus advancement. After every time Zhang Fan upgraded now, he would gain 14 points of 4-dimensional attributes and 24 points of free attributes. If you are bound to 4 dimensions, attribute gains from upgrades alone, it would be able to increase Zhang Fan's strength by several times. No hesitation, Zhang Fan immediately locked the physique attribute that currently had the highest value and bound the remaining 3 attributes to it. In a split second, a colorless glow flashed up on Zhang Fan's body. Your spirit, strength, and agility have been forcibly bound to physique. Your 4-dimensional attributes have been corrected. You gain, strength *80, spirit *140, agility *109. The moment the tone fell, Zhang Fan clearly felt some sort of unspeakable qualitative change in his power. The phrase 4-dimensional balance was equivalent to allowing Zhang Fan to receive a wave of huge growth every time he upgraded. A true 4-dimensional warrior with no shortcomings. Chapter 65, My Lord. Why is this human emperor streamer emitting black smoke? After taking a rather satisfied look at his attribute panel, only then did Zhang Fan take out the skill scroll that the cursed lord had exploded. On top of the ghostly green scroll, a bizarre rune was engraved. The mere moment of looking into it, Zhang Fan then felt a stirring in his heart and soul. Metamorphosis sheep. After using it, you can control the cursed skill Metamorphosis sheep, with no occupation restrictions. Addable entries. For looking at the scroll in his hand, Zhang Fan couldn't help but look happy. The effect of being 100% blanked was scary enough as it was. If it is coupled with the sheep changing technique afterward, those beings without the ability to transform into forms would have to die instantly and violently even if they were strong. It's no exaggeration to say, this cursed scroll, its utility far exceeded any skill that Zhang Fan currently controlled. No hesitation, Zhang Fan then added words to it. Next moment, four grayish runic rays erupted from Zhang Fan's hands and surged straight into the scroll. Word added successfully. Metamorphosis sheep gains perfect level words. Curse increase. Magic curse. Metamorphosis pig. Metamorphosis turtle. Word, curse increase, 100% increase in curse time. Word, magic curse. Curse target's maximum magic cap is permanently reduced to 80%. Word, shapeshift pig. Shapeshift additionally has the effect of shapeshifting the target into a pig. Word 4, shapeshift turtle. Shapeshift additionally has the effect of shapeshifting the target into a turtle. Feeling the more powerful aura emanating from the scroll, without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Fan immediately crushed it. At once, an extremely pure ethereal green energy surged into Zhang Fan's body like a stream of light. You have used skill scroll, shapeshifting, sheep. You have control of the gold level skill, metamorphosis, sheep. Metamorphosis, sheep, grade, gold, effect, turns a target with life into a sheep/turtle/pig, free choice, with the power of a curse, causing it to wander around for up to 40 seconds. During the transformation, the target cannot attack or cast spells, and any damage will return the cursed target to its normal state, which can be removed from the cursed state for the target in advance. Each release of the curse consumes 10% of your maximum magic cap, and a single target can only be cursed once every 5 minutes. Addable entries, for it was quite satisfying to feel the newly controlled power of the curse. Zhang Fan then added words to it. Word added successfully. Metamorphosis sheep acquires the epic word, curse of life. Metamorphosis sheep gains epic words, metamorphosis reorganization, metamorphosis curse, and wisdom down curse. Word, curse of life. Curse target's maximum life cap is permanently reduced to 80%. Word, shapeshifting reorganization. When you unleash shapeshifting, you may designate the target to be cursed as any creature, non-player, you've slain. Word, shapeshifting curse. Targets cursed by shapeshifting have a 5% chance of being permanently transformed into that form. Word 4, curse of reduced intelligence. The cursed target's IQ is permanently reduced by 20%. The addition of 4 words instantly boosted the negative effects of the sheep changing technique by a large margin. Now, once cursed by Zhang Fan, not only is life and magic permanently reduced by 20%, there is also a 5% chance of permanentizing into that form. The scariest thing is, once hit by the curse, IQ is directly cut by 20%. If combined with the 5% wisdom shredding chop of the heaven's punishment blade, Zhang Fan was enough to easily chop his target into a retard. Such a curse effect was enough to make all players look away. If this ability is materialized into the real world, it's terrifying to think about. Zhang Fan smiled faintly with some mischief. Gather your mind and close the skill panel. After sweeping a glance at the reversing dragon snake that was dissipating, Zhang Fan then collected the cursed lord and a bunch of soul bodies into the special space of the soul exorcism. The transfer task has been completed. Leveling up and manifesting abilities require a large amount of experience value. So, upgrade without delay. This cursed ice ship serves as a special one-time secret. It was not able to provide Zhang Fan with secret tokens to refresh the wildlife. So, staying here no longer serves the slightest purpose. Switching the 6 wings of departing fire to the wind attribute, Zhang Fan then flew out of the ice ship space with Meyer and rushed towards the southeast direction of the initial land. There were tons of high-level monsters. With Zhang Fan's current strength, it was most suitable for practicing there. The bottom line is this. Zhang Fan remembered that there was a special high-level treasure chest in that neighborhood. If you get your hands on it, your lifespan will increase by decades. It was also at the same time that Zhang Fan sped away. A blessing spot on the outskirts of the Wind Demon Dragon ruins. In a flash of light, the body of the turtle appeared near the blessing flame. Almost the instant it just showed up, the turtle then directly crushed a silver-white scroll. At once, a shield quickly wrapped his body. After looking at the shield that enveloped his body and carefully surveying the empty surroundings, the turtle let out a sigh of relief. Tapping on the information panel, Turtle then began to communicate with the thinking body. Calling Chiroptera. Number 002. Red Moon Human Turtle's Black Head. A few short breaths later, the turtle's information panel suddenly disappeared without a trace. In its place was a mechanical projection. Lord Wisdom. Before Turtle's words could be uttered, they were directly interrupted by the intelligent device projection. Humans, there is no need for words. Immediately follow the previous method to communicate with the dragon. While the giant dragon is attacking that 10 directions, I will guide you forward to find the human race's most powerful weapon, the human emperor streamer. As for the 100-phase furnace, it's too late to go looking for it. According to my Wisdom Armament Clan's deduction, after you obtain the human emperor streamer, there is an 80% chance that you will become the human clan's emperor. The chest of the intelligent device projection was constantly flashing red. At the same time, a large amount of information was continuously transmitted into the turtle's mind. Human emperor streamer? Hearing the icy voice of the intelligent device projection, the turtle was instantly overjoyed. After holding back for so long, it's finally time to rise. If I hadn't gotten the promise of a wise armored body, how could Turtle not enter the Red Moon game while dying 7 times and still being targeted by 10? By the way, you'll need to find some companions to travel with after the gargoyles leave. The power of the human emperor streamer is too strong. With your current attributes you can only utilize 5% of the effect. With the help of your companions you will have a 75% probability of maximizing the power of the human emperor streamer. After the mechanical words fell, the original intelligent device projection floating in the air instantly evolved into a black and red streamer. Although it was only a projection of data deduction, the aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. Feeling the creepy scent in the air, the turtle couldn't help but be a little surprised. My lord, why is this human emperor streamer of yours emitting black smoke outward? Why do I seem to hear a scream in this projection? Is this the human emperor streamer? Could the deduction be wrong? Turtle's puzzled voice had just fallen. The projected body of the wisdom device then reappeared. Humans, the human emperor streamer is an important token for your human beings to become the human emperor. And the ones you have killed are all demonic creatures. So naturally the black aura lingers around them. As for the cry, that's just a passive effect to shock the enemy. All of these are the results of hundreds of thousands of deductions made by my Wisdom Armament Clan before I obtained them. You need not question them. Alright, communicate with the giant dragon as soon as possible. That Ten Fong has already completed his career advancement. Only the giant dragon can possibly hinder his development. As for his location, there's a 50% chance he'll be where the pillar of light appeared before. After a series of mechanical words fell, the intelligent device projection slowly disappeared, and the turtle panel returned to normal. After taking another careful look around the area, Turtle quickly opened his friend's message bar, immediately sent a message to Brother Blazing Legs. Let the brothers arrive at the blessing point of the Wind Demon Dragon ruins as fast as they can, and I'll take you to find the great opportunity. Chapter 66 Bomb Treasure Chest. Dragon's Descent. After the 4-dimensional binding, Zhang Fan's agility attribute also skyrocketed by several times. Under the movement speed and agility enhanced by the wind attributed 6 wings of departing fire. In just 20 minutes or so, Zhang Fan arrived at the ruins he remembered. Completely different from the frost ruins, the air here is extremely hot and dry. Above the devastated and ruined ground were densely distributed irregular cracks. From the cracks, a blazing flame spewed out every now and then. It caused the temperature of the entire space to continuously increase. Here, a lava ruin. Along the way, Zhang Fan casually killed many wild monsters, but with the experience he needs to upgrade today, the experience bar increase that these wilds can provide is minimal. Gather up the pupils of the void. Zhang Fan then rushed towards a fiery stone monument in front of him. It was also just when he was about to walk near the stone monument that he suddenly stopped in his tracks. In sight, empty. Aside from the occasional burst of fiery flames from the cracks in the ground, there were only 2 fiery bursts placed on the ground. The shape was comparable to the skill blast bomb released by the mechanic, but Zhang Fan knew these bombs were countless times more terrifying than the energy bombs released by normal mechanics. In his previous life, Zhang Fan had suffered a small loss here. Standing stealthily to the side, Zhang Fan summoned the 2 sword demons that were about to dissipate. Make the best of what you've got and use the last of your value. After a mumble, Zhang Fan then gave orders to the 2 sword demon soul bodies. At once, the 2 sword demons went straight towards the bomb on the ground. Boom! 2 violent explosions that rang out at the same time shook the entire ground to the point of vaguely trembling. Minus 999,999. Terrifying damage numbers floated up on the sword demon's head, instantly emptying their blood strips. Also at this time, in the center area where the bomb was originally placed, a terrifyingly extreme temperature suddenly rose up. Lurid and incomparable flames burst out from the crack, slowly transforming into a flaming skeleton covered in flames. Gazing up the pupil of the void, Zhang Fan then looked at its message. Flaming Skull, Level, 30, Grade, Silver. Description: elemental beings united by the fiery flames of the lava ruins, which only appear when two fiery bombs explode at the same time. Looking at the fire elemental being in front of him, Zhang Fan could not help but smile contemptuously. Raising the death scythe in his hand, Zhang Fan then gently tapped the tip of the blade on the ground. In a split second, a colorless glow centered on the death god scythe and quickly spread out towards the surroundings. Under the dispersion of this colorless light, the space around Zhang Fan suddenly lost all its elements. Elemental destruction is on. You are currently unable to unleash any elemental magic /skills/ forbidden spells due to the elements being completely isolated. It was also the moment when the field of elemental destruction was fully opened. The temperature around Zhang Fan instantly dropped, and the humanoid skeleton that stepped on top of the flames was as if it had been drained of its soul, falling from the air in a dull manner. Next moment, a terrifying damage instantly erupted on this flaming skeleton's body. Minus 999,999. After the Emperor's Soldier Polar Shadow was promoted to a King Xian's artifact, the power contained in it also increased substantially. Just a breath of time, the flame skeleton's blood bar was then completely emptied. You have killed the flame skeleton. You get Red Moon Coin *9100, Blue Dew Potion *9. You obtain Fire Spirit Robe, Gold, Fire Spirit Wand, Gold. You gain 123,050 experience. Experience bonus triggered. You gained 123,050 experience. You get lifespan *19 days. Just moments after a series of beeps fell, the flame skeleton's body turned into a ray of fire and drilled into the ground. Next moment, a crimson treasure chest loomed near the stone monument. In the Red Moon continent, it was extremely difficult to find such treasure chests that were fixed in a certain location. However, this lava ruin was one of the few areas that Zhang Fan had explored in its entirety in his previous life. The resources here were extremely familiar to Zhang Fan. After glancing at the still coalescing treasure chest, Zhang Fan then walked to the stone tablet and waited for the treasure chest to completely condense into a solid body. Also at this time, ruins of the initial legacy, the area where the ghostly man of the underworld is located. An assassin player stood behind a man in mage robes, his expression as respectful as possible. Brother Hao, it's clear, the official people are indeed looking for 10 Square. The leaders are called Xiao Feng and Wang Mang. And there's also a divination type of mage. They haven't found out what his name is for the time being. The man looked out at the distant spectral ghost people and asked in a bland tone, has the 10 directions appeared yet? Before that giant statue appeared, 2 casual players were killed by 10 Square at the Frost Ruins and are now looking for a way to remove the curse. They didn't see the 10, though. Words. The man turned around, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Frost Ruins? You guys expand your range to that neighborhood and see if you can run into him. If he can join forces with me, my lifespan can be collected a bit faster. This man was none other than Marriott, who was second in the rankings, an elemental mage who had awakened a Wang Xian level talent. After meeting him, remember to do as I instructed before. Try to lower your status a bit. How can I say that he is also a powerful figure in the game? Don't offend him. Throughout history, no one has ever been able to refuse wealth, status, and a woman. The ones that can be rejected are only because the quality is not there. Hearing Wan Hao's solemn words, the male assassin hurriedly nodded. Don't worry, Brother Hao. I've already acquired almost all of the Red Moon coins. More than 30 actresses and young models of different personalities have also been negotiated. Ready to fly as long as the 10 parties are willing. The words fell. The player holding the dagger was just about to step forward to claim credit, but when he inadvertently looked up, he suddenly realized that the entire sky had suddenly become darker. Hey, what's going on? Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? Between doubts, this Junior and Marriott raised their eyes at the same time to look at the sky that was still clear a few seconds ago. Next moment, the two men's pupils directly widened, and the little brother's body collapsed directly to the ground in panic. They stared dead in the air, their eyes filled with intense horror. Over the ruins at the moment, a huge dark cloud was rapidly moving towards the Frost Ruins, and the formation looked extremely terrifying. In less than 10 seconds, that dark cloud moved to the sky above the initial place. Getting closer, Marriott and the other players realized. It wasn't even a dark cloud that covered the high sky. It was a dragon, an immense and incomparable lime green dragon. The sudden turn of events caused all the players to be noisy all of a sudden. Holy shit, what the hell? Is that a dragon? There are no such creatures in the ruins of the relics. Are there? What's going on here? Could it be that the 10 Directions big brother is up to something again? This can't be some giant statue he's coalesced again, can it? Something's wrong. That dragon is releasing attacks. Run! Run! The moment. The players in the ruins of the ruins were losing their composure in panic. Roar! A haunting roar sounded like thunder. with a shocking aura that broke through the sky. It almost shook the entire ruin into collapse. Countless players were just about to raise their heads when they were shaken to the point where their ears roared under this dragon's roar. They looked up with difficulty. Only then did he realize that the clouds in the sky had been dispersed without a trace by this dragon's roar. And wherever the dragon passes, a huge wind scroll sped along with it. Chapter 67, Transforming a Dragon into a Goat. What kind of kneeling thing are you? The moment. Amidst the lava ruins. After waiting almost 3 minutes, the crimson treasure chest in front of Zhang Fan was also completely condensed. Just walked up to prepare to attach words to the treasure chest. A dragon's roar instantly entered Zhang Fan's ears. In doubt. Zhang Fan twisted his head to look in the direction the voice came from. In sight, a large greenish shadow was floating in the air. Gather up the pupils of the void. Zhang Fan got a full view of the huge shadow. That's a dragon. A greenish-green dragon that released extreme pressure and was so large that it was incomparably terrifying. The huge dragon scales released a green and ghostly light. Even the air was flared to a lime green color. It's right at the top of the line of sight. Above the huge dragon head, a pair of dragon eyes released an incomparably chilly and icy aura. And the direction its gaze was gazing at was the lava ruins where Zhang Fan was. Experience baby coming? Looking at the giant dragon flying in the distance, instead of having the slightest fear, Zhang Fan's face showed joy. No hesitation. Collecting the treasure chest on the ground, Zhang Fan then condensed his mind and casually swung a phantom chop towards the front. Also at this time, far above the heights, the gargoyles that were carrying out indiscriminate attacks towards the frost ruins and the initial lands were suddenly shaken. Subsequently, its massive body fell straight to the ground. Boom! The moment the dragon landed on the ground, a loud noise was like a meteorite falling from the sky. Dust and debris flew everywhere, and the entire ruin was suddenly filled with smoke. Many players and wild monsters were instantly killed by this massive impact. Equipment and props fell all over the place. And at the place where the giant dragon fell, a huge crack was formed directly. Roar! An agonizing dragon roar rang out afterward. The giant dragon in the crack was as if summoned. The entire body disappeared in a flash of light and appeared in the middle of the lava ruins. The junction of the frost ruins and the lava ruins. The players who had stood in the distance to avoid this wave of disaster were dumbfounded at the sight of this scene. What the hell? Why is this dragon falling down? Is it running out of flight power? Nima. The first time I saw a giant dragon, it was in such a way that if I didn't run fast, I was almost smashed to death. Hey, why did this giant dragon suddenly appear over there? That direction. It seems to be the lava ruins. I remember that the giant statue that the 10 Directions Big Brother condensed earlier was around here, right? Good lord, could it really be the 10 Directions Big Brother who's up to no good? Let's go. Go over and see if we can pick up some resources. Oops, it's not passing. Just taking a look. Maybe we'll even meet the 10 Big Brothers. Just as some of the players cautiously flickered towards the lava ruins, the huge dragon that was dragging on the ground and crawling at a fast pace had automatically slammed into the phantom slash that Zhang Fan had swung. The moment 2 damage numbers floated up on the dragon's head, a burst of black light instantly surfaced above its body. Shadow Curse has taken effect. Wind Demon Dragon maximum life value limit is reduced by 1% per second. Blade of Exorcism has taken effect. And the Wind Demon Dragon maximum magic cap has been permanently dispelled by 1%, even if it was expected. But when it was seen that the Wind Demon Dragon just appeared in front of the phantom slash, Zhang Fan still couldn't help but feel a little shocked. The professional effect of this shadow of decimation of nothing is just a bit too strong. Click. Just as Zhang Fan was about to glance at the Wind Demon Dragon's message, a crisp shattering sound crept into his ears. At once, the ice crystals on the Wind Demon Dragon instantly shattered. Seeing the situation, Zhang Fan wasn't too surprised. The more powerful the creature, the higher the resistance. With the Phantom Slash's 3-second freezing effect, being able to freeze this Wind Demon Dragon for a second or two was already quite impressive. Roar! The Wind Demon Dragon that broke free from its bonds let out a dragon roar that shook the sky and the earth. Recovering its sanity, it bulged its huge eyes to stare at Zhang Fan's body in death. The mouth continuously spewed out icy dragon breath. Under supersensory precognition, looking at the Wind Demon Dragon that was about to come towards him, Zhang Fan couldn't help but smile a bit maliciously. What kneeling thing? Like to call? The words were not yet spoken. Zhang Fan then raised his left hand. At once, a ray of dark black energy light instantly surged into the Wind Demon Dragon's body. Metamorphosis Sheep has taken effect, and Wind Demon Dragon maximum life cap, maximum magic cap, and IQ have been reduced by 20%. Just the moment the beep fell, the Wind Demon Dragon, which was over 100 meters long, instantly transformed into a white sheep. The players who flew in from afar saw this scene from afar. People were dumbfounded. That outfit. It seems like it's really a tenfold Big Brother. The fuck? I'm blind. right? My nigga. Big Brother 10 waved his hand and the giant dragon turned into a sheep? This sheep is so fat. It must smell good when roasted and doused with soul juice. The moment. Not only were the players blown away, the wind demon dragon was also a bit confused, though forcibly summoned here by strange forces. But it could still sense the difference in strength between the beings in this area and itself. Just descending. Obviously these tiny bugs are still yelling in fear. But why did their eyes change in the space of a breath? And how come it feels like my perception and thinking is so much lower? Just when the wind demon dragon was surprised, it subconsciously glanced down at its body. Wajnama. Even if you can't mouth the words. Still, wind demon dragon couldn't help but burst out in his heart. Because it was surprised to see its torso change into a sheep. Also at this time, a feeling of extreme unease quickly grew in its heart and soul. Raising its goat's head, it looked rather fearfully at the human directly in front of it. Bah! Listening to the voice coming from his ears, Jiang Fan smiled disdainfully. A giant dragon? It's no different from a reptile in front of me. The words fell. Jiang Fan immediately swung the death scythe in his hand. Immediately, a transparent blade body that only Jiang Fan could see appeared in front of the wind demon dragon. Blay? The wind demon dragon that had transformed into a sheep had just let out a loud cry in confusion when its entire body suddenly fell to its knees in an extremely exaggerated manner. It braced its body and raised a pair of goat hooves to close towards the air. Pity. No matter how hard it tried, the goat's hooves wouldn't close. The moment. The wind demon dragon only felt like his body and soul were about to be crushed. Its hissing grew smaller and its consciousness grew fuzzy. A few breaths later, the wind demon dragon that had transformed into a sheep fell to the ground panting as if it had exhausted itself. At the same time, a black number floated up above its head. -999,999. You have killed the wind demon dragon, Wang Xian. You get, red moon coin *32100. You have obtained, wind dragon's breath, King Xian. Wind demon dragon armor, King Xian. And wind spirit codex, gold. You gain, 452,060 experience. Experience bonus triggered. You gained, 452,060 experience. You gain, life expectancy *284 days. Your level has risen to 31. Your level rises to 32. 4-dimensional attributes plus 14. Free attributes plus 14. You gain human plus, black iron first order plus 10 to free attribute. All of your attributes have been forcibly assigned to physique. Soul exorcism has taken effect. And you have gained soul control access to the wind demon dragon. Chapter 68 Racial plus advancement. Looking for a 10-square mortgage to loan equipment? The wind demon dragon was instantly killed in seconds. Its body also returned to its original giant dragon body. Players who saw the scene, all of them froze in place as if they had lost their minds. I'm fucking stupid. Was that little fat goat just now really this giant dragon? It's really a heifer stepping on wires. A cowbee with lightning. A giant dragon that can even kill a large swath of players with its landing impact. And it's gone? This is also too ridiculously strong for Big Brother 10, isn't it? How come I saw that little fat sheep that the giant dragon turned into was just now kneeling down and worshipping Big Brother 10? Is this Big Brother's pressure skill? Standing in place and casually waving his hand, the giant dragon turned into a fat sheep kneeling down to worship. The power of the 10 Great Ones has exceeded my cognizance. Crap! Look at that piece of light. A King Xian's artifact. Flash my dog's eyes. The moment. The outskirts of the lava ruins were in an uproar. Players were horrified at how incredible it was to see a giant dragon turn into a sheep. But even more coveted was the equipment that the dragon had popped out. Because the more advanced the equipment, the stronger the attributes attached to it. And with a crushing strength after the attribute boost, the speed of harvesting lifespans could be much faster. Although most players are now entering the more resource-rich Red Moon continent. However, these players without any exploration experience had only unlocked a few dozen blessing points by now, and had not even explored a tenth of the area of the ruins to completion. This is despite the fact that most people are putting in 12 or more hours a day on Red Moon game openings, but it was only about 10 days before and after adding up the Red Moon's descent. In such a short period of time, most of them had never even encountered a gold boss, not to mention killing bosses to pop out equipment. Now this stage, ordinary players who could have a level 10 or higher bronze equipment were the type to walk sideways. If you have silver equipment with matching levels, you're basically at the proper Big Brother level. As for gold equipment above level 10, anyway, these players standing on the outskirts of the lava ruins never saw what it looked like. For high-level equipment, they could only surmise the grade based on the outward glow of the equipment. And Wang Xian's weapon? It was unthinkable. Even silver bosses require multiple raiders. Wang Xian bosses, take your head off? But at the moment, instead, they had seen this level of equipment with their own eyes. Except for the imposing scythe in Ten's hand, The gargoyle also exploded 2 whole pieces of equipment that shimmered beyond the aura of gold. Big Brother 10. Can you turn on the friend add function? I grew up listening to your stories. 10 years old fan. Add a friend into it? Righteous father. That sheep changing technique you just did, can you change into an elf or a chimera? Where is the skill book that exploded? Kneeling and begging to disclose it. Paid for information. The price you can open at will. You've even called your righteous father? Have you no shame? Father 10. Can you take me on a monster fight? At your current level. Surely you won't mind if I mix up this amount of experience. My sister is very pretty, so why don't you take me to level up a few times, and then we'll talk about our own business later? Big Brother 10. Bring good dagger with you. I have the group bonus buff. I won't hold you back. One time, the entire lava ruin became noisy. More and more players were talking incessantly, all wanting to climb a little bit of a relationship with the big shot at the top of the leaderboard. Always. They are all but known. Now that we have this opportunity, how can we easily miss it? As for the face and all that, which is not as important as the revenue that comes from climbing up to this big man, there are people willing to call even real-world businessmen who are not connected to each other in 8 different ways. In a world of transcendent greatness, there is nothing they can't let go of. To know, killing some monsters can give you a chance to gain longevity. Face? Can that thing be more important than life expectancy? But, has the impression of blocking the resurrection formation to auction off players. These frenzy-faced players didn't rush forward, but just stood watching and yelling from a distance. For these, Zhang Fan directly chose to ignore them. It was also just when he had just collected all the props into his backpack. A beep sounded in his ears. You have slain the dragon race's high-level being Wind Demon Dragon. You gain, Clan Sex * 120. After entering the Red Moon continent, each time a player kills a Fae, there is a certain probability of gaining clanhood. The higher the grade of the alien, the higher the probability of obtaining it, and the greater the number. After killing the Orc clan's Ice Strike general in the novice town, Zhang Fan was the one who gained 4 points of clannishness. And at the moment, this King Xian ranked dragon directly provided a full 120 points. No hesitation. Zhang Fan then looked at his racial information. Human, effect, racial bonus, Black Iron First Order, 0/110 free attributes are gained per upgrade. Racial talent, unlocked, requires racial enhancement to be promoted to bronze. Racial skills, not unlocked, requires racial enhancement to advance to silver level. Fire of Clan Sex, unlit, requires racial bonus to advance to gold level. Human Emperor Plus, unlocked, requires Human Emperor to unlock, a racial ability unique to the human race, whose effects can be promoted by expending clan nature. Ethnicity, 124, the Red Moon boundary has not been breached, and no words can be added at this time. As a special effect similar to a talent, racial abilities can't be lassoed to add words as well as talents. But, this wave decimated the Wind Demon Dragon. Instead, it allowed Zhang Fan's racial bonuses to gain a wave of advancement. No hesitation. Zhang Fan then released the clan advancement racial effect. At once, an illusory light flickered on Zhang Fan's body. Your racial bonus has advanced to Black Iron 2nd rank. Your attributes have been corrected. You gain, free attribute * 160. It has been forcibly assigned to physique, and your 4-dimensional attributes have gained a boost. It was also at the same time that Zhang Fan completed his racial advancement. A few players who couldn't resist the temptation dangled their guts and walked up to Zhang Fan. Big brother, with all these high-level equipment you just popped out, there should be some that you can't use. Can you sell me a few? Glancing at this player in front of him, Zhang Fan said indifferently, selling is possible, but you probably can't afford it. Fusing the Red Moon spiritual essence required a large amount of Red Moon coins. It was naturally impossible for Zhang Fan to sell the equipment on his body at a low price. However, with the current accumulation of players, it is estimated that they may not even be able to afford gold equipment. Hearing Zhang Fan's reply, this warrior player immediately raised an eyebrow. It's in play. After patting his chest, he said with a confident expression, hey, it's fine. Don't worry about it, big brother. My family has hundreds of plazas. Each of them can be sold for $1 billion or so less. Money is not a problem. If you can take me up an extra level, I can just give you 2 seats. Hearing the other party's somewhat excited voice, Zhang Fan said in a flat tone, forget about the square. I only need Red Moon coins. It doesn't take long for real-world currency to rapidly depreciate and eventually become like scrap paper. How could Zhang Fan still be exchanging realistic resources at this stage? Besides, what Zhang Fan needed was Red Moon coins that could fuse the Red Moon spiritual essence. And after hearing Zhang Fan's answer, this warrior player frowned. I do have some Red Moon coins, but I don't think it's quite enough. I need to scrape it together. Can you friend me first and loan me the equipment? I can pledge 5 squares, and I'll trade it back to you when I've gathered all the Red Moon coins. Nice guy. You've got a mortgage on a Red Moon game, don't you? waving his hand. Jiang Fan then lifted his feet. Wait until after you get it together. The equipment I have on me is all above level 20. Even if I loan it to you now, you won't be able to use it. Plain words drifted down. The corners of the warrior player's mouth couldn't help but quiver. That said, the gap. It's too damn big. It was also just when this rich warrior turned around and left with a depressed look on his face. 20 or so players flashed in front of Jiang Fan. Chapter 69 The Little Princess Reveals Her Chicken Feet. Uncle, I hate things that get in my way. I blew a burn outline. These goods dare to surround the 10 big brother? This is the longevity of the male hang too long, right? It can't be this retarded. Right. The gargoyles are getting seconded. These guys are thinking that their bloodlines are longer than the gargoyles? Crap. Is there really an ungrateful thing? This kind of person. Crazy. Not only did the players on the periphery have question marks on their faces, even the rich warrior player who had just walked out not too far was looking back, as surprised as if he had seen Crouching Dragon Phoenix. Though most players usually privately mouth off about what 2.5 years ago they were on the leaderboards killing 10 parties, but that's just purely for fun. How could they not expect that there was still someone who really did this kind of wisdom-degrading behavior in front of the honored one? Doubtful. Quite a few players bravely walked up, all wanting to see what kind of Crouching Dragon Phoenix these guys were. Among the 20 or so players, the leader was a young girl. The young girl is not bad looking. I just don't know if any adjustments have been made. There was a sharpness in her look, a kind of condescension and contempt that filled her eyes. Makes it hard to like. The other group of players followed behind her, all of their words and actions looking at her eyes. Something's not right. These guys seem to be from Taiji country. The sister in the lead seems to be the little princess of a big plutocrat in Taiji country. I've seen it on the information. What's the use of that? The tortoise is still the heir of the Wu group. Not the same as being blocked by the 10 big men in the springs to kill. These 20 or so people together can do more than the 10 big men I eat directly. Taiji country's situation is different from ours. There are all plutocrats over there. There is no comparison between a turtle and others. Let me put it to you this way. If you were in Taiji country, this little princess would want to play with you in a matter of minutes. Your brother practiced for 2.5 years over there. What has he been played with by others? Where will he still be human when he comes back? Fear not. I'm not going to Taiji Kingdom. How can she still play me across the board? Hey, it's hard to say. It's not very stable out there right now after the red moon descends. It's better to be careful with one hand. After hearing the group's origin, the surrounding area gradually quieted down. Although there are quite a few players who talk about not being afraid of the other side coming across the table. Still, their bodies were honestly stopped in place. One was the top bigwig of Red Moon Games, and the other was the little princess of Taiji Kingdom. Neither side was in existence that ordinary people like them could afford to mess with. Also at this time, the young girl in the lead shot a glance at Jiang Fan, then said with a haughty expression, "Don't misunderstand. We don't have any ill will towards you. My name is Kim Ji-yun, and I'm here to give you a chance to work together. The Red Moon world has special language laws, not to mention the same human race. Even players of different races could communicate normally." Hearing this tone of voice ringing in his ears as a matter of course, Jiang Fan glanced at this young girl in front of him like a fool, and even more so, a hint of ridicule couldn't help but float up on his face. "Are you alright?" It seemed as if he hadn't expected the other party to speak to him in such a tone. After Kim Ji-yun froze, she then raised her chin slightly. "I know you're strong, and even though the Red Moon game is somewhat related to longevity, it's impossible to be even more powerful in the game to completely affect the real world. You can't stay here forever. Will you still be able to call the shots when you return to the real world?" Jiang Fan was silent. Yes, you're right about everything." After a pause, the corners of Kim Ji-yun's mouth curved into a slight arc. "What do you think of me?" After briefly glancing at it, Jiang Fan then said without thinking, "The thing is very open, but it's not much use." Kim Ji-yun's eyes narrowed with some anger. She didn't break out though. "I control the resources of the Taiji Kingdom and have a large number of transactions with your country. So as long as you ask, I can let you enjoy everything you want. Money I can give you at any time. Women we have in abundance in Taiji Kingdom. Whichever one you fancy, I can give it to you. As for status, after you withdraw your citizenship and become a member of my Taiji Kingdom's gene family, you can enjoy extremely high rights, and when the time comes, you can eat beef whenever you want, and no one can interfere with you." Kim Ji-yun looked straight at Kong Fan and added with a serious face, "As long as you're willing, I can satisfy you today. No, within 2 hours." Hearing the other party's somewhat arrogant tone, Jiang Fan couldn't help but laugh. "Let yourself withdraw your citizenship and join the Taiji Kingdom? Is it true that the origin of all things is your Taiji Kingdom? Konishi Hachi really doesn't know who his ancestors are. Meet me? Forget it. I don't want a Shirbari for a while." Waving the scythe in his hand, Jiang Fan smiled coldly. I'm glad that you've come to work with Uncle. But, Uncle me, I hate things that get in my way. Hearing those extremely mocking words, Kim Ji-yeon's face instantly went cold, and even her teeth clenched out a soft sound. How could the attendant players following Kim Ji-yeon be indifferent when they saw the young princess so enraged? Brat, aren't you a little too ungrateful? Our little princess gave you a chance. It's not even if you're not thankful for it. You even spoke out of turn. A commoner only. What capital do you have to negotiate with our little princess? Back offline. With his left hand slightly raised, Jiang Fan then slowly laughed sarcastically. The bottom line of you daring to bark here is that it stems from the fact that you can freely choose a blessing-giving point to resurrect after death, right? A touch of mockery floated up on Kim Ji-yeon's white face. You want to kill me? It doesn't matter. It's only a matter of dying once. I don't really care, but I don't think you can afford to be impulsive. Even though there are no gaming devices to check in Red Moon, if I pressure your officials, they can always go door to door and find out what information you have in Red Moon. At that point, I'm afraid you'll be the one to do me. The words had not yet fallen. A flash of dark black light then completely enveloped Kim Ji-yeon's body. Subsequently, another black energy successively enveloped all those players beside Kim Ji-yeon. Metamorphosis sheep has taken effect, and you have turned on the effects of metamorphic reorganization. Kim Ji-yeon has morphed into flaming pheasant. Pu Jiangxi has morphed into flaming pheasant. Transformation curse has been triggered. Kim Ji-yeon has been permanently transformed into a flaming pheasant. Kim Ji-yeon's maximum life cap, maximum magic cap, and IQ have been reduced by 20%. Just the moment the beep fell, the full-figured Kim Ji-yeon and her entourage instantly transformed into a black chicken with flaming red wings. All the players were directly stunned when they saw the scene. Crap! What the fuck is this? So many chicken brothers? Just now he turned into a sheep. Now he's turning into a chicken. Big Brother 10 is afraid that he's not a cursed warrior. This Nima is also too horrible. This who still dare to provoke the 10 Big Brother a changed chicken magic down. Directly rest their jump around. A moment of silence for these little West 8s. The moment. Not only were the players blown away, this little princess of the Taiji kingdom was also a bit confused. Because she suddenly heard a chicken crowing behind her. Amazed, she unconsciously twisted her head. It doesn't matter if you don't look. It's all little black men at a glance. Subconsciously, he glanced down at his body. A pair of black chicken feet showed right through. LOL. Chapter 70, a slash from 1,000 miles away. Two legendary words. Just as Kim Ji-yeon, who had transformed into chicken, had just flapped her wings and squawked and jumped, Jiang Fan directly unleashed a phantom slash. Without making any reaction, Kim Ji-yeon and the chicken behind her disappeared into a ray of light. Kim Ji-yeon, Pu Young-hee max life cap is permanently reduced by 5%. You have cancelled the resurrection restriction on Death Scythe. Soul exorcism has taken effect. You have gained Kim Ji-yeon, Pu Young-hee's soul control authority. Ignore the beeping in your ear. Jiang Fan just let them return to the resurrection point. After collecting the soul body of the wind demon dragon into the space of the soul exorcism, Jiang Fan then stealthily disappeared into the subdimension and disappeared from everyone's sight. The big guy really just killed it? So decisive? What that little Nishihachi said seems to be quite reasonable. If the official collects information one by one like a census, the real world's identity will indeed have to be exposed. Wow. Isn't Big Brother afraid of getting his water meter checked? Or does Big Brother already have a way to deal with it? Since he dares to make a move, Biggie must be emboldened. Maybe Biggie is also a big shot in the real world. The big man still strikes hard. These little West 8s are considered to have kicked the steel plate. One time, the crowd of players were all chilled to the bone, drinking 2 bottles of Blue Dew. Jiang Fan then maintained stealth and dived into the depths of the lava ruins. As for those little West 8s from Taiji country, Jiang Fan didn't even have the idea of personally abusing the spring. There is a reason why players who die are free to choose a blessing point to resurrect. Crucially, the second stage of soul exorcism couldn't always extract their souls either. So, in the Red Moon continent, it was simply not possible to realize blocking a spring to kill someone. But, that's for the average player. With the shadow of chopping nothing, Jiang Fan was able to chop at targets he had seen even when he was thousands of miles away. Actually, as soon as those few Xiao Shiba from Taiji country started to appear, Jiang Fan was able to see their information. And ever since the little princess of the Taiji kingdom tilted her head and opened her mouth to ask Jiang Fan to withdraw his nationality and join their clan, Jiang Fan had no intention of letting her leave Red Moon alive. The reason why the little princess of the Taiji kingdom and her entourage dared to stand next to the corpse of the giant dragon and threaten Jiang Fan to check the water meter, the biggest dependence was that after death, he could choose any blessing point to resurrect and could not be squatted by Jiang Fan. Pity, her math was wrong. Jiang Fan was never merciful to potential threats that had a way of taking death. even if the other person is a woman. In his previous life, Zhang Fan had seen too many people who had suffered great losses because of their kindness and motherly hearts. In this life, it was naturally impossible for him to just really let this little princess of a great plutocracy go like this. But, this little princess of the Taiji kingdom was also right. The Red Moon didn't have the so-called gaming equipment to check out players, but as soon as a round of door-to-door census comes down, Red Moon's in-game identity can't be hidden. No one knows for now for a while that after reaching level 30 transfer, you can consume experience value to extract abilities to the real world. So, there is no official census plan at all, and by the time players are able to materialize their abilities, even if the officials want to censor it, they'll have no choice. The moment. Zhang Fan wasn't the least bit worried about this kind of inventory. All potential threats, as soon as they show their face, are simply snuffed out. What little princess of the Taiji kingdom? There was no way that Zhang Fan would be jealous of this kind of identity. Opening his 6 wings of departing fire and flying above a lava stone platform, Zhang Fan then gently waved the death scythe in his hand. At once, a transparent scythe shadow cut through the void. After thinking about it, Zhang Fan simply chopped out dozens of attacks again. Looking at the transparent blade shadow that cut through the void, Zhang Fan couldn't help but whisper a sarcastic laugh. A dozen or so attacks should be enough to die a full 9 times. The west side of the ancient ruins of the broken cliff, within an extremely remote blessing site, as the resurrection rays flashed up one after another, one player kept resurrecting. Where's the little princess? How come we don't see the little princess? Isn't this the blessing point where the little princess informed us of the resurrection beforehand? How come she didn't come back? Just as the group of attendant players were puzzled, a voice that shook their hearts and souls rang out. LOL. The young princess of the Taiji kingdom who triggered the permanent curse was unable to take human form even when she was resurrected. Seeing this scene, the players surrounding the blessing point were immediately struck by lightning. The mission of those of them in Red Moon was to guard this honorable little princess and fight monsters and explode equipment for her. But now, this nigga is turning into a chicken, and guarding a fair. Now back in the real world. I'm afraid I'll go to hell if I don't die. In the future, there will be a judgment. Just as a group of entourage players were so anxious that they couldn't do anything about it, an illusory shadow of a scythe landed with a bang on the body of the young princess of the Taiji kingdom who had been transformed into a pheasant. Minus 7073. Still don't understand what's happening. An arc of electricity then instantly spread out to hit their bodies. Minus 4275. Electric blade, with the average player's current life value of around level 12. It simply couldn't carry the damage of a power blade from Zhang Fan. At once, the little princess of Taiji kingdom and the 10 lucky players within the blessing point were instantly killed in seconds. Looking at this sudden and bizarre scene, the surviving 10 or so attendant players suddenly turned pale and sweated. It was also at the same time that they just afterward crushed the scroll and opened a guardian barrier. The young princess of the Taiji kingdom, who had just resurrected and was preparing to go offline, was suddenly hit by another attack that came from nowhere. A terrifying damage and chain of electric blades instantly erupted after. Once again, the bodies of players were lying all over the blessing point. Red Moon games are all about getting your whole body into it. To get offline and leave, you must be in a normal state. So, these players who wanted to resurrect and immediately went offline, just recovered their state and then instantly died again in a black eye. 30 or 40 seconds later, as the last transparent blade chopped down, after the young princess of the Taiji kingdom within the blessing point died violently for the last time, her body completely disappeared into the Red Moon world, deep within the lava ruins. You have killed Kim Ji-yun Pu Young-hee. Ignoring the kill alert that came to my ears, Zhang Fan manifested from the sublime and looked at the crimson treasure chest in his backpack. Lava chest, effect, the being who opens the treasure chest will 100% gain a lifespan asterisk of 20 years, and 100% gain an additional fire attribute item. Introduction, a special treasure chest evolved from the energy spilled from the Tower of Eternity under the lava ground, containing extremely powerful life source power. Addable entries, 3 looking at the treasure chest's effect information. Zhang Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. A 20-year lifespan is equivalent to 2 more chances to unleash the death curse. No hesitation. Zhang Fan then took out the treasure chest and immediately performed a word addition for it. Next moment, 3 strands of light of different colors completely covered the fiery red treasure chest. Word added successfully. Lava treasure chest gained perfect level word, life revival. Lava treasure chest gained legendary words, fire elemental affinity, life source force. Chapter 71, Forbidden Spell Scroll Reborn in Fire. The little princess of Taiji kingdom dies violently. Phrase, life revival. The lifespan gained from opening a treasure chest is increased by an additional 100%. Word, fire elemental affinity. Gain an additional 100% fire elemental affinity after opening a treasure chest. Word, life source power. After opening the treasure chest, You gain an additional life shelter. The natural rate of life expectancy passing is reduced by 80%. Physical functions are greatly improved. And magic consumption is reduced by 80%. Looking at the words on the treasure chest, Zhang Fan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The 3 words added to this wave. Not only does it double the lifetime value contained in the treasure chest, it also has an additional 100% fire elemental affinity effect. In the Red Moon game, elemental affinities are extremely difficult to stack, even by the time players are generally level 100 for Race Wars. It's also almost impossible for someone to have 100% elemental affinity, because 100% elemental affinity means that we'll be completely immune to all damage from that element. It is also possible to create elemental skills on your own in certain specific areas. And at the moment, the addition of just 1 word gave Zhang Fan this ability. Immune to all fire. Absolutely immune. Except for the fire elemental affinity. What surprised Zhang Fan the most about this wave was the effect of the last phrase. The natural rate of life expectancy passing is reduced by 80%. This means that as long as you harvest more lifespan resources in the Red Moon world, Zhang Fan would then be able to possess near immortality. And 80% less magic consumption on the other hand. It gives Zhang Fan a flat alternate version of unlimited firepower. The addition of this word directly and instantly increased Zhang Fan's combat power by a large margin. No hesitation. Zhang Fan then pulled open the lid of the treasure chest with one hand. At once, a stream of pure energy surged straight into Zhang Fan's body. You have opened the lava treasure chest. You get life expectancy of 40 years. Your fire elemental affinity is increased to 100%. Your natural rate of life expectancy passing is reduced by 80%. Your physical functions are greatly improved. And your magic consumption is reduced by 80%. You get an extra, forbidden spell scroll, Burning Star Heavenly Flame, *1. The moment the tone fell, Zhang Fan clearly felt a qualitative change in his physique. There is no increase in attributes though. But that qualitative change that comes from every corner of the body is far more pleasant than an upgrade. Moving his arms in a rather satisfied manner, Zhang Fan then looked at the crimson scroll in his hand. Burning Star and Skyfire, sealed with the element of flame that is so dense that it can be used to unleash the fire primary forbidden spell, Burning Star Heavenly Flame, which disappears after the scroll is used. Addable entries, 6. Looking at the red scroll in his hand that was emitting a blazing temperature, Zhang Fan couldn't help but move his eyes slightly. Forbidden spells, that was an ability that countless mages could only dream of. Not only does it represent destruction, it symbolizes unparalleled power. No hesitation. Zhang Fan then gathered his talent power to add words to the scroll in his hand. Word added successfully. Burning Star Heavenly Flame gains perfect level words, Fiery Explosion. Fiery Explosion. Burning Star Heavenly Flame gains epic words, Burning Star Fire Rain. Burning Star Fire Rain. Burning Star Heavenly Flame acquires legendary words, Born to Live. Reborn in Fire. Word, Fiery Explosion. Burning Star Heavenly Flame will create a large explosion when it ignites the target. Word, Burning Star Fire Rain. The field covered by Burning Star Skyfire will continue to land a rain of fire for 12 hours. Word, Unending. Burning Star Heavenly Flame will burn continuously after igniting the target, and cannot be extinguished until the target is burned out. Word 6, Bathed in Fire. After using the scroll you will gain a permanent passive effect, Bathe in Fire. After adding the 6 path words, the power of this primary forbidden spell scroll had instantly increased by a large margin. Most importantly, after using the scroll, can permanently gain the passive effect of Bathed in Fire. It's no exaggeration to say, at this stage, the power of this scroll was high enough to appall all players. If it were to materialize in the real world, I'm afraid it could instantly turn a large city into scorched earth. Putting the scroll away in his backpack, Zhang Fan had no intention of putting it to use for the time being. The Shadow Monarch and Wind Demon Dragon, the 2 King Xian level soul bodies, could still survive for a while. With them in place, brushing and upgrading isn't a chore. There's no need to waste this forbidden scroll on a sweep at this point. Collecting his mind, Zhang Fan then summoned the Scythe of Death to look into the distance. The Wind Demon Dragon, an experienced baby, has been sent to my door for me to digest, and I don't know if the turtle is in the Red Moon world right now. Zhang Fan hadn't forgotten that the man who had exchanged information with the Wisdom Armament race had raped Turtle. Maybe this guy was just abetted and used by the Chiropterans, but Zhang Fan's creed in life was to nip all potential threats in the bud. Closing his eyes, Zhang Fan silently locked his target in his mind. Next moment, the death scythe was gently waved. At once, the 2 scythe shadows cut through the void like lightning. Do all that. Zhang Fan wasted no more time and immediately swept towards the lava pool in front of him on the left. In the meantime, the real world, inside the embassy of the Taiji Kingdom in Kyoto. This is nonsense. I've long warned you that the Red Moon games are unusual, and that you must lower your stance when pulling in the strong. I didn't think you guys would even indulge her to do such a stupid thing. I think you guys are trying to claim credit in front of me to the point of being bewitched. Go to Red Moon at once and tell her to hurry back. In the grandly decorated hall, an old man with white hair looked at the report sent by his subordinates and was suddenly furious. Before 10 minutes or so, a number of players then spread the story of the young princess of the Taiji kingdom being nudged into a chicken brother by the 10 directions from the Red Moon, and it instantly sparked a great deal of buzz in the real world. The Red Moon had been coming down for a little while. Many players gradually realized after entering the Red Moon continent that death would certainly cause a significant decline in real-world bodily functions. However, killing some wild monsters can also increase the life expectancy value. So, even the bigwigs in the real world were trying to find ways to recruit the strongest people in the Red Moon games to help extend their lifespans. This old man who controlled all the resources of the Taiji kingdom. He also often taught his offspring to make more friends with some of the strongest people in the Red Moon games in his day. But he never expected it. One's favorite little granddaughter had gone so far as to forcibly recruit the strongest person in the Red Moon games, Ten Fong, by treating them like ordinary people. With her kind of pampered temper and sightless personality. And recruiting? Isn't this going to get us killed for nothing? Harm, Uncle Chung, it's fine. Don't worry. The Red Moon continent is different from the Sealed Lands, where it's impossible to be surrounded in one place and killed all the time. Our people didn't see any messages from the little princess in the Red Moon game, which means she should have returned to the real world. Don't be angry. I'll call it for you. A middle-aged man standing beside the old man bowed his head and respectfully said a few words afterward. With that, he pushed open the door of his room and headed outside. 2 or 3 minutes later, just as he arrived at the room where their little princess of the Taiji kingdom was before she entered the Red Moon, he stumbled instantly on his feet and fell straight to the ground. Looking at the scene in sight, his eyes instantly glazed over to their maximum. His mouth kept shivering, but he couldn't utter a word. Directly in front of him, the usually arrogant and domineering little princess was lying motionless on the ground, her body emitting a deadly aura. Such a gesture he had seen on Hawkmaster's real-life experiments back when the Red Moon had first descended. It's the number of deaths that have reached the Red Moon cap, and it's a complete and utter violent death. Half an hour later, an unofficial report in the real world caused an instant uproar. The young princess of the Taiji kingdom died at the hands of the Red Moon game Ten Fong, and the chairman of the April group, Kim Jae-jong, offered a reward of $1 billion for the personal information of Ten Fong. Chapter 72 World Sensation. Leveling up while lying down. The moment this story ran, the entire real world and Red Moon games were in an uproar successively. Because, since the Red Moon came down, this was the first time that a big shot in the real world had publicly offered a bounty to a player within the Red Moon game. This, really give a kill? Isn't it possible to freely choose a respawn point after ascending to level 10 and entering the Red Moon continent? Why is the 10th party still able to squat and kill people? It's a bit outrageous. I didn't really expect that there could be a player killing people through in the Red Moon continent. I thought Ten Fong was just sending that group of Xiao Shiba back to the city for free. I didn't expect him to give a direct lift. The ruins where the Xiao Shiba descended should be a small distance away from us. Why was Ten Fong able to rush over and kill people in such a short period of time? It's a bit strange. Those little West 8s can't beat 10 square and still won't go offline back to reality on their own? This can all be killed to a violent death? Terrifying. Even Xiao Shiba who is not in the same relic ruins as us can be killed back in the real world. If we offend the 10 directions, wouldn't we have even less to live for? The moment. Some of the people with more prominent real-world statuses and special positions were being appalled at the means by which 10 square could kill players until they were completely dead. Some other ordinary people in the real world were quite supportive of the 10 directions. Damn. You're ready to check the water meter even after you've taunted people with your face on them and you still want to have a chance to live? In the real world, does an ordinary person who offends a dignitary have a chance to live? Didn't the Wang Gonzi who went to the 10 directions for collateralized equipment before have no trouble at all? What are you worried about if you don't make a fool of yourself? This little Shiba is also too damn arrogant, offering a bounty to the 10 directions big brother on our territory? Does he really take this place as Taiji country? If the officials really check the 10 directions water meter, I, Old Zhang, will be the first to oppose it with my real name. I'm the same. Big Brother 10 has just given us warrior players a wave of battle power increase. If someone really checks his water meter, I'll oppose it with my real name. That what a shit little princess. Coming up is like looking at an inferior person. To make the 10 parties join the Taiji kingdom to be a dog for their family. Who can stand this? Good death. The real world. Those whose rhetorical positions are all polar opposites are basically ordinary civilians versus dignitaries. And since this matter involved the Red Moon game's top powerhouses and the real world's top plutocrats, so, the heat of this matter is comparable to the Sakura's destruction not too long ago. The moment. It wasn't just the Huaxia kingdom and the Taiji kingdom that were extremely concerned. Even the officials of the other countries had come down in person. making all sorts of side inquiries about the 10 directions. Kyoto. More than a dozen officials gathered. In the midst of the quiet atmosphere, a middle-aged man with some majesty in his demeanor turned his eyes and looked at the crowd on both sides. The Taiji Kingdom has been pressuring us to assist them in investigating the personal information of the 10 directions, and this matter has already caused quite a stir in all walks of life. Xiao Feng, what do you think? Hear the inquiry. Xiao Feng, who was sitting on the left side, paused before he then spoke. The Taiji Kingdom has seriously violated our laws by issuing a bounty in our place. I don't think it's necessary to pay any attention to their claims, and it's quite necessary to simply get them to voluntarily cancel the bounty and hold accountable as well as remove from the country the person who issued it. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's reply, the crowd present all turned their heads to gather their gazes on him in unison. Ignoring the gazes cast his way, Xiao Feng continued to add, after the red moon descended, the real world has shown signs of being slightly uncontrollable. 10 Square has just boosted a large wave of battle power for warrior players in the Red Moon game. And if we acquiesce to Taiji Nation's illegal bounty offering and assist them in censusing 10 Square's information, the pressure we will be under will not be less than that exerted by Taiji Nation. Moreover, what happened in the Red Moon game is beyond human control, and there is absolutely no need for us to pay attention to the Taiji Kingdom's claims. Even more, I think we can take this opportunity to make our position clear with 10, and further establish a cooperative relationship with him. As Xiao Feng's words fell, the conference hall became noisy, although the reasoning is thorough. But nowadays the 10 directions can casually deprive others of their lives in the Red Moon, and it's also completely uncontrollable. I'm afraid that such an existence will not be conducive to future development. His eyes swept a glance at the Mediterranean man who had spoken. Xiao Feng then spoke. These are two different things. 10 Square is not the only one who can arbitrarily deprive others of their lives in the Red Moon game. Besides, do you think this so-called time-consuming and costly census by the Taiji state can really find out any information? Given today's situation, how many people will be willing to cooperate with a census of personal information? Taking a step back, even if we do find out information about the 10 directions, I'm afraid it's already been a year and a half. Judging by the current trend, by that time, I'm afraid that the 10 parties will have grown to a truly invincible state in the Red Moon games, and who can guarantee that the real world will still be in the same situation as it is now at that time? Hearing Xiao Feng's remarks, many of the officials were silent. The descent of the Red Moon is not something that man can interfere with, and judging from the various recent events linking the Red Moon game and the real world, I have some vague premonitions that I'm afraid that Blue Star's future world pattern and form of existence will undergo a rewashing because of the Red Moon. Xiao Feng, speed up the progress of exploring the Red Moon as previously planned. As for the Taiji Kingdom's pressure, there's no need to pay attention to it, and it's up to you to deal with the cancellation of the bounty and accountability with a stronger attitude, while the real world talks about it. Red Moon Games. Among the lava ruins of the human ruins. The moment. Zhang Fan was leisurely teaching Meyer some basic common sense by hand. And the other side. The Shadow Monarch's soul body was constantly killing wandering wild monsters all around. The Wind Demon Dragon, on the other hand, was carrying out a crazy slaughter at the bottom of the lava pool. Since entering here, the wild monster kill prompts in Zhang Fan's ears were then almost uninterrupted. With such a strong team of fighters, Zhang Fan pressed the idea of doing it himself. In this ruin, the Wind Demon Dragon with its great attack range was the most suitable for part-time work. Time passes. 2 hours passed quietly. Roar! Right after a dragon roar resounded from the bottom of the lava pool, the ground deep within the lava ruins instantly exploded into a fiery flame. Also at this time, Shadow Monarch also finished sweeping the ground. You have killed the flaming three-legged bird. You get, life expectancy asterisk 124 days. Your level rises to 33. Your level rises to 34. 4-dimensional attributes plus 14. Free attributes plus 14. You gain human plus, black iron second order plus 15 to free attribute. All of your attributes have been forcibly assigned to physique. Comfortable. Leveled up while lying down. Just as Zhang Fan had just called back all his soul bodies with extreme satisfaction, he was preparing to change places to continue upgrading. The temperature of the entire space suddenly skyrocketed several times after the flames descended. -1000. -1000. A series of high-temperature damage numbers continued to float up on the heads of a group of soul bodies, but it didn't have any effect on Zhang Fan. Ah, yikes! As Phantom's 2 whispers rang out, her blood bar also instantly dropped by a small half, sweeping the empty surroundings. Zhang Fan then subconsciously stealthily entered the subdimension and instantly collected the group of soul bodies that were frantically dropping blood into the exorcism space. Also at this time, in the fiery red lava ruins, the scattered flames slowly condensed into a figure wrapped in fire. Otherworlders, we meet again. Chapter 73 Zhang Fan kills the 10 directions? the most powerful artifact Wheel of Time. After the soul-stirring voice fell, the flames that danced throughout the lava ruins instantly disappeared without a trace. Over the lava pool, though the figures were far apart, however, Zhang Fan still sensed an extremely majestic force above his body. And Zhang Fan felt vaguely there was some déjà vu with the being in front of him. Stay hidden into the subdimension. Zhang Fan then condensed his void pupil to look at the figure in the flames. Celluloid, rank, race, introduction, a being from the sealed land that seems to possess some divine power. Hidden information, he was once a roaming star god who traveled the world in place of the gods, but after his power was contaminated by an unknown object, his divinity dissipated and he was banished by the gods to the sealed land after being confined by the gods. After lifting the confinement of his power in the sealed land, he traveled around the Red Moon continent in various fire element areas. Looking at the information coming from the void pupil, Zhang Fan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. No wonder it always felt a little familiar. Wasn't this the medium deity who had lifted the power confinement with a fire feather in the sealed land? The sealed land and the Red Moon continent were two completely different worlds. Even if they were native beings, there was no way to cross worlds to come to the Red Moon continent. This star god, how did he appear here? Just as Zhang Fan was wondering, floating in the air, the star god Chloe slowly spread its burning wings of fire. Subsequently, everything around them instantly disappeared. The only figures left in the entire space were those of Zhang Fan and the star god Chloe. Glancing around at everything, Zhang Fan couldn't help but frown slightly. Because the star god Chloe hurricane entered the subspace he had dived into. I didn't expect that in such a short period of time you've grown to such an extent, and to be able to stealthily enter the subdimension without comprehending the spatial laws is truly unbelievable. I was once a star god who roamed the world and controlled some of the laws of space. Even if you are hidden into dimensional space, I will still be able to sense where you are. The words were not yet spoken. The body of the star god Chloe had appeared in front of Zhang Fan. I traveled through the fire elemental region of the Red Moon continent for the burning curse, and I didn't expect to meet you here. Oh Otherworlder, if you hadn't helped me get out of my confinement, I'm afraid I'd still be languishing in that sealed land today under the name of polluter. When I broke free from my confinement, the power I recovered was still too weak to give much back to you. At this moment, since we can meet here, then, this item will be given to you as a token of appreciation for your previous help. Hearing the words of the star god Chloe, Zhang Fan's heart couldn't help but ripple. He hadn't thought of that either. A chain of quests in the sealed lands would surprisingly have extra rewards. Star god Luo Jiao raised her arm and gently tapped it between Zhang Fan's eyebrows. Next moment, a powerful spatial force instantly dispersed throughout the entire subdimension. Oh Otherworlder, this is the weapon of the sequence that I found in the land of the unknown when I traveled the world in the place of the gods. It was also because I stepped into the place where this forbidden object was located that I was tainted with the unknown and exiled by the gods to the sealed land. The divine race, the mission. These are no longer half relevant to me. Slowly drawing his arm back, a look of doubt surfaced on the face of the star god Chloe. Although there is no way to probe, I vaguely feel that there is a time force within your body. Perhaps you are the ultimate destination for this supreme artifact. However, I'm afraid it won't be easy to contract it. The words fell. The figure of the star god Celluloid then turned into a fiery light and disappeared into this dimensional space. Otherworlder, your future is not destined to be ordinary. However, the divinity that all beings seek in their exhaustive lives may not be suitable for the human race. After the fall of the voices that resounded from all directions, a disc slowly floated in front of Zhang Fan. The whole body seems to be carved out of pure white jade. The surface of the disc was engraved with intricate runes and delicate patterns, emitting a faint glow. In the center of the disc, a small gemstone exuded a fascinating light. It was also the moment when Zhang Fan reached out and touched the disc. A blinding white light suddenly flashed up. A few breaths later, the white light slowly dissipated. Gather up the pupils of the void. There was darkness as far as the eye could see. There was no light to be seen, either in front, behind, above or below. It was so black that there was no semblance of impurity. The sheer blackness made even the feeling of having your feet on the ground feel a little surreal. It was as if it was standing in a void without boundaries. Just then, a prompt rang quietly in Zhang Fan's ears. You have entered the Wheel of Time. After defeating the time trialist, the Wheel of Time will carve a soul contract with you. You cannot summon any beings in this space. The moment the tone fell, a transparent curtain of light appeared right in front of Zhang Fan. As far as the eye can see, Zhang Fan suddenly saw a player's figure appear in that huge curtain of light. With a flash of white light in, the figure in the transparent light curtain slowly stepped out. It was only 100 meters away from Zhang Fan's body, despite the fact that the entire space was pitch black. But under the gaze of the pupil of the void, Zhang Fan clearly saw the figure. At once, the pupils of Zhang Fan's originally calm eyes couldn't help but move. Because The being not far away was clearly Jiang Fan himself. 10 square, race, human. The exact same look. Even the equipment was exactly the same. Even attributes, talents, and skills are all the same. No wonder the star god Chloe said that contracting this item wasn't easy. Original. The so-called time trialist is a perfect replica of himself. It was also just as Jiang Fan had just finished reading the information from the 10 directions. A black aura flashed in the hand of the 10 parties in front of him, and a huge scythe was held in his hand. That was clearly the scythe of death. If I were facing a powerful enemy on my own, then the first thing I would use is a flash of eyes. Not waiting for 10 to raise his arm, the death scythe in Jiang Fan's hand instantly switched to the blade of heavenly punishment and swiftly chopped at 10 square, who was preparing to use 100% being caught with an empty hand in a white blade. The range of the giant sickle's attack is extremely unimpressive, but the speed of the strike is correspondingly much lower. The 10 parties in the distance, before they could react, their entire bodies fell to their knees. At the same time, a damage number floated up above his head, -8,437. Also at this time, a crimson light flashed up on the red cloud in black robe on the chest of the 10 parties. You take damage bounce from your opponent. At once, a damage number floated up on Jiang Fan's head, -2,531. Red cloud and black robe thorn effect triggered, has forced a 30% rebound of damage to the attacker, -845. Under the thorn effect of the 2 red cloud black robes, Jiang Fan and the 10 directions were constantly receiving rebound damage. Also at this time, a beep sounded quietly in Jiang Fan's ears. Your opponent has used shapeshift sheep on you. You have the same rank of resistance and have been immune to this effect. Just the moment the beep fell, 10 Square's body suddenly shook as 2 black chains suddenly flashed across his body. This chain was more than familiar to Jiang Fan, because this was the precursor to the unleashing of the death curse. In a split second, 2 black chains floated out of the void. One locked onto Jiang Fan's body, while the other locked onto the 10 directions. Death curse has taken effect. You can survive for 7 days. Jiang Fan didn't expect it either. This clone was actually able to activate its natural skill while kneeling to catch a white blade. And, straight out of the gate, use a cursed attack that the target can't avoid. This wave, am I killing myself? Facing himself who perfectly replicated all his abilities, Jiang Fan couldn't afford to do any more superfluous thinking. The heavenly punishment blade switched to the death scythe, and Jiang Fan instantly slashed out, and quickly dodged behind 10 and drank a bottle of red dew holy potion. Next moment, the body of the void blade instantly chopped at the body of the 10 directions. At once, Death's Scythe's collector instantly triggered, directly emptying less than 20% of 10 Square's remaining life value. After the 4-dimensional binding, Jiang Fan's physical attack power had severely overflowed. With his current attributes, to kill himself, as long as he found the right moment, it would be a matter of 2 breaths. Ignore the rebound damage. The sound of the replica falling came to his ears. Even if this 10 Square copied all of Jiang Fan's attributes, skills, and equipment, however, it was unable to replicate the years of battle experience and battle premonition that Jiang Fan had accumulated. Bang! 10 Square's body collapsed into the pitch black space, turning into a black mist that quickly disappeared. No more traces. The Wheel of Time has inscribed a soul contract with you. You get the Wheel of Time. Chapter 74, Time Sequence. The second eternal grade talent. The moment the beep sounded, Jiang Fan suddenly felt an extra strand of special energy in his soul. Close your eyes. In the dark soul space, a disc emitting light was floating in the air, spinning continuously. Time Roulette, Sequence 0, a symbol of time and fate, containing the power of the cycle of life and death. The red moon boundary has not been broken through, and it is not possible to manipulate the time wheel for the time being. When entering the red moon game, you will automatically receive the eternal level time empowerment. Sequence 0, eternal level empowerment. Nice guy. This Wheel of Time, an item in the same sequence as the empty mind of creation? Looking at the disc in the soul space that was constantly emitting light, Jiang Fan was quite shocked. The mere empowerment of an imaginary creation has allowed its development to progress by leaps and bounds. Then, plus what about the empowerment of the time wheel? Jiang Fan was a little hard to imagine. Take a deep breath. Jiang Fan calmed his mind. Deactivate stealth. Jiang Fan's body instantly returned from the dimension to the Red Moon continent. Also in this instant, an illusory light flashed across Jiang Fan's body. Sequence 0, Time Roulette, empowers you. You have awakened the talent, Time Finger Wheel, eternal level. Feeling the innate power within his body, Jiang Fan only felt a surge of euphoria. After exhaling softly, Jiang Fan then looked at his talent panel. Time Wheel Grade, Eternal Effects, Time Retrospective, free to retrace time to any node within 3 days. After retracing itself back to the previous node of time, free to choose the type of state to be retraced, including but not limited to, memory/timeline/orientation/self-state/skill cooldowns/talent cooldowns. Multiple states can be backtracked simultaneously, but this backtracking is not reversible. The talent is currently phase 1 and can be rolled back once every 48 hours, or once in 24 hours if only a single state is rolled back. The shorter the timeline affected by the backtracking, the faster the frequency with which it can be backtracked. Talent progression increases the amount of time backtracked and reduces the talent cooldown. Time pause, unlock time acceleration, unlock time travel, unlocked introduction, the eternal power given by the Wheel of Time. Currently in its initial stage, other effects will be automatically unlocked after the career advancement, and the talent power can be freely manipulated in the timeline after it is fully liberated. This talent is a special empowerment and cannot be blocked, dispelled, plundered, or silenced by any form of power, and cannot be affected by any negative effects. Looking at the information on the talent panel, Zhang Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Time, one of the supreme laws of the world, and as for the time effect, you can usually add another level up, because what it affects is the entire timeline of the universe. The first effect unlocked by Time Rewind was to rewind the timeline by 3 days. As long as it's within 3 days, Zhang Fan would then be able to go back in time and change the course of the future. It's enough power to change the rules of the world. Feeling the power of time within his body, Zhang Fan couldn't help but marvel in his heart. The initial opening of the gift of time can then change the rules of the world, if you are in full control. So how horrible will it be? Scanning the wheel of time and soul space, Zhang Fan was quite comfortable. Concentrate your mind. The power of the time finger wheel was released. Next moment, a strange rune instantly enveloped Zhang Fan's body. In a split second, Zhang Fan's body returned to the state it was in before the appearance of the star god Luo Jia, and the illusory timetable above his head that was manifested by the death curse disappeared without a trace. The Red Moon game has a chance to die 9 times, though, but every death damages the soul, and a damaged soul affects more than just the state of physical functioning. It affects the progression of talent even more. So, Zhang Fan had no intention of dying. Scanning the empty lava ruins and his experience bar, Zhang Fan then turned his head to look at the piece of rubble where Lady Frostmist was. There's nothing wild there though, but Zhang Fan was remembering. On the surface of the ruined palace where Lady Frostsight resided, but there was a sealed monarch-class dragon. If they were decapitated, then with the bonus of the experience buff, Zhang Fan was able to harvest a huge amount of experience in an instant. The more powerful the power, the more experience value is needed to manifest it into the real world. With the experience value provided by the monarch-class dragon boss, it was enough to extract quite a bit of transcendent greatness. I also don't know if Lady Frostsight still has any life essence there or not. If I can get a few more drops, then I will be able to resummon the soul body of the reversing dragon and snake. After murmuring rather expectantly, Zhang Fan then opened his 6 wings of departing fire, which had switched to the wind attribute, and flew stealthily towards the piece of rubble where Lady Frostmist was. It was also at the same time that Zhang Fan was speeding along. In the real world. Outrageous. Simply outrageous. This what a shit show phone. He's even trying to get me to cancel the reward, and he's also forcing accountability on me, limiting me to return to the Taiji kingdom by the day after tomorrow. A mere major general is telling me what to do. When have I, Kim Jae-jong, ever been humiliated like this? Inside the embassy, the white-haired Kim Jae-jong slammed the water cup in front of him on the ground, his face terribly gloomy. The violent death of his favorite granddaughter would have made him furious. And just now, the guy who represented the official Huaxia had dismissed all his demands. Even, he was also subjected to forced accountable expulsion. This was simply intolerable for him, who controlled all the resources of the Taiji kingdom and had an incomparably esteemed status. Uncle Zhong, calm down. This isn't our Taiji kingdom after all, and it's indeed illegal to offer bounties here in plain sight. The middle-aged man standing on the left handed Kim Jae-jong another cup of water and squeezed a look of grief and anger on his face. As Kim Jae-jong's nephew, although his generation is a step above the young princess Kim Ji-yeon, however, relying on Kim Jae-jong's extreme favor, Kim Ji-yeon, who was usually arrogant and bossy, did not treat him as an elder at all. So, for this matter, he was more shocked by the means by which the 10 directions could deprive others of their lives at will, not too upset by the death of his niece. Let him die. Let him die for sure. Whatever it takes, he must die. Have those guys from the April group stationed in Huaxia use public opinion to create momentum, and make sure to find out information about that 10. Kim Jae-jong looked at the 10 directions message that was like a white sheet of paper, and his entire body had never been so grumpy. He couldn't figure out how. Why would anyone dare to take the life of their little granddaughter so recklessly? Could it be that this 10 is actually some big shot? Or the offspring of some big shot? Chapter 75, Prime Minister Chow. I've come to my senses. The real-world sensation is more than a little bit of the same time. Jiang Fan had already passed through the initial land's blessing point and directly teleported to the ruins cliff where Lady Frostmist was located. Although the two areas are far apart, but a number of players can already be seen here. Over time, there were more and more players entering the Red Moon continent, with a huge player base. Then brushing up and upgrading, there will always be players who are more keen on unlocking all the blessing points first. Likewise, there is also a small group of players who don't like to fight who wander around trying to find resources. Jiang Fan appeared stealthily as he approached the blessing giving point on the left side of the cliff. Although there were quite a few players around who were teleporting to bestow blessings rather skillfully, no one had spotted him. After scanning the scene around him, Jiang Fan then avoided these players and flew towards the palace in his sight. Not much longer, Jiang Fan's body floated down on top of the ruined palace where Lady Frostmist was, although the whole was slightly dilapidated. Standing at the top of this palace, one could still feel a trace of grandeur. And above the palace, not far from Jiang Fan's location, a petrified dragon snaked around. Extremely spectacular. This was the monarch-class dragon boss that had been sealed by a special petrifying power. Past life. After the Sea of Fog's virulent poison and racial boundaries dispersed, countless giant dragons and pseudo-dragons flew over the Sea of Fog. It was at that time that this monarch dragon was unsealed by the Dragon Emperor from its petrification seal to join the battle of the races. It caused a lot of trouble for the human players. When Jiang Fan first descended upon these ruins, originally, he had planned to wait for the Sea of Fog to disperse before coming back to cut him down. But, from the moment of stealing to the mythic level of Fate's Choice, Jiang Fan then dismissed the idea. Sweeping a glance at the giant dragon that was transformed into a stone sculpture, Jiang Fan, while maintaining his stealthy state, immediately recite the proverbs of fate to release the power of fate. Poverty of heaven's way, dawn of eternity, lead the way of destiny. Prophecy, a way to remove the petrified state of the Frostsite Palace dragon. Destiny tracks invoked successfully. Destiny choice has been displayed. At once, one by one, obscure words that only Jiang Fan could see condensed out of the void. It quickly floated in front of Jiang Fan. Also at this time, a beep sounded quietly in Jiang Fan's ears. Divine order is in effect. All uncertain choices have been blocked for you. Just the moment the beep fell, the rows of text in front of Jiang Fan began to distort continuously. Next moment, only 3 rows of the dense and obscure text remained, and they quickly manifested into a form that Jiang Fan could understand. Fateful choices, Mrs. Frostbite possesses a potion that dispels petrification. The Dragon Emperor can remove abnormal status from dragon beings. Enter the Tower of Eternity to find the petrified demon eye and the heart of a young dragon to refine the anti-petrified mind's eye. All 3 prophecies turned out to be able to unpetrify the gargoyle. But for Jiang Fan, the easiest one is undoubtedly the first one. That Lady Frostbite. She was actually able to dispel the petrified state of the giant dragon. Just in time. Let's see if we can get some more life essence. Jiang Fan silently calculated. After the talent of soul exorcism is advanced, Jiang Fan could then recondense the dissipated soul body by consuming life essence. That means, as long as there's enough life essence, a soul body of gold level or higher would be able to take fatal damage for Jiang Fan at any time. That is to say, even in a combat state, Jiang Fan could almost always be invincible. No hesitation. Jiang Fan immediately flew down and directly leapt into the inner hall where Lady Frostseekers was located. With a license from Mrs. Frostbite, the guards both inside and outside the temple had the good sense not to block the attack on Jiang Fan. They also greeted Jiang Fan with a rather polite bow of their heads. For these, Jiang Fan did not pay any attention. The figure had just entered the bedchamber of Lady Frostsome. A graceful figure then slowly stepped directly towards Jiang Fan. Mountains move like waves. The body moves like a snake. Even though a long lavender tulle dress was rather loose, that concave and convex body was still clearly and incomparably outlined. Oh Otherworlder, you have finally arrived. Obviously interspersed with slightly hazy words after they fell. Mrs. Frosty took up her white lotus feet that were hanging with water droplets and quickly walked to Jiang Fan's body in an extremely elegant posture, reaching out to pull a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Mrs. Frostbite's eyes were suddenly mesmerized. You have come this time. But would you like to drive with me to Maple Grove and take in the evening view at parking time? Under the effect of absolute charm, Mrs. Frostmist was already flushed the moment she saw Jiang Fan, and even her breathing was obviously a bit rapid. Ma'am, the driving will come later. I'm here to dispel the petrified state of the dragon. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, a flash of doubt immediately surfaced on Mrs. Frostsee's flushed face. Dispel the dragon's petrified state? That's a monarch-level dragon. Once it breaks out of the petrification seal and leaves this area, I'm afraid that this grand hall will instantly be turned into scorched earth. Jiang Fan was not the least bit surprised by Mrs. Frostbite's answer. A monarch boss. That was an existence that living beings needed to look up to. Frost saw that the lady had this concern. Couldn't be more normal. There's no need for you to worry. Ma'am, I came here for the hunt of the giant dragon, so naturally there's no way I'll let it leave this area alive. In a state of absolute seduction, Lady Frostbite simply couldn't maintain much sanity in front of Jiang Fan, although there was some shock and surprise in his mind. But after hearing Jiang Fan's confident words, the last vestige of Mrs. Frostbite's sanity instantly went up in smoke. After a short silence, Mrs. Frosty C turned slowly and walked over to the soft couch. Oh Otherworlder, the dispelling of the petrifying seal will come later. It just so happens that the life essence still needs some time to congeal. I think it should help you, so I'll give it to you all together later. The words fell. Lady Frostsea's body moved lightly, lying on top of the soft couch in an extremely elegant position. Immediately, she stared back slightly with an intoxicatingly light smile. There's really no such thing as a free lunch under the sun. It seems like we still have to make a little sacrifice to dislodge the giant dragon's petrification. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jiang Fan could not help but murmur in his heart. Or 27 or 7 or 27 or 75 or 6 hours later, Jiang Fan's body appeared at the top of the Great Hall. After constantly upgrading and advancing the talent, Jiang Fan's physical qualities were already otherworldly. If I didn't have business to attend to, how could Jiang Fan not come out in such a short period of time? The moment Jiang Fan's entire body was refreshed, standing on top of the petrified dragon's head, Jiang Fan couldn't wait to roar. He could feel how much brighter his vision seemed to be. Even breathing, it was smooth. Feeling the comfort of his body and soul in detail, Jiang Fan could not help but sigh in his heart. Prime Minister Chow, I have finally realized. Chapter 76, Kill the Monarch Dragon in Seconds and Harvest Millions of Experience. Title, Human King took a few heavy breaths of fresh air. After some careful recall, only then was Jiang Fan quite satisfied as he took out the potion given by Lady Frostmist. Petrified Lizard Potion, effect, after dropping the potion on any location of a petrified target, it can dispel the target's petrified status. May add entries, 1 shaking the dark brown potion filled to the brim in his hand. Jiang Fan then added words to it. With a brilliant flash of light, the dark brown potion was instantly tinted with a hint of scarlet color. Word added successfully. Petrified Lizard Potion gains the epic word, stagnation. Word, stagnation, after dropping on a target that is not petrified, the target will be in a stagnant state for 4 seconds, during which time it cannot be selected by any attacks, and restores 25% of its maximum lifesteal limit per second, stacking indefinitely. Seeing the effects added to the words, Jiang Fan couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. After adding the words, the value of this bottle of petrification potion instantly increased several times. Nowadays, this potion not only dispels the petrified state, if one were to drop it on one's body, one could also directly enter a state of absolute invincibility. And, during the duration of invincibility, your own life value will be instantly returned to full. Such a potion, if one were to take it to trade, it would be enough to instantly make the other players boil over. Quite satisfied, he shook the potion in his hand. Jiang Fan then uncorked the bottle. Slowly, he sprinkled a drop of dark brown liquid on top of the petrified dragon's head. In a split second, a dark brown light flickered up on the dragon's head and instantly spread out towards the surroundings. Click! With a crisp shattering sound, the stones on the dragon began to fall off rapidly. Next moment, the original lifeless petrified dragon, after being completely enveloped by the potion's glow, it began to tremble unceasingly. Roar! A few breaths later, with a roar loud enough to shock all beast beings, the petrified state on the dragon was completely lifted. The dragon that regained its freedom opened its eyes and then raised its head to the sky, quickly detaching itself from the great hall and flying high into the sky. Click! It was also the moment when the giant dragon's body was completely airborne. A streak of thunder flashed continuously around it. Every now and then there was a deafening sound of thunder. Chiron, revived. Conjuring up the void pupil, Jiang Fan then looked at its information. Brontosaurus, level, 40, rank, monarch, life, 142, 000, 000, physical attack power, 121, 020, magic attack power, 225, 490, armor, 69, 985, magic resistance, 74, 830, talent, thunder dragon body, skills, space tearing, thunder flame spit, purgatory thunder. Introduction, a dragon that controls the elements of space and nature and is extremely powerful. Hidden message, a dragon creature that was petrified and sealed in the ruins of the broken cliffs after the Battle of the 100 Phases. Looking at the huge dragon that emanated thunder and lightning all over its body, a smile instantly surfaced on Jiang Fan's face. A level 40 monarch boss. How much experience does this have to provide? Just as Zhang Fan had just locked the experience bar, an ear-shattering dragon's roar rang out from the air and instantly spread to all the surrounding ruins. Humans? You were the one who dispelled the petrifying seal for me? Calling out the scythe of death, Zhang Fan then slowly smiled. Not bad, it is indeed me. In return, you need to die a death. The words fell, not waiting for the giant dragon in the air to make a sound. Zhang Fan then gently waved the scarlet giant sickle in his hand. At once, a transparent blade body that only Zhang Fan could see emerged above the head of the huntress thunder dragon. Minus 8,437. This damage was slightly spicy for a monarch-class dragon. It's basically no different than getting bitten by a mosquito. However, the destructive power of Zhang Fan's attack did not lie in this damage. Rather, it lies in the instruction to modify the will of the soul. It was also the moment the bright red damage numbers floated above the head of the huntress thunder dragon. The huge dragon body that covered the sky instantly floated in the air in an extremely bizarre position. Feel the commands coming from your soul. A color of unmatched horror instantly surfaced in the eyes of the dragon hunt thunder dragon. Because, in the midst of all this electricity, its soul's will, which had only just been revived, had to make it kneel down and fold its hands to catch the blade above its head. What the hell is this? Why would one's own hallowed monarch true dragon have such thoughts? Still haven't reacted to what's going on. Under the double squeeze of soul and body, the huge body of the sky-hunting thunder dragon smashed down directly from the air. And its life value, which was upwards of 1 million, was completely emptied in an instant. Boom! The huge body collapsed with a thud. A large portion of the ruins of the central ruins bluff were smashed to dust and rubble. Countless wild monsters, moreover, were instantly killed under the impact of the dragon's fall to the ground. Noticing the dragon awakening, Mrs. Frosty C., who had just come back to her senses and then immediately flew out, looked at this scene and her entire body was dumbfounded. A full level 40 monarch boss that could reign supreme throughout the ruins. Surprisingly, he was slaughtered by a level 30-odd otherworlder. You have slain the huntress brontosaurus, monarch. You get red moon coin asterisk 120, 100, reputation asterisk 12, 000. You acquire Thunder Dragon Staff, Monarch, Thunder Dragon Blood Armor, Monarch, and Thunderstorm Lance, Monarch. You gain 166-3050 experience. Experience bonus triggered. You gained 166-3050 experience. Your experience bar is locked, and you are free to use your experience for upgrades or materialization. You get life expectancy asterisk 2850 days. You gain human plus, black iron second order plus 15 to free attribute. All of your attributes have been forcibly assigned to physique. Soul exorcism has taken effect, and you have gained soul control access to the hunt for the Sky Brontosaurus. A series of hints. It kept ringing in Zhang Fan's ears, and the speed at which his experience bar rose was as fast and furious as a rocket. Crossed a full 6 levels to kill the monarch boss. The extra bonus gained instantly allowed Zhang Fan to obtain a huge experience value of over 3 million. At the same time, it even exploded with 3 whole monarch's artifacts. It was also just when Zhang Fan was about to look at the items in his carry-on space. A racial cue instantly rang suddenly in the ears of all the players in the entire human camp. Player 10 Fong killed the Hunt Sky Thunder Dragon, Monarch, in 2.9 seconds, becoming the first player from the human camp to kill a monarch boss. This event has been permanently recorded by the Red Moon Human Chronicles. Player 10 Fong receives the monarch boss first kill reward, Red Moon Coins asterisk 100000, reputation asterisk 50,000. For dimensional attributes plus 100, player 10 Square has killed a monarch level boss alone, earning the special title of the human race, Human King. After this racial cue fell, all of the relic cliffs were plunged into deathly silence. A few moments later, no matter which of the players in the cliffs, an amazing clamor instantly erupted. Nema. So many of us players have to tremble in front of a silver boss. You turned around and slaughtered the monarch boss? How dare you be more outrageous? Chapter 77, World Shocked. 10 is behind the Red Moon's descent. Players before they have entered the Hanging City to obtain the Empowerment Stone to awaken the second talent. Those with high-level talents that could single-handedly take on silver bosses of the same level were ultimately just a few. At this stage, most players basically gain experience from normal wilds by investing a lot of time. Occasionally, when they encountered bosses, they were hunted in groups. A player who could kill a black iron boss on his own was already considered quite outstanding in terms of combat strength. And being able to kill bronze bosses and even silver bosses solo. Basically, they are extremely high up on the rankings. Gold boss. The vast majority of players nowadays that is not even dare to think. Without the effect of true damage attacks, even if there are more people, they can only scrape and rub the extremely high defense boss. As for the Wang Xian boss, The giant dragon that appeared in the frost ruins before had killed a large group of people with just the impact of crashing to the ground. That kind of being, to take a headshot? And at the moment, they were surprised to hear that someone had single-handedly killed the monarch gargoyle that surpassed the King Xian boss. And it took just under 3 seconds. Such news was tantamount to a thunderbolt in their ears. I've got a big grass. Single-killing a monarch boss. Is this really something a player can do? It's too perverted, isn't it? It takes me 7 or 8 seconds to take off my pants. And Big Brother 10 is done in less than 3 seconds? Is there any justice? Is there any law? Is there any law? Daring? How do you speak of my righteous father? Watch your words. Is there something dirty here? Or are we not playing the same game? I'm selling ditches and teaming up with a few higher-ranked guys. Decapitating a silver boss can share more than 10 days of lifespan. And with Papa 10's solo kill of the monarch boss, this is at least a few more years of life. 100 points of 4-dimensional attributes. This is damn near enough for me to level up 10 or so. Is Ten Fong still human? This is too ridiculously strong. Is he really a legendary traveler? What's the use of being strong? Can he still be as spirited as he was in the game when he returns to the real world? The Taiji Kingdom has made a bloody effort to thoroughly investigate his information. And I'm afraid that it won't be long before the number 1 spot on the rankings will change. Killing a monarch in seconds was too shocking. So, almost all the players turned their attention to this matter. After entering the Red Moon to more or less reap some longevity, 95% or more of the population has realized that the world has changed. Under such circumstances, more and more people are paying attention to the 10 directions in various ways. Hey, something's not right. How come Big Brother 10 hasn't leveled up after single killing the monarch boss? Don't players on the leveling charts all have experience bonus buffs? It's not like you can't even level up by 1 if you single kill such a high-grade boss, right? Birds strange. I was near the frost ruins before. I saw that the level of the Big Brother after killing that giant dragon directly rose 2 levels. This time even 1 level did not rise. Are more than 30 levels. Upgrade experience. How the disparity is so big? Open to being sanctioned? It couldn't be some special boss with no experience that was picked up by 10 Square, could it? How else could he have killed the monarch boss in seconds so easily and not even moved his level? It wasn't long before the racial queue dropped. There were then quite a few people who opened the rankings charts, wanting to see what level 10 Square had soared to, but when they looked at the list, they realized that there was no change in the rank of the 10 directions. No matter how they analyzed it, they couldn't figure it out. Finally, some know-it-alls have come to 2 not-so-reliable conclusions. There is a huge difference in the experience required for upgrading even at the same level of 30 or so. That monarch boss is some kind of special monster that can't gain experience value after killing it. No way. With the level of power the players are currently exposed to, no matter how you analyze it, you can't come up with any other result. Whether it's a single monarch kill or no upgrades, it all seems highly unusual to other players. Even a dog wouldn't believe it if there wasn't something fishy going on here. And it wasn't just the Chinese players who were shocked for a moment. The attention of players from other countries was similarly drawn to this racial announcement. ACI bar. What's the situation with this 10 Square? So fierce? Ten Fong is definitely our Taiji Kingdom's strong sniffy. It seems like the little princess went to Ten Fong earlier to get him to return to the country. 8 or 9 is not far from the truth. I see that some people say that Ten Fong entered the Red Moon while traveling to China. That's why he wasn't in the same area as us. This situation is common all over the world. The moment all the players who entered the ruined bluff were talking, even the real world is in an uproar. The longer the Red Moon descends, the more people realize how extraordinary this game is. Kill the monarch boss in seconds at this stage. In a way, undoubtedly, it controls the length of life. So, the moment this news came out from Red Moon Games, it directly caused an uproar throughout the world. The media in countless countries are scrambling to report the news, and almost every social media app is spreading the news. The player from the country of Huaxia, 10 Square, has created amazing feats in the Red Moon game one after another, far ahead of all players at this stage. Perhaps 10 Square is the mastermind behind the advent of the Red Moon, level pulling away from the second place on the leaderboard by almost 20 levels, and decapitating a monarch in less than 3 seconds. Does 10 Square really know Red Moon's secret? After Sakura was wiped out by a sudden super tsunami, the Red Moon descended upon the world. Is there a special connection between the two? As the only alien of the Red Moon game, can the 10 parties step forward and disclose the secrets of the Red Moon game, so that the players can reap more lifespans for the benefit of mankind? Mr. Moss, the richest man in the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, is suspected to have spent hundreds of billions of dollars to invite the 10 parties to cooperate and explore the Red Moon game development lifespan industry together. There's news about the 10 directions. It's quickly taken over all social software. The moment almost everyone noticed the unusual power of the 10 directions. The higher-ups of various countries, too, began to investigate the true identity of 10 Square and tried to contact him. Some plutocrats who controlled a large amount of resources also took a never-before-seen interest in the 10 directions and secretly launched investigations. But Red Moon is a transcendental connection. There is no such thing as a virtual helmet or any kind of rechargeable redemption system. Players are not at all real-world detectable unless they expose themselves. Not to mention, Zhang Fan had already had the opportunity to materialize at this moment. Taking a step back, even if he was given a water meter check by the census that the little princess of that Taiji country said, Zhang Fan was fearless. Just as all the players were trying to find ways to find out information about the 10 directions. Red Moon Games. He had just taken the soul body of the Huntress Thunder Dragon into the special space of the Soul Drive. A prompt then quietly rang in Zhang Fan's ears. You have slain the dragon race's high-level being Hunt the Sky Thunder Dragon. You gain, Clan Sex * 320. Chapter 78, The Inhumanity of Being Penniless. Embodied ability racial effects serve as extremely specific and exclusive abilities for each racial camp. Each upgrade will skyrocket your own attributes. And racial talents and racial skills can also be unlocked after constant advancement. It can be extremely powerful. But before the Sea of Mist's soul-corrupting poison and the boundaries of each camp disappeared, since there were hardly any foreign beings in the human territory, so it can be extremely difficult to advance racial effects. But at the moment, this Monarch-class dragon directly provided Zhang Fan with over 300 points of clan nature. It was almost about 3 times as much as what the previous Wang Xian ranked dragon had provided. No hesitation, Zhang Fan then glanced at his racial effects. Human, effect, racial bonus, Black Iron second order, 24/215 free attributes are gained per upgrade. With a 4-dimensional binding effect, each promotion of the racial bonus would provide Zhang Fan with huge attributes. Immediately, Zhang Fan immediately released the Clan Sex upgrade racial effect. At once, an illusory light flashed across Zhang Fan's body. Your racial bonus has advanced to Black Iron 3. Your attributes have been corrected. You have gained, plus 170 free attribute, which has been forcibly assigned to physique, and your 4-dimensional attributes have gained a synchronized boost. Oh Otherworlder, I didn't expect you to have such a terrifying power. It really surprised me. Right at the moment when Zhang Fan had just finished promoting his clanhood, Lady Frostmist slowly flew to Zhang Fan's body. The moment, her eyes were appalled, her face in disbelief. The Monarch Dragon. That was an existence powerful enough to suffocate the living beings on this cliff. However, it was actually instantly decapitated by a lightweight strike through the air just like that. The shock that such a scene brought to her was indescribable by words. Zhang Fan was not surprised by the shocked look on Mrs. Frostmist's face. Just sprinkling, putting away the death scythe in his hand. Zhang Fan then turned his eyes to look at Lady Frostmist. Ma'am, I wonder if the condensation of the life essence you mentioned before has been completed? Can you trade me some? I rather need these things. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's voice, Mrs. Frostseeing came back to her senses slightly from the shock, facing this otherworldly person who gave her surprises one after another. I don't know why, she couldn't seem to do any denying. Handing out the jade bottle in her arms, Lady Frostsight's lips flicked out. Otherworlders, no need to be polite. You did me a great favor by returning the letter earlier. It's useless to keep these things on me, so I might as well give them to you all together, rather than wasting them for nothing. Receiving the jade bottle containing at least 10 drops of life essence, Zhang Fan then spoke. Madam, many thanks. Put the jade bottle away. After a few brief courtesies, Zhang Fan then directly flew away from this large hall. The only monarch-level boss had already been killed, and the experience provided by the remaining low-level wild monsters here would hardly be enough to increase Zhang Fan's level. Standing on top of a ruined monolith not very far from the blessing point, stay hidden into the subgenre at the same time. Zhang Fan looked at the special title he received when hunting the monarch boss. King of Men, attributes, plus 20% attack speed, plus 10% damage, plus 10% movement speed, plus 10% immediate immunity, plus 20% armor breaking, plus 20% magic breaking, plus 8% thunder elemental affinity. Special effect, plus 20 charisma, plus 8 luck, 10% reduction in damage taken within the human camp, plus 10% to all damage when life value is reduced to less than 20%. Introduction, proof of the strength of the human race, with the qualification of advancing to the position of emperor. Addable entries, 5 as a special title for the human race. The attributes granted by the title of human king are all percentage effects. And this title also has a special charm and luck bonus. It can be quite powerful. And the thing that caught Zhang Fan's eye the most was, you can add a whole 5 words to this title. Lock the title information on your personal panel. Zhang Fan then gathered his talent power to add words to it. Word added successfully. King of Men has gained perfect level words, lucky reinforcement. Shock and awe. King of Men gains epic words, penniless, alien nemesis. King of Men gains a legendary level phrase, soul guardian. Word, luck enhancement, luck plus 15. Word, shock, 100% of human players who attack you will fall into a 1.5-second fear effect. Triggered once every 3 minutes for a single target. Word, penniless, after killing a player, the target will drop all red moon coins, worn equipment, contracted partners, and all items in your carry space, and instantly teleport to your carry space. Word 4, alien nemesis, damage dealt to alien beings is increased by 15%. Word, soul guardian, immunity to all soul attacks. Watch the effect of the 5 words. Zhang Fan was quite satisfied. This wave not only raises a lot of luck, also got 100% immunity to soul attacks. What surprised Zhang Fan the most was the penniless that was similar to a curse skill. With this ability, once Zhang Fan killed a player, 100% of the items on the opponent's body would directly drop, and it instantly teleported into Zhang Fan's backpack. Such an effect is simply inhuman. Combined with the professional ability of the Shadow of Decimation of Nothing, any thief hunter was weak compared to Zhang Fan. Calling out the Scythe of Death, Zhang Fan then slashed out after meditating in his mind. But there was no news of Turtle being killed within earshot. It's not in the Red Moon game? Earlier, Zhang Fan had chopped out 2 slashes towards the turtle. However, it did not receive a kill alert. Normal. As long as he was in the Red Moon game, even if he was thousands of miles apart, Zhang Fan could still claim his life with a single slash. But if you leave the Red Moon world, with Zhang Fan's professional power that had yet to be fully liberated nowadays, he would be unable to do anything to cut him down across worlds for the time being. After a pause, Zhang Fan then used the power of destiny to check out the traces of the turtle. Instead, the prophecy results show that the target is not in the Red Moon world. Since I can't pop gold coins for me in the game, I can only extract power offline to reel you. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. This sentence Zhang Fan didn't really agree with. His creed in life is to nip potential threats in the bud as fast as possible while keeping himself safe. This turtle had already had a way of taking his death. Zhang Fan naturally couldn't possibly let it pop up again and cause any unnecessary threats to himself. Besides, Zhang Fan also needed to extract some power into the real world now. In that case, even if the water meter is checked by someone with ulterior motives, you can ensure your absolute safety. Put away the death side. Zhang Fan then put Meyer into the ancient emperor's copper coffin, and then directly left the Red Moon game to return to the real world. Space switching in progress. Zhang Fan's body appeared in a modest bedroom. The moment the body was just revealed, Zhang Fan then immediately summoned the Meyer in the bronze coffin to give himself a protective aside. He immediately sensed the red moon mark on his wrist. At once, a crimson illusory panel appeared in front of him. 1. Occupational manifestation, equipment realization, skill manifestation, props materialize, rank manifestation. 6. Contractual manifestation of the living spirit, gift of manifestation, not available at this time. Chapter 79, Beyond the Physique of the People of the Motherland. I've gotten where I am today thanks to my own efforts. The various abilities of the Red Moon game. Only occupational embodiment is the simplest. Because all professions have extreme potential. It's just that players vary in their qualifications and play. Although Zhang Fan's Shadow of Chopping Nothing was rather special. However, the experience consumed on the manifestation panel was still comparable to that consumed when manifesting other professions. But, in addition to careers, equipment, skills, props, and the embodiment of contracted beings, it's all about how much experience is consumed based on rank and strength. With the ancient emperor bronze coffin, Zhang Fan was already able to bring Meyer back to the real world at will. So, there is no need to expend experience to materialize a contracted being for the time being. And of the remaining embodied choices, the most cost-effective thing to do is to realize the professions and levels. The Shadow of the Slashless was already more powerful than normal professions. However, the consumption of embodiment is the same as a normal profession. It's all about boosting your experience by 2 levels between level 30 and 40. It would be most cost-effective to extract it. And the embodiment of rank is the equality of all beings. Each embodiment before level 20 consumed a fixed amount of 200,000 experience points, which wasn't much for all players. So, the first embodiment of players in previous lives was basically choosing a profession in class. No hesitation. Zhang Fan then consumed his experience to manifest his own exclusive profession, Shadow of Chopping Nothing. You consume experience *900000. You have manifested the exclusive profession Shadow of the Zenith. You have obtained the unlocked effect of Shadow of Chopping Nothing, and subsequent career effects will be synchronized with reality. Your strength plus 14, physique plus 14, agility plus 14, and spirit plus 14. In this instant, Jiang Fan clearly felt some subtle changes in his body. The embodied profession is to give the body the ability to receive transcendent greatness, and it's only after leveling up that it brings a more noticeable boost to the body. But the real world doesn't distribute racial bonuses and free attributes gained by upgrading extra. Each time a level is manifested, it is automatically assigned according to how it is assigned in the Red Moon game. There is no need for the contracted beings to materialize for the time being, and the experience value consumed by the materialization of equipment, skills, and props is quite huge. So, at this stage, using the remaining experience to upgrade and improve your attributes is the most cost-effective option. Think about it. Jiang Fan then consumed the rest of his experience to materialize the level into the real world. You consume experience *2400000. You have manifested rank *12. Your strength plus 168. Physique plus 576. Agility plus 168. Spirit plus 168. In this moment, it was as if Jiang Fan had been transformed, and his body had undergone a heavenly change. His vision became clearer. The force becomes stronger. Even the mind is more agile. Activity is even at its peak. At this moment, Jiang Fan's entire body was filled with endless vigor, as if every cell was cheering. Compared to his current state, he was a wailing baby before, tender and fragile. Feeling the power surging within his body, Jiang Fan was quite satisfied. After I manifest the words of four-dimensional balance later, my strength can instantly increase by 10 times or so. In figuring out the 12 levels, after getting the racial bonus of the Black Iron Third Order, Jiang Fan's overall attributes today were almost 10 times that of an ordinary person. It was quite a bit higher than the overall attributes of the ancestor man who had manifested special props in advance in Eagle Land's previous life. Unfortunately, there isn't enough experience to extract a King Xian grade giant scythe that can stealthily enter the subdimension. Otherwise, after materializing the giant scythe, with the ring's stealth effect, it's directly invincible. Although the physique has been enhanced a great deal, but Jiang Fan had no intention of becoming a homelander for the time being. After all, before the apocalypse comes, the power of thermal weapons has not yet been diminished. There's no need to show your face and become a public enemy at this time. After a little bit of acclimatization to torso strength, Jiang Fan consumed 20,000 experience to materialize an ordinary weapon. Subsequently, opening his computer, Jiang Fan began to search for information on turtle. Although it has been seen twice in the Red Moon, but Jiang Fan had never seen a turtle in the real world. But, for a high-profile rich kid like Turtle, the information wasn't intentionally hidden at all. Just go on any website and you'll find a ton of them. It was also when Jiang Fan deleted the URL he had saved for years to re-enter the site. A couple of hot news items placed at the top caught his attention. Sakura's destruction by the tsunami was no accident. The Red Moon's descent may have been the root cause. As a one-of-a-kind existence of Red Moon games, can 10 Square reveal some secrets of upgrading? Abandoned. 10 ironclad proofs that the 10 parties are the ones behind the destruction of Sakura. After the 82-year-old man teamed up and brushed monsters to gain longevity, his physical functions have improved dramatically, and the Red Moon game has been thoroughly proven to prolong lifespan. Countless plutocrats have spent huge sums of money to establish the Lifespan Generation Practice Pass, openly inviting the 10 parties to join with zero-cost shares. For the first time, the world's medical institutions and caring organizations have spoken out in the hope that the 10 directions will disclose the techniques of brushing and upgrading for the benefit of all mankind. The moment. Basically all the hotspots on all the forum sites are related to Red Moon. Among them, a large part of the conversation centered around the 10 directions. And among these post information, the highest level of heat was when several official organizations joined together to call on the 10 directions to disclose the secrets of leveling so that all players could reap the benefits of longevity. For this type of moral abduction statement, Jiang Fan didn't have any mood swings. He wasn't so saintly that he would do something like this that would expose his identity 100% for the sake of someone else. Ever since the veracity of being able to gain longevity in the Red Moon games was asserted, those high and mighty in the real world have started variously recruiting some of the top-ranked experts in the game. Actually, on the current rankings list, there were only 2 or 3 people, including Jiang Fan. The rest of the players have basically been recruited by different plutocrats and power brokers. Jiang Fan existed as a one-of-a-kind being in terms of rank and strength. If you reveal your identity in the real world, someone is bound to press the issue of bullying him. This is an inevitability that arises from the collision of the new order with the old rules, although the rank and profession have been materialized. But to Jiang Fan, the less unnecessary trouble the better. The secret to swiping and upgrading? I got where I am today all on my own. Where's the secret? Close hot news. After searching for information on Turtle, Jiang Fan then closed his computer. Raising the longsword in his hand, Jiang Fan directly stabbed out. The moment. Inside a skyscraper in Kyoto, Turtle Wu Tian introduced his good brother to the human emperor's streamer after following the method of the wise device body. It was only then that he realized that the supreme artifact that the wisdom device body was talking about wasn't any human emperor streamer at all. Instead, it's a 10,000 soul streamer that grows by devouring life and souls. But, after seeing the powerful effects of that flag, instead of losing his mind, Wu Tian became even more excited after the shock. And so, after sacrificing the 20 or so good brothers he brought with him to the flag, Wu Tian immediately went offline to personally recruit players, preparing to get more people at once to activate the flag. The moment. Having just finished 2 shots, he looked happily at the large list of newly recruited players. There was a good harvest-like joy on his face, normal bowel movements and a promising future. After a short period of loud laughter, Wu Tian scanned the hot topics on the social software that revolved around the 10 directions. 10 square. Let's let you fool around for 2 more days first. After the 10,000 soul streamer is activated and I level up, I'll be the first to take you and sacrifice you to the flag. And that bullshit wise armament body. When my strength stabilizes, I'll be sure to burn dry your CPU and melt you down like scrap metal. Just as Wu Tian had just called the 2 undersea actresses to prepare for an early celebration, a strange feeling suddenly grew in his heart and soul. Why are you tickled inside? Like someone's thinking about me? No, this familiar feeling. Chapter 80, What 10,000 Soul Streamer? This is clearly the human emperor's flag, which is so righteous that it's evil. What's wrong? Tin, don't like my black silk? Shall I change the color? An actress with a chimera tattooed on her belly walked up to Wu Tian and said with a pleasing face, Tian's favorite is the hanbok style. How can black silk compare to hanbok? The other actress, who was wearing a white crossneck jacket and looked quite bookish, even pretended to be elegant and made a half circle in front of Wu Tian after she finished speaking in a coy voice. As unemployed actresses, currying favor with the rich and powerful has become a skill they have mastered. Tin, I just did it tight. Today. The pleasing words had not yet fallen. The expressions on the faces of these 2 undersea actresses instantly froze, because they were surprised to see a huge bloody hole suddenly appear in Wu Tian's body. There was no warning, can't hear anything, nor can you see any process. Wu Tian's body was just directly and completely penetrated. Bang! It was accompanied by a dull sound of falling to the ground. Wu Tian's blood flowed all over the place. Ah! The 2 undersea actresses lost their voices and screamed. And the actress in the black silk was directly shocked and fell to the ground incontinent on the spot. 10 or so minutes later, inside the skyscraper where Wu Tian died, while looking at Wu Tian who was penetrated through his body, all the officials who arrived at the scene were greatly puzzled, analyzing the shape of the wound. It doesn't look like a hot weapon or a cold weapon, and it's the first time I've seen a wound like this in over 30 years of work. I just looked at the surveillance outside. No one has come in here except for those 2 actresses and Wu Tian, and it's more like Wu Tian was sniped from afar. But there's no sign of any weapon blasts to be found around here at all. It's too weird. According to the 2 actresses' statements, they came in and didn't even strike up a conversation with Wu Tian before they saw a huge bloody hole suddenly appear in his body, as if he was attacked by the invisible man in the movie in close quarters. A stealth attack? This isn't a movie. Where would you get something like that? There are none in the real world, but there aren't many in the Red Moon world, which has been bursting with all sorts of bizarre deaths frequently lately. So if we correlate the cause of Wu Tian's death with the Red Moon game, will this matter be much better explained? The group of officials in Kyoto were all dumbfounded. After investigation and analysis, they came to 2 conclusions. Wu Tian may have died from some unknown sharp weapon or a new type of thermal weapon. The person who killed Wu Tian may have special skills and props from the Red Moon games. Once these 2 conclusions were introduced, those who knew about it instantly sat back. Because, whichever conclusion holds true, the implications for the real world are extremely large. This is despite the fact that the official staff and Wu's group went to the layers of investigation at the same time, but still no trace has been found. The reason for Wu Tian's death was too bizarre. So, though officials tried very hard to suppress the news, but with so many people talking, it's inevitable that word will get out. And so, one spreads the word. The news of the death of Wu Tian, the heir to the Wu group, who was penetrated through his body by an unknown murder weapon, instantly went viral on the internet in a small area. And at the moment, Zhang Fan, who was thousands of miles away from Kyoto, casually took a shower and ate something, after completely adapting to a more powerful body, then immediately entered the Red Moon game. For Zhang Fan, the most important thing at the moment is to harvest more experience. Whether it was upgrading or manifesting, the experience value consumed was a huge amount. As for Wu Tian's death, Zhang Fan didn't give it a second thought. Not to mention that no one knows that Zhang Fan did it now. Even if he knew that it was Zhang Fan who had killed Wu Tian, with Zhang Fan's current ancestral human physique, It was also unlikely that anyone could pose a threat to him, even if it's a tech downfall. At best, Jiang Fan would enter the Red Moon to gain more experience than materialize his abilities into reality. Safety-wise, it's basically a non-issue. Gather your mind. Jiang Fan then secretly pondered. I saw the wisdom body expend a large amount of talent origin to push out props for the turtle during the previous prophecy, so I wonder if this guy has found any. Red Moon Games. While the corrosive poison and racial boundaries of the Sea of Mist did not dissipate, alien players are unable to communicate, even if it's a chiropteran body that soars on arithmetic machinery. It was also only possible to barely communicate with the alien race for a short period of time by depleting countless talent origins. And these guys were going to guide the tortoise to use it against their own things even at the expense of countless talent origins. The effect shouldn't be too low. If he could get his hands on it, he would be able to directly enhance a wave of battle power. If you can't find it, one could only bring the turtle back to Red Moon Games through the ancient emperor's bronze coffin and find a way to search from his backpack. For his enemies, Jiang Fan would not hold mercy. No hesitation. Jiang Fan then invoked the proverbs of destiny, poverty of heaven, dawn of eternity, and leadership of the way of life. Prophecy, information and whereabouts of props deduced by Wise Mech Body 0024 Turtle's Black Head. Destiny tracks invoked successfully. Destiny choice has been displayed. At once, an obscure text that only Jiang Fan could understand floated in front of him. In the meantime, a beep sounded quietly in his ears. Divine order is in effect. All uncertain choices have been blocked for you. Just the moment the beep fell, the words in front of Jiang Fan distorted once again. Next moment, only one line of the dense text remained. Fateful choices. All soul streamer, inserted in the death swamp in the depths of the ruins of death, needs to absorb a large number of souls in order to lift the seal. Looking at the information displayed by the power of fate, Jiang Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Nice guy. What 10,000 souls? This is clearly a positively evil growable equipment human emperor streamer. Jiang Fan didn't expect it either. The intelligent armor body had spent countless instants guiding the turtle to find this special equipment to use against itself. Surprisingly, it was the alternative human emperor streamer. Just in time. The death ruins there can refine a wave of red moon essence to use to advance the grade of the sword slave. Find the 10,000 soul streamer. Oh no! After finding the human emperor streamer, let's see if we can enter the alien territory ahead of time. If this equipment can lift the seal, I'm afraid that my strength can instantly skyrocket by a wave. Jiang Fan was silently calculating in his mind. After switching the 6 wings of departing fire to the wind attribute, Jiang Fan then turned on his stealthy state and sped towards the ruins of Death's Ruin Cliff. The ruins of Death are located in the northernmost part of the ruins of the ancient broken cliffs. This area has various stages of grading. So, Jiang Fan rushed all the way here, and found quite a few players teaming up to fight monsters along the way. In turn, he had a group of soul beaters clear out a number of areas, harvesting a wave of experience and longevity. Half an hour later, Jiang Fan followed the memories of his previous life and soon arrived at a ruined cliff that was filled with lonely graves and earth bags. Chapter 81 Seconds to Kill the Vile Throat. Wang Tang's shocked the figure had just flown into this area. A gust of ghastly wind then kept blowing from all directions, swirling the broken limbs and debris below in all directions. Looking down, the whole ruin looks extremely creepy. After scanning the area below to confirm the direction, Jiang Fan then flapped his 6 wings of departing fire towards the left front. Also at this time, the central area of the dead ruins, the figures of 2 players crawled out of a tomb grotto. Ha 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 ha, finally level 16. I'll see what that one ho is going to catch me up with this time. Fighting? Yeah. Near the entrance to the cave of the tomb, a man in mage robes laughed up at the sky. This player was none other than the mage Wang Tung who had revealed his fusion talent in the Valley of Flames. Red Moon nicknamed Wolf God. He was nicknamed Brother Da Deep by a group of minions who went around bragging about him. Thanks to the growable fusion talent, Wang Tang was now basically one of the most well-known mages in the country of Huaxia. It also exists consistently high in the top 5 of the rankings. Well done, Brother Wang Tang. If it wasn't for your fusion magic just now, we probably would have died in the mouth of that silver boss and gone straight back to the blessing point. An assassin with a large sword on his back walked up to Wang Tang's side and marveled under his breath. This player was Under the Sun, who was 9th in the rankings. After entering the Red Moon continent, faced with a much harsher survival environment, basically all players are hugging and teaming up, regardless of their strengths or weaknesses. And after Wang Tang received a warm invitation from Brother Sunshine, a great sword assassin with notable strength, then he teamed up with him to raid a number of bosses. I just improvised, thinking that after fusing the water element with the wind and thunder element, the magic power should be a bit greater. I didn't expect to succeed on my first attempt at 3 elemental fusion. Wang Tang scratched his head. He also didn't expect to have such a high level of control over magic. Could it be that he really had the posture of a great emperor as a few good brothers had said? Regardless, at least this position of second place on your list is secure. I didn't even put much effort into this boss today, so I won't take the resources for free. Later on you leave me a card number and I'll transfer the money to your card after returning to the real world. Brother Sunshine slowly laughed. Good brother, to see you out of place, isn't it? I couldn't have found this boss without your information. Waving his hand unconcernedly, Wang Tang then glanced at his experience bar. After a little silence, he said with some incredulity, at our speed I've only reached level 16. How on earth did Ten Fong get to level 30 plus? Over time. Basically the top group of players had already entered the Red Moon continent. So, the competition in the ranked leaderboards has also become more intense. And after leveling up constantly, Wang Tang's heart also grew more and more horrified. It's hard to imagine. How did the 10 parties pull away from him so much? Brother Wang Tang, listen to my advice. The competitors of our people have never been the 10 directions. To be able to ascend to the second place on the ranking, you are already an extremely outstanding existence. Brother Sunshine could see Wang Tang's loss, and with a faint smile patted his shoulder and comforted him softly. Before I got into the rankings, I thought the difference between second place and first place was just 1 place. I didn't expect to realize that when I ascended to second place myself, I realized that the difference in a ranking was the difference between the light of a glowing fire and the light of a white moon. Looking at the 10 square that was high at the top of the ranking chart, a flash of frustration surfaced in Wang Tang's gaze. Now I realize why the little stick of Taiji Kingdom dares to strut and be unbeatable in front of the 10 directions. As it turns out, their perception of strength is still far from realizing the terror of the 10 directions. Hearing Wang Tang's words, Brother Sunshine smiled non-committally. 10 square has far exceeded the limits of players, and comparing to him is just asking for pain. Alright, let's just raid these tombstones and see if we can get any resources. These tombstones should belong to the deciphering type of summoning props. The last time I came here I kept getting interrupted by that boss just now and couldn't unlock it after trying for hours. Now that the boss is gone as well, Brother Wang Tang, why don't you give it a try? The words fell. Brother Sunshine then walked to a grave area in the left direction and looked at Wang Tang, who was still in a daze, with a smile on his face. Hearing Brother Sunshine's words, Wang Tang came back to his senses. After standing still for a moment, he stepped forward and scrutinized the headstone. 6 slightly worn tombstones above, engraved with some strange irregular symbols. After a few moments of slight contemplation, Wang Tang reached out his hand and gently touched the symbols on the tombstone. Subsequently, he shifted his stance and continued to keep tracing over a few tombstones as per Sunny's previous experience. It was also just as he finished tracing the symbols on the 6th tombstone, a burst of light flickered up on those symbols. Subsequently, in the center of the 6 tombstones, a vortex suddenly emerged. The huge suction force nearly pulled Wang Tang's body in. Ah! With a hoarse voice, a huge creature emerged from the vortex. It was a huge reptilian creature with more than a dozen spider legs, with more than a dozen eyes on its head and a twisted mouth that was dripping blood. Seeing this weird monster that suddenly appeared, Wang Tang subconsciously glanced at its attributes. At once, his whole being was bad, because this creepy crawler was clearly a level 20 gold boss. I'll pull a big grass. How did the decryption resource decrypt this shit? After an exclamation of surprise, Wang Tang then immediately stepped on the wind scroll and ran towards the back. Sunshine brothers, help me pull some hate. Where's my nigga? That's it? Wang Tang's entire body was confused. You said you'd let me try it out, so you're just asking me to scout for you as a gun? A few mental greetings to Sunny's family. Wang Tang threw a fusion magic toward the spider crawlers in the back while directly flashing toward the distance, though with the wind elemental's movement speed boost. However, facing a gold boss that was 4 levels above him, Wang Tang's speed was still a bit inadequate. Finished. Just then, Wang Tang suddenly saw the spider crawler that was about to catch up with him suddenly pause in place as if electrocuted, and its huge body squirmed continuously on the ground in an extremely bizarre position. It seems to be trying to get on its knees. Just a breath or two, the creepy spider that had just crawled out of the ground just collapsed to the ground. At the same time, its huge blood bar was instantly emptied. Seeing the gold boss being killed in seconds with his own eyes, Wang Tang's eyes were filled with shock. Crap! Who? Didn't see anything? Level 20 gold boss, this is gone? How is that possible? One time, Wang Tang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Do your part to make the world warmer in the Red Moon. High above, Jiang Fan, who remained invisible, had just put away the scythe in his hand. A succession of prompts then came to his ears. You have killed Vile Throat, gold. You get, Red Moon coin asterisk 2100. You gain, Vile Dagger, gold. Vile One's robe, gold. You gain, 82,012 experience. Experience bonus triggered. You gain, 82,012 experience. You get, life expectancy asterisk 156 days. You gain human plus, black iron third order plus 20 free attribute. All of your attributes have been forcibly assigned to physique, and the rest of your attributes have received synchronized growth. Soul exorcism has taken effect, and you have gained soul control access to Vile Throat. Chapter 82 Heaven's Mandate Plus. Are you sure you want to bet against me? Ignore the prompting in your ear. After collecting the Vile Throat's soul body into the soul space, Zhang Fan then slowly flew towards the bottom. Also at this time, Wang Tong, who was frozen to the side, only came back to his senses after seeing the loot that the boss had exploded disappear. Big Brother 10. Thanks for saving my dog's life. Wang Tang looked serious as he bent down to say thank you. No silhouettes in sight though, but the ones that can kill gold bosses in invisible seconds at this stage. There was also only 10 parties alone. Thank me? After Zhang Fan swiveled his sight to scan the blurred figures in the distance that had already run out of the ruins of death, his voice seemed to come from another dimension. In the Red Moon world, the so-called companions might not always be worthy of complete trust. The words floated down after that. Wang Tang instantly raised his eyebrows and looked aghast. I understand. Thanks for reminding Big Brother. I don't have a father or a mother. I have a sister and a house. Whether it's the Red Moon world or the real world. If there's anything I can use, Big Brother, just say hello. It's a little naturally nerdy though. However, after saying this, Wang Tang turned around and walked towards the distance in a very sensible manner. Looking at Wang Tang's fading figure, Zhang Fan now finally somewhat understood why someone with such a powerful talent hadn't risen to prominence in his previous life. This guy, who had the natural strength to become a strong man, but didn't have the heart to match it. Such a person could easily die young in the Red Moon world. Retract your gaze. Zhang Fan then lifted his invisibility and flew to the center of several tombstones. These tombstones are, indeed, special decipherable summoning props. Above each piece of tombstone, for special symbols were engraved, and the effects summoned after lighting up the different symbols are all different. As for how the symbols are combined, for players at this stage, it's all just a matter of constant trial and error. If you're not paying attention, there's a good chance you'll summon traps, bosses, and the like. But, if you know the combination of symbols, you can summon some unique rewards of opportunity when lit. The native being in the ruins of death who could refine the Red Moon coin. It is the need to call out these 6 tombstones by decrypting their summoning array. With the experience of his previous life, Zhang Fan quickly walked up and reached out to trace a circle on each of the several tombstones. It was also the moment a 5-star symbol on the 6th headstone lit up. A hexagram formation instantly flashed up in the center area of the 6 tombstones. A few breaths later, the light dispersed. A 4-square furnace appeared above the ground. Though the shape is mediocre, but the flames burning in it were emanating an aura that was enough to burn everything. Red Moon Furnace, the Tower of Eternity has birthed an exotic treasure. The furnace contains a supreme soul fire that can melt all things. It was also the moment when Zhang Fan's eyes had just moved away from the Red Moon Furnace. A petite figure slowly climbed out of the furnace. The long, waterfall-like hair fell naturally like silk and fluttered gently. She wore a black and red dress, the hem of which, like her long hair, swung naturally like a flowing cloud. Underneath a pair of snow-white and flawless calves, delicate and small toes were as round as pearls, contrasting with the flames spewing out of the furnace from time to time. Although his features were obscured by the illusory firelight, his outline still managed to give off a hint of hazy beauty. Just as Zhang Fan was sizing up the young girl on top of the furnace, the young girl's right foot suddenly stepped on top of the spewing crimson flames. Next moment, a scorching, incomparable breath came crashing down like a wave. Hello to the first otherworlder to summon the Red Moon Furnace. The young girl flicked her right hand. At once, the Red Moon Furnace under her feet instantly shrunk by a large amount. I can smell quite a bit of Red Moon coin on you, which really surprises me a bit. Although your power is still weak, the equipment on your body surprisingly contains the power of eternity that even I can hardly see through. Are the human otherworlders already this powerful? Obviously. It was just a little lowly that didn't even look 13 or 14 years old, but her tone was rather old-fashioned. For this rather strange contrast, Zhang Fan wasn't surprised. Zhang Fan had already known about it after ascending the Tower of Eternity in his previous life. This little lowly is a being born in the Tower of Eternity. It has survived for quite some time. Even in death, they return to the Tower of Eternity to remake their bodies and souls. The strength can be quite impressive. Otherworlder, you're here to refine the Red Moon Spirit Essence, aren't you? Refining the Spirit Marrow is something that requires a payment to me. The words fell. A flash of frenzy instantly rose to Lori's face. A hint of excitement could be vaguely seen in his eyes. However, if you're willing to play a hand of eternity with me, I can refine Red Moon coins for you for free. Moreover, if you can win, I will give you an additional 2 times the Red Moon Spirit Essence. But if it's me who wins, ha ha ha. This robe and that tiara on you belong to me. Well, little Lori's somewhat wry words fell. 6 red cards slowly floated out from the furnace at her feet. At the same time, a beep sounded quietly in Zhang Fan's ears. The furnace fire spirit cold frost activates the eternity card on you. Do you sign the eternity wager contract? If you agree to sign the betting contract, after winning the bet, the furnace fire spirit Lang Frost will refine the red moon spirit medulla for you once for free, and you will additionally receive twice the output of spirit medulla. The cue dropped. Zhang Fan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Nice guy. This little girl has a gambling problem? In her previous life, she had refined the red moon coin several times without triggering this bet. Was it because what she had on her body before wasn't attractive enough for her? How about it? Otherworlder, care to play a hand of eternity with me? Red moon spirit marrow is a good thing. Twice the output is enough to be worth tens of millions of red moon coins. Seeing that Zhang Fan did not immediately sign the contract law contained in the eternal card, the furnace maiden also hurriedly urged with a smile once again. Sweeping a glance at the frenzied little lowly in front of him, Zhang Fan couldn't help but be amused. After getting the mythical power of fate, he himself was then blessed with destiny, with the passive effect of divine destiny. All the uncertain events experienced will move in their favor. That is to say, while experiencing probabilistic events, there was no way one could lose at all. Betting against yourself, isn't that actively giving yourself free shipping? Lifting his eyes to survey the little lowly ahead of him, Zhang Fan said with interest, "Are you sure you want to bet with me?" Looking at the celebrity otherworlder in front of him came to life. The melting pot maiden was instantly delighted. With the special eternal power granted by the Tower of Eternity, she was never wrong in her perception of the eternal aura contained in the red moon coin. Tens of millions of red moon dollars weren't a big number to her. However, the special word power contained in the equipment on Zhang Fan's body was something that made her a little curious and obsessed. Hey, sign the contract. The words fell. The melting pot maiden immediately flew up and slowly floated down in front of Zhang Fan. But, Zhang Fan, however, did not immediately sign the betting contract. Since we're going for excitement, let's follow through. The bet of just the red moon spirit marrow and 2 pieces of equipment is too thin. For this bet, even all the equipment and weapons on my body as well as the red moon spirit essence and red moon coins are also pressed. Chapter 83, Refining the Red Moon Spiritual Marrow. I won because of my own efforts. Hear these words. The melting pot girl froze for a moment. A human off-worlder who played bigger than himself? Once again, he swept a glance at the equipment on his opponent's body. The melting pot girl nearly burst out laughing. Nice guy, wearing such unimpressive gear. I can't believe you had the nerve to up the ante. Isn't that volunteering to serve yourself food? Trying desperately to suppress the joy in his heart, a sly glint flickered in the furnace girl's eyes. No problem. Just sign the contract and get started. Hearing the other's answer, Zhang Fan then signed the betting contract constructed by the Card of Eternity. Looking at the human in front of her so decisively, the furnace maiden directly said cheerfully, "Otherworlder, begin." The rules of the parley are simple. Only 3 of these 6 disruptedly sorted eternal pair gambit cards have the contract rune inscribed on the front of the card. We each draw 3, and whoever has the most cards of runes wins. Laying the 6 crimson eternal cards in front of Zhang Fan, the furnace maiden laughed directly and unabashedly. Don't worry, these betting cards have the law of contract of the Tower of Eternity, and no living being, including me, can interfere with them. If you are able to win, then all of the items contained within the betting contract will be automatically transported to your carry-on space. The words fell. The maiden of the furnace smiled with a winning face. Begin. Otherworlder, I can allow you to draw the pair of betting cards first. If you don't want the chance, I can go first too. Looking at the furnace girl's smile that she couldn't even suppress, Zhang Fan said indifferently, "You first." Hearing this unconcerned voice from the other side, the corner of the melting pot girl's mouth straightened, and she stopped rubbing it in. 3 eternal pairs betting cards were taken directly. Otherworlder, it's your turn. Just open the deck. The furnace maiden gazed at the 3 eternal cards in front of Zhang Fan with a smile on her face. It was as if he had it all figured out. Seeing this legitimate little lowly's look that was so sly that she was afraid that others wouldn't know that she had special skills, Zhang Fan stifled a laugh before grabbing the 3 eternal cards floating in the air. Feeling the special power contained in the cards, Zhang Fan directly turned the cards over. It was so decisive to see the human in front of him. The melting pot girl laughed outright. Don't worry, I can see that you're still good looking. I don't want the red moon coins. Just don't play so. In the future. Ha, this is? The melting pot maiden's words had yet to be uttered. She suddenly saw that the eternal pair gambling cards that Zhang Fan had flipped out were all engraved with runes. How is this possible? Obviously, he had just opened his eternal eye to select all 3 of the eternal betting cards engraved with runes. The rest should be blank. Wordless betting cards. But, why is it that all the cards this guy flips are rune cards? With some trepidation, he raised his right hand to glance at the eternal spirit plaque in his hand. The melting pot maiden's pupil eyes were suddenly glazed over, because she was surprised to see that all of the eternity cards in her hand were blank. Also at this time, a prompt suddenly resounded throughout the entire betting contract formation. Betting ends. The human race 10 parties wins this bet, and receives all the equipment, weapons, red moon spirit marrow, and red moon coins of the losing party. Cold frost. The moment the betting prompt dropped, a lawful light instantly enveloped the body of the furnace maiden. Next moment, one item separated from the furnace maiden's body. It surged straight into Zhang Fan's carry-on space. You receive a contractual reward for this bet. You get red moon coin asterisk 3280W, red moon spirit marrow asterisk 198, red moon black water skirt asterisk 1, red moon inner armor asterisk 1, match eternity card asterisk 6. The moment the tone fell, Zhang Fan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. The rewards harvested from this bet. The red moon coin alone is over $30 million. And the red moon spiritual marrow was even closer to 200 drops. Even also got the eternity card that contains the law of parley. This wave. It's like earning numbness. Eyes swept over the rather familiar red dress and somewhat strange inner armor in the backpack. Zhang Fan couldn't help but subconsciously look up at the furnace girl in front of him. At once, Zhang Fan only felt a little dazzled. Also at this time, a dress condensed by firelight enveloped the furnace maiden's body. The furnace maiden, who had lost everything, instantly grimaced. Otherworlder, how dare you cheat? Hearing this somewhat exasperated voice of the other party, Zhang Fan laughed outright. I cheated? I was able to get the win all on my own. The words drifted off. Zhang Fan's brows tightened and his words changed. You said I cheated. Could it be that you already knew in advance which of the betting cards had runes engraved on them and locked them in place? So the outcome of this bet was beyond your expectations? Hearing Zhang Fan's questioning, the melting pot girl blushed, momentarily speechless. You. After a little silence, the furnace maiden's eyes gazed closely at Zhang Fan's body. Subsequently, she beamed with extreme displeasure. I concede. Put the red moon coin into the furnace and I'll refine the spirit marrow for you. Seeing the situation, Zhang Fan didn't nag. Directly, all of the red moon coins were poured into the burning furnace. Also at this time, a burst of extremely pure light surged out from the furnace maiden's body, and in the space of a few breaths, she drilled into the red moon furnace. In a split second, the fire was overflowing and energy was bursting out. 10 or so seconds later, the flames in the furnace gradually dissipated. Deep in the middle of a bottomless furnace, the dense red droplet-shaped liquid slowly floated out and floated straight into Zhang Fan's carry-on space. You get the betting reward, twice the output of red moon spirit essence. You get red moon spiritual essence asterisk 828. Surveying the red moon spirit essence in the backpack space, the corners of Zhang Fan's mouth couldn't help but float up into a smile. Together with the rewards he had obtained earlier, he now had a total of nearly 950 drops of spirit essence on him. If it was injected into the soul body of the sword slaves, then their strength would directly skyrocket by a large margin. After so many bets against each other, it's the first time I've lost so badly. Otherworlder, after I gather my resources, I will come back to you to win these back. The words fell. The furnace maiden's body slowly sank into the red moon furnace and then disappeared. Hearing the resentful words, Zhang Fan couldn't help but be amused. With heaven's mandate added to it, there was no way one could lose at all. And trying to win things back, how naive. Gather your mind. Zhang Fan took a big step to the vicinity of the 6 tombstones. As a special deciphering class summoning prop, for the average person, it's already extremely rare to trial and error a set of symbols. But for Zhang Fan, cracking them all was not the slightest bit difficult at all. Chapter 84, Water Element Absolute Affinity. Immortal Object, Broken Red Moon Origin Gathering Up the Power of Talent. Zhang Fan then chanted the Proverbs of Fate to release the power of fate. Poverty of heaven, dawn of eternity, and leadership of the way of life. Prophecy, a valid combination of all 6 tombstones in the ruins of death. Destiny tracks invoked successfully. Destiny choice has been displayed. At once, an obscure text that only Zhang Fan could understand floated in front of him. In the meantime, a beep sounded quietly in his ear. Divine order is in effect. All uncertain choices have been blocked for you. Just the moment the beep fell, the words in front of Zhang Fan distorted once again. Next moment, only 5 lines of the dense text remained. Fateful choices, vile throat, blocked. Red moon furnace, shielded. Tears of crass. Tombstone symbol combination order, 341214. Red moon fragment. Tombstone symbol combination order, 324121. Red moon marrow. Tombstone symbol combination order, 123224. Look at the message foretold by the power of fate. Zhang Fan couldn't help but have a twinkle in his eye. Of the 5 prophetic messages, except for 2 sets of symbols that have already been combined, among the 3 remaining sets of symbols, there was actually a red moon fragment. If this fragment matched the 2 that Zhang Fan had gotten before, then it would mean that Zhang Fan was about to obtain a red moon origin power. No hesitation. Zhang Fan then stepped forward and followed the order of the prophecy, tracing the corresponding symbols on the tombstone. Half a minute later, it was also the moment when a third light flashed up on the tombstone. A piece of debris slowly floated out of the void and floated straight down to the ground. Also at this time, as the light flickered from the chimera's body, a prompt sounded quietly in Zhang Fan's ears. You get, Tears of Crass *1, Red Moon Marrow *59, Red Moon Fragment *1. The moment the tone fell, Zhang Fan then looked at the items in his backpack. Tears of Crass. Category, Special Jewelry. Grade, Gold. Equipment requirement, none. Attributes, Strength plus 60. Physique plus 60. Spirit plus 30. Water Elemental Affinity plus 7%. Effect, any attack has a 1% chance to freeze the target for 2.5 seconds. Introduction, a bracelet crystallized from the crystallization of Crass's tears, with a notable elemental effect. Additional words can be added, for look at the effect of this ice blue bracelet. Zhang Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. A whole 150 points of additional attributes. It would almost take the average player 7 or 8 levels up to get it. As a special accessory type of equipment, the attributes of this bracelet can be quite impressive. In a way, the utility of this bracelet even surpassed that of a normal Wang Xian ranked equipment. To know, as a special equipment that is extremely rare like rings, wings and other jewelry, the bracelet was already extremely valuable. And as special equipment, not only were the additional attributes of this bracelet quite impressive, it also provides a full 7% water elemental affinity boost. This one effect alone was enough utility to completely surpass ordinary gold equipment. And the bottom line is this. This bracelet has 4 full word bits. If you add the words, their effectiveness is also enhanced by a large margin. Gathering up the power of talent, Zhang Fan immediately added words to this bracelet. Next moment, an illusory rune light came out of thin air and surged straight into the ice blue bracelet. Word added successfully. Crass's Tears gains a perfect level phrase, Frozen Punishment. Tears of Crass gains epic words, Elemental Resistance. Wrath of Crass. Crass's Tears gains a legendary level phrase, Water Elemental Affinity. Word, Frozen Discipline. When attacked by any target, the target has a 1% chance to be frozen for 2.5 seconds. Word, Elemental Resistance. Resistance to the 7 natural elements of water, fire, wind, thunder, earth, light, and darkness is increased by 10%. Word, Wrath of Crass. When launching any attack, there is a 20% chance of awakening the power contained in Crass's tear crystals, dealing 20% of the target's maximum life value limit of frozen damage. 10% chance to unleash all the power in the tear crystals, dealing 35% of your maximum life cap in frozen damage to the target. Triggering this effect briefly drains all the power in tear crystals, which is automatically restored after 5 minutes. Word 4, Water Elemental Affinity. Water Elemental Affinity increased to 100%. Watch the effect of the 4 words. Zhang Fan couldn't help but be slightly disoriented. This wave of word additions, not only does the bracelet gain a rather impressive attack effect, it also increases the percentage resistance to the 7 elements. What surprised Zhang Fan the most was, this wave had surprisingly gained an absolute affinity for the water element. That means, following the invulnerability to all fire, Zhang Fan was now directly immune to all water elemental damage. Even, ability to comprehend or create water elemental skills in certain specific locations. No hesitation. Zhang Fan then slipped this ice blue bracelet onto his wrist. In a split second, Zhang Fan's physique instantly soared by 150 points, and the remaining 3 attributes immediately grew in tandem. Feeling the water element flowing through the space with his own much stronger power, Zhang Fan was quite satisfied. Gather your mind. Zhang Fan took out the red moon fragment he had just obtained. Red Moon Shard, 3, fragments containing the power of the red moon's origin. Fusing all the fragments will result in the power of immortality. Introduction, once part of the supreme power. Special origin props. Red moon boundaries have not been broken through. Unable to add words. It was similar to the 2 shards obtained earlier, only slightly different in shape. Take out the remaining 2 shards from the space backpack. Zhang Fan tried to put it together. At once, under the splicing of the 3 fragments, it was transformed into a broken moon covered in cracks. Broken red moon origin, an immortal object containing the power of a red moon's origin. Currently not completely fused and in a broken state. Introduction, once part of the supreme power. Special origin props. Red moon boundaries have not been broken through. Unable to add words. Looking at the red remnant of the moon in his hand, Zhang Fan couldn't help but have a twinkle in his eye. These 3 fragments can't seem to be completely and automatically fused and repaired just by the splicing of external forces. After a slight pause, Zhang Fan immediately recited the Proverbs of Destiny to look at the method of fusion. A few breaths later, with the release of the gift power out, rows and rows of words condensed by the divine art of prophecy appeared in front of Zhang Fan. Fateful choices: go to Hanging City and put the broken Red Moon origin into the 100 Phases furnace, and the Red Moon origin will be automatically and perfectly repaired. Ignite the divine flame. Enter the realm of the gods, and the pool of transformation can be fused to repair the Red Moon origin. Enter the territory of the Void Clan and give the Red Moon origin to the Void Creator, and the power of the Void will repair the Red Moon origin. Chapter 85, Wang Xin Level Sword Slave Beater. The black smoking human emperor streamer. Look at the message the prophecy shows. Zhang Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. All 3 prophecies could be successfully fused to repair the Red Moon origin. But, igniting the divine flame and entering Void Clan territory, Zhang Fan couldn't do it in a short period of time, and Hanging City is a special area of human territory. On the other hand, it was necessary for the human race to give birth to a human emperor before the teleportation channel could be opened. The human emperor, that was the only existence that bound the human race's chi. For every race to give birth to an emperor, the ways are all different, and the way human emperors are promoted. Instead, it is necessary to open the human emperor trial by accumulating prestige values through all the human kings together. To earn the title of King of Men, you must hunt a monarch boss of a level no lower than your own alone. So, the gold in this title is extremely high, both in the early and late stages. Hunting monarch bosses can also be done by teamwork after players' strength has been strengthened. However, it can be extremely difficult to kill it alone. Past life. The Red Moon descended nearly 10 years ago, and all the players of the entire human race crowned with the title of Human King were only 12, and at a stage where you can't even hunt gold bosses alone these days. Aside from Zhang Fan, there were simply no players who could obtain this title. So, to open the Human Emperor trial early to enter the Hanging City, unless Zhang Fan could save up all his reputation alone. After hunting different levels of bosses and achieving a series of achievements in the Sealed Land and the Ruins Bluff, although the reputation value Zhang Fan had accumulated had reached a number that was difficult for ordinary players to reach, but there was still a small gap to meet the prestige requirements of the Human Emperor trial. But, with Zhang Fan's strength nowadays, he wanted to save up enough prestige value alone to open the Human Emperor trial in advance. It's not impossible to know. There was still a dead monarch boss in the ancient emperor's bronze coffin. Once dead, it would instantly provide Zhang Fan with a large amount of prestige value. And, with the prophecy divine art of the power of fate, Zhang Fan would be able to accumulate reputation much faster. The human emperor's weapon. I wonder if it will evolve early in this life. A more expectant murmur followed. Zhang Fan erased the prophetic message, calling out the sword slave. Zhang Fan then took out all the Red Moon spirit essence. The entire 1100 drops of spirit marrow all floated together. A small area of this neighborhood was illuminated in blood red. Red Moon marrow. The 100-phase furnace extracts the spirit marrow fused with the power of the Red Moon contained in the Red Moon coins, and can infuse some energy into contracted beings or equipment after use. May add entries, one after a casual glance at its effects. Zhang Fan immediately condensed his talent power to add words to these spirit pits in front of him. With the infusion of natural power, the originally scarlet as blood Red Moon spiritual marrow instantly added a mysterious purple glow. Word added successfully. Red Moon spirit marrow acquires an epic word, quality evolution. Word, quality evolution. After injecting Red Moon spirit marrow into a contracted living creature, it will increase its quality ceiling to a certain extent, and the higher the ceiling, the more Red Moon spirit marrow needs to be injected. Looking at the words added to the Red Moon spiritual marrow, Zhang Fan was quite satisfied. Red Moon spirit marrow can infuse some energy into contracted beings and equipment, but the higher the base grade, the more spirit marrow is required. The Emperor's Soldier Extreme Shadow was originally a growth weapon. The base grade had also reached the Wang Xin rank, and you can also follow your own advancement. As for the other parts of the equipment, there was a level 40 Monarch's weapon waiting to be worn by Zhang Fan. So, Zhang Fan did not consider infusing the Red Moon spirit essence into his equipment for the time being. With Zhang Fan's strength today, the benefits of infusing equipment with spirit essence were not high. The sword slaves are of low rank though. However, with perfect coordination, the combat power was enough to surpass boss off the same grade. Growth can be extremely high. The Chimera advanced in strength despite being able to synchronize with Zhang Fan's level. However, before she had awakened her Emperor-level bloodline, her battle power was far inferior to Zhang Fan's. And if all of these 1,000 points of Red Moon spirit essence were to be poured into the bodies of the sword slave and the phantom, then, not only would the bronze-level sword slaves have an extremely large surge in strength for a wave, Even Meyer, who was already an emperor-level bloodline, was able to raise the purity of her bloodline some more. Think about it. Zhang Fan then dripped the spirit marrow onto the sword slave and mimic's body. At once, a burst of extremely dense red light flickered up on the bodies of sword slave and Charmander. A message from the soul. It allowed Zhang Fan to clearly perceive that both the sword slave and the mimic's strength were insanely skyrocketing. Sword slave, killing, absorbs the red moon spiritual essence and gains a substantial increase in strength. Sword slave, hidden, absorbs the red moon spiritual essence and gains a substantial increase in strength. Meyer absorbs the red moon spiritual essence and gains a substantial increase in strength. After a succession of prompts rang out, Zhang Fan clearly saw the sword slave's originally illusory body become more substantial, and the weapons condensed by its soul power were even more imposing. As for Meyer, her body had grown significantly. The eyes became deep and inviting. Around the entire body, a pressure that only a Wang Xian-level boss possessed was faintly emitted. Sword slave, killing, has absorbed a large amount of red moon spirit medulla, and its grade has advanced to silver. Sword slave, killing, absorbs a large amount of red moon spiritual essence. Its grade has advanced to gold grade. Its attribute template has been corrected. Its talent effect has been increased by 100%. It has awakened the skill, Sword of Sacrifice, and its upper quality limit has evolved to King Xian grade. Meyer absorbed the red moon spiritual essence, and its grade has advanced to gold. Meyer absorbed the red moon spiritual essence. Her grade has been advanced to King Xian level. Her attribute template has been corrected. Her talent effect has been increased by 100%. Her awakened skill, Demon Secret Technique, and her quality ceiling has evolved to Immortal Spirit level. The moment the tone fell, a massive killing aura instantly emanated from the 11 sword slaves' bodies. At the same time, an intimidating pressure also spread rapidly around Meyer. The entire 11 gold boss level sword slaves were comparable to Wang Xian bosses under cooperation. And after Phantom absorbed the power of evolution from the spiritual marrow, the upper limit of the bloodline was directly raised to the immortal spirit level. That means, as long as Zhang Fan ascended to level 80, then the chimera would grow into a supreme existence under the gods. Quite satisfied, he pinched the chimera's cheeks. Zhang Fan then retrieved the soul body of the sword slave. Subsequently, opening his 6 wings of departing fire, Zhang Fan directly turned on stealth and sped towards the depths of the death ruins. What the human emperor trial tested was the player's native strength. So, some areas cannot rely on contracted creatures. If that human emperor streamer, which is so positive that it is evil, is unsealed, then there would be a little more certainty after entering the human emperor trial. A stealthy sprint, but 10 minutes or so, Zhang Fan then arrived at the location of the human emperor streamer. In front of us was a huge swamp of death, and in the middle of the swamp stood a tattered flag. Just a moment of looking into it, a mournful cry then came to Zhang Fan's ears. At the same time, above that flag, a stream of thick black smoke continued to emanate. Chapter 86, Codename Ascension? 10 Square with Eagle Sauce Ascension? Although the distance is still far, however, Zhang Fan was still able to feel an extremely strong aura of resentment. Gather up the pupils of the void. Zhang Fan then looked at its message. Sealed Soul Streamer, hidden message, a piece of the Shroud of the Gods that floated down in the death swamp, absorbing spirit and blood and transforming into the 10,000 Soul Streamer, which looks ordinary on the outside, but actually has a hidden agenda inside. The head of the streamer releases the streamer spirit, attacking the target and exploding the space. The end of the streamer inscribes its name, cursing the blood and spirit with immortality. After evolution, it can reverse yin and yang and record its true name, which means that the dead will never be reincarnated and those who are resurrected will be able to live forever. Unsealing progress, 32/3000. Beings actively entering the soul streamer space can increase the progress of unsealing. Looking at the information introduction of the 10,000 soul streamer, Zhang Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This streamer, in addition to not having the human race's chi energized, the strength of its effect was such that it was no exaggeration to call it the human emperor streamer. This streamer is in a sealed state. Zhang Fan was unable to pull it out, and to be unblocked. Instead, beings must be allowed to step into it voluntarily. Standing in place, he surveyed the spatial passageway floating around the 10,000 soul streamer. Zhang Fan pondered silently. A little later, Zhang Fan directly opened the public screen and sent a few messages. Equipment and weapons, skill scrolls, and props resources are on sale, so buy them as soon as you can. Leveling substitutes and longevity substitutes are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Code name for this transaction, Ascension. Ascension location, deep in the dead ruins. All transactions this time are limited to Eagle Sauce players, Sand players, and Taiji players. With this message from Zhang Fan, all the players of the entire human race instantly froze for a moment. Subsequently, the public screen was in an uproar. Holy shit! Did I read it right? Big Brother 10 himself has shown up to become a substitute trainer? What, to go down to the sea to be a substitute trainer? This is clearly giving us gold bars. The Big Brother who is number 1 in the rank list is leading the way to brush up the leveling and longevity. It's great to think about it. Ascension. Master Dao. I want to ascend. I just sold 2 sweets for a lot of red moon coins. I didn't expect the opportunity to come. Ha ha ha. Cool. Hey, something's not quite right. How come Big Brother 10 only deals with crooked people? Am I reading this right? What the hell? 10 Square isn't trading with our Chinese players? This is a PY deal with these countries? With the news of 10 Square leading Eagle Sauce Taiji-san to ascend, the entire human ruins cliff instantly roared. All the rhetoric, roughly divided into 2 schools of thought. One faction was the more sensible Mu Chang faction, feeling that Ten Fong naturally had his reasons for doing so. I looked at the full map of the ancient ruins of the broken cliffs, and the regions where these 3 countries that Big Brother is going to lead the ascension are located are all quite close to the ruins of death. So I guess Big Brother should have been in a hurry to get out his equipment, and that's why the proximity principle was used to select players from this region. Indeed, other than that, the Taiji Kingdom is still offering a bounty to the 10 parties in the real world right now. In that case, how can the 10 parties not easily trade with them to grow their power, right? Blindly guessing that 10 Square is going to reenact the resurrection array auctioning off the living. If he wanted to dump it close by, he could just find a random blessing bestowal point and teleport back. Why bother with all this hassle? Death ruins? I heard that 20 to 30 players from the Blazing Sun Guild evaporated from the Red Moon game in the real world after entering the ruins of death not too long ago. Big Brother 10 wouldn't be trying to trick these little Shiba into going to their deaths, would he? How dare you? No speculating on my righteous father's character. The other faction, on the other hand, felt that the 10 parties had made some kind of special deal with other countries. No wonder the internet was buzzing before that moss. The richest man in the Eagle Sauce country spent a huge amount of money to establish a lifespan industry to invite 10 parties to join the stock. So it's true? The house has collapsed, 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 and the 10 parties have gone to sea. I think it's 80% that Eagle Sauce and these countries are giving too much. The internet is rumored to be giving tens of billions of dry shares to the 10 parties for free. Anyway, if this money is given to me, I'll also run away. Maybe it's because Ten Fong got his water meter checked in the real world and couldn't handle the pressure anymore, which is why he's working with these guys. Oh, boy, you're still too young. The 2 gangs are bickering in the Red Moon world. Anything to say? And the attention? More and more. Because this was the first time Red Moon's strongest man, 10 Square, had publicly subbed an upgrade. The moment. Not only was the Red Moon world a hot topic, even the dignitaries of various countries in the real world were alarmed and highly regarded. Taiji State. Strange. This 10 Square, he actually took the initiative to trade with our Taiji Kingdom. What the hell does he have in mind? Giving in and begging for peace? Or do you want to bait and kill our people? Inside the conference room, Kim Jae-jung, who had white hair, gazed at the record of the news that came back from the Red Moon game, and a rather puzzled look surfaced on his face. Harm, Uncle Chung, you're being paranoid. I think the 10 directions probably can't withstand the pressure of our bounty and want to make peace with us. Or, there's also a very small chance that, like what's being discussed on the internet, Ten Fong is a compatriot who was accidentally left behind in China when our Taiji Kingdom traveled there, and after accidentally killing the little princess last time, he wants to use this opportunity to show us some goodwill. The middle-aged man standing beside Kim Jae-jung pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose with a fawning smile, taking a step back. Even if Ten Fong was trying to bait our people, he couldn't bait so many players by himself, could he? He's the one who also invited players from Eagle Jam and Sand for this ascension operation. No matter how strong he is, the 10 parties can't possibly offend us, Taiji Kingdom, and then offend Hawk Jam and Sand. Listening to his nephew's analysis, Kim Jae-jung shook his head after taking a sip of tea. It's not that simple. How could someone who can make it this far in such a world take the initiative to show weakness and beg for peace with us? I'd say it's a conspiracy 9 times out of 10. But even if it's a conspiracy, we have no reason to refuse. It's the only chance to reach the 10 parties at the moment. You immediately go find some outsiders to follow the Eagle Jam players and see what happens. If the 10 parties are truly sincere in their dealings, don't get into an argument with him just yet. Just when the real world dignitaries were busy. Red Moon Games. With Jung fans sending the message out, the deadly ruins were suddenly flooded with a large number of players. But, due to the reason that the wild monsters in this ruin are of a higher level, less than a fraction of a percent of the people were able to sneak into the depths of the ruins. Not much longer. The neighborhood of the dead marshes was then crowded with people. Ashiba, could the rumors be true? The first person in the Red Moon game is really from our Taiji country? Is this 10 Square's way of giving back to his compatriots? 10 Fong is discerning. We Eagle Sauce people are much better than the Chinese in every way. Cooperating with us will truly be a win-win situation. To be able to choose our San, this tenfold does have a unique insight. Speaking of which, where's 10 Square? He asked us to come and take us to Ascend. Why can't we see anyone? Something's wrong. Why does it feel eerie around here? What? Why is that damn flag smoking black smoke all the time? With 10 smoking behind it? Chapter 87, Growable Book of Life and Death. Mythical words. Yikes. Just as a group of players were wondering, a flirtatious murmur instantly rang out of thin air in the area above the death swamp. Next moment, a ray of light directly enveloped the bodies of several players who were closer to the 10,000 soul streamer. At once, those few players' bodies shook as they walked towards the spatial channel around the 10,000 soul streamer as if they had lost their souls. What's the deal with these Eagle Jam guys? Are these getting ready to go behind the flag and find the treasure? The one walking at the front seems to be the strongest spellcaster of the Eagle Sauce. I guess he found some treasure. There are a lot of wild chances in the Red Moon continent. Wait for me to see how it goes. If there is a treasure, it must be snatched from these Eagle Sauce people and contributed to that Lord of the Golden Family. Hey, something's not right. The information I saw with my scrying technique, that flag seems to be called something like sealed 10,000 soul streamer. Is there any scrying technique of a higher grade to see what's going on? High above the ruins of death, Hidden Sublime's Zhongfan looked down at the group of players below, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but grin slightly. Unsealing the 10,000 soul streamer requires a living being to step into it voluntarily. Relying on his lips alone, Zhongfan wasn't sure he could lull this group of people in. And those few Eagle Sauce players who were the first to head towards the spatial passage of the 10,000 soul streamer. Instead, it was affected by Phantom's mind suggestion. As a contracted being that favors the support system, Phantom's mind suggestion can directly interfere with the player's thoughts. It's not very long or extensive though, but it was enough to get that small group of people to enter the 10,000 soul streamer of their own accord. It was also the moment those few players stepped into the 10,000 soul streamer. A burst of black light instantly transformed into an abyssal mouth, swallowing their bodies into it. At once, the equipment and props on these players fell on the ground in an ocean, slowly sinking into the swamp. Also at this time, the entire streamer flickered with a lime green light, and after, a silhouette condensed by black chi flickered from above the soul streamer. Oh, sell the cake. That flag eats people. What fat? Our strongest spellcaster in Eagle Jam just got eaten? Ashiba, this is a trap. It must be a trap set by the Chinese, tricking us into coming here to Ascend, but actually letting that flag swallow us. Run, run. Just as a group of players scattered in panic, Zhongfan immediately consumed a drop of life essence and re-embodied the soul body of the reversing dragon and serpent. At once, in the middle of the swamp where the 10,000 soul streamer was located, a giant snake that looked like a stone sculpture slowly condensed. Also at this time, reversing the eyes of the dragon and snake, an obscure symbol flashed by. The moment the reversal field opens, the players of the Eagle Sauce and Taiji countries who were fleeing instantly had their bodies trembling. Next moment, they unexpectedly turned around and sped towards the direction where the 10,000 soul streamer was located. Ha ha ha, Ascension. I want to ascend. Don't grab it from me. I'm going into the soul streamer. That black smoke is the brothers who just went in there smoking. This flag is calling me. I'm taking off. On the cue of mind reversal, the players who were originally frightened and wanted to flee the 10,000 soul streamer. Instantly, the inverted Big Dipper took the initiative to swipe towards the soul streamer space. Despite a steady stream of screams. Still, the densely packed players stepped forward into the 10,000 soul streamer. The scene. It made a handful of players far outside the realm of the reverse look directly at it. This Nima. It's a ghost, isn't it? Why are there still people lining up to die? A few minutes later, with the last handful of players in the reverse realm entering the spatial passage near the 10,000 soul streamer, a burst of black and red light instantly flashed up on the streamer, reflecting the entire swamp of death in a dark red. A few moments later, the black and red light gradually converged, and the 10,000 soul streamer regained its calm, just flew stealthily near the soul streamer. A prompt then quietly rang in Zhongfan's ears. Phantom space ability activated. You get, Red Moon Coin asterisk 120W, Red Dew Chalice asterisk 7589, Blue Dew Chalice asterisk 9888, Cursed Staff asterisk 1. Casually glancing at the equipment in his spatial backpack, Zhongfan was quite satisfied. Retracting his eyes, Zhongfan directly pulled out the 10,000 soul streamer with a handful of radiance scattering all over the place. You get, 10,000 soul streamer asterisk 1. After the seal is lifted, the original worn-out color of the 10,000 soul streamer had disappeared without a trace. The whole flag is dark red, with a strange and imposing appearance. Reach out and touch the flag handle for a moment. A black and red light then flickered on Zhang Fan's body, and after, a blood-red flag rose above Zhang Fan's head and slowly fluttered behind him, conjuring up his void pupil. Zhang Fan then looked at the information on this soul streamer. All souls, category, special props, grade, Wang Xian, to be promoted. Equipment requirements, exclusive 10 square. Attributes, imminent death immunity plus 100%. Soul attack immunity plus 100%. 4-dimensional attributes plus 20%. Soul attack plus 100%. Effects, can store the blood and spirit absorbed by the 10,000 soul streamer. Freely call out the spirit, and have absolute control authority over the spirit. Absolute control authority. Can manipulate all spirits to perform a spatial explosion. The damage of the explosion depends on the grade and attributes of the spirit. Can consume soul power to carve the target's name and the tail of the streamer with soul power, and the person whose name is carved, no matter where he is, will be reduced by 99.99, plus 10% of your own maximum life value limit, real damage per second, and the effect will disappear only after the target's death. Currently, the soul streamer can only record one name, but after full evolution, it can be freely recorded, reversing the yin and yang. Recording its true name means that the dead will never be reincarnated, and those who are resurrected will be able to live forever. Introduction, a piece of shroud of the gods floating down in the soul domain, absorbing spirit and blood and transforming into a 10,000 soul streamer, which looks ordinary on the outside, but actually hides the inner world. Addable entries, 5. Looking at the message of the 10,000 soul streamer, Zhang Fan couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Red Moon Game. High-grade and high-attribute equipment props are certainly extremely valuable, but it's still a lot worse than equipment props that have growth potential. This 10,000 soul streamer is not only completely immune to instant death effects and soul attacks in its initial state, it even added a full 20% of the 4-dimensional attributes and 100% of the soul attack. The bottom line is this. This was a special equipment prop that could be promoted to a higher rank, just like the Emperor's Soldier Extreme Shadow. And what surprised Zhang Fan the most was the last effect of this soul streamer. After inscribing its name at the end of the streamer, it then takes tens of thousands of points of growable damage per second. It's totally growable life and death. Once the target's name is written down, the other person is not far from death. That means, even though he hadn't seen the opponent's appearance and couldn't do a void cut with the shadow of Zanmu, Zhang Fan could still burn its name on the 10,000 soul streamer and hunt it remotely. And if you add the words, then the effect of this soul streamer would be directly elevated by several levels. Think about it. Zhang Fan immediately condensed his talent power to perform a word addition for the 10,000 soul streamer in his hand. Next moment, the originally dark red body of the 10,000 soul streamer suddenly shone with 5 rays of light of different colors. Word added successfully. 10,000 soul streamer gains epic words, streamer immunity, streamer devouring, memory capture. 10,000 soul streamer acquires a legendary level phrase, streamer spirit evolution. 10,000 souls acquires mythic level word, fear of death. Chapter 88, Eating an Individual Alive. I apologize. Is this really Ascension? Entry, Streamer Immunity, immunity to all hidden negative effects brought about by the all-soul streamer in streamers. Word, Streamer Devouring, streamers can grow and advance by devouring other streamers. Entry, Memory Capture, you can freely capture the memories of all Hachiman spirits. Word 4, Hatling Evolution, freeing the shackles of Hatling growth. All Hatlings can grow indefinitely. Entry, Fear of Death. The person whose name is inscribed by the 10,000 soul streamer will be plunged into a state of fear that lasts until death. And during the period of fear 10 lucky creatures in his or her vicinity will be automatically chosen to share the state of being inscribed. The target permanently draws 20% of its maximum life cap and 20% of its maximum magic cap into its attributes upon death, with the draw effect growing, and the fear range and damage growing. Looking at the effects of the 5 words, Zhang Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Hachiman's spirit grows infinitely, permanently devours 1/5 of an engraved target's life and magic upon killing it. There are no restrictions yet. That means, as long as Zhang Fan was willing, he could just suck the other party to death. Such a horrible effect. It's ridiculously strong, even without other equipment and natural skills. Relying on this one 10,000 soul streamer alone, Zhang Fan could also mete out invincibility. Quite satisfied, he surveyed the black and red streamer. Zhang Fan then turned his sight to look at the group of players in the distance who were moving away from this area. The moment, with thousands of players lined up to die after. The other half of the players waiting for ascension in the ruins of death were already scared out of their wits. Shiba, what's going on here? How come those players from our Taiji kingdom died once and went offline? What? Why is my best friend gone? He's obviously only died 3 times. So how come even his game information has suddenly disappeared? Hurry up and get off the line. I've got a chill down my back now. I always feel like something's going to happen. Just as these players were just about to go offline, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded from the sky above the death ruins. Countless players subconsciously looked up. At once, their eyes were glazed over and their legs were shaking like chaff. Shet! How did this boss appear here, when there was nothing just a moment ago? Saihachi, I'm locked in anger. I can't leave the Red Moon world. What the hell is going on here? How did the promised ascension turn into this? Conspiracy. It must be the conspiracy of that damn Chinese. The moment. All the players in the death ruins all froze in place. Because, not only was there a huge creature high in the sky looking down on them, a similarly huge boss lay coiled at the entrance to the dead ruins. That lofty stance and unique shape are all over the place. These two behemoths were the true beast masters of the Red Moon continent. Megalosaurus. Also at this time, a black and red streamer descended from the sky, plugged straight into the area with the highest concentration of players. Next moment, the players who had previously entered the streamer space flew out from it and quickly flashed towards the players who had frozen in place. Sapachi, if it isn't my good buddy, Kim Ju-ki. Tony, thank God. So you're not offline. Shet, no meat, let go. Why are you pulling me toward that damn flag? Pulled by the attack of the streamer spirit. One player was dragged into the spatial channel of the 10,000 souls by his best buddy. Normal. These streamer spirits, transformed by players, are basically incapable of pulling a companion of similar strength into the space of the soul streamer. But under the mighty shock of the two giant dragons, these players didn't have the slightest ability to resist. 10,000 souls absorbs blood spirit. 10,000 souls absorbs blood spirit. The 10,000 soul streamer absorbs blood and spirit, and the streamer gains a slight enhancement. High above the ruins of death, Zhang Fan, who had hidden himself into the subdimension, scanned the 10,000 soul streamer below that seemed to have become a little scarlet, and did not have too many fluctuations within his heart. Having lived two lives, Zhang Fan no longer had the so-called compassion. Eagle Jam, Taiji, San, and a few others. In his previous life, he had messed up the entire human race in order to compete for the position of the human emperor, leaving many opportunities for the Fae to exploit. Even after players mass materialize their abilities into the real world, Eagle Jam and San are still trying to help Sakura restore her country by relying on Nico's breeding genes in an attempt to dominate the entire blue planet. So, for these guys who were eaten alive by the 10,000 soul streamer, Zhang Fan could only silently say an apology in his heart. Also at this time, tens of thousands of players completely vaporized from Red Moon games. Such appalling news instantly caused a huge stir in the real world, since the Red Moon descended on the world. Despite the fact that at any moment, someone is going to die a completely violent death due to the death of the Red Moon game, but it's the first time a population has evaporated on such a large scale. Holy crap! The news said that the three countries of Eagle Jam, San and Taiji suddenly disappeared over 10,000 people, and even the friend information of the Red Moon game was wiped out. Life and death are unknown. Those seem to be the people sent by the powerful people of those countries to trade with the 10 directions. They wouldn't really have ascended, would they? Soaring a set of trade surely it was GA. But by whom GA I don't quite dare to say. It's bad. The ancestor man has appeared. 10 square is not going to come out of the beef. That's not right. If you die, how come you have to see the body in the real world? Is it hard for 10 to be so counterintuitive? After the player's death he can still stop the transcendent greatness from repelling the player's body out of the Red Moon? Is there a possibility that those players didn't die, but entered some special space? Bao dead old brother. 10 Fong just said he'd take them to ascend, but they all evaporated in less than half an hour. There's no such coincidence. No wonder Big Brother 10 doesn't trade with us. So this isn't some kind of ascension at all? More than 10,000 people who entered the Red Moon with a mission disappeared without a trace as if they had vaporized. The real world instantly coos. The media in countless countries scrambled to be the first to report the horrifying news. And almost every piece of software spread the word. Tens of thousands of players have vaporized in the Red Moon game, with no sign of them in the real world. Is this really Ascension? The nephew of Mr. Moss, the richest man in Eagle Sauce, was involved in the Ascension program, and his whereabouts are still unknown and he is suspected to be dead. Some of the last messages sent by ascended players clearly stated that they did not see the 10 directions appearing. And there may be another reason for the mass disappearance of players this time. There's news about ascending players disappearing. It instantly took over all the social apps. The moment. The top brass of almost every country and some stateless plutocrats. All of them were prying into the news of the 10 directions from the top echelons of Huaxia through various means. Sorry readers, I just can't find the time today, so I'll update 2 more chapters tomorrow. Chapter 89, A Deal with No Capital. Tower of Eternity Fragment Kyoto. Dozens of official executives gathered. As the highest specification conference room, None of the people who get in here are bigwigs from various organizations. It's the first time since the Red Moon descended that a population disappearance of this magnitude has occurred. This matter has already caused a huge stir internationally, and in addition to Eagle Sauce San Taiji, quite a few countries are trying to find ways and means to find out about the 10 directions from us. Even some of the country's corporate organizations are stirring up public opinion for a Red Moon census. Guys, what do you think? Hear the inquiry. A Mediterranean man sitting on the right slowly rose and made his point. After the Red Moon descends, I think more existences like the 10 directions that can decide the life and death of others that will appear in the future. Therefore, in order to minimize the uncontrollable factors, it is necessary for the census plan to be implemented as soon as possible. Just as the Mediterranean man's words fell, Xiao Feng, who was sitting on the left side, stood up straight away. The Red Moon and reality are two entirely different worlds, and I don't think I can make a move to interfere with the Red Moon before I've thoroughly worked out its secrets. Recently there have been quite a few exploration teams that have discovered many giant beasts that have never been seen before under the mountains, rivers, and lakes, and it is highly likely that this is a mutation brought about by the Red Moon. The players of the Red Moon game are just as uncontrollable at this stage as these dormant beasts of the real world, and there is no foolproof way to interfere with them at will. Xiao Feng's words fell. The entire conference room resounded with a murmur. No behavior can be made that interferes with the Red Moon game, which is established on the premise that Red Moon players have no impact on the real world. Now that tens of thousands of people have disappeared at once, coupled with the deaths that happened at Wu's group before, it's almost enough to confirm that it's Red Moon players who are influencing reality. If we don't intervene, I'm afraid it won't be long before the whole community is in disarray. The Mediterranean man gazed at Xiao Feng with a rather forceful tone, sweeping a glance across the room at the senior executive who controlled the financial power. Xiao Feng then spoke without losing his temper. If Wu Tian's death was caused by a Red Moon player, then if the other party wants to assassinate all of you in the real world, who can stop it? Who can go and investigate information about such a being? Besides, even if the census could be successful, how many players would be willing to submit to official control? Apart from the fact that it would invite unnecessary public anger and trouble, I don't think a census at this stage would serve any purpose. All signs already point to the strong possibility that everything in the Red Moon game mirrors reality. With such an opportunity, it would be better to speed up the progress of our personnel's exploration in the Red Moon, rather than wasting time and financial resources on a census that has little meaning. Hearing Xiao Feng's words, all the officials fell silent at once. The words are hard to hear though, but what is said is indeed true as well. If the guy who had killed Wu Tian was going to come and assassinate his group, he would probably have opened the table already. Before we can figure out the secrets of the Red Moon, our first priority is still to devote more resources to speeding up the progress of Red Moon exploration. Xiao Feng, apart from the 10 directions, establish cooperative relationships with other players as much as possible. Also, from now on gradually allocate a portion of your energy to detect the foreign beasts hidden under the mountains and lakes. The real-world coups at the same time. Red Moon games. Among the ruins of death. Phantom space ability activated. You get Red Moon coin *369W, Red Du Chalice *15874, Blue Du Chalice *54211, Bronze Staff *10, Black Iron Chest Armor *56. Your carry-on space capacity has reached its limit. Meyer has teleported the remaining items to the Ancient Emperor's bronze coffin for you. Look at the completely overflowing carry-on space. Zheng Fan was quite satisfied. These rags, although Zheng Fan couldn't use them, but after adding a random phrase or two they can be sold to other players at a high price. It's a total no-brainer. Call back the 10,000 souls. After casually sweeping the streamer spirits among them, Zheng Fan then stabilized his mind and quickly used his soul power to carve 4 large characters at the end of the streamer. 100-phase behemoth, in a split second. A black and red light suddenly erupted from above the 10,000 soul streamer, and it instantly dived into the void and disappeared without a trace. Inside the bronze coffin of the ancient emperor, the 100-phase behemoth that transformed into its relic form kept bombarding all areas within sight. At the same time, a roar roared out from within its body. Damn it! Damn it! Even the Great Hall of Eternal Reversal can't lift this curse. What use do I have for this 100-phase talent? Despicable humans. Shameless. Shameless. Aha! The 100-phase giant beast kept changing its form, crazily crashing into the ground area. Also at this time, a black and red light penetrated from the void and reflected straight into its body. Next moment, a damage number continuously floated above its head. Minus 12,099. Minus 12,099. Minus 311,500. Freezing, -12099. 100-phase behemoth. Noticing that a third of his life value had suddenly and inexplicably disappeared, the 100-phase beast directly stopped moving and froze in place. What the hell is this? Not even for the last few days? Dead ruins. After letting a group of souls sweep the nearby wild monsters, Zhang Fan was about to look at his reputation value. A succession of prompts then came to his ears. You have slain the 100-phase behemoth, Monarch. You get, Red Moon Coin * 70. 100. Reputation * 10. 000. You acquire, Petrified Shield, Monarch, Lance of 100 Phases, Monarch, and 100 Phases Breastplate, Wang Xian. You get, Tower of Eternity Fragment * 1. You gain, Lifespan * 2450 days. You gain, 102,4000 experience. Experience bonus triggered. You gained, 102,4000 experience. Your level rises to 35. Your level rises to 39. 4-dimensional attributes + 14. Free attributes + 14. You gain Human plus, Black Iron Third Order + 20 free attributes. All of your attributes have been forcibly assigned to physique, and the rest of your attributes have received a synchronized boost. Soul Exorcism has taken effect, and you have gained access to control the soul of the 100-phase behemoth. Chapter 90, The Living Yama Claims His Life. Intelligent Instrumented Body, I'm dead? After a series of beeps fell. Feeling the instantly enhanced strength, Zhang Fan couldn't help but be a little confused. Nice guy. The effort of emptying just a few patches of wildlife after carving his name on the 10,000 souls himself. That 100-phase behemoth just went GAGA? The effect of this Heaven's Mandate was a bit too perverse. Under the protection of Heaven's Mandate, the probability effect Wrath of Crass that can only be triggered by looking at your face and your fate. It's basically a 100% trigger. That means, as long as the recovery doesn't match the damage frequency of the All-Soul streamer, then just know a name. Zhang Fan would then be able to transform into the living king of hell and frantically demand for his life. After a rather satisfied smile, just as Zhang Fan had just opened his attribute panel, a light instantly flickered on his body. 10,000 souls draw effect triggered. Your life value limit is increased by 178,000. The moment the tone fell, Zhang Fan saw his life value instantly get an explosive boost. After glancing at the specific data, Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. 200,000 out of life value. A blood bar comparable to a gold boss. After combining it with the percentage restored life word effect, don't say players, even if a silver boss came, he could only rub and scrape Zhang Fan. Human Emperor Streamer. It's really something good. Gently caressing the flagpole of the Human Emperor's streamer, a smirk surfaced on Zhang Fan's face. This wave not only harvested a large amount of experience, it directly rose from level 34 to level 39. 2 Monarch's artifacts and 1 King's Shen artifact were also obtained. With all the equipment we've accumulated recently, we should be able to harvest quite a bit of Red Moon coins after selling them all. If we were to refine it into Red Moon Spirit Essence, we would be able to raise the Sword Slave's strength by another wave anyways. After some silent calculations in his mind, Zhang Fan turned his eyes to glance at the fragment that the 100-phase beast had exploded. Tower of Eternity Fragments, a special fragment of the Great Hall of Reversal, with a notable breath of life, which can be held after entering the Tower of Eternity to comprehend some of the laws of reversal. The Red Moon boundary has not been breached, and no words can be added at this time. Looking at the fragment in his hand, Zhang Fan could not help but raise his eyebrows. This is the body of the 100-phase beast. It was this shard that Sona the Soul Taker had come across the Sea of Mist in search of. If one entered the Tower of Eternity, by relying on it one would be able to comprehend some of the reverse laws. The high value of the shard far exceeded that of ordinary weaponry. Quite satisfied, he stowed the fragment into the ancient emperor's bronze coffin. After standing still for a moment, Zhang Fan then consumed his soul power again to carve a name on the end of the streamer. Witwit 002, with the power of Hades. Zhang Fan naturally couldn't let this pie-like evening intention live until the Sea of Mist and the racial boundary dispersed. Elemental Nemesis under the word enchantment. Kong Fan has a percentage damage bonus to all Fae, and the Human Emperor streamer already had a base damage of up to nearly 10,000 points. After attaching damage equal to 10% of Zhang Fan's maximum life value. At this stage, the vast majority of players are basically unavoidable to be instantly killed. Putting away the Human Emperor streamer, Zhang Fan opened the attribute panel to look at his reputation value. 10 square, reputation, 109650 after completing the first kills of bosses of various classes, as well as guiding the career bonus breakthroughs. Zhang Fan's reputation then exploded. But, to open the Human Emperor trial early, 100,000 reputation can be a bit insufficient. Normal. Prestige on the Red Moon continent is extremely difficult to obtain. So, the opening of the Human Emperor trial required the prestige accumulated by all the human kings together. But, with the power of destiny, to save up enough prestige value in a short period of time by yourself alone, this was not impossible for Zhang Fan. Gathering up the power of talent, Zhang Fan then invoked the proverbs of destiny, poverty of heaven, dawn of eternity, and leadership of the way of life. Prophecy, a way to obtain a large amount of prestige value within the ancient ruins of the broken cliff. Destiny tracks invoked successfully. Destiny choice has been displayed. Divine order is in effect. All uncertain choices have been blocked for you. Just the moment the beep fell, rows and rows of words so twisted and obscure that only he could understand them appeared in front of Zhang Fan's body. Fateful choices, near the first blessing point of the initial place of the ancient ruins cliff. There is a guide, and you can obtain a huge amount of reputation value after completing all of his guidance. In the southern part of the Wind Demon Dragon ruins, there is a group of worshippers who believe in the evil god. Destroying the demon dragon and destroying the sacrificial array will earn you a large amount of reputation value. Looking at the information displayed by the power of fate, Zhang Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Nice guy. A guide? That guidance brother who had been standing not far from the first blessing point in the initial lands, lulling players into sacrificing attributes and red moon coins. Is it really a guide? In his previous life, Zhang Fan had seen the special ability of that guide brother who had been hacked to death and instantly resurrected indefinitely by an exasperated player. Then they thought that he had some extraordinary task on him and ran around making all kinds of sacrifices with great expectations. It turned out to be a fool's limp at the end of the day. Didn't realize. That guy is quite the guide. According to the reputation value of the previous World Emperor trial opening, I should still be about 100,000 short of the reputation value. If I can obtain enough reputation value according to the prophecy, with my current battle power, taking the human emperor's weapon is not a problem. Zhang Fan silently calculated in his mind. Switch the 6 wings of departing fire to the wind attribute. Zhang Fan then turned on stealth and flew towards the nearest blessing bestowal point in the death ruins. Subsequently, directly using the teleportation ability of the blessing point to return to the initial place of the ancient ruins of the broken cliff. It was also at the same time that Zhang Fan returned to the initial land. Within the territory of the Wise Armor clan, a humanoid machine was gathered around and was recording the data of the boss that had just been killed. A gold boss of the same rank. We still need more than a dozen of the strongest Chiroptera to kill it. What method did that human fellow use to kill the monarch boss? Unbelievable. The higher the grade, the stronger the boss's attributes and mechanisms. As the strongest intelligent armor body, even my success rate in hunting gold bosses alone is only 43.2%. How could the human 10 fonts manage to kill a monarch boss that is dozens of times more powerful than a gold boss in seconds? An intelligent body covered in black mecha analyzed its data. Disbelief in its icy mechanical voice. Last time, it took hundreds of thousands of Wise Armor Body's talent origin to barely build an information channel to contact the human player. I didn't expect to find nothing but that humans level information and the news of killing the boss in seconds. Projecting today's trends, the likelihood of us smart arms being enslaved by the human race and becoming its subsidiary mechs is as high as 72.9%. No matter which way you look at it, that human simulated data has completely exceeded the highest data model of our wisdom race. Perhaps our wisdom race really is going to be the first race to be enslaved by an alien race. A wise-armed body with 4 metal spider legs leapt to the front of the group of wise-armed bodies. At once, the intelligent body that was performing various deductive analyses instantly quieted down. That human is indeed powerful. But even if he's strong enough, he can't enter our Chiroptera's territory right now. With our deduction calculations, it's not hard to develop quickly in a place like the Red Moon continent where resources are extremely abundant. At that time, let alone one human. What is an entire human race? Wait for me to push. Just the moment the mechanical voice of Smart Body 002 had just spoken, a ray of light instantly burst out from the void and surged straight into its body. Next moment, a damage number floated up above its head. Minus 30,639. Under a massive burst of damage, Homunculus 002's blood bar was instantly emptied. Also at this time, the 10 intelligent armored bodies that stood around it with the highest luck value were instantly selected by the fear of death. At once, an equal amount of damage exploded right through their bodies. Haven't reacted to what's happening. Their bodies then collapse downward without any more semblance of life, before their consciousness dissipates. A prompt that horrified them reached their ears. You have been killed by the human 10. Your life value is permanently reduced by 5%. Your maximum life cap and maximum magic cap have been permanently devoured by your opponent by 20%. All of your red moon coins, wearable equipment, contracted partners, and items from your carry-on space have been dropped. Chiroptera, yet. It was agreed that the 10 parties could not enter the territory of the Chiroptera. How come they all died without us seeing them? Life cap and magic cap dropped by a fifth. Gear props fall off the charts. What's the point of this? Chapter 91 Big Brother, are you a born again? Ancient ruins of the cliffs, ruins of the beginning lands. Right at the moment when Zhang Fan's body had just teleported to the blessing giving point, A prompt instantly rang in his ears. 10,000 souls draw effect triggered. Your life value limit is increased by 8800 and your magic value limit is increased by 7040. You have been granted Homunculus 002, Homunculus 9527, Homunculus 26987. All soul control privileges. Feel the subtle sense of manipulation coming from your soul. Zhang Fan couldn't help but be slightly disoriented. Nice guy. Is it really the Book of Life and Death? Who's writing, who's dying? It's a little too strong. In addition to the need to consume soul power, this human emperor streamer's attack was simply even more unpretentious than the shadow of chopping nothing. You have killed alien players Homunculus 002 and Homunculus 9527. Penniless is in effect. You get Red Mooncoin asterisk 77896, Red Du Chalice asterisk 98, Blue Du Chalice asterisk 156, Mechanical Armor, Gold, Mechanical Battle Armor, Gold, Mechanical Helmet, Gold, Mechanical Eagle, Gold, Intelligent Arms Codex, Silver. Just as Zhang Fan was immersed in the power of the human emperor streamer, in a flash of spatial light, densely packed items and props instantly appeared in Zhang Fan's carry-on space. Scanning the information of the items in his spatial backpack, Zhang Fan couldn't help but be somewhat dumbfounded. The penniless word effect, combined with the terrifying attack of the human emperor streamer that writes whoever dies. It's outrageously inappropriate. What a thief. What a treasure hunter. It's weak compared to myself. And the most inhumane thing was that Zhang Fan could control his target's soul body and extract his memories after killing him. That means, just kill an alien player. Under the 6 degrees of space theory, Zhang Fan was then able to know the names of all the alien players through the extracted memories. And as long as there was enough soul power, even if the sea of mist and the racial boundary didn't disperse, Zhang Fan was also able to frantically decimate the foreigners. After extracting the soul memories of these 11 Chiroptera, Zhang Fan then gave a soul command to it. Command, kill all intelligent bodies in sight. Do all that. Zhang Fan then stopped paying attention to the information coming from his soul. Players are different from bosses with class. Clannishness can only be gained by killing an alien player after multiple transfers. So, for the time being, Zhang Fan had no intention of becoming a smart body reaper. After all, the 10,000 soul streamer engraved name has soul consumption. And it's not as cost-effective to simply kill as it is to raise pigs for your own development. Gather your mind. Zhang Fan took a step towards a stone monument 100 meters away and flashed towards it. There was a cloaked figure standing. Otherworlder, you have descended to the red moon out of thirst for eternity. But eternity is lost, and the apocalypse is coming, and you will be buried in the tower as a dead soul. Make a sacrifice of flesh and blood and accept my guidance, and I will guide you to take control of eternal life. Just appeared stealthily near the guidance brother. The guidance brother, clad in a loose cloak, then reads to a few players who walk up from in front of him. Perhaps there has been a snub already. After the corners of these players' mouths trembled, they directly turned around and punched and kicked towards Guide. Guidelines your grandpa. Lao Zi sold his house in exchange for preparing to buy equipment. Red moon coins are all swallowed by you, but also dare to fool Lao Zi here. Today do not beat you out to count your steel door clamp tight. Motherfucker, this turtle grandson made me sacrifice 10% of my attributes, and I didn't get a single hair. And nifty eternal life tricked me into sacrificing 1,000 life points. Now I'm struggling to fight monsters. I can go to hell. Half a minute later, after a group of players cursed and moved away, Brother Guidance had resumed his previous brash and mysterious demeanor. Reveal yourself from the sublime. Zhang Fan then walked over to the guide brother. Oh otherworldly one, thou hast been for. Alright, I'll take your guidance. Zhang Fan didn't want to listen to any more of his nonsense. By the time he had finished all his subsequent remarks, I'm afraid 10 minutes or so would have passed. You have been given a special guidance quest from the guide. Quest objective, travel to the Cave of Sacrifice and uncover the black cloth of the mysterious statue after killing the cursed 3-headed dog. Quest reward, receive a follow-up guidance quest from the guide. Close the panel that guides the task. Zhang Fan was just about to rush towards the sacrificial cave in his memory. Several figures then swept towards him in large strides. Brother 10 Square. I didn't expect to bump into you here just after going online. Rotate your eyes. Zhang Fan looked towards the 3 players who walked up to him. At the head of the group was none other than Xiao Feng, who had previously purchased the secret realm token and volunteered information about the turtle. And standing on Xiao Feng's left side was a warrior holding a large sword. As for the other, it was a female mage in light armor. The moment, she was sizing up Zhang Fan with a puzzled look on her face. Hey, is this the big brother of the 10? How come the big guy still does this kind of dopey guidance quest? The initial land, as the hub connecting the entire ancient ruins bluff, can be extremely crowded with players. Zhang Fan wasn't too surprised to meet Xiao Feng's trio here. I have things to do, so I'll go first. After responding indifferently, Zhang Fan then turned around and left. Ah, Biggie, wait a minute. I have a particularly important question for you. The female mage trotted to Zhang Fan's side with a shudder, gazing rather nervously into his eyes. Biggie, are you a born again? Chapter 92 Achievement of practicing for 2.5 years. The whisper of the evil soul seal. Hearing these slightly suspicious words from the other party, Zhang Fan paused his stance and slowly turned back to look at this companion of Xiao Fang's. No. Back when he didn't enter the Red Moon continent, Zhang Fan had then seen some so-called solid evidence of being a traveler on various social software. For these remarks and thoughts, Zhang Fan wasn't surprised at all. After all, Red Moon games are descending. It's not entirely impossible that there are travelers or rebirths in this world. The heights one creates in the Red Moon games are simply beyond the comprehension of other players. It would be counterintuitive if no one speculated on this. Really? The female mage continued to ask. You guess. If you weren't a traveler or a reborn, how could you be so far ahead of everyone else? Killing a monarch boss in seconds. That's simply not something a normal person can do. I've been practicing for 2.5 years in various inferior helmeted online games long before the Red Moon came down, and I'm where I am today because of my own hard work. Ha? 2.5 years of practice and you're that good? After subconsciously responding, the female mage was completely dumbfounded. The response of the 10 parties was rather far-fetched, but she couldn't seem to find a reason to question or refute it for a moment. Xiao Cheng, don't fool around. Xiao Feng walked to Zhang Fan's side in large strides and gently rebuked Zhao Xiaoqing, who had a lost look on her face. Turning his eyes, Xiao Feng twisted his head to look at Zhang Fan. Brother 10 Square, you killed Wu Tian, didn't you? Even the 2 players behind Xiao Feng were stunned by this sudden turn in the picture with this question. But Zhang Fan, however, did not have any color fluctuations. Red Moon if it didn't affect real-world longevity. Even if Wu Tian died in a bizarre manner, no one would suspect him. But after the world's terrain changed drastically and players' lifespans in the real world were affected by the Red Moon, as long as we know how Wu Tian died and what he did during his lifetime, anyone with normal brain circuits could guess that Wu Tian's death had some kind of special connection with the 10 directions. For these, Zhang Fan didn't care. Sooner or later, someone would get to level 30 anyway, and at that point the method of embodiment would no longer be a secret. After the materialization, the players would naturally know that Wu Tian's death was related to the 10 directions. But what does the person 10 Fang killed have to do with me? Zhang Fan? I killed him. Why? Hear this decisive response. Xiao Feng and the 3 of them all froze for a moment. They had originally thought that 10 might be more or less evasive. I didn't expect him to just admit it. After a short silence, Xiao Feng slowly spoke. Okay. After casually sweeping Xiao Feng's demeanor, Zhang Fan then took his steps towards the direction of the sacrificial cave. Big Brother 10. You admit that you killed Wu Tian? How did you kill him? Can you expand on that? Is it true, as others have said, that you can mirror the power of the Red Moon into reality? Also, why are there different levels of penalties for probing your information? Yours. Just as the female mage had a large series of question marks over her head, she was chattering towards Zhang Fan. She suddenly realized that there was no longer a figure of the other person in her line of sight. Zhao Xiaoqing, can you be a bit more resourceful? Who would go into detail with you about these things? Sweeping the area in front of him, Xiao Feng then looked at the male warrior behind him after a pause. Wang Mang, you go offline first to inform the others. Let it be best for those at the top to do business as usual until we figure out Red Moon. Also, get all the brothers in the neighborhood to work on this guide's mission. A quest that even the 10 directions wasted their time doing is definitely not simple. It's always right to follow his line of exploration. The Cave of Sacrifice is located in the fringe area of the Spectral Ghostman ruins, as this is not an overly special place. So the number of players brushing monsters and upgrading in this neighborhood wasn't exactly small. Zhang Fan had just stealthily stepped into the cave. A cacophony of noise then reached his ears. WOJ, how come this Hook 8 statue sucked more than 500 points of my life value cap? How can this nigga still play? Damn. I've also been forced to sacrifice 40 points of my power attribute. The reward given by that guy better make it up to me. If it doesn't, I'll damn well have to split him alive. Older brother of the pack supplement. Don't worry. You didn't see that guy was killed so many times and still kept standing there. Can this be an ordinary Red Moon being? How can this be justified without some ultimate prize? According to my analysis, this kind of guidance quests usually have to get to the end to get the real rewards. So don't worry about the sacrifices. If there are no rewards, you guys come to me and I'll make it up to you. I love to tell the truth. Go, 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 hurry back and take the follow-up quest. Those 3-headed dogs have refreshed again. Just as the group of players cursed and left the sacrificial cave, Zhang Fan's figure slowly revealed itself from the dimension. Ow! The figure had just surfaced. The 7 or 8 cursed 3-headed dogs that had only been refreshed then tore towards Zhang Fan. Yikes! With a whimper from Phantom, a burst of light instantly completely enveloped the cursed 3-headed dog that was about to pounce in front of Zhang Fan. Feeling the massive pressure in the space, these cursed 3-headed dogs couldn't figure it out. He himself was just an ordinary little monster. What virtue could make a Wang Xian level ancestor make a move? Minus 36,721. As a terrifying damage number continued to float up, these 3-headed dogs that were hit by the flame of desire were all instantly killed in seconds. Even though Phantom was a contracted being that favored the support type. However, under the attribute enhancement of the Wang Xian level, these little caramels just don't have enough bloodstains. You have killed the cursed 3-headed dog. You get Red Moon Coin asterisk 1040. You get Broken Trident asterisk 3. You gain 2,400 experience. Experience bonus triggered. You gain 2,400 experience. Soul exorcism has taken effect, and you have gained soul control access to the cursed 3-headed dog. Ignore the beeping in your ear. Zhang Fan immediately maneuvered the cursed 3-headed dog's soul towards the black-clothed statue in front of him on the right. This guidance task is extremely simple. This can be done directly after removing the black cloth of energy from the statue. But Zhang Fan, who had stepped on a big pit in his previous life, knew it well. A being who removes the black cloth will have a portion of its attributes devoured by the statue. With a soulful working man, it was naturally unlikely that Zhang Fan would still continue to make such useless attribute sacrifices. It was also just as the cursed 3-headed dog gripped open the black cloth of energy covering the statue. A black and red glow instantly enveloped the 3-headed dog holding the black cloth. Subsequently, the soul body of that 3-headed dog became transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost at the same time, a bizarre and demonic light instantly erupted from Zhang Fan's body. And its source. It was clearly the crimson red evil soul mark on the red cloud black robe that Zhang Fan was equipped with. In a flash of light, an obscure murmuring whisper continued to come towards Zhang Fan. Chapter 93, As long as I want, the soul is just as decimated for you. In an instant, the endless evil consciousness tried to invade Zhang Fan's soul and pollute his spirit. Evil soul seal? Are you also a follower of the evil lord? In that case, as a reward for resonating with me, your physical body will gain the power of my soul. Sleep, sleep, do not refuse, do not resist, be one with me. I will grant your flesh a new life. Soul Guardian is in effect. You are immune to all soul attacks. It has a soul guarding effect. These whispers with mental pollution were extremely ridiculous in Zhang Fan's ears. Sweeping the evil soul seal on his chest, Zhang Fan's eyes moved slightly. This seal, it really wasn't simple. Surprisingly, it resonates with the special souls in this cave. Right at the moment when Zhang Fan was surveying the evil soul seal, the light of the statue on the altar suddenly disappeared completely. Next moment, the piece of black cloth held by the 3-headed dog suddenly broke free from the dog's mouth and floated towards Zhang Fan. At the same time, a burst of obscure whispers kept drifting into Zhang Fan's ears. Pity. Under soul immunity, no amount of powerful pollution could have the slightest effect on Zhang Fan. Rotate your eyes. Zhang Fan glanced at the black cloth floating towards him. Evil Spirit Remnant, level 30, grade, gold, life, 187,000. Physical attack power, 21020. Magic attack power, 32180. Physical defense, 4730. Magic defense, 9920. Talent, Whisper of the Evil Spirit. Skills, Soul Pollution. Body Control. Soul Slumber. Power of Faith. Introduction, the soul of an evil spirit that believes in the evil god. The soul becomes stronger after absorbing the power of a large number of living beings in its slumber, and only wakes up briefly after resonating with the power of the evil god. Hidden message, through faith in the evil god to give up his body in exchange for an extremely special soul power. Immune to all entity attacks. Soul-based power is its only weakness, but the effect is limited. This evil spirit remnant, not only had the other players not seen it before, even Zhang Fan didn't know of its existence, because, according to the information coming from the void pupil, to awaken this soul, it requires evil god power to resonate with it. Past life. Zhang Fan didn't have anything like that. All the players assumed that the altar statue deep in the cursed cave had devoured their attributes. Original. This black cloth is what's really behind it. And even though the grade of this remnant soul wasn't really high for Zhang Fan, however, the special mechanism it possesses is extremely powerful. Immunity to all attacks outside of soul power. That means, even if the physical and magical attacks are powerful, as long as there was no soul power attached to it, then no damage could be done to it. As a believer of the same evil god lord, merge your flesh with me. Your flesh will be sublimated after sharing divine power. The evil spirit remnant soul kept releasing soul pollution towards Zhang Fan, and in the midst of the fluttering it transformed into a human-shaped soul. Yikes! As the light flickered from the chimera's body, a flame of desire instantly enveloped the evil spirit remnant's body. But the Wang Xian ranked attack landed on the body of the gold-ranked remnant soul, but it did not have the slightest damage effect. Watching his attacks do no damage, obviously a bit angry, Phantom directly released her natural power after puckering her mouth. Pity. The natural skill that could inflict confusion and magical wounds on the target likewise did not have any effect on the evil spirit remnant. After calming Phantom through soul sensing, Zhang Fan then closed his eyes. The immunization effect obtained by this evil spirit remnant's belief in the evil god was indeed ridiculously strong. But the shadow of Zenith. Nothing can be chopped. Strong enough soul and strong enough willpower. As long as I want, everything in the world can be cut down. No weaknesses? Immune to physical attacks? As long as I want to chop, the soul is just as chopped for you. Zhang Fan's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened in that instant. The moment. Within Zhang Fan's perception, the death god scythe held in his hand seemed to have turned into nothingness, and the black cloth soul, which looked somewhat transparent, was as if it had been transformed into a solid body. With his right hand raised, the death scythe quickly chopped down. One moment, the black blade awnings flew and chopped out. It directly blasted on top of the illusory evil spirit remnant. -17,804. -17,804. -17,804. As the scythe in Zhang Fan's hand continued to swing, the evil spirit remnant's blood bar began to fall crazily. How is it possible? How is it possible? The evil spirit remnant soul that was releasing its soul contamination felt like its perceptions were being shaken and subverted at this moment. With the soul trait granted by the evil god Sama, any attack can be completely immunized. But today, surprisingly, someone had decapitated themselves directly under the attack of soul contamination. Wouldn't that mean, is it even possible for this human to attack the evil god Sama? No way. Absolutely not. After a brief moment of surprise, the evil spirit remnant immediately turned into a black cloth form and floated towards the statue on the altar. Still want to run? After a disdainful sneer, Zhang Fan then quickly waved the scythe in his hand, directly chopping out towards the void at random. Brush up! As attack after attack continued to chop out, before it could float near the statue, the remnants of the evil spirit in the form of black cloth suddenly lost all luster. You have killed evil spirit remnant, gold. You get, red moon coin *13400. You acquire, armor of evil spirit, gold. Crown of souls, gold. You gain, 123,018 experience. Experience bonus is in effect. You gained, 123,018 experience. You get, life expectancy *211 days. After a series of beeps fell, just as Zhang Fan had just glanced at the two weapons of gold that the evil spirit remnant had exploded, a light suddenly flickered on the evil spirit seal on his chest. The evil spirit seal resonates with the evil spirit remnant soul, and part of the sleeping power awakens. Mark of evil spirit gains a new effect, weakness nullification. Mark of the evil spirit. Weakness invalidation, all parts of your head, eyes, eardrums, steel door, and lower body will no longer be your weakness. All attacks cannot deal additional damage in this area, and you are immune to solid attacks when fully grown. Watch the newly acquired effect of the evil soul seal. Zhang Fan couldn't help but smack his lips slightly. In the Red Moon game, players and monsters have different areas of weakness. In a normal battle, no one should think of attacking such a place, but I'm afraid of encountering abnormal people or unorthodox wildlife. So, this newly awakened ability of the evil soul seal, sort of extremely good. Most importantly, after this effect keeps growing, it is also immune to all attacks outside of the soul like the evil spirit remnant. Combined with the soul immunity of the human king title, Zhang Fan was directly invincible. Chapter 94, Ending Destiny Manifold. The undead natural disaster descends. You have completed the special mission of the guide. You have obtained a follow-up guidance quest from the guide. Please go to the initial land near the blessing point to find the guide to unlock the relevant quest content. The tone in his ear fell. Zhang Fan then rushed to the nearest blessing bestowal point by maintaining his state of invisibility into the subdimension. This so-called guidance mission, it's actually rather simple. All of the quests consist of a constant cycle of decapitating the cursed three-headed dog and uncovering the statue's black cloth. But at the moment, the remnants of the soul that had turned into black cloth had been completely decimated by Zhang Fan. By all accounts, this mission should be considered to have been forcefully terminated for subsequent content. In that case, I don't know if you can just get a quest reward or just open a follow-up quest. Think about it. Zhang Fan immediately used the teleportation ability of the blessing point to return to the first blessing point in the initial land. The body flickered. Zhang Fan leapt in front of the guidance brother, just lifted the cloaking. Guido then instantly raised his eyes, which were covered by his cloak. Otherworlder, I smell the remnants of a soul on you. It really didn't occur to me that you actually beheaded the remnants of an evil spirit outside of the guidelines. In that case, as the guide brother's words fell, the space around Jiang Fan suddenly became illusory. The ruins covered with relics disappeared without a trace. In its place was a world of complete strangers. Here the sky is dim and the earth is dry and cracked. A deserted place. Look up. In the distance stood a huge tower that towered over the city. The top of the tower glowed brightly. That was clearly a projection of the Tower of Eternity. Otherworlder, as a reward beyond guidance, you will be given a special choice. The guide's voice rang in Jiang Fan's ears. Do you see behind me? Jiang Fan looked behind the guide. Behind them, 3 stone doors inscribed with runes appeared out of thin air. In these 3 doors, there are 3 kinds of rewards. 1 is a mythic rank talent. If you succeed in pushing open this stone door, then you will obtain a mythic rank talent. 1 is the human race's chi bonus. If you can push open this stone door, then the human race's chi will be drastically boosted. The last one, on the other hand, is a natural disaster. If you push open the door of calamity, the natural disaster will come early. You have been given the final guide, push open the door of guidance. If the average player encounters this kind of quest, it is indeed quite a difficult choice, but in Jiang Fan's opinion, it's absolutely nothing to get hung up on. With a heavenly mandate to add to it, all the choices would go in a direction that was favorable to Jiang Fan. In other words, even if it pushes through the door of calamity, to Jiang Fan it also just meant that the rewards from the other 2 guidance gates were not as high as the rewards from the calamity gate. Instead, it was Jiang Fan's lack of chi. The rewards you speak of are all fixed within the gates, aren't they? Oh, Otherworlder, only 2 of the 3 gates are rewards, and it depends on how lucky you are as to which one you can open. Hear the response from the guide. Jiang Fan stopped speaking. Next moment, the moment of invisibility into the sublime. Jiang Fan directly consumed his soul power to turn on the prophecy effect of the power of fate, though with a heavenly destiny added to it. But it's better to play it safe. Poverty of heaven, dawn of eternity, and leadership of the way of life. Prophecy, the most rewarding door of guidance. Destiny tracks invoked successfully. Destiny choice has been displayed. Divine order is in effect. All uncertain choices have been blocked for you. Just the moment the beep fell, a row of words so twisted and obscure that only he could understand them appeared in front of Jiang Fan's body. Fateful choices, push open 3 doors of guidance at the same time. Looking at the information displayed by the power of fate, Jiang Fan couldn't help but frown. After standing in place for a slight pause, Jiang Fan erased the prophetic message from the power of destiny and then lifted his invisibility towards the stone door in front of him. Otherworlder, have you determined which door to open? Once you push away, there's no going back. Ignore the guide's prompting. Jiang Fan directly summoned the sword slave and gave him the command to push open the stone door. Subsequently, Jiang Fan instantly protected the rest of the sword slaves in front of him. Click! With the sound of the stone door being pushed open, 3 strands of black gas gushed out from the illusory space behind the door. In an instant, it spread towards the projection of the Tower of Eternity. Next moment, countless skeletons stepped out of the void, and densely packed undead crawled up from the ground. Also at this time, a prompt rang in Jiang Fan's ears. You have triggered the special event. A natural disaster is coming. Otherworlder, I'm sorry you chose calamity. The apocalypse is coming, and you are now a sinner of all races. However, by offering blood and flesh and accepting my guidance, the Lord of Evil will grant you eternal life. Only by believing in the evil god Sama can you be safe from the natural disaster. Looking at the guideline brother who directly changed his face to show his chicken feet, after Jiang Fan swept a glance at the undead and skeletons around him. With that, he unleashed the gift power of the time finger wheel. Time rewind, at once. All timelines instantly reversed. Jiang Fan returned to the time and space before he pushed open the stone door. This time, those skeleton undead haven't descended yet. Otherworlder figured out which door to push open. Ignoring the words that urged him on, Jiang Fan sized up the guide in front of him. Heavenly destiny comes before, prophecy comes after, and yet the plague is still liberated after pushing open the stone door. Could it be that pushing through the calamity gate is in my best interest? For this quest, there is no reward from the moment you uncover the black cloth on the statue. Or maybe this so-called guidance brother is just leading players to believe in evil gods. The solution to this pitiful task: gaze up into the eyes. Jiang Fan then stealthily entered the sublime and retreated towards the back. Ha! Why don't you pick? Where is everyone? Looking at the otherworlders who disappeared from in front of the stone door, a flash of surprise rose to the guide's face. Here comes your father. As a teasing voice fell, 2 massive dragons manifested from the void. At the same time, a giant statue of a relic that covered the sky fell directly from the sky. In a split second, countless attacks blasted down on top of the guide and the 3 stone doors behind him. The attack of a Wang Xian ranked dragon was already extremely unimpressive, plus under the combined power of the two monarch bosses, the 3 stone doors and the guide who was controlled by Meyer were immediately enveloped in a dense attack. A few breaths later, as the death scythe in Zhang Fan's hand gently waved down, less than 20% of the guide's remaining bloodstain was instantly emptied. Also at this time, the 3 stone doors behind him instantly disappeared without a trace, and Zhang Fan's body returned to the ruins of the initial land. You have triggered the special event A Natural Disaster is Coming. You have ended the special mission Manifest Destiny. You get, reputation * 50,000. Just moments after the beat fell, an announcement instantly floated over all the races. The special event Natural Disaster is Coming has been opened. Remaining time for the undead natural disaster to descend, 9 days, 23 hours and 59 seconds. Danger level of the undead natural disaster, certain death. The entire Red Moon world fell silent for a full 3 or 4 seconds at this moment. Subsequently, the horrified voices of countless living beings rose and fell. Chapter 95 Wind Demon Dragon Ruins. Nightmare skill for male players. Deadly Strike huh? An undead apocalypse? That's still playing a rally. What are you afraid of? Soldiers come and go. I'm a Nianli mage who has awakened the talent of the Wang Xian level. This world is mine to guard. You guard an egg How do you guard when the danger level is all but certain death? What's the deal? I just got out of a new fucking handful of towns and I'm told that the apocalypse is coming? When I was doing the guidance quest before I heard that old den keep chanting something about a natural disaster coming. So it's true? What the hell is going on? It can't be the Big Ten messing around again, can it? The players were in an uproar. Many were even more alarmed. Just the wild monsters roaming around in the Red Moon continent were enough to keep them on their toes. If an undead apocalypse came, wouldn't the difficulty of survival skyrocket? How can you live with that? Many players are fearful, but there are some who don't think so. It's okay, it's still early. We'll wait for the apocalypse to come and see what happens before we make a decision. What undead apocalypse? It's just more skeleton racks. More dense monsters for me will only make me upgrade faster. Indeed, if the difficulty of survival goes up, I'll be able to make more money subbing for the gents. I have sold my house just to change some equipment to fight more life so that my father can live a few more years. What do you care about the natural disaster of the undead? Affecting my life expectancy, I directly cut all the cuts. I am on the horse cut. One time, the players are talking. Some people were worried that their own difficulty in surviving in the Red Moon continent would rise dramatically after the natural disaster struck. Others feel that it may not be all danger, all beings in all their diversity, but by and large it was quite peaceful. After all, the Red Moon had descended for so many days. The vast majority of people have grown accustomed to everything Red Moon has to offer. Someone substitutes lifespans in exchange for real-world resources. There are also people who substitute leveling to boost in Red Moon. So, though the news of the coming apocalypse was vaguely disconcerting to all, the vast majority, however, remained composed and cautious, doing the same things as before. Ruins of the initial legacy. The moment. All races have gotten the news of the coming natural disaster, but probably Zhang Fan was the only one who knew what would happen next. But even knowing that, it doesn't change anything. A natural disaster descends. This is the mechanism of the Red Moon continent to eliminate the weak. There is no way to stop it. Past life. Except for the undead apocalypse. The Red Moon continent also descended upon the endless insect race and void demons. The number of players plummeted after each natural disaster. And the only way to deal with it is to improve your strength. With Zhang Fan's combined battle power today, the undead plague of heaven, it didn't pose much of a threat to him at all. Gather your mind. Surveying the area where guidance had originally stood, Zhang Fan couldn't help but look slightly stagnant. Because, after guiding brother was killed, Zhang Fan didn't get any hints. That means, this guide who couldn't even see through the pupils of the void, most likely a being from the Tower of Eternity. It seems that after we wait until we reach the sacrificial spell in the Wind Demon Dragon ruins, it's necessary to extract the memories of those evil god followers to see what's so special about these guys who believe in the evil god. Zhang Fan was secretly calculating in his mind. With the end of the guidance mission, a place where the entire ruins of the ancient race can gain a large amount of prestige value. Nowadays there would only be that sacrificial spell in the ruins of the Wind Demon Dragon left, and so on after destroying it. No surprise there. With the reputation value Zhang Fan had accumulated, he would be able to meet the conditions for the Human Emperor trial to be opened. After opening the Ancient Ruins Blessing map, he swept a glance at the direction where the Wind Demon Dragon ruins were located. Zhang Fan then stealthily entered the Sublime Dimension and sped towards the ruins. Follow the map. Zhang Fan soon flew to the southern region of the Wind Demon Dragon ruins. The Wind Demon Dragon ruins were different from other relic ruins. The monsters here are extremely polarized. The inner centers are inhabited by powerful gargoyles or miscellaneous dragons, and the outer regions except for some native beings. Almost all of them are normal level 10 to level 20 wild monsters. And all the wild monsters, clear as day, are rabbit creatures. After using the prophecy effect of the power of fate to obtain the exact location of the sacrificial phalanx and the method of destroying it, Zhang Fan then rushed towards the cave in front of him on the left. 2 or 3 minutes later, Zhang Fan's body appeared before the entrance of a cave in a short mountain. The moment. Near the entrance of the cave, a group of large-sized gray rabbits were swinging their wolfsbane sticks to block the front of the cave entrance. The void pupil made a slight sweep. The information of the rabbit with the most enormous size instantly surfaced in front of Zhang Fan's eyes. Hooligan Bunny, level 20, grade, black iron, life 10. 400. Physical attack power 760. Magic attack power 390. Armor 490. Magic resistance 180. Skills, deadly strike. Earth escape introduction, a special creature spawned by the unknown power of the ruins of the wind demon dragon. With low defense, the ability to walk upright, and the ability to dive into the ground. Hidden information, 100% hate range against male beings. When a male being appears in sight, it will swing its wolf's tooth club to launch a fatal cockblock against the male being's third leg, with a higher chance of causing a bleeding effect for a certain period of time, and 100% triggering of a weakness attack. Looking at the information coming from the void pupil, Zhang Fan's lower body couldn't help but go suddenly cold. These rogue rabbits have extremely common attributes. Defense was even a bit lower than a normal wild monster of the same level. Even a rogue rabbit boss would have to die instantly after receiving a slap from Zhang Fan. But this group of rabbits that can walk upright. Yet, it has a chicken fighting skill that makes all male players scared. When combined with the ability to dive into the ground, this ability is even more terrifying. For female players, these monsters with low defense and a single attack method were very suitable for them to practice. But for male players, this is the one that gives you uterine chills just by looking at it. Chicken Chill's Nightmare Wildlife. Call out the sword slave to go forward and open the way. Zhang Fan slowly walked towards the front while maintaining his stealth into the sublime. Fizzle. It was also just when the sword slave had just appeared. The ground beneath them instantly burrowed with a rabbit swinging a wolfsbane. What surprised Zhang Fan a bit was, it's amazing how these rogue rabbits can make human expressions. The moment. They were looking at the sword slaves above their heads with a grim smile on their faces, as if they had seen some fun toy. Brush. After burrowing out of the ground, the rogue rabbit briefly identifies his target. Swinging up the huge wolf tooth club, he smashed it towards the sword slave's third leg, although the target of the attack was not himself. But seeing this scene, Zhang Fan still felt a chill in his lower body. Bang! Minus 13,654. Minus 13,721. Just as the rogue rabbit had a grim smile on his face as he prepared to enjoy the thrill of the chicken flying out of the egg, the flying swords of the sword harnessing slave instantly killed them all. As a sword slave lord with a decent IQ, after slaying sword slave made the motion of swallowing his saliva, he looked at his good brother behind him with a grateful face. These rogue rabbits are so damn shady too. You have killed the rogue rabbit, black iron. You have killed the rogue rabbit. You get red moon coin asterisk 3400. You get wolfsbane asterisk 9. Red dew chalice asterisk 12. You get deadly strike. You gain 3000 experience. Experience bonus in effect. You gain 3000 experience. You get lifespan asterisk 25 days. Soul exorcism is in effect. And you have gained permission to control the soul of rogue rabbit. Hear the beep in your ear. Zhang Fan couldn't help but stare. Nice guy. Popped the chicken fighting skills? What would happen if we could control it? Chapter 96, Lucky Manifold. A living being trampled to death by a giant dragon. Just as Zhang Fan had just taken out the skill scroll that the rogue rabbit had exploded, a large, dense group of rogue rabbits sniffed. Straight away, he swung his wolf tooth stick towards the sword slave with a crackling slam. With the special ability to hide from the world, even the well-coordinated sword slaves still took a few hits. But they were all soul bodies and did not have the pain of flesh and blood. Ignoring the sword slave's soul that was being set on fire by the rogue rabbit in the distance, Zhang Fan looked directly at the skill scroll in his hand. Skill scroll, Deadly Strike. After using it, you can master the skill Deadly Strike, with no occupational limitations. May add entries. One looking at the skill scroll in his hand that was flashing with red light, Zhang Fan couldn't help but look happy. He hadn't thought of that either. The rogue rabbit lord's strike skill was surprisingly exploded. No hesitation. Zhang Fan then added words to the skill scroll in his hand. Word added successfully. Skill scroll, Deadly Strike, acquires the epic level phrase, Lucky Strike. Word, Lucky Strike, randomly select one lucky creature other than yourself and all your partners within 50 meters, and coalesce a wolfsbane on the ground under its crotch. attacking it in the next 3 ways. Randomly selects a lucky creature every 3 seconds for damage equal to its own physical attack power, and must deal an additional 150% weakness damage to male beings. Watch the effects of Lucky Strike. Zhang Fan couldn't help but freeze in place. After adding the words, Deadly Strike had been transformed from an active and obscene attack to an extremely perverse passive effect. Every 3 seconds, draw a lucky creature within 50 meters to deal a lethal hit of chicken to it. Such an ability is enough to make all male players sniff the wind and ding cold. Feeling the special aura coming from the scroll, Zhang Fan directly crushed it with one hand. Next moment, the broken scroll transformed into a red energy that surged straight into Zhang Fan's body. You used skill scroll, Deadly Strike. You have mastered the skill, Deadly Strike. Deadly Blow, Grade, Black Iron, Special Effect. Can be automatically upgraded with Career Advancement, Effect, every 3 seconds. Randomly select one lucky creature within 50 meters and coalesce a wolfsbane on the ground under its crotch to deliver a fatal blow to it. Damage equal to your own physical attack power, dealing an additional 150% weakness damage to male beings. This effect does not display the attacker's information after it takes effect on the target. Still effects can be freely turned on or off. May add entries, one quite satisfied. He felt the power within him. Zhang Fan then made a word addition to Deadly Strike. Word added successfully. Deadly Strike gains the epic word, Lucky Manifold. Word, Lucky Manifold. The higher the luck value, the more damage a being takes and the more items it drops upon death. When this effect is in effect for a player, the higher the luck value, the more death penalties the player receives, and there is a higher probability of triggering a repeat strike. Just as Zhang Fan closed the information panel of Fatal Strike with considerable satisfaction, a mournful scream suddenly reached his ears. Not far away, in the middle of a cave, a male player and a female player from the Eagle Sauce Nation found the cave afterward. Then the idea of parking in the wilderness at Maplewood Night was born, even though there are quite a lot of wild monsters nearby. But for the thrill of it, they are still ready for a big battle here. It was also just as the yellow-haired male Eagle Jam player ordered the female player in front of him to remove her armor. The ground under his crotch instantly condensed into a huge wolfsbane, smashing into his lower third without mercy. The lucky man, who was chosen at random, instantly chickened out. The body fell straight to the ground after a miserable scream. The female player who had just entered the state was shocked by this sudden scene. After a scream, she didn't even have time to pick up her unloaded equipment before she immediately pulled her legs out and ran. Pity! Before he could run out of the cave, the same strip of wolfsbane made him ascend instantly. You have killed the rogue rabbit. You have killed Arthur. Velora. You get Red Moon Coin * 12,000. You get Wolfsbane * 37. Red Dew Chalice * 27. You get Light Cloth Armor, Ragged Longsword, Sprint Boots. You gain 21,000 experience. Experience bonus in effect. You gain 2,100 experience. You get Life Expectancy * 198 days. Soul Exorcism is in effect. You gain soul control of Rogue Rabbit, Arthur, and Velra permission. Hear the beep in your ear. Zhang Fan wasn't too surprised. Early on, when he entered this ruin, Zhang Fan then sensed that there were 2 players in a cave at the right rear who were preparing to seek excitement. Under the Deadly Strike pick, the 2 players whose luck values were clearly higher than those of the wild monsters were unsurprisingly sent to the sky by the wolfsbane. For the Eagle Jam people, Zhang Fan didn't feel any guilt. Sweeping a glance at the wild monsters that had been emptied in front of the cave entrance, Zhang Fan then stealthily flew into the cave. The periphery of the cave was in ruins. However, after stepping out of the cave passageway into a different space, printed into the eyes is an extremely wide shallow lake. Sparse trees stood above the surface of the lake, and a few small, battered boats were docked beside a reef in the middle of the lake. Look around. Right front of the site, above the ground in the center of the lake, several humans in strange costumes were gathered around a phalanx, dancing around with their hands. Roar! Also at this time, as a dragon roar rang out, the originally extremely cold space became scorching hot. Next moment, a brown figure with open wings flew out from a distant peak. It stepped straight towards the group of humans surrounding the spell. It was clearly a winged pseudo-dragon. Boom! Just the moment the pseudo-dragon's figure had just landed on the ground, a blazing flaming dragon's breath instantly erupted from its mouth, directly enveloping the group of seemingly fearless humans completely. Next moment, the crackling sound of burning constantly resounded in Zhang Fan's ears. Also at this time, above that spell, an extremely bizarre scarlet glow suddenly erupted. In the meantime, the evil soul seal on Zhang Fan's chest was as if it had been sensed. A burst of red light flashed automatically. Chapter 97 Human Emperor Trial opens. The unnameable object, the evil spirit seal, resonates with the power of the evil god in the sacrificial spell formation, and part of its power awakens. Weakness nullification gains a slight effect boost. Physical damage taken is permanently reduced by 20%. Feeling the special effects added by the evil spirit seal, Zhang Fan couldn't help but have a twinkle in his eye. Immunity to 20% solid damage. Such an effect is extremely impressive even at level 70 or 80 per capita. And such an ability can be awakened simply by resonating with the power of an evil god. Wouldn't that mean, if the power of this seal is fully liberated, can he or she be invulnerable to all laws? Roar! Just as Zhang Fan surveyed the crimson mark on his chest, the flying dragon in the distance once again spat out a dragon's breath, instantly burning the crowd surrounding the sacrificial spell formation into a field of flying ash. At once, a black soul body kept pouring into the spell formation. The entire phalanx became even more bizarre and demonic, summoning flying dragons that also believe in evil gods to burn themselves in exchange for extremely uncommon soul power. This was some of the information that Zhang Fan had seen in the prophecy effect earlier. And to destroy the phalanx, it would then be necessary to kill the flying dragon's soul while the souls of the followers of the evil god are being transformed by the evil power of the spell. Destroy the hub in the spell with the heart of a flying dragon that contains evil power. Completing these, the phalanx origin can only be destroyed by external forces. Although the shadow of chopping nothing was also able to directly chop through the hub of the spell formation to the origin of the spell formation. But Zhang Fan's attack alone was too weak. Instead of selling out all by yourself, how about destroying the hub first and letting a bunch of soul bodies combine their efforts to attack? That would save a lot of time. Sweeping a glance at the flying dragon soul who still continued to spew out flaming dragon breath, Zhang Fan then summoned all the soul bodies. Next moment, the scythe in his hand waved gently. At once, a transparent shadow of a scythe appeared above the head of the flying dragon soul. In this moment, the flying dragon soul, who was spewing dragon breath, froze in place as if electrocuted. The next instant, it turned around uncontrollably, a pair of huge dragon eyes looking not far ahead. The moment, directly in front of his sight, a human was staring at himself as if he were looking at prey. Soul the flying dragon was a bit confused. When he was summoned by this group of believers to descend to the vicinity of the phalanx, it then sensed the presence of a human being not far away. But, the same evil god followers, slaying the beings that sensed the sacrificial spells was its only destiny. So, a being whose attributes were too much lower than its own was not enough to draw too much of its attention at a time like this. But, why just but half a minute or so? The strange thought of kneeling down and taking the white blade with both hands toward that human was born in his own will? You don't have any hands or feet yourself. How the hell do you kneel? Roar! Under the modification of the will, the flying dragon soul let out a keening cry in confusion. Subsequently, its entire body suddenly fell to its knees in an extremely exaggerated manner. Pity! No matter how hard it tried, those two short dragon claws could not successfully close. The moment, flying dragon soul only felt like his body and soul were going to be completely crushed. Its hissing grew smaller and its consciousness grew fuzzy. A breath or two later, as if exhausted, flying dragon soul collapsed directly into the vicinity of the spell. At the same time, a black number floated up above its head. -999,999. You have killed the flying dragon soul, Wang Xian. You get, Red Moon Coin *41100. You have obtained, Red Dragon Fire Shadow Sword, Wang Xian. Thor's Chest Scale, Wang Xian. And Dragon's Breath Longbow, Gold. You get, Flying Dragon Heart. You gain, 493,080 experience. Experience bonus triggered. You gained, 493,080 experience. You get, Life Expectancy *345 days. Your level rises to 40. Your level rises to 41. For dimensional attributes plus 14. Free attributes plus 14. You gain Human plus, Black Iron Third Order plus 20 free attributes. All of your attributes have been forcibly assigned to physique, and the rest of your attributes have received a synchronized boost. Soul Exorcism has taken effect, and you have gained soul control access to Flying Dragon Soul. Ignore the beeping in your ear. Just the moment the loot was teleported to the space backpack, Zhang Fan then took the heart that had exploded from Flying Dragon Soul and flew it directly into the sacrificial spell. Seeing the human who suddenly entered the phalanx spell and the flying dragon lord who inexplicably died violently, the group of evil god followers who were receiving the spell essence to transform their souls couldn't help but have a questioning look on their faces. Still don't understand what's happening. They then heralded the human blocking the huge heart in his hand on top of the pivot in the center of the phalanx. At once, the sacrificial phalanx that was emitting an eerie red light instantly dispersed all its light. And the evil god's followers who were forced to terminate their soul transformation were just about to attack this human who had offended the evil god. In an instant, he was instantly killed by a wolfsbane that sprouted from the ground under his crotch. Do it! As Zhang Fan's command was given, the 100-phase behemoth, the wind demon dragon, the shadow monarch, the hunt the air brontosaurus, and the still hot flying dragon soul, instantly, They kept pounding towards the sacrificial spell formation, and the Sword Slave and Charmander followed suit, frantically unleashing their strongest attack skills. As the attacks from the sky continued to fall, the evil god followers standing in the spell formation who were rather confused were instantly killed in seconds altogether. 2 or 3 minutes later, as the last wave of attacks fell, the sacrificial spell formation engraved with bizarre runes instantly dissipated without a trace. Below the heart of the flying dragon, a scarlet eye slowly closed. You have destroyed the origin of the sacrificial spell, and the evil god's false eye has closed. You have triggered and completed the legendary grade prestige quest Fishing for All Beings. You get reputation asterisk 65,000. The moment the tone fell, a loud voice suddenly floated up over the entire human race. The reputation value of all human kings has reached 200,000, and the human reputation copy Human Emperor trial will open in 24 hours. Human King Ten Fong has contributed 100% to the opening of the prestige copy, and as the player who pushed for the descent of the Human Emperor, Human King Ten Fong will receive a unique bonus upon entering the copy. It's done. Hear the cue in your ear. Zhang Fan couldn't help but grin at the corner of his mouth. Reputation copies were opened, which meant that the human race would give birth to a human emperor in advance, and if they can be crowned as the human emperor, they will almost control the lifeblood of all human players. Phantom Space ability triggered. You have obtained Flying Dragon Heart, Evil God's Void Eye. Right at the moment when Meyer teleported the heart of the flying dragon on the ground and the Scarlet One Eye into Zhang Fan's carry-on space, a scarlet red light instantly burst out from within Zhang Fan's body. In the midst of that light that contained weird laws, Zhang Fan's perception instantly connected to a distant unknown space. Out of sight, an unnameable thing covered in blood awnings was floating on top of a bizarrely huge altar, and in front of it, a star map as scarlet as blood was listed. Among that star map, the beings of countless races were destroying their bodies in various ways, sacrificing all their flesh and blood into a spell formation. Just as Zhang Fan was surveying those spell formations in the star map, an obscure sound of collapsing space drifted down. Oh, the souls of flesh and blood creatures can actually resonate with the remnant eye? End of volume summary. While I'm in a bad state lately, I'll start a single chapter about the book. Nearly 100 chapters or so in, the protagonist is currently more than 20 levels ahead of the player, and fights monsters that are hacked and slashed all the way through from start to finish. That's all, and there are people who say I'm crushing the war effort. I actually didn't choose the label invincible for the book's synopsis, but the subsequent word count and content came up, supposedly changed by the platform itself based on the plot. So, this book is just pure awesome. I myself have been a fan of fiction for over a decade. The most anti-want to press first plot that first suppresses and then explodes into awesome. So, I never write a book that presses the protagonist. At least that's how I feel about it myself as I'm writing it. An opening knife cuts through the entire world, and that's the general direction of the book. The first map of the Red Moon continent is basically finished. At the beginning of the second volume, the protagonist will be crowned as the Emperor of Man to enter the Hanging City and another part of the human territory. Then from the next volume, different natural disasters will gradually descend and other continents will start communicating. I've actually said this in one of my brother's reviews in regards to this book falling apart or not. If I had to dwell on it, the book falls apart at the beginning. From the time of adding words, the protagonist can just add the invincible word of whoever comes and dies to himself, and the word of extermination to his equipment and props. So as long as it's written, there's no question of it falling apart. A certain amount of logic has basically been considered when writing these things. Each time I wrote it I revised it a time or two before uploading it. So try not to consider this thing if you can see it. Sure, I'll sneak back and correct it if there are indeed any bugs. But if it's the exciting kind, there's no way to satisfy it. There are so many different things going on in the world, and every novel has mixed reviews. A well-written book is just as likely to be maligned. Poorly written books have been variously praised. Everyone has their own tastes. I can't possibly fulfill everyone's need to read a cool book. Then there are issues with some of the book's data settings. Data, if you will, is not crashing yet. Tables were made to calculate all the data and main character panels before the book was opened. Occasionally, I scroll through the previous comments, found out that there are more voices in the newbie village where you kill Birdie. There were a lot of monsters killed there, but the level didn't skyrocket, and many people felt that it was unreasonable. It's actually the experience gaining mechanism that's not quite the same as the other books. This book is set up so that killing monsters across levels gives extra experience. Most books do not have this setting, so there is no claim that killing low-level wild monsters reduces experience. Even though the setting has been written, still seems like a lot of people selectively ignore it. It's certainly possible that I didn't take care of some of the details. Since it's been on the new book list, there have been quite a few fellow authors coming in to egg it on, and I clicked in to see what was basically written about it. It's all deleted though. It's still depressing though. The book started writing at the end of April and was released at the beginning of May. It's basically been about 2 months now. In the past 2 months, I haven't made as much fucking money as I did in the previous day's draft. And that's with the addition of Two Brothers' huge bounties. These last 2 months have been purely for the love of it. That's the shit. And you have peers to pick on. So, I've been off my end the last few days. Anyone who reads 10 or so fucking chapters and comes in with a malicious review, I'll just start disliking them. At 220,000 words since I started the book, even if I read it from the beginning to the end, each reader only contributes a couple of cents to me. Chances are it's not even close. If I had read it for a couple of hours or at least half an hour or more, I would have read it carefully to think about whether something did go wrong, regardless of the good or bad reviews. But the ones that read a few minutes and then maliciously commented on it really made me feel a little bad. The most hook-8 outrageous is giving a 1-star bad review because the main character's name has the word van in it. This is the most bullshit review of a book I've encountered in the 2.5 years I've been writing it, no playing around. It's really 2.5 years. Because it's not making any money right now. The only thing you can look at in the background is the data left by readers. Who cares about good reviews or bad reviews if you're making money? I've put the most work into the first 60 chapters of this book since it started. Every time I finished coding I had to edit to make sure there were no typos and no logic holes before uploading. I'll have to reread it for some minor revisions after each evening pinch upload. The time spent can be extreme. And then waking up every day to this mindless and malicious bad review is really depressing. The book is actually okay for completion and other data. The ratings are low if anything because all the new books on this site are around 6 or 7 when the ratings are turned on. But it really doesn't make any money. It might have something to do with me breaking my shift. It really didn't help that I broke off a couple times before. It's not that I don't want to update. I definitely want to explode. But there are times when there's a lot of bad things going on in my life that I can't write about. Overall, the book does have some details missing. That much I admit. But there's no way to change it now. I can only learn from my experience and do a better job of optimizing the content behind me and the details of the next book. Pacing-wise, while the main character grows quickly, it's kind of slow for me. At the end of the day, I myself think some of the mechanics are more interesting than just crushing stats. The approximate word count for this book was originally conceived to be around 1 million words. The main content of the next volume probably contains the trial of the human emperor, the undead plague, the evolution of the human emperor's hockey, the hanging city, the sea of fog, the intelligent mech body, and the gargoyle. These things don't count as drama either. After all, you've laid out some content up front. The exact word count and length depends. Finally, there's the issue of updates. No updates today. Take a day off. If I don't update tomorrow, I'll update at least 4 chapters the day after. The last half-dozen updates have really pulled the crotch. Not earning the UNZ without much motivation is one reason. The main thing is also that there are some trivial things in life that cannot be avoided. Originally, I was going to update 3 chapters a day starting in June. The back messes up only 2 shifts. Prepare to adjust your mindset and take a day or 2 off in the meantime. Start with 3 chapters a day starting next month if feasible. Also, the book is basically updated around 11 p.m. to 12 a.m. In the future, I'll try to finish the code earlier and revise it earlier and upload it earlier. Finally, thanks to a couple of brothers for the bounty and comments. I did prepare for a new book when there was a break in the schedule once before. After seeing the huge rewards from a few brothers a bit embarrassed to break the shift, simply put the new book on hold. Otherwise, the new book would probably be 70,000 or 80,000 words by now. I guess I'll update 2 chapters tomorrow as well. We'll see what happens when the time comes. A quick note to the big guys. For chapters back to start if I don't get more tomorrow. On average, that equates to no breaks and no vacations. Chapter 98 Banner of Orders. Breeding the heart of the flying dragon the very moment this inaudible voice rang out. The red cloud and black robe on Jiang Fan's body suddenly flashed with a dazzling light. Has been immune to all damage effects. Red cloud and black robe thorn effect triggered. Has forced a 30% rebound of damage to the attacker. Between breaths, the light from Red Cloud's black robe blasted straight onto the surface of the unnameable object's body like streams of light. Next moment, the already huge unnameable object instantly held up the entire space. It completely covered what Jiang Fan could see. It's a bit of a surprise to me that a flesh and blood creature can possess 2 sequential objects. Humans, enjoy the power that comes from the sequential thing. When the Tower of Eternity shatters, all beings will be turned into my sustenance. The pressure from just this burst of sound. It was then countless times more powerful than those deities that Jiang Fan had seen in the realm of the gods in his previous life. If it wasn't for the fact that the Human King title had the word effect of being immune to all soul attacks, the voice rang out. I'm afraid that Jiang Fan's soul would then be instantly crushed. It was also at the same time that the obscure voice shattered space and drifted away. A strange force directly interrupted Zhang Fan's resonance with the evil god's void eye. Next moment, Zhang Fan's sight and perception were repelled out of that space and returned to the vicinity of the sacrificial spell formation in the ruins of the Wind Demon Dragon. Unnameable, unspeakable, unheard. Mere sound can shatter space. No wonder that inferior deity in his previous life had to sacrifice his race for a ritual. The unnameable object that Zhang Fan had spied by resonating with the evil god's void eye. It was one of the few existences perched at the very top of the Tower of Eternity. Evil god. As an existence that even the lower gods needed to worship. The evil god's power level had already exceeded the realm of gods. A single voice can squeeze the soul of the listener. Such strength was simply beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. The Tower of Eternity shattered? How come I didn't get such information in my previous life? Recall the obscure voice of the evil god. Zhang Fan stood in place and pondered for a little while before. Immediately turned on the active prophecy effect of the power of fate. But, the divine art of prophecy didn't show the answer that Zhang Fan wanted. After a pause, Zhang Fan didn't think about this unanswered question for the time being. Also at this time, an intimidating pressure spread out in all directions from the chimera's body. It directly shook the surrounding lake surface with a churning splash. Your level has been raised. Emperor's Soldier Polar Shadow has unlocked the Divine Soldier Banner of Orders. Your contracted living spirit Mire has increased in level in tandem with you. Has been promoted to the Monarch rank. Its attribute template has been corrected. Its talent effect has been increased by 200%. And it has awakened the skill Bloodlust technique. The moment the tone fell, the chimera's body grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. The look is no longer so dainty. The previous childlike look was restored. This was a return to the basics after the Phantom King's power had awakened to a certain level. No need for unnecessary scowls. Every move exudes infinite seductive power. Surveying the chimera, who seemed to have changed little in height, Zhang Fan couldn't help but pinch her little face. As soon as she rose to level 50, Phantom would be able to advance to an Imperial boss. And if the level continues to rise, fully awakening the bloodline power given by the Red Moon Spirit Essence, Phantom will completely evolve into an immortal spirit level boss. An absolutely invincible existence under the gods. Retract your gaze. Zhang Fan released the projected state of the Imperial Soldier. At once, a shadow of a Divine Soldier appeared in front of Zhang Fan. After the Divine Soldier projection of the Rift Tsunami, a golden-colored flag slowly condensed. The right hand reaches out and holds it in place. Subsequently, the Flag of Command projection materialized. Flag of Command, Category, Special Weapon. Grade, Wang Xian, to be promoted. Equipment requirement, Exclusive 10 square. Level, 40. Attributes, Physical Attack Power plus 2385. Magic Attack Power plus 1425. Attack Speed plus 30%. Armor plus 200. Magic Resistance plus 120. Damage plus 20 effects. You can designate a pet/mount/contracted living creature to provide it with a 5-minute reinforcement status. During the reinforcement period, the damage dealt by the target will be plus 50%, and the full attributes will be plus 40%, with a cooldown time of 120 seconds, and a single target can only be reinforced once every 5 minutes. When the Emperor's Polar Shadow is projected as the banner of command, all partners/pets/mounts/contracted beings within 500 meters receive a 7% full attribute bonus. Can freely command all contracted beings, pets, and mounts below the level of Wang Xian within 500 meters, and will expire after exceeding the range where the owner is located. And this effect grows with the level of the Flag of Command. Introduction, a divine projection of the Banner of Orders. Calling all contracted beings? Doesn't that mean that as long as there's someone with a pet mount within 500 meters, they can be used for me? It would be cool to meet a beast master. Looking at the golden-colored gun flag in his hand, Zhang Fan was a little surprised for a moment. There were quite a few powerful beast masters among the human race. The pets and mounts trained by beast masters are extremely strong. And with the Banner of Command, as long as it's within range, all pet mounts had to listen to Zhang Fan's orders. Thinking of those few players with Wang Xian rank and Monarch rank Imperial Beast talents in their previous lives, Zhang Fan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The Emperor's Polar Shadow added this flag of order. In addition to pet mounts that can command other beings, there's still a full 5 minutes of enhanced status, although there is a limit to the length of reinforcement. Yet it only has a 120-second cooldown. That means, Zhang Fan could completely manage to renew the infinite bonus buffs for Mire and Sword Slave, almost half the full attributes in damage. In terms of Phantom's current battle power that was as high as Monarch level, even beings that favored the auxiliary class, Phantom can also crush most Monarch bosses, quite contentedly. He waved the Flag of Command. Zhang Fan then summoned the 10,000 Soul Streamer. Although the 10,000 Soul Streamer is not a gunflag weapon, but as long as the same flag, The same could be fused with the Emperor's polar shadow. Unleash the projected weapon of the Emperor's polar shadow. Zhang Fan immediately integrated the 10,000 soul streamer into this rather righteous flag of order. In a split second, the divine soldier projection bloomed with a black and red light. The original golden-yellow flag of command was tattooed with a black and red rune. Above the flag, a golden-colored shadow flickered from time to time. It's the streamers that are devouring the growth. Reach out and hold it in your hand. The streamer spirits that were crying while learning about each other's evolutions instantly quieted down. Surveying the golden-colored streamer in his hand, Zhang Fan's face couldn't help but float up into a smile. With the addition of the banner of trumpets afterward, the streamer spirit of the human emperor streamer directly received a 7% attribute bonus. There was no upper limit to the number of human emperor streamer spirits and the soul bodies that Zhang Fan manipulated in the first place. So, the flag of the calling that was condensed by the emperor's polar shadow. Just the buffs attached to the streamer spirits and soul bodies were absolutely extraordinary for Zhang Fan. It had invariably increased Zhang Fan's battle power by a large margin. A rather pleasant sigh of relief. Zhang Fan then looked at the flying dragon's heart in his carry-on space. The moment. Flying dragon soul's heart has been detached from its body though, but as if it had an independent life force, it was constantly beating one by one. Flying dragon heart, the heart of the flying dragon soul, possesses a special life force, and can be redisplayed as a dragon by dropping in the life essence and the dragon's marrow. Addable entries, 5. Looking at the heart in the carry-on space, Zhang Fan couldn't help but be a little surprised. Normal. The only way to spawn new life is by hatching pet eggs, but this heart surprisingly had a similar effect. Life essence. Zhang Fan still had quite a lot of it in his body. That means, just find the dragon's quintessence. Zhang Fan would then be able to have a King Xin grade flying dragon mount. Chapter 99, Legion of Born Souls. Emptying the ruins at the speed of light. The marrow of the dragon. Zhang Fan remembered that the human emperor trial and the hanging city had this kind of thing in them. And the opening of the trial of the human emperor is just a few days away. It's less than a day away. So, Zhang Fan had no intention of adding words to the flying dragon heart for the time being. It can't be birthed and condensed now anyway. It would be better to wait until you find the dragon's quintessence and then add the words together. Rotate your eyes. Zhang Fan looked toward the scarlet eyeball that could resonate with the soul and allow perception to enter the void. Evil God's Void Eyes, attribute, Soul Elemental Affinity plus 150%. Instantly analyzes the structure and weaknesses of all living beings and matter, and all attacks can be freely converted into soul damage. The scarlet eyeball hidden in the sacrificial spell has notable soul power and can open the sacrificial spell when activated with the evil power essence. Special item, carry to effect. The red moon boundary has not been breached, and no words can be added at this time. Look at the completely closed scarlet eyeballs. Zhang Fan couldn't help but move his eyes slightly. As a special prop to open the sacrificial spell, the attributes of this eyeball could be considered extremely terrifying. A full 150% soul element affinity. That means, at this moment, Zhang Fan was immune to all soul attacks, soul control, and soul seals besides. It also converts 50% of damage effects into soul healing. Beyond that, this eyeball also analyzes the weaknesses and constructs of all living beings. This is not a strong effect. The bottom line is this. Zhang Fan could perceive the unnameable evil god through this eyeball, and the reason why the soul could resonate with it was already known to Zhang Fan. This scarlet eyeball that seemed to be comparable to the eyeball of the departing fire. It contained a mark of an evil god. But, just get the human emperor's weapon. Zhang Fan would then be able to take the initiative to erase this eyeball as well as the special markings on the evil spirit seal. Until then, the evil god was then unable to mark Zhang Fan. While Zhang Fan was free to perceive the evil god through resonance, the human emperor trial won't open for nearly another day. So this time is enough to clear a few more areas of wild monsters. Zhang Fan silently calculated in his mind. Although at this moment, Zhang Fan's level was already a long way ahead of the other players, but the opponents in the human emperor trial can be more than just players. Only by maximizing your strength can you increase your likelihood of passing the trial. Call out all soul bodies. Zhang Fan then took Meyer and flew towards the center area of the wind demon dragon. There are tons of magic dragons there. After killing it in seconds, it can provide quite a bit of experience value, with the karmic power of being caught empty-handed 100% of the time. A demonic dragon without limbs was no different from a reptile in Zhang Fan's eyes. The only difference, the experience and loot provided by a magic dragon was countless times more than that of a reptile. It was also right when Zhang Fan left the cave where the sacrificial spell formation was located. The players who heard the prestige copies opening were directly clamoring continuously after being confused for a short while. From the sealed lands to the Red Moon continent. Basically, all players have a lot less prestige, because the Red Moon game's reputation can only be gained after completing a boss first kill. or completing some quest events that normal players can't do. The time after the Red Moon has fallen. Players are briefly familiarized with the laws of survival in Red Moon, even though various explorations of relic ruins and various quests to find them have already begun. But the prestige accrued remains extremely limited. Even a large portion of the average player's reputation is still only 200 or 300 points to date. And now, they were surprised to hear that a player had accumulated a whole 200,000 reputation values. Such a message is no less than an announcement alert that a natural disaster is coming. Prestige copies? Big Brother 10 is up to something again? Good guy. I'm fucking straight up good guy. 100% contribution. Doesn't that mean that Big Brother 10 alone has accumulated 200,000 prestige values? Off the charts. I'm only 500 reputation points out right now. And Big Brother 10 is at 200,000? I've read about this to be open prestige copy. This seems to be accessible to all human players at the same time. How can a rookie like me grab resources from the big boys? Big Brother 10 has a unique bonus when he enters the trials. It would be great if we could team up with him. You're afraid you're not thinking about farts to eat, and that the 10 greats can look at you? Taking off. Master Dao. I've been holding back for so long. I can finally certify as a human emperor. You're still a human emperor. A trial that you entered at the same time as the 10 big brothers. It's estimated that you won't even be able to drink the soup. What's the use of being strong? Could he alone still be able to fuck over players from several countries? The Eagle Jam country and Taiji country as well as the Three Kingdoms are now trying to mess with him one by one. And after entering the trial, I guess there's no good fruit for him to eat. As a large replica that all human players can enter. The opening of the Human Emperor trials diverted almost everyone's attention from the fear of the impending natural disaster. The moment. Not only were Chinese players talking about it, people from other countries are also starting various groups. It was also at the same time that everyone was making preparations to enter the Human Emperor trial. Among the thundering ruins of the human ruins. The moment. Zhang Fan, who had cleared all the demonic dragons at the speed of light, was leisurely checking the common sense that he had taught Maya earlier, although it had advanced to a monarch boss. But after all, it was born too soon. So, Phantom is still unable to control human language at this point. But, according to Zhang Fan's experience of cultivating contracted beings in his previous life, after a beast-like being reaches the emperor level, its spiritual intelligence will be fully opened. Language as well as the ability to take shape awakens at the same time. So, Zhang Fan was in no hurry for the time being. While checking out Phantom, the other side, dozens of demonic dragon's soul bodies were being led by the monarch-level Air Hun Thunder Dragon, constantly slaying wandering wild monsters on the four borders of the thundering ruins. On the other hand, the Sword Slave and the 100-phase giant beast were in the middle of a frantic hunt in the ground area. Legion of soul bodies kills the wildlife afterward. The dead wild monsters instantly transformed into souls to join the crusade against their kin. So, instead of slowing down, Zhang Fan's speed of emptying the ruins was getting faster and faster. Since entering here, the wild monster kill prompts in Zhang Fan's ears were then never interrupted. As the saying goes, if you don't know how to lead people, you have to work yourself to exhaustion. But with such a strong team of fighters, even if no driver is given, after Zhang Fan's soul commands were assigned, these soul bodies still pushed straight across all the way. Zhang Fan pressed on with the idea of doing and managing it himself. But, every little while, wait for the consumed soul power to recover. Zhang Fan would then pick the right time to carve the monster's name on the Human Emperor streamer, piling up his own blood and blue bars by killing them. Time passes. 2 or 3 hours passed quietly. After emptying the Thunder Ruins, Zhang Fan directly descended into the last cliff of the ancient race's ruins, the Ruins of Light, at the fastest speed possible. There was a team of souls led by the Monarch Gargoyle and several King Xian-level soul bodies. There were no existences worthy of Zhang Fan's hand in any of these ruins. After a few more hours of hand-holding Phantom, with a dragon's roar resounding from the borders of the Ruins of Light, the ground deep within the ruins instantly exploded with a fierce flaming dragon's breath. Also at this time, the Sword Slave and the 100-phase behemoth also completed the sweep of the ground area with their newly harvested soul bodies. You have killed the bright mannequin. You have killed the elemental giant arms. You gain, life expectancy * 789 days. Your level rises to 42. Your level rises to 46. 4-dimensional attributes plus 14. Free attributes plus 14. You gain human plus, black eye and third order plus 20 free attributes. All of your attributes have been forcibly assigned to physique, and the rest of your attributes have received a synchronized boost. Soul exorcism has taken effect. You gain Light Doll's soul control authority. Snap. Facepalm. Facepalm. I was going to spend half an hour tallying up all the word effects, but I didn't realize how time-consuming this thing was. It took 2 hours to get a full tally. In that case, Yesterday does count as a vacation day. Thanks for the bounty. I did get a bit surprised to see the gifts in the background. Let's adjust for the next few days and try to add more every day while writing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Chapter 100 Bad. The undead plague has come early? The announcement of the coming natural disaster and the hint that the human emperor trials will soon open. It makes players who are already fanatical about fighting monsters and harvesting lifespans even more hyperactive. Not quite sure about the natural disasters and trials though, but a fool can understand. Under the brutal laws of survival of the Red Moon games, the only way to adapt to everything is to improve your strength. So, at this moment, a large number of players could be seen in almost every ruin of the ruins of the ancient race, borders of the ruins of light. A few players walked in towards the ruined area without haste. Ma Fei, after summoning your pet later, stand behind me and don't run around or let your pet back up. Got it? Wan Hao looked at the newly recruited beast master on the side, and his words carried an irresistible and forceful tone. Since being squeezed out of second place in the rankings, Marriott then recruited a more promising group of players with more resources and tougher tactics. I heard that the human emperor trial was about to open. Originally not much of a monster fighter himself, he directly led a group of higher-leveled players to the ruins of light. Prepare to raise a wave of leveling strength at the fastest speed possible before the human emperor trial opens. Young Jiang, don't worry. With the battle power of the few of us, we should be able to get you to level 18 by tomorrow. I still have half an hour's worth of experience potion here. Young Jiang, I suggest you use it now. That way your experience bar can go up some more. And if you're lucky enough to encounter a boss, you might be able to rise to level 19. Ma Fei. Later on, follow Young Zhang's instructions and summon your pet to the front of the line to pull monsters. In addition, remember to exit the team after the wild monsters are bloodied and don't steal Young Zhang's experience. The few players following behind Marriott were planning Marriott's upgrade progress with a fawning face. Without paying too much attention to his teammates behind him, Wan Ho walked towards the front. These guys, all were characters who had appeared on the rankings at one time or another. But it's still way worse than that 10 square. Xiao Wu, you don't have to follow me all the time. Your main task is still to contact the 10 directions. If he would have accepted my invitation, I could have raised my voice another level or two. Whatever he asks, I accept it all unconditionally. If he's not impressed, everyone has weaknesses. Money, status, women, men. For a character like Ten Fong, if he's not interested in any of this, his family might be his only weakness. Well, that's all I can say. As Marriott's meaningful words fell, an assassin player following him nodded at once. Young Jiang, don't worry, I know what to do. Not far. When the group of players who were practicing saw Marriott and his party, their faces showed astonishment. Crap, these are all bigwigs that have appeared on the rankings. This is a group coming to the ruins of light to brush the monsters? Hiss. My idol Qi Liuwu is actually nodding his head behind someone else? This is a top assassin who has awakened the shadow talent. There's nothing to be surprised about. That's Duke Zheng. Even Qi Liuwu would only feel honored to work under him. Don't be ridiculous. I wasn't part of the discussion. The scattered players not far away were heard talking. The shadow assassin Qi Liuwu, who was following behind Marriott, tilted his head slightly and did not pay attention to these windy words. I'm just a dog beside the big money. What's wrong with that? Lousy now wants the wind and women in the real world. What's wrong with being a dog? The joy of being a dog for a big shot is not something you minions can appreciate. After disdainfully scanning the crowd, Qi Liuwu then condensed his natural power and slowly scanned the ruins in front of him. Being a top assassin, his scrying was much more powerful than the average player. So, among this team, he was not only responsible for the main output, but also took care of some information scouting. Soon, he realized that something was wrong with the situation. Young Jiang, there seems to be a bit too many monsters here. Lean back, vigilantly probing for a moment. Qi Liuwu suddenly realized that there were several bright giant rabbits flickering in the ruins in front of him on the left. With an extremely keen sense of perception, Qi Liuwu clearly saw the group of rabbits' pupils with a strong sense of fear and panic. It should be that there are players practicing ahead. Young Jiang, you don't have to worry. With me, your safety is certainly not in question. Just the moment a warrior player behind Marriott had just opened his mouth, the sight of the scene directly in front of him sent him staggering back a few times. In the midst of the ruins ahead, more than a dozen gold bosses in armor were carrying various kinds of soul swords to clear the battlefield. The boss was followed by a giant snake. The pressure emanating from its body alone was countless times higher than a gold boss. When Marriott, who was walking at the front of the group, saw this scene, a flash of surprise instantly surfaced on his face. How can there be so many gold bosses? Roar! Just as Marriott was about to ask the players behind him to plan a monster fight scenario, a dragon's roar roared up from the sky above the ruins of light. Next moment, The densely packed demonic dragons neatly sped from the air. In the blink of an eye, he flew high above the border of the bright ruins. Underneath the massive body covering, what had been a brightly lit ruin was instantly overshadowed by a huge shadow. Just the aura emanating from the demonic dragon caused the breaths of the crowd of players to catch. It is? Hurry up and go. Dozens of bosses? This is simply not something we can handle. These monsters seem a bit abnormal. Bad. Could it be that the undead plague has come early? Now everyone panicked. They had never seen such a horrible scene. Panicked, Marriott was just about to turn and retreat. A huge wolfsbane instantly condensed out of the ground under his crotch. It slammed into his lower third without mercy. At once, the rather lucky Marriott is a straight-up chicken and egg. The body fell straight to the ground after a miserable scream. The moment the bloodstain disappeared, a cue that was enough to break him drifted into his ears at once. You are dead. Due to your high luck value, your level has dropped by 2 levels. Interfered with by an unknown force. All your items have been dropped. Marriott, I'm Nima? What's wrong with me being lucky? Seeing the boss who was killed by an exploded egg, Shi Liaowu and his group were directly scared to the point that their legs went soft, and the entire group only felt a ding cold. After a short period of horror, they just pulled their legs out and ran. However, just after running a short distance, an identical wolfsbane then successively smashed into their crotches. In an instant, it cleared all their life values. You have killed the bright genteel rabbit. You killed Marriott. Shi Liaowu. You get, red moon coins asterisk 651W, shattered skull gloves, silver. Storm Ripper, silver. Soul exorcism has taken effect. You gained bright Xian rabbit Marriott Shi Liaowu. Soul control privileges. Sitting invisibly atop the head of a giant dragon. Zhang Fan looked down at the players below who had been decimated by fatal strike and didn't have any color fluctuations. These guys don't make the first choice to run when they see so many soul bodies. Zhang Fan could only respect their choice. It's nice to pop yourself a gold coin. Deadly Strike doesn't show the hitter's info anyway. This wave belongs to nature's gift. And, for people like this who want to open box themselves, Zhang Fan also didn't feel any guilt about striking. Not a bad death. Chapter 101 Entering the Human Emperor Trial. Experience buff upgrade. After sitting on top of the gargoyle's head and surveying a few ruins in the distance, Zhang Fan then glanced at his experience bar. Even if the experience required for upgrade skyrocketed every 10 levels, but under the sweep of a team of fighters, Zhang Fan still rose to level 46 at light speed in just a few hours. That was even after the monsters in several of the ruins had been harvested by the players and hadn't been repainted yet. This rank, it really isn't damn resistant at all. Ah, Zhang Fan couldn't help but lament. Open the level leaderboard. Zhang Fan realized that Wang Tang, who was in second place, had already risen to level 20. The players behind him were only around level 15 to 17. It's true, the jaggedness of the world needs to be felt at the top. At this stage, the other players should no longer be entertaining the idea of being able to catch up with me. In that case, it's better to more or less leave them with a little bit of hope, and pulling the level gap to 40 or 50 levels after entering the Human Emperor Trial and the Hanging City would be about right. After a mumble, Zhang Fan closed the experience information and level leaderboards. With that, he took all of the group of soul bodies into the special space of the soul exorcism. There was still half a day left before the opening of the Human Emperor Trial. For the rest of the day, Zhang Fan had no plans to practice leveling for the time being. Since the last time I returned to the real world Real Turtles, it had been a while since Zhang Fan had left Red Moon Games. Although with the increase in overall strength, Zhang Fan's physique and spirit had been strengthened. Even carrying it for another day or two is not a problem. However, Zhang Fan knew that after entering the Human Emperor Trial, he would not be able to leave unless he died. And according to the experience of the previous life, it would take at least 3 to 5 days to completely raid the copy. So, it was still necessary to take a brief break before the Human Emperor Trials opened. Besides, the 3 areas with the highest level of monsters in the human ruins had been cleared. Other ruins have monsters though. However, under the level gap, it could no longer provide Zhang Fan with such a raging experience value. So, there was little need for Zhang Fan to spend time grabbing this bit of mosquito leg with other players. Nurture your energy to build up your strength. First go offline to rest, then directly kill through the Human Emperor copy to enter the Hanging City. Put Phantom into the Ancient Emperor's bronze coffin. Zhang Fan directly left the Red Moon game to return to the real world. Space switching in progress. Zhang Fan's body appeared in his bedroom. The moment the figure was just revealed, Zhang Fan then immediately summoned the Meyer in the bronze coffin to give himself a protective aside. Yikes! After the ethereal voice with a hint of coquettishness rang out, Meyer then flapped her wings and flew to Zhang Fan's body. She poked her nose forward, sucking in the flavor of Zhang Fan's body with extreme enjoyment. There was a cute and charming look on his face. After rubbing the seemingly overgrown little guy, Zhang Fan casually took a shower and ate something before falling right back to sleep, with a monarch-level chimera escorting him at the side. Safety and all that, Zhang Fan wasn't worried in the slightest. The next day, the sun is rising. Zhang Fan, who had slept comfortably, only felt energized all over. After finding some food in the refrigerator to pad his stomach, Zhang Fan took Meyer into the Red Moon world. It was also right after Zhang Fan brought Meyer to harvest another wave of refreshed wild monsters. A brilliant golden light instantly covered the sky over the entire human race territory. Next moment, a beep sounded quietly in the ears of all the human players. The Prestige Copy Human Emperor Trial has been opened. All human players can teleport to the Human Emperor Trial space at any time through any blessing point. After entering the duplicate, you cannot leave the duplicate space with any spatial skills or teleportation props unless you die or the Human Emperor Trial ends. There are a large number of career scrolls, rare equipment, rare props and other resources scattered within the prestige copies. Players with more than 50% completion of the trial task will receive special resources and random rewards for extending their lifespan. Players who have completed more than 80% of the trial tasks will be awarded the title of Human King. Players who complete 100% of all trial missions will receive the Chi resource Human Emperor's weapon and be crowned as the supreme leader of the human camp. Human Emperor. As this burst of successive cues fell completely, all of the blessing points in the human camp flared up with a burst of golden light. Also at this time, all the players were in an uproar. Ah, this 50% completion will extend your life? There's no big man to take me on. I just came out of the sealed land. Do I have any fun going in there at level 10? Pax, old man, just go in at level 10 and muck around. Just get some random resources to live on until the big boys get through, passing the trial to be able to get the Human Emperor's weapon, and to be crowned as the Human Emperor. This Nima is simply bunker ah. Work hard. Struggle. What does the Human Emperor's artifact have to do with you? A level 11 milkmaid? 9 times out of 10. This thing is rounded up by Big Brother 10. Hee, you're still bragging here? Eagle Jam. Taiji and more than half of Sans people have been forced to come in by the higher-ups. And if 10 square is strong enough, can it still stand up to players from 3 countries? All players were scrambling to enter the Human Emperor trial, but there are quite a few who are more alternative. The outskirts of the Ruins of Light. A player holding a giant sword and shield casually cleared a few wild monsters before surveying the players who had entered the other dimension through the blessing points not far away with an excited expression. It's fortunate that I used the prophecy technique to understand the rules of the Human Emperor trial in advance, or else it would most likely be a waste of time and lifespan after going in. Hey. Go. All of them. With you guys gone, there's no one to steal resources from me. Mine. All mine. Remaining invisible, he swept a glance at the player who was running towards the distance. Zhang Fan then switched his 6 wings of departing fire to the wind attribute and quickly flew towards the nearest blessing bestowal point. No time was wasted. The moment you reached the point of blessing, Zhang Fan then immediately used the spatial effect of the blessing points to teleport into the Human Emperor trial. At once, a silver-white spatial light flickered. Zhang Fan's body disappeared into the ruins cliff and appeared in the prestige copy. You have entered the Human Prestige Copy Human Emperor's Ruins. Completing trial quests and killing special monsters will drop copy special props Human Emperor Stone, which can be exchanged for rewards at special copy spirits. Your contribution to the opening of the prestige copy is 100%. Within this copy your full attributes are plus 50%, loot drop rate is plus 50%, and experience gain is plus 50%. The cue in his ear had just dropped. Zhang Fan's body suddenly flickered with a soft glow. The experience bonus of the Human Emperor trial has been assimilated with your experience bonus, and the effect of your experience bonus has been increased by 50%. Chapter 102 Human Emperor Asylum. Burial Bone Wasteland. Look at the experience bonus effect on the status bar. Zhang Fan couldn't help but grin at the corner of his mouth. Experience buffs gain upgrades. That means, even if the level was getting higher, Zhang Fan's upgrading speed wouldn't slow down because of it. Closes the message state. Zhang Fan then turned his eyes to survey the surroundings. It was a slightly ancient hall. Many stone tablets of different shapes were piled up on both sides of the main hall. The clusters of blessing-giving flames that flickered on the stone tablets illuminated the entire hall in red. Unlike the previous relic palaces, there were no buildings above this great hall. Look up and see the stars. This was the junction between the Human Emperor's ruins and the Hanging City. Similar to the initial space where players awaken their professions and talents when they first enter Red Moon, every player would descend into such an area after entering the Human Emperor trial. Taking a step forward, Zhang Fan slowly bent down to light up the blessing point in front of him. You have lit up the Human Emperor's Ruins Hanging Hall blessing points. You gain Prestige plus 10, Experience plus 100. Human beings are crowned with the Human Queen, and you are free to travel to and from the Hanging City through this blessing point. Just straightened up. A statue directly in front of him slowly revitalized and walked directly towards Jiang Fan, otherworlder who thirsted for eternity and descended to the Red Moon. You have finally entered the ruins where Lord Human Emperor fell asleep. My name is Narciso, and I have served Lord Human Emperor. After the 100-phase battle, Lord Human Emperor's ashes were scattered in the relic plains below, and my soul transformed into thousands to guard this place, waiting for the human beings to be able to recreate Lord Human Emperor's former worldly power. This statue was made from some of the ashes of Lord Human Emperor. After sensing it with your heart, you will be guided by Lord Human Emperor. If you are fortunate enough to encounter the ancient beings in the future, they will also lend you a helping hand. Go forth, otherworlder, sense the power left behind by the Lord Human Emperor, and travel to the ruined wasteland below to pursue the Lord's guidance. This seemingly half-dead being was actually the key to whether or not the human players could enter the Tower of Eternity. But, that's an event that triggers after the Sea of Fog has cleared. Didn't pay much attention to this celebrity royal guard. Sweeping a glance at the statue of the human emperor in front of him, Jiang Fan then walked forward to touch his right hand on top of the statue's fingers. At once, a golden light completely enveloped Jiang Fan's body. You are guided by the ancient emperor. As you are equipped with the title of Human King, you have been granted the permanent special shelter of the human emperor, plus 2 chi, plus 2 luck, plus 54 dimensional attributes, and plus 10% damage reduction. All of your attributes have been forcibly assigned to physique, and the rest of your attributes have received a synchronized boost. Just the moment the beep fell, Jiang Fan's body instantly disappeared into the hanging hall and appeared on top of a gray wasteland. You have entered the human emperor's ruins, burial bone wasteland. Ignore the cue in your ear. Jiang Fan raised his eyes to the rather familiar scene before him. It was an extremely empty plain. Skeletons and tombstones of various beings were everywhere on the weed-covered ground. The entire space was filled with a sense of desolation. In the human emperor's ruins, there were dozens of wastelands like this one sprinkled with the ashes of the ancient emperors. And in the center area of the wasteland, a tall tower standing in the thick mist was emanating a regal aura. It was a projection of the Tower of Eternity. It's just a projection though, yet a steady stream of awesome and empowering light overflows from the outside. The projections seen here were more realistic and spectacular than those seen at the human ruins, though the entire wilderness had quite an alternative desolate beauty under this projection. But Jiang Fan was incredibly clear. What dangers lurk in this wilderness? Not only were the monsters here stronger than the monsters in the Broken Cliff ruins, the behavior is also more sinister. So, for casual players, it's quite a bit harder to survive here than outside. But, Jiang Fan wasn't under any particular pressure. Gather your mind. After turning off the effect of Deadly Strike, Jiang Fan then turned on Stealth. Also at this time, one after another, a ray of light landed near Jiang Fan. Hey, why are you doing this place for me? Isn't it the Human Emperor trial? How come it's so gloomy and a bit creepy? Can we have a whole place in the young world? Kai go. Find a place to hide. Sit back and wait for the big guy to pass. I am a gold level dual cultivation talent with a very high bonus. Is there any female Taoist friend to conspire with? Level 16 swordsmen are sincere about forming a team, and you need to provide your real name information to enter the team, so as to stop old six from going behind your back. My humble necromantic talent level 15 mage, ready to go to find the Eagle Sauce players to exchanges. Willing to team up together quickly, the harvest 50/50ths. Has anyone found any traces of Big Brother 10? This copy I feel like I have to follow Big Brother 10 in order to hang out. After entering the Human Emperor trial, players are teleported to a random burial bone wasteland. As for this area where Jiang Fan was, it was located in the southernmost part of the Human Emperor's ruins, under the huge base of human players. More and more players were teleported to this burial bone wasteland where Jiang Fan was, switching the 6 wings of departing fire to the light attribute. Jiang Fan then flew up and floated high into the air. Sweeping a glance at the growing number of players below, Jiang Fan immediately opened the Human Emperor's ruins trial quest. Trial mission, contents, collect Human Emperor Stone *3000, Human Emperor Ashes *1 and arrive at Burial Bone Ruins. Upon completion of content, the subsequent trial content will be automatically unlocked and 20% of the quest trial progress will be gained. The first trial task wasn't that difficult. There is no time limit and most players can complete it as long as they don't die. Closing the mission panel, Jiang Fan then summoned all his soul bodies. After giving the soul command to kill the wildlife, the monarch gargoyle immediately flew towards the left side with the still dispersed demon dragon army, and the sword slaves swept towards the plains on the right. Holy crap! I just came in and the bosses are descending? So many gold bosses and I'm fighting Nima? How did so many dragons appear in the sky all of a sudden? Obviously there were none just now, and this is still playing a rally. Hell of an opening. Who the hell can finish 50% of the trial progress? Hey, something's not right. How come there's only a boss here and the other planes don't seem to have one? How are these bosses so similar to the undead natural disaster from the Ruins of Light? Is it possible that the trial copy will also descend into the natural disaster? Collective trade natural disaster. How can a natural disaster descend on only one place? I feel like it's kind of like a player-controlled death-based pet. Crazy. Dozens of gold bosses, and a 100-meter dragon that's countless times more powerful than a gold boss. And you call this a pet? The moment a host of soul bodies appeared, the players who descended near the wasteland immediately scattered in panic. Putting aside this factor of being teleported away once you die in the human emperor trials, the mechanism by which death alone causes a decline in bodily functions, there would be no players willing to stay in boss-heavy areas. So, the players who descended upon this wasteland were almost all briefly surprised before instinctively sprinting towards the more distant areas. Floating high above the sky, he surveyed the panicked fleeing players below. Zhang Fan then summoned the human emperor streamer and quickly released his soul power to carve a name on the end of the streamer. Furnace Giant Thane, Chapter 103, Flame Forging Hammer. Collecting human emperor stones at the speed of light. There are quite a few bosses in the Burial Bone Wasteland, and although this Furnace Giant Sarn is only gold rank, however, it can 100% pop out a rare item that other monsters can't, the Fiery Forge Hammer. With this item, you will be able to upgrade the 6 wings of flying fire in the Foundry Ruins. At the same time, you can also reinforce a wave of level 40 Monarch armor popped by the hunt for the Sky Thunder Dragon. Though the Furnace Giant Sarn's whereabouts were erratic, but the human emperor's streamer is in his hand. As long as he knew the target's name, Zhang Fan could directly inflict undying damage on it. After combining it with the percentage damage of Wrath of Crass, even if he stood still, Zhang Fan would be able to kill him from 800 miles away. The moment. In the middle of another Burial Bone Wasteland to the southeast, near an old building, dozens of players were surrounding a giant boss with a furnace on its head, constantly fixing its feet and attacking its lower 3. This boss looks quite fierce. I didn't expect it to be so bulky. Once I run into its crotch and frantically output, it'll be helpless. Melting furnace monster. I have to let you taste the power of the lower 3 war gods today. Why does it feel like this style of play of ours is a bit obscene? What's obscene? The strong are meant to ruthlessly humiliate the weak. Wait for me to drink a bottle of blue dew, and then I'll directly burn my crotch with a big fireball spell. Cool. With my usual luck value, how can I explode something good this time? You guys don't want to steal it from me then. Just as a bunch of players were trimming their feet and burning their crotches while walking around, the furious furnace giant directly raised his right foot that was burning with flames and slammed it down towards the ground. Boom! Blazing flames spread out in all directions, and the massive impact instantly shook the player on its crotch to the ground. Also at this time, a black and red light flashed across its body. Next moment, a damage number continuously floated up above its head. Minus 34,999. Minus 77,000. Minus 34,999. Furnace Giant? Ben was a little cranky from the obscene human crotch burn. The moment the melting furnace giant surprisingly realized that his life value had dropped by a small half in an instant. What the hell is this? At this frequency, I'm afraid I'm going to die a violent death soon. In the midst of the great horror of the ever-decreasing life value, the furnace giant kept hammering the ground like crazy. It seemed that it was trying to dispel the blood withholding status on its body in this way. Pity. Even as the ground was hammered out with deep crater after deep crater, the damage numbers on its head continued to float up. WOJ. This boss is annoyed. Run. Not quite right. How come this boss's blood bar dropped so much in the blink of an eye? This neighborhood is also sister people. Could it be that the crotch burn hit the boss's weakness? No way. I've burned not 1,000 crotches but 800. And I can tell you responsibly that the lower 3 attacks are only likely to trigger sustained damage against flesh and blood creatures. Damn. There's something dirty. No wonder this neighborhood is full of tombstones. I'll sneak out first. I'm not fighting this boss. I'm guessing that I'm afraid it's not Big Brother 10 hiding somewhere to attack this boss, right? Such outrageous damage is only deserved by Big Brother 10. Afraid of a set trade. Wait for the boss blood bar to be a little less. I will directly a slide shovel over in its crotch to harvest like crazy. What do we care about what 10 parties not 10 parties? Anyway, did not show up cannot blame me for robbing the boss. Just keep your mouth shut. You'll be honest when Big Brother 10 removes your career bonus. Just as a player with the in-game nickname Lower Third War God had just climbed up and sneaked closer to the furnace giant that kept hammering the ground. The furnace giant, whose bloodstain was already low, with the last damage number floating above his head afterwards, the huge body fell straight down. Also at this time, the 10 players with the highest luck values who had gathered around it without dying were instantly selected by the fear of death. At once, a damage as high as 35,000 erupted from their bodies. Still don't understand what's happening. Their bodies then lay straight on the ground as if they had eaten poisonous mushrooms. The burial bone wasteland at this moment. Just as Zhang Fan had just unlocked the 9th blessing point next to the tombstone, a beeping tone kept floating up in his ears. 10,000 souls draw effect triggered. Your life value limit is increased by 52,000 and your magic value limit is increased by 24,200. You have gained Furnace Giant Thane. Lower Third Warlord. All soul control permissions. You kill Furnace Giant Thane. Lower Third Warlord. You have obtained Fiery Warhammer, Gold. Fiery Sword, Gold. Fiery Shield, Gold. You have obtained Fiery Forge Hammer. You gain 82,102 experience. Experience bonus is in effect. You gain 123,153 experience. You get life expectancy * 47 days. Penniless in effect. You get Red Moon Coin * 80025. Human Emperor Stone * 7. Red Dew Chalice * 180. Blue Dew Chalice * 225. Execution Giant Sword, Bronze. Broken Shouyu Armor, Bronze. Blasted Wind Soft Shoes, Black Iron. Looking at the loot that was automatically transported to the carry-on space, Zhang Fan couldn't help but pause in his stance. The Human Emperor Streamer. It's really something good. Except for the fact that some soul power needs to be consumed when using it. It's just ridiculously strong. After sweeping the distant blessing points and sensing the soul bodies of the players, Zhang Fan then lifted the exorcism status. These players were too weak and had extremely limited survival time, and basically had little value to utilize. Just as Zhang Fan had just given the command to clear the wild monsters to the Furnace Giant's soul body through the soul hub, a prompt drifted in his ears. You have killed the polluter. You have killed the twisted guard. You get Human Emperor Stone * 4577. You get. Descending into the burial bone wasteland was only a matter of minutes. The soul body beater team then directly harvested over 4,000 Human Emperor Stones for Zhang Fan. It directly exceeded the required limits of the trial mission. That is to say, as long as the ashes of the Human Emperor are found again arriving at the burial bone ruins, then Zhang Fan would be able to directly gain 20% of the trial progress. Take the soul body into the special space of the soul drive. Zhang Fan immediately flapped his 6 wings of departing flame towards a cluster of gray buildings directly in front of the wasteland. In sight, at the edge of that building, a crumbling, deserted tower leaned crookedly against one of the walls. Zhang Fan remembered. Above that barren tower was a treasure chest containing the ashes of the Human Emperor. Chapter 104, 2 Mythic Level Words. Strongman Appraisal Technique over time. The number of players entering the Human Emperor trial was increasing, since the descent point is completely randomized. So, even the more sinister desolate tower neighborhoods were already filled with people. Fly stealthily above the deserted tower. Sweeping down below, he glanced at the small group of players who were fighting back and forth with the monsters guarding the gate. Zhang Fan then released a spatial transformation and instantly exchanged positions with a dead leaf at the top of the tower. Dead leaves rustled down as Zhang Fan's body floated above the top of the tower. As a special area in the burial bone wasteland, to get to the top of the barren tower, you must defeat the monsters at the entrance to enter the gate of the desolate tower. Then pass through the fire attribute boundary inside the tower and defeat the skeleton monsters before you can ascend to the top of the tower. But, that's for the average player. With 6 wings of off-fire, plus the power of space that can switch places with the target, Zhang Fan didn't have to waste all that pointless time at all. Rotate your eyes. The left side of the top of the tower scattered with skeletons and broken blades. A very unassuming wooden pointy horn peeked out from under the clutter of skulls. That is the corner of the treasure chest. Phantom Space ability is activated. You obtain Burial Bone Treasure Chest. Rune Broken Sword, Gold. Funeral Chest, effect, 100% obtain Human Emperor Ashes, Human Emperor Stone, and 1 additional gold level random item after opening. Description, a wood grain treasure chest containing the ashes of the Emperor of Man. Addable entries, for this treasure chest had been shortcut by Zhang Fan in his previous life. After opening it, besides getting the Human Emperor's Ashes and the Human Emperor's Stone, you also get a random gold level item. The value can be substantial. Drink a bottle of Blue Dew Potion to remain invisible into the subdimension. Zhang Fan immediately took out the treasure chest to perform word additions for it. With the Infinite Words gift of power infused, a stream of light of different colors instantly enveloped the Burial Bone treasure chest. Word added successfully. Burial Bone treasure chest gained epic word, Great Destruction Bone Sword. Burial Bone treasure chest acquires the legendary word, Spirit Destruction. Burial Bone treasure chest obtains mythic words, Strongman Appraisal. Straight Knee Sword. Great Destruction Bone Sword. The random item in the treasure chest is replaced with the Wang Xian grade weapon Great Destruction Bone Sword. Spirit Destruction. Open the treasure chest to gain an additional permanent status. When dealing any damage to the target, it will disable the target's talent for 10 seconds, and repeated damage will reset the disablement time. Strongman Appraisal Technique. After opening the treasure chest, you gain an additional mythic grade talent Strongman Appraisal Technique. Straight Knee Sword. After opening the treasure chest, you gain an additional growable effect. Any living being that has malicious intent towards you in any space or time will automatically receive a chopping blow to the knee from an invisible sword chi, with damage equal to 30% of the target's maximum life value limit. Targets whose knees are attacked will automatically kneel and worship and will not be able to launch any attacks against you during that time, and attacks you unleash on them will deal true damage. Kneeling time depends on whether or not the target has malicious intent towards you, and this effect can grow to evil as death as you advance in your profession. Look at the word effects on the treasure chest. Zhang Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The 4 courses of words added to this wave. Not only did it upgrade a random gold level item to a Wang Xian level bone sword, also got the special sealing power that nullifies the target's talent. As soon as damage is dealt to the target's talent will simply be briefly blocked. And if the target's name is inscribed on the Book of Life and Death of the Human Emperor's streamer, then the target will be in a direct nightmare state of talent unavailability. This effect can be extremely powerful. Beyond that, what surprised Zhang Fan the most was, this wave surprisingly gained 2 mythic words. Any being that has malicious intent towards them is not only subject to the 30% maximum life value limit damage effect, and to keep kneeling and worshipping. This channel's ability is a proper anti-bonehead detector. And if the profession keeps advancing after the damage upgrade, beings with malicious intent towards themselves will simply die instantly and violently. Such an effect is ridiculously strong. Suppress the dark joy inside. Zhang Fan then lifted the lid of the treasure chest with one hand. At once, a bunch of items slowly floated into Zhang Fan's carry-on space from the treasure chest. In the meantime, 3 extremely special energy rays drilled into Zhang Fan's body in the space of a breath as if summoned. You have opened the burial bone treasure chest. You get Human Emperor Ashes *1, Human Emperor Stone *100, Great Destruction Bone Sword, Wang Xian *1. You gain the permanent status, Mental Destruction. You gain a growable effect, Straight Knee Sword. Just at the moment the beep fell, an illusory light flashed from Zhang Fan's eyes. You receive special empowerment. You have awakened the talent, Strongman Appraisal. Feeling the added power and talent in his body, Zhang Fan only felt a surge of euphoria. After exhaling softly, Zhang Fan then looked at his newly acquired talent effect. Powerful Identification Technique, Grade, Myth Effects, Eye of Pregnancy, stare at whoever is pregnant. All races of living beings will be pregnant under your gaze. This pregnancy state is October birth. The pain can't be immunized in any way. You can freely turn on and off this effect. Pregnancy Transmutation, not unlocked Pregnancy Aura, not unlocked Pregnancy Meditation, unlocked Accurate Pregnancy, unlocked, 6, Life Manipulation, not unlocked, Introduction, allows the target to experience the greatness of a mother's love, which only the strong are immune to, can freely create life after the talent effect is fully liberated. Looking at the information on the talent panel, Zhang Fan couldn't help but be a little stunned for a moment. What is filial piety? What is love? Know the greatness of a mother's love? Stare at whoever is pregnant. Who would dare to appear within their sight with such an effect? If this ability is materialized into the real world, it's scary to think about. The initial opening of the gift would be able to change the laws of the Red Moon's conception, if fully awakened. So how horrible will it be? In anticipation, Zhang Fan closed the talent panel. After scanning the information on the Great Destruction Bone Sword, Zhang Fan then rushed towards the burial bone ruins. Both the Human Emperor Stone and the Human Emperor's ashes have been collected. As long as one arrived at the burial bone ruins, they would be able to complete the first task of the trial. The area where the burial bone desolate tower was located was not too far from the burial bone ruins. Returning to the blessing point is reached after reversing through the fire elemental heavy foundry ruins. With memories of past lives, Zhang Fan saved himself the time of exploring and went straight back to the first blessing point that was illuminated. Spreading his wind-attributed 6 wings of departing fire, Zhang Fan immediately flew in a direction away from the Tower of Eternity's projection. 10 or so minutes later, Zhang Fan breezed through a black river that wasn't deep or shallow, and entered a sparking crimson complex. Chapter 105, Monarch Level 6 Wings of Departing Fire. This is not a 10-sided Big Brother Ali. Directly the Foundry Ruins were considered the most special place in the entire Human Emperor trials. Because, not like the other monster territories, there aren't any wildlife here. In the large melting and casting hall, apart from some ancient beings, there was only 100 phase being who could upgrade equipment, fly through the air invisibly. Zhang Fan realized that compared to the player-dense burial bone wasteland, there are significantly fewer people here. After all, unless one ran directly towards the burial bone ruins as soon as they started descending into the Human Emperor trial. Otherwise, it was basically impossible for the players to arrive here so quickly with their movement speed. Sweeping a glance at the ruined hall in his sight, Zhang Fan then leapt into the wreckage of a dilapidated building. Flames continued to rise above the collapsed walls. Behind the forge table in the corner, a humanoid being was wielding a hammer in his hand, constantly smashing on top of the iron on the forging table. This being was rather strange looking. A white beard grew on his lower jaw and a meteorite covered the top of his head. A single white horn of varying sizes lined both shoulders and back. A dragon scale was wrapped around his arm. This was one of the primordial beings birthed by the Tower of Eternity. Forgers who have made forging their life's mission. 100 phases of split human beings? Swinging the black hammer in his hand without lifting his head, a dry sound escaped from the forge's mouth. You're here for the forge, aren't you? Give me the item and I'll forge and strengthen it for you. Although the number of times it can be strengthened is limited, I'll need quite a few human emperor stones. If you want to forge stronger equipment with me, you need to find that fiery forge hammer. Red Moon Games. Equipment can only be forged and enhanced in special areas of Hanging City. Beyond that, then only this forger of the human emperor's copy was able to upgrade the equipment weapons. Just, compared to those native beings of the Hanging City, the number of times this forger can strengthen is extremely limited. But, it's a different story if you find a fiery forge hammer. Taking out the huge flaming hammer from his carry space, Zhang Fan handed it directly in front of the forger. Master, this should be the hammer you asked for. Looking at the flaming giant hammer in front of him, the forge's face could not help but float up in surprise. It really is a fiery forge hammer, and it seems to possess additional effects. Otherworlder, it's unbelievable that you're carrying this special item. Throwing the hammer in his hand on the ground, the forger then took over the fiery forging hammer in Zhang Fan's hand. This hammer is something I've been searching for a long time, Otherworlder, and you've done me a great favor. In return, I can help you upgrade 2 pieces of equipment to the Wang Xian rank for free, and perform 2 free enhancements for your weapons. Hearing the slightly agitated voice of the forge, Zhang Fan also couldn't help but be a little surprised. Past life. After finding the hammer for this forger, the hidden reward gained was upgrading a piece of equipment to King Xian level. But what you get at the moment is 2 whole pieces. Could it be that this was because the forge hammer he submitted came with words that triggered an extra bonus? Gather your mind. Zhang Fan then looked at the equipment on his body. In addition to the 6 wings of the departing fire, the armor and shoes that Zhang Fan currently wore had better alternatives. So Zhang Fan had no intention of upgrading it. And as a source of infinite stealth abilities, that phantom ring, for which no replacement had ever been found, was best suited for upgrading and evolving. Think about it. Zhang Fan immediately removed the 6 wings of departing fire in the ring on his hand, and placed them directly on top of the forging table with flames burning in front of him. With a special law contract, the item will automatically return to the player's carry space after forging. So, players don't have to worry about losing their items when they forge them. Otherworlder, please wait a moment. These 2 items of yours seem to contain an aura of eternity, and I will need more time to complete the casting. The slightly impatient words had just fallen. The forger then swung the fiery forging hammer in his hand and crackled it down towards the 6 wings of departing flame. As he smashed it, he also added various materials to it. And just as the blows were ringing out, a player who was scavenging and exploring around in the ruins not far away slowly walked over. Not much longer. This corner was then crowded with people. It's surprising that equipment can be forged here. Am I right? This copy must have special encounters. You can't just think about fighting monsters and collecting items here. This old man is forging equipment? Crap. This is the outward glow of the weapon of gold. These wings, and they're fucking 6-winged. They're just dope. Hiss. Why can't I see this old man's blood bar? My hands are itching. WOJ, is that the player forging? The exploration progress is even faster than ours. And he's found the forge? Hey, something's not right. I've seen that pain outfit before. It looks like it's a 10-square big brother. Just as a group of players were talking, a player holding a lance cautiously approached the forging table and asked with a terrified expression, Big brother. Excuse me, are you 10 square dad? Big brother? To this player's inquiry, Zhang Fan didn't respond. But, this attitude alone had already agitated the player. Over time, the impact of the Red Moon games has been unimaginably large in the real world. Being the sole presence of Red Moon, the influence of the 10 directions today could be considered extremely terrifying. And ever since the Ascension program proposed by the 10 directions made tens of thousands of people disappear without a trace, there was no way anyone would dare to impersonate him. First, he was wanted by the Taiji state, and then he was getting all kinds of attention from Eagle Jam and Sans Top Brass. At this juncture, it was too late to clear the air with the 10 directions, so who would dare to take a life and pretend to be one? So, even though Zhang Fan didn't deny it, it actually said something in the eyes of these players. And the red cloud and black robe that Zhang Fan wore left some impression on the players when they sold their items in the sealed land. So, despite not getting a response, However, there were already some players who had guessed Zhang Fan's identity. Holy shit, this dress seems to be really 10 square Big Brother. In addition, you guys look at his headdress, the outward radiance is obviously not the weapon of gold. This is damn sure to be the weapon of Wang Xian. In addition to the 10 square Big Brother, who can afford to wear this kind of equipment? Really? This man is a Big Brother of the 10 directions? Bang! Just as the players were surprised, a dull sound of a falling hammer rang out from the forging table. In a split second, the 6 wings of departing fire floating above the forge suddenly emitted a burst of brilliant 7-colored light. At the same time, an invisible pressure spread out in all directions with the forging platform as the center. Next moment, the gorgeous 6 wings slowly floated up and instantly floated into Zhang Fan's spatial backpack. 6 wings of departing fire has gained forging reinforcement and advanced to the monarch rank. Otherworlder, this hammer you handed me is truly extraordinary. Originally, with my forging power, these 6 wings could only be forged to the Wang Xin level, but by relying on the eternal breath and the hammer, it's amazing that I was able to forge the 6 wings to the monarch level, which is beyond the boundaries of my forging, in such a short period of time. Crowd, monarch level equipment? This nigga is not a tenfold bigot. I'll eat it straight up. Chapter 106, Night of the Kneeling Clan? A big salute at the first meeting? Crap, that pair of wings is a monarch's weapon? It's really a small knife/S opening up. I said how it feels even more terrifying than the aura emanating from a gold boss. Monarch level wings. It's 100% capable of chi air flight. Right. Big Brother 10 is going up to the sky. Nyo hiya. I can't even find a single piece of gold equipment right now. Big Brother has already gotten the monarch equipment. The gap is too big. The gap should be far greater than you think. Big Brother 10 has killed a monarch level dragon in seconds before. This is definitely not Big Brother's first monarch's artifact. That said, can anyone see the blood bar of the Big 10? Big Dum Don, what do you want? Near the corner of the forge ruins, there was an uproar the moment the forger uttered the words monarch class. Although the attributes of the equipment on the forge table can only be seen by the player himself, but just a monarch level was enough to make all the players go crazy. It had only been less than 20 short days since the Red Moon had descended, though most players have adapted slightly to the current rules of survival of the Red Moon game. However, the highest grade of equipment that players have been able to produce so far is only silver. Perhaps there was also a small group of people who had obtained a King Xian's weapon through some strange encounter, but those kinds of players are definitely few and far between, even for the players who were high on the rank list. Since the second place, the clear colors were gold equipment and silver equipment. For that matter, there are quite a few more that came through other people's offerings or high prices. As for the King Xian's weapon, except for a portion of the players who had seen a glimpse of it when Zhang Fan slaughtered the Wind Demon Dragon, other players haven't seen what it looks like, and what the forge calls monarch level equipment. They are not even thinking about it. But now, they were the ones who had seen one such piece of high level equipment up close and in person, and it's still a special wing type outfit. Let's just say that the differences between people can really be unimaginable. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the crowd of players stared at Zhang Fan with glazed eyes, the old man behind the forge began another round of hammering. This? Biggie forged and strengthened more than one piece of equipment? Righteous Father, please take me with you. Just reward me with some equipment. My family owns a media company. If you want people or money, it's up to you. Father 10 Square, you've upgraded so fast. You must have a lot of equipment that you don't use on your body. Sell me a few pieces. As long as you can get me to half of the trial progress, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Coaxing the halls into mourning. Running the game to recognize your father. You'll be honest when Eagle Sauce and the dignitaries find you for information. With the appearance of the monarch's weapon and the 10 directions, the number of players flocking to the forge ruins increased. The people were talking to each other. There were those who were close to each other and pulling the strings, those who were so jealous that their faces turned pale, and those who were secretly sending messages. Bang! Just the moment the forge's hammer fell, the 10 or so players surrounding the corner of the forge ruins knelt down in unison in the direction where Zhang Fan was. At the same time, an assortment of damage numbers floated above their heads. Minus 1860, minus 2170, minus 1940. Crowd. More than a dozen players fell to their knees in worship and instantly dropped most of their bloodstains. Such a bizarre scene. Straight away, the eyes of the other players who were still standing went straight. What the hell is this? Wasn't this the same shit that just wanted to see the big guy's bloodstain and yin and yang? Why is this kneeling? What's the situation? I seek the big brother also sister hands off the charts. Even if he knelt, why did his bloodstain drop so much? I guess he's afraid that he said something wrong to offend the big man. And now he's on his knees begging for forgiveness. Knight of the Kneeling Clan. Still shady? Are you honest now? Under the effect of the straight knee sword, among the crowd of onlookers, Those players who harbored ill will towards Jiang Fan had their knees directly struck by the invisible sword chi and fell to the ground. No one can understand what's happening, because the level of power contained in the straight knee sword was no longer as simple as mere stat damage. What it contains is the law of cause and effect, the conceptual ability. Such a power could not be reached by ordinary players even if the game time was pushed back another 10 years. Not to mention at this stage today, also while a bunch of players were watching from their places. The rest of the Forge ruins. Crap, Big Brother 10 has shown up in that nook in the left front, and it seems like he's forged a monarch's weapon. Charge, charge, charge. Must give Big Brother as a dog. If this trial can pass, Big Brother in all likelihood is the future human emperor. This damn if can climb a little relationship with Big Brother, even if as a dog is also a royal dog. Tai. Just because of your determination, you can definitely get some connections with the Big Brother by going over there now. If not, I'll step in and fix it for you. I love to tell a little lie. Before I entered the replica, the real world had already opened quite a few handicaps. Now there are a lot of people betting on 10 square to become the human emperor, but I see that there are quite a lot of people who are betting on the third place on the leaderboard. That Marriott, and his odds are huge. Come on, even that second place fusion mage said that he wasn't on the same level as 10 square. And level 18 Marriott can still steal the human emperor from 10 square who crushed him by almost 30 levels? I've seen this kind of handicap a lot, and it's ironic that someone is running the show. The news of Jiang Fan's appearance in the Forge ruins spread through the human emperor's copies with great speed. Most of the players perked up. Following the last time in the Frost ruins, he had decapitated the Wind Demon Dragon and the young princess of the Taiji Kingdom. This is the first time that the 10 parties have appeared. As the existence of opening large copies alone, almost all the players wanted to set some copy information from Jiang Fan. So, players who were near the Forge ruins, as long as they weren't fighting a boss, were quickly rushing towards the ruins. Time passes. 20 minutes slipped by. Bang! Inside the corner of the Forge ruins, as the crimson sledgehammer in the forger's hand slammed down, a dark shadow instantly erupted from the forge. The corner of the ruins that exploded into flames was directly and completely enveloped. In a split second, the fiery red space became out of reach. Under the gaze of the void pupil, Jiang Fan could clearly see the shadowy ring floating on the forging table, like a black stream of light instantly drifting into his carry-on space. The phantom ring has gained forging enhancement and advanced to the monarch rank. The moment the tone fell, Jiang Fan then put the ring on his hand and cancelled its outward effect. Also at this time, the space shrouded in darkness returned to normal. Oh Otherworlder, you really amaze me with these things. After the flames of the 100-phase melting furnace dissipated, I didn't think I would be able to forge 2 items to the monarch rank on the same day. It's a pity that my forging power and forging materials have been depleted. I need to rest for a while to recover my forging power, and I won't be able to forge any more equipment in a short period of time. However, if you can obtain Lord Human Emperor's weapon of authority in this space where he is buried, perhaps I can help you forge all of the items to the monarch level by relying on the Human Emperor's fortune. After hearing these words, the players on the sidelines were unable to remain calm. All the items were forged to monarch level. What the hell? Doesn't that mean, as long as you get the Human Emperor's weapon, you can have an additional set of monarch level equipment? Just as a group of players felt the courage to walk up and prepare to find a forge to strengthen their equipment, the sledgehammer-swinging forgeman flew straight into the furnace, and the whole thing disappeared into thin air. Also at this time, more than a dozen players with ghost steps on appeared in front of Jiang Fan. They just appeared for a split second. 5 or 6 players directly knelt down towards Jiang Fan. Knights of the Kneeling Nation. Crowd. Nice guy. Is this the row of the big man of the 10 directions as the first person of the Red Moon? Why do you have to make such a big gesture when someone comes to meet you? Chapter 107. To knife a person's thoughts can't be hidden. You stand up and talk first. Holy shit. A sprint car to take a knee? I thought it was a roadblocker. But it turned out to be someone who wanted to recognize his righteous father. Our brothers and sisters usually call our righteous father and father just a mouth high. I didn't expect someone to really kneel down directly. This vigor really makes me sweat. But what's this blood drop after kneeling? Does kneeling normally drop blood? Could it be a special mechanic of the Red Moon game? Why don't someone kneel down and try it? All the standing players were dumbfounded. Though usually there are quite a few players who say things like Father Ten's possession while fighting monsters. But those are basically just lip service. I didn't realize that there were really people who were so candid that they just drove up to speed and came to their knees to worship. Something's not right. Isn't that the one who's quite famous recently? Beastmaster Ma Fei? And the one kneeling the straightest seems to be the Red Moon expert who's 10th on the rank list. Even a bigot like this pulls down to his knees and recognizes his righteous father? Shit. What the hell am I holding out for? The world is going downhill. In order to appease the bigwigs, even the bigwigs on this kind of rank list have to kneel and kowtow. So many bigwigs have knelt down to climb relationships. Why don't we try it too? If we can climb a bit of a relationship with the 10 big brothers, we can survive for 100 or so more days after we pass this copy. Hey, isn't that Marriott standing back there? He's the favorite for the Human Emperor gambling board. With more and more players, a number of sharp-eyed people recognized Marriott. Hot. It's just a game. I've seen a lot of these games. And the dealer is probably this Marriott. Doing a bureau. Doing what? Usually the favorites in this kind of betting board that look like they're bound to lose are all messed up by the bookmakers. And after the opening round the bookmakers go to the real favorites for insider trading. So this Marriott is presumably our man king. This explanation spread. A player in the crowd immediately let out a disdainful voice. You're pulling a few eggs, right? He's almost 30 levels lower than 10 square. He's going to take the human emperor with his head? 10 square even killed the little princess of Taiji Kingdom. Will he still make this kind of deal with him? There's definitely no way for an ordinary person to make this kind of deal. But think about it, can he be an ordinary person if he can open this kind of gambling board in the real world with great fanfare? What is it? Is it even better than that Wu Clan's heir? I can hear that Wu Tian is the one that 10 square gave GA. Primitive shares of juniors understand not. Wu Tian counts a set of trade I tell you so. Wu Tian's blood flow dry are not as red as this kind of people's sweat. If not for this identity, those rank list of the big brother can follow him behind the nodding and wasting? I don't understand. Don't hurt me, I'm not involved in the discussion. After listening to some of the identity information that Brother Knowles had blurted out, the chatter in the forge ruins suddenly became much less. In the meantime, Marriott, who was standing on the side, saw the scene of his recruited experts kneeling down and worshipping. A flash of surprise rose to his face. What are these kneelers up to? Wasn't there a trace of backbone left when he was recruited by himself? How come you're kneeling down to 10 in front of so many people now? That doesn't make sense. Could this be some special ability of the 10? Think about it. Marriott couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. After a slight pause, Marriott directly walked towards the corner of the ruins with large strides. Brother 10 square. I won't say any more nonsense. I've come to you this time to make a deal with you. And believe me, the leverage will be too much for you to refuse. Sweeping a glance at the player in front of him who didn't kneel down, Zhang Fan was slightly puzzled, then took a step towards the front. Not interested. There was no memory of this guy in his previous life. This means that this guy is not a strong person. And under the auditory reinforcement of the supersense, the whispers of those players were heard by Zhang Fan. This Marriott, who had recruited a dozen or so high-level players, was the junior of some primordial bigwig? But, for this kind of guy whose genes had mutated so much that he had already begun to go around acting like a bully, Zhang Fan didn't have the idea of hitching a ride. And since the straight knee sword doesn't detect malice, Zhang Fan didn't have any intention of doing anything either. Seeing Zhang Fan leave just like that, Wan Hao froze before then catching up. The smile on his face had disappeared without a trace. Although there were quite a few elders who cautioned him from time to time not to privately contact the Red Moon's powerhouses so as not to offend the other party. But what's at stake is the selection of the emperor of the entire human race within the Red Moon game. Normally a poor listener, he was even less likely to take those admonitions to heart. No one knows what kind of effect crowning a human emperor has. But, after Red Moon's growing influence on the real world, no one would think that the Emperor of Men was simply the leader of the race. So, even if it's a bit risky, still, Marriott didn't hesitate to choose to engage the 10 directions head-on. 10 square, let me make it clear. As long as you support me as the human race's spokesperson, I promise to make you a powerful party in the real world within 2 years. You don't know yet, do you? But now that the Red Moon census is becoming more and more vocal, it won't be long before the identities of all the players become transparent. Besides, there are quite a few high-ranking members of the country who are now trying to find ways to search for information about you. Even if you have some of the Red Moon's power in the real world, could you still resist a hot weapon on your own? Right at the moment when Marriott finished these words with a slight threatening tone, his body fell straight to his knees. At the same time, 2 damage numbers instantly floated up above his head. Minus 2,580. Minus 3,010. Feel the power emanating from the wrath of class. Zhang Fan then turned around and laughed softly. You said it very well, but can you stand up and talk? Noticing the difference in his body, Marriott's face couldn't help but sink. At the same time, a deep shock grew in his heart and soul. Clearly no one is releasing skills, but I can't believe I just fell to my knees uncontrollably. And, the knees seemed to instantly connect with the ground. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get up. What's going on here? In horror, Manhwa raised his head and said in a cold voice, What do you mean? Meaning, I mean you no harm. Hearing this from the other party, Zhang Fan burst out laughing. No offense? You can't hide what you want to knife a person. You're going to make a move on me? Jiang Fan skimmed his lips as an illusory light glowed in his eyes. Not at the moment. Upon hearing these words, Marriott was just about to let out a sigh of relief when a teasing voice suddenly came to his ears. Do you know what filial piety is? What is love? As the last word fell, the light in Jiang Fan's eyes was frozen like substance. Next moment, a life energy so illusory that only Jiang Fan could see it instantly surged into Wanho's body. In a split second, Marriott's stomach rose at a rate visible to the naked eye. After a few short breaths it reached the size of an October baby. At once, a wave of pain traveled through Marriott's abdomen and lower body. That seems to be a sign of new life to come. Hiss. Ah. Ouch. It hurt so much. The moment. Marriott no longer had the extra strength to think, because he was feeling like his lower body was going to be ripped alive. There are no laws of life that can be birthed anywhere else in the Red Moon games other than the Tower of Eternity. So, is this a rising belly? Or is it a pregnancy? Surveying Wanho's body, Jiang Fan silently guessed without changing his expression. This guy, he's not really going to give birth, is he? If this is really born, it's more explosive than farting when you're scurrying thin. Chapter 108, Failure to Appraise a Strong Person. Reward for Embodied Objects. Look at Marriott's dissimulation. All the players present immediately stared with wide eyes, filled with disbelief. At the same time, all the players stepped back several lengths in unison. What the hell is this shit? Why does it look like Marriott is pregnant? It's not what it looks like, it's 100% pregnancy. I work in OBGYN and by the looks of it he's in labor. Wasn't it fine just now? You're going to give birth in the space of a few words? It can't lay eggs that fast, can it? I've seen a lot of pregnant women get into the game, and that doesn't seem to be the case. The Red Moon game can still spawn? That can't be possible, right? Could it be some skill of Big Brother 10? But Big Brother 10 just took a look at Marriott. What skill would take a look and get pregnant? That. The one on the ground with a big belly seems to be a man. Is there a possibility that he's a female? Hearing the murmuring voices of the surrounding players, Marriott was under the great shock in his heart and the tearing pain in his lower body. Shame and indignation were so great that he nearly lost his mind. After a few heavy breaths, Marriott hastily turned his head to look at the dazed group of followers, try to ask them for help. But, inexplicably kneeling down and dropping blood and instantly having a belly as big as a baby. Such a bizarre scene directly caused Ma Fei and the others who were still standing to instantly dodge far away. At the same time, they lowered their heads rather wisely, not daring to look in the direction where Jiang Fan was anyhow. Just kidding. If Marriott, who is third in your rank list, is doing this, those of us who are behind you are still going to a fair. If we were to go over there, we'd all be kneeling on the floor with big bellies. If that's true, are we going to be able to live with this for years to come? Although recruited by you, but with that kind of money for a month, what kind of life are you asking us to play? Hiss. The players who scanned their recruitment stood in place with their heads bowed, without the slightest intention of coming over. The gloom and pain on Marriott's face intensified. The moment. He just wanted to get up and away from here. But, no matter how hard he tried, he realized how he couldn't stand up. Instead, under the struggle, the belly was as if it was about to break out of the body, in violent discomfort. All he could do was hold his stomach and keep convulsing. Also at this time, a mage player who had stepped on a wind scroll floated and fell from the air, landing directly beside Marriott. Seeing Wanho, who was kneeling on the ground wailing on his stomach, the mage frowned, then walked forward and held his arm. Auntie is still entering the Red Moon with such a big belly? It must be 10 months, right? Come, let me help you up. Crap, Marriott? This mage was none other than Wang Tang, who had the talent of fusion. Looking at Wanho's appearance at the moment, Wang Tang was like a cerebellar atrophy. When he heard the news of Ten Square's appearance, he hurried over. However, after descending here, he did not find any trace of the 10 directions. Instead, they looked at a number of people kneeling on the ground, including a pregnant woman. Although it looks like a male, the Red Moon game has the ability to modify the body shape. Don't rule out the fact that some female players will disguise themselves as more neutral when they enter Red Moon. So, seeing the big pregnant Marriott fall to her knees, Wang Tang's first reaction was that the pregnant woman in the real world had entered the Red Moon game. But what Wang Tang could not have imagined was, the pregnant woman, surprisingly, was Marriott, with whom he had been battling for second place on the leaderboard. What's going on here? Can't it be that this Marriott's real identity is actually a woman? Maybe it's even possible. Why else would he be followed by so many Red Moon experts? No wonder those guys always look like lickspittles. It turned out to be a flock of boiling sheep. Think about it. Wang Tang then bent down and once again tried to help Wanho up. Although he didn't know this Marriott, he was still happy to do things like helping the old, young, sick, disabled and pregnant. MS. Marriott, let me help you up. Hey, I seek you have not been fixed. Why do not you get up? Here is not Xing rest ah. Later the monster too. Listening to Wang Tang's words, Wan Hao only felt like he was about to explode. Without waiting for Wang Tang to finish his sentence, Wan Hao directly forced himself to endure the severe pain and shame by twisting his head and letting out a low cry. Get out! Also at this time, a voice rang in Marriott's ears. It has been determined that you are unable to hold up to the strongman appraisal technique unleashed on you by the 10 directions. Identification failed. You do not have the qualifications to become a strong man. Your full attributes are permanently reduced by 10%. The experience required for full level upgrades increases by 10%. Your chi decreases by 5 points. And your luck decreases by 5 points. You are unable to survive the appraisal. And you receive a reward, fetus *1. This reward will have an after effect with embodied effects. Your fetus is about to be born. The faint mechanical voice fell in Wan Ho's ears, but it was like a bolt from the blue. A tribute drop even. What the hell is this rewarding the fetus? I'm a man. How can I give birth to a child? And, can this thing even materialize in the real world? How is this possible? You, fighting to lift his trembling eyes to look ahead, but there was no longer any sign of the 10 parties. The moment. Marriott was no longer able to say complete words. He felt as if his body was being torn apart. It was as if the body was being slowly cut open by a sharp blade underneath. Something seemed to be desperately pushing its way out of the body. Bad. Is this really about giving birth? But, you're a man yourself. How the hell do you give birth? Under the body's internal and external tearing. Marriott's will is getting weaker. Bang! A few breaths later, with a dull exploding sound, Wan Ho's body just turned into a puff of blood mist, until the second before consciousness dissipates. All Marriott's mind could think was the bizarre thought of why I couldn't give birth. In the dead silence, a gulp rang out from the casting ruins. All of the players froze in shock and horror. It's not a good idea to run or not to run. Hiss, is this a difficult labor? I can see that Manhwa's body seems to be torn apart. Bullshit, can you give birth in the Red Moon world? I haven't heard any news about anyone giving birth in Red Moon. Who pays attention to this stuff? We'll find out when we go back to the real world and check after we leave the copy. Hey, by the way, where's Big Brother 10? Why is he missing? Just as a group of players with their heads down cautiously raised their eyes, there was no longer any trace of Ten Fong in sight. The moment. Outside the copy of the human emperor, Marriott, who had resurrected in the ruins of the ruins after his death, no longer had any thoughts of practicing, because, stunned, it was obvious to him that his abdomen seemed to be still vaguely swollen. Without the slightest hesitation, Marriott directly left the Red Moon to return to the real world, just came back to reality. Marriott hurriedly looked at his stomach. This time, he just felt like the sky was falling, because his stomach was growing larger at a rate visible to the naked eye. Hurry, take me to the hospital. Obstetrics and Gynecology. Chapter 109 12 Elements. Stealth Aura, Strongman Identification fails. Marriott cannot become strong. Phantom Space Ability takes effect. You gain, Red Moon Coins *12W. Broken Fist Gloves, Bronze. Torn Heavy Armor, Silver. Although it has been prepared. But listen to the cues in your ears. Jiang Fan, who had hidden himself into the sub-dimension, still couldn't help but be a little unable to maintain his calm, though a few other effects of the strongman appraisal have yet to be unlocked. But when the power of this gift was unleashed, Jiang Fan clearly felt that the ability of this strongman appraisal technique was far from as simple as it seemed. This is a law of karma that is nothing less than 100% being caught empty-handed. With the subtle sensation that he had just released this talent, Jiang Fan felt vaguely, if after fully liberating the talent effect, he was even able to make dragons conceive titans and elves give birth to chimeras. Even the ability to create life freely. It was a power that completely ignored the existing laws of the Red Moon. Its power was far above those so-called forbidden spell skills. I don't know if this talent manifestation consumes much. If it is manifested into the real world, the deterrent power should be no less than those hot weapons. After murmuring rather expectantly, Jiang Fan, who remained invisible, swept a glance at the group of players who had already stood up. Subsequently, Jiang Fan quickly flapped his 6 wings of departing flame towards the burial bone ruins in his memory. Jiang Fan didn't have the intention of directly beheading Wan Ho, because killing it does not build up the spirit of the human emperor's streamer. Instead of just shooting him down, it would be better to invite him to be a guest in the human emperor's streamer. After all, the streamer spirit of the human emperor streamer had the effect of devouring growth. A few minutes later, keep flying while doing so. Jiang Fan looked towards the 6 wings of departing fire after the reinforcement and advancement as he did so. 6 wings of fire, category, special jewelry, grade, monarch, equipment requirement, 10 square, attributes, agility plus 2025, armor plus 1300, magic resistance plus 1420, 4-dimensional attributes plus 460. Movement speed plus 80. Effect. Can fly in the air up to 300 meters at 180% of your own movement speed. Storm feathers. Stash. Element. 6 wings. Introduction. Elemental 6 wings containing the eternal chi can freely switch between 7 natural elemental effects. Addable words. 2. Looking at the effect of the 6 wings of departing fire after their advancement, Zhang Fan couldn't help but move his eyes slightly. After forging and strengthening, the attributes attached to the 6 wings of departing fire had increased by more than 10 times. And under the word effect of 4-dimensional balance, the attributes from this 6 wing alone were upwards of 7,000 points. Beyond that, the flight altitude of the off-fire 6 wing has been increased from 100 meters to 300 meters. The flight speed was even directly increased by nearly double. The moment after equipping the 6 wings of departing fire that had advanced to a monarch's artifact, all 4-dimensional attributes of Zhang Fan reached 180 points. Physical attack power was even at 937 points, just a step away from 40,000 as well. With Zhang Fan's battle power today, just the storm feather blades released by flapping the 6 wings could instantly kill a gold boss. And the 6 wings of departing fire after the advancement not only had their attributes skyrocketed, it also has 2 additional word bits. If you add the words, their effectiveness is also enhanced by a large margin. Gathering up the power of talent, Zhang Fan immediately added words to the 6 wings of departing fire. Next moment, 2 illusory runic rays came out of nowhere and surged straight into the 6 wings. Word added successfully. 6 wings of off-fire acquires legendary level phrase, 8 wings. 6 wings of off-fire acquires mythic level phrase, elemental sacred wings. Word, 8 wings. The 6 wings of departing fire evolved into 8 wings, increasing its attributes by 200%, increasing its flying height by 100 meters, and increasing its flying speed by 50%. Word, elemental sacred wings. The 6 wings of departing fire possesses the 12 elements of water, fire, wind, thunder, earth, light, darkness, life, death, time, space, and fate, which can be freely switched among the different elemental effects. After switching, the 6 wings of departing fire will be empowered by this elemental attribute, and your abilities related to it will be synchronized and improved, with no upper limit to the elemental effect, and the magnitude of the manifestation will depend on your own strength, which is currently at 120%. Watch the effect of the 2 words. Zhang Fan couldn't help but be slightly disoriented. This wave of word additions, a direct access to a mythic word, in addition to the 7 natural elements. The 6 wings of departing fire also possess the elements of the laws of life, death, time, space, and destiny. Most importantly, there is absolutely no cap on the additional effects of the elements. That means, as long as Zhang Fan keeps growing, he can then become the lord of the elements. The moment, if Zhang Fan switched the 6 wings of departing fire to time form, then the effect of the time reversal talent is directly enhanced by a large amount. Likewise, after switching to other elements, Zhang Fan's other elemental abilities would also receive a corresponding boost. And with this wave of word additions, the previous elemental phrase was also completely overwritten. Gathering up his natural power, Zhang Fan directly erased the phrase. Subsequently, Zhang Fan moved the items in his carry-on space to the ancient emperor bronze coffin. After doing so, Zhang Fan immediately erased the words of the carry-on space and skills completely. With the powerful attributes attached to the 6 wings of departing fire, the effects of those words no longer helped Zhang Fan much. It's not really useful at the moment anyway, so it's better to wait a while after erasing it before re-adding it. Do all that. While flying, Zhang Fan quickly looked at the spectral ring on his hand. Dark ring, category, special jewelry. Grade, monarch. Equipment requirement, 10 square. Attributes, spirit plus 1025. Agility plus 600. Life and magic recovery speed plus 80%. Effect, contains extremely powerful shadow power. Can enter a state of invisibility for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 60 seconds per invisibility. Toughness, 3, Rincewind. Phantom. Addable entries, 3 after the Jinn is the instrument of the monarch. The Phantom Ring not only has a large number of additional attributes in addition, but also improves the stealth time. Feeling the majestic power emanating from the ring, Zhang Fan then released his talent power to add words to it. At once, under the release of the innate power, the surface of the ring wrapped in darkness and shadow suddenly shone with 3 clusters of light of different colors. Word added successfully. Phantom Ring acquires the epic word, Hidden Backstab. Phantom Ring acquires a legendary level phrase, Homunculus Aura. Phantom Ring gains mythic level word, Infinite Stealth. Word, Hidden Backstab. The first attack after ending stealth will deal 150% extra damage. Entry, Aura of Concealment. You can spread the effect of invisibility to your teammates, pets, mounts, and contracted beings. Entry 3, Infinite Stealth. Remove all restrictions on the ring's stealth. You can freely enter the stealth state. No consumption during stealth. And your life recovery speed and magic recovery speed is increased to 200%. An aura of invisibility? Doesn't this mean that those streamer spirits and soul bodies can be invisible? Chapter 110, Buried Bone Ruins. Level Explosion Upgrade. Watch the new word effects added to the Phantom Ring. Zhang Fan's heart couldn't help but ripple. It has the effect of stealthily entering the sublime. Just don't initiate an attack. Zhang Fan's stealthy state could then never be selected. And with the phrases tongue hidden aura and infinite stealth, not only can Kong Fan achieve stealth with no consumption and no cooldowns, you can also share the invincibility of hidden into the sublime to your teammates and soul bodies. Such an effect, though somewhat netherworldly. However, it had invariably increased Zhang Fan's battle power by a large margin. After slowing down, Zhang Fan then called out all the sword slaves and the soul bodies that hadn't dissipated to work, and then he quickly sped towards the burial bone ruins. In the meantime, the real world, a private hospital of modest specifications. In the middle of the operating room of the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, sharp footsteps came from far away. A balding man with a thick beard paced back and forth in a private office with a cane, his thin cheeks covered with anxiety and unease. 10 or so minutes ago, Zhang Tianwen, who was working in his office, suddenly received several urgent messages. The moment he saw these messages, he nearly fell off his stool. In the Red Moon game, Ten merely looked at Wan Ho and Wan Ho fell to his knees and burst into flames. After determining the veracity of the message, the already bald Zhang Tianwen's head was even more itchy. Because Marriott is his own son, the successor of the Zhang family, Zhang Jinfu. Ever since the veracity of the Red Moon's ability to affect lifespan was asserted, Zhang Tianwen then repeatedly warned his family not to mess with the Red Moon's powerhouses. But how he hadn't thought about it. This son of his is so brainless. It's not good to mess with anyone, but to mess with that guy. The living Yin Wang who even the little princess of Taiji Kingdom said she would kill. Isn't it a waste of time to mess with him? Even though he had been weathered for a long time. At this moment, Zhang Tianwen was somewhat frightened out of his wits. Mr. Zhang, don't worry. There's nothing wrong with Jinfu. He hasn't died many times in the Red Moon. It won't affect his bodily functions. He just had some bloating from a bad meal. And his handlers didn't know what was going on, which is why they got him the head of obstetrics and gynecology in a panic. The results should be out soon, so you don't have to worry. Zhang Tianwen's secretary made a cup of hot tea and smiled lightly with a subdued expression. Being able to serve as the secretary of such a big shot, he had practiced his perception to the extreme. Although he also knew about Zhang Jinfu's pregnant and exploding body in the Red Moon, but he definitely couldn't mention this kind of thing that brought shame to the Zhang family. Just as he had just passed the teacup on top of the desk in front of Zhang Tianwen, several sharp knocks sounded on the door. Subsequently, a doctor in a white coat stood at the door and stammered, "Secretary Chen." That, placing his cane aside and slowly sitting down his body, Zhang Tianwen lifted the teacup in his hand. "Speak directly." Upon hearing this, the doctor at the door stepped in discreetly and locked the door behind him. "Mr. Zhang's body has been examined, and the cause of the bloated belly is..." Gently sipping a mouthful of tea, Zhang Tianwen asked without lifting his head. "What is it? Say what you have to say. Don't waste time. Mr. Zhang is pregnant, and the fetus will be born in a few days." After saying these two words, this doctor was already sweating. Even though he has been practicing medicine for over 40 years and has won various medical awards, still, it was the first time he had felt the absurdity of the world. A man who, after a visit to the clinic, turned out to be pregnant. What kind of a sleeper is this? Who would believe that? Who can be trusted? Who dares to believe that? The bottom line is this. This thing was a godsend for him whether it was born or not. Give birth? How can a man give birth? From where? Not born? How do you go about the process of not having a baby? Snap. Just as this doctor's hands were tied, Zhang Tianwen directly slammed the teacup in his hand hard on the ground. Quack, quack. Looking at the enraged Zhang Tianwen, the secretary on the side then quickly walked over to this doctor and whispered a few words. Subsequently, the doctor didn't even have time to wipe off his sweat before he turned directly toward the operating room in a panic. Looking closer and closer to the operating table, this obstetrician and gynecologist, who has been practicing medicine for decades, was already a bit skeptical at this moment. Is this reality or a game? I can't tell. I really can't. An hour later, although it has been kept strictly confidential, still, one of the OB/GYN interns accidentally and intentionally shared the news with a few of his best buddies. Less than 10 minutes, the headline positions of major social media programs instantly posted a bizarre piece of information. Surprise! On the operating table of a hospital's obstetrics and gynecology department lies a man who has been pregnant for 10 months. Men giving birth to children is not an empty story. It turns out that there really is a mother and child river in our world. Red Moon's top player, Won Ho, was pregnant for 10 months, and the culprit turned out to be 10 square. Lock the airwaves tonight at 9 p.m. To reveal Marriott's unspeakable secret with the 10 parties. Men giving birth. Perhaps this is another manifestation of the Red Moon's influence on reality, though the messages were all deleted down within just a few minutes. However, under the rapid spread of netizens, it still caused a dramatic stir in the real world, and just as people were talking about it. Red Moon Games. Within the human emperor's relics, you have arrived at the Burial Bone Ruins Junction. You can cross the boundary by carrying the human emperor's ashes and the human emperor's stone. Ignore the cue in your ear. Zhang Fan raised his eyes to look at the area in his sight. The wilderness in front of us was extremely open, and in the middle of the wasteland and the ruins, an invisible barrier divided them. This is the boundary of the burial ruins. As long as you carry the corresponding human emperor stone and human emperor ashes, you can freely cross the boundary. But Zhang Fan was very clear. Behind the boundary, there was a 10 or so meter tall cyclops wandering around. Prepare for the indiscriminate hunting of players who enter the junction. There is only one boss though, but this cyclops was extremely special. It senses players entering the knot and is free to move to any location near the knot. The most gut-wrenching thing for players. This cyclops had an extremely terrifying recovery power in the Burial Bone Ruins, and could almost be said to be immortal. Past life. This rather sinister junction boss had caused the human players to lose a lot of money here. Even Zhang Fan and the rest of the human kings suffered a considerable loss when they encountered this boss. But, under the effect of the shadow of chopping nothing, this cyclops advantage was gone in front of Zhang Fan. Call out the human emperor's streamer and carve its name on the end of the streamer. Zhang Fan then switched his weapon to the death scythe. Raise your right hand and meditate in your mind. Next moment, a plain and simple phantom slash was released. At once, a huge figure of about 10 meters appeared in front of Phantom Slash in a spatial flash. -135,012. -142,500. Just the moment the Cyclops had just appeared, two terrifying damage numbers then floated up from the top of its head. At the same time, the attacks from the human emperor streamer were also erupting on it one after another at over 40,000 points of damage per second. Roar. Feel the difference in your body. The Cyclops couldn't help but let out a roar. Where is this? Why are you doing this for me? Just as the Cyclops was surprised, the side shadow in Zhang Fan's hand had already chopped at its body. In a split second, the collector's effect triggers directly. In an instant, it cleared all the blood bars of this boundary boss. Also at this time, Sword Slave led a group of soul bodies to harvest from the side of the boundary. You have killed the Cyclops. You have killed the Grief Locker. You get, lifespan * 924 days. Human Emperor Stone * 6580. You have obtained, Giant Power Stone Tablet, Wang Xian. Torn Gloves, Wang Xian. Lance of Boundaries, Wang Xian. You gain, 738,112 experience. Experience bonus triggered. You gained, 110,7168 experience. Your level has risen to 47. Your level rises to 50. 4-dimensional attributes plus 14. Free attributes plus 14. You gain Human plus, Black Iron Third Order plus 20 free attributes. All of your attributes have been forcibly assigned to Physique, and the rest of your attributes have received a synchronized boost. Soul Exorcism has taken effect. You gain Cyclops' Soul Control Authority. Banner of Order, 10,000 souls, draw effect triggered. Your life value limit is increased by 86,000 and your magic value limit is increased by 22,000. Chapter 111 Emperor Great Phantom Demon with Heavenly Attributes. Arriving at the Burial Bone Ruins after a series of beeps fell, Zhang Fan only felt a sense of relief all over his body. Burial Ruins under the Junction Boss plus the harvesting of the Soul Body Beater team. Zhang Fan directly rose to level 50. Such an appalling upgrading progress directly opened a 30-level gap with the second place Wang Teng. Yikes. Right at the moment when Meyer babbled and flew out of the contract space, a light instantly burst out from her body. Next moment, a huge pressure spread out in all directions. In a split second, the soul bodies below all trembled and fell to their knees. You have risen to level 50. Your level has reached the limit of the second turn. You can advance your career and unlock new career effects after completing the transfer quest. Emperor's Soldier Extreme Shadow has unlocked the Divine Soldier, the Claws of Pale Thunder. Your contracted Being Charmed has leveled up to 50. Has been promoted to Emperor rank? Attribute template has been corrected. Talent effect has been increased by 1000%. Awakened skill, Charming Divine Light. As Meyer's evolution was complete, the entire Burial Bone Ruins were plunged into an eerie atmosphere. All the monsters, pets and mounts, and summons, all slumped to the ground. Their bodies cringed slightly, like humble subjects worshipping the supreme king. The outskirts of the wilderness. The pets and summoned beasts that were originally struggling to help their masters kill the monsters all froze on the ground and did not move. It was as if 1,000 pounds of stone were pressed on his body, and no matter how much his master commanded him, it was of no avail. The monsters that were preparing to attack also seemed as if they were all interrupted by the control skill, dutifully lie down on the spot, not daring to move. A full minute or two later, it was only then that the imperial pressure that had enveloped the entire burial bone region slowly disappeared. Also at this time, the evolutionary glow from the chimera's body completely dissipated. From a distance, she was still the same size as before, without the slightest change in her form. Just, the costume she had used her power to condense earlier had disappeared without a trace. At this moment, her entire body was shrouded in a layer of hazy light that even the scrying technique couldn't make out. The eyes rolled. Under the gaze of the pupil of the void, Jiang Fan clearly saw that Myers' body had an extra black and pink small inner armor with an extremely cool small short skirt. Beyond that, there is nothing else. The Phantom Demon bloodline. It really lives up to its name. Jiang Fan gave a dark praise and then flew towards Myers' position. The closer he got, the more clearly he could feel the pressure that belonged to the Emperor. Closer. It was only then that Jiang Fan was surprised to find that Myers' pair of eyes had turned completely red at this point. Phantom, race, Phantom, rank, Emperor, to be promoted, level, 50, life, 210-0000. Physical attack power, 192,100. Magic attack power, 313,000. Armor, 110,000. Magic resistance, 162,000. Talent, Ring of Seduction. Skills, Divine Subversion. Mind Suggestion. Hidden message, the Phantom Demon Emperor, who contains the power of eternity, has the bloodline qualification of the immortal spirit level. Addable entries, 6 Kong Fan. After looking at Myers' attribute panel, there were only 2 words in Jiang Fan's mind at the moment. Invincible. Before fully liberating her bloodline power, Myers' attributes were already not something that could be described by the word terrifying. With a full 300,000 out of the blue magic attack power, it was seconds for anyone who saw it, even if it is a contracted being that favors the support type. However, Phantom's life value was still as high as over 2 million. The defenses are even all over the 100,000 mark. Such attributes, if thrown into the midst of the mechanical race, it's straight to the end of killing them one by one. Pure numerical crushing is no joke, not to mention the talent and skills that could be considered terrifying. According to the player's current attributes, Phantom's talents and skills, as soon as they are turned on, players have to fall back on dozens of tubes of blood straight away. Even the titans and dragons with extremely strong defense and life value could not block one of Myers' eye kills. How is this raising a lowly chimera that only babbles? It's raising a living ancestor for the Fey players. With Jiang Fan's knowledge, just at this stage now, there are as many alien players as there are in the Red Moon continent. All of them together wouldn't be enough to beat up this little guy. This wave is really heifer on a plane. Even if nothing is done, relying on Meyer alone, Jiang Fan was able to push his way across this first level of the continent projected by the Tower of Eternity. Calm the excitement. Jiang Fan then looked at Meyer, who was licking his face. It's hard to imagine. Such a harmless lowly chimera had such a terrifying power. Stop licking and go, Jiang Fan said softly. Unlike before, when the chimera heard Jiang Fan's call, she ignored it and licked her master's skin as if she was a baby. A whole lot of high-strung cubs. After all, they were emperor-level beings, and it was naturally impossible for them to do whatever they were told without a driving force like a soul body after their spiritual wisdom was fully opened. It was normal for the Hulchan Demon Emperor to have a little temper. Twisting his head to look at this little chimera that had come to temper, Jiang Fan directly grabbed it and carried it around his waist. I can't control you, kid. Ignoring the little guy who kept flapping his wings in protest, Jiang Fan directly flashed into the boundary of the burial bone ruins. You have arrived at the burial ruins. You get, plus 20% progress in the quest trial. You have killed the boundary boss of the burial bone ruins, clearing the obstacles ahead for the human players. You gain, quest trial progress plus 5%, human emperor stone plus 10,000, and reputation plus 20,000. The content of the trial mission has been updated. As the prompt fell, Jiang Fan was also slightly stunned. Slaying the boundary boss was just to harvest a wave of experience value. I didn't realize it was an added bonus. This wave, win hemp. Just as Jiang Fan had just withdrawn his attention and was preparing to add words for Meyer, the chimera at her waist suddenly looked up in the direction of her left side. Tread, tap, tap, with the sound of footsteps ringing out from the bottom of the ruins. A silhouette in a golden-colored cloak stepped out from the ground full of skeletons and paused in front of Jiang Fan's left side. Chapter 112, Excuse me, may I rob you? A black walking stick in hand and a golden pouch at his waist. Beneath the hunched figure, a hidden energy fluctuation emanated. Looking at the familiar figure in his sight, Zhang Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. In the middle of this special miniature world where the ashes of the human emperor were buried, monsters do not explode red moon coins after they die. It will only drop some random human emperor stones. And the human emperor stone was in addition to being a credential prop for whether or not one could enter the burial bone ruins. The other function is to be able to exchange items at the replica spirits. Before the human emperor trial was over, duplicate beings do not trade in fixed locations. It will only move based on the number of human royal stones the player has. Zhang Fan remembered. In addition to a large amount of life enhancement pills, this replica being's body also contained the essence of a giant dragon that could hatch dragon eggs. If you can buy it down. Zhang Fan was the one who could have a flying dragon mount. No wonder there are other worlders entering these ruins so quickly. So it turns out that they have the human emperor's patronage. Otherworlder, my name is Thoth, and I have been imprisoned in this space by the Emperor of Men for many years, waiting for you otherworlders to come. It looks like you have quite a few human emperor stones in your possession. In that case, make a deal with me. There was a hint of machinery in the hoarseness of the words before they fell. The hunched figure of the copy merchant Thoth had appeared in front of Zhang Fan. Sweeping a glance at the chimera around Zhang Fan's waist, copy trader Thoth then flicked the cane in his hand. In a split second, an illusory curtain of energy light surfaced in Zhang Fan's line of sight. Otherworlder, you can't pass the human emperor's trial without these, and for me to get out of here, I'm going to need to do a lot of trading with you guys, too. So, while it may seem a bit expensive, these things are as low as the law will allow. With a surge of power from the replica merchant Thoth, the pouch at his waist suddenly glowed. Next moment, one item was projected on top of the transparent energy light screen. Water of Life, a special item found by Thoth within the mechanical race after expending a great deal of source power. Absorbing its power can increase life expectancy by 5 years. Price, 2,000 human emperor stones. Quantity, 99. Limit, 1. Dragon's Marrow, contains the essence of a dragon's bloodline. Can be used to incubate dragon lifeforms. Price, 500 human emperor stones. Quantity, 99. Limit, 1. Heartsteel Potion, maximum life limit plus 2,000 after consumption. Price, 1,500 human emperor stones. Quantity, 99. Limit, 1. Power Potion, physical attack power plus 500 after consumption. Price, 1,000 human emperor stones. Quantity, 99. Limit, 1. Golden Battle Spirit, warrior profession set including weapons. Price, 12,000 human emperor stones. Quantity, 99. Limit, 1. 6. Size of the golden tattooed fairy resource, mage profession. 7. Purple and gold archers focus, archer profession. Blade of Defeat, Wang Xian. It's a limited purchase though, but there were nearly 30 or 40 categories of items displayed by the copy trader Thoth. Except for the potions and gold sets at the very beginning. The rest of the items in the inventory have a maximum of 5. And all of these items have a limited number of purchases though. But Zhang Fan had remembered that those potions and the Water of Life didn't have a limit on their use. That is to say, if all of them will be used, Zhang Fan's attributes would directly receive a huge wave of boosts. Think about it. Zhang Fan then glanced at the number of human emperor stones he had. Human emperor stone * 16542. For those players who only have a couple hundred or even a couple dozen right now, over 10,000 human emperor stones was definitely a terrifying amount. But at the moment, in front of the high exchange price of rare items, these human emperor stones couldn't even be exchanged for King Xian's weapons. Silence. After the copy merchant Thoth sized up Zhang Fan, he then let out a fake horse sound from his mouth. What props do you need, Otherworlder? I have a restriction left by the human emperor on me, and I can't stay in the same place for too long. If you haven't thought about it yet, wait until the next time I come looking for you. The words fell. The illusory light screen floating in front of Zhang Fan slowly disappeared. Taking a glance at the duplicate merchant, who was completely shrouded by his cloak, Zhang Fan tentatively asked, "Can I barter or use red moon coins?" "I can't. The trading space on my body has a special law left behind by the human emperor. You otherworlders can only trade the items on my body through the human emperor stone." Words. Zhang Fan asked again, "Can those potions and consumable items be discounted?" Upon hearing this burst of words, the replica merchant Thoth turned directly to him. "Otherworlder, although you have the refuge of the human emperor in your body, the limitations of these things are not something you or I can unlock. Since you don't want to trade, I'll see you next time around. Prepare the good man royal stone. You have an unearthly affinity for charm, and I'm sure we'll see each other again soon." Looking at the copy merchant whose feet had already stepped into the ground, Zhang Fan then slowly stepped forward. Can I rob it? The duplicate merchant who was just about to leave froze physically when he heard these words. That's not loaded? Showdown? You've got a dagger in your eye? Trying to rob and being so polite. That's the scum of the earth? Otherworlder, if it weren't for the fact that I would be bound by the human emperor's laws in this space, I could have directly obliterated you the moment you uttered those words just now. Although I can't initiate an attack against you otherworlders, I do have the right to fight back when I'm hurt. I'd advise you to be a little more lyrical. Mechanical and hoarse words fell. The body of the copy merchant Thoth instantly sank completely into the ground and disappeared. Also at this time, a prompt rang in Zhang Fan's ears. The human emperor trial special being Thoth has drastically reduced its favorability towards you, and the probability of you encountering Thoth before the end of the trial has drastically decreased. Looking at the big fat goat that instantly disappeared, Zhang Fan then summoned the death scythe. Next moment, a phantom slash was released. In a split second, Thoth, who had already swept out thousands of meters underground, instantly appeared in front of Zhang Fan. At the same time, a trail of damage erupted from his body. Minus 187,993. Minus 64,701. Electric Blade, -253750. Wrath of Class, Alien Nemesis takes effect. Your damage is increased by 15%. Ignoring the prompts ringing in my ears, Zhang Fan then took the projected 10,000 soul streamer and used his soul power to carve Thoth's name on the end of the streamer. Also at this time, a prompt rang in Zhang Fan's ears. You took the initiative to attack the human emperor trial special being Thoth and successfully cleared more than 50% of Thoth's life value within 60 seconds, triggering the human emperor trial's only event. Desperate risks, Thoth will launch an unending attack on you. If you can successfully kill Thoth, you will receive all of Thoth's items and an event completion reward. If you are killed by Thoth or are unable to kill Thoth before the end of the trial of the human emperor, all of your items will be dropped. As this burst of prompting drifted down, a terrifying light instantly erupted from Thoth's body. Next moment, the loose golden cloak that encased Thoth was lifted with a single hand. An extremely strange hunched figure was revealed. Chapter 113 Explosive Harvest. Early harvest. Though the general shape is not far from human, but after bursting out of his clothes, Thoth's body was covered with a layer of silver-white mecha. Just from the first sight of this body, Zhang Fan instantly recognized the race of this replica being the Wise Devices. This copy merchant who kept roaming around to trade with the players was clearly a Chiroptera. There were quite a few foreign beings in the human emperor trials. Among them, the half-dead guide at the blessing point of the hanging temple was the servant guard that the Emperor of Man had conquered in the alien race. As for this copy merchant, Zhang Fan's memory didn't have information about its identity. In his previous life, there were also many players who tried to make a fortune after the trial, but they all ended up scraping without success, and were also instantly killed by the copy merchants who returned the favor. With the battle power of the players entering the human emperor trials, it was impossible for them to defeat the copy merchants. So, in the human emperor trials of his previous life, there was not a single player who knew the racial information of this cloaked replica being, except for one player. Vile creature of flesh and blood, how dare you? Minus 49,559. Minus 49,559. Not even finished talking after popping his shirt. Thoth's blood bar was then completely emptied under the continuous damage from the human emperor's hockey. You have killed the human emperor trial special being Thoth and completed the only event Desperate Measures. Banner of the Order, 10,000 souls, draw effect triggered. Your life limit is plus 145,000, and your magic limit is plus 58,000. You obtain, Clan Sex * 45, Water of Life * 99, Dragon's Pith * 99, Heartsteel Potion * 99, Power Potion * 99, Golden Battle Spirit * 99, Gold Tattooed Fairy Sources Psi * 99, Purple and Gold Archers Concentration * 99, Blade of Defeat, Wang Xian, Lance of Defeat, Wang Xian. A series of prompts had just dropped. The thinking body Thoth that fell to the ground instantly turned into a stream of light and surged towards the projection of the Tower of Eternity. Unlike monsters and players, the native beings of the Red Moon world, after death, their bodies and souls are turned into energy to feed back into the Tower of Eternity. Looking at the carry-on space that was bursting to the point of overflowing, the corner of Zhang Fan's mouth could not help but reveal an arc. The Human Emperor trial is one of the most important trials for human players. Zhang Fan could be considered extremely familiar with this place. As the place where the Human Emperor was buried, there was more than just one copy of Thoth living in this space. The really good stuff is on that merchant at the end of the trial. Originally, Zhang Fan had planned to enter the burial bone ruins before summoning these two copy merchants. But since the thinking body Thoth has already paid tribute, then there was no reason for the remaining resources to continue to be stored in that serpent. Collecting the vegetables early. Raising his right hand, he gently waved the scythe in his hand. A phantom slash was instantly released. It was also at the same time that the scythe shadow chopped out. The power of the wise armored body Thoth also feeds back into the Tower of Eternity. At once, an announcement slowly rang out over the entire copy. The human emperor trial special being Thoth has been looted by the human king Ten Fong. All players can no longer exchange items before the end of the trial, and can exchange items at the end of the ruins after the trial ends. After the cue that resounded throughout the human emperor's ruins fell, the players who were exploring the wasteland and other ruins were stunned. What's the situation? The 10 directions screwed up again? Merchants who can trade items are getting robbed? Fake it. How could this happen? Crap. So doesn't that mean we can't exchange items? How can that be? In the information prompted by the system, there's still a regular copy merchant at the end of the ruins after the trial ends, and there's definitely still rewards to be exchanged there. What if that merchant was robbed too? Hearing that the duplicate merchant had been robbed, all the players were in an uproar. Some players who had traded quite a few human emperor stones with red moon coins directly burst into a wail. Hey, having power means you can do whatever you want. A wasted trip. I thought I could have some soup, but I didn't realize that even the pot had been taken. That said, this thing the 10 directions did is a bit unorthodox, right? How come they swallowed all the resources? How does that make us develop? I spent so many red moon coins in exchange for the human emperor stone. Wouldn't this be for nothing if I can't pass the trial? How can it be justified for the 10 parties not to bear this loss for me? Some people are screaming in agony, but there are a number of players who are more sensible. Where is the giant baby? People let you change the human emperor stone? I seek this copy also did not say that people are not allowed to rob a. All over the place are players robbing players. How people 10 parties rob a copy of the businessman you bungbu live? That is, if you don't rob the merchants, you'll be honest when it comes time to rob you. How can you blame someone for that? Did the copy resources write your name? If you don't have the strength, don't crave it. Damn. A group of white-eyed wolves, but also put here to condemn people to monopolize the resources do not let you develop. You have the strength to pass the copy? Do you have the strength to pass the copy? Can ordinary players develop in this copy? Besides, when people's 10 professions advanced, they didn't provide buffs to human players? The two sets of people are arguing about everything. And at the moment, above a burial bone wasteland in the north, a large number of Eagle Jam players and Sand players rallied. Fark, this guy actually robbed us of Eagle Sauce's resources. I was worried that I couldn't find a reason to round up this Chinese man. Now it's a good thing that the division has a name. Oh shit. How did that guy's level rise to 50? Puss is only level 16 too. We'll be killed in seconds straight away if we go over there. What are you afraid of? How strong can he be against our 100,000 warriors? That's it. Explode that Chinese. The Lord said that the human emperor can't descend on China. It has to be one of our Eagle Sauce players. Charge, charge, charge. Go straight to the burial bone ruins and squat there. If we can round up and kill that guy, we can go a year without working. Just as countless Eagle Jam players and Sand players swarmed towards the ruin boundary in great numbers. Within the ruins at this moment, with the fall of the phantom chop, a human-headed, snake-bodied being was sucked out of the spatial rift, and with a dumbfounded face, it impacted on top of the phantom slash's release trajectory. Minus 187,993. Minus 64,701. Electric Blade, -253750. Wrath of Class, Alien Nemesis takes effect. Your damage is increased by 15%. A flurry of damage bursts followed. Zhang Fan did not immediately launch an attack, because inscribing names in the Human Emperor's streamer consecutively for a short period of time required gathering some soul power. Sweeping a glance at the serpent man in front of him, Zhang Fan then glanced at his attribute panel as he gathered his soul power. 10 square, race, human king, occupation shadow of Zanmu, lifespan, 231 years and 281 days, level, 50, body mass, 11150, power, 11150, spirit, 11150, agility, 11150, life, 541400, magic, 306000, physical attack power, 58787 magic attack power, 55800, armor, 22390, magic resistance, 11310, talents, infinite words, eternal, finger wheel of time, eternal, soul exorcism, mythic, power of fate, mythic, strongman appraisal, mythic, skills, phantom slash, ghost step, void pupil, electric blade, space leap, morphing, deadly strike, eternal power, curse of death, myth, for dimensional balance, myth, 100% being caught empty-handed, myth, mist of sight, legend, sacred power, legend, source of life, legend, Shadow of Demon Destruction, Epic, Fire Elemental Affinity, 100%, Water Elemental Affinity, 100%, Thunder Elemental Affinity, 8%, Soul Elemental Affinity, 150%, Space Element Affinity, 50%. It seems like it's sunny again. Chapter 114, adding words like crazy. Why are there so many people kneeling? Under the enchantment of the mythic level phrase, 4-dimensional balance, all of Zhongfan's attributes surpass 10,000 points. With Zhongfan's physical attack power today, under the stormy feathered blades of the 8 wings of the departing fire, you can do 470,000 damage in an instant. That is to say, even if he only relied on purely numerical panels, Zhongfan was able to directly harden a monarch boss of the same level. In the world of Red Moon, monsters and the native beings of Red Moon do not have the ability to transfer and advance like players. So, high-grade bosses were often far too powerful than players. The case of incomplete liberation of ethnicity. Players are going to want to tough out the monarch bosses in stat panels alone. At the very least, they should reach the 5th or even 6th transfer. But at the moment, even without using the law of causality, the second turn Zhongfan would be able to easily kill a monarch boss of the same level. Lowly human offworlder, I am subject to the human emperors. It was also the moment Zhongfan had just closed the attribute panel. The snake man who was being whisked around by the chimera had lost his mind in his anger. Only, before its words had completely dissipated, its entire body suddenly fell to its knees uncontrollably. At the same time, a damage number floated up above its head. -217,500. Looking at the snake man who fell to his knees under the passive effect of the straight knee sword, Zhongfan directly summoned the human emperor streamer and laughed disdainfully and lightly. Just a lingering servant of a foreign race. As long as I get excited on a whim, I can take your life in an instant. The words were not yet spoken. Zhongfan then carved the name of Mosul the serpent on the end of the human emperor streamer. Also in this moment, Mosul, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly had a physical tremor. Next moment, a succession of damage erupted from its body. -64,139. -64,139. In a flash of lightning the life value went straight to the bottom. The moment. Mosul the snake had been horrified. It couldn't figure out how. One was clearly at the end of the ruins a moment ago, so why did he suddenly appear here? And, after inexplicably falling to his knees, he couldn't get up no matter what. What's going on here? The human off-worlders were now this powerful? Even the restrictions left behind by the human emperor can be ignored? In deep horror, Mosul the snake man raised his head to look in the direction where Zhongfan was, before he could open his mouth to beg for mercy. That last bit of its life value was then directly emptied by all the sustained damage from the human emperor's haki. You have slain the human emperor trial special being Mosul. Banner of the Order, 10,000 souls, draw effect triggered. Your life limit is plus 145,000, and your magic limit is plus 58,000. You obtain, Clan Sex *60, Morning Sacred Do *99, Dusk Sacred Drops *99, Monarch Pact *1, King Shin Pact *10, Gold Pact *99, Silver Pact *99, Angel Staff *1, Monarch, Red Dragon Xian Sword *1, Monarch, Phyrexian Armor *10, Wang Xian. You have killed both Thoth and Mosul within 24 hours, triggering the hidden event, Flying Fortune. You receive all event rewards for Desperate Measures and Flying Fortune. You gain, Personal Trial Progress plus 8%, All Elemental Affinity plus 3%, Clan Sex plus 100, Reputation plus 10,000, 4 Dimensional Attributes plus 200, Luck plus 3, Charisma plus 3, Physical Attack Power plus 5,000, Strength plus 100, Defense plus 800. As a series of beeps fell, Zhongfan's attributes instantly received a considerable wave of increase, and his trial progress reached 33%. Looting this alien merchant not only yielded a large amount of items, there were also a number of additional event bonuses. This wave is a great way to earn hemp. The moment. A large number of items and equipment were constantly floating in front of Zhongfan's body. After erasing the word space increase, Zhongfan's carry-on space was bursting at the seams to the point where he couldn't fit all these things. Placing the overflowing items into the ancient emperor's bronze coffin, Zhongfan then took out the water of life and morning sun holy dew that could increase his lifespan. Though again, they are all items that increase longevity. However, the dew of the morning sun contained exactly twice as much life source power as the water of life. If you consume all of these things, Zhongfan would instantly be able to increase his lifespan by 1,000 years. And that's without adding words. The overall effect is even stronger if the words are added. With his sight locked on these droplets containing life source power, Zhongfan then added words to them one by one. At once, under a shroud of light, the droplets floating in front of Zhongfan became denser. Word added successfully. Water of life acquires a perfect level phrase, effect increase. Word, effect increase. The effect of water of life is increased by 100%. Water of life gains the epic word, grafter. Word, you can change your nickname freely when you kill a target. Morning dew acquires a perfect level word, source power. Word, source power. Life source power gains a boost. And body strength and soul strength gain an increase. Dew of the morning sun acquires mythic level word, infinite vitality. Word, unlimited vitality. All your own vitality never runs out. Hunger and starvation disappears. And you stay alive forever. The longer you survive, the stronger you become. Water of life gains mythic level word, infinite firepower. Word, all skills are instantaneous. Cooldown time is reduced by 100%. And consumption of all skills, magic, and forbidden spells is reduced by 100%. Morning dew gains the epic word, lethal contact. Word, lethal contact. Target's perception is increased by 1000%. With a heavenly destiny added to it. All the uncertain events would move in Zhang Fan's favor. That is to say, words added by Zhang Fan. The effects of even the lowest level perfect grade words would all be just as favorable to Zhang Fan. If the effects of the power of fate were fully liberated, then the effect of divine order will be favorably advanced to most favorable. Until then, every word added by Zhang Fan would be of the supreme mythical level. There is no consumption for adding words though. However, there is a small forward swing of picking a target and unleashing a natural power. So, adding words to these life-enhancing items is not a short process. It was also at the same time that Zhang Fan kept adding words. The power of the serpent man Mosul also feeds fully into the projection of the Tower of Eternity. In a split second, a beeping sound drifted over the entire human emperor's ruins. The human emperor trial special being Mosul has been plundered by the human king 10, and all player redemption privileges have disappeared. The boundary boss Cyclops has been killed by the human king 10 square for more than 30 minutes. The burial bone ruins boundary has no boss to guard it, and the boundary's power is in the process of dissipating significantly. Human king 10 square has cleared the obstacles ahead for human players, plus 20% progress in personal trials, plus 500 in all attributes, plus 25,000 in reputation, plus 20% probability of loot drops, plus 4000 in physical/magical attack power. After the cue that resounded throughout the human emperor's ruins fell, all the players couldn't help but be in an uproar. Good lord, really just grab the boss at the end of the copy as well? It turns out that the burial bone ruins still have bosses guarding them. I thought that going straight in would increase the progress of the trial, and Big Brother 10 is kind of giving us a chance to increase our chances. All 10 parties have dried up to the end of the copy? It's not that fast, is it? Stealing our rewards again. What the hell is this 10 square doing? What the hell am I supposed to do without rewards? Sit back and wait for Eagle Sauce and Sans players to explode 10 square. Find a chance to muck around and rub some rewards in and slip away. Just in the moment when many players were harboring ill will towards Zhang Fan, the effect of the straight knee sword triggered instantly. At once, above the burial bone wasteland, a piece of players fell to their knees. Watching this bizarre scene, all the players were directly stunned. There's no one blowing 100 birds in this human emperor trial either. Why are there so many filial sons and grandsons kneeling? Chapter 115 One Strike Dragon Slayer. The forbidden spell scroll swept the ground. What's the situation? I don't see a large copy boss descending. What are these guys kneeling for? The oboe blowing wasn't this exaggerated. These people couldn't have triggered some kind of copy mechanism, right? Divine punishment? Or heavenly punishment? I remember that probing the information of the 10 directions would be subject to heavenly punishment. This can't really be a punishment sent down by the 10 directions, can it? I've looked around, and the players kneeling on my side seem to be the ones who spoke out against 10. The ones kneeling around me have also recited the names of the 10 parties, but they don't seem to be saying anything spiteful. What does it mean? Those who glorify the name of the 10 directions will kneel and worship. He, you guys take others for fools? I think you're all the water army that Tenfong found, right? You're just here to build up his momentum, right? I'm sick of this kind of people. Don't let me meet them. Hey, why is my knee out of control? The moment. Not only were the Chinese players in a daze, the large number of Eagle Jam players and Sand players who were preparing to head to the burial bone ruins to crouch also fell to their knees in uncertainty. After entering the burial bone wasteland, though a number of players take a knee every now and then, but the other players just assumed that the guys on their knees were triggering some special mechanic. And at the moment, after hearing that all players' item exchange privileges were gone, the Eagle Sauce player and the Sand player directly bore extremely heavy resentment and malice towards the 10 directions. It was also in the moment when this thought had just been bred. Their bodies then fell to their knees in unison in worship. Still don't understand what's happening. The players who were kneeling on the ground had their blood bars reduced by a third in an instant. What's going on? Why am I losing so much blood all of a sudden? Shit, there's a monster coming over there. Someone pull me up. I can't get up. Bad. Why are there tentacle monsters crawling out of the ground? Could it be that we've triggered some kind of copy mechanism? Could it be that Chinese man who did this? Someone has seen such a scene in that ruin in front of us, as if they were just worshipping that Chinese man. It can't be, can it? Isn't it invincible to have such power? Can we still deal with him by relying on numbers? And just as the kneeling players pondered ways to get up, buried in the ruins, as the power of the gift continues to be unleashed, the final additions to all the words for Water of Life and Morning Dew were also completed. Word added successfully. Water of Life acquires a legendary level phrase, Self-Healing Body. Word, Self-Healing Body, Maximum Life Limit and Maximum Magic Limit are restored by 100% per second. Water of Life gains Mythic Level Word, Restriction Liberation. Word, liberate your level restriction and occupation advancement restriction after the 9th turn. Your occupation, level and attributes can be infinitely improved. Morning Dew gains Mythic Class Word, Dragon Slayer. Word 1, all dragon beings will treat you like a god, and you kill all dragon beings with a single blow. Dew of the Morning Sun acquires Mythic Level Word, Eternal Body. Word, your body can infinitely accommodate all sequential objects, automatically balancing conflicting sequential forces, unshackling sequential objects that are mutually restraining, and liberating the restriction that all sequential objects cannot coexist as one. Looking at the already qualitatively changed Water of Life and Morning Dew, the corner of Zhang Fan's mouth couldn't help but float up in an arc. This wave of word additions, just the mythic level words alone were given a full 5. As for the epic and legendary grades, it was even as high as 70 to 80. Even with a small number of perfect level words, the effect is quite applicable. A soft exhale. Zhang Fan then drank the droplets in front of him one after another. You have consumed Water of Life *99 and Dew of Morning *99. You gain life expectancy plus 14, 584 years. You gain special eternal powers, Grafter, Source Power, Infinite Vigor, Infinite Fire, Dragon Slayer, Eternal Body. It was also the moment the tone fell. Zhang Fan clearly felt that his energy had become more vigorous. Every corner of his body, from the inside out, was filled with an indescribable sense of comfort. Feel the changes in your body and soul. Zhang Fan couldn't help but stretch his waist extremely comfortably. This wave, the Water of Life in the Morning Dew, allowed Zhang Fan to directly gain a lifespan of over 10,000 years. That means, Death Curse can be used almost infinitely from now on. Beyond that, Zhang Fan also gained an instant full blood effect. That is to say, unless it could kill Zhang Fan in one hit. Otherwise, Zhang Fan will remain full of blood at all times. And with the rest of the mythic words added to the mix, at this moment, Zhang Fan was already a perpetual motion machine of infinite vigor and a one-strike Dragon Slayer. Even after the full level of the 9 turns, Zhang Fan was able to continue upgrading and transferring. The power goes straight to infinity. Standing still and slowly sinking his mind, after sweeping a glance at the buried ruins in front of him, Zhang Fan directly flew and floated high above the sky. The second element of the Human Emperor trial. It is the players who need to work together to defeat all the monsters in the ground of the burial ruins. But at the moment, Zhang Fan no longer had the idea of waiting for players to come or letting his soul body work slowly in this copy. As soon as possible, he left the trial space and headed to Hanging City in order to do more. Calling out the Crimson Scroll in the ancient emperor's bronze coffin, Zhang Fan then crushed it with one hand. In a split second, the broken scroll transformed into a fiery flame that erupted straight toward the sky above the burial bone ruins. You have used the primary forbidden spell scroll, Burning Star Heavenly Flame. You have gained the special eternal power, Rebirth by Fire. Chapter 116 Equipment Props Dropping Hemp. One person completing the task of the whole clan? Boom! A loud sound, like a meteorite falling. It exploded violently in the entire Human Emperor ruins. In a split second, the monstrous fiery red color reflected in the firmament of this small replica world. The blazing aura completely engulfed the burial bone ruins in an instant. The sky was like fire, covered with flames. And those flames were falling in an extremely rapid manner like raindrops. The moment, the area beyond the boundary of the burial ruins, many players subconsciously looked up and saw the change in the sky, and their scalps directly went numb. What's going on? Look at the sky, guys. How come even the sky has turned red? A fire cloud? Isn't this a copy space? How come there's this kind of vision? Tibco fire clouds? It's fucking raining fire. It can't be a copy boss descending, right? If it's really a copy boss, we'd still be playing with a hammer with such a big battle. How come every time something this bizarre happens, the first thing that comes to my mind is that the Big Ten are up to no good? The red of the sky dipped to an orange red with a hint of the white of nothingness at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a split second, every player who looked up had their face colored orange. That's not right. If this is the sign of a boss descending, then this is a bit too terrifying. Besides, there's no hint of a boss descending. Crap, what's going on? I feel like the sky is melting. It's hot. It's too hot. I want to undress. Flame resistance and flame affinity aren't enough. You just can't get naked. Why am I starting to lose blood at high temperatures? The flame ruins aren't this fierce. The area where the rain of fire descended seems to be the burial bone ruins that we're going to. This can't really be the 10 big brothers messing around, right? Pull back. You see how this battle can be something a player can pull off? It's not just the sky that's changing color. The temperature in the space also became warmer. The entire area where the burial bone ruins were located seemed to have turned into a volcano in an instant. So far apart, yet still hot and dry. It even went into an automatic blood-dropping heat state. This kind of mutation is simply unbelievable. It's simply not something that players can understand. The periphery of the boundary. A player waiting for the burial ruins boundary to dissipate. Under the terrifying heat and pressure, his legs directly trembled as he fled in panic towards an area far away from the ruined boundary. This boundary. It's ignited. Run, old Zhang. Oh no. Righteous Father, put a wind attribute buff on me, please. Should we wait here for a while? I see that the boundary has been burned through in some places. With such strong temperatures, the monsters inside must have been burned out. If we can pick up something, it's enough to stay out of work for a few months. Wait my ass. I think you're too old to live. Even monsters can burn to death. Do you think your attributes are higher than the monsters inside? Let's hope this is only temporary, or we won't be able to get into this ruin at all. The faces of all the players were crimson as they silently prayed in their hearts. Amidst the ruins of the funeral pyre, the flames paved the ground with an orange-red color. It also burned to ashes the monsters that were ready to emerge from the ground. You have slain the human emperor's slave. You have killed the human emperor guard. You get, guard sword, gold, minions war spear, purple phantom dagger, black iron. You gain, lifespan plus 6,954 days. Looking at the equipment props that were constantly being picked up by Meyer into the ancient emperor's bronze coffin, Zhang Fan wasn't too surprised. It's only a beginner's forbidden spell though. However, its effect can definitely be described as truly terrifying. Flying and standing in the midst of the flames, letting the countless rains of fire shower down on his body, Zhang Fan still did not feel any discomfort. After the fire element affinity reached 100%, no flames could cause a single effect on Zhang Fan. It's a pity that the level cap for the second turn was reached. Otherwise I would have been able to raise my level by a large amount just from this wave of harvesting. While reaching the level cap for the second turn could not be further upgraded. But Zhang Fan wasn't the least bit sorry. With the mythic words of a Dragonslayer and a lifespan of over 10,000 years, after leaving the human emperor's ruins to complete his career advancement, Zhang Fan could just go crazy and harvest the dragon bosses. With the permanent experience bonus buff, it was only a matter of a thought for Zhang Fan to upgrade. This was also the reason why Zhang Fan didn't immediately slay the dragon right now. Level up to the cap before completing the transfer. You can't keep leveling up by killing more or stronger bosses. It is possible to lock the experience bar for embodiment though, but the experience value that can be locked in has also long since exploded. So, this forbidden spell scroll is not at all a waste of time to use. After all, the second stage of the trial quest is a group quest that requires all players to work together to empty the burial bone ruins of the human emperor's minions. Only when the cleanup level reaches 90% will the boundary at the end of the burial bone ruins open and players will be able to enter the ruins of the human emperor and complete the last two trial quests. Of all the trial contents of the human emperor's ruins, only this stage of the quest was the most time-consuming. If Zhang Fan himself and a team of fighters were to rely solely on him, it would take quite a bit of time to clear the wild monsters in this ruin. Anyways, for Zhang Fan, wasting time will only delay your developmental progress. Gather your mind. Zhang Fan quickly took the soul bodies that hadn't been burned into nothingness by the burning star heavenly flames and kept collecting them into the special space of the soul repellent. The moment. The entire ground of the burial bone ruins had been continuously dented by the rain of fire. The original burial bone ruins that were still fairly flat. It is a sea of fire at the moment. The monsters that lurked beneath the ground of the burial bone ruins relied on their insidious infestation to cause great trouble to human players in previous generations. But like rotten wood and withered grass was quickly and instantly burned to flying ash by the flames. Countless skeletons were incinerated. A large number of monsters were decimated. Even as in the case of King Xian level bosses like the 100 Phase Guard and the human Emperor War General, it was also killed in direct seconds under the forbidden flames that contained 5 damage words. Hundreds of meters below the ground, one of the Violet Radiance Titans that had been sealed in the ruins by the human Emperor abruptly opened his eyes. There was panic in his eyes. Hiss! Just as this purple Radiance Titan subconsciously wanted to vanish into the deeper ground. The terrifying flames pouring down from above burned through the ground, igniting the massive Titan's body in an instant. You have slain the human Emperor's slave. You have killed the Violet Flare Titan. You get Titan's Shield, Wang Xian. Titan's Guardian, Wang Xian. Earth's Fury, Wang Xian. You gain, plus 150 clan sex, plus 3,987 days of lifespan. Surveying the large amount of items that were constantly being automatically sucked into the ancient emperor's copper coffin by the chimera in the contract space, Zhang Fan's face didn't have too many color fluctuations. The equipment props have been seriously overflowing. It looks like we have to find a chance to digest away for some red moon coins. The sword slave's grade has fallen too far. It should be able to be quite powerful after refining the spirit marrow. Just the moment Zhang Fan's murmur had just fallen, a clearly audible shattering sound resounded around the entire burial bone ruins. With a sound of burning flames exploding continuously, all the boundaries surrounding the burial bone ruins in all directions instantly turned into nothingness. Also at this time, a prompt rang steeply in the ears of all the players of the Human Emperor's ruins. There has been new progress in the Human Emperor trial public quest content clans joining forces to clear out the slaves. All monsters in the burial bone ruins have been completely killed. The blessing point leading to the Human Emperor ruins has been opened, and all players participating in the public quests have a plus 20% progress in their personal trials. Human King Tenfang's contribution to this quest reaches 100%. Human King Tenfang obtains the King Shen's weapons, the Human King's armor, the Human King's sword, the Dark Elemental Affinity plus 8%, and the Light Elemental Affinity plus 8%. Chapter 117 Elemental Ceiling Formation, instantly clearing 10 million life points. Look at the auto-updating trial quests. The players who were drinking medicine to regain blood while moving away from the burial ruins were directly confused. After entering the Human Emperor trial, players continue to collect Human Emperor stones as they explore the map. At the moment, most players hadn't even finished collecting a quarter of the Human Emperor stones, let alone participating in public quests. They couldn't even enter the burial bone ruins. You can't get trial progress without participating in public quests. So, the players who were being burned extremely hard by the heat of the flames were even harder at the moment. Crap, it's really Big Brother 10 who's up to no good. He really set this fire. Isn't he a strength-based warrior profession? How can he unleash such a terrifying flame power? What the hell? I haven't even completed the first trial mission and the second one is already over? Brown. A public quest that can only be accomplished by the combined efforts of the entire clan's players. And Big Brother 10 accomplished it all by himself? It's simply off the charts. Tenfang is preparing to cha solo food not even going to share some soup with us. You need to have some face. This trial copy was originally opened by someone else. Tenfang, alone. Without Tenfang, you can't even enter the copy. Anyway, I'm pretty cool. Now I can skip the first two trial quests and directly teleport to the ruins of the Human Emperor through the blessing point. Nice. Why move yourself when you can lie back and enjoy it? Go, go, go. Eagle Sauce and Sans players have already run to the blessing point. They must be trying to go to the ruins of the Human Emperor to break the seal first. We can't let these beyond contraptions get the jump on us. Burial ruins. Sweeping the Human King equipment rewarded by the copy. Zhang Fan directly threw it into the ancient Emperor bronze coffin. Wang Xian grade equipment was no longer rare for the current Zhang Fan. Not to mention, Zhang Fan's body also had contract scrolls that could evolve equipment grades to Monarch and King Xian grades. So, even players can't even think about high-level equipment. It was no different from rotten iron in Zhang Fan's eyes. The only purpose is to exchange for red moon coins to refine the spirit medulla. With his sight locked on the lower left side of the blessing point that had been completely ignited by the flames, Zhang Fan directly flew down. You have lit up the burial bone ruins blessing point. You gain reputation plus 10. Ignore the beeping in your ear. Zhang Fan immediately used the spatial ability of the blessing point to teleport into the Human Emperor's ruins. As a silver-white light flashed up, Zhang Fan's body instantly appeared in the area of the Human Emperor's ruins. You have entered the ruins of the Human Emperor, and you will be rewarded for this stage of the quest after combining your efforts with human players to destroy the 7 spirit seals. Lifting his eyes, a familiar scene was in his sight. Above the large ruins, 7 massive pits surrounded the center platform, and 7 pits in the ground. Densely packed stood an oddly shaped humanoid statue, quite similar to the forgers in the Forge ruins. All of these statues had more or less alien features carved into their bodies, and above the statue, the surface of the pit, an elemental spell formation that shimmered with various colors of light continuously emitted energy fluctuations. These pits in the ground were the special areas that sealed the will of the 100-phase human race, and those 7 spells were the sealing spells that the players were trying to destroy. The ruins of the Human Emperor. Not only were the ashes and remains of the Human Emperor buried, also buried are the followers of the Human Emperor who died in the 100-phase war. and this one trial is all about. It is the players who need to work together to break the seal and defeat these 100-phase humans in the pit. After standing still for a moment, Zhang Fan then leapt to the vicinity of the ceiling formation with a flash. The moment. On top of the large ground pit, a spell formation engraved with obscure runes was bubbling with lightning. Seal formation, thunder, life, 1000 W, armor, 0/20,000, 1% restored every minute after being attacked. Armor will be reduced to 0 if not attacked for 30 minutes, magic resistance, 0/20,000, 1% restored every minute after being attacked. No attack for 30 minutes. Magic resistance will be reduced to 0, introduction, a sealing spell formed by the power of the human emperor's remains, with a certain probability of paralyzing the target when attacked. Seal formation, fire, life, 1000 W. The sealing spell above the pit had a life value of up to 10 million. But, when not under attack, these spells have 0 points of armor and magic resistance, though defense is automatically restored when attacked, but it does not restore life. So, with proper command, it wasn't difficult to destroy these seals under the huge base of human players. But, in the previous life, due to the fact that the alien players each had their own mind, so even though there were quite a few players from the human race who managed to reach the human emperor's ruins, there was just as much resistance to breaking the seal. So, Zhang Fan had no desire to work together with other players. 10 million life points was nothing short of astronomical to the rest of the players, but in Zhang Fan's opinion, without the ability to recover, a high blood bar was just that. The difficult part of this stage of the trial was the 100-phase humans in the middle of the earth pit. As for the sealing spell, it was simply unbearable. Opening his water element's 8 wings of departing fire, Zhang Fan flew directly above the spell formation. Next moment, the 8 wings of the departing fire flapped violently, and the 8 wind-attributed energy feather blades directly blasted on top of the spell formation. Minus 668,584. Minus 3, 500, 000. Crass Wrath, -61930. Electric Blade. It was also the moment when the damage numbers floated up one after another. Zhang Fan then summoned all his soul bodies. Next moment, the dense army of soul bodies released their strongest attacks directly towards the spell formation. The sword slaves and the chimera, on the other hand, were constantly attacking the sealing spell formation. There is no defense. The sealing spell's blood bar couldn't hold up against the boss and the tens of thousands of human emperor's slaves. A few breaths later, triggers with the collector's percentage damage. The first sealing spell completely shattered. Also at this time, a prompt kept ringing in the ears of the players. Sealing spell thunder has been completely destroyed. If the rest of the sealing spells cannot be destroyed within 15 minutes, the destroyed spells will be regenerated. Players who participate in destroying the phalanx will receive a reward upon completion of this phase's content. Human Emperor's Breath. Chapter 118, Human Emperor Revival. Lining up to replenish the streamers? Listen to the cue in your ear. The players who had just arrived and those who had yet to arrive at the Human Emperor's ruins couldn't hold their breath. What the hell? My quest panel just updated and Ten Fong destroyed a spell formation all by himself? Can it get any more outrageous? Although it seems like a layup, but if Big Brother 10 alone puts the trial through, won't we not get a participation reward? I've already looked down on it. It's good to get out of the copy alive. Luckily the temperature here is a bit lower. It's better to hang around here and fight some random monsters than to get burned to death elsewhere. Come all the way here, there is no reason to return empty-handed. No matter what. I'll go now to set a gain status for the 10 Big Brothers and mix up a wave of rewards. Hey, something's wrong. Why are there so many monsters? Just as a group of players had just stepped up and prepared to squat at another sealing spell, the scene in their sight directly made their eyes widen. Above the large ruins, although far apart, but the players still saw those hulking black monsters in the distance. Even more terrifying, hordes of monsters above. A black dragon was continuously spitting out flaming dragon breath, attacking the elemental spell formation below. And on top of the black dragon, a player was flapping his colorful flowing 8 wings. Seeing such a scene, the vast majority of players froze in place. Nice guy, commanding tens of thousands of creatures to attack the spell. This wasn't so exaggerated even for a summoner, was it? Near a blessing point in the ruins of the Human Emperor, nearly 10,000 players with upright postures and cold faces gathered together, their eyes gazing straight at the figure in the air. It's only been how much time? And it's already powerful to this extent. No wonder all those horrifying incidents are related to him. Such strength is simply not something a player can fight against. Directly in front of the players, summoning mage Xiaofeng had a shocked look on his face. His eyes filled with incredulity. Chief, this 10 square is completely out of sync with us, let alone recruiting such a person. I'm afraid it's difficult to even cooperate. I'm now becoming more and more convinced that 10 square is a traveler or a reborn, with this dimensional descending strike-like strength. To say that there isn't a bit of insider knowledge, I can't believe it. Wang Mang, who was carrying a large sword, scanned the figures of the Black Legion and the 10 directions in his line of sight, and there was a hint of envy and helplessness in his voice. As one of the official heads of the Red Moon, Wang Mang and Xiao Feng's group were tasked with cooperating with the 10 directions as much as possible. Before that they had a slight illusion. But after seeing this terrifying and simply unsurpassable strength of 10 square with his own eyes at this moment, Wang Mang and the rest of the people in charge were suddenly lost in their hearts. Everyone else had accomplished by themselves what it took the concerted efforts of the entire human race of players to accomplish. With this kind of strength, what reason was there to throw your head around and sell equipment and resources like you did in the newbie town? Aside from fishing for law enforcement, they really couldn't think of a reason why 10 Square would be willing to cooperate with them. Don't think so much for now. First go near the spell formation and help 10 Square break the seal. Wang Mang, you wait here for the other brothers. Eagle Sauce and Sans players seem to have some thoughts about 10 Square. Keep an eye on them. In terms of the universality theory, while I personally don't think I can pose a threat to the 10 by sheer numbers, it's still a good idea to keep an eye out. I have a premonition that the human emperor's descent is not as simple as we thought. Just as Xiaofeng had just summoned his contracted beast and was about to lead his players to break the seal, an explosive sound kept reaching his ears. Subconsciously looking up, only to see that the sealing spell formation above the ground pit had been completely destroyed. This? Just as Xiaofeng froze in place and lost his mind, a succession of prompts instantly drifted over the entire human emperor's ruins. There has been new progress in the human emperor trial public quest. The elemental seals have been completely destroyed. The personal trial progress of players involved in destroying the phalanx is plus 10%, and the human emperor's chi is plus 5. Human King 10 Square has provided 99% of the contribution value for the destruction of the seal, and receives an additional reward for the King Xian's weapons, the Human King's crown and the Human King's boots. The elemental spell that sealed the will of the 100-phase human race can no longer be regenerated, and the remains of the human emperor will carry the 100-phase human race back to life in 10 minutes. The flurry of copy announcements hadn't quite dissipated. A golden glow steeply surfaced in the sky above the human emperor's ruins. The human emperor's wreckage and the 100-phase human race are extremely powerful, and all players can go to the human emperor's pit to compete for the title of human emperor after defeating the human emperor's wreckage with their combined efforts. The top 10 winners of the racial competition and the 10 players with the most human king's chi will be awarded the title of human king, and the player who reaches 100% personal trial and defeats the rest of the human kings will be crowned as the human emperor. The human emperor trial list has been opened. The 100 players with the highest personal trial progress will automatically be on the list. All players on the list will automatically display their current coordinates, and the trial progress will automatically be inherited to the nearest player after the player's death. Hint: the revived human emperor's wreckage is extremely powerful. It is recommended that dispersed players choose a player on the trial list as the team leader and join forces to fight against the human emperor's wreckage and the 100 phases of the human race. The moment the tone fell, columns of elemental light of varying colors rose from the destroyed sealing spells all of a sudden. Next moment, the 7 pillars of light linked together to form a huge array of energy light that surged straight into a golden pit of earth. In a split second, all the imperial ashes in the entire relic copy were as if they had been summoned. It quickly clung to the wreckage. Progress of human emperor's recovery, 3%. And with the opening of the trial list, all the players were suddenly in chaos. Ranking of trial progress. It's for the players to elect the leader of their team and command the scattered players to work together to defend the enemy. But there is also the rule of inheriting the progress of the trial. This meant that players with extremely low progress in their trials right now didn't have absolutely no chance of advancing to become human kings and human emperors. Players are all on their own for the opening of the trial list. Only Jiang Fan did not have any color fluctuations. The rule of being able to display coordinates and inheritance of trial progress is just to get players to give up their selfish interests for the whole clan to be of one mind. After all, what was at stake in the coming of the human emperor was the future of the entire human race. However, in his previous life, it was because of the opening of the trial list that caused the human players to constantly engage in internal conflict in order to compete for the throne of the emperor. That's why the human race in the previous world didn't elect a human emperor. The moment. With regards to these rules, Zhang Fan didn't care about them at all. The all-in-one law of cause and effect aside, it was impossible for any player to beat themselves with the numerical crushing of the attribute panel alone. Collecting his mind and sweeping a glance at the remains of the human emperor who was absorbing the ashes, Zhang Fan then took all the soul bodies with him and concealed them into the subdimension. The human race of the Red Moon world is not exactly the same as the human race that the players are categorized as. Their bodies all contain more or less of the 100 phases form. The more forms you have, the stronger you are. The 100-phase human race that was about to be revived in the pit of the earth would be far superior to the normal wild monsters of the same level in terms of combat power. According to Jiang Fan's memories from his previous life, the human emperor of the 100 phases human race of the Red Moon world, after actively splitting the 100 phases, had a whole 9 forms. Each form has different abilities. This was also the reason why both the human emperor's remains and the human emperor's ashes existed in the human emperor's relics. Collecting his eyes, he swiveled his gaze. Under the automatic probing of the super senses, Jiang Fan suddenly realized that tens of thousands of exotic players were rushing towards his area. Just, for every short distance forward, a bunch of players knelt in place. Seeing this scene, Jiang Fan couldn't help but smile. The trial list opens. These people really thought they could be overwhelmed by strength and numbers. Isn't this here to replenish his streamers? Projection of the Emperor's soldiers as a banner of command integrated into the human Emperor's streamer. Jiang Fan then flew towards the bottom holding this golden encrusted and righteous flag streamer. Originally, Jiang Fan had planned to use the intelligent armor race and the dragon race to strengthen the human Emperor streamer. But since someone had taken the initiative to deliver the food, Jiang Fan had no reason not to accept it. Just right. It had also been a long time since the streamers had devoured and evolved. I went for a checkup today only to find out it's not positive. It's tonsil suppuration. The first couple of days were a little better, just a sore throat. The last 2 days the fever wouldn't go down and today it dried right up to 39.7 degrees for me. The whole thing was feverish and confused. I can only update 1 chapter today. Can't really top that. If it's still bad in the morning, go to the hospital early and get this thing cut out. And if it's not a problem, make up today's update tomorrow night. It's really not an excuse to live on full time when you're not making any money in the first place. 1 less chapter, and you're straight out of this month's perfect attendance award. I'll be sure to crunch for an update if the code moves. Chapter 119, Gentlemen, please come into my human emperor's streamer for a chat. Erecting the golden light-filled human emperor flag near the ground pit below, Jiang Fan then consumed his life essence to summon the soul body of the reversing dragon snake. Scouting the exotic players that are getting closer and closer to you, Jiang Fan secretly laughed in his heart. Subsequently, while keeping hidden into the sublime, Jiang Fan glanced at the human emperor trial ranking. First place, King of the People tenfold, 73%, second place, Wolf God, 10%, third place, Asko, 10%. After entering the human emperor's ruins, the only way for players to increase their trial progress is to complete the trial content. Otherwise, the only way to get some extra trial progress is to make some subversive contribution to the whole copy. The first trial content of the human emperor's ruins required entering the burial bone ruins. The second trial content requires clearing the ruins wildlife. The third element entails breaking the seal. Normal. How can players arrive at the ruins of the human emperor with more than 30% of their trial progress? But under Jiang Fan's descending strike-like strength, the players are not engaged at all. So, despite the opening of the trial list, but aside from some players who barely mixed in a wave of assists when breaking the seal, for the rest of the players, the progress of the trial was clear at 0%. After a brief glance at the list, Jiang Fan then gathered his mind and scanned the growing number of players below. The trial list opened in just a few minutes. The neighborhood of the 7 pits was then crowded with people. The moment. A pit of ground near the left. After a blonde player casually killed a wandering wild monster, he couldn't help but look above the trial list. Wang Defa. This guy actually has such a high trial progress. If he defeats the monster in the ground pit, won't his trial degree be close to full? Despite having the means to defeat this fellow, it's better to send him out of this copy first in order to successfully advance to human emperor. The player in the armor with the big back hair was none other than Yasko of the Eagle Sauce Nation. He was, arguably, the most powerful player in the entire Eagle Sauce Nation. The chief hitman of the lifespan pass created by Moss. The richest man in Eagle Jam. As the strongest man in Eagle Sauce Country, he had long been displeased with the big shot Wahini. After all, he was a contender for human emperor that even Mr. Moss had high hopes for. Possessing an advanced growth talent, although he had only been in the lifespan pass for a short while, under Mr. Moss's investment, his combat power had already skyrocketed to a point that could be called absolutely terrifying. After entering the human emperor trial, Jasko had intended to follow Mr. Moss' plan to make a big splash first and then collect people, and then rightfully ascend to the position of Emperor of Man. But, instead of being out of the limelight, he was out of the limelight. It was also close to not even getting the trial progress. Even, and inexplicably took a knee on several occasions. This was simply unacceptable to him. The strongest man in Hawk Jam, carrying the burden of the human emperor's battle, he only felt like a clown. So, after the opening of the trial list, he rushed directly towards the coordinates on the list. No matter what kind of attributes this Chinese person had, Yasko had 100% certainty that he would kill him. As the strongest of the Hawk Jam, Yasko has a growable attack talent, a dry throw, a horrible talent that can do damage with red moon coins. Looking at the tens of millions of red moon coins in his carry-on space that Mr. Moss had gathered to help him pass the human emperor trial, a winning smile rose on Askew's face. 40 million to fight bosses, 3 million to deal with players, and the remaining 7 million to make a fake account. Just as Jasko was happily making his fortune planning, his entire body fell to his knees uncontrollably. At the same time, a terrifying damage number instantly erupted on his head. Still don't understand what's happening. A flirtatious murmur instantly rang out of thin air in the area near the ground pit. Next moment, a ray of light directly enveloped the hundreds of players who were closer to the human emperor streamer. At once, those players' bodies shook as they walked towards the spatial channel around the human emperor streamer as if they had lost their souls. And Jasko, who was kneeling on the ground, had no more malice towards Zhang Fan in his heart under the reversal hint. So, under Meyer's mental suggestion, he also walked directly towards the spatial passageway around the human emperor streamer. Everyone, please enter my human emperor streamer for a moment. As the teasing words rang out, Zhang Fan's figure slowly emerged from the sublime. Looking at the big man flying in the air, the players below burst into an uproar. HSSS, is this the big brother of the 10? What is the situation? Isn't the human emperor's artifact only obtainable after being crowned as a human emperor? 10 Square has a human emperor's artifact here? Although this flag is gold and yellow and righteous, but why do I think I hear some crying? High above the ruins of the human emperor, Zhang Fan couldn't help but slightly grin at the corner of his mouth as he looked down at the group of players below. Advancing to the human emperor streamer similarly requires a living being to voluntarily step into it. With the passive effect of straight knee sword, players who harbored ill will towards Zhang Fan would kneel in place unable to keep their actions. So, unless it is affected by the power of reversal, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to get up at all. And those hundreds of Eagle Sauce players who were the first to head towards the space passage of the human emperor streamer. It was the result of being affected by the reversing dragon and serpent's reversing domain and Charmander's mind suggestion. It was also the moment those several hundred players stepped into the human emperor streamer. A burst of black light instantly transformed into an abyssal mouth swallowing their bodies into it. At once, the equipment and props on these players spilled out onto the ground and slowly floated into Zhang Fan's carry-on space. Also at this time, the entire streamer flickered with a golden green light. And after, a silhouette condensed by black chi flickered from above the soul streamer. Oh shit, that flag sure is wacky. Wang DFA, our alternative human emperor of Eagle Sauce is just going to be eaten? That was a talent hand-picked by Mr. Moss. Run, run. Just as a group of players scattered in panic, the 100-phase beast that had yet to dissipate suddenly shot out an obscure light from its eyes. As one of the shards of the reverse Grand Hall, the power of reversal possessed by the 100-phase giant beast was much more powerful than the reversing dragons and snakes. It was also the moment the reversal field opened. The players of the Eagle Jam Country and the Three Kingdoms who were fleeing instantly shuddered physically. Next moment, they unexpectedly turned around and sped towards the direction where the human emperor's streamer was located. Under the influence of mind reversal and mind suggestion, the players who were originally frightened and wanted to flee the human emperor's streamer. Instantly, the inverted Big Dipper took the initiative to swipe towards the soul streamer space. Despite a steady stream of screams, still, the densely packed players kept stepping towards the golden light overflowing human emperor streamer. The scene, it made the players far beyond the pit look directly at it. This Nima, why are there still people lining up to die? A few minutes later, with the last few thousand players in the reverse realm having entered the space channel of the human emperor's hatchet, a burst of gold and black light instantly flashed up on the streamer, reflecting the entire pit above was extremely eerie. A few moments later, the gold and black light gradually converged, and the human emperor streamer regained its calm. Just flew near the soul streamer. A prompt then quietly rang in Zhang Fan's ears. Phantom space ability activated. You get, red moon coin asterisk 6754W, purple flare greatsword asterisk 1, armor of star asterisk 1. The banner of orders, 10,000 souls, has been promoted to the monarch rank. It won't let you cut until the inflammation goes down, and I don't know how long it's going to burn. Chapter 120, Cannon Fodder are all bosses. One look and you'll melt. Banner of Order, 10,000 souls, effect advancement, plus 100% to all spirit base attributes. You may carve 2 true names into the tail of the streamer at the same time. After carving the name, the damage taken by the target is increased to 50,000 per second, plus 15% of your own maximum life value limit. Surveying the gold and black streamers that had been enhanced quite a bit, Zhang Fan couldn't help but have a twinkle in his eye. After inviting the exotic friend to be a guest in the inner space of the human emperor's streamer, the grade of the human emperor streamer had directly evolved from the King Xian grade to the monarch grade. The moment. Not only is the base damage of the engraved name increased by 400%, Even the strength of all the streamer spirits had increased by a large margin. And that's just the first progression. It would have been nice to have the more powerful wizards and dragons as guests in the flag. What level can this banner be strengthened to? Just at the moment when Zhang Fan was quite expectantly calling back the Human Emperor streamer, the entire Human Emperor ruins suddenly came with a ground-shaking shaking. Next moment, the 100 phases of human remains in the 7 earth pits kept twisting their bizarre bodies as if they had regained their lives. Also at this time, an announcement drifted out over the entire human ruins. 100 phases of humanity have been revived. The Human Emperor's ruins blessing points have permanently disappeared, and all players are unable to leave this area until they die or complete the trial. With the royal aura of the 100-phase Human Emperor, 100-phase humans will increase their full attributes by 5% every 20 minutes, successfully defeating the 100-phase human and the 100-phase Human Emperor. All players within the Human Emperor's ruins will have plus 30% of their personal trial progress, plus 20% of their full attributes, plus 2 levels, plus 5 of the Human Emperor's aura, and will be qualified for the trial to be promoted to the Human King. Among the ruins of the Human Emperor, the players hadn't recovered from the shock of tens of thousands of people disappearing before their eyes. Such a voice rang in their ears that made them breathe heavier. What? A 5% increase in full attributes every 20 minutes? That's still playing a set. I don't know what strength those 100-phase humans are. A blind guess would be that it won't be very strong, or else they wouldn't have gotten this kind of increase. This reward smells too good. 20% of all attributes boosted, not to mention the fact that you can also directly raise 2 levels. This is the rhythm that is going to take off. I hope the Big 10 will give me a bit of a lie down. Let's all listen to Big Brother 10's arrangements later. With Big Brother around, our probability of passing this trial is still high. When are you still bragging? Those monsters are at least close to 100. 000. 10 Square is taking head to head? The 100-phase humans that the system suggests can be much more powerful than the monsters. And with so many monsters, it would take a lot of exhaustion to wear 10 Square down. Supersensory under auditory reinforcement, even if they are far apart. However, Zhang Fan still heard those discussions in the distance clearly. With a past life experience, Zhang Fan had thought that the players would have their own thoughts and fight their own battles after the start of this trial. I didn't realize it had come together so quickly. There were some knee-jerk backstabbers, though, but to have such an effect had completely exceeded Zhang Fan's expectations. Perhaps, the human race in the previous world did not appear a figure that players could not surpass or understand. So the players kept their hopes up and did not want to cede the seats of the Human King and Human Emperor. Though think about it like this, but Zhang Fan wouldn't just trust anyone else. If only the human heart were that simple. The former world's human race was not so unable to descend to the Human Emperor. Gather your mind. Retrieve all the soul bodies back into the repellent space. Zhang Fan then flew to the top of the ground pit. Also at this time, nearly 100 figures quickly flashed to Zhang Fan's feet. Big Brother 10. If it's possible, this battle should still be commanded by you. Your strength is obvious to everyone. If we must find a player to organize the battle, it would definitely be you. Wang Tang in his golden mage robes gently lowered his head with a rather respectful look on his face. Only, just as he was about to raise his head and prepare to hear what Zhang Fan's response was, the 30 or so players around him instantly fell to their knees, amazed. A whispering if anything entered Wang Tang's ears. Follow the source of the sound. Within a glow that could not be seen clearly, it was continuously emitting a regal energy flame. Those flames, in a matter of moments, drifted onto the bodies of the kneeling race players, burning them directly into nothingness. See this scene. Wang Tang's eyes widened and he unconsciously sucked in a breath of cool air. This is the contracted beast of Big Brother 10? How could a warrior's contracted beast be so much fiercer than a summoner's summoned beast? Off the charts. Off the mark. With a unique sense of the soul. Phantom clearly sensed the malice in those guys' heads. So, even if he hadn't been instructed to do so by Zhang Fan, the Chimera still directly unleashed a ball of Imperial-level desire flame, killing the kneeling players in precise seconds. Bang! Just as the players were appalled, a booming sound instantly resounded in the 7 earth pits. Next moment, the earth walls between the 7 earth pits began to tremble violently. It collapsed into place after a few breaths. Tread, tread, tread. The ground began to shake uncontrollably. The entire space was suddenly filled with a golden black dusty mist. Momochi humans have arrived. Area warning cues drop. The golden black dust and mist that covered the sky disappeared with it. What appeared in the players' eyes were rows and rows of neatly lined up 100-phase armies. The remains of the original skeleton had condensed into substantial armor and weapons under the golden gas. Hyakushin Ryu, level 30, grade, Black Iron Life, 26, 000. Physical attack power, 3, 100. Magic attack power, 1, 750. Armor, 700. Magic resistance, 284. Talent, 100 phase split, skills, lightning slash. Rising Dragon Fist introduction. The 100 phase humans buried here with the 100 phase human emperor have regained some of their power with the infusion of the human emperor's chi. As the players looked at the message of the wild monster that stepped out of the pit, directly and instantly breaks defense. Do not want to pill hot. Even the cannon fodder pawns are boss level. How can we still fight? No pill hot. I'm damn near level 17 now. This can't even beat the small monsters on the road. This is a bit too perverted. There are silver and gold level commanders behind these minions. And there are even more imposing leaders in the back. It's impossible to fight. This wave is really nothing. In front of the absolute power gap, no one can help whoever is in command. Standing high in the sky, looking down at the crowd of panicked and incredulous players below, Zhang Fan wasn't too surprised, with the mindset and acceptance of the average player. After seeing the quantity and quality of the 100 phase humans, it is indeed difficult to harbor the idea of fighting it again. Originally, Wang Tang had also united a number of experts to help Zhang Fan pass this trial together, but how could he not expect it? One of the cannon fodder minions in the 100 phase humans was surprisingly boss level in strength. Such a comparison of values. Most players at this stage right now can't even break the defenses of these cannon fodder, not to mention that these cannon fodder will grow in strength over time. They couldn't see any hope at all in such a battle. Hey, I feel that this copy was opened too early. With our strength, we won't be able to defeat these monsters. Not to mention the unrevealed 100 phase human emperor. If we fail the trial, our human race won't be able to descend to the human emperor, right? Although Zhang Fan then appeared to fly high above the sky, yet few players think such a battle can be turned around by just one person, unless he can still destroy this space. Tread, tap. Just as the players were lost in thought, in the midst of the connected ground pits, the 100 phase humans had neatly attacked towards the human players. Just the sound and aura of that entire boss caused most of the players to retreat in fear. Glancing at the players in this relic, Zhang Fan couldn't help but shake his head. It's a trial that still has to be soloed. After inscribing his name at the end of the human emperor's streamer, Zhang Fan then summoned the 100 phase beast and made it roar. It was also at the same time that the 100 phase humans below paused to look upwards. An illusory light immediately flooded Zhang Fan's eyes. Fever has been repeated. Sitting in front of the computer for a while burned sweat to me to get my clothes wet. Originally today is not able to code, but still squeezed out a chapter. Tomorrow morning will continue to go to the hospital, cannot stay up all night. Or you can squeeze again. The body cannot top the disease as well and then slowly add more it. Chapter 121 Pregnancy Explosion. Soaring again? Although Zhang Fan's figure was some distance away from the players on the periphery of the ground pit, but at the moment, everyone saw a clear picture. The one man and one beast proudly rose above the sky, looking disdainfully at the tens of thousands of corpse mountain wreckage below. I'm brown. Why did Big Brother 10 start letting his pet taunt and attack? Where's the promised command of the battle? I'm on morning 8. The information coming from my enhanced scrying isn't right. Those minions are all clear boss level. The lords are all gold level to start with. Are you kidding me? All boss level? Most of us can't even break through the defense. How can this be fun? It seems to me that some bosses are kneeling down. Could it be that the strange kneeling down of players before was really a divine punishment sent down by the Big Brother of the 10? Or is it a heavenly punishment triggered by offending him? No wonder Big Brother 10 is charging so hard. Could he have already found a way to eliminate these bosses? I don't think it's not without this possibility. Just now that funeral bone ruin wasn't burned through by the 10 directions Big Brother alone. If he comes again a bit ironically stable. Are you alright? How strong can one person be to single-handedly take on an army of about 100,000 bosses? That's right. That fire must have triggered some mechanism. If it really had this kind of heaven-defying ability, he would have used it long ago before. Although the attributes of the 100 phase wreckage caused the players in the human emperor's ruins to stare in horror. But when they saw Zhang Fan flying in the air looking down at the boss below, there were still quite a few players who had expectations for Zhang Fan, the unique existence of the human race. Likewise, there were also a number of Antipodeans and exotic players who sang in the crowd. After a brief outcry, some of the players were a bit freaked out, but they still swung their hands and charged towards the ground pit with the mist in their hands. Also at this time, the light in Zhang Fan's eyes had condensed like substance. The next instant, a slice of life-giving light, visible only to Zhang Fan, continued to pour into the 100 phase human's body as his eyes turned. At once, the clueless 100 phase human stomach, which was not yet completely covered in flesh and blood, swelled up at an extremely terrifying speed. In just a breath or two, it reached the size of an October baby. Unlike the previous identification of Marriott that, the flesh and blood of these revived 100 phase human remains that had been spawned by the human emperor's chi didn't even fully encase their abdomens. The moment, under the gaze of the naked eye, The contents of the bellies of these 100-phase humans were clearly a mass of bizarre flesh and blood that was pulsing. Hiss. Before even unlocking the rest of the effects. Fetuses conceived by the strongman appraisal are generated based on the race of the lifeform. The physique of these 100-phase humans was already much stronger than ordinary humanoids. So, under the catalyst of the strongman appraisal technique, the lifeforms in their bellies were likewise all nearly extinct 100-phase humans. According to the information Zhang Fan had learned about the Red Moon race, all of the 100-phase races were birthed by the Tower of Eternity. The stronger the race, the more difficult it is to reproduce. So, after the birth of the primordial 100-phase race, as time went on, the descendants of the 100-phase race were all getting fewer and fewer, and after the 100-phase war, the native beings of all races were even more nearly extinct. This was the direct reason why only very few native spirits could be seen on the Red Moon continent today. Normal. It won't take years. The already few remaining 100-phase races will be completely extinct. But at the moment, these flesh and blood undead that have died to the point where only some remains remain, all of them are pregnant with 100-phase fetuses and are about to be born. Scenes like this don't just blow players away. Even Zhang Fan couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Because this was completely against the laws of conception of the Red Moon world. That means, as long as the other party had the qualifications to become strong, Zhang Fan alone could create endless races and lives. At this moment, in the middle of the human emperor's ruins, looking at the human of the 100 phases who was suddenly kneeling on the ground with a big belly, whether it was Wang Tang and his group who were closer to the ground pit, or the players from various countries on the periphery of the ground pit, all of them were in a daze. Among them, a large portion of the crowd, in horror, uncharacteristically stepped back several feet. At the same time, they lowered their heads deeply and closed their eyes in death. I blew a burn outline. What the hell is this situation? Undead boss can also pregnant? Ten just looked around and all these bosses are pregnant? I'm not sure if all of them are pregnant or not. Anyway, I can see that all of them have hit the mark. This pregnancy explosion of Big Brother 10. It's not scientific. Last time Marriott got pregnant, wasn't there news that it was bloated? So it's true that 10 Square got pregnant? Adversary, what are you babbling about? Don't throw dirty water on my righteous father. Like you're going to get pregnant if you look at each other? Shit, don't dare to look at the big guy from now on. Bowing your head is the most basic respect for the big brother of the 10. Just as countless players were discussing this bizarre and spectacular scene, the 100-phase human, who was kneeling on the ground, had lost his mind from the pain. The state of 100 phases contains countless races: dragon horns, snake scales, tiger claws, ivory, flame, lightning, mechanical, undead. The desire to break out of the body at the birth of the fetus of 100 phases was much stronger than that of an ordinary human player. And in the synthesis of the state of 100 phases, the pain inflicted on the pregnant person is also unprecedented. The bottom line is this: these 100-phase human beings, pressed into service, do not have the organs to give birth to a fetus. So, the only way for a fetus to be born is to burst out of the body from the inside out. Bang, bang, bang. With a succession of bursting sounds, the 100-phase humans, who had just been revived for less than 2 minutes, were turned into a mass of blood, gas and gold and black virtual mist in the explosions one after another. Strongman identification failed, and the 100-phase human remnant was unable to become a strongman. You have killed 100-phase human wreckage, black iron. You have killed 100-phase human wreckage, silver. You have obtained, sword of 100-phase, black iron. Bow of 100-phase blazing sun, silver. You gain, 383,020 experience. Experience bonus is in effect. You gain, 574,530 experience. You gain, 498,580 experience. As your locked embodied experience bar has reached the limit for the second turn, the experience you have gained can no longer be injected further. Please complete the transfer as soon as possible. You get, lifespan * 368 days, back when the entire burial bone ruins were emptied. Zhang Fan's experience bar was then completely full. This stage from level 30 to 50. Players can lock the experience bar at any time and use the stored experience for upgrades or embodiment. And when the level is capped, players can also lock experience bars to store experience for use in real-world manifestations. However, each transfer has a fixed experience lock cap. The wild monsters that had harvested the entire burial ruins alone, plus the permanent experience buff. Zhang Fan's embodied experience was full to the brim. So, the bosses that Zhang Fan had killed had experience that did nothing but loot. Stunned down. Slightly sensing the 100 phases of humans who hadn't yet been pregnant gaze, Zhang Fan then sent a message in the information interface. Leveling and longevity substitutions. Limited spots. Highest bidder in 20 seconds. Code name for this transaction, Ascension. The person to whom the transaction is to be made must be standing. Those kneeling cannot be traded and have a high probability of being randomly given death. And the transaction is limited to Chinese players only. I'm almost better, but my throat still hurts like a razor blade stuck in it, so I'll need a day of shots tomorrow. And if I don't get a fever, I guess I'll update normally the day after tomorrow. The year before last. Last year after too young body resistance dropped too much. Now take medicine and injection effect is too low. We still have time to practice more physical exercise. At least get well faster when you are sick. In the past, I took a couple of pills to get better, but now the pills don't help at all. And the injections are not very effective. Chapter 122, a glance clears tens of thousands of bosses. Strong man appraisal success? A spectacular scene of nearly 100,000 bosses appearing at the same time. In the entire territory of the human race, only being in the ruins of the human emperor would give you the honor of encountering it. Most of them are just black iron level bosses though, but the scene is still very visual. Beyond that, the experience value provided by bosses is likewise immeasurable. Although at this moment, Zhang Fan was no longer worried in the slightest about the matter of gaining experience and upgrading. But if you can harvest another wave of red moon coins on the premise of completing the trial, it would be a good use of your money. It's better than wasting it. And selectively train some players here. They can also help more or less when invading the foreigners in the future. And with this news of Zhang Fan's ascension sent out, all the players within the human emperor's ruins were immediately stunned. Subsequently, the entire space was in an uproar. Big Brother 10 is going to bring people to ascend again? Am I reading this right? I'm a bit scared. The players who ascended last time have all evaporated. This isn't the 10 parties fishing for law enforcement again, is it? It shouldn't be so bad. Big Brother 10 said that he would only trade with us Chinese players. This wave has a high probability of being a real ascension. I see that 10 Square has killed so many bosses and hasn't leveled up, so I guess he's reached the level cap and experience isn't of much use to him. That's why he took the initiative to form a team and lead people to brush up on their experience in exchange for red moon coins. There are still tens of thousands of bosses here. If I follow the 10 Square Dad's team, I won't take off from the same spot. Ascension. Master Dao, I want to ascend. Urgently in need of red moon coins. High price and fast. What do you mean you can't trade if you're on your knees? I'm just a little weak in the knees. And the 10 parties are engaging in differential treatment? How to kneel on the ground has no point, right? You'll be honest when you're given to death later. With the news of the 10 directions taking players to ascension, all the human players burst into a roar. Witnessed with his own eyes the heaven-defying act of killing nearly 10,000 bosses in a second with a single glance of 10 Square's eyes. Not a single person would question the effectiveness of the 10 Square's ascension. So, several Chinese players who were carrying huge sums of money were so excited that they couldn't contain themselves at this moment. Just a few breaths. The vicinity of the ground pit beneath Zhang Fan was then crowded with players. Big Brother, before I entered the human emperor's copy, my father sold a square to give me some red moon coins. $211 million. Can you soar with this amount of money? Sweeping a glance at the rich warrior below who had once approached him for an equipment loan, Zhang Fan then nodded, though there were still quite a few hundred phase humans in the pit of the earth. But with the confinement of the transfer cap, players can only ascend to level 30 at most. But players who get to level 30 first always get the benefit of early embodiment. So, a 200 million red moon coin flyer is not a loss for players at this stage of the game by any stretch of the imagination. And getting Zhang Fan's acquiescence, the rich second-generation warrior directly laughed his ass off. Big Brother, the red moon coins are traded over for you. Player Doppelganger Fish has made a temporary trade with you. You get red moon coins plus 210,001,000 W. See this scene. Wang Tong, who was originally standing near the ground pit ready to support Zhang Fan, slowly raised his head after swallowing his saliva. Big Brother, can you take me with you? I've recently received several large orders and I have some red moon coins on me. Not as much as Mr. Wang, but not very little either. $140 million. Can we make it? If not, can I get some credit first? I'll make sure to get you another 100 million within 2 hours after I leave the copy. In terms of friendship, we are both from the same novice village, and you even saved my dog's life before. In terms of affection, my little sister is a big fan of yours. Biggie, just take me for a ride, or else these goods are going to step on my head. Watching Doppelganger Fish, a rich kid, get the qualification to ascend. Wang Tang was in a difficult position at the moment. With his growable fusion talent, he was confident that no player would be able to steal his second place on the leaderboard. But, if the 10 directions led the ascension, that would be a different story. No way. When others substitute, they have to substitute themselves. Without a synchronized boost, I'm afraid the rankings will fall right out of the top 10. Player Wolfgod has made a temporary trade with you. You get red moon coins plus 140, 000W. Looking at the extra red moon coins in his carry-on space, Zhang Fan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Although red moon coins at this stage are not as rare as they are in the novice village, but tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of red moon coins were simply not something that ordinary players could take out. To come up with so many red moon coins at once, there has to be at least one big plutocracy or guild behind it. This Wang Tanggai's talent wasn't weak, but the body is not remarkable. To be able to take out more than 100 million red moon coins at once meant that this guy was most likely being held up as an upperclassman of the lifespan substitute by some plutocrat or official. Just as Zhang Fan had just turned his sight to scan the trading panel, two groups of players instantly flickered to the vicinity of the pit. Almost at the same time, two transaction alerts rang out on Zhang Fan's message bar. Player Happy Windman has made a temporary trade to you. You get red moon coins plus 480, 000W. Player Falling Rain and Snow has made a temporary trade to you. You get red moon coins plus 190, 000W. Since Zhang Fan didn't report a limit on the amount of money that could be traded, so, Xiao Feng and the female assassin, who had arrived late, both directly traded all the red moon coins they had on them to Zhang Fan. It wasn't hard for them to come up with red moon coins. The hard part is getting the most red moon coins together in a short period of time. The whole valet level thing is vital to them. So, red moon coins and all that, there's no point in even thinking about it in this case. Give as much as you can. That's how you take advantage of opportunities. Took a broad glance at the dozens of other transaction messages. Zhang Fan then sent out an invitation to team up to the four players who had bid the most. You have invited Wolf God, Doppelganger Fish, Falling Rain and Snow, and Happy Windman into the party. In this way, it was also a way to put together a squad of 5. Just after entering the squad, the 4 players realized that the team was set so that only the captain could pick up dropped items. Falling Rain and Snow and Doppelganger Fish wanted to say something, but in the end, they didn't say anything. But the next instant, they then realized something outrageous. Distribution of experience value and lifetime value. 9-to-1. 9 shares for Zhang Fan alone and 1 share for the 4 of them? Great God of the 10 directions. That. Experience value distribution. Is it a mistake? Exactly. Zhang Fan replied back and stopped paying attention to the 4 players. Turn your eyes and gaze up. The next instant, a slice of life-giving light, visible only to Zhang Fan, was quickly injected into the 100-phase human's body as his sight drifted. At once, kneeling in confusion, the 100-phase human's stomach reached the size of an October pregnancy in an instant. The 4 people below, Wang Tang and Xiao Feng, saw this bizarre scene. People looked stupid. If Zhang Fan just had high damage, they would still be able to slightly understand. After all, damage is topped off by panel attributes. But, what the hell is this about bringing a legion of bosses to their knees to conceive a child? Combined with kneeling as well as being pregnant. Is this really just a skill or talent of 10s? Is this still a human operation? This pregnancy chi? Absolutely childless. 10 Square is simply Red Moon's child deliverer Bodhisattva. The female assassin Falling Rain and Snow couldn't help but lament. It was also the moment those words fell. Falling Rain and Snow backed up several lengths in shock and hurriedly hid behind Wang Tang, afraid that he too would be infected by this pregnancy. And high above the sky at the moment, under the sweep of Zhang Fan's eyes, the 100-phase human kneeling on the ground had twisted out of his human form in the pain of his broken body. Normal. These revived remains possessed some human senses even after the infusion of the human emperor's chi. But even if they were to have their skin cut and their bones hacked by sharp blades, they would not actually feel much pain. But, the fetuses in their wombs were all of the 100-phase race, and the pain of carrying a fetus was already much more intense than an ordinary fetus. And with Zhang Fan's deadly contact, word enhancement, the perception of these 100-phase humans was directly increased tenfold. So, even for those with extremely low pain sensations, at this moment they had likewise already been unable to carry the pain of this broken body that was about to give birth to a child. Just a few breaths. A dull burst of sound came out from the inside and outside of the 7 underground pits. Strongman identification failed, and the 100-phase human remnant was unable to become a strongman. You have killed 100-phase human wreckage, silver. You have killed 100-phase human wreckage, gold. You get Dragon Horn Gloves, gold. Titan 100-phase armor, gold. You gain 465,820 experience. You gain 768, 180 experience. You get lifespan * 96 days. Your teammate has received a fixed allocation. It was also the moment the densely packed beeps fell. A soul prompt sounded out in Zhang Fan's heart and soul. Successful identification of a strong person. 100-phase human Zuin has the qualifications to become a strong person. It's full-blooded, and I'll start adding more tomorrow. Chapter 123, Eternal 100 Phases Tire. Vice Self-Emperor descended. The strong appraisal technique empowered by the infinite word contained the power of karma. As long as Jiang Fan gathered his natural power to casually glare at him, whatever race of creature the target is, it will be carried straight to term. If it was a female creature, at least there would be a birth. But if a male creature was selected by Jiang Fan's gaze, then the end result is a bursting body. Since the recovery of the remains of the 100 phases in the ruined earth pit, Jiang Fan used this I kill and easily secured tens of thousands of bosses. But the identification successful prompt, Jiang Fan was encountering it for the first time. With the qualifications to become a powerhouse, it must at least be a King Xin class boss, right? After a cry of doubt, Jiang Fan then turned his eyes to the only living being in the ground pit that had not yet been killed by his eyes. All of the 100 phase humans in the original ground pit were just a few broken limbs. But after the aura of the human emperor enveloped it, the more powerful the wreck, the more the form tends to be pre-birth. The moment. The left front of the thunder elemental spell. A 100 phase human with wings and black horns on his shoulders was wielding a bone spear and attacking towards Wang Tang and Xiaofeng's 4 people on the ground. And in his belly, a golden humanoid was stretching its limbs. Gazing up the void pupil, Jiang Fan casually glanced at its information. Zuyin, rank, 37, race, 100 phase human race, rank, monarch, life, 150,000. Physical attack power, 211020. Magic attack power, 145490. Armor, 120985. Magic resistance, 64,250. Talent, 100 phase body, skills, 100 phase tier. Inferno dragon spit, black tooth and bone spike. Introduction, the first generation of the 100 phase spirit nurtured by the Tower of Eternity, carrying the characteristics of the 5 types of races at the time of its birth. And after splitting the rest of the forms to unify the 100 phase human race in the form of 100 phase human beings, was once a candidate for the 100 phase human emperor. Hidden message, after the 100 phase war, it was buried with the 100 phase human emperor in the ruins of the human emperor, and after being nourished by the human emperor's chi, it possessed a special grade, with the light element being its only weakness. Looking at Zhu Yin's message, Jiang Fan then couldn't help but feel a little relieved. No wonder it has the qualifications to become a strong man. It turned out that this guy had once almost become the emperor of the human race. After summoning the human emperor streamer and inscribing Zhu Yin's name on the end of the streamer with his soul power, Jiang Fan then opened his 8 wings of departing fire. The attribute panel of the monarch boss is extremely high though, but it was also completely inadequate in front of Jiang Fan, who had infinite firepower and real damage. It was also the moment when Jiang Fan was just about to fan the storm feather blade. A soul prompt kept coming in his heart and soul. You have activated the strongman appraisal spell on 100 phase human Zuyin. 100 phase human Zuyin has the qualifications to become a strongman. Has been immune to all pain. Plus 10% to all attributes. Plus 5 to chi. Plus 5 to luck. The fetus has begun to descend. The strongman identification technique is released by you, and you will be granted full control of the fetus. This. Looking at the prompts coming from the soul, Jiang Fan's mouth couldn't help but tremble slightly. Nice guy. The pain of childbearing and childrearing is suffered by others, and you get a baby for nothing? You're really happy to be a father? Bang! Just as Jiang Fan had just condensed his void pupil and was preparing to carefully investigate, a dull, explosive sound suddenly rang out from the pit below. At once, the 100 phase human wielding a bone spear had his entire abdomen completely torn apart by the fetus. Also at this time, a dazzling golden glow lit up from the fetus body. In an instant, the entire space was glowing with golden light. A few breaths later, the light dispersed and the surroundings returned to their previous appearance. Accompanied by the sound of a childish voice, a humanoid cub, much smaller than Meyer, flew out of the ground pit. The little one let out a nice yelp like a cheer. It then directly turned into a golden light and flew into Jiang Fan's body. You have been granted all control rights to the tire of the eternal 100 phases, monarch class. Monarch. This just-born 100 phase human race cub was actually at the monarch level. If you cultivate it, won't you become an emperor who will rule the world? The emperors of the 100 phase race were more than 1 star stronger than ordinary emperors. Boom! It was also right when Jiang Fan was just about to call out the little guy to take a look at its information. A bone spear shot directly toward Jiang Fan in the air. With extrasensory precognition, Jiang Fan avoided it even though he hadn't. A direct spatial shift swapped places with the 100 phase human Zuyin, who was kneeling on the ground after sending out the attack. At once. Still don't understand what's happening. Zuyin was then pierced through the body by the bone spear he threw. Minus 412,500. Also at this time, with a move of her small hand, Meyer, who was flying on Jiang Fan's shoulder, released her talent effect and the flame of desire at the same time, directly emptying Zhu Yin's blood bar. You have killed 100-phase human Zuin, Monarch. You gain 100-phase Bone Spear, Monarch, 100-phase Bone Spike, Monarch, and Rating Spike, Monarch. You gain 84, 350 experience. Experience bonus triggered. You gained 84, 350 experience. Your locked experience bar has reached its limit. You can no longer store experience. Please complete the transfer quest as soon as possible. You get life expectancy * 2985 days. Your teammate has received a fixed allocation. 10,000 souls draw effect triggered. Your life limit plus 330,000. As the last 100-phase human in the ground pit fell to the ground, all the bosses in the entire human emperor ruins were all killed cleanly by Zhang Fan in seconds. For the average player, all they saw was Zhang Fan's divine bravery in killing the boss with his eyes in seconds. As for the 4 players in Zhang Fan's team, if they weren't cutting through the instant surge in experience and lifespan at any time, they simply couldn't believe what was in front of them. An army of nearly 100,000 bosses. A seemingly imposing army of undead. Was it really so completely abused by a single look? Just as Xiaofeng and his party were staring stonily at their wildly surging levels, a voice filled with majestic power came out from the golden ground pit in the center, echoing straight over the entire copy of the human emperor's ruins. I can't imagine that besides the Tower of Eternity, there are still beings who can control such power. Click. After a space-shattering sound rang out, a golden dragon body that was thousands of meters long hovered out of the ground pit and transformed into a humanoid shape in the space of a few breaths. Bearing a golden light, he stood with his hands in the air, and a pair of golden dragon horn seals were imprinted on top of his forehead. Through the void pupil, Zhang Fan could see the golden dragon scales on the surface of his body. This was the split body buried by the 100-phase human emperor, the 100-phase imperial dragon. It was a split manifestation of the pair of dragon wings of the 100-phase human emperor. Otherworlders seeking eternity. I am the emperor of men, and if I am to be crowned emperor, I need to be defeated. I don't know if it's because I've been sick for a few days and I haven't adjusted my status back, or I'm a little bit tired. I'm a little bit burnt out on my code, and I had 3,000 words today, but I don't feel satisfied with them after I finished writing them and I deleted them without uploading them. Chapter 124, Instantaneous Emperor. My Smartarms clan is in danger, though the tone was rather subdued. However, in this burst of voice filled with majesty, it seemed to carry a shocking aura that tore everything apart. It shook the souls of all the players. Subconsciously looking up, the players snapped to attention. The gloomy aura in the entire ruins of the human emperor had disappeared without a trace. In its place was endless peace and color. The 100-phase human emperor has been fully revived. All players can defeat the 100-phase human emperor within 72 hours. After 72 hours, the 100-phase human emperor will completely dissipate and all players will be automatically repelled from the human emperor's ruins. The human emperor is invincible, but every 30 minutes interval the human emperor will fall into a weakened state for a certain period of time. During the weakening period, the human emperor's life remains unchanged. The rest of his attributes will drop to the monarch level, and his defenses are drastically reduced. The moment the system prompt fell, the entire human emperor ruins were in an uproar. Crap! More than 10 million bloodstains. This is still a rally. I haven't even passed 1,000 points in this attack. I can't even scrape it. Even if the defense and attributes drop, the speed of our scraping isn't enough for this human emperor's blood return speed, right? Weakened and still at the monarch level. Doesn't that mean it's now at the emperor level? Send it, Imperial Boss. All the players set fire to it and don't even try to scrape a single leg hair. Is there a possibility that this boss wasn't meant for us in the first place? When destroying the sealing spells, I saw that Big Brother 10's damage started in the hundreds of thousands, and for us human players, we should only be able to raid this boss with Big Brother 10. Come on, can an Emperor level boss be the same as those stone peers that don't return blood? 10 million levels of blood, casually get a recovery state is millions of life value. Such attributes 10 party to take the head to fight? All the players were horrified by the 100-phase human emperor's exposed blood bars and attributes. However, Zhang Fan did not have any color fluctuations. The 100-phase human emperor's body that was split and manifested by the dragon's wings, no matter how powerful its attributes were, it still couldn't be separated from the dragon's belonging in the end, and has the word, Dragon Slayer. Zhang Fan could be described as the absolute nemesis of dragon-type beings, getting blanked 100% of the time. At least there's the flaw of not being able to restrain morphing. But, Dragon Slayer, definitely a nightmare for all gargoyles, even if it's an emperor-level dragon. It was also at the same time that Zhang Fan had just raised the human emperor streamer. The 100-phase human emperor who was floating in the air suddenly turned around, his eyes staring deathly at Zhang Fan's body. Otherworlder, although your strength is still frail, for some reason, this 100-phase dragon body of mine will vaguely tremble when facing you directly. If I didn't have the human emperor's chi as a booster, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to chi Kong right now. I can't imagine that a being outside of the Tower of Eternity could control such power. Oh Otherworlder, use your full power. Let me see how far your limits are from my 100 phases state. The 100 phase human emperor's eyes kept roaming over Zhang Fan's body, his tone so bland that it did not resemble a towering emperor. Though the tone of the demeanor was cloudy. However, Zhang Fan had already detected the fear in the 100 phase human emperor's eyes that was desperately concealed through his super senses. That was the instinctive reaction of the dragon beings to the power of the dragon slayer. Looking at the 100 phase human emperor standing with his hands in front of him, Zhang Fan didn't waste any time and directly engraved its name on the end of the human emperor streamer. Also in this moment, a terrifying damage number floated up directly on the 100 phase human emperor's head. In a flash, it emptied his life value of up to 10 million. 1000 W. You have killed 100 phase human emperor, hidden dragon, emperor. You have obtained human emperor armor, emperor. Human crown, emperor. Human emperor boots, emperor. 100 phase dragon wings, emperor. Your locked experience bar has reached its limit. You can no longer store experience. Please complete the transfer quest as soon as possible. You get, life expectancy asterisk 6,898 days, 10,000 souls draw effect triggered. Your life limit plus 2. 000. The queue after queue hadn't quite dropped. A voice that resounded through all the mortal plane galaxies then hovered over the red moon world. Mortal plane galaxy human king 10 square killed emperor 100 phase human emperor hidden dragon on July 28th. Red moon 6934 in 0.1 seconds. Becoming the first player in the red moon world to kill an emperor. This event has been permanently recorded in the Red Moon Chronicles. Human King 10 Fang activates the Red Moon icon Emperor of 100 phases, and human players are free to view the icon. As the first player to kill the Emperor, 10 Square receives a reward, Prestige plus 100, 000, Red Moon Coin plus 200 W, and 4-dimensional attributes plus 5000. Red Moon World. Black Iron level to Monarch level kill alerts were at most only announced in their respective racial camps. And the Imperial to Mythic decimation spreads to all the mortal plane galaxies. The moment. The Red Moon had descended in just about 20 days. In this not-so-long period of time, many of the racial players had not even fully lit up the blessing points of the first territory of their racial camps. However, at such a time, the alert that a player had killed the Emperor came to their ears. Such news was tantamount to a thunderbolt exploding beside them. A short silence passed. All the races of the mortal bit galaxy were in a flurry of shock. Dragon Camp. Slaying an emperor. How is it possible for a human mole cricket to slay an emperor? Killing the emperor in less than a second. How could such strength appear in a human's body? It's fake. It must be fake. Even the strongest articulated young ancient dragon of our dragon race can only defeat the gold boss at this point in time. A human weaker than our dragon race can instantly second the emperor. Doesn't this mean that humans are above us dragons? Scanning the surrounding group of sighing dragons, a crimson ancient dragon hovering in the air couldn't help but feel angry. Humph. Just humans in the district. What is there to worry about? With my dragon race's bloodline talent and body strength, after fully growing up it will run through the mortal spirit races, and at that time, the human race will be nothing more than our blood food. What's more, that human doesn't necessarily possess the power of an instantaneous emperor. Perhaps he just got lucky. Chiroptera Camp. Humans? This human again. What exactly is this Ten Fong? With our previous deduction and analysis, an instant second emperor would at least need to crush the strength of an immortal spirit, which means that there is at least a 20% probability that that human possesses a strength close to that of a deity. Last time, we wasted such a huge amount of gifted source power of our wisdom armament clan, and instead of affecting that human's development, we left a big disaster behind. And analyzing the current trend, our future days will not be peaceful. According to the statistics of all the deduction results now, there is a probability of more than 87% that our Chiroptera will become the first attacking race of the human race. And if that human develops normally, the probability of our Chiroptera surviving is less than 1%. I, the Wisdom Device Clan, am in danger. Elves. Countless mortal plane races were shocked when they heard that Zhang Fan had instantly secured the Emperor. And at the moment, among the ruins of the human Emperor, it was also the moment when all the beeps completely dissipated. A burst of golden light instantly flickered on the bodies of all the human players. Sorry, broke my promise again. I was going to update more, but I do feel physically and mentally exhausted after being sick for 4 or 5 days this time. The author still has to work during the day. It's all about coding some words at night for the love of power, and there's basically been no personal rest and recreation for the past 2 months or so. It's true that I don't have the same drive and motivation as before, so I'll adjust and try to be more frequent. Chapter 125, The Human Emperor's Throne. Ordination to Heaven. There has been new progress in the Human Emperor Trial public quest. All trial contents have been completed. Players who participated in defeating the 100 phases of the human race have a personal trial progress of plus 25%. And the Human Emperor's chi is plus 10. Human King 10 Square provided 99% of the contribution value for defeating the 100 phase human race. Personal trial progress plus 30%. Human Emperor's chi plus 20. All tasks of the Human Emperor trial have ended. And all players within the Human Emperor ruins have received the gift of the Human Emperor of the 100 phases, level plus 1. For dimensional attributes plus 100. And clan character plus 50. Just the moment a series of beeps fell. All the ground pits in the ruins of the Human Emperor were instantly connected into a single piece under a burst of golden light. The Pit of Human Emperors has been opened. All players may go to the Pit of Human Emperors to compete in the race. The final winner of the competition will be crowned Human Emperor. The copy announcement dropped for about 10 seconds. The players in the Human Emperor's ruins still hadn't returned to their senses. How they couldn't believe it. The Emperor-level boss with a life value of tens of millions was just immobilized by a player. If it wasn't for the fact that the level and attributes did get a boost. How they couldn't believe it was true. All of the players were in shock and had trouble coming back to their senses. Jiang Fan, on the other hand, was not too surprised by this. Dragon Slayer is different from 100% being caught empty-handed. There was no time to react at all. As long as the shot is made, it's 100% one-hit kill. Don't say Imperial. As long as it was a dragon race being, even if it was at the Divine Spirit level, it would similarly not be able to escape the fate of being killed by Jiang Fan in seconds. Collecting his eyes. After casually scanning the Human Emperor suit that the 100-phase Human Emperor had popped out, Jiang Fan returned his attention to the Human Emperor ruins. The moment. Jiang Fan had no intention of adding words to these equipments. After pushing across the copies, Jiang Fan had accumulated too many equipment resources. It would take a lot of time to add words to them one by one at this point. Now that the Human Emperor trial was nearing its end, taking down the Human Emperor first was the top priority. As for equipment and whatnot, there's no rush for now. Dismiss the squad. Jiang Fan then flashed into the ground pit that emanated the aura of a Human Emperor. You have entered the pit of the Human Emperor. Due to your exceptional performance in the Human Emperor trial, the laws left behind by the Human Emperor of the 100 phases have changed. Just as Jiang Fan was just about to glance at the rules of the racial competition, a burst of golden light instantly erupted out from the ground pit, directly enveloping the entire Human Emperor ruins completely. Human King 10 Square has provided 99% of the contribution to the end of the trial mission, exceeding the sum of the remaining human players, and has triggered the special laws of the Human Emperor's trial. The race has been stopped. The race for the Human Emperor will start in 60 seconds. Human King 10 Square, as the opener of the Human Emperor competition, will be crowned as the Human Emperor trialist to accept the challenge from all players. The moment the tone fell, the player who was about to enter the ground pit couldn't help but be a bit confused. What's the situation? Doesn't this prestige copy promote the Human King to Human Emperor? The previous copy rules are directly gone? Why do I have a bad feeling that Big Brother 10 is going to accept our challenge? Just as the players were astonished, a copy announcement sounded quietly over the ruins. Human Emperor Trial Special Mission Human Emperor Race has been released. Human King Competition, content, all players combine their efforts to defeat the Human Emperor Trialist / Human Emperor Trialist defeats all players. If the Human Emperor Trialist defeats all players, he or she will be crowned Human Emperor. If players combine their efforts to defeat the Human Emperor Trialist, this quest will automatically end, and all players will receive special rewards, level +2. 4-dimensional attributes +200, and the weapon of gold +1. With the opening of this golden task panel, all the players were in a tizzy. Nice guy. I'm fucking straight up nice guy. This is going to be all of us working together to defeat the Big Ten? My Nima. This is still playing a rally. There are so many of us. How many of us can break through the defense of the 10 big brothers? Num, even those bosses can't carry a single eye kill from the big guy. We're going to fight with our heads? An Emperor-level boss was slaughtered in less than a second. If this were to hit us, wouldn't it be like hitting his son? Slipped away. Anyway, I don't dare to look squarely at Big Brother 10. One look and the pregnancy gas explodes. It's also too scary. I'm afraid of creating psychological shadows. Cowards, don't you want such a high reward? As long as the group rises up and attacks, are you still afraid that you won't be able to beat the 10 directions? Not only is there a reward for winning, but we can also restart the previous Human King competition. This reward is indeed enticing. If the 10 parties are willing to admit defeat, we'll make a huge profit. Indeed, if you ask me, 10 Square should have voluntarily conceded defeat so that all of us can receive this quest reward, in which case he would be considered to have benefited humanity. The moment. It wasn't just the other players who were unable to keep their peace over the rules for defeating the human emperor trialists. Even Zhang Fan himself was a bit surprised. It doesn't matter if it's a world-class copy or a regular copy. The basic rules are all about players against bosses. But this human emperor trial had unexpectedly triggered special rules after being pushed all the way across by Zhang Fan. Players against Zhang Fan. If the player fails, Zhang Fan will directly be crowned as a human emperor. And if Zhang Fan fails, the player will not only receive a large amount of rewards, but will also be able to restart the previous race competition. That means the competition for the human emperor was going to be even more brutal than before. The human emperor competition has been opened, and you can automatically receive and participate in the trial quest after entering the human emperor earth pit. The moment the tone fell, a golden light directly enveloped every corner of Zhang Fan's entire body. Next moment, in a burst of spatial distortion, Zhang Fan's body was teleported to the center of the human emperor earth pit. Countdown to the human king race, 23 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds. As the hint of the mission's time limit dissipated, the entire ruins of the human emperor became pin-drop silent. The atmosphere seemed a little awkward at the moment, because none of the players dared to enter the ground pit on their own accord, and no one is going to work out tactics to discuss countermeasures in private. Even more so, no one dared to launch an attack on Zhang Fan. At the opening of the human emperor trial list, there were also quite a few players who wanted to rely on their numbers to suppress Zhang Fan and squeeze the strong contender for human emperor out of the copy. And nowadays, after seeing with his own eyes Zhang Fan's heaven-defying act of sweeping through 100,000 bosses with an eye kill and killing the emperor in less than a second, there was no longer a player who could harbor the thought of fighting Zhang Fan head-on. Not only that, the smarter players even silently put their heads down and closed their eyes tightly. The moment, high above, looking down at the players below who were trying to avoid the strong appraisal technique by lowering their heads, Zhang Fan couldn't help but shake his head. How come no one dares to come in when they say they'll let themselves explode their equipment? Time slipped by in the awkward atmosphere. 10 or so minutes later, Zhang Fan, who was flying and standing above the ground pit, still had not welcomed a challenger. Just as Zhang Fan was about to call out the soul body of the reversing dragon and serpent, an announcement prompt steeply drifted over the entire human emperor's ruins. The number of players who entered the human emperor's earth pit to receive the mission is 0%. All players have given up the fight. This mission has ended. Human Emperor Trialist Human King 10 Square has won the final victory of the Prestige Deputy Human Emperor competition. The 10 Directions is crowned with the title of Human Emperor. Human Emperor 10 Square receives the ultimate reward for the Prestige copy, the Human Emperor's artifact. The Human Emperor trial has ended, and Human Emperor 10 Square has become the sole leader of the human race camp. Successive copy prompts and racial announcements rang in the ears of all the racial players. It left everyone instantly shaken. Also at this time, in the middle of the ground pit of the human emperor's ruins, a golden light filled with supreme pressure rose up into the sky. A golden lotus scattered from the sky. In the sky, the golden energy breath was condensed like substance. Subsequently, 8 large golden characters were outlined and suspended high in the sky, reflecting in all the space of the human race's territory. Mandate to heaven, both life and death. Boom! The 8 golden characters slowly collapsed in a roar that brought all beings to their knees in submission. Subsequently, the golden light in the sky transformed into a 10,000 feet long divine dragon, carrying the human race's fortune as it swooped down from the sky. It went straight into Zhang Fan's body. You have achieved Human Emperor. You may liberate the racial Human Emperor bonus. You gain the Human Emperor effect, exterminate the 9 clans. Human Emperor's luck. Chapter 126, The Art of Stripping the 9 Clans. Emancipating the Human Emperor. Plus, in the middle of the Human Emperor's relics, countless players simultaneously fell into a deathly silence. The light that bloomed from those 8 large golden characters earlier caused everyone present to have the thought of kneeling down and worshipping. And after the 10,000 foot divine dragon that had congealed from the golden characters disappeared, only then did the feeling of oppression that made it impossible to raise one's head slowly dissipate. When the crowd came back to their senses, they realized that the 10 directions floating high above the sky was now covered by a hazy layer of illusory light. The mere moment they looked at its figure, endless worship grew within their hearts. It was a pressure from the bloodline and soul. Crap. Ordained? Not ordained? I thought Human Emperor was just an ordinary title like Human King, but I didn't expect it to be so dangling. The enthronement ceremony isn't so exaggerated. Is this the 10 Directions big brother really becoming the Red Moon World's emperor? How can this be fake? The Human Emperor is the sole leader of the entire human race camp, which means that Big Brother 10 is now the head of all of our players. You say yes? What can I do if I don't follow his orders? The moment. It wasn't just the players in the Human Emperor's ruins who were in an uproar. The human ruins cliffs and even the real world were talking about it. the human camp emerged as the sole leader. Such news is extremely sensational to whatever class of people. One time, what people are saying falls roughly into two camps. One faction was in favor of Ten Fong being the human emperor, feeling that only Ten Fong could lead the human players to better development. Big Brother 10 has given us human players a career boost. I support Big Brother 10 to be the spokesperson of our human race. This is great. With the human emperor's identity, we no longer have to compare ourselves to the Big Brother, killing 100,000 bosses in a second with a single glance. With such strength, the human emperor deserves it. It's better to have the 10 Big Brothers as human emperors than those who run the gambling boards as human emperors. At least they won't cut our leaks. The other faction, on the other hand, questioned Jiang Fan. Although Jiang Fan had displayed unrivaled combat power from the Red Moon's descent until now, but the Red Moon can affect people's lifespans. After all, in such a world of transcendent greatness, the sudden appearance of the sole leader was still unacceptable in the minds of many. Where are the 10 parties? Where is 10 Square? We, Master Jin of the Taiji Kingdom, want to see 10 Fong hand over the human emperor's weapon. The human emperor does not belong to the Chinese nation. We recognize the strength of the 10 directions, but the attribution of the human emperor should be determined separately. That's not liberal and democratic at all. The emperor of man should be us. Hawk Jam. Only we Hawk Jam can give more longevity to players all over the world. Ten Fong is only lucky to get powerful props. Among the same level, our Sans players are the strongest. If you don't believe me, press the level down for a match. That's right, we, San, are the #1 country in the world. Why should the Emperor of Man let the 10 parties be the one? Just a few minutes, there were already keyboard attacks on Jiang Fan on international forums. Sure, these spammers were instantly disliked by others with even stronger words. The world's #1 country? The world's #1 feces drinking nation. Ha! Don't even want your face, but also additionally determine the position of the human emperor. That is determined by the laws of the Red Moon world. With you can also determine? Also the strongest at the same level. So many players have not even gone up the leaderboards is still barking here. I'm a fucking person can beat 10 scum like you guys. Liberal democracy? If you Eagle Sauce were emperor of the people, I'm afraid you'd have started building a global life pass by now. The human emperor's artifact is in the hands of the 10 directions. Is it your turn to say no? Why don't you dare to go to the Red Moon world if you want to rob the human emperor? You only dare to hide here and bark? In the real world, the discussion about the human emperor was getting more and more intense, and the attention, so to speak, is at an all-time high, because, the sole leader of all human players, such a status is too honorable and special. Not only the internet, but also the officials of various countries are quite shocked and highly concerned. Neither nation ever envisioned being the leader of the human race. And now, the Red Moon game that could affect the real world was the one where such an existence had appeared. One time, the top brass of countless countries were fidgeting, urgently convening various meetings to discuss the possible effects of the human emperor and the Red Moon on the real world. Everyone was fighting over the appearance of the human emperor. Only Jiang Fan was as calm as water as usual. The moment, among the ruins of the human emperor, Jiang Fan endured the human emperor's enchantment. The whole person has a new aura. If Jiang Fan before, he only possessed some out-of-the-ordinary temperament through his words and attributes, making people feel that he was not ordinary. Then, the current Jiang Fan was the one who had the aura of an emperor. Standing on the top of a stunning mountain, overlooking all life, the whole person exuded an invincible style. Carefully feeling the metamorphosis of his body and soul, Jiang Fan couldn't help but comfortably let out a breath. The throne of the human emperor was finally taken without any surprises. After floating in the air and slowing down, Jiang Fan then looked at the human emperor's exclusive effect. Human emperor, destroy 9 clans, designate a target, lock their 9 clans, consume the power of the human emperor, and destroy their bodies and souls. Human emperor's luck, the fate of the human race is closely tied to you, and your decisions will affect the future direction of the human race. Luck plus 60, immune to all controls below your level. Human Emperor Plus, to be unlocked, Expedition of the Gods, unlocked, the power of all beings, unlocked, Mandate to Heaven, unlocked, both longevity and eternity, unlocked the art of stripping the 9 clans? Looking at the Human Emperor's exclusive effect, Jiang Fan couldn't help but be stunned. This skill, it's a bit overbearing. It was even more outrageous than the Human Emperor's streamer and the Death Curse. Ignore level, ignore attributes, ignore distance, ignore quantity. Once activated, a direct pack kills in seconds. And it's an outright body and soul wipe. Once obliterated, it cannot be reanimated, and the cost was merely the consumption of some special power exclusive to human emperors. Such an effect was enough to make all living beings sweat. After letting out a soft breath, Jiang Fan then returned his attention to the other few effects of the human emperor. After briefly glancing at the human emperor's chi, Zhang Fan then liberated the human emperor's exclusive effect of racial addition. At once, a burst of golden light centered on Zhang Fan's body and spread out in all directions. Human Emperor 10 Square has liberated the Human Emperor Plus. The human bonus has gained a new effect. Human Emperor Plus, for all human players. Restore 10% of maximum life value cap per second. All human players. Skill cooldown. Consumption minus 10%. For all human players, the experience required for upgrading is minus 10%. Racial bonuses liberate the Shakti. Milkmaids and milkmaids all over the world had a twitch at the corners of their mouths. Restores 10% of your blood cap every second. That means, from now on, all players will be able to fully recharge their blood bars in 10 seconds at the slowest. At this rate, what more healing spells do you need? Oh Big Brother 10. If you become a human emperor, then you become a human emperor. Aren't you smashing our rice bowls? The moment the Man King bonus was unlocked, I got kicked directly by our captain, who said he didn't need milk. I reckon the profession of milkmaid is going to be drastically cut down. I better switch to Blue Fist or I'm afraid I'll be starved to death. Chapter 127, The Law of Karma Sword is present. Ascending to heaven for 1,000 years to kill the powerful effect of the human emperor's bonus gave all players the ability to regain 10% of their blood every second, and because of that, the priority of the nanny and the daddy was instantly lowered by several orders of magnitude. 10 seconds to get your bloodstain back. That means, as long as you don't give away heads or get spiked, you can get your blood back up in no time. Such an ability, combined with the effect of reduced skill cooldown consumption, in an instant, it raised the overall combat power of the human players by a large margin. Casually glancing at the upgrade experience bar that had lowered quite a bit, Zhang Fan then closed the Human Emperor Plus information panel. Also at this time, Wang Tong, who was standing near the ground pit, tilted his head in the direction where Zhang Fan was with an expectant expression. Big brother, this Human Emperor edition of yours is too dope. The passive effect is so unbelievable. The active effect must be even more outrageous. Can you show me the power of the Human Emperor? He. Wang Tang was quite frenzied. With a growable fusion talent, his earth defense was frighteningly high after the fusion of the 4 elemental systems. For attacks below the monarch level, he could directly immunize himself once. So, this was how he came up with the idea of seeing the power of the Human Emperor. After all, the gap widens the further back you go. If you don't try now, you'll have even less chance later. Looking at Wang Tong, who was eager to try, Zhang Fan felt as if he had seen a great scholar. How dare you talk like that? Your 9 clans are wholesale? Gathering up the power of the Human Emperor, Zhang Fan then locked onto Wang Teng's figure. At once, rows and rows of obscure words that only Zhang Fan could see surfaced above Wang Teng's head. Wolf God, level 30, 9 clans of 282 people. 168 have been locked up. Those who aren't locked should not have entered the Red Moon world. Zhang Fan silently speculated. Back in the days of the Dead Ruins, Wang Teng then said that he had no father, no mother and only one sister. But now, nearly 300 people were searched directly. The art of stripping the 9 clans was indeed ridiculously strong. Straight away, even relatives I don't know personally are sought out. Turning his eyes, Zhang Fan casually glanced at Xiao Feng beside Wang Tang. Happy wingman, level 30, 699 from the 9 clans. 620 locked in. Just for a moment, Xiao Feng, who was originally contemplating on leaving the copy to return to the real world to make a report, was suddenly in a tight spot and could not help but sweat it out. What's the situation? Didn't you pass the copy? Where did this sense of danger come from? Just as Xiao Feng's heart was anxious and uneasy, Zhang Fan's body had disappeared from sight. Without any grudges, Zhang Fan did not intend to arbitrarily strip the 9 clans of players from the human race. After all, once put to death, it can be a complete death. Killing these players would not yield any benefits, not to mention the fact that they had lost the human fighting force for nothing. So, Zhang Fan didn't pay any attention to Wang Teng's behavior of bringing the 9 clans to ask for war. Maintaining his state of invisibility into the subdimension, Zhang Fan quickly flew towards the Forge ruins. Afterward, Zhang Fan took out the ultimate reward for the prestige copy, the Human Emperor's weapon. As he sped away, it was also the moment when Zhang Fan had just called out the Human Emperor's weapon. A buzzing sound that was countless times clearer than a dragon's roar suddenly spread out in all directions with the Human Emperor's weapon as the center. The moment the originally illusory and formless Human Emperor's weapon appeared in Zhang Fan's hand, it directly transformed into a golden longsword. And that piercing sword aura also reached its extreme at this moment. The dazzling and incomparable golden light did not affect Zhang Fan's vision in the slightest. On the contrary, under this array of golden awnings, Zhang Fan only felt as if he had placed himself in an immortal spring, as if his body was soothed. Buzz. Suddenly, the loud instrumental chirping and the golden aura disappeared. The strange runes and obscure ancient characters engraved on the body of the sword were clearly and incomparably reflected in Zhang Fan's line of sight. Human Emperor's artifact, sword, category, weapon, grade, imperial, to be promoted. Equipment requirements, Human Emperor 10 square, level, 50, increases with Human Emperor's level. Attributes, physical attack power plus 28, 385, magic attack power plus 10, 425, attack speed plus 50%, strength plus 2, 000, damage plus 50% effects. The Human Emperor has been bound to the fate of the human race. The more powerful the Human Emperor's weapon is, the more protection the human race player can obtain, and all protection effects can be freely cancelled. The Human Emperor gains the Imperial Way of Shelter and is immune to all control effects. The Human Emperor's artifact possesses the Emperor's Chi and can be resurrected 3 times every 24 hours. Introduction. The sword form of the Human Emperor's weapon has unlimited growth potential and can be freely changed according to the Human Emperor's occupation. The most precious treasure of the human camp. The symbolic weapon of the Human Emperor. Addable entries, 7. The unlimited growth of an Emperor-class weapon had a full 2,000 points attached to the strength attribute alone. Physical attack power was even directly added close to 30,000 points. Such a terrifying attribute was more than 10 times more powerful than the King's Xian artifact. No hesitation. Zhang Fan then gazed up his mind and word bestowed on the Human Emperor's weapon in his hand. Next moment, an illusory runic light wrapped the Human Emperor's weapon. The power emanating from that light caused the space around the sword to faintly distort. With a crisp buzzing sound, the sword of the Human Emperor's artifact was covered with a faint layer of blood-red streaks. The light emanating from above that stripe had a bit more of a murderous aura under the glow of the golden sword. Word added successfully. Human Emperor's weapon, sword, has gained legendary level words, deadly poison, runic text source, severe weakness, and debt. Human Emperor's weapon, sword, has gained mythic level words, ascension millennium kill, sword in man, and power of devouring source. Word, deadly poison. All attacks are accompanied by a deadly poison that forcibly erodes the target's armor and magic resistance to 0 permanently. If the target increases armor and magic resistance by any other means, deadly poison will take effect again until it erodes the target's armor and magic resistance to 0. Word, rune text source. The Human Emperor's weapon can be condensed into a rune text source and attached to any weapon, and the attached weapon can be freely transformed into its original form or the Human Emperor's weapon form. Word, heavy weakness. All attacks are permanently weakened, during which the target's movement speed, damage, and strike speed are reduced by 35%, and can only be effective once for a single target. Word 4, indebtedness. After killing a player of any race, the target will drop 1000% of the red moon coins in your carrying space, of which 100% of the red moon coins are dropped immediately, and 900% of the red moon coins will be in the form of indebtedness that will be automatically transferred to your carrying space as soon as the player obtains the red moon coins. Word, Ascension Millennium Kill. After line of sight locks on the target, the attack swung by the weapon will hit the opponent's steel door 100% of the time, inflicting 300% super weakness damage to the target, which can be freely turned on or off. Entry 6, Sword Inhuman. During the period of equipping the Human Emperor's weapon, if the Human Emperor's weapon is not broken or destroyed, oneself will not die or be destroyed. Word, 7, Power of Devouring Source. The Human Emperor's artifact can devour the Emperor's artifacts of other races, gaining 100% of the attributes and effects of the devoured artifact. Chapter 128, Really Human Emperor Hatchet? Strengthening the Human Emperor Soldier. Looking at the information of the words added to the Human Emperor's weapon, Zhang Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The 4 legendary words added to this wave, except for one attached superimposed phrase. The remaining 3 are all permanently negative buffs. Defense is permanently reduced to 0. Movement speed and damage are permanently reduced by 35%. Such an effect was enough to become a nightmare for all racial players and all world bosses. And besides such inhumane words, at the moment, Zhang Fan could still make his opponent drop 1000% of his red moon coins. It would have fallen clean off. There's also 900% debt. During the period of indebtedness, all red moon coins obtained by the other party would be automatically transferred to Zhang Fan's carry-on space. Such an effect is simply inappropriate. It's no exaggeration to say, if the alien player was killed by Zhang Fan in a wave, he was considered to be directly wasted. The word empowerment of the artifact of the Human Emperor not only gained 4 legendary level words that were enough to scare players, also added to the list are 3 mythical words. Among them, Ascension Millennial Kills are just as much a law of karma phrase as 100% being caught empty-handed. The difference is, the Ascension Millennium Kill, which attacks the steel door of the target. Once activated, it hits 100%, not to mention dealing 300% weakness damage. A bit of cold arrows arrived first, followed by chrysanthemum mutilations, combined with deadly chicken fight after the passive. Zhang Fan would directly incarnate as the god of war in the lower three paths, becoming an absolute nightmare for players of all races. And in addition to this causal phrase, of all the words in this wave, the one that Zhang Fan couldn't help but be overjoyed with was the mythic level word sword in man. During the period of equipping the human emperor's weapon, as long as the human emperor's artifact was not destroyed, then one would be immortal. To know, the weapons and equipment of the Red Moon world are imbued with transcendent greatness, so there is no such thing as wear durability. As long as it's not selected by a special destroy break effect, there is basically no damage. That is to say, Zhang Fan was basically invincible. The eternal class talent of unlimited words has added words that cannot be dispelled or blocked. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, still had a great deal of embodied experience now. That means, as long as the human emperor's apparatus was present to reality, Zhang Fan would be an immortal existence no matter if he was in the Red Moon world or the real world. No hesitation. Zhang Fan then condensed the human emperor's weapon into a runic text source attached to the emperor's polar shadow. At once, the human emperor's weapon transformed into a golden obscure rune that completely covered the emperor's armament Extreme Shadow. Emperor's Soldier Extreme Shadow has been upgraded to Human Emperor's Soldier. The special projected divine weapon Flag of Command, 10,000 Soul Streamer, has been promoted to Flag of the Human Emperor Streamer. In this moment, a burst of golden light erupted from the Human Emperor Streamer in Zhang Fan's hand. It surged straight into Zhang Fan's limbs and bones, reflecting his body in a golden glow. You get a special status, Sword in the Man. Feeling the causal pivot between himself and the human emperor's artifact, Zhang Fan couldn't help but grin at the corner of his mouth. Maintaining his flight while taking a few deep breaths of air, Zhang Fan slowly calmed down his mind. While immune to death, this is after all only an effect granted by the weapon. If the weapon is destroyed and chopped off, then this invincibility goes away with it. Although the probability is small, it is not non-existent. When the profession advances, the shadow of the chopping nothing should be able to cut off the restriction of only being able to use one weapon. At that time, as long as the human emperor's artifact is collected into the ancient emperor's bronze coffin, one will be truly immortal. After making some secret calculations in his mind, Zhang Fan then collected his mind and flew towards the forge ruins at full speed, with the wind attribute of the 8 wings of flying fire. In less than 3 minutes, Zhang Fan flashed back to the forge ruins. The moment, amidst the wreckage of the crumbling building, the figure of the forge had reappeared near the forge. Only, instead of forging equipment, he sat dumbfounded at the back of the forging table, gazing up at the floating hall above the human emperor's ruins. It was also the moment when Zhang Fan flashed into the corner of the ruins. As if he had been startled by something, the forger sprang to his feet and bent his upper body with the utmost respect. The otherworlder? Oh no! Lord Human Emperor? An incredulous gasp passed. The fiery forge hammer in the forger's hand dropped onto the ruined ground with a dull thud. It really didn't occur to me that I would have this honor in this life to have forged equipment for Lord Human Emperor. Looking at the forger who was so excited that he couldn't help himself, Zhang Fan wasn't too surprised. The Human Emperor, for the time being, may not have much to offer players, but for these 100-phase human race, it was a supreme existence. Human Emperor Sama, you've come here to cast equipment, haven't you? Aha! Zhang Fan nodded slightly and then summoned the Human Emperor Soldier. Hiss, is this the legendary human power weapon? Feeling the oppressive sensation coming from the Human Emperor's artifact, the expression on the forger's face instantly froze. A few breaths later, the forger sucked in a breath of cool air, then picked up the fiery forge hammer on the ground. Lord Human Emperor, please make sure you let me help you strengthen the Human Emperor's weapon. Although I consumed a great deal of forging power to forge equipment for you before, as a forger of the 100-phase human race, it is my lifelong honor to sacrifice source power for the Human Emperor's artifact. Half an hour. Oh no! 10 minutes. I will definitely finish strengthening the Human Emperor's weapon for you within 10 minutes. Looking at the forge before him, the corners of Zhang Fan's mouth couldn't help but tremble. It seemed that the Human Emperor's weight in the hearts of the native beings of the Red Moon world was much higher than he had expected. The forger, like the Soulsinger he met earlier, all are more advanced lifeforms spawned by the Tower of Eternity. Only, they belonged to the 100-phase human race. What was contained within the body was the power of forging granted by the Tower of Eternity. This was the reason why forgers could upgrade and strengthen the Human Emperor's weapon. Sweeping a glance at this fervent forger in front of him, Zhang Fan directly pushed his right hand forward and placed the Human Emperor's weapon on top of the forging table. After surveying the human race's supreme treasure at close range, the forger gulped, and without saying a word, swung his fiery forging hammer and directly began strengthening the forge. The forger who swung the hammer was as good as a new man. His expression became extremely focused. His body was also constantly overflowing with a stream of crimson light that contained the aura of eternity. Bang! 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 Successive knocks echoed over the corners of the ruins for a long time. 7 or 8 minutes later, as a dazzling and incomparable light rose, the human emperor's soldier on the forging platform suddenly erupted in a heart-stopping haze. Next moment, this burst of light rose up to the sky. Also at this time, a succession of alerts rang quietly in the ears of all the human players. Human Emperor 10 Square has eternally strengthened the artifact of the Human Emperor. The artifact of the Human Emperor gains a new effect. The attributes of the Human Emperor's artifact have been upgraded.